Xiao Jiang, you go out to sea so frequently. Are you going to catch all the big fish around here? A dark-skinned uncle in a vest joked to a young man. The young man simply smiled in response. His name was Jiang Chen, and he had just appeared at the port a while ago. Jiang Chen had just graduated from Ocean University. He did not choose to be a seaman on a large ship, but instead inherited the small fishing boat left to him by his parents. The reason why Jiang Chen chose to guard this small broken boat was because one day after he recovered from a high fever, he accidentally awakened a god-level fishing system. The god-level fishing system would tell him where there were more fish, and it could also reveal what was under the sea. For example, a week ago, he caught a strange dolphin. The dolphin's eyes glowed red, and it felt slippery. It looked exactly like a living dolphin, yet it also looked like a bionic creature. He immediately chose to hand it over to the state. Afterwards, the Dragon Academy rewarded him with 300,000 yuan. Jiang Chen was so happy looking at the astronomical figure in the balance that he couldn't stop grinning. At this rate, he could continuously gain wealth through the god-level fishing system. Let's go, Jiang Chen shouted. The sails were hoisted, and the fishing boat sped away. Jiang Chen drove the fishing boat to a stretch of high seas. The waters were calm here, perfect for fishing. Jiang Chen cast out the large net and sailed slowly. He wasn't in a hurry. Wearing a straw hat, he sat at the bow, drinking a Coke and quietly waiting. 5 minutes later, the system suddenly prompted, "Big catch. Host, please close the net." Jiang Chen hurriedly closed the net and pulled it up. There were only a few fish, but there was a strange object inside. It was shaped like a sphere, but completely black, with a complex and bizarre internal structure. There seemed to be a faint blue light emanating from the deepest part. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Why did he keep finding these strange things lately? After a few seconds of hesitation, he picked up his communication device and quickly dialed a special number. This number was given to Jiang Chen by the Coast Guard after he handed over the dolphin last time. Jiang Chen immediately spoke up. "Hello, is this the Maritime Patrol? I found a brain-like mecha at sea and I want to hand it over to the country." "Okay, the Maritime Patrol has received it. I'll notify the nearby patrol boats to pick you up." Jiang Chen put down his communication equipment and breathed a sigh of relief. He continued fishing while waiting for the patrol boat. Meanwhile, at the satellite monitoring department of the Xiete state, dozens of technicians were working overtime. A week ago, an intelligent dolphin they had developed disappeared in the southern waters of Dragon Country. This intelligent dolphin incorporated dozens of high-end technologies, consumed the efforts of hundreds of scientists, and cost billions of dollars in investment. Just then, a thin technician suddenly shouted excitedly, "Found it! Found it!" Everyone quickly gathered around. Satellite video showed that a fisherman had caught a dolphin a week ago. An obese man stared at the hateful fisherman in the video and gritted his teeth and said, "Check the whereabouts of this fishing boat." "Yes. Report to the supervisor. This fishing boat is currently in the southern high seas of Dragon Country. Bring up the live video." "Yes." Soon, they saw the footage of Jiang Chen going out to sea, fishing, and picking up the brain-like mecha. "What is this?" The technicians looked at the brain-like mecha in confusion. The obese man didn't know what it was, but he immediately ordered, "Whatever it is. This guy has cost us billions of dollars. Let's catch him first." Philippines. Amidst the boundless blue waters, a massive warship sails majestically across the high seas. This is the Philippines' most powerful warship, the Aegis Destroyer. It is 150 meters long, 16 meters high, and has a water-carrying capacity of 50,000 tons. It has 17,000 tons of protective armor on both sides of the ship, which can defend against multiple attacks from torpedoes and aerial bombs. There are thousands of people on the entire battleship. In the battleship's command room, Commander Fikeli was sitting with his legs crossed, sipping a glass of wine and gazing out at the sea, his face brimming with pride. But just then, a satellite phone call woke him up. "Fishing boat, Zhujiang number 888. Address, 115 degrees east longitude, north latitude. One person on board. Please be sure to stop the other party and capture him aboard. Afterwards, I, Xiete, will reward you handsomely." A series of commands came from the other side. Then, a series of positioning and visual information were transmitted. "Yes, yes, yes, we must do our best to catch this guy." Fikeli hastily assured the others into the satellite phone. After the call ended, Fikeli snorted coldly and ordered everyone, "Turn southwest. Stop this fishing boat named Zhujiang 888. As soon as the order was given, the huge warship quickly turned around and then headed towards the southwest with great vigor and confidence. Behind it, there were 5 frigates following closely, with great momentum. At the same time, Just as the Philippine warships were being deployed en masse, a large number of red dots suddenly appeared on the large monitoring screens of the Dragon Kingdom's Coast Guard. These red dots were moving at an extremely fast speed towards the southwest. Hey, has the Philippines been conducting any drills recently? Chen Dahai, head of the Coast Guard Department, frowned as he looked at the sudden appearance of red dots of light and asked with a puzzled look. Hundreds of operators in the hall all shook their heads. But at that moment, a female operator in the corner stood up and quickly reported, "Commander Chen, this southwest direction seems to be the location of Zhujiang 888. Chen Dahai immediately remembered when he heard this. He called again half an hour ago and said he wanted a hand in something new. Chen Dahai stared at the direction of the red dots. He seemed to understand something, and his face suddenly changed. Oh no, are these warships heading for Zhujiang 888? Everyone in the monitoring room tensed up as soon as these words came out. Chen Dahai asked anxiously, "How long will it take for the nearest patrol ship to reach him?" "It will take more than an hour." "No, it's too late, too late. By the time the patrol boat passes by, Zhujiang 888 will have been boarded." Chen Dahai was getting anxious. The operator suddenly said, "Apart from the patrol boats, the closest thing to him is probably our aircraft carrier, the Longming. They are to the west, not far from Zhujiang 888. Give me the phone." Chen Dahai immediately called the Marine Corps base and explained the situation. "Don't worry, Minister Chen." Tang Zhe, the commander-in-chief of the Marine Corps base, was about to go to meet them after receiving Chen Dahai's message. At this moment, he suddenly received two secret messages from the Global Beidou Information Monitoring Department. The first message read, 5 minutes ago, the Xiete Kingdom mobilized 3 global satellites to repeatedly monitor Zhujiang 888. Article 2. The Philippine Aegis destroyer is leading 6 frigates to 115 degrees east longitude, north latitude. Tang Zhe frowned. Xiete's satellite monitoring and the Philippine warship's whereabouts were all pointing at Zhujiang 888. It seemed that something big was happening here. "Someone, pass me a secret message. SSSSS level." A few seconds later, encrypted SSSSS level messages were sent from the Marine Corps base. In just a second, the messages reached the satellite equipment of the Dragon Cry Supreme Commander. Target fishing vessel, Zhujiang 888. Number of people on board, 1. Mission, at all costs, safely bring back Zhujiang 888, its owner, and everything the owner wants to hand over. Codename, Auspicious Cloud. Repeat. The western seas were vast and azure. Across this vast expanse of blue water, an aircraft carrier, resembling a towering mountain, slowly sailed. It was the Longming. It rapidly accelerated, heading straight for Zhujiang 888. And around it, in front, behind, left and right, there were already dozens of destroyers, frigates, ocean-going ships, and a large number of early warning helicopters arranged in formation, mighty and powerful, rushing towards a certain direction. Jiang Chen, at sea, didn't notice anything unusual. Bored, he pulled out his phone and video called his girlfriend. His girlfriend's name was Qin Shuiyao, a natural beauty and the campus beauty of the medical university. As soon as the video was connected, a pretty face appeared on the screen, almost touching the camera. Even in such a close-up, it was still possible to see that her skin was smooth and flawless, without even a single pimple. As the two of them were getting cozy, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed some unusual movements in the fishing boat. Although waves were normal, Jiang Chen had been out at sea for years and was already extremely sensitive to the ups and downs of the waves. He immediately looked up at the sky, which was a clear blue, showing no signs of rain. He looked down, but there was no sign of the great white shark. So he pulled out his binoculars and peered around carefully. What he saw was a startling surprise. Through the telescope, Jiang Chen clearly saw a warship heading northeast. If it were a native warship, it would be fine, but the one in front was flying the flag of the Philippines. Although this was international waters, allowing free navigation, Jiang Chen's heart still skipped a beat. He wasn't about to sit still and wait for death. "Honey, I have to sail. I'll talk to you when I get back." He quickly hung up the phone. Then, they immediately started the fishing boat, turned around, and headed northwest. According to Jiang Chen's judgment, as long as they entered their own territorial waters, the enemy would be wary and would not dare to approach easily. The fishing boat accelerated forward, and Jiang Chen raised his binoculars again. This time, his expression changed drastically. The enemy was less than a nautical mile away. The massive warship, whipping up huge waves, headed straight for him. Are they really coming for me? Jiang Chen didn't even wait for his own patrol boat, but was instead targeted by a foreign warship. Could it be that the brain-like mecha on the ship attracted the attention of other countries? As he adjusted the horsepower to maximum, He realized that with just a dozen horsepower, his small fishing boat could not outrun the enemy's steel behemoth. No matter how much Jiang Chen sped up, the enemy was less than half a nautical mile away. In a few seconds, they could be intercepted, and Jiang Chen was still some distance from his own country's waters. Being intercepted by a foreign warship on the high seas was definitely not a good thing. At this moment, he wished so much that a peerless hero could come and save him on a rainbow cloud. Suddenly, a low and long roar came from the west. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment and hurriedly raised his telescope to look westward. He was stunned to see dozens of massive warships surrounding the aircraft carrier Longming in an A-shaped formation on the boundless sea. The roar was so powerful, the airwaves surged, almost splitting the sea in half. At this moment, they were the world-class aircraft carriers riding on the colorful clouds. This is so fucking cool. Ha ha, I'm saved. Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw the aircraft carrier formation rushing towards him from the west. He didn't know that the Longming aircraft carrier formation came just to protect him. If you're not afraid of getting knocked away, then keep chasing me. Jiang Chen shouted triumphantly in the direction of the Aegis ship as he sped his boat. Then, he sped off, passing in front of the aircraft carrier formation and heading straight north. The Longming aircraft carrier formation continued to sail from west to east, facing the Philippine warships directly. At this moment, the distance between the Philippine Aegis destroyer and the Zhujiang 888 was already quite close. As long as they caught up a little further, they could intercept it. However, at the critical moment, the adjutant suddenly dissuaded. Mr. Commander, you can't chase them anymore. If you continue to chase them, we will enter the territorial waters of Dragon Country. What are you afraid of? Fikeli looked contemptuous and waved his hand nonchalantly. Before he could finish his words, the third sailor rushed in almost crawling and shouted anxiously. Oh no! Oh no! We have observed. Get out! Fikeli was furious. He snatched the telescope and looked towards the west himself. With just one glance, the telescope in his hand almost slipped. It wasn't just one or two ships. It was clearly an entire massive aircraft carrier fleet. There were 5 destroyers alone, a size comparable to the entire Philippine fleet. At this moment, the Aegis ship also received a radio announcement from the Longming. Aegis ship, this is the Longming, this is the Longming. We are carrying out a high seas navigation mission. Please retreat immediately. Please reply if you receive this. The adjutant and the sailors looked nervously at Fikeli. Fikeli quickly answered the radio and adopted an extremely respectful tone, responding in standard Chinese. Aegis received, Aegis received. Welcome the Great Dragon Nation aircraft carrier to patrol these high seas and uphold justice. On behalf of the Philippines, I pay my highest respects to the Dragon Ming. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone, turned around and shouted to his stunned subordinates. Pass the order. Return. Everyone return. A few seconds later, the Aegis fleet turned around and fled. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Longming aircraft carrier, Long Xiaodian had just put down his radio, intending to engage the enemy at sea, only to find them escaping in a flash. His lips curled slightly, his pine-like figure appearing remarkably composed. The adjutant quickly reported. Long Xiaodian picked up his telescope and saw that Zhujiang 888 had actually taken advantage of that brief moment to slip away 3 nautical miles. He chuckled. The order was to escort the fishing boat and its vital supplies back to shore. He immediately gave the order, and 3 destroyers and 3 early warning helicopters turned around like a dragon's tail, speeding towards Zhujiang 888. Great! Jiang Chen cheered, slapping his thighs as he sat on the fishing boat, his face filled with a sense of satisfaction. I guess the patrol boat can't find me. Jiang Chen looked around and realized he had strayed from his reported position. So, he called the Coast Guard again. Hello? Coast Guard? Where's your patrol boat? The reply came from the other end. Pearl River 888. Please monitor your surroundings. We've dispatched an aircraft carrier to pick you up. Jiang Chen's communications equipment nearly fell overboard. So that aircraft carrier is here to pick me up? Jiang Chen excitedly stopped the fishing boat and immediately picked up his binoculars to look behind him. Sure enough, on the horizon, 3 destroyers were rapidly approaching. Several early warning aircraft were circling overhead. This is a good sign, wow. Jiang Chen was excited, a smile spreading across his face. But just then, to the east, a few hundred meters away, a luxury cruise ship, as tall as a 10-story building, slowly approached. On board, several wealthy second generations were enjoying a life of debauchery and extravagance with a group of bikini-clad internet celebrities. The man at the center of the party was Lu Wan, a renowned second-generation wealthy individual from the Pearl River Delta. His father was a major domestic investor, controlling hundreds of leading companies. His mother, a Wall Street banker and financier, held such prestige that she even influenced Xiete's monetary policy. The international capital controlled by the couple, both domestically and internationally, was conservatively estimated to be worth trillions. At this moment, the cruise ship suddenly turned, causing everyone on the deck to stumble. Luan almost dropped his glass. "What's going on?" The captain was quickly brought to the deck. Luan angrily scolded him. "Where are your eyes? You can't even make a mistake while driving a boat. Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the sharks." "Mr. Lu, spare me. It's my fault. I didn't notice there was a fishing boat ahead." The captain was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Fishing boat? Where did a fishing boat come from in this area?" Luan looked suspicious. This spot, located at the junction of the high seas and the coastal waters, was quite far from the coast, and fishing boats shouldn't be around. "It's just ahead, a few hundred meters away," the captain quickly replied. Luan stood up and walked towards the railing. As expected, a fishing boat was quietly anchored on the sea not far to the left front. Luan glanced at Jiang Chen on the fishing boat and sneered with disdain. "Where did this country bumpkin come from? What spoils the fun? Someone, bring that water gun over here." A wicked smile crept across his lips. "Ha ha, young Master Lu is going to start again." Everyone shouted excitedly. "Young Master Lu, the water guns are coming." A henchman quickly arrived with a high-pressure water gun the size of a bucket. "Full blast." Luan excitedly called out to everyone, grabbing the guns and aiming them at the fishing boat, spraying them fiercely. At that moment, on Zhujiang 888, Jiang Chen realized something was wrong when he saw the other party take out a water gun. He quickly started the fishing boat and tried to leave, but the water gun had a long range, and as soon as he started, he was directly swept into the sea by a strong jet of water. "Shit!" Jiang Chen cursed. As soon as he emerged from the water cannon attacked again. Under the continuous impact, the Pearl River 888 shook violently and was about to capsize. Young Master Lu, there's a boat coming over there." Someone suddenly ran over to remind him. Luan stopped and sneered. "You're lucky." He waved his hand, and everyone put down their water guns with reluctance and returned to the deck. Puff! Jiang Chen emerged from the sea in a panic, spitting out a mouthful of salty water. Fortunately, he was still a good swimmer and was not injured. Seeing the cruise ship turn around and leave, he quickly climbed back on board. "Oh no, where's the brain-like mecha?" Jiang Chen immediately began searching for the brain-like mecha, but after searching for a long time, the device was no longer on the ship. He quickly looked out to the sea. The device was a solid structure, extremely heavy, and had already sunk to the bottom of the sea. "It's over," it fell into the sea. Jiang Chen looked around, finding nothing. He immediately realized the brain-like mech had sunk into the deep sea. Even if he were a good swimmer, there was no way he could hold his breath for several minutes in the deep sea and retrieve it. "Wait, how dare you lose the brain-like mech I handed over?" Watching the departing cruise ship and the laughter emanating from the deck, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with rage, and he gritted his teeth. Just then, 3 destroyers arrived on the scene. One on the left, one on the right, and one behind. They firmly surrounded Jiang Chen's area. An ordinary person would have been terrified, but Jiang Chen knew the other party was looking for him. So he stood up and shouted, "I'm here." Soon, a speedboat emerged from behind the destroyer. A man in a blue ocean uniform on the boat saw Jiang Chen soaking wet and in a mess. He frowned and asked loudly, "Pearl River 888, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 6. Agents Compromising State Secrets. "I was washed overboard." Jiang Chen wringed out his wet clothes while explaining the situation to the man on the sea-guarding speedboat with a gloomy expression. He didn't know any of the people on the cruise ship, and they had no connection whatsoever. But he only stayed there for a short while before someone used a water cannon to force him into the sea. Fortunately, he was a good swimmer. Otherwise, a normal person might have died. After hearing this, the officer on the speedboat asked, "Who pushed you into the sea?" Jiang Chen pointed ahead and said, "That's the cruise ship that just left." After the other party confirmed that he was not injured, he asked, "Are you okay?" Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "I'm fine, but the important items I wanted to hand over were washed into the sea." The officer frowned. "Items, I'm not sure what you mean, but you can get on the speedboat first. I'll have the dragon guard take you back to shore." Jiang Chen flatly refused. "No, that item is extremely important. It's on the seabed nearby. I can't leave." Seeing his firm attitude, the officer did not force him and could only say, "Then please wait a moment. We will wait for the aircraft carrier commander to come and deal with it." This officer was originally a cadre on the Hulong, but he actually did not know the specific content of this mission. His duty to catch up with Jiang 888. Now that his mission was complete, he could only await instructions from his superiors for the next step. Not long after, the Longming aircraft carrier finally arrived nearby. Due to its enormous size, it took time to turn around, so it was a bit slow. At this moment, the officer on the speedboat suddenly received a call on the intercom. Pulong, hand the intercom to Jiang 888. Please reply when you receive it. He immediately did as he was told and handed the intercom to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took it subconsciously and was startled. Is this a call from the aircraft carrier? A steady voice came from the intercom. Hello, Jiang 888. I am Long Xiaotian, commander of the Longming. We have received a secret message. Our mission is to escort you and your surrender back to the Navy base. Excuse me, do you still have the important item? Jiang Chen immediately responded. It was washed into the sea by the cruise ship that just left. Long Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, his brows furrowed. He quickly picked up the telescope and looked out to the sea ahead. 3 miles away, a huge cruise ship was slowly departing. He asked again, is it the cruise ship called the Pearl? Jiang Chen nodded and replied, yes, that's it. Hearing this, Long Xiaotian replied coldly, got it, we'll handle it. Return the walkie-talkie to the Dragon Guardian crew first, and they will escort you back to shore. As for the things you mentioned, I will send someone to salvage them. Don't worry, we'll definitely find him and give you an explanation. Jiang Chen handed the intercom back to the naval officer. The officer immediately nodded and promised, yes, I will definitely escort him back to shore safely. On the other side, in the command room of the Dragon Sound, Long Xiaotian looked at the Pearl as it sailed away and snorted coldly. Dragon Guardian, Dragon Slayer, speed up and stop that cruise ship. Capture all those who attacked the Pearl River 888. Roger that. The Wei Long, Zhanlong, and 3 attack helicopters simultaneously launched into action, heading straight for their target. A pilot from the helicopter sneered. These rich second generations are truly clueless. They even dare to provoke our aircraft carrier. The Special Forces member sitting in the co-pilot seat replied seriously. What rich second generation? They are agents who destroy state secrets. The driver was stunned and laughed. Yeah, they hit a brick wall today. At this time, on the Pearl cruise ship, Lu Wan, feeling a little tired from playing, casually called over his 3 female companions, hugged them, and headed back to his room to rest. He smiled and said to them, you guys keep playing. I'm going back to relax. As soon as he finished speaking, an attack helicopter hovered over the top of the cruise ship and began issuing instructions to the captain via radio. Pearl, this is the 508 early warning aircraft of the Longming formation. Please stop sailing immediately. I repeat, stop sailing immediately. The radio came one after another. The captain was stunned and quickly slowed down to confirm the situation. Hearing the order came from the carrier group, he didn't hesitate and cautiously slowed down the ship. As the cruise ship slowed, the guests on deck spotted the hovering helicopter. Within minutes, 3 early warning aircraft landed on the deck. What's going on? Where did that helicopter come from? Is it pirates? A bikini-clad internet celebrity yelled, panicking. Another person rolled their eyes. Do your pirates fly a national flag? Look at that helicopter. The flag is clearly flying. Before he could finish his words, a team of fully armed Special Forces soldiers leaped from a helicopter and quickly took control of the deck. While on guard, they shouted, everyone get down. Don't move. The guests were panicked and could only squat, their heads in their hands, not daring to move. The Special Forces officer asked coldly, who just attacked Jiang 888? Jiang 888? Was it that fishing boat? The crowd began to commotion, and many people's faces changed drastically. They had never expected that it was because of that seemingly insignificant fishing boat. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Everyone looked at each other, no one daring to volunteer to expose Lu Wan. The Special Forces member's tone was even colder. You won't tell me, right? No problem. We have satellites. Once we find out, your suffering will only last longer. As expected, some people succumbed to the pressure. A female internet celebrity raised her hand, trembling. I wasn't involved. It was Lu Wan and the others who did it. Who is Lu Wan? The Special Forces officer continued to inquire. In the room, she quickly led the way, leading them to a luxurious suite upstairs. Bang! The door was kicked open. A roar came from inside the room. Who are you? Are you looking for death? The Special Forces soldier ignored the roar and picked up the ID card beside him to take a look. Lu Wan, foreign nationality, the other party sneered. Haha, so you are a foreign agent who compromised our country's secrets. What kind of spy is this that's compromising state secrets? Lu Wan roared angrily as he watched several armed Special Forces soldiers burst into the room and even check his identity information. This was the first time he'd been treated like this, and he burst into a rage. An armed team member asked with a cold face, "Did you just attack Zhujiang 888 with a water gun?" Lu Wen looked disdainful after hearing this. That broken fishing boat? So what if it was me? He didn't take this matter seriously at all, and even felt that the other party was overreacting. But as soon as he finished speaking, the other party announced in a cold voice, "Since you admit it, take you away directly. You are suspected of destroying the country's SSSSS level top secret. If you have any questions, go to the detention center and ask a lawyer to explain." With an order, handcuffs were directly handcuffed on his wrists. Lu Wen exploded, yelling, "What secrets? Are you crazy? Is someone trying to extort money from me? My dad's a super capitalist. He'll give you anything you want." He screamed and struggled, and was forcibly taken to the deck. He cursed nonstop, but the special forces ignored him. Forget being rich. Even if you were as wealthy as a nation, you would still have to bow down before your country. When he walked onto the deck and saw helicopters circling, armed warships surrounding the ship, and a group of tourists crouching in fear in the corner, he finally realized the seriousness of the problem. "No way, just because I sprayed a fisherman. Brother, is this a misunderstanding? I really don't know what secrets that ship has." He tried to use money to settle the matter. "My dad is really rich. I can." But before he could finish his words, a special forces soldier looked at him coldly. "Are you trying to bribe a public official?" For this group of highly trained personnel, even without recordings or videos, they would never accept personal gain. Their attitude only made them more disgusted. "Take him away." Several armed men pushed him onto the helicopter without question. Everyone on the deck lowered their heads. No one dared to speak, fearing they would be implicated. Seeing that he was losing his temper, Lu Wen suddenly stood up and shouted, "Wait a minute. Didn't you say I have foreign nationality? Then do you know who my mother is? My mother is a financial tycoon on Wall Street, Thatcheron. She is the one who drives the monetary policy of the country of Xiete. Aren't you afraid of triggering an international financial crisis by arresting me like this now?" Lu Wen's tone became increasingly harsh, trying to find a way out for himself by using his mother's background. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the Special Forces members changed slightly. Of course, they had heard of the name Sacheron. She was one of the most influential women in the Dragon Kingdom in the Xiete Kingdom. However, no matter how powerful a background was, it was not a talisman. This was the Dragon Kingdom, not the Xiete Kingdom. No matter how powerful your mother is, it doesn't give you the right to challenge national laws. We're not diplomats. We're soldiers on a special mission. We won't fall for that. As soon as the words left his mouth, a helicopter roared up, and Lu Wen was completely whisked away. This kid disrupted an SSSSS-level top-secret mission, which will take at least 10 years. Still thinking of using backstage to get away? You're kidding. The team members sneered and boarded the plane. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, escorted by the Hulong, safely returned to Zhujiang port. He explained the general shape and characteristics of the brain-like mecha to the salvage personnel. As for whether the fish could be salvaged successfully, that would depend on the subsequent actions of the aircraft carrier. If it couldn't be salvaged, then we would have to go after the cruise ship. As soon as the fishing boat docked, several colleagues gathered around excitedly. "Xiao Jiang, did you come back with a destroyer?" Everyone was astonished, for they had seen with their own eyes a warship following right behind Jiang Chen's fishing boat. "A destroyer? I didn't notice it. I thought it was here to catch fish," Jiang Chen said casually. The officer of the Dragon Guard had already instructed them to keep the relevant matters confidential, so he naturally couldn't say more. "Are you kidding? A destroyer catching fish? Are you kidding me?" Everyone scoffed and laughed in disbelief. Jiang Chen simply shrugged, a playful smile on his face. If the aircraft carrier hadn't been nearby, salvaging the brain-like mecha for him, he'd probably have even dropped by to help him catch fish. He packed up his fishing gear and prepared to head home. He now lived in room 502 of Qingyu Community, not far from the port, less than an hour's drive away. He usually lived there with his girlfriend, Qin Shuiyao. Around 7 in the evening, Jiang Chen returned to the familiar entrance of his community. He was about to go upstairs to rest when a system notification chimed in his head. The brain-like mecha has been successfully salvaged and is being transported to the Dragon Science Institute. Reward the host with complete knowledge of brain-like mechas. Content on brain-like chip technology, intelligent brain architecture, intelligent operating systems, and level 3.0 high-end mechas. Knowledge is being transferred simultaneously. Jiang Chen was stunned. Was this a system upgrade? The last time he salvaged a rare dolphin, he didn't get treated this way. Before he could react, a huge stream of information instantly flooded his mind. "Oh my God, my head is going to explode." He quickly grasped the wall, forcing himself to withstand this onslaught of knowledge. Brain-like chip, 0.1 nanometer technology. Jiang Chen's breath hitched, his eyes filled with shock. This knowledge was truly too advanced. As a top student at Ocean University, he knew full well that the current limit of chip technology was only 1 nanometer. But the technical information before him had actually compressed the volume to 0.1 nanometers. This was already a groundbreaking breakthrough. If these technologies were made public, not only the industry, but the entire country's technology would achieve a qualitative leap. Thinking of this, he could no longer contain his excitement. He rushed home quickly to prepare this batch of core information. He planned to submit it to the Longming Science Journal sponsored by the Longming Academy of Sciences and make his own contribution to Longming's science and technology. Chapter 8. Brain-like Chip, Anonymous Submission. The brain-like mecha was salvaged that afternoon. Escorted by the aircraft carrier Longming, the mysterious device was delivered to the Longka Institute overnight. It was after get-off work, and the entire institute was already empty. But after a preliminary inspection of the mecha core, the on-duty expert's expression suddenly changed. He immediately picked up the phone and called Dean Xia Zhongshuan. Old Xia, something serious has happened. A real tough guy has arrived. An hour later, it was already dark, approaching 10 o'clock. It was quiet outside, but somewhere in the Dragon Science Institute's hall, lights were ablaze. Approaching, I saw over 30 of the nation's top scientists gathered. Some hadn't even changed out of their pajamas, their hair disheveled, their expressions exhausted. Old Xia, you called us all here in the middle of the night? What's going on? An expert in his 60s was somewhat dissatisfied, but he still sat down. He was about to take a rest, but after receiving an urgent call from Xia Zhongshuan, he immediately rushed over. Xia Zhongshuan, looking energetic, his graying hair neatly combed, smiled as he stood before the crowd. Do you remember the bionic dolphin that the fisherman caught last time? Everyone perked up and nodded as soon as he asked. Who could forget? That dolphin was practically a collection of high-end technology. Through disassembly and analysis, Dragon countries saved billions in R&D costs. More importantly, it saved years of technological development. What? It's happening again. One expert couldn't help but ask. Xia Zhongshuan nodded, his face solemn. This time it's not a dolphin. It's a complete brain-like mecha. It doesn't look like a product of Xiete country. In fact, I doubt Xiete country can even make it. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene. Even the Xiete country couldn't handle it? Could it be that this thing is from outer space? Xia Zhongshuan smiled and said, I don't know whether it is alien or not, but after you see it, you may find that this statement is not an exaggeration. At a glance, the researcher nearby carefully carried the mysterious mecha in. It had a jet-black exterior, a brain-shaped structure, and an eerie blue glow emanating from within. It's really creepy looking at it late at night. Someone muttered, adding to the solemn atmosphere. But what scientist is afraid of the dark? Someone immediately began analyzing the situation. Some of those present were researching intelligent systems, some specialized in chips, and still others were working on biomimetic machinery. In short, no matter what area of high-tech technology, there were experts in this hall. Xia Zhongshuan himself was a multidisciplinary scholar. Logically, with such a talented group, even alien technology could yield some clues. But the result, unexpectedly, struck everyone. A night passed, and everyone worked themselves to the bone, yet still no breakthrough was achieved. Dean Xia, we really can't continue our research. A 70-year-old expert who had participated in the National Core Chip project couldn't help but sigh. They disassembled a small piece of the core chip for analysis, and the results became more and more shocking. The chip's manufacturing process has reached a remarkable 0.1 nanometer. This is beyond the current technological limit of humanity. You have to remember that the world's most advanced chip currently only reaches 1 nanometer, and this one is 10 times smaller. Whether it's materials science, precision manufacturing, or theoretical design, nothing can explain its existence. Alien technology. I can't find another explanation other than this. An expert specializing in intelligent control systems exclaimed helplessly after repeatedly testing its performance. He had been researching AI systems for decades, yet he felt inferior to this thing. Everyone was silent for a moment, and someone even suggested, Dean Xia, why don't you take a night off and continue tomorrow? Xia Zhongshuan saw everyone's exhausted expressions and realized the situation was nearing a critical point. He nodded and said, Okay, everyone, disperse for now and meet again tomorrow night. The experts left one after another with heavy steps. Xia Zhongshuan himself remained in the laboratory, lost in thought, for a long time. Late at night, he returned to his study, ready to rest for a bit. But how could he fall asleep now? Such a crucial scientific breakthrough was right before his eyes, yet no one seemed to be able to make it happen. The feeling of defeat kept him tossing and turning. He simply turned on his computer, intending to see if there were any inspiration from international research forums. He casually opened his email, hoping to browse through the newly received submissions. As the editor-in-chief of the Dragon State Science Journal, he receives numerous research papers daily. He simply glances at most of them and deletes them, seeing them as of little value. But today, for some reason, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Is anyone researching chips below 1 nanometer? He even found it ridiculous. After all, the world was still groping in this field. But by some coincidence, an email titled Analysis of 0.1 nanometer chip architecture based on bionic human brain structure struck Xia Zhongxuan as a complete stunner. Wasn't this the description of the brain-like chip he'd just been researching? He immediately clicked on it and began to read it carefully. As he read deeper, his hands began to tremble unconsciously. The article not only proposed a theoretical framework, but also provided detailed experimental parameters and simulation data. Crucially, the bionic brain-like mechanism described in the paper was highly consistent with the structure of the mecha. A full hour passed, and Xia Zhongxuan remained glued to the screen. His breathing became rapid, and he almost stood up from his chair in excitement. They cracked it. Someone really cracked it. This is crazy. This simply opens the door to brain-like chips. Compared to his decades of accumulated scientific experience, this paper seemed like a divine revelation. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Who on earth is this author? I must invite the Lonka Institute." He quickly opened the email, hoping to find the author's name and contact information. Chapter 9. The anonymous person was himself anonymous. When Xia Zhongxuan opened the email that had so excited him, he was surprised to find that the sender hadn't signed his name or left any contact information. Such a groundbreaking scientific paper had actually been submitted anonymously. Xia Zhongxuan was stunned. This achievement, which could shock the global scientific community, hadn't even been named. This is unbelievable. He couldn't understand the submitter's mentality at all. If they had been named, this paper alone would have gone down in history. No, this person must be found. He immediately contacted the information department, requesting the technical team locate the source of the email. In the lab, Xia Zhongxuan had been toiling away for 24 hours straight. Exhausted, he continued to work tirelessly, relying on the guidance provided by the submitted paper. At that moment, an assistant came running over with the latest experimental data. "Dean Xia, the test results are in." Xia Zhongxuan perked up immediately and took the lab report and examined it carefully. This report was a preliminary simulation experiment based on the core theory of the anonymous paper and the brain-like chip that Jiang Chen had salvaged. Precision, 0.5 nanometers. Performance, over 3 times that of current 1 nanometer chips. Xia Zhongxuan leaped for joy after taking in these figures. It worked. It really worked. His cry shocked the entire lab. The other experts heard the noise and gathered around to review the report. Looking at the data, they were all stunned. The design logic of the bionic human brain? This idea is too avant-garde. Everyone was amazed. I never thought someone would actually dare to use the human brain as a model to design a chip architecture and actually succeed in the experiment. Congratulations, Dean Xia. You are truly a pillar of Dragon Country's chip industry. Everyone congratulated Xia Zhongxuan. A veteran expert who has been researching chips for decades was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He shook Xia Zhongxuan's hand and was filled with emotion. "Old Xia, I thought we'd never be able to break through the Xiete blockade. I didn't expect you to actually lead us through." In the face of everyone's praise, Xia Zhongxuan suddenly waved his hand. "You misunderstood," he said solemnly, causing the crowd to fall into silence. "The theoretical basis of this achievement is not original to me. The night before, I received an anonymous submission about the modeling of this bionic chip structure. I thought it was very consistent with the design of the brain-inspired chip we have on hand, so I asked someone to do a small experiment. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. This scientific breakthrough that shocked the nation actually came from an anonymous person? Who is he? Check his email address." Everyone urged Xia Zhongxuan to check his email. Xia Zhongxuan nodded, beckoned his assistant to bring his computer, and opened his email account. Pointing at the email, he said, "I'd also like to know who he is, but this email doesn't have a name, and I can't find the source." Everyone frowned upon hearing this. "Dean Xia, if it's an email, it must have left a network trace. Contact the information department. They can check." Everyone was talking at once, wanting to know who this person behind the scenes was. To achieve this level of skill, he wasn't a genius, he was a freak. Xia Zhongxuan nodded. "I've already contacted him. Minister Wang of the information department promised to give me a response today." At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He glanced at the number, and his eyes lit up. "It's Minister Wang." Everyone was instantly excited, dropping their work and staring at him. After the call was connected, Xia Zhongshuan asked directly, Minister Wang, have you found any results on the anonymous person I asked you to investigate yesterday? A deep male voice came from the other end of the line. Dean Xia, we have. Please come in person. We can't discuss this over the phone. After hanging up the phone, Xia Zhongshuan looked around and said seriously, Minister Wang asked me to go over there. When I come back, I will tell everyone the answer. Everyone nodded quickly. Although they felt regretful, they were more looking forward to the answer. Xia Zhongshuan quickly arrived at the Information Department building. In the spacious and bright Science and Technology Hall, he met Director Wang Feng. Dean Xia, you're here. Come, let me make you a pot of tea, Wang Feng greeted with a smile. But Xia Zhongshuan grabbed him and said sternly, Old Wang, stop beating around the bush. I just want to know who that anonymous person is. Wang Feng didn't beat around the bush either. I found out, but this person has a special identity. You have to sign an S-level confidentiality agreement first. As he spoke, he handed over an A4 document. Xia Zhongshuan looked down and saw 3 large red seals on the document, one from the Information Department, the other from the Dragon Security Department, and the Marine Base. His heart skipped a beat. Even these 3 departments were involved. Who on earth was this contributor? I'll sign. He signed on the spot. After Wang Feng put away the agreement, he took out a document from the drawer and handed it over. Dean Xia, please take a deep breath before reading this. Xia Zhongshuan smiled and waved his hand. I'm already this old. I've seen all sorts of storms. But when he looked down at the information, his eyes suddenly widened, and he couldn't help but shout out, Holy shit! Why is it him? Chapter 10, Protect List, Contact the Pirates in the Hall. As Xia Zhongshuan shouted excitedly, everyone present turned their eyes to him. Wang Feng gently reminded, Dean Xia, I told you to keep your voice down. Xia Zhongshuan quickly lowered his voice, but his expression was still filled with shock. How could it be Xiao Jiang? Is it really him? Wang Feng said seriously. In fact, ever since he first salvaged the intelligent dolphin, the Ministry of Marine Affairs and the Ministry of Dragon Safety have listed him as a Class A protected species. And the brain-like mecha he salvaged this time has alarmed all parties. Wang Feng continued, Zeet's satellites have tracked the Zhujiang 888, and the Philippine fleet is also directly pursuing him on the high seas. From the bionic dolphin, to the targeted fishing boat, to that mecha, these are enough to put him under S-level confidential protection. After hearing this information, Xia Zhongshuan almost couldn't stand. Only then did he realize that the ordinary fisherman he had always thought of was actually involved in so many thrilling events. I never thought he had so many secrets. Wang Feng looked at him and his tone became more serious. You must remember that he is now an S-level protected person. No one can reveal his identity except you. A trace of admiration flashed in Wang Feng's eyes. S-level protection not only means absolute confidentiality, but also means that the country will escort him in multiple dimensions, including land, sea, and air. It's not an exaggeration to say that a destroyer will follow him to sea. Xia Zhongshuan nodded, I understand. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, in a Gothic-style building on Wall Street, Lu Junin and his wife, Sakharin, were enjoying a glass of red wine and a pleasant conversation in the top-floor lobby. One of this couple is a top-tier capitalist in Longming, while the other is a queen-like figure who controls the financial circuits of Wall Street. Sakharin gracefully swirled her wine glass and spoke calmly. The Black Palace has decided to cut off Qualcomm's supply of 1-nanometer chips to Longming's future cars. This is all about Tesla completely monopolizing the global smart electric vehicle market. Lu Junin's eyes lit up. Then the time has come for us to short sell. This move could easily net us hundreds of billions in profit. The two exchanged a smile and clinked their glasses in celebration. Just as they were feeling proud, an old butler in a Tang suit hurried in. Mr. Lu, Miss Thatcher, something terrible has happened. Thatcher gently waved her hand. Don't panic, talk slowly. The butler gasped. The young master has been arrested. Lu Junin frowned upon hearing this, but he wasn't particularly surprised. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into again? It wouldn't be the first time. Sakharin also appeared calm. Didn't the last incident at university be resolved by paying some money? Is it the same this time? The housekeeper's face was a little embarrassed. This isn't an ordinary case. The one who arrested him is from the Ministry of the Navy. The moment these words came out, the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. The two men put down their wine glasses, their expressions becoming more restrained. Go on, what exactly happened? Lu Junin's tone was no longer relaxed. The young master was on a cruise ship in the southern high seas when he encountered a fishing boat. In a fit of rage, he used a water cannon to flush the boat overboard. causing items on board to fall into the sea. As a result, the Longming ship immediately dispatched personnel to board the ship and arrest the man. He is currently being held in a high-level military prison. News from China says he may have violated an S-level state secret. Lu Junin and Sachirong's expressions turned grim. An S-level state secret wasn't just a simple legal matter. It could carry a heavy sentence of over 10 years. Just a fishing boat. What on earth could have fallen into the sea? The two questioned almost simultaneously. The housekeeper shook his head, indicating that he hadn't found anything yet. Keep investigating, Sachirong said sternly. I want to see what the hell is that could have put our son in jail for 10 years. Lu Junin added, check all the information on that fishing boat and its owner. I want to know what's behind this. In less than an hour, a large amount of information was delivered to them. Vessel, Zhujiang 888. Ship owner, Jiang Chen, 24 years old, graduated from Ocean University, both parents deceased, currently makes a living as a fisherman. His girlfriend attends Zhujiang Medical University. Sachirong finished reading the file, her brow furrowed. He looks like an ordinary person. It's surprising that he got involved with S-level secrets. Lu Junin pondered for a moment. The real secret must be uncovered from the dragon cry. But Sachirong clearly wasn't ready to give up. She stared at Jiang Chen's photo and snorted. If it weren't for this fisherman, my son wouldn't be in jail. Junin, I don't care how you do it. I don't want this guy to live in peace. Lu Junin nodded. He looked through the information and learned that Jiang Chen would go out to sea regularly. He was also often seen near the medical university accompanying his girlfriend. This gave him two clear paths to attack. He then dialed a special number. On the other end of the line was a pirate leader from the southern waters of Gyazi country. He had been collaborating privately with Lu Junin for years and was experienced and ruthless. Hearing it was Lu Junin calling, the pirate immediately grew excited. Mr. Lu, sorry for the wait. You must be looking for a big deal. To him, Lu Junin's involvement meant a large commission was about to arrive. Chapter 11, Millions of US dollars. Jiang Chen, a famous Weibo influencer, was sleeping soundly at the moment, completely unaware that a couple on the other side of the ocean were secretly planning to deal with him. Hubby, get up. A crisp and sweet voice rang in his ears, accompanied by the unique fragrance of a girl drifting into Jiang Chen's nose. He opened his eyes drowsily and saw Qin Shuyao lying on him in a suspender skirt, with a smug smile on her pretty face. Honey, I just finished my work last night, and I haven't recovered my energy yet, Jiang Chen said weakly, trying to push her away. But Qin Shuyao refused. She squeezed her long legs together and said with a smile, No, I can't miss the morning class. Please let me go. Can you give me a day off? You wish. Half an hour later, the room returned to peace. Jiang Chen lay on the bed like a drained ox, while Qin Shuyao looked refreshed, putting on a white dress and preparing to go out. Honey, I'll make you some soup. Remember to drink it later. I have to go to school this afternoon. Got it. Go ahead. Jiang Chen waved his hand, turned over, and continued to catch up on his sleep. Qin Shuyao smiled and left Qingyu community, walking briskly away in her high heels. Female college students these days are so fierce, Jiang Chen sighed. He stared at the ceiling and muttered to himself, I'm so hot before I even get married. If I do, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my waist. He couldn't help but complain in his mind. System, can you let me catch some treasures that can strengthen my kidneys and waist next time? The system still didn't respond. He lay there helplessly for a moment, then got up and went to the kitchen to refuel. Qin Shuyao's soup was indeed delicious, but the thought of having to accompany her to the movies that evening made him smile bitterly. I guess it's another tug of war. After dinner, he returned to his study. Last night, he wrote a paper on brain-like chips, drawing on the knowledge transmitted by the system, and submitted it anonymously. Today, he was preparing to write another one, research on establishing an efficient combat system for intelligent mechas. If the brain-like chip is the mecha's brain, then this article is its battle soul. 3 hours later, the manuscript was finished. Jiang Chen stared at the densely packed formulas and deductions and breathed a sigh of relief. In the past, with his undergraduate degree in oceanography, he wouldn't have understood even half of it. But now, the system instilled knowledge into his brain, and he not only understood it thoroughly, but could also apply it to other situations. I hope I can help the country a little this time. He saved the manuscript and once again sent it anonymously to the Journal of Natural Sciences, a subsidiary of the Lonker Academy. After doing this, he checked the time. I'll have lunch at noon, and then I'll go to the medical university to see Shuyao at 3 p.m. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory of Zhujiang Medical University, a girl, applying makeup in front of a mirror, stared at something on her phone. Her name was Jiang Chen, a well-known Weibo influencer at the medical university. The profile read, Jiang Chen, male, 24 years old, graduated from Ocean University. His girlfriend is in the Department of Neurology at Zhejiang Medical University. Seeing this line, Jiang Chen smiled and looked greedily. Her financial backer, Lu Junin, had given her an order: discredit Jiang Chen and make him socially obliterated online. If successful, she would receive a $1 million reward. $1 million US dollars. Over 7 million RMB. Enough to buy her an apartment downtown. Her heart raced, her hands trembling with excitement. As a prominent figure in the women's boxing world, she was already accustomed to manipulating public opinion. This kind of cyber hunting wasn't her first time. She once helped a younger sister slander a TV host, even though she had no evidence, and forced the host to resign and divorce. The younger sister became famous because of this and became the goddess of justice. She made a fortune by shooting short videos and selling advertisements every day. Jiang Chen was still proud of it. It was a classic case she had personally orchestrated. Thinking of the higher payout this time, she licked her lips excitedly. 7 million in one go. I'm going to make it this time. She immediately messaged a few of her friends. They're coming soon. Guard the school gates. Don't miss any entrance. If Jiang Chen shows up, notify me immediately. Jiang Chen had already laid out the plan, placing spies at the 3 main entrances and exits of the school. If Jiang Chen came to visit his girlfriend, she would personally take action. With her fan base, and with the help of several female boxing bloggers, Jiang Chen would be trending on the internet in no time. By then, if he doesn't become a social failure, I, Jiang Chen, will be the first to go viral, she said with a sinister smile. She fixed her hair in the mirror, applying even brighter lipstick, her eyes gleaming with greed. I'm determined to get this $1 million. Just as she was imagining the money rolling in, her phone vibrated. A new message popped up. The fish are coming. The fish are already heading towards girls' dormitory 21. Sister Jiang, catch the fish. A sneer crept up Jiang Chen's lips. Jiang Chen, just take my bait today. She grabbed her phone and briskly walked out of the dormitory, her gaze sharp as a knife. A carefully planned online hunt was about to begin. Chapter 12 Slander? A slap in the face. Seeing her sister's reminder, Jiang Chen immediately changed into a cool white dress and a revealing tank top, and walked towards the girls' dormitory in Building 21 in high heels. She lived in Building 20, and Building 21 was next door, just a few steps away. After arriving at the lobby of Building 21, she began to pace back and forth, pretending to wait for someone, but in reality, she kept looking out the door to see if her target was approaching. A few minutes later, a tall, handsome man appeared in her sight, carrying a bag of snacks and walking on the phone. The man was Jiang Chen. He was video chatting with Qin Shuiyao, asking her if get out of class had finished yet, saying he had brought some food. After hearing Shuiyao say she had returned to the dormitory to work on her paper, Jiang Chen hung up the phone and prepared to go upstairs to find her. At that moment, the elevator door opened, and Jiang Chen pressed the 12th floor button. Suddenly, a delicate voice came from beside him. Handsome guy, Jiang Chen turned around and saw a girl in revealing clothes, looking at him with a smile. She had a well-proportioned figure, wearing a short skirt with suspenders, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. She looked quite aggressive. The elevator was small to begin with, and she took a step closer, closing the gap between them until she could almost touch Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chen suddenly became alert, took a step back, and said, "Sorry, I have a girlfriend." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "It's okay to have a girlfriend. It won't affect anything if we have a private conversation." Jiang Chen calmly looked her over and replied, "You're not my type." Sorry. Jiang Chen was stunned. She hadn't expected to be rejected directly and even criticized. She instantly flew into a rage, mentally cursing, "Who do you think you are to disdain me?" The next second, she cursed softly, expressionless, "You don't know what's good for you." Jiang Chen heard it clearly, but he didn't bother to respond. However, just as the elevator was about to reach the 9th floor, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she suddenly pounced on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hadn't anticipated this move, and there was no way to avoid it, so she pressed right on him. "What are you crazy about?" Jiang Chen frowned, grabbed her shoulders, and tried to push her away. But Jiang Chen took the opportunity to yell, "Someone come. There's a filthy man touching me." The scream instantly startled the students outside who were about to enter the elevator. Several girls who were lying in ambush outside quickly responded, and one shouted, "Stop him. He can't get away with this groping." Jiang Chen had just stepped out of the elevator when he was surrounded by several people before he could even understand what was happening. "Watch your mouth. This elevator has surveillance cameras." Don't make false accusations. He glared at the girls who were watching. So what if there's surveillance cameras in the elevator? You dare to do it, and you're afraid of what others will say. Jiang Chen suddenly rushed over, yelling and grabbing Jiang Chen's clothes to prevent him from leaving. Everyone, take pictures quickly and expose him. Several sisters, who had been arranged in advance, quickly raised their mobile phones and took multiple photos in a row. They also deliberately found angles to make it look like Jiang Chen was trying to break free. At the same time, on Weibo, on the other end of the phone, they simultaneously posted pictures with the following captions. Shock. Groping at Zhejiang Medical University. Girls, please be safe. The campus is no longer a pure place. Men are inherently potential criminals. Within 10 minutes, the topic began to ferment, the heat continued to climb, and the comments were filled with anger and abuse. Jiang Chen was surrounded and couldn't stand it anymore. He pushed away the girls around him. Jiang Chen immediately sat down and burst into tears. He hit a woman. Look everyone. He hit someone. You are so shameless. A girl jumped out and shouted, questioning Jiang Chen how he could hit her. Jiang Chen laughed in anger and stared at her. If you keep talking nonsense, I will really slap you. Come on, hit me and see. The perverted man only dared to use his mouth. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Chen slapped her across the face with a resounding, crisp sound. Huh. The girl covered her face with her hands, a look of shock on her face. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen to actually hit her. Jiang Chen said coldly, I walked into the elevator openly, and I'm being falsely accused of groping you? What do you guys want? He held his head high, unafraid, and pointed to the surveillance camera, saying, There's a video in the elevator. Let's see what happened once we check it out. The scene suddenly fell silent, and Jiang Chen and her sisters were stunned. They hadn't expected Jiang Chen to react so forcefully, and he wasn't afraid at all. Several female onlookers also stood up and said, Indeed, there are cameras in the elevator. We can't wrongly accuse anyone. Let's wait and see. Just then, footsteps were heard. The security guards and several teachers finally arrived. Teachers and security are here. The crowd began to make way, and everyone's eyes once again focused on Jiang Chen. Chapter 13 Broom God of War, Unparalleled Girlfriend. Shuiyao. Something happened. Something happened to your boyfriend. A girl hurriedly ran to the girls' dormitory 1202. At this moment, Qin Shuiyao was writing her graduation thesis in her dormitory. She will graduate from university in about half a year, and she can start working after finishing her defense. Hearing her roommate's words, she quickly stood up and asked, What happened? It's Jiang Chen. They're at the elevator entrance on the 9th floor. They grabbed your boyfriend and said he was a dirty jerk and touched Jiang Chen. The girl said breathlessly. She also knew Jiang Chen and had met him several times. He was very polite and courteous. Every time he comes, Jiang Chen will bring some snacks, small gifts, etc. for everyone. Moreover, Jiang Chen himself is quite handsome, and he has a girlfriend who is a school beauty, Qin Shuiyao. Just now when she was going up the stairs, she heard Jiang Chen and her gang grabbing Jiang Chen and accusing him of being a pervert. She actually didn't quite believe it. Only, who is Jiang Chen? Not to mention that boys are afraid of her. Even normal girls don't want to talk to her too much. After all, in the eyes of Jiang Chen and her gang, any girl who falls in love with or marries a boy from her own country is degrading herself. Jiang Chen? This woman is sick. How could Jiang Chen touch her? Also, isn't this woman from the building next door? Qin Shuiyao concluded on the spot that her boyfriend was slandered. Although she didn't know the reason, she picked up the broom and ran out of the dormitory angrily. Then he headed straight for the 9th floor. Shuiyao, wait for me. When the female roommate saw Shuiyao going out with the broom, she hesitated for a moment and took out the plastic stick she had treasured for many years. When Qin Shuiyao arrived at the scene, a large group of people were almost blocking the 9th floor elevator entrance, and the teacher and security guard had just entered. From inside came the voice of Jiang Chen, sitting on the ground and crying. Teacher, you have to take charge of this for me. This pervert touched me, pushed me, and hit me. You get up first. If anything happens, we will definitely give you justice. The male teacher said. Jiang Chen finally stood up, crying, pointing at Jiang Chen and cursing. You bastard, just wait. Faced with this irrefutable evidence, you'll be socially dead sooner or later. Jiang, who the hell are you calling a bitch? Sudden, an angry girl rushed out from behind the crowd, and before anyone could react, she hit Jiang Chen in the face with a broom. Jiang Chen was confused. The teacher and security guard were also confused. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Even Jiang Chen, who was in anger, opened his mouth slightly. This girl, wearing slippers, holding a broom, with her hair not tied up, looks very lazy, But when she sweeps the broom, her whole body bursts out with the heroic spirit of a great girlfriend. Why don't you look in the mirror? How could my boyfriend touch you? Qin Shuiyao, holding a broom, stood firmly beside Jiang Chen like a female god of war. When everyone looked at Qin Shuiyao, they were also amazed. She is the campus beauty of the medical university, and many of them know Shuiyao. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be this boy's girlfriend. Only, school beauty Qin, you are usually so gentle, dignified and elegant. Why are you so wild? I'm going to kill you. Jiang Qingqing reacted and felt that there was something dirty on her face, and she screamed like crazy. Even if she was just pretending to scream before, this time, she was really angry. Seeing this, the male teacher was worried about something happening, so he quickly grabbed the other person and said, "Stop making trouble. Everyone, go to the security monitoring room. Right and wrong will be determined by justice." The situation was finally brought under control with the male teacher's strong suppression. Several parties involved followed the male teacher towards the security monitoring room. "Honey, you were so handsome just now." On the way there, Jiang Chen pinched Qin Shuiyao's face. Although he had seen her wild side at home, in bed, on the balcony, in the kitchen, etc., this was the first time he saw her so wild in public at school, which shocked him. The last time he was stunned was when he saw an aircraft carrier. At this moment, she felt that the radiance emitted by her girlfriend was almost enough to compete with an aircraft carrier. Hearing this, Qin Shuiyao held the broom in her hand and raised her chin proudly. "Of course. Don't you see whose girlfriend I am?" Saying so, she glared at Jiang Qingqing beside her. Jiang Qingqing's face turned ashen and she gritted her teeth. But after taking a look at the broom in the other person's hand, she silently retracted her head. "Mr. Qin, sooner or later I will destroy your reputation as well." Jiang Qingqing felt resentful. A group of people. Soon they arrived at the security monitoring room. In addition to the male teacher, a dean of the school was also present. Whether he touched her or not, everyone will know after watching the surveillance video. However, before watching, I would like to ask, do both of you stick to your own views? Let me be frank with you. Whoever tells a lie will bear the consequences. The dean stared at Jiang Qingqing and Jiang Chen and spoke. Although Jiang Chen is not from his school, if this is true, he will definitely notify Ocean University in order to protect the school's reputation. Jiang Qingqing said with certainty. "He was the one who touched me." Jiang Chen also looked calm. "You seduced me first, and when seduction failed, you poured it on me and then slandered me. I trust my boyfriend." Qin Shuiyao held the broom and completely trusted Jiang Chen. She knew Jiang Chen inside and out, and she didn't believe that her boyfriend's taste was so low as to touch her. Jiang Qingqing. "Okay, since you're all so confident, let's start watching the surveillance." The director of the hospital shook his head. One of the two parties must be lying. As for who it is, he can't say for sure now. Inside the monitoring room, start playing the surveillance footage from the elevator in Building 21. It's set to 4 o'clock. The director of the hospital said to the security guard. The security guard nodded and set the time node at around 4 o'clock. Result. The camera footage went completely black from around 3:30. The camera is broken? The director was stunned and frowned as he asked the security guard, "What's going on?" "I don't know. It seemed to have broken down suddenly around 3 o'clock. The security guard also looked confused. "Great. There's no evidence now. My innocence is gone." Jiang Qingqing started yelling on the spot, looking very aggrieved. But in fact, she was not surprised at all, because she had asked the security team to destroy the camera a long time ago. Qin Shuiyao frowned. "What do you mean by your innocence? My boyfriend's innocence hasn't been proven yet." "Director, teacher, you have to make the decision for me," Jiang Qingqing said to the two of them crying. The dean and the male teacher looked at each other with frowns. The camera was broken. How could they get justice? "Okay, if you guys won't give me justice, I'll go seek help online myself." Chapter 14, Highly Confidential Information. "Teacher, she's going to spread rumors online. Aren't you going to stop her?" When Qin Shuiyao heard Jiang Qingqing's words, she hurriedly asked the dean and the male teacher. However, neither of them seemed to want to get involved. They said helplessly, "Whether it's a rumor or not, we can't say. If you think it's a rumor, then contact the relevant department." After saying that, both of them left quickly, not wanting to get involved in this matter anymore. This is really infuriating. Qin Shuiyao stomped her feet, obviously dissatisfied with this way of handling the matter. Jiang Chen didn't care. He patted Qin Shuiyao on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. I'm upright and honest. Even if she goes online to discredit me, she won't succeed. Let's go to the movies tonight." Jiang Chen comforted. "You're so ruthless." That Jiang Qingqing is a big Weibo influencer, a master of boxing. I'm afraid you can't stand those vicious comments. I have an indestructible body. I can bear it. Indestructible. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Don't run. Jiang Chen was ashamed. Why did he feel that his girlfriend was even scarier than Jiang Chen? Ministry of Information. A technician suddenly rushed over and said, Minister Wang, something happened. Wang Feng followed his subordinates to a large LCD screen. He looked at the dense monitoring data above, frowned and asked, What's going on? Suddenly, a large number of accounts appeared on the internet, disseminating the same message, and this message seemed to have triggered some highly confidential information from our Ministry of Information. The subordinate explained. He did not have sufficient authority and could only see that some information had been monitored, but could not see what it was specifically. Wang Feng understood and immediately input his ministerial authority. Soon, the information unfolded, and the keywords circled in red appeared densely on the big screen. Jiang Chen. Some of these keywords come from Weibo, some from Tieba, and some from WeChat moments. But no matter where they came from, they were spreading Jiang Chen's name, photos, and information. Wang Feng frowned. This is an S-level confidential identity. I was just chatting with Dean Xia. Why are so many people talking about him on the internet all of a sudden? Is his identity exposed? He quickly clicked on a message and began to check. After scanning a few messages, he understood. It turned out to be a girl from the medical university who was spreading the news that Jiang Chen was a pervert and a lewd man. Whether intentional or not, the news spread extremely quickly and widely. Many people who did not know the truth also joined the large group, condemning Jiang Chen out of indignation, causing the situation to become increasingly heated. Dirty groping? Dirty man. Not really. Xiao Jiang can earn tens of thousands of yuan a month just from fishing. The Dragon Academy of Sciences even awarded him 800,000 yuan. His girlfriend is also a beauty from the medical university. He even submitted his work anonymously to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. He's so selfless. As for molesting a girl in an elevator with surveillance cameras, Wang Feng frowned, feeling that something was wrong. At this time, important institutions such as the Longming department and the Haibu base also detected the large-scale spread of Jiang Chen's information on the internet. Soon, the three important departments contacted each other and held a brief emergency cloud meeting. Minister Wang, what do you think? Across the cloud conference, Longming Department Minister Zhou Anbang asked. Wang Feng said, Xiao Jiang has most likely been framed. I've already sent my men to look for relevant evidence and will definitely clear Xiao Jiang's name. It's not just a high probability of being framed, it's a 100% false accusation. I have already sent dragon warriors to the medical university to investigate. If there are any results, I will inform you immediately. Zhou Anbang of the Longming tribe spoke in a majestic voice. Okay, keep in touch. Keep in touch. The three of them met briefly and quickly ended the meeting. And at this time, in the girls' dormitory of the medical university, Jiang Qingqing had already transformed her immense anger into punches on Weibo. She frantically mobilized her sisters to push keywords such as medical university, dirty hands, incident, ocean university, dirty man Jiang Chen, etc. to the top of the hot search list. In just a few hours, the number of views exceeded 10 million. Ladies, let's tag Ocean University's admissions Weibo. If Ocean University doesn't set an example, we'll take over all their Weibo accounts. Jiang Qingqing called on her fans to rush to the Weibo of Ocean University. What about the officials at Ocean University? Someone at your school is being harassed, and you're not going to speak out. Is Ocean University full of perverts? Why aren't they speaking out? This stinks. All the boys at Ocean University are potential perverts and sleazy men. The official Weibo account of Ocean University was flooded with tens of thousands of comments. The admissions office of Ocean University also noticed this matter. Fearing the incident would become too much of a fuss, they hastily issued a notice. Please be patient, medical university staff. We will investigate and issue a fair announcement. Chapter 15. Jiang Chen's student status was revoked. Ocean University. Principal's office. A tall and thin man is receiving a blonde and blue-eyed foreigner. The man was the president of Ocean University, Li Jinxing. The blonde and blue-eyed foreigner is Stephen, the spy planted by Lu Junin in the country. Stephen crossed his legs and said to Li Jinxing, Principal Li, Weibo is having such a serious impact on your school now. Why don't you set an example? Mr. Stephen, it's not that I'm not setting a good example. It's just that the girl from the medical school hasn't produced any solid evidence. Li Jinxing looked embarrassed. He didn't dare to offend Stephen. After all, he was Lu Junin's man, but it was not easy for him to directly say that Jiang Chen was a pervert. Stephen shook his head. I'm not here to get you to prove he's a groper, but to revoke his student status. As he spoke, he took out a letter of recommendation from his pocket and placed it on the table. When Li Jinxing opened the letter of recommendation, he found that it was a letter recommending him to be the deputy director of the Education Bureau. His eyes sparkled. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and promised, "Mr. Stephen, don't worry. I promise to find a reason to revoke this student's enrollment." "That's right. After it's done, if there's a chance, I'll take you to meet Mr. Liu." Stephen painted a big picture. Li Jinxing swallowed hard, shook hands with him, and sent him off. "Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Stephen. Serving in the education department is secondary. The key is still Liu Junan, this top domestic capitalist. If we can connect with this line, the education department will never be able to compare with us. I'm waiting for your good news." Stephen leaves. Li Jinxing began to use his power to operate behind the scenes. Not long. He asked someone to revise Jiang Chen's graduation thesis, academic performance, etc. from last year. My academic performance went from excellent to extremely poor, and I failed many courses. The graduation thesis is full of loopholes. At last, he called the teacher from the admissions office over. "Hand them this evidence. Go give an explanation to the scarf. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, Ocean University will revoke Jiang Chen's student status. We do not recognize his undergraduate degree." "Okay, principal." The teacher in the admissions office didn't dare to say much. He wrote an announcement based on the information provided by the principal and posted the relevant evidence. Ocean University announcement. After investigation, Jiang Chen is indeed a graduate of our Ocean University last year. Whether he was a pervert or not, we have no way of knowing. However, our thorough investigation revealed that Jiang Chen failed numerous courses during his 4 years at university, and his graduation thesis was of poor quality, resulting in his graduation at a very low standard. Taking into account the social atmosphere and the negative impact he has caused at the medical university, our school has decided to revoke Jiang Chen's undergraduate degree. Attached are some relevant graphic evidence. Notice, as soon as this scarf came out, the entire Weibo area was instantly boiling with excitement. 4 years of college, and I failed more than a dozen courses? Damn, what a scumbag. How could a kindergarten-level paper pass the graduation defense? His academic qualifications should have been revoked long ago. Serves you right. This stinky boy has such poor grades. He must be a pervert. I suggest that the relevant departments conduct a thorough investigation into his family, past experiences, etc. There might be some surprises. Countless female users were excited. In their opinion, this is what a pervert looks like, morally corrupt and with poor grades. If they knew that Jiang Chen was extremely outstanding during his 4 years of undergraduate studies, it would definitely not be what they imagined. Jiang Chen and Qin Shuiyao had just come out of the cinema. After seeing the Weibo post about Jiang Chen's academic qualifications being revoked, Qin Shuiyao was furious and cursed. "This Ocean University has gone crazy. You were a 3-good student for all 4 years of undergraduate studies, and your thesis was also excellent. How could they confuse right and wrong?" Jiang Chen frowned as he looked at the announcement from his alma mater on Weibo, a hint of disappointment flashing through his mind. He was indeed an outstanding person during his 4 years in college. If it weren't for the desire to inherit his parents' fishing boat, he could easily become a sailor. But this moment, his alma mater actually slandered him, falsified his undergraduate grades, and discredited his thesis. There seems to be a pair of big hands behind these people. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, feeling that things were not that simple. If it was only Jiang Qingqing who slandered me, then that would be fine. But now even his alma mater, Ocean University, dares to confuse right and wrong in this way. That means there must be a mastermind behind this matter. "Don't worry, I'll ask my dad for you." Qin Shuiyao comforted Jiang Chen. Her father is a senior researcher at the Longming Institute and is also well known in the education field. Perhaps he can help clarify the situation. Inside Longming Hospital, Xia Zhongshuan soon learned that Jiang Chen was being denounced on Weibo and that the Ocean University had announced the revocation of his academic qualifications. Isn't this academic qualification thing bullshit? Xia Zhongshuan frowned. Breakthrough in 1 nanometer chip from the perspective of bionic human brain. How to build an efficient combat system for intelligent mechas. These 2 submissions alone were enough to convince Xiao Jiang to come and work at Longming Institute. Does he still need to cheat during his undergraduate studies? Is there something wrong with this Ocean University? Xia Zhongshuan was displeased and immediately called the Education Bureau. Soon, the Education Department. Director of the Education Bureau, Kai Minghui, answered the phone. "Xiao Kai, are you just going to let the colleges under your control mess things up?" Xia Zhongshuan started to scold him. The director of education was stunned for a long time. However, Kai Minghui was Xia Zhongshuan's former student after all. Hearing his teacher's anger, he smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher, I don't know about this yet. I'll have someone check it out right away. Immediately, investigate thoroughly. Yes, teacher, Kai Minghui quickly assured. He immediately ordered his men to thoroughly investigate the matter of the revocation of academic qualifications. When the Education Bureau began its thorough investigation, the people from the Longming department had already set their sights on a security guard at the medical university and were preparing to close in. Chapter 16. The video is in hand, and the Education Department conducts a thorough investigation. Inside a massage parlor, a security guard at the medical university, he has a horse face and is unkempt, but he is having fun at the moment. Technician number 98, press it more smoothly for me. Su Ping spoke to the woman at his feet in a domineering tone. The woman at his feet nodded repeatedly. Okay. As she spoke, she increased the strength of her deft hands and pressed Su Ping so hard that his soul almost flew out. Old Su, you're really good. How come you're suddenly rich lately? Next to him, another greasy man, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth, laughed. This time, it was Su Ping who brought him to the massage parlor. This really made him look at me with new eyes. This Su Ping is just a security guard at the medical university. The salary is only around 4,000 or 5,000. He is usually very stingy. We have to pay for every beer we drink. But today, the other party actually invited me to have a massage together. He also said that he would treat him to barbecue, beer, and play with beautiful girls later. Su Ping smiled triumphantly, and with the after effect of his soul leaving his body, he spoke without restraint. You never thought a security guard like me, Su Ping, could make a fortune. I'm just a security guard, but I make a lot of money selling videos. Some are those male and female videos in the corners of the school. Some are voyeuristic videos. Of course, these videos aren't worth much, only about 1,000 yuan. I recently received a big order. Guess how much? 100,000. It's still in US dollars. Su Ping proudly boasted to his friends about how he made a fortune by selling school surveillance videos. So, since you have the video, you should have a backup? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Su Ping was stunned. Why did his friend's voice suddenly change tone? He opened his eyes and tilted his head to look. I don't know when, but there were several fully armed men standing next to me. His friend had already had a black gun muzzle pressed against his mouth, and he dared not utter a word. Su Ping was immediately terrified. Fuck, who are you? Don't kill me. I won't kill you, but you have to tell me the truth. Where's the video you mentioned? A dragon warrior spoke. These dragon warriors have all undergone special training and have been enhanced with genetic drugs. Their movements are silent and difficult for ordinary people to detect. I was just bragging. Su Ping's eyes flickered, and he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Boasting? Well, let's see if you can still brag when we get to the interrogation room. Take away. At the command, Su Ping was carried out of the massage parlor by Dragon Warrior. Inside the interrogation room, it was pitch black. Looking at the various props hanging around, beads of sweat fell from his forehead. Unfortunately, there was no one around, and the room was cramped and quiet, which gave him a great sense of oppression. The psychological pressure is also gradually increasing. I don't know how long it took. He suddenly couldn't bear it anymore. At this moment, a masked dragon warrior suddenly appeared at the door. He was holding a red-hot iron knife in his hand. Su Ping's heart suddenly collapsed and he shouted, I confess. I have a backup of the video. It's in my mailbox. My email address is, my password is. Su Ping blurted out everything at once. He was afraid that the other party would use the red-hot iron knife on himself. Oh, that's right. The dragon warrior smiled slightly. Tell the news to Zhou Anbong of Longming Department. Zhou Anbong quickly obtained the video in the mailbox. He just took a glance and sneered. Really? Everything is slander. In the elevator, Jiang Chen did not make any move towards Jiang Qingqing. Instead, it was Jiang Qingqing who took the initiative to strike up a conversation. It seemed that he failed to strike up a conversation and leaned directly towards the other person. What happened next was yelling and screaming, and it's well known to everyone. Publish it on Weibo, and then arrest people. Zhou Anbong spoke. Yes. The technical staff under him quickly posted the video on Weibo, and it was released using the official account of the Longming Department. Ms. Jiang Qingqing, is this what you call a dirty hand? Just a simple sentence. Plus a 5-minute uncut video of the entire process. As soon as this scarf came out, the entire Weibo area exploded instantly. Public opinion quickly reversed. Fuck. This woman was paying him the whole time, and she still failed. Not only did they fail, but they also blamed me. TSK. Even with this, you still dare to accuse others of being lewd. Where are the women's boxing that was making such a fuss before? Tag Jiang Qingqing, come out and get beaten. Faced with countless normal people's support, some female boxing accounts struggled. How can you be sure that this video has not been edited? Regarding this comment, the Longming department's operations staff quickly responded. Are you saying that our Longming department is cheating? Many people gave this comment a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, questioning the Longming department, so funny. Why don't you dare to reply? The response from the Longming department's operations staff received 100,000 likes, but those feminists never dared to respond again. Instead, he evaded the question. Even if the video is real, then his expulsion from school couldn't be fake, right? How could the Yuan department defend such a scoundrel? Let's put it this way. Besides, how do you know the announcement from Ocean University is true? The female fist sneered. If the announcement from the Longming department is true, then is the official announcement from the Ocean University false? How can you be so hypocritical? Seeing that Jiang Chen's sexual harassment incident had been cleared up, these people began to make a big fuss about Jiang Chen's dismissal. And at this moment, the education department has also entered the Ocean University and started a thorough investigation into the matter. Inside a large conference room, Principal Li Jinxing and 5 teachers were sitting there. These 5 teachers were Jiang Chen's teachers during his 4 years of undergraduate studies. On the opposite side was the director of the Education Bureau, Kai Minghui, who was in charge personally. What happened today is very serious. I hope that each of you will be responsible for what you say. You will bear the consequences yourself. Kai Minghui spoke slowly. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Jinxing felt tremendous pressure. Although he had already made arrangements with the 5 teachers, he still spoke nervously. Director Kai, the matter concerning Jiang Chen is already settled. There's no need to investigate again. Not checking anymore? How about you sign this document and say we won't check anymore? Kai Minghui glanced at him. Li Jinxing laughed awkwardly. Director Kai, you're joking. Go ahead and investigate. We'll definitely cooperate. As he said this, he gave the other 5 teachers a look. The meaning is very clear, don't talk nonsense. Teacher son, please tell me how Jiang Chen performed in your oceanography course. Please answer truthfully. Kai Minghui spoke. Teacher son glanced at Li Jinxing and replied with a twinkle in his eyes. He often sleeps in class and rarely hands in homework. He even failed the oceanography course twice. Chapter 17 Shuiyao asks her father for help. Okay, next is Teacher Wu. Excuse me, Jiang Chen, how are you doing in marine biology? Kai Minghui looked at the next person. Teacher Wu is tall. He didn't even glance at Li Jinxing. Instead, he stood up and said sternly, Student Jiang Chen has been an excellent student for 4 years in college. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent. Li Jinxing's eyes flashed, and he stared at the teacher coldly. Teacher Wu, you must be responsible for your words. Principal Li, are you trying to interfere with my investigation? Kai Minghui glanced at Li Jinxing, then looked at Teacher Wu. Go on. Teacher Wu said, Student Jiang Chen performs very well in class, and his coursework is excellent. You can find all of his homework in my mailbox. This is my USB drive. As he spoke, he handed the memory card he had prepared long ago to Kai Minghui. This scene, Li Jinxing's face darkened. He had already made arrangements with these teachers, and as long as they kept silent, he would promote them later. Unexpectedly, Teacher Wu agreed on the surface, but now he has turned against us. Well, do you have any other evidence? Kai Minghui nodded, looked through the evidence compiled by Teacher Wu, and asked someone to collect it. Teacher Wu ignored Li Jinxing's increasingly grim expression and continued. Jiang Chen is one of the best students I've ever met. Not only can I prove it, but his classmates can too. If I remember correctly, he seemed to have won the 3 Good Students awards several times in a row. His classmates probably have photos of him. These photographic records should also be able to prove it. Teacher Wu provided an idea. Even if Li Jinxing erased the fact that Jiang Chen was awarded the 3 Good Students title from the school system, he could not erase it from the entire society. Yeah, I'll look for those photos. Kai Minghui nodded and continued to ask the next teacher. 2 of the remaining 3 teachers, realizing that the situation was not right, pretended to be confused and said that they were not impressed by Jiang Chen. The last teacher is Jiang Chen's homeroom teacher. He said to Kai Minghui, There's nothing wrong with Jiang Chen. As his homeroom teacher, I know this better than anyone else. The one with the problem is probably Principal Li. As soon as these words were spoken, the sword was pointed at Li Jinxing. Okay, I understand. I will disclose all the evidence on behalf of the education department later. After Kai Minghui finished speaking, he looked at Li Jinxing deeply. Judging from the current evidence, it is obvious that Li Jinxing did something fishy. But he didn't say much, but turned around and started collecting more evidence. Now, inside the Qin family villa, Qin Shuiyao was having dinner with her parents. When I was halfway through eating, Qin Shuiyao suddenly looked up at the man sitting above her. Dad, Um, Qin Guohua looked at his daughter. Qin Shuiao looked at him eagerly and finally spoke. Jiang Chen has had some problems recently. Can you help me? Jiang Chen. Humph. That kid goes out to sea all day long for nothing. And now something finally happens. Qin Guohua snorted coldly in annoyance. Go out to sea every day? As soon as you go out, you will reach the open sea. How dangerous is it? But my daughter also likes going to the sea and keeps chasing me to go to the sea with me. Are you really not worried about falling into the sea and being eaten by a great white shark? Qin Shuiao pouted. Dad, what are you talking about? Do you really want him to get into trouble? Qin Guohua's face turned pale. I didn't curse him. It's just that he goes out to sea every day, which is very dangerous. Now you say he's in trouble. Isn't it normal? Oh, what are you thinking? The incident I'm talking about isn't at sea, but at his alma mater. I don't know what happened, but they suddenly revoked his student status and even slandered him for having poor undergraduate grades. Isn't this bullshit? You know about him winning the title of 3 good students, right? Qin Shuiao told the story. Revoke his student status? Qin Guohua also raised his head in confusion. Why revoke his student status if there's nothing wrong? Although he didn't like Jiang Chen's job of going out to sea every day, he had no objection to his previous college grades. After all, being able to win the title of 3 good students shows that his grades are pretty good. Qin Shuiao slammed the table and said, This is the problem. Many people know that Jiang Chen has excellent academic performance. But I don't know what went wrong at the Ocean University. They actually announced that there were problems with his thesis, that he failed many courses in his 4 years of university, and that they were going to revoke his student status. Don't you work at the Longming Institute and know a lot of uncles and aunts from the Education Bureau? Why don't you ask around? If you ask the director of the Education Department to look into it, maybe the truth will come out. Qin Shuiao begged. She definitely believes in her boyfriend. Now that this has happened, she definitely hopes that her family can help her. Qin Guohua pondered for a while. Although he didn't have a good impression of Jiang Chen's profession, this matter was indeed a bit strange. After thinking for a while, he said, Okay, I'll go back to the hospital and ask for you. Dad, you're so nice. Qin Shuiao blew her father a kiss. Qin Guohua rolled his eyes at her and said, I raised a daughter, and sooner or later, she will have nothing to do with me. No way. Hee hee. Qin Shuiao said coquettishly. The next day, before Qin Guohua got up, he was woken up by his daughter knocking on the door. Father, it's time to go to work. Qin Shuiao stood at the door in a pretty manner. Qin Guohua was speechless. Look how anxious you are. After washing up and having breakfast, he finally went out after Qin Shuiao's repeated urging. Arrived at Longming Academy, he went straight to Xia Zhongshuan's office. However, Xia Zhongshuan has been very busy recently, and even though Qin Guohua is a senior researcher, he still needs to queue up. However, for the sake of his daughter, he still planned to ask Dean Xia. Finally, it's his turn. Old Qin, what's going on? Xia Zhongshuan was busy testing the paper on how to establish an efficient combat system for intelligent mechas provided by Jiang Chen. Dean Xia, I have something I would like to trouble you with. Qin Guohua and Xia Zhongshuan explained their purpose. Although Xia Zhongshuan is the president of Longming Academy, he also has a big influence in the Education Bureau. For example, the current director of the Education Department is his former student. If you want to know about things in the education field, finding Xia Zhongshuan is indeed a good idea. Jiang Chen. Xia Zhongshuan looked up at Qin Guohua with some surprise. It was the first time he knew that Jiang Chen was actually the boyfriend of Lao Qin's daughter. I was originally wondering if my daughter had a chance, but I didn't expect that old Qin's daughter got there first. Qin Guohua nodded. Oh yes, this Xiao Jiang is my daughter's boyfriend. I don't know what happened to him recently, but his degree was suddenly revoked by the Ocean University. I was wondering if you have students at the Education Bureau, could you? Qin Guohua said hesitantly. Only a few people such as Xia Zhongshuan knew that Jiang Chen had submitted the dolphin, brain-like mecha, and even submitted the paper. Although Qin Guohua was a senior researcher, he actually did not know about it. So he was a little worried whether Xia Zhongshuan would find it troublesome. Xia Zhongshuan saw this and smiled knowingly. Old Qin, I'll remember this. I'll ask someone to help you later. Xia Zhongshuan had already asked Kai Minghui to solve the problem, and I believe there will be an answer soon. There is no need to rush. Thank you so much, Dean Xia. Thank you on behalf of my girl. Qin Guohua was a little surprised and quickly expressed his gratitude. Chapter 18 Jiang Qingqing was arrested and confessed. When Qin Guohua was looking for Xia Zhongshuan's help. Medical University. In the girls' dormitory. Jiang Qingqing had already seen the announcement from the Longming department on Weibo and thought to herself that something was wrong. What happened to Su Ping from the security team? Didn't you take the surveillance video away? How did it end up in the hands of the Longming tribe? Jiang Chen frowned. At this moment, she didn't know that Su Ping had been captured by the Longming tribe. She quickly took out her cell phone and wanted to call Su Ping. After a few beeps, a voice came from the phone saying, "The number you dialed is turned off. Nothing's going to happen, is it?" Jiang Chen suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart. She was a little scared and wanted to contact Lu Junin to ask what was going on. However, after she dialed the number, the phone prompted that the number was no longer in service. Damn it, I forgot. This Lu guy always changes his number after every call. Jiang Chen was annoyed. Whenever there was a task, Lu Junin would take the initiative to find her. In turn, she had no way of finding the other person. Unable to contact her superiors, Jiang Chen felt a little panicked. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Jiang Chen stood up feeling annoyed. My roommate's voice came from the door. It's me, Qing. Shouldn't you be in class at this time? Jiang Chen opened the door as she spoke. What caught my eye was a group of fully armed dragon warriors. She stared with wide eyes at the group of dragon warriors and her roommate standing next to them. Who are you? A dragon warrior showed his dragon security unit ID and an arrest warrant. Jiang Chen, female, 22 years old. You are suspected of spreading rumors online. I have issued an arrest warrant for you. Please come with us. Said. Another dragon warrior stepped forward and locked the shackles on Jiang Chen's hands. Isn't it just a rumor? Can you lock me up for a year? Jiang Chen frowned and snorted coldly. Even though the video was exposed, she still didn't care. This is not the first time she has done something like this. Anyway, what matters is getting the US dollars in hand when the time comes. You can be detained for a maximum of 1 month and then be released. It's a good deal. 1 year? A dragon warrior sneered when he heard this. How could it be possible that he had been a national S-level confidentiality expert for only 1 year while spreading rumors online? The last time Lu Wen washed the things that the S-level confidentiality holder was supposed to hand over into the sea, he would be sentenced to at least 10 years. It is still in the appeal stage. If other things are involved later, it may take more than 10 years. Jiang Chen seemed to be unaware of what she had done wrong. Do you think that it is just rumors spread about ordinary people and that it can be solved by educating them? After Jiang Chen was brought to the interrogation room, she looked around and frowned. This room was too depressing. She shouted in dissatisfaction. Hey, if you have any questions, just ask them quickly. Whether to lock me up for a month or 2 months, just announce it quickly. I don't have any opinion. Jiang Chen looked nonchalant. Isn't it just 1 or 2 months? After I get out, I will be a hero again. Upon hearing this, a dragon warrior who was interrogating the case chuckled softly. Student Jiang Chen, you may have misunderstood. How could I possibly lock you up for a month or 2? Oh, so it will only take a week or 2? Jiang Chen smiled. As expected, there is no cost in spreading rumors. It just so happens that I plan to travel abroad after getting the US dollars. The dragon warrior continued to shake his head. Jiang Chen was happy. Could it be that the cost of spreading rumors has dropped again recently? She asked with a cheerful look on her face. 1 day or 2 days? The dragon warrior looked up at her, as if she were mentally retarded. It starts at 3 years. The exact length depends on your past experience. If you've done too many similar things, you might be sentenced to multiple crimes and have your prison time accumulated. The smile on Jiang Chen's face disappeared. She stared at the dragon warrior in disbelief and cursed. Who the hell are you trying to scare? Did you think I'd never been here? Isn't it just a rumor? I didn't attack your Longming tribe. Why would I have to wait for 3 years? I need a lawyer. You are illegally detaining me. Someone come. Someone come. Jiang Chen was so angry that she yelled. The dragon warrior slammed the table, shocking the other person. He then stood up and slammed a copy of the arrest warrant on her desk. Look carefully. The identity of the person you are spreading rumors about. National S-level confidential identity. 1 day, 1 week, 1 month? You're overthinking it. Jiang Chen looked down and saw that it was clearly written that she had spread the rumor that she was a national S-level confidentiality keeper. In the lower right corner were red seals from important institutions such as the Dragon Security Department, the Navy Base, and the Ministry of Information. She was stunned. S-level confidential identity. She didn't know what this identity was. However, the stamps of the departments in the lower right corner made her understand that this was a very important identity. Think of this. She was dumbfounded. He became even more anxious. You are talking nonsense. That guy is just a student, and he graduated from Ocean University last year. I have read his information. How could it be? Impossible. Jiang Chen finally realized that something was wrong. Although she is a big V in female boxing, she has always been very sensible and does not easily provoke tough guys. Like an ordinary person, a TV host, a small star, etc., she sets the pace like crazy. Even if something happens, it won't be a big deal. She would never touch a tough nut like Longming. Not to mention, people like S-class secret keepers. How could that guy be a person of this level? It's not for you to judge whether it's possible or not. Also, why do you think that an overseas account would transfer $1 million to you just to let you deal with an ordinary person? The Dragon Warrior sneered. The Longming department has already found out the connection between Jiang Chen and an overseas account through the information department. After being dumbfounded, Jiang Chen suddenly understood why Lu Junin gave such a large sum of money. She thought it was a huge fortune that fell from the sky. At this moment, she knew she had hit a wall. She said in despair, "But I really don't know. I didn't mean it. Whether it was intentional or not, we cannot deny your illegal behavior of colluding with overseas forces to fabricate rumors about our country's important confidential information." The Dragon Warrior spoke coldly. "But if you're willing to explain the background and origins of the overseas account that sent you the money, I can help you apply for a reduced sentence." Hearing this, Jiang Chen asked with a troubled look on her face, "How much can it be reduced?" "This is not something you can bargain for. Whether it can be reduced depends on whether what you have explained is substantial enough," the Dragon Warrior said calmly. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything I know and have done over the years." Chapter 19 Qin Guohua. So fast. When Jiang Chen was frightened and confessed everything, the Education Department, with the help of evidence from many teachers and graduated students, the Education Bureau has almost completed the investigation. In the president's office of Ocean University, Kai Minghui placed the evidence he had collected in front of Lai Jinxing one by one. The evidence includes a group photo taken by Jiang Chen's classmates in the audience when he was awarded the title of 3 good students. There is evidence of the homework that Jiang Chen submitted and received an A-grade evaluation. There are more than a dozen pieces of evidence. Even the paper that Jiang Chen wrote that year had a draft. This is totally inconsistent with what Ocean University announced on Weibo, that the papers were terrible and the courses failed. Principal Lai, I want to ask, was it you who traveled through time, or was it everyone else who traveled through time collectively? Kai Minghui pointed at the evidence on the table and asked sternly. Lai Jinxing's face turned pale, but he still gritted his teeth and denied it. Impossible. These people are all related to Jiang Chen. They must have cheated and made a private deal. Private transaction? I think Principal Lai might have made some kind of deal with someone. Kai Minghui scanned the entire office and suddenly gave a look. Several staff members from the Education Bureau came in and started searching the office. "Mr. Kai, what are you doing?" "This is my office. Believe it or not, I'll report you." Lai Jinxing was anxious and angry. However, Kai Minghui remained unmoved. Soon, a letter of recommendation was found by staff from the Education Bureau. Deputy Director of the Education Department? Ha. This recommender is really great. Kai Minghui sneered when he saw the letter of recommendation. Such a scum actually wants to become his subordinate. "Just take it away." Kai Minghui spoke. Long and subordinates, who had been waiting outside the house for a long time, immediately went in to arrest the man. "Mr. Kai, you have offended Mr. Lu, and you will not have a good ending." When Lai Jinxing was being tortured, he still threatened Kai Minghui coldly. Kai Minghui narrowed his eyes. He looked down at the signature on the letter of recommendation. "Mr. Lu? Is that Lu Junin? It seems that the Lu family is behind this matter." Kai Minghui's eyes flickered, and he pondered for a while. Then someone posted an announcement on Weibo. Investigated by the Education Department. Ocean University President Lai Jinxing accepted bribes, deliberately distorted the facts, and slandered former student Jiang Chen. Currently, the Education Department has conducted a thorough investigation, and Lai Jinxing has been taken away by the Longming Department. The internet is not a lawless place. Universities should set an example and not discourage students. Following the release of the Education Department's Weibo, the Longming Department also released a daily Weibo post. Jiang Chen from Medical University has colluded with overseas forces and has long been engaged in illegal activities in our country. Currently arrested by Longming. We urge all netizens to be cautious in their words and actions and not to engage in illegal activities. The Longming Department did not reveal Jiang Chen's confidential identity, but only vaguely said that Jiang Chen was engaging in illegal activities. As soon as these 2 scarves came out, the internet was boiling again. Wow, I thought it was just slander, but it turned out to be illegal activity. Goodness, who is that guy? Why is he being targeted by foreign forces? As for the other female fighters, come out and take a few steps. Didn't I say before that Jiang Chen's academic performance was terrible and he deserved to be expelled? Now you understand. It was the president of Ocean University who took bribes to do this. It's a disgrace to the university that they would harm students like this just for bribes. That's right. Who the hell would dare to go to a university like this? After 4 years of hard work, my student status was revoked. Scarf. A lot of discussion. When the Ministry of Public Security and the Education Bureau successively released Weibo posts, it caused heated discussions. Xia Zhongshuan from Longming Academy looked at the two scarves and touched his chin. Although Xiaozhang's identity is still classified as S-level, as a scientific research institution, can we also take advantage of this opportunity to ride on the popularity? In the past few days, Xia Zhongshuan has used Jiang Chen's 2 submissions to create a combat-type intelligent dolphin. Although it is still under experimentation, it has never been able to defeat the one from the Xiete Kingdom. He thought about it and decided to ask Jiang Chen for advice. But the problem is that Xiaozhang's identity is still secret and cannot be made public. What reason should I find to bring him here? Expelled? Feeling disheartened? Hey, my Dragon Academy loves taking in sad students. Xia Zhongshuan then forwarded the Education Bureau's message using his Weibo account and added a short paragraph of his own words. Hello everyone, I am Xia Zhongshuan from the Longming Academy, also known as Old Man Xia. Seeing students at Ocean University being expelled by their unscrupulous president, I felt incredibly depressed. Here, I extend an olive branch to Jiang Chen, hoping that he can come to our school for internship. To make up for Jiang Chen's hurt heart, and to make up for the disappointment of many students in colleges and the education sector. Xia Zhongshuan read it again and felt that his reasons were very sufficient. He could easily trick Jiang Chen into coming to the Longming Institute. As soon as this scarf came out, many people didn't recognize Xia Zhongshuan and asked, he's going to study at the Dragon Academy, and he's so arrogant. Who is this old man? The above person doesn't know how to check the homepage. This person is the president of Longming Academy. Holy crap. I checked Baidu, and this guy is the head of the Dragon Academy. Grandpa, my heart is also hurt. Can you still take in sad students? The crowd became even more excited. Holy crap. He was expelled from school. Hujialong Academy of Sciences came to comfort the injured heart? What kind of treatment is this? I want to be treated like this too. As the 3 Weibo posts from the Ministry of Health, the Education Bureau, and even the Longming Academy came out, Qin Shuiyao, who had been browsing Weibo, also jumped up excitedly. Dad is awesome. I just told him yesterday, and it's done today. Even the dean of the Dragon Academy is planning to have Jiang Chen do an internship there. Dragon Academy. This is too awesome. Just at this time, Qin Guohua came back from get off work at Longming Institute. She immediately rushed up excitedly. Dad, thank you. Thank me for what? Qin Guohua asked doubtfully. Regarding Jiang Chen's enrollment, who else should I thank if not you? Qin Shuiyao said with a smile, her hands behind her back. My dad is so awesome. Qin Guohua was stunned. He had just looked for Xia Zhongshuan this morning. So how could it be okay now? Is Lao Xia so quick? He wondered, is it resolved? Yeah, you haven't seen the scarf yet. Let me show it to you. Qin Shuiyao handed the statement from the Education Bureau and Longming Academy on Weibo to her father. Qin Guohua took a quick look and found out that Jiang Chen's academic qualifications were revoked because the president of Ocean University was bribed, but this has now been clarified. Ocean University is currently reprocessing Jiang Chen's academic status. And for some unknown reason, Old Xia from Longming Academy also made an exception and prepared to let Jiang Chen go to Longming Academy for internship. So fast. After seeing Xia Zhongshuan's Weibo, Qin Guohua finally understood that this matter was indeed pushed by Xia Zhongshuan. But he was a little puzzled as to why it happened so quickly. Qin Shuiyao shook her father's hand. Dad is still awesome. I'll go tell Jiang Chen the good news. Hey, you girl. Did Dad just throw it away after using it? When Qin Guohua saw his daughter running away again, he was so angry that he shook his head repeatedly. It's like spilled water. Chapter 20 Internship at Longming Academy. Jiang Chen is writing his next paper in his study. Just then, there was a sound of the door opening. Before anyone came in, Qin Shuiyao's loud shouting could be heard. Honey, honey. Jiang Chen put down his work, turned around and shouted. In the study. Qin Shuiyao jumped and lay at the door of the study, poked her head out, and said mischievously, there are 3 good things. Which one do you want to hear first? The first, the second, or the third? Good things have first, second, and third places, right? Jiang Chen leaned back in his seat and chuckled. He had heard of choosing between good and bad things, but this was the first time he heard of good things being prioritized. Yeah, you choose. Okay, I'll choose the first one. Jiang Chen didn't know what she was doing. Qin Shuiyao smiled shyly. I bought a new pair of Balenciaga. I'll wear it for you tonight. Is this a good thing? This will tire the oxen working in the fields to death. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was sweating profusely, Qin Shuyao's beautiful face turned cold, and she said angrily, "Why, classmate Jiang Chen, you don't seem to like it." No, Balenciaga is really nice." Jiang Chen gave a wry smile of a married man. He asked, "What is the second good thing you mentioned? What else could it be?" "It's about your student status. The Education Bureau has already checked it out. So your principal accepted bribes." Qin Shuyao walked in. She put her arms around Jiang Chen's neck, her soft body pressed tightly against his back. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. "Bribe? Who bribed him?" "I don't know, but that's what the Education Bureau announced," Qin Shuyao said. "I told my dad about it yesterday, and the results came out today. So isn't my dad amazing?" "Well, my father-in-law is so awesome," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Qin Shuyao took out her phone and handed him the news about the Dragon Academy of Sciences. "Here, this is the third good news. The Dean of the Dragon Academy of Sciences has extended an olive branch to you and asked you to go for an internship." The Dragon Academy asked me to do an internship? Jiang Chen took a quick look and found that it was Xia Zhongshuan extending an olive branch to him. Jiang Chen thought about it. During this period, although he wrote 2 top academic papers based on the knowledge provided by the system, he never had the opportunity to put them into practice. For example, he has actually been simulating the combat system of the brain-like mecha in his mind. But there is no opportunity to practice. I don't know if Lonka Institute has similar experimental equipment. If there is one, maybe I can give it a try. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen replied to Xia Zhongshuan on Weibo. "Thank you, Dean Xia, for comforting my wounded heart. When can I come for internship?" "You can come anytime. I'll be waiting for you in the office of the president of Lonka Academy." Xia Zhongshuan replied quickly. On Weibo, many students cried out in jealousy after seeing Jiang Chen interacting with the president of Lonka College. The students who had their student status revoked due to individual slander have now entered Lonka College for internship. He is simply a winner in life. "Honey, you're all going to the Dragon Academy for your internship. So when are you planning on coming over to thank my dad?" Qin Shuyao was also very happy to see Jiang Chen successfully get an internship at Lonka Academy. She asked with a smile. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. This wasn't about going to thank his father-in-law in person. It was clearly about going to propose marriage himself. So quirky. There are so many tricks. Jiang Chen turned around and kissed her, satisfying her. "How about tomorrow night?" "Good." The next day, Jiang Chen never went out to sea again. "Instead, I took a day off. By the way, I went to the supermarket outside and bought some gifts suitable for the elderly." Night. Before dinner, Jiang Chen brought gifts and followed Qin Shuyao to visit Qin Guohua. "It's been almost a year since I graduated." Jiang Chen and Qin Shuyao have been living together for almost a year. Now Jiang Chen has a small foundation through fishing, the 800,000 yuan reward from the Dragon Science Academy, and his decision to intern at the Dragon Science Academy. So he planned to confront his father-in-law. Jiang Chen, I will marry your daughter in the future." At this moment, Qin Guohua was in the study, thinking hard. Recent. Xia Zhongshuan is researching a major topic on intelligent mecha combat. 5 academicians, 10 top experts, and dozens of senior researchers are working on this project together. As a senior researcher, Qin Guohua is currently responsible for the CFD character model architecture. Only, Xia Zhongshuan has very high requirements. As a senior researcher, he was unable to complete Lao Xia's model performance after thinking for a long time. "Dad, I brought Jiang Chen to see you." Qin Shuyao appeared at the study door with Jiang Chen and shouted, "You guys eat first, I'll come out later." Qin Guohua was immersed in thinking about the performance of the model and waved his hand a little irritably. Seeing this, Qin Shuyao's mother pulled her daughter and said, "Forget it, your father is like this. When he's thinking, he loses track of time. Let's eat first." "Okay." Qin Shuyao had no choice but to take Jiang Chen to eat first. During meal breaks, Jiang Chen casually asked what his father-in-law was researching. Qin Shuyao's mother said, "It seems to be about CFD character model architecture. This is his strong point, but for some reason, he has been racking his brains these past 2 days and still can't figure it out." Sigh. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. CFD model architecture? He remembered that there was also scientific knowledge about similar architecture in brain-like mechas. However, this scientific knowledge is not particularly outstanding among many cutting-edge disciplines. Therefore, Jiang Chen mainly condensed the knowledge about brain-like chips and intelligent combat systems into academic papers and submitted them to Longming scientific journals. After lunch, Qin Guohua was still busy in the study. Qin Shuyao was furious. She had finally managed to call Jiang Chen over, but her father was actually obsessed with scientific research and couldn't extricate himself. It's okay. I'll go in and take a look. Jiang Chen comforted Qin Shuiyao and then appeared silently behind Qin Guohua. Qin Guohua was deep in thought and didn't notice Jiang Chen at all. Jiang Chen took a quick look and then said, "This CFD character model architecture can actually start with character positioning. All we need to do is program a BIM operation program to capture the character's movements, and then through repeated architecture training, we can slowly build it up." Jiang Chen roughly expressed his thoughts. When Qin Guohua heard these words, his mind went blank. Immediately, it feels like the Ren and Du meridians in the brain are opened. His eyes widened in surprise, and he said to himself, yes, why didn't I think of that? Saying so, he doesn't care who is behind him. He immediately started typing the program, intending to use the simulation system to test the idea that Jiang Chen had just mentioned. This experiment, just a full hour. When he waited for the experimental results, he found that he had succeeded. He was so surprised that he couldn't help but slam his head on the table. Success, success. Qin Shuiyao's mother came over after hearing the noise. Now that you've succeeded, let's eat. Shuiyao and Xiao Zhang have already left. When did they arrive? Qin Guohua stood up in confusion and didn't react for a long time. Qin Shuiyao's mother rolled her eyes at him and said, "They came at noon and brought you a gift. Has Xiao Zhang been here?" "Wait, who was talking behind me at noon?" Qin Guohua suddenly remembered the voice. Qin Shuiyao's mother said, "You're talking about Xiao Zhang, right? He looked at your computer screen for a while and said a few words, but you ignored him, so he left." "What?" Qin Guohua was dumbfounded. "The idea I heard was actually given by Xiao Zhang? Isn't he a graduate of Ocean University? When did he understand this?" Chapter 21: The Powerful Brain-like Dolphin. Inside Lonka Hospital, Jiang Chen has been here for internship for almost a week. This week, except for the first day, he and Xia Zhongshuan spent almost the entire Lonka Academy. Later, he followed Xia Zhongshuan to visit and learn everywhere. Originally, everyone also thought that Xia Zhongshuan was just providing this kid with an internship opportunity. But slowly, everyone felt something was wrong. Because this guy named Jiang Chen, judging from his conversation, not only understands some experiments on brain-like chips, he also understands the system architecture of intelligent mecha combat. Even, he actually understands the niche field of CFD character models. Are you sure this is an undergraduate student who graduated from Ocean University? Even the old bones who have studied for many years at the Dragon Academy may not be as good as him. Everyone began to realize that Xia Zhongshuan's arrangement might have a deeper meaning. But we are all doing scientific research, so Jiang Chen's identity is not important. What's important is that he can contribute to this. This is the most important thing. Slowly, everyone no longer regards Jiang Chen as an intern scientific researcher, but as a scientific researcher who can work with them on an equal footing. This day, Jiang Chen is in a large testing ground. There is a large aquarium in this experimental field. The exterior of the aquarium is made of alloy glass. Although it appears transparent, even a 10 centimeters caliber gun cannot blow it open. And in the aquarium, there is an intelligent dolphin with red eyes swimming in the water. This is a dolphin, the same dolphin that Jiang Chen caught in the southern waters before, since it was handed over to Lonka Academy. In addition to being studied, this dolphin is kept in an aquarium where cameras are used 24 hours a day to observe its behavior, data, and performance, and record them one by one. But today, a number of senior executives from the Lonka Institute, including Xia Zhongshuan, gathered in this testing ground because they plan to put a new intelligent dolphin in. This intelligent dolphin was created by integrating dozens of high-end technologies, including brain-like chips, intelligent mecha efficient combat systems, CFD character model tracking and capture systems, etc. Even though it's just the first version. But after all, it is the hard work of everyone in the Dragon Science Institute. Today, they plan to let this intelligent dolphin compete with the intelligent dolphin from the country of Xiete to see which one had better performance. Xiao Jiang, do you think this red-eyed dolphin from Xiete country is more powerful? Or is this brain-like dolphin created by our Dragon Science Institute even more powerful? Among the crowd, Xia Zhongshuan looked expectantly at the preparations of the scientific researchers outside the aquarium, and then looked at Jiang Chen with interest. Speaking of which, although most of the experimental work and production of this brain-like dolphin were promoted by the Dragon Science Institute, but 90% of the principles and ideas behind it were provided by Jiang Chen. It must be because he is very confident in what he offers. Jiang Chen smiled. This type of brain dolphin is currently only a primary version. Even if you can't defeat it, you can still upgrade it. However, This red-eyed dolphin has been captured for so long that its performance seems to have declined. We should still be able to defeat it. Jiang Chen made a judgment. Xia Zhongshuan nodded repeatedly, having his own ideas. Dean Xia, we're ready. Above the aquarium, several researchers were holding a brain-like dolphin, ready to put it into the aquarium. Okay, launch. Following Xia Zhongshuan's order. With a loud bang, the brain-like dolphin was thrown into the water. In just a moment, it was activated. There was a blue light in his eyes, wandering in the water. And in the water, there are also 360-degree high-definition cameras with no blind spots. They transmitted the images one by one to the large electronic screen on the test site. The brain-like dolphin enters the water. The red-eyed dolphin immediately caught the other party's vision. The brain-like dolphin also set its sights on the red-eyed dolphin. Both sides began to spin in the water. From the outside, they looked like two living dolphins. But the scientific researchers at the scene remained silent, because they knew that these were two fighting dolphins. A battle is about to break out between them. Really, they just circled around each other for more than 10 seconds. They suddenly attacked. The red-eyed dolphin suddenly swung its tail and pounced towards the brain-like dolphin in an extremely strange gliding posture. The brain-like dolphin also reacts very quickly. When it senses an attack, it quickly dives down, cleverly avoiding the opponent's attack while thrusting upward fiercely. Woo! The red-eyed dolphin actually emits electromagnetic sound waves in an attempt to interfere with the signal transmission of the brain-like dolphin. Fortunately, brain-like dolphins also have similar anti-interference devices in their bodies. The two sides continued to wrestle with each other. A full 10 minutes later, inside the aquarium, some parts began to float. Some of these parts fell off the red-eyed dolphin. Some of them fell from brain-like dolphins. But at this moment, they are still fighting each other to the death. Bang! Suddenly, the red-eyed dolphin was unable to dodge and was violently slammed into the aquarium glass by the brain-like dolphin at lightning speed. The red-eyed dolphin let out a weak wail and slowly slid to the bottom of the water, no longer having the strength to fight. The brain-like dolphin, on the other hand, swam around the aquarium like a hero. It's as if this is its territory. Wow! Pa pa pa! Suddenly, thunderous applause broke out at the scene. The brain-like dolphin is still better. Everyone couldn't help but shout excitedly. After nearly half a month of concerted efforts and working overtime, we finally defeated the red-eyed dolphin from the country of Xiete. This marks that my country has a perfect success case in the fields of brain-like chips, intelligent mecha combat systems, etc. Xiao Jiang, this honor is due to your contribution. From today on, Xiao Jiang is a senior researcher at our Chinese Academy of Sciences. Although Xia Zhongshuan had anticipated this scene a long time ago, he was still so excited that he couldn't help but announce it to everyone. Originally, in his judgment, there would be no problem for Jiang Chen to become an expert directly. But in order not to scare everyone, he chose a lower-level position. However, even though it was a lower-level position, everyone was still stunned. Does Jiang Chen deserve some of the credit for this honor? Some top experts looked at Jiang Chen, then at Xia Zhongshuan, and seemed to realize something. The last anonymous contributor, Xia Zhongshuan, has been reluctant to announce it to everyone for reasons of confidentiality. Could it be? Some top experts looked at each other and saw shock on each other's faces. But after the shock, there was more relief and excitement. If the youth are strong, the country will be strong. It is definitely a blessing for the country to have such outstanding young people joining the Dragon Science Institute. Dean Xia, isn't this too fast? Qin Guohua, who was standing by, was dumbfounded. I have been working for so many years, and I am only a senior researcher. My son-in-law has only been here for a short time, and he has been promoted to the same level as me. Xia Zhongshuan smiled, patted Qin Guohua on the shoulder, and said, Old Qin, this isn't a big deal. If you don't believe me, you can discuss this with Xiao Jiang. He knows as much about CFD character models as you do. This is indeed. Qin Guohua touched his chin and muttered to himself. So, I picked up a treasure? It's more than just a treasure, old Qin. If you don't want this son-in-law, give it to me. My daughter is only 33 years old this year, just the right amount of gold to hold. Xia Zhongshuan started to snatch people away. When Qin Guohua heard this, he quickly grabbed Jiang Chen and said anxiously, Old Xia, you are being so rude. My daughter is only 23 years old, much younger than your daughter. Besides, Xiao Jiang and my daughter have a foundation of love. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, just as there was laughter at the testing ground. A scientific researcher suddenly rushed over. Dean Xia, Mr. Wu from Future Car wants to see you urgently. Chapter 22 Future Cars. Mr. Wu? Xia Zhongshuan raised his eyebrows. The so-called Mr. Wu is naturally the boss of Future Automobile, Wu Xiaoping. Cars of the future. As a leading domestic new energy vehicle company, it has always been one of the two giants in the global new energy industry. Another giant is Tesla. But Tesla is from the country of Xiete. Not only does it have the strong scientific research capabilities of Xiete country, but it also has 1 nanometer chip supply from Qualcomm. Recently, Future Cars, I have visited him several times at the Long Academy of Science and Technology. This is because Future Auto is about to launch a high-end smart driving car that will compete with Tesla. Only, high-end smart driving cars require not only intelligent systems, but also high-performance chips. However, the country of Xiete has been controlling the supply of high-performance chips, which makes him very anxious. So, Wu Xiaoping came to find Xia Zhongshuan many times, hoping that the Lonka Institute could help solve the chip problems. If it were before, Xia Zhongshuan would have had no choice. After all, chip breakthroughs are not that simple. But now, with the successful case of the brain-like dolphin, the performance of brain-like chips has surpassed that of ordinary 1 nanometer chips. There will be absolutely no problem using these high-end performance chips in the intelligent driving of future cars. Think of this. Xia Zhongshuan immediately went to the office to meet Wu Xiaoping. At this moment, Wu Xiaoping is waiting anxiously. Old Xia, you're finally here. I heard that your Dragon Science Institute is currently experimenting with a brain-like chip. Can it match the 1 nanometer chip of Xiete? Wu Xiaoping asked expectantly. As long as the Lonka Institute can provide chips similar to 1 nanometer chips, future cars can safely launch high-end smart driving cars on a large scale. Xia Zhongshuan smiled when he heard this. Old Wu, who are you looking down on? Our goal at the Dragon Science Institute isn't to tie with 1 nanometer chips. Our goal is to surpass them. Surpass? Already done it. Wu Xiaoping was stunned. He just heard that the Lonka Institute was researching chips in a new direction. He thought that it would be good if he could match the 1 nanometer chip. Transcend? Not likely. Hey, we just did an experiment. Let me show you some of the data. Let's see if it can meet your requirements for high-end chips. Xia Zhongshuan showed Wu Xiaoping part of the chip test report. Wu Xiaoping donates billions of funds to the research projects of Lonka Institute every year for Future Car, and Lonka Institute will give priority to supplying Future Car with some achievements. The two families have a good relationship. It is one of the best examples of the integration of production and research. This completely exceeds our performance requirements. Wu Xiaoping was stunned after just a glance. Some of these experimental data even exceed the performance of 1 nanometer chips. This is just the first version. There is still room for improvement. Xia Zhongshuan smiled mysteriously. That's great. When can it be mass-produced? Wu Xiaoping asked expectantly. You can mass-produce a portion of the first-generation version first, and we will provide you with the upgraded versions as they become complete. Xia Zhongshuan said. Lao Xia, I really love you. After Lonka Institute and Future Automobile reached a cooperation, located in the highest-level prison in Dragon Country. Many serious criminals are imprisoned here. One of them was Lu Wan. This is the 19th day that Lu Wan has been detained. On the first day, Lu Wan didn't take it seriously, thinking that his lawyer would take him out sooner or later. The next day, the lawyer showed up and negotiated seriously, and Lu Wan felt even more confident of winning. The third day, the 10th day passed. The lawyer still didn't take him out. He started to get anxious, cursing the lawyer for being incompetent. After all, according to Lu Wan's expectation, he would be able to go out in about a week or two. Whether it was a secret operation or he paid money to bail someone out, he should be able to get out soon. But today, it's been almost 20 days. The lawyer from the big law firm, dressed in a suit and tie, was reluctant to get himself out. He began to feel dissatisfied. He yelled at the lawyer who came to visit him outside the prison. Lawyer Zhang, what's going on? My parents gave you a lot of money, right? Can you do something? I just want to know if I can go out today. Lawyer Zhang opposite was frowning and thinking, how can we reduce the sentence of this kid from the Lu family? Result, he actually wants to come out today? Isn't this wishful thinking? How could he get out so easily if he violated the country's S-level secret order, which was from the Ministry of Navy? Master Lu, you may have misunderstood. I never promised to rescue you. Lawyer Zhang spoke. Based on my understanding, your current situation is to seek a sentence reduction. If you want to get out right away, that's impossible. It would be the same if you asked another lawyer to come. Lu Wan's face turned cold. What do you mean? Lawyer Zhang, the people who arrested you should have told you that you have violated someone or something related to a national S-level confidential matter. I don't know what it is specifically, but it's a done deal. It's just that broken fishing boat. Lu Wan was stunned for a moment. Then a nameless rage surged within him. A broken fishing boat had gotten him arrested, and he was now in jail, and now he couldn't get out. He yelled, "Let my dad save me, you loser." If he can't, Get someone else. Lawyer Zhang said calmly with a cold face. You can change someone, but let me tell you, your father may not be able to come recently. What's the meaning? Luan frowned. The Longming department discovered your father's active overseas influence through a rumor-mongering incident. We are currently investigating thoroughly. Longming has been keeping an eye on your father the entire time. He can't possibly come here. If you don't agree, you can try asking your mother. That's it. Lawyer Zhang turned and left. This kind of case involving state secrets cannot be handled no matter how capable or professional he is. It is better for him to leave immediately. What the hell are you talking about? Useless piece of junk. Luan cursed. Not long. A short message traveled across the ocean and arrived at Wall Street in Xiete Country. Sorry, Ms. Sasharong. Your son has violated an S-level secret order from the Ministry of the Sea. I am not strong enough to take on this task. Inside the Gothic building, Sakharin looked at the message with a gloomy expression. This period of time, she did more than just find a lawyer. She even contacted some officials of the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and some important figures. But no one could take it. This dragon country is too disrespectful to me. Do you think that just because I'm on Wall Street, I can't move your dragon kingdom? Sakharin looked unhappy. She casually picked up a copy of the Newton Times next to her, which was reporting that Future Car was about to launch a high-end smart driving car, which would compete head-on with Tesla. Cars of the Future, a leading domestic company in new energy and intelligent driving. Oh, since you won't give me face, don't blame me for using financial means to bring down your leading enterprise. After a brief moment of anger, Thatcheron looked confident. As far as she knew, the Black Palace was about to announce the cutting off of chip supply for future cars, so now was a good time to take action. Chapter 23. Chip Shortage? Launch of Brain-like Chips. Honey, how come you're so awesome? I heard from my dad that you seem to be able to participate in some experimental projects at the Dragon Science Institute. Qingyu Community, 502. After Jiang Chen got off work, Qin Shuiyao prepared a table full of delicious dishes for him. She looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. Ever since Jiang Chen went to Longming Academy, his father's attitude towards Jiang Chen has changed 180 degrees. If you have nothing to do, just ask me to take Jiang Chen home. I also asked myself when I would marry Jiang Chen. Oh my god, is this still the old man who is not very satisfied with Jiang Chen? But, after learning from her father that Jiang Chen was actually capable of participating in some experimental projects at the Dragon Science Institute, she naturally understood. Jiang Chen looked at the table full of leek eggs, leek buns, leek fried meat, leek stew, leek rice, and leek tomatoes, and fell into deep thought. He said to Qin Shuiyao with a wry smile, Dear, I'm doing chip experiments at the Dragon Science Institute, not human experiments. I don't need to make up so much. No, you need to. You've worked really hard at the Dragon Academy. Come, eat more. Qin Shuiyao helped Jiang Chen pick up some dishes, decorating the entire bowl into a green hill. These days, Jiang Chen goes to Longming Institute whenever he has nothing to do, and works overtime from time to time. Jiang Chen finally doesn't have to work overtime today, so I have to make up for it for him. The unfinished homework? It wasn't long after dinner that we rested. Jiang Chen started tutoring his girlfriend. Just when Jiang Chen was giving Qin Shuiyao extra lessons, Qualcomm from the country of Xiete suddenly announced a piece of news that shocked the world on Facebook. Due to insufficient supply of our high-end chips, we have decided not to supply high-end chips to future cars. When will the supply be restored? It is not known yet. Notice, as soon as this news came out, the global new energy vehicle industry was greatly shaken. The stock price of Future Auto, which is currently trading, suddenly plummeted from $309 to $249. The fuse blew on the spot. At the same time, Tesla officially announced that it will soon launch Model Y globally. Tesla's stock price has skyrocketed. The rise and fall are clearly distinguished. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there are powerful forces behind both sides. Only one side is pushing upwards, while the other side is pushing downwards. Fuck, this country is so despicable. They suddenly cut off the supply of chips for my country's new energy vehicles, just to give Tesla the green light, right? How shameless. They knew that Future Auto was about to launch a new high-end model, yet they suppressed it. While many netizens were angry, there was a group of people who were mocking and sarcastic. You deserve it. Stand at attention when you get beaten. Why do others have high-end chips, but you don't? That's right. Of course others have the right to cut off your high-end chips. It has nothing to do with being mean or not. In response to these people's ridicule, netizens argued, of course, this has nothing to do with being despicable or not, because such behavior is completely against business ethics. You, the Xiete Nation, believe in free competition, don't you? Why aren't you doing it now? Are you resorting to external forces? The so-called free competition means that I can compete freely when I am stronger than you. When you are stronger than me or threaten me, I will not choose free competition. Indeed, it's so hypocritical. Everyone was extremely angry. But there is no way. After all, high-end chips are indeed in the hands of Qualcomm. Is this the only way our new energy giant can be suppressed? Alas, the future of automobiles may also be the next Alstom. Just when everyone was pessimistic, the official of Future Car calmly released a major news on Weibo. Hello everyone, I am Wu Xiaoping, CEO of Future Auto. I heard that Qualcomm will no longer supply our company with high-end chips starting today. We are very sorry about this. I hereby announce that our company will launch a domestically produced high-end smart self-driving car specifically for Chinese users this summer. Tentative name: The Future has arrived. Price: 199,999 yuan. This high-end intelligent driving system not only integrates the LV5 intelligent driving system jointly developed by our company and Longming Institute, but also has performance attributes far exceeding those of 1nm chips. More news, please stay tuned. As soon as this news came out, the pessimistic mood on Weibo was swept away and the atmosphere became lively again in an instant. Holy crap! Will Future Auto continue to release new energy vehicles despite facing chip shortages? And will they target their own country? This is already very reasonable. Other new energy vehicles cost over 300,000 yuan. How advanced is this high-end intelligent driving system? Can it be operated hands-free? Most people are full of expectations when they see that domestic new energy vehicles are about to release high-end smart models. But there is also no shortage of pessimistic and sarcastic comments. 1nm chip? You're just exaggerating. Our country doesn't even have 1nm chips. This is really nonsense. Currently, the best high-end chip is Qualcomm from China. How could our country possibly have it? A good ironsmith must be strong himself. I suggest that future cars should be more modest and not constantly try to surpass others. That is, constantly claiming to surpass others would be shameful if such news were to spread internationally. Is this the Chinese new energy giant? Hilarious. Bragging is a no-brainer. No wonder they can't beat Tesla. Faced with these people's cynicism, Wu Xiaoping didn't elaborate, but calmly replied, "Everyone, be patient. The high-end chip we are about to launch is not from Qualcomm, but a brain-like chip independently developed in my country. After confirmation by the Longming Institute, some of its performance indeed far exceeds 1nm. However, these people didn't believe it and asked Wu Xiaoping to provide the experimental parameters. To this, Wu Xiaoping did not respond further, saying that the car has not yet been launched and it is impossible to disclose these parameters. Ha ha ha, I just can't produce it, it's just marketing. Domestic products are rubbish, I just like Tesla. Tesla YYDS. Rich people only buy Teslas. Future cars are just not mainstream. Chill, don't say it out loud. Domestic future cars are actually just for fooling these losers. Those who understand will understand, and those who don't understand, they won't understand even if I tell them." Faced with these people's sarcasm, some netizens retorted. But these comments were all stepped on. Instead, these sarcastic remarks were pushed to the front page for some reason, and each of them received 100,000 likes. The comments section of this Weibo post is really unbearable to read. It's all controlled by some troll army. Many netizens shook their heads. Chapter 24 Billions of dollars short sold? Descendants of the Dragon. With the announcement of the future car, this news also spread overseas. When the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Xiete country learned that future cars would be equipped with a high-end chip called a brain-like chip, they couldn't help but laugh. Currently, there is only one most advanced high-end chip in the world. That's the 1nm chip from Qualcomm. This chip is the one currently installed in most high-end smart devices in the world. They have never heard of any country developing any more advanced chips. Dragon country, no exception. The Minister of Science and Technology of the Xiete state, Longming, a top scientist, forwarded the news that Future Auto announced the release of a high-end intelligent driving car and replied, "I heard that your company created a brain-like chip out of thin air, far exceeding the 1nm chip. Coincidentally, my country's Ministry of Science and Technology will be showcasing an intelligent mecha called God's Soul at the World Intelligent Technology Exhibition in a week. This intelligent mecha is equipped with a 1nm chip developed by Qualcomm. I wonder if your company can launch an intelligent mecha equipped with a brain-like chip." As soon as this reply came out, countless netizens flocked to Future Car's Weibo. "Thank you. The Ministry of Science and Technology of the United States has come to slap you in the face. Mr. Wu, do you still dare to show your shamelessness? The Minister of Science and Technology of the world's most powerful country is here to slap him in the face. How shameful. This is truly shameful. I suggest that future cars stop making irresponsible remarks. I can't even hold my head up high in foreign countries. Wu Xiaoping of Future Automobile naturally also saw the words from the Minister of Science and Technology of Xiete Country. He frowned. He just planned to install brain-like chips in the car. How can I launch an intelligent mecha equipped with brain-like chips? Just as he frowned, Lonka Institute suddenly released a Weibo post. I heard that Mr. Lawton of Xiete Country hopes to compete with our country's intelligent mecha equipped with brain-like chips. Coincidentally, our institute has just developed a brand new set of intelligent mechas. Let us wait and see. With the entry of Lonka Academy, netizens instantly became even more excited. If Future Auto only announced that it had a high-end chip that far exceeded the 1 nanometer chip, everyone would still feel a little insecure. But now the Lonka Institute has come out to personally confront the Minister of Science and Technology of the Xiete Kingdom. Not looking weak at all. Everyone instantly felt more confident. The Dragon Academy has spoken. Haters, just wait for your slap in the face. However, those who were sarcastic were still pessimistic. Dragon Science Institute is so anxious to leave. Aren't they worried about getting humiliated? If they embarrass themselves at the World Intelligent Technology Expo, it will be irreparable. For a while, the two groups of people confronted each other. It's a hot topic on Weibo in China and abroad, and everyone is discussing it. Does Longwa's upcoming brain-like chip exist, and can it compete with Xiaotigwo's 1 nanometer chip? Thatcher of Wall Street is reading the latest Newton Times. See the report above. A hint of sarcasm appeared on her face. As the financial queen of Wall Street, she is very well informed. She knows who is having an affair. But this time, she had no idea whether the Lonka Institute had developed a brain-like chip with a chip size larger than 1 nanometer. This shows. This matter is basically groundless. We had originally planned to short sell China's leading new energy company by cutting off Qualcomm's future automotive chips. It's all right now. We just need to wait for the God Soul to take action and suppress the Dragon Nation's brain-like chips. A futuristic car claiming to be equipped with some brain-inspired chip will naturally see its stock price plummet. When Sasharong thought of this, a hint of viciousness appeared on the corner of her mouth. She ordered the butler, continue to short sell future cars. $5 billion. Mrs. Thatcher, you shorted $1 billion worth of future cars last time. The butler couldn't help but remind him. Last time, after Sakharin and Qualcomm colluded and announced that they would cut off the chips for future cars, they had already shorted $500 million. The current floating profit is several hundred million. However, Thatcheron wasn't satisfied at all. She said arrogantly, hundreds of millions of dollars are nothing. Keep selling short. I'm going to completely destroy this future car. Since Longwa doesn't give her face and insists on arresting her son, she will sell her future to death. Yes, ma'am. The housekeeper had no choice but to continue instructing the traders to increase the stakes and short sell future cars. Inside Lonka Hospital, 18 academicians, more than 40 top experts, and more than 60 senior RD personnel are currently testing an intelligent mecha in a large test field. This smart mecha, it is in human form. It looks like it's only 2 meters high, but its interior is extremely sophisticated. It is not only equipped with the latest version of the brain-like Chip 2.0, but also equipped with the most advanced efficient intelligent combat system, character model locking, robotic arm action construction, N-type alloy materials, and dozens of other high-end technologies. Xiao Jiang, thank you for your hard work during this period. If you are tired, you can go back and rest for a while. In the crowd, Xia Zhongxuan, with a pair of panda eyes, walked up to Jiang Chen, who was monitoring experimental data in front of the computer, and patted him on the shoulder. Xia Zhongxuan only stayed up for half the night before he felt a little overwhelmed. But Jiang Chen stayed here for a whole day and night, and didn't even go home. But he still looked very energetic. Jiang Chen turned around and smiled. Don't worry, academician Xia. I'm young and in good spirits. Besides, the combat data of this intelligent mecha will be out soon. I'll wait a little longer. Said. The computer printed out dozens of pages of experimental data. He quickly picked up the data and took a look. After just a quick glance, he heaved a sigh of relief. It's more than enough to defeat the God Soul of Xiete Nation. The combat effectiveness of the optimized intelligent mecha this time is more than 3 times that of the previous brain-like dolphin. So, unless the God Soul of the Xiete Kingdom can build a combat system that is more powerful than the red-eyed dolphin. Otherwise, there is no way it can be a match for the intelligent mecha in front of it. Okay, everyone, what should we name this intelligent mecha? After reading the experimental data, Xia Zhongxuan nodded excitedly. He couldn't help but collect names from everyone. The last brain-like dolphin was too crude, and was just a first-generation version, so it didn't have a name. But this intelligent mecha integrates many almost perfect high-end technologies and is the result of everyone's hard work. It's time to come up with a name. Dragon Boat. Little Dragon Man. Lonka 1. Descendants of the Dragon. Suddenly, the last name rushed into everyone's mind. Descendants of the Dragon. Endless life. Never be defeated easily. This implication corresponds exactly to the suppression from Qualcomm in the country of Xiete. Xia Zhongshuan's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands on the spot. What a descendant of the dragon. Let's name him after him. By the way, who just said this name? Chapter 25, The Powerful Soul of God. World Intelligent Technology Conference. In a third neutral country. This day, it's finally here. Technological powers from all over the world brought their achievements in the field of smart technology to the exhibition and displayed them one by one. In the field of smart technology, weaker technological countries can only come up with smart technology in the field of TV. If you are a little more powerful, you can make a smartphone. A first-class intelligent technology powerhouse can produce some practical intelligent robots, such as sweeping robots and maid robots. Similarly, the country of Baga has launched a large number of such robots, and the touch of them makes girls shout, "Wow," when they touch them. At this moment, in a corner, the Baga country's booth attracted a large number of kawaii girls, who took selfies and checked in front of those robots. Certainly, this is not the most attractive thing. The most attractive ones are the Xiete country booth and the Long country booth located in the middle. These two countries are the strongest in the field of intelligent technology. The intelligent technology they launched is mainly combat-type intelligent mecha. This kind of mecha is not comparable to any sweeping robot or maid robot. Because this kind of intelligent mecha can represent the most cutting-edge level of mankind in the field of intelligent technology. Whoever has a stronger intelligent mecha will naturally have a higher level in the field of intelligent technology. Not to mention, a week ago, Lawton from the Science and Technology Department of Xiete Country also made fun of the brain-like chips that will be installed in Long Country's future cars. In their opinion, the most advanced chip in the world is Qualcomm's 1nm chip. After having its high-end smart chips cut off by Qualcomm, this future car is still trying to put on a brave face and continue to launch the so-called high-end smart driving car. Isn't this nonsense? Facing the ridicule of Lawrence from Xiete Country, the Dragon Academy of Science in Dragon Country is in trouble. They plan to launch a combat-capable intelligent mecha equipped with a brain-like chip at a technology exhibition. According to the agreement, the two parties will compete with each other at this technology exhibition. The booth of Xiete Country is as big as 5 basketball courts. It is the largest booth on site. At this moment, the area around here is already crowded with reporters, tourists, scientific and technological personnel, etc. from various countries. Reporters report this technological event in full. Reporter Zhou Daibing from Manhwa is also reporting the situation on the scene to his country's citizens through multiple media channels such as Douyin, Bilibili, and news agencies. Hello everyone, I'm reporter Zhou Daibing. Today I'm here to show you what's considered the world's top-tier smart technology conference. On the left is our country's booth, but the people from the Dragon Science Institute are not ready yet. Let's look at the right side first. The one on the right is from the Xiete Nation. Their intelligent mechas are already on display at the booth. Yes, that's the big guy. Saying so, the camera turns. Look at the wide booth. I saw a dark mecha man standing there majestically. It was motionless, but it was 3 meters tall, making many people unable to help but look up. There are many young people from all over the world around, taking various photos with this mecha man. Obviously, they were very interested in this mighty mecha man. On the stage, Shetland's Minister of Science and Technology, Lawton, Tesla founder Musk, and others had already taken their seats. A blonde female host is now on the podium, introducing this mecha to everyone. Redis, build the gate. This is the super god mecha man created by our Xiete nation. He is called the Soul of God. This is the most powerful intelligent mecha created by hundreds of our country's top scientists after decades of hard work. Not only is it equipped with Qualcomm's most advanced 1nm chip, it also boasts the world's top intelligent combat system, Slaughter. Character locks, combat moves, and mecha materials all utilize the world's most advanced technology. It can be said that if we were ranked second, no one would dare to claim to be first. As soon as these words were spoken, there was thunderous applause at the scene. Many people from the country of Xiete cheered wildly, and these footages are transmitted back to the country. There is also heated discussion on major media platforms. Holy crap, this mecha is way too tall, almost as tall as a floor, right? Oh my god, this is too scary. If I go over there, I can only crawl under his crotch, right? As expected of the Xiete country, it's incredibly strong, truly the world's most powerful nation. This is the strength of a technological hegemon. On the other hand, a certain country is just, haha. Where's the Dragon Academy's intelligent mecha? Come out and take a stroll. Ha 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 ha. The exhibition has already started, and they haven't even come out yet. Could it be that they've blown their own trumpet, and now they don't dare to come out? They probably don't dare to come out. How embarrassing. The future of cars is doomed. Brain-like chips don't even exist. Eat more Chinese medicine. Huh. Faced with the sarcasm of a large number of online water armies, many normal netizens also asked anxiously, Sister Bing Bing, where is our mecha? Why hasn't it come out yet? Hurry up and help the Dragon Academy. My whole family is waiting to see their intelligent mecha defeat this god's soul. Seeing the heated discussions among netizens, Zhou Daibing couldn't help but look towards the booth on the left. However, the scientific researchers over there were all sitting in their original positions and seemed to have no intention of bringing the intelligent mecha up. Everyone, please be patient, it should be soon. Zhou Daibing was comforting everyone. Suddenly, a figure flashed above the heads of the crowd. Everyone only felt a cool breeze blowing over their heads. They couldn't help but look up. The figure flew over and landed steadily on the Dragon Country booth. This scene. Let the scene be quiet. Holy shit, what just flew over the crowd? It seems to be a figure. Could it be the intelligent mecha built by the Dragon Science Institute? No way. Can it fly? 66666. Just as everyone is looking forward to it. On the Dragon Country booth, Xia Zhongxuan and his group finally appeared from behind the scenes. Chapter 26. Beat the Descendants of the Dragon? Qingyu Community. 502. On the sofa, Qin Shuiyao and Jiang Chen were watching the live broadcast of the World Intelligent Technology Conference remotely in front of the TV. Qin Shuiyao was wearing a semi-transparent home dress today. She was holding a pile of potato chips in her arms, and a row of her favorite drinks were placed on the living room table. After seeing the powerful god soul of the Xiete country on the right side of the booth, the potato chips in her hand were crushed into pieces by her. She looked nervously at Jiang Chen, who was leisurely beside her, and couldn't help asking repeatedly, Honey, why haven't the Dragon Academy's smart nails been released yet? My dear, what do you think of the fighting power of the god soul of the Xiete nation? Dear, didn't you participate in the intelligent mecha experiment at the Dragon Academy? I'm so anxious. Seeing his girlfriend's anxious look, Jiang Chen was not nervous at all. Instead, he smiled and said, Don't worry. According to my understanding, the parameters of this god's soul have long been exposed on the online forum. This is because the Xiete country is too confident and thinks that other countries' mechas are definitely inferior to theirs. How do their parameters compare to those of the Dragon Academy of Sciences? Qin Shuiyao asked. Jiang Chen said, Overall, it's an 80-20 split. The only 20% is that Xiete still has a slight advantage in the field of materials. But what determines the outcome of a battle is not only the mecha's materials, but also the chip's operating capabilities, combat system, character lock-on, movement speed, and so on, a comprehensive range of abilities. According to my judgment, the descendants of the dragon will definitely defeat the soul of God. Jiang Chen mentioned the name of the intelligent mecha that the Dragon Science Institute was researching. Descendants of the dragon? Hiss. That sounds very impressive. After listening to Jiang Chen's analysis, Qin Shuiyao felt more confident. She took out her phone and logged into one of her financial accounts. While shorting Tesla and buying shares of future cars, she muttered to herself, Whether I can make a fortune depends on this wave. Jiang Chen looked at his girlfriend in surprise. He actually took out nearly 1 million yuan, half of which he chose to short Tesla and the other half to buy future cars. Qin Shuiyao chuckled and secretly told Jiang Chen, This is the pocket money I saved over the years. Don't tell my dad. Little rich woman. Jiang Chen smiled. Then he said, But you bought too early. You should wait until the fighting starts before buying. Jiang Chen currently has more than 1 million in his hands, but he plans to wait until the fighting breaks out and the stock prices of Tesla and Future Auto fluctuate violently before making any purchases. It's okay. We're going to win anyway. Qin Shuiyao cheered herself up. Make money to buy a house. If you lose, you'll go to work in a factory. Chua. Suddenly, the TV camera showed a figure flying over the crowd and landing on the Dragon Country booth on the left. What the hell? What's flying over here? Are you a descendant of the dragon? Qin Shuiyao and Jiang Chen both stared at the TV screen. Exhibition site. Reporter Zhou Daibing quickly asked the photographer to point the camera at the booth on the left. She looked at the 2-meter-tall, red, sophisticated mecha on the exhibition stand and immediately explained, It seems. This is our dragon country's intelligent mecha. If I'm not mistaken, it just leaped from behind the crowd, flew 2 or 3 meters into the air, and landed directly on our booth after crossing a distance of dozens of meters. It seems our intelligent mecha has quite good flying abilities. As soon as these words came out, netizens on major media platforms were instantly excited. Wow! 66. This flying ability is worthy of being a world-class intelligent mecha. This is truly eye-opening. Baga countries made robots, and robot vacuums definitely don't have this capability. That stupid giant god soul across from me has been standing there the entire time. I don't think he has the ability to levitate like that. Despite the excitement of many netizens, some netizens were still dismissive, saying, "It's just levitation, not flying. Besides, the god soul hasn't even been activated yet. How do you know he doesn't have a similar levitation ability?" Yes, your god soul not only has the ability to levitate, but also the ability to fly, and can go directly to see God. Ha! Netizens on major media platforms, seeing the impressive strength of the Dragon Science Institute's intelligent mechas, immediately gained confidence and launched a fierce attack on these internet trolls who were deliberately mocking and suppressing them. And at this moment, at the Longming booth, Xia Zhongxuan and his group also appeared with their team. He personally walked to the microphone and proudly announced to the global media, "Hello everyone, I am Xia Zhongxuan from the Dragon Academy of Sciences. This is an intelligent mecha completely independently developed by our country. Its name is Descendants of the Dragon, which means that the descendants of the dragon will continue to thrive." Bang bang bang. As soon as these words were spoken, there was thunderous applause at the scene. Compared with the various boasts of the country of Xiete and its strength, Xia Zhongxuan did not say much, but simply briefly explained the name of the mecha and its meaning. It can be said to be a bird's eye view. A true master doesn't need any parameters to show off. Just one sentence. "I, the descendant of the dragon, will live forever." His strong demeanor is self-evident. Seeing everyone applauding Dragon Nation's intelligent mecha, Lawton, who was from Xiete Nation, couldn't help but feel that his spotlight had been stolen. He stood up, picked up the microphone, and shouted, "Mr. Xia, you're finally here. Do you remember the bet we made a week ago?" As soon as these words were spoken, the media at the scene immediately turned their cameras to Lawton and Xia Zhongxuan. These two people, one is the president of the Long Academy of Sciences and the other is the Minister of Science and Technology of the Xiete Kingdom, both represent the top level of their respective countries. Today, the intelligent mechas under the command of both sides are about to start a battle. It can be said that the global media are now waiting with bated breath. "Mr. Lawton, I remember. So here we are." Xia Zhongxuan smiled neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Good. Then clear the area and make room. Let the descendants of the dragon and the soul of God compete with each other." The words fell. The tens of thousands of onlookers at the scene stepped back and formed a rectangle around the booths of the two countries. The combined space of these two booths is almost as large as 2 football fields, which is enough for 2 mechas to fight passionately. For a while, on the booth, only the descendants of the dragon and the soul of God were left, standing there quietly more than 80 meters apart. "Soul of God, awaken." Lawton gave the order. The soul of God suddenly activated. It was completely black, but suddenly a black light flashed on its head and chest. Its entire body was extremely precise, and the interlocking mechanical arms, legs, head and other parts began to move with a click. With stretching, he was originally more than 3 meters tall, but now he has grown to more than 5 meters. A whole giant. Fuck! There was an exclamation at the scene. I originally thought that the soul of God, at more than 3 meters, was already very tall, a head taller than the descendants of the dragon. Now that it has started, it is more than 2 meters taller than the descendants of the dragon. Ha ha ha, judging by size alone, the soul of God already outshines the descendant of the dragon. What descendants of the dragon? They're just a bunch of bugs. It's hilarious. Watching the descendants of the dragon being beaten by the spirit of God. Seeing the soul of God activated, the people from all major media outlets became excited again. Chapter 27, Mecha Parts dropped. On the booth, as the soul of God was activated, it began to move around, scanning the surroundings and building a combat model. The 1 nanometer chip was running frantically, and the intelligence system quickly locked onto the descendant of the dragon on the opposite side. On the other hand, descendants of the dragon. As soon as it comes on stage, it is in startup mode. So I have always maintained a height of more than 2 meters and have not deliberately tried to grow taller. The god soul on the opposite side is much taller, but this is obviously not conducive to a sustained battle. Xia Zhongxuan watched from a distance. As the saying goes, experts see the details while laymen see the excitement. In the battle between intelligent mechas, the bigger the better is not the case. Defeating the opponent is the ultimate goal. Hearing this, Lawton smiled confidently. Mr. Xia, you also said that it is not conducive to a protracted battle, but our god's soul is very powerful. We don't need to fight a protracted battle with your descendants of insects. Oh, sorry, descendants of dragons. Yeah. Xia Zhongshuan looked calm. The descendants of the dragon, who will continue to thrive, is more than just a metaphor. In the internal intelligence system of this intelligent mecha, he and his colleagues at the Dragon Academy of Science did not plan to use this mecha as a violent machine for quick battles and quick decisions. Instead, we hope that it can constantly strengthen itself and continue to fight. Certainly, Lawton was confident. The prototype of the Soul of God is actually a killing machine. Since it is a killing machine, of course it emphasizes quick victory and one strike to win. I can defeat you with just a few moves. Do you still need to fight a protracted war? Just as everyone in the audience was discussing, the Soul of God began to run forward at an accelerated speed, and everyone at the scene immediately felt their hearts leap up. The intelligent combat system of the dragon's descendants quickly captured the powerful threat from the opposite side. It was covered in sophisticated mecha and began to operate at high speed. Not only is the mecha running, the chip is also calculating. Calculate the speed, size, and strength of your opponents, and build a combat strategy to defeat them. Just 3 seconds. The descendants of the dragon made a judgment. It stomped its right foot hard, creating a dent on the spot, and then its 2-meter-high mecha rushed forward like a cannonball. Look, the two sides are about to have a head-on conflict. Blast the god's soul. This moment, countless netizens in Longming had this sentence in their hearts. Go die. Suddenly, the words, God damn it, came out of the mouth of the Soul of God. I saw its rough mechanical arms smashing fiercely towards the head of the descendant of the dragon. Just as the descendant of the dragon was about to charge, he suddenly moved flexibly and took off into the air, kicked towards the opponent's chest with the right foot. Bang! The Soul of God's punch missed, but he was kicked in the chest instead, and he stepped back a few steps. 6,666. Such a weird shift in position, so flexible. Ha ha ha. Well done, that big idiot on the other side. Give me the Soul of God. In the first confrontation, he not only dodged the opponent's violent attack, but also kicked the opponent in the chest, which can be said to be a great victory. Countless netizens in Longming couldn't help but shout when they saw this scene. That was a good kick. TSK. It was just a kick, nothing serious. That's right. If you have the guts, come on and hit me head on. Let's see whose fist is stronger. The kneeling tribe disagreed and belittled it. And now, at the booth, there was only one confrontation, and the two intelligent mechas immediately started new calculations. Strength, speed, appearance, combat model, etc. The Soul of God isn't very fast and is rather bulky, but its mecha is made of very strong materials and offers strong defense. It can choose to fight flexibly, continuously consuming the opponent until their chip performance degrades and their energy runs low, allowing them to deliver a fatal blow. Just 3 seconds. The descendants of the dragon made a more accurate judgment. And this judgment comes from the confrontation just now. The Soul of God also detected that the descendants of the dragon moved extremely quickly and were very flexible in changing combat moves. It has been detected that the material of the dragon's heir's mecha is not thick enough and its defense is average. This is the breakthrough point. The Soul of God is not simple either. In terms of chip operating speed, action model, etc., there is no apparent disadvantage, but the mecha material of the dragon descendant was caught at once, and there is no better than the Soul of God. Soon, it also adjusted its combat mode and began to lure the dragon's descendants into a head-on confrontation with it. Bang bang bang. The two sides quickly fought the second, third, and even fourth rounds. The descendants of the dragon were not fooled at all and kept treating the Soul of God like a monkey, playing with him back and forth. Sometimes it soars into the air, sometimes it moves to its side, and even launches a fake attack. Just when it seemed that the Soul of God was about to launch a violent attack, it turned out to be a feint. What a fast speed. Damn it, God Spirit, I can't even keep up. Lawton in the audience immediately saw the battle mode of the dragon's descendant. He frowned. According to his previous performance tests, the data of the Soul of God was already the best in the world. However, no one would have expected that this descendant of the dragon was inferior to the Soul of God in terms of mecha materials, but in other areas, he completely suppressed and defeated the Soul of God. Right now, the Soul of God, although it has the upper hand in momentum, its internal operations cannot keep up with the descendants of the dragon. If this continues, the ones behind will definitely be dragged to death. We must seize the opportunity and seek a chance to fight a decisive battle with the dragon's descendants. Lawton thought to himself. At this moment, after dozens of rounds of confrontation, the soul of God began to realize the problems with his own combat mode. It suddenly stopped without moving. Because the speed at which the soul of God changed its combat mode was too fast, the dragon's descendant lost his judgment because he failed to capture the opponent's movements in time. The opportunity has arrived. The soul of God detected that the descendant of the dragon had stopped, so it mobilized all its energy, accelerated to the maximum, rushed forward with all its strength, and smashed the descendant of the dragon with its robotic arm. This time, the descendants of the dragon can only fight back head-on. Bang! The two large robotic arms collided with each other in midair. Make a dull sound. Thump thump. Both sides stepped back. The soul of God was not seriously injured, but several pieces of mecha fragments fell off the body of the dragon's descendant. Oh no, the dragon's descendant is injured. The hearts of netizens in Longwa suddenly became nervous. The kneeling tribe was instantly boiling with excitement. I told you, the dragon's descendant is no match for the god's spirit. Thatcheron of Wall Street was watching the live broadcast at this moment. Seeing this scene, she smiled with satisfaction. As the fragments of the dragon's descendant mecha fell, the stock price of Future Auto continued to fall in the stock market. Tesla, on the other hand, continues to rise. In this short period of time, she has already made billions of dollars in profit. Obviously, the global financial markets are currently optimistic about the soul of God and the 1-nanometer Qualcomm chip it carries. As for the so-called descendant of the dragon, it is no match for the soul of God at all. The so-called brain-like chip it carries is most likely just a low-level chip. Chapter 28. Counterattack, torn in half. My dear, descendant of the dragon, you're not going to make it, are you? In Qingyu community, Qin Shuiyao almost crushed the potato chips in her hand into pieces. She looked at Jiang Chen nervously. At this moment, she had just bought 1 million stocks, but she had already lost more than 100,000 due to the market sell-off. However, she didn't care at all. She just wanted to be the descendant of the dragon and hold on. Don't be nervous. I just said that the only advantage of the god soul is actually the material of the mecha. But this advantage will soon disappear. Whether it's chip performance or the intelligent combat model, the plasticity of Dragon's Air is very powerful. The ultimate victory cannot be affected by the loss of a few pieces. Just wait. 3 rounds at the fastest, the descendant of the dragon is going to strike back. While analyzing, Jiang Chen calmly took out his cell phone. Log into your financial account. Directly transfer all the more than 1 million RMB. Then, as the price of cars continues to fall in the future, buy them all. Average transaction price, $197 per share. Jiang Chen just took a glance and put it down. With Qualcomm cutting off chip supply and the soul of God destroying the dragon's descendants' fragments, the market has become very pessimistic about the upcoming future cars equipped with brain-like chips. In just 2 days, the price has dropped by more than $100, which is extremely tragic. But the financial market should do the opposite. What's more, this descendant of the dragon is the result of more than 80% of Jiang Chen's hard work, so he is very confident. At this moment, on the exhibition stand, the dragon's descendant was knocked into several pieces. But its internal operations are still at high energy throughout the entire process, still calculating the opponent's strength, speed, and energy, and constantly optimizing its own combat mode. Bang bang bang. The two sides continued to fight together. But people who were closer to the scene could already vaguely see something fishy through the potholes on the ground. That's it. The soul of God was becoming increasingly difficult to fight, and its performance seemed to be lagging behind. As a result, the potholes on the ground are getting bigger and bigger. On the other hand, although the descendant of the dragon had pieces of mecha falling off from time to time, its speed remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. Snap! Suddenly, the left arm of the descendant of the dragon was attacked fiercely by the soul of God and fell off. Huh! There was a gasp of shock at the scene. The battle is so fierce. Even his left arm was torn off. Are the descendants of the dragon about to fall? No, we need to fight back. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. This was the intelligent system of the soul of God making the judgment that if he didn't deliver a fatal blow, he would fail in a hurry. But obviously, even if it was a fatal blow, the dragon's descendant only lost his left mechanical arm. This shows that the soul of God is already at the end of its strength. So, next, the dragon's heir's intelligent system will probably send out a signal for a complete counterattack. In addition to Jiang Chen, who saw that the dragon's descendant was going to fight back, Xia Zhongxuan at the scene also felt that the battle was almost over. Mr. Lawton, this battle is almost over. Xia Zhongxuan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lawton, who was standing next to him, also smiled triumphantly. The dragon's descendant's left arm was shot off, and the battle was indeed about to end. It seems that Mr. Xia is planning to admit that his intelligent mecha is still using our Xiete nation's 1-nanometer chip. Lawton is full of confidence. These so-called descendants of the dragon must be using chips developed by their own country. There is no such thing as a brain-like chip. Mr. Lawton, you misunderstood. What I said was that your god's spirit is about to fail. You should know better than me that your god's soul is not suitable for sustained combat. But this battle has lasted for more than 15 minutes. That attack just now was actually the last dying struggle of the god's soul. Xia Zhongxuan came to almost the same conclusion as Jiang Chen. Lawton frowned and was about to refute Xia Zhongxuan, saying that the descendant of the dragon would definitely fall before the soul of God. Just then, the descendant of the dragon suddenly made a roar that resounded throughout the place. It increased its speed and strength to almost the maximum, and then rushed towards the soul of God fearlessly. God's spirit, take it! Lawton screamed in his heart. This moment, media around the world focused their flashlights on these two mecha men. If it succeeds, Tesla's stock will soar, and the United States will take the title of the world's #1 power in the field of smart technology. If they lose, the future of automobiles will skyrocket, and Longming will leap forward to become the strongest in the field of smart technology. This moment, the focus of everyone's attention. Countless people watching this live broadcast seem to hold their breath at this moment. Bang! Just a confrontation. Originally, everyone thought that the two sides would fight to a standstill. Clinker. The soul of God moved slowly, its steps were weak, and it retreated again and again. On the other hand, descendants of the dragon. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, each punch hits the flesh, continuously hitting the body of God's soul. This moment, it seemed to have become a perpetual motion machine, possessing endless fighting power. Surging. Bang bang bang. Click. Click. Snap. The terrifying sound of mecha fragments falling began to be heard at the scene. It's just because the two mechas were too close and the battle was too intense. To the point that everyone was unable to react, wondering who the mecha fragments that fell to the ground belonged to. Or maybe, the two mecha men are dropping mecha fragments crazily at this moment. Laugh. Until continuous electrical sparks emerged from the soul of God, and the smell of a burning mecha was emitted. Everyone suddenly woke up and realized that the one who was severely injured was actually the soul of God. How could it be? Lawton screamed. How could the soul of God, which had just knocked down the left arm of the dragon descendant, suddenly become so weak? And how could the dragon's descendant, who had lost many mecha fragments, still maintain such a high combat power? This is impossible. Countless people at the scene were cheering in their hearts. Descendants of the dragon, how can you still maintain such a peak form? Snap. Suddenly, the descendant of the dragon grabbed one of the mechanical arms of the soul of God with his right hand. It just kicked hard with its left foot, and one of the opponent's mechanical arms was removed on the spot. Throw away the robotic arm with your backhand. Continue forward and kick again. The soul of God fell down with a loud bang. The descendant of the dragon stepped forward, stepped on the soul of God with one foot, grabbed the latter's forehead with his right hand, and pulled hard. Boom. There was an explosion at the scene. The soul of God was blown into a ball of electrical sparks. And the descendant of the dragon, although his body was covered with scars visible to the naked eye, and even his left arm was missing, the sophisticated mecha inside his body was still functioning, and his figure was still standing majestically. Fuck! There was a thunderous exclamation at the scene. The descendants of the dragon actually tore the soul of God into 2 halves. What a violent, intelligent mecha. This moment, it is no longer a mecha, but a god of war. Dragon god of war. Descendants of the dragon, awesome. My mother asked me why I was kneeling on the ground watching. Foreign slaves, come out and take a few steps. Your godlike soul has really gone to see God. Ha ha ha, what a god soul. It turns out it means to go see God. Descendants of the dragon. Endless life. Descendants of the dragon. Endless life. Descendants of the dragon. Endless life. With the fall of the soul of God, countless Dragon Country media platforms cheered. Everyone began to chant this slogan in unison involuntarily. Chapter 29. A huge loss of hundreds of billions, a small profit. At the same time, in the financial market, as the descendants of the dragon tore the soul of God into 2 halves, the future car, which was originally in the process of falling, suddenly reversed 180 degrees and stretched in a straight line at an almost vertical angle. Back to $200. Back to $280. Back to $300. Breaking through the historical high, heading straight for $400. In just 1 minute, all the sell orders were taken up by the buyers who rushed in. It's still skyrocketing. Since the descendant of the dragon was able to defeat the soul of God so violently, it can only mean that the brain-like chip it carries is real and far superior to Qualcomm's 1nm chip. As the first new energy vehicle giant in China to be equipped with brain-like chips, future automobile will naturally benefit greatly. This moment, even the multinational capitalists in Xiete are frantically buying future cars. 3 minutes later, it violently rose to $600. From the lowest point of $189, it has more than tripled, and the upward trend continues. How is that possible? On Wall Street, in the luxurious Gothic building, Thatcheron was dumbfounded. She watched helplessly as the mighty soul of God knocked down the dragon's descendant's left arm. As a result, the dragon's descendant suddenly doubled his combat power, while the soul of God became a straw bag. Before she could react, the soul of God had been violently torn in two. Mrs. Thatcher, we've already lost $5 billion in 1 minute. The housekeeper came hurriedly. Thatcheron bought $5 billion worth of short positions in Future Motors and $500 million worth of long positions in Tesla in advance. But this moment, Tesla plummeted, Future Auto soared, and the chips she bought went in the opposite direction. Sell it quickly. Sakharong reacted and gave orders quickly. Yes. The housekeeper immediately asked the trader to sell the short position. But it was too late. In just a few minutes, Future Cars was criticized 3 times as much by capitalists around the world. Everyone is buying long orders. However, no one wants their short positions, so they can only sell them off bit by bit. Madam, it can't be sold. The housekeeper came hurriedly again. Now everyone is buying long, and short positions cannot be exited at all. I can only watch the amount in the account suffer crazy losses. It was only $5 billion at the beginning, but later it turned into a loss of $15 billion. $15 billion. A full 100 billion renminbi. Although Sakharong and Liu Jinan claim to control trillions of assets. But they are just assets, and the cash that can be taken out is only about 200 billion yuan. Even Buffett only has 500 billion yuan in liquid cash. And Sakharong, in just a few minutes. I lost more than half of my cash on the spot. Damn descendant of the dragon. Damn dragon country. The originally elegant Sakharong now had eyes filled with resentment. Most of the wealth she had accumulated for so long was wiped out in an instant. Descendants of the dragon. Win. Marvelous. Qingyu community. After Qin Shuiao saw the descendant of the dragon send the soul of God to see God with his bare hands, she danced barefoot in the living room. Even the clothes on his body fell off one by one. Look at how much money you've made. Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and glanced at it. He bought the future car at around $189, which was not the lowest price, but was close to it. It is now more than $600, a threefold increase. That is to say, when he bought it a few minutes ago, it was more than 1 million. But now, the total assets have become more than 3 million. I made more than 2 million in just a few minutes. It's so cool. Qin Shuiao heard this and quickly took out her phone. Seeing the screen full of red, she immediately burst into joy. Haha, I also made over 1.7 million. Although she bought it a little earlier than Jiang Chen, she also bought it for more than $200, and now her floating profit is nearly 2 million. In other words, the two of them made nearly 4 million on the spot in just a few minutes. I have a house. At the technology exhibition, Lawton looked at everything in front of him in disbelief, muttering to himself, this is impossible. But there were still sparks on the field. The staff have gone to put out the fire and collect the parts. All this told him that the soul of God was really beaten by the descendants of the dragon and went to see God. Mr. Lawton, it seems that the Qualcomm 1nm chip used by your God soul is not the best chip in the world. Xia Zhongshuan looked at Lawton with a smile on his face. Lawton's face looked extremely ugly. He snorted coldly and turned away without saying a word. The soul of God was beaten up by the intelligent Mecca of Dragon Country in front of the whole world. If I turn around, I will be scolded by that person in the Black Palace. How could he have the time to embarrass himself here? Xia Zhongshuan and his group were quite calm and composed. They had their men pack up the descendants of the dragon and prepare to transport them back to their country. Mr. Xia, can you tell me when this brain-like chip from Dragon Country came out? Grandpa Xia, are Dragon Country's brain-like chips currently only supplied to future cars? Summer. Media reporters from all over the world took out their microphones and rushed towards Xia Zhongshuan. Xia Zhongshuan calmly responded to the camera. Our country's brain-like chips have been around for a while. For now, we only supply future cars. As for the future, when production expands, we will consider supplying some brain-inspired chips to companies and countries that are friendly to our country. Tesla founder Elon Musk, who was not far away, did not leave with Lawton. He is a multinational capitalist. Why walk away from something that can make money? Then, he walked over and asked Xia Zhongshuan very politely, Mr. Xia, although Tesla is a company from Shetland, we have always been very friendly to your country. Can you supply some chips to Tesla while supplying future cars? With the appearance of Musk, the media was even more excited. Even the giant companies in Xiete country are openly seeking brain-like chips from Long country. Xia Zhongshuan glanced at him indifferently and said nonchalantly, that depends on our arrangements. If there are any remaining defective products, we can give you some. If not, you can only wait in line. That's it. He led everyone away, leaving Musk, who had originally looked expectant but now had a dark face. I was rejected. Ha, this is so satisfying. You even cut off the chips for our future cars before. Are you regretting it now? Netizens were amused by this. However, there are still some foreign sycophants who sarcastically said, can you have some perspective? Tesla, the international giant, has actively sought cooperation, and you're not accepting it? You'll regret it. Stupid bird, get out. Stupid bird, get out. Stupid bird, get out. Chapter 30. Strengthen the fishing boat and go out to sea again. Black Palace. The Lord in black robe was angrily scolding a group of technology giants, including Lawton. Are you all a bunch of gluttons? After spending tens of billions of dollars and decades of accumulation, you guys kept saying that the God's soul, which you all claimed was the best in the world, was torn in half by a little-known intelligent mecha from Dragon Country? The Lord in black robe slapped his big table, his saliva almost splashing out. The soul of God, as the top wisdom in the field of intelligent technology, is the first step for the Xiete Kingdom to occupy the world's intelligent technology. As long as the first step is taken, applying for funding from Congress and occupying the global market will be almost a piece of cake. But now, it was completely torn apart by the descendants of the dragon. Currently, smart technology companies from various countries are seeking cooperation with Manhwa. This made the Lord of Black Robe very angry. Sir Black Robe, there is something you may not know. Lawton was embarrassed, and as the Minister of Science and Technology, he took the initiative to stand up. The Lord of Black Robe, speak. According to my subordinate's analysis, some of the dragon descendants' combat movements and behavioral patterns are very similar to an intelligent machine we previously developed. So, I judge that this descendant of the dragon may have plagiarized our confidential data. Before coming, Lawton had asked Big Data to analyze the 15-minute battle video of the dragon's heir. After systematic analysis, 7% of the data was found to be very similar to one of its own smart dolphins. This intelligent dolphin took the Ministry of Science and Technology nearly 10 years to develop. This top-notch intelligent dolphin disappeared in the southern waters of Dragon Country a month ago. Satellite surveys showed that it was picked up by a Longming fisherman. The Lord in black robe frowned. Are you saying that the descendants of the dragon were able to defeat the God's soul because the dragon nation analyzed that intelligent dolphin? Yes, they defeated us because they stood on our shoulders. Lawton quickly found a way out for himself. Damn it. I said the dragon people were less intelligent than us. How come they suddenly got it? Turns out they stole our data. The Lord in black robe suddenly felt much better. Then, he suddenly asked, wait, who's that fisherman you mentioned? How did he manage to find our intelligent dolphin? He couldn't even break free from a fishing net. What kind of rubbish is this intelligent technology? The Lord in black robe suddenly felt something was wrong. Not to mention the smart dolphin, it is just a basic sound collector that will dive a certain distance when it detects a nearby fishing boat approaching. How could such a highly intelligent dolphin be caught in a fishing net? Well, this is still under investigation, but the reason given by the relevant departments is that there may be a malfunction in the smart dolphin. Lawton said vaguely, this matter has not been clarified yet. Last time we asked the Philippines to stop and capture this fisherman, we failed. Fikeli was so scared by the Dragon Country's aircraft carrier that he hasn't left the port for a month. Malfunction? I think you are all idiots. The Lord in black robe snorted coldly. Lawton smiled bitterly. Don't worry, Lord Black Robe. We will protect our core technology from now on and will never leak it again. If you do it again, you'll be kicked off the stage. Also, we now have an advantage in the field of mecha materials. We must maintain it. If we can't, you will step down. The Lord in black robe has issued a death order. The mecha material used in the Soul of God is a polymer material called carbon-7, which has one more carbon than the carbon-6 in the descendants of the dragon. If we want to maintain our absolute advantage, we must speed up the research and development of carbon-8. If it can be researched, not only the materials of the mecha can be upgraded, but also the aircraft carriers at sea, the Starlink in the sky, and other aspects can be strengthened. Its importance is no less than that of smart technology, so we must maintain our leading edge. Don't worry, Carbon-8 is already in the experimental stage. In 6 months at most, it will be the first to be launched globally. Lawton vowed. Also, that damn fisherman has caused us so much damage. We're listing him on the dark web and offering a $50 million reward. Yes, the descendants of the dragon have returned home. The moment it got off the airport, it became a hero in the eyes of countless people, and many asked to take photos with it. Although the dragon's descendant is in a dormant state, many people still take selfies in front of it. It was not until a day later that it was transported back to Lonka Institute for repairs. Except for the mecha materials, which are somewhat different from those of Xiete Nation, everything else can be said to be perfect. Looking at the many scientific researchers who were repairing this descendant of the dragon, Jiang Chen was thinking about how to make up for this part of the gap. This gap, although only a part, is an important part of the hardware. Even though the descendants of the dragon had a leading advantage in chips, software data, and intelligence systems, it still took them 15 minutes to defeat the Soul of God. Everyone was very satisfied with the results. But Jiang Chen feels that there is still a lot of room for improvement. Unfortunately, I lack knowledge in more advanced materials fields. Jiang Chen felt regretful. Behind him, Xia Zhongshuan, who was walking not far away, staggered and almost fell when he heard the words. Boy, you have done very deep research in the field of chips and intelligent combat systems. You actually want to delve into the field of materials? Xiao Jiang, don't worry. I've already started looking for experts in chemical materials to help me solve this problem. During this period of time, you should take a rest and don't work too hard. Xia Zhongshuan comforted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was planning to go out to sea again, so he turned around and said, Dean Xia, I do plan to take a break for a while. Also, I have a favor to ask. You say, I'm planning to repair my fishing boat, but unfortunately I'm short of some materials. I saw there were quite a few leftovers from the last time I made the dragon's heir. Could you sell them to me at a low price? Jiang Chen spoke. The appearance of the descendant of the dragon is made of carbon-6 molecular material. Although there is a certain gap between it and the carbon-7 molecular material used in the Soul of God, it is still the top material in China. You've made great contributions to the country, so you don't need this little money. I'll apply directly to the government, and it'll be approved for you. Xia Zhongshuan waved his hand. According to normal procedures, this batch of remaining top-stream materials will be taken to the material factory for remelting. But since Jiang Chen needs it, I'll give it to him. Thank you so much, Dean. Jiang Chen clasped his fists. Then a truck, loaded with the remaining molecular materials, drove towards the Pearl River port. Zhujiang number 888 was inherited from Jiang Chen's parents. It is quite old. Although the engine and other parts are still okay, the exterior has become a bit shabby after years of seawater erosion. But under Jiang Chen's renovation, layer upon layer of carbon-6 molecular material was applied to Zhujiang number 888. One day later, number 888 Zhujiang was transformed from dilapidated to brand new. The entire ship glowed with a shining pure white light. Bang! Jiang Chen picked up a stone and smashed it hard on Zhujiang number 888. The stone broke in two, but there is no trace of it on the surface of Zhujiang number 888. It's worthy of being a carbon-6 molecular material, worthy of being the material of the mecha equipped on the dragon's descendant. It's too strong, Jiang Chen exclaimed. Currently, carbon-6 molecular materials in China are not allowed to be sold and can only be applied for use through scientific research institutions such as the Lonka Academy. Honey, I want to go to sea with you. Behind him, Qin Shuiyao, wearing a straw hat, had a slender figure. When she saw how Jiang Chen had made the Pearl River 888 look so brand new, she immediately rekindled her desire to go out to sea with him. Just think about doing what we love on the boundless ocean with Jiang Chen. How wonderful it is. No, wait until you graduate. Otherwise my father-in-law will scold me. Jiang Chen touched her head and asked her to wait a little longer. Oh my, Qin Shuiyao was crying. When Jiang Chen made all preparations and was about to go out to sea 3 days later, Qin Shuiyao was at the port, waving goodbye reluctantly. Go back early, it's too humid at the seaside. Jiang Chen started the fishing boat and went out to sea again. The last brain-like mecha has been almost developed. He should also go for a few laps in the sea to see if there are any new big shipments. The moment Jiang Chen went out to sea, The Maritime Ministry base immediately monitored the relevant information. Maritime Command Center, a fishing vessel on our SS-level protected list, is heading out to sea. Do you want an escort? Commander-in-Chief Tang Zhe, after seeing the relevant information, immediately sent an SS-level secret message. Pterosaur Cruiser, please reply if you receive this. This is the command room of the Marine base. We immediately order you to lead the Weilong destroyer and the Zhanlong frigate to escort Zhujiang 888 throughout its journey. Repeat. Ever since the descendants of the dragon defeated the soul of God, after research by multiple departments, they have secretly ordered the Marine base to upgrade Jiang Chen and Zhujiang number 888 from the S-level protection list to the SS-level protection list. Chapter 31. Millions of dollars. Pirates are eyeing. It took less than 5 minutes for Jiang Chen to leave the port. 3 warships were also dispatched from another military port not far away. A cruiser, a destroyer, and a frigate. Qin Shuiyao, who was near the dock, was watching Jiang Chen leave. She was ready to turn around only when Pearl River 888 was completely out of sight from the beach. But at this moment, a group of fishermen near the dock suddenly became excited. Fuck, the cruisers are dispatched. And destroyers and frigates. I don't know what the mission is this time, but they actually dispatched 3 warships at once. When Qin Shuiyao heard everyone's discussion, she also looked towards the west curiously. On the west side, there is said to be a large military port where warships are often dispatched. Even the Dragon Roar would go there for repairs every year or so. Isn't that the Pterosaur cruiser in the Longming formation? Qin Shuiyao also knew something about naval warships because Jiang Chen often went to sea. Some time ago, she received a news push saying that the Wing Long cruiser had been separated from the formation due to some minor malfunctions and was returning to the port for repairs. Little girl, you have some experience. That is indeed a Pterosaur cruiser. It's a bit strange though. The Pterosaur cruiser just came back a while ago, and now it's out again. Could it be that he is going to rejoin the Dragon Roar? That's not right. Being assigned to the aircraft carrier formation will have to wait until next year. Everyone was confused. After the Wing Long cruiser broke away from the formation, other cruisers took its place. So, what is this single Pterosaur cruiser doing, leading several small warships? Didn't you see my husband's warship put out to sea? Maybe they went fishing with my husband. Qin Shuiyao talked nonsense with a proud look on her face. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha, what a funny little girl. How could a cruiser go fishing? They're there to defend our country and protect the sea. Of course it's impossible. Fishermen are also part of the ocean, so of course we must protect them. Qin Shuiyao snorted. But the reason she said this was actually because she hoped Jiang Chen would have a safe journey. Even if she knew about the cruiser, it was impossible for her to protect a small fishing boat for no reason. But in her heart, she couldn't help but fantasize. After Jiang Chen went out to sea, he did not notice the Pterosaur cruiser behind him. Because the Wing Long cruiser, Weilong destroyer, and Zhanlong frigate maintained beyond visual range with Zhujiang 888 throughout the entire process. The so-called beyond horizon range means it is invisible to the human eye, which is about 8 nautical miles. Weilong destroyer, Zhanlong destroyer. This is the Elong cruiser command room. Our ship will begin accelerating and advance to a point 8 nautical miles in front of Zhujiang 888. Weilong destroyer. Proceed 8 nautical miles to the left of Zhujiang 888. Zhanlong frigate. Proceed 8 nautical miles to the right of Zhujiang 888. Finally, maintain the triangle formation. Please reply if you receive it. Repeat. Sudden. The Winged Dragon cruiser sent a secret radio message. The other 2 warships responded immediately after receiving the message. After receiving the reply, the Wing Long cruiser began to accelerate and rush to the front of Zhujiang 888 from the right sea area. The other 2 ships also arrived at the corresponding positions. Although the 2 sides maintained a very long distance, the error did not exceed 500 meters due to the radar scanning system and satellite monitoring system, and dynamic escort was maintained throughout the process. At this moment, Jiang Chen was starting the fishing boat and heading quickly towards the southern waters. This system has been updated again. Not long after Jiang Chen went out to sea, a map of the world's oceans appeared in his mind. The above is divided into fog area and non-fog area. The so-called non-fog area is the place where Jiang Chen has been. Currently, most of the southern sea areas are non-fog areas. Only the southern waters near Malacca are foggy areas. Jiang Chen could only continue driving the boat, planning to go to the foggy area to take a look. Next time, I'm afraid I'll have to go to Somalia, or even the Pacific Ocean. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. Last time, we almost encountered a Philippine warship near the high seas in the South China Sea. Next time if we go to Somalia, or even the Pacific Ocean, won't we encounter pirates and the powerful fleet of the Xiete Kingdom? Although the Xiete Kingdom lost to the Long Kingdom in terms of intelligent mecha, it still has a certain degree of suppression over the Long Kingdom in terms of aircraft carriers. For example, quantity. Currently, Dragon State has only 3, and the country of Xiete has 10 of them. Let's finish exploring the southern seas first. Jiang Chen withdrew his thoughts. It takes time to surpass the technology of Xiete country in all aspects. Just as Jiang Chen was driving at full speed towards the Malacca area in the southern waters, the southern sea area of Xiete Kingdom, on a densely populated, uninhabited island, there lurks a group of dozens of pirates. These pirates are mainly scammers from the country of Xiete. Recently, due to the economic downturn, frauds have failed repeatedly, so they have begun to target cargo ships from other countries. Certainly, they usually don't dare to attack large cargo ships from Manhwa, but they will still take risks on some small fishing boats and small cargo ships. On a densely populated, uninhabited island, in a stone cave, a group of skinny men were checking the task requirements sent by Lu Junin earlier. Over the past year, they have made a little money by stealing and robbing in the southern waters. They also risked their lives being captured by Dragon Country warships at all times. Just when they were hesitating whether to continue, a reward of tens of millions of US dollars from Lu Junin made them cry with joy. Fuck, tens of millions of US dollars. That's 60 million renminbi, 200 billion Vietnamese dong. The leading pirate was named Jiang Chen. He was 1.9 meters tall, but very thin and tall, with his ribs visible. He looked a little malnourished. But at this moment, his face was full of excitement. Because according to the description of the bounty, the person on whom the bounty is offered had appeared in the southern waters a month ago. It is only about 100 nautical miles away from their island. On top of that, this guy is just a fisherman. Boss, is there a problem? Someone is offering a reward of tens of millions of dollars for a fisherman. One of the men swallowed and asked worriedly. They hijacked several small fishing boats here and only earned 1 million RMB. And now, a business worth up to 60 million renminbi has emerged. This made their breathing quicken. If this deal is successful, I will have a comfortable life with women for the rest of my life. Do I still need to go out to sea and work so hard every day? What could be the problem? Even if there are problems, tell me, which fishing boat or cargo ship is risk-free? Let me ask you, would you rather go out to sea every day and work yourself to death just to earn this little hard-earned money? Or would you rather do something big? Jiang Chen looked around at everyone with red eyes. Everyone looked at each other and gritted their teeth and said, fuck. Chapter 32 Sigma Gene Enhancement Potion. Jiang Chen drove for 6 hours before driving Zhujiang 888 to a foggy area. This location is on the southern side of the Xiete Kingdom and is hundreds of nautical miles away from the Xiete Kingdom. Let's start fishing around here. Jiang Chen gradually reduced the speed and then cast the fishing net into the sea. Wow. The fishing net sank into the sea and many fish rolled around, but Jiang Chen didn't care and waited quietly. At this moment, the Wing Long cruiser, which had been keeping a distance from Jiang Chen, also detected through radar and Beidou system that Zhujiang 888 was gradually slowing down. So, it also began to slow down and ordered the other 2 warships to also slow down. At this moment, Jiang Chen did not know that there were warships cruising in 3 directions, so he looked around the whole time, alert and guarding against danger. Although this is the high seas and cargo ships pass by from time to time, who knows if sharks will emerge from the seabed? Just as Jiang Chen was driving Zhujiang number 888 slowly towards the south, the pterosaur cruiser, which was leading the way, happened to pass by a densely populated uninhabited island. This island is not big, but it is so densely populated that the view is obscured. It was the pirate island where Jiang Chen often hid. At this moment, a man hiding in a tree watching the wind caught a glimpse of the pterosaur cruiser. He immediately ran towards the cave excitedly, shouting, "Boss, boss, I see a big ship over there." He had been waiting here for almost a day, and no large cargo ships had passed by. He could no longer hold back. Seeing such a large ship passing by, I immediately thought I was going to get rich. Hearing the sound, Jiang Chen quickly stood up, walked to the top of the cave, and looked forward through a telescope. Looking at the huge body of the pterosaur cruiser and the bright flags flying on it, the telescope in his hand trembled and fell to the ground. He picked up the telescope, turned around, faced the guy who reported the news, kicked him, and cursed, "Are you blind? This is not a cargo ship. This is a warship. It's still a Dragon Country cruiser. You're going to take my head hostage?" Jiang Chen walked back to the cave cursing. There was once a group of pirates who were so ignorant that they wanted to hijack a small destroyer. Later, The grass on the grave is 10 meters high. The boy who reported the news scratched his head, looking depressed. He picked up the telescope and looked again. At this time, the pterosaur cruiser was very close, and he could feel its huge body. The long, black shell ports on the battleship and the professional Navy soldiers looming on the deck made him shudder. Excuse me. The man who reported the news quickly looked in other directions. As the wing-long cruiser moved forward, Zhujiang 888 was also following a similar route towards the island. At this moment, Jiang Chen did not realize that there were pirates on the island a few miles ahead. One is that he is focused on catching fish. Second, this was his first time to come to such a far sea area. Third, he had never heard of pirates appearing here. After all, this place is too close to Dragon Country, and it is not Somalia, so the probability of desperados appearing is very low. Ding! The fishing net has caught a large catch. Please close the net in time. Just as Jiang Chen was eating the snacks prepared by his girlfriend, the system finally issued a prompt. Jiang Chen was delighted and quickly put away the snacks, thinking to himself, finally, a reminder. I've been strolling around here for almost half an hour. In the past, when we caught big fish, we would get a hint within a few minutes. The brain-like mecha I picked up later was only prompted after hunting for more than 10 minutes. This time, it took him half an hour to walk around before he was reminded. The distance is getting farther and farther, and the time is getting longer and longer. Jiang Chen compared them in his mind and pulled the fishing net back. Nothing. After Jiang Chen pulled up the fishing net, he didn't see any big stuff. It was not until he repeatedly looked through the rolled-up fishing net that he saw an ordinary test tube the size of his middle finger hooked in the gap of the net. This test tube is sealed and contains a tube of unknown liquid, but the liquid is transparent. So Jiang Chen didn't see it clearly at first. A tube of unknown liquid. Jiang Chen removed the test tube from the fishing net line. Look carefully. At this moment, the system also made an explanation. Sigma Gene Enhancement Potion. An A-sequence drug that can comprehensively strengthen the human body, instantly transforming a person into an A-sequence supernatural organism, a genetic warrior, without any side effects on the host. Gene Enhancer? A-series supernatural organisms, gene warriors? Jiang Chen understood a little bit about the word in front. But the last word made Jiang Chen confused. What was this? Can you become a Superman by drinking it? Jiang Chen was wondering when a huge amount of knowledge suddenly flooded into his mind. These include genetic variation, cell histology, human anatomy, and strength sequence. A total of 17 complex disciplines in the field of biochemistry. What a great feeling. Jiang Chen only felt a violent shaking in his brain, and his soul seemed to be thrown out, just like swinging on a swing. After swinging back, he felt a refreshing feeling on the top of his head, as if the storehouse of wisdom had been opened up. When he came to his senses, he let out a long sigh. I began to gradually understand what the Sigma Gene Enhancement Potion in my hand was. Series, a supernatural organism. In the past, Jiang Chen would only feel that this was very sci-fi. But after being baptized by these scientific knowledge, he began to understand that through scientific development, human potential will explode. For mortals, isn't it a supernatural organism? It is to be handed over to the state for research. Or should I drink it all and become an A-sequence gene warrior? Jiang Chen was a little hesitant, wondering if anything unusual would happen if he became an A-sequence gene warrior. There is a beautiful girl at home. If I lose my feeling because of something strange, wouldn't it be a waste? Just when Jiang Chen's left and right brain were fighting, Zhujiang number 888 appeared in the sight of the man who reported the news. Hey, another boat is coming. This time, the man on the branch who brought the news was not in a hurry, but looked at it carefully several times. After confirming that it is not a warship, he excitedly ran back to the cave to report. Boss, I spotted a fishing boat. This time I'm 100% sure it's a fishing boat, and it's not big. Fishing boat. Never mind. A fishing boat will do. Just treat it as dessert before dinner. Jin Jiming took out a desert eagle from his waist and went to the top of the cave again. Take a look through the telescope. I saw a fishing boat without a flag slowly approaching. He estimated with his fingers that the fishing boat was about 10 meters long. It was hard to tell how many people were on board, but on a small fishing boat of just over 10 meters, there would not be more than 3 people on it. Thinking of this, Jin Jiming waved his hand and said to the man who reported the news, contact the brothers on other islands and prepare to take care of him. Chapter 33, A Sequence, Sigma Gene Warrior. Yes, boss. The man who reported the news quickly took out his communication equipment and passed the order to the pirates lurking on several other nearby islands. There are several islands nearby, with 13 pirates and 4 pirate ships lurking there. It can just block the opponent's 4 directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After receiving the news, the 4 pirate ships near the island started their engines with the help of the island reefs, preparing to rush forward when Jiang 888 approached. Here I come. Sudden. At a command, a pirate ship charged out, creating huge waves. While Jiang Chen was hesitating, a speedboat suddenly attacked from not far to the left. He raised his eyebrows. The assault boat appeared too suddenly, and it came from the direction of the island. This made him, who had been out to sea for many years, instinctively feel the danger. He quickly put away the genetic medicine, accelerated Jiang number 888, and then turned right. While accelerating, he took out a telescope and looked at the other party. This sight scared Jiang Chen. There were only 3 people on the assault boat, but 2 of them were lying on the boat, as if they were worried about being seen. Through Jiang Chen's telescope, he clearly saw that the other party was holding guns in his hands, some with long barrels and some with short handles. What the hell, pirates? Jiang Chen shuddered and was very surprised. There are actually pirates in this southern waters. He didn't have time to think about why there were pirates in this place, so he turned around and drove back. Oh no, this kid noticed it. Submachine gun, go straight ahead. When Jin Jiming saw Jiang number 888 turn around and run away, he immediately stood up and yelled, "Da-da-da!" When they were still 100 meters away from Jiang 888, a pirate holding a submachine gun began to shoot at Jiang Chen. Bang, bang, bang. Most of the bullets fell into the sea, but a small part hit Jiang 888. If it were an ordinary ship, after being hit by a few volleys of bullets, even if it was not broken, it would still suffer some damage. However, Jiang Chen's Pearl River 888 was coated with carbon-6 molecular material before going out to sea, so there was no problem at all. Fuck, why is it so exciting every time we go out to sea? Jiang Chen couldn't help but utter sweet words. The last time I went out to sea, I was inexplicably chased by warships from the Philippines, and this time it was pirates from an unknown island. Without thinking too much, he quickly lowered his body and pushed the horsepower of Jiang 888 to the limit. The surface of Jiang number 888 is covered with strong materials, so there is no damage at all. But he is not Superman. He couldn't withstand a single bullet. Just at this moment, he discovered that a speedboat was rushing towards him from the direction of another small island, trying to cut off his circuit. Oh no, there's more than one. Jiang Chen wanted to turn left, but a third pirate ship rushed out from another small island on the left. Then, it's the 4th one. All 4 directions, east, south, west, and north, are blocked. Jiang Chen quickly turned the bow of the boat, creating a head-on wave, trying to shake off the other party. As an experienced fisherman, Jiang Chen's boat skills are quite good. Especially since the boat's exterior has been reinforced with top-grade materials, you can race with confidence. For a moment, on the sea, 5 ships began to spin and compete with each other in boating skills. Just when Jiang Chen encountered pirates at sea, the pterosaur cruiser soon discovered the abnormality. First, the radar detector showed that a ship was approaching Jiang 888 rapidly. Jiang number 888 first turns right, then heads north, and the speed becomes faster and faster. Wasn't there any ship in that sea area just now? Where did it come from? The captain of the pterosaur cruiser was a little puzzled. When it just passed by, it was obviously quiet over there. The radar did not show any fishing boats there, only some uninhabited islands. Without thinking too much, he immediately gave the order. Weilong Destroyer, approach Jiang 888 at full speed. Receive. The Weilong Destroyer, which was closest to Jiang Chen, sped away. At this time, the Weilong cruiser also discovered 3 more light spots approaching Jiang 888. Judging from the direction, it is clearly a battle formation blocking 4 directions. The captain of the pterosaur cruiser saw the danger at a glance. He raised his thick eyebrows. Pirates occasionally occurred in the southern waters, but they never dared to involve those from the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that these ships that suddenly appeared belonged to pirates? Towards the target ship, full speed. The Weilong cruiser and the Zhanlong frigate also quickly turned around and began to sail towards Jiang 888. Bang! Uninhabited island waters. 5 fishing boats are competing with each other in boating skills. Suddenly, a bullet hit the dashboard of Jiang number 888. Although the dashboard is also coated with top-notch materials, but the burning sensation when the bullet reflected and brushed past his cheek still startled him. Damn it! Almost died. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly, a surge of anger in his heart. He tilted his head and saw 4 pirate ships starting to narrow the scope of their pursuit. As the range shrinks, even if Jiang Chen has good sailing skills, it will be difficult for him to race. If only one bullet landed on him, he would be dead. We can't keep going like this. Jiang Chen clenched the genetic medicine in his hand. He was still hesitating, but when faced with the danger to his survival, he immediately made up his mind. He unscrewed the test tube with force and drank the clear liquid in one gulp. The cold liquid flowed smoothly down the esophagus. A moment. Jiang Chen felt an extremely warm sensation coming from his belly button. This warm feeling quickly spread to every part of my body. His eyes began to change color, sometimes blue, sometimes red, sometimes pure white. The skin begins to strengthen and become more resilient. The blood gradually thickens. His heart was pounding so hard that he could almost feel it beating so strongly. The hands that were tightly gripping the fishing boats suddenly felt a powerful force. Most importantly, he felt that his perception seemed to be many times sharper. Even without looking back, he could feel that the pirate ship behind him was a full 37.689 meters away from him, almost accurate to 3 decimal places. Is this the A-series supernatural organism? It feels okay. Jiang Chen felt his body and found no particularly strange mutations, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Swish. Another bullet passed by. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he pinched his 2 fingers together, actually holding the bullet between his fingertips. With a gentle rub, the pure metal bullet turned into powder and dispersed on the spot. These bastards are really looking for death. Jiang Chen braked quickly, turned around and rushed towards Jin Jiming's assault boat, crashing into it head-on. Chapter 34. Pirates asked for help from the cruiser? This kid wants to die with us. Oh. When Jin Jiming saw Zhujiang number 888 actually turned around and rushed towards him, he was stunned for a moment. Then his face became ferocious. He crouched down and shouted, "Bump into it." The 2 sides were not far apart, only about 30 meters. Now the 2 ships are colliding with each other, and they hit each other hard in just a few seconds. Bang! There was a violent vibration sound. Jin Jiming's assault boat was hit and flew sideways, with a large amount of head fragments falling into the sea. Grasp! Jin Jiming and the other 2 were thrown into the air by a huge force, and then plunged into the sea. He struggled to float to the surface, and at this moment a speedboat rushed over and pulled him up. "Boss, are you okay?" "It's okay, where's the ship?" Jin Jiming looked around quickly and found that Zhujiang number 888 was also knocked to the other side. This seems to be evenly matched. But the problem is, the front of Jin Jiming's assault boat had already rotted away, and if it was not towed away, it would sink into the sea. As for Zhujiang number 888, for some reason, there was no damage at all on the head. This made him wipe his eyes involuntarily, thinking that he was dazzled. Damn it, how come his fishing boat wasn't damaged? The original intention was to drag the other party down by ramming their boat. But now, not only did the other party not fall off the boat, he also immediately started the fishing boat and rushed towards his assault boat again. The speed has not decreased at all. Go to hell. Jiang Chen roared. I was driving the fishing boat before, because I was worried that I would be hit by bullets. Speaking of ship combat power alone, how could these ironclad assault boats on the other side compare to our warships covered in carbon-6 molecular materials? Bring the gun. Seeing the enemy rushing towards him again, Jin Jiming picked up his submachine gun and fired at Zhujiang number 888 again. However, no matter how hard he fired, the hull and glass of Zhujiang 888 were not even scratched. I didn't notice it before because of the distance. But now, as Zhujiang number 888 rushed closer and closer, Jin Jiming almost fired his submachine gun until it started smoking. But Zhujiang number 888 was still intact. Damn it, what is this boat made of? Can't even penetrate glass? Jin Jiming was in disbelief, and his eyes widened. When had he ever seen a hull of such strength? At this time, Zhujiang 888 had already hit him. He only had time to wail before the assault boat was knocked away again. Puff! Jin Jiming poked his head out of the sea in embarrassment. This time, what came out of his mouth was not only sea water, but also blood. The 2 violent collisions caused a violent burning sensation in his lungs. So much so that blood came out of his mouth. The 3rd assault boat rushed over and pulled Jin Jiming on board. Boss, what should we do? The other men on the assault boat were also panicking. The fishing boat across from them was clearly acting abnormally. No matter how they rammed it, it didn't react. Even their bullets couldn't penetrate it. How can we play with this defense being so high? Run! Jin Jiming shouted, started his assault boat, and ran away. Both assault boats were crippled, and the other party is still safe and sound. If I continue to go ahead with it, I will really die in the sea. Jin Jiming was not stupid either. He didn't care about the other assault boat, and turned around and ran away. Want to leave? Jiang Chen sneered. If there had been 2 such violent collisions before, he would have vomited blood. Fortunately, thanks to the Sigma gene enhancer, He was not hurt at all. Swish. He started the fishing boat again and first rammed the fourth speedboat that was closest to him in the middle. Click. The assault boat was broken into 2 pieces, and the 3 pirates on it fell into the water, screaming in the water. Jiang Chen drove the warship past their heads, and there was another wailing. Then he continued to kill Jiang. After pretending to be tough, you still want to run away? Jiang Chen is chasing closely. Fuck, this guy is catching up with us. Jiang felt extremely humiliated when he saw the fishing boat chasing him closely. I've been a swindler and a pirate for so long, but this is the first time I've been chased by someone. He casually picked up the last submachine gun and fired another burst of bullets at Zhujiang number 888. Wanted to stop Jiang Chen's charge. However, this time, he was like a meat bun hitting a dog, and he couldn't even break the opponent's glass. What a waste. It would be great if we had a mortar. Jiang couldn't help but curse. Boss, it's okay, we just need to run back to the territorial waters. We can ask our patrol boat for help. One of the men said tremblingly. If this one were caught up, it would probably end up like the last assault boat, being smashed in half. Shut up. Jiang was furious. What's the point of asking for help from a patrol boat? We are pirates. If this gets out, all the pirates on the planet will die of laughter. But he didn't dare to stop. With the opponent's strangely hard hull, the assault boat he was riding on was also a piece of tofu. Wow. The 2 sides kept a distance of more than 10 meters, one chasing relentlessly and the other not daring to stop for a moment. Just when Jiang felt that he really needed help from the patrol boat, a huge warship suddenly came towards him. Hey, boss, isn't this the Dragon Kingdom cruiser that passed by earlier? One man was overjoyed. Jiang's eyes flashed, and a plan came to his mind. He quickly threw the gun into the sea and then drove quickly towards the winged dragon cruiser. And sent a radio. Requesting support. Requesting support. I am a fisherman from Gyazi country, and I am being chased by pirates. Soon, Jiang drove the assault boat into the firing range of the Wing Long cruiser. 6 small combat boats were also released from the Wing Long cruiser's hull. They immediately surrounded Jiang's assault boat. Jiang had learned some Chinese in his early years. When he saw the Navy with the Wing Long cruiser, he immediately turned the tables and asked for help pitifully. Great Dragon Navy, there are pirate ships behind us. Rescue us. Finished. Jiang sneered in his heart. Chasing me? See how I kill you. Pirate ship? Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Chen drove Zhujiang number 888 at full speed. Chapter 35 Java Port, a sequence boxer. Jiang Chen saw so many battleships and the pterosaur cruiser behind them. He raised his eyebrows and said, I am a fisherman from Dragon Country. Those people are pirates. Capture them. Bullshit. You're chasing us. You're the pirate. Jiang swore to himself and turned the tables. Whose pirate is being chased? The 2 sides were arguing, and at this moment, the captain of the winged dragon ship had already arrived at the sea in a combat boat. Lord Manhwa, please give us justice. Jiang yelled. The captain of the winged dragon simply glanced at the other party and immediately ordered, capture him. As soon as the words fell, the fighters on the battle boat had already rushed forward and subdued Jiang and his companions. Don't you have any brains? We are the ones being chased. He is the pirate. Jiang's plan failed on the spot. He was very dissatisfied and shouted loudly. The captain of the winged dragon sneered. Why don't you smell your hands? They're full of gunpowder. Who do you call a pirate? He had already seen them dropping their guns through the telescope. Not to mention, the one chasing them was Zhujiang number 888, a fishing vessel on the SS-level confidential list of the Ministry of Naval Affairs base. Pirate? Are you guys funny? Take him back to his country for trial. The captain of the winged dragon ship waved his hand, and all the people were handcuffed and taken to the ship. Seeing that his plan had completely failed, Jiang immediately became dejected and looked desperate. I have been defrauding people for many years, but I didn't expect that I would fall on a fishing boat today. Hello, are you okay? The captain of the winged dragon looked at Jiang Chen. Just now, he saw Zhujiang 888 chasing a speedboat through the telescope, which made him very curious. Are these pirates so vulnerable? Besides, weren't there 4 spots of light before? Why is there only 1 left? Jiang Chen smiled and replied, I'm fine, but there are a few assault boats behind us. They might be in trouble because they accidentally fell off the assault boats. The captain of the winged dragon was stunned and immediately sent people to capture him. Soon, in the sea not far away, they caught the remaining 9 pirates. However, all these pirates were holding the broken assault boats. Some were even seriously injured, and one floated up due to exhaustion. Why are these assault boats broken into pieces like this? The fighters on the battle boats looked at each other in bewilderment. Although these assault boats were not very powerful, they were standard assault boats with a certain strength. But now, they seemed to have been hit by a giant ship. Some were broken and cracked, and one of them was even cut in half, as if it had suffered some terrible impact. These assault boats were smashed by Jiang 888. The captain of the winged dragon ship is experienced and can make a judgment at a glance. Several of the accompanying personnel were dumbfounded. Isn't the Jiang 888 a fishing boat? Normally, its strength shouldn't be that much greater than that of an assault boat, right? Obviously, this is not a simple fishing boat. If it were an ordinary fishing boat, it wouldn't be on the SS level protection list. The captain of the winged dragon said this meaningfully. He received the task this time without knowing the specific reason. But judging from the chase at the scene, Jiang 888 is definitely not an ordinary fishing boat. Including the ship owner, they are not ordinary people. Captain, are all these people being brought back home? The dead one is not wanted. The captain of the winged dragon returned to the battleship. At this moment, Jiang Chen started his fishing boat and was still heading south. So he gave the order to continue the escort. 100 nautical miles north of Singapore, a port in Java. This is the southernmost foggy area in the southern waters as shown by Jiang Chen's fishing system. After visiting this place, you have basically visited the entire southern waters of Longming. After obtaining the Sigma Gene potion, Jiang Chen did not return to Hong Kong immediately. Instead, it headed quickly towards the port of Java. He planned to stop overnight in the Java port. He has a fishing vessel license and an internationally accepted docking agreement. You only need to pay a small docking fee to dock near the port for a while. 4 hours later, it's getting dark. Jiang 888 appeared at the port of Java. Although this port is 100 nautical miles away from Singapore, it still belongs to Singapore. Jiang Chen presented the docking agreement, paid the fee, and parked the fishing boat not far away. He went ashore and decided to wait until tomorrow morning before going fishing in the nearby waters. Regardless of whether he gains anything or not, he will return to Jiang port tomorrow. Dragon guarding destroyers, dragon slaying frigates, rest here. After Jiang Chen went ashore, the captain of the winged dragon also issued an order to rest in place on the sea. Hello sir, $5,000 a night. At the Java International Luxury Hotel, the receptionist was a Singaporean lady. She spoke fluent English and smiled at Jiang Chen. $5,000, that's $30,000 a night. What a huge profit. However, the port of Java is a very important port in the southern waters. The cargo ships that dock nearby are all powerful financial backers. So this price is normal. Jiang Chen had just finished paying when a group of people suddenly came in at the door. This group of people is majestic and gives people a feeling of oppression. The leader was an old man with a thin face. He was wearing a very loose white training suit, but he had an aura that made people instinctively afraid. Some people in the hall suddenly felt as if their necks were being strangled and had difficulty breathing. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. His body had no side effects, but he felt the other person's powerful aura. If it were before, Jiang Chen's body probably wouldn't be able to bear it, but now he has no problem at all. The group entered a separate elevator. As soon as you enter, a man behind the old man spoke. Master, the god soul that the Xiete nation displayed at the last Intelligent Technology Conference was primarily made of a material called carbon-7 molecules. I have obtained a badge through special channels. Before the old man could speak, another person beside him chuckled. Mr. Tai's Muay Thai can already blow up carbon-6 molecules with one punch, so carbon-7 molecules are no problem at all. Don't underestimate it. Although the carbon-7 molecular material is nothing to be afraid of, I have heard that high-sequence supernatural organisms have also appeared in the Xiete country. Their strength is unknown. Tyrone spoke without changing his expression. As an A-series supernatural organism, Boxer, his body is over 300 years old this year. But immortality is not his ultimate goal. His goal is to build a world ruled by supernatural organisms, centered in Singapore. As for the so-called existing order based on natural science, he will overthrow it sooner or later. Some time ago, the soul of God that appeared in the Xiete Kingdom had amazing combat power, terrifying defense, and a great reputation, which had frightened him for a while. Could it be that the speed of progress of natural science will surpass the speed of evolution of supernatural organisms? But soon, he breathed a sigh of relief when he blew up a mecha made of carbon-6 molecular material. This old world of natural science is still under his control. As for the Dragon Kingdom, we must also be vigilant. Although their materials still have some flaws, their technology in intelligent combat is developing very rapidly. We must contain them when we find opportunities. Tyrone's eyes were clear, as if the whole world was in his eyes. Ding ding. Just then, the communication device of someone next to him rang. He took a look at it and quickly handed it to Tyrone. Old man, it belongs to Ms. Thatcheron from Wall Street. Chapter 36 Global Paranormal Research Base. Java Luxury Hotel. Room 8579. Jiang Chen entered the room where he would stay tonight. This room is on the 85th floor and is 200 square meters. Standing in front of the huge and transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, you can look out at the endless sea in the distance. After washing up, just as he was about to go to dinner, he suddenly received a video call from Qin Shuiyao. Honey, where are you now? Qin Shuiyao was curled up on the sofa watching TV at the moment. Jiang Chen was not going home tonight. She looked like a weeping willow, sickly and lacking in positive energy. So she called Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at his girlfriend's beautiful face, which was filled with worry, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" "I'm in a hotel in Java Harbor right now, thousands of miles away from you." As he spoke, Jiang Chen walked out of the room and entered the elevator. Shui Yao, who was sitting opposite Jiang Chen, looked around at the surroundings with wide eyes. Java Port? That sounds very far away. Yes, but we are so close that even though we are miles apart, we still feel so close. Jiang Chen said sweet words to her. Qin Shuiyao's cheeks immediately revealed a hint of pride. Who has the same mind as you? I don't miss you at all. It takes 3 days of absence for someone to be looked at with new eyes. It's only been 1 day. How could I miss you already? No. Really? Isn't there a saying that goes, a short absence makes a new marriage? We haven't seen each other for almost 24 hours today. Plus, even if I go back to Zhujiang Port tomorrow, I won't arrive until the afternoon. That means we've been apart for almost 2 days. Rounding it up, that's 3 days. It's safe. You'll definitely miss me. Jiang Chen said this, and suddenly thought that after injecting positive energy into Xiao's life, he felt a little lacking in energy and needed to rest. Now that he is an A-sequence supernatural organism with enormous power, I wonder if he no longer needs to rest. You also said that it would take 3 days. It's only the first day now. I'll miss you tomorrow. Jiang Chen was having a meal in the restaurant while flirting with his girlfriend. I have to say that the signal here is really good. Even though it is thousands of miles away, the signal is still top-notch. Hello, which country built the signal base station here? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Speaking of which, although he has been to sea so many times, this is the first time he has come to such a distant port. The waiter replied in not very fluent Chinese. Dragon Kingdom, 8G Nambua Bay. Finished hanging out with Jiang Chen. Qin Shuiyao did not disturb Jiang Chen's rest anymore. She opened her mole manor and planned to play games for a while before going to bed. After you open the game, a line of red text suddenly popped up on the interface. Have you ever seen any paranormal activity? Do you want to be a supernatural creature? Do you want to dominate the world? At first glance, Qin Shuiyao thought it was the game update interface. Upon closer inspection, I found that they were just some very childish sentences. She frowned slightly, but curiosity made her click yes. The interface changed and jumped to a website. The name of the website is Global Paranormal Research Base. Qin Shuiyao casually clicked on a few posts and pictures. They showed strange creatures tumbling in the sea, figures appearing in the clouds, and even videos of incredibly strong children shattering rocks with a single punch. What kind of websites are these? They're all photoshopped. As a materialistic young man who had been influenced by natural science since childhood, Qin Shuiyao subconsciously thought it was photoshopped. But just then, a popular post caught her attention. Forward, July's dark web highest bounty list. Dark web? Qin Shuiyao doesn't really believe in supernatural phenomena. But as someone who has been surfing the internet for many years, she has heard of the legendary dark web. It is said that only a small number of people can enter this dark web. She clicked on it out of curiosity, wanting to see what this so-called dark web bounty list was. Reward 3, Water Rhino, a supernatural organism of unknown sequence, recently appeared in the Bermuda Triangle and has devoured a Mexican warship. The official Mexican bounty is $100 million. Reward 8, Golden Tie Bird, a paranormal organism of unknown sequence, has recently been spotted in Singapore and has caused a commercial airliner to lose contact. The Singaporean Thai family is offering a reward of $50 million. Qin Shuiyao took a few glances. A confused look. So, are all the weird things on the dark web these? What a water rhino. Golden Tie Bird. Is there such a thing in this world? Just as she was about to leave this curio hunting website, she accidentally noticed the bounty number 14. Jiang Chen, a fisherman from Longming, a senior researcher at the Longming Academy, and an unknown person has offered a $50 million reward. Oh shit. Qin Shuiyao almost jumped up. If there wasn't a picture of Jiang Chen in it, she would have thought they had the same name. Oh my god, is this true? Qin Shuiyao was stunned. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's picture, she would have thought it was fake. But with Jiang Chen's pictures, she suddenly felt that all this had a certain authenticity. Qin Shuiyao was worried. She contacted her father Qin Guohua overnight. Qin Guohua also frowned after seeing the reward. The father and daughter hurried to Longming department for help. However, after seeing the information, Longming department told them that this was a scam website and that the information was most likely stolen, so there was no need to worry. Don't worry, Xiao Jiang is a senior researcher at our Dragon Academy after all. Who would dare to cause trouble in our country? Qin Huagua also comforted his daughter in the same way. Is that really a pirated website? Qin Shuiyao wanted to log in again, but found that she had been blocked by the Longming department and the information department. She frowned and walked towards Qingyu community with some uneasiness. On the way, the weather started to thunder and rain. She ran back quickly, and when she finally got home, there was lightning and thunder outside. I wonder if it's raining over there in Claw Harbor, too. Qin Shuiyao took out her cell phone and wanted to contact Jiang Chen. At this moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and landed on her. Chapter 37 Carbon-9 Molecule, Silver Thunder. Near Java Port. The weather is sunny and the sky is blue. After Jiang Chen filled Zhujiang 888 with heavy fuel oil, it left the port. Currently, in the southern waters, there is still a large foggy area only near Zhengmu Shoal. It took him 4 hours to finally reach the Zhengmu Shoal area. After entering the foggy area, Jiang Chen began to sail slowly. The Wing Long cruiser, which was involved in the entire process with Zhujiang 888, was also a bit confused. This guy first went south from the Pearl River port, stayed in Java Port for a night, and now he is strolling around Zhengmu Shoal. Are you here to fish or to take a vacation? The captain of the Winged Dragon was puzzled. However, he did not ask too many questions, strictly carried out the task, and escorted Zhujiang 888 throughout the journey. Jiang Chen stayed in the waters near Zhengmu Shoal for more than an hour. Several seabirds flew over to ask for food. Jiang Chen then fed them some spicy strips. I thought they didn't like it, but unexpectedly, they ate it quite happily. Okay, there's no more. Wait until next time. Jiang Chen drove them away. At this moment, the system finally responded. Host, please close the net in time if you have caught a large catch. Jiang Chen pulled the net hard and pulled up the things inside the fishing net. In addition to the big fish, there was also an old object in the fishing net that looked like ancient armor. During the Ming Dynasty, a certain naval commander's battle armor contained carbon-9 molecules, which could withstand a full-strength mortar attack. Carbon-9 molecular material? Oh shit. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. The top material in China is carbon-6, and the soul of God in Xiete country is carbon-7 molecular material. And this armor actually contains carbon-9 molecular material. It is 2 orders of magnitude more powerful than carbon-7 molecular material. Just as Jiang Chen was excited, a stream of scientific knowledge about carbon-9 molecular materials flooded into his mind. 13 top disciplines including polymer materials, material synthesis, and high-end inorganic chemistry were all learned in an instant. The material problem of the dragon's heir can be remedied. After digesting the scientific knowledge in his mind, Jiang Chen was full of anticipation. The descendants of the dragon is perfect in every aspect except for some flaws in the material area. It's okay now. Not only can it make up for the loss, but it is also 2 orders of magnitude stronger. With such strength, if he fights against the soul of God again, he will probably tear the opponent apart in 1 round. Certainly, carbon-9 molecular material can not only be used in smart mechas, but if it is used in construction workers' helmets and ordinary people's clothes, it will also be of great use. I hope it can be mass-produced. Jiang Chen is determined to submit the synthesis process of carbon-9 molecular materials to the country in the form of a paper so that the country can promote its implementation. It's almost time to go back home. Jiang Chen has basically toured the entire southern waters, and there are no more foggy areas. Other foggy areas, such as the Indian Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Arctic Ocean, etc., are too far away. With the horsepower and energy of Zhujiang 888, it is far from being able to complete this navigation mission. Squeak. Just as Jiang Chen was packing up his fishing nets, a dying bird caught his attention. I saw a bird caught in the fishing net. This bird has the color of wood and gray eyes. At first glance, it looks like rotten wood with a bulging belly. It didn't move just now, and Jiang Chen didn't notice it. Now it suddenly moved, trying hard to break free from the fishing net. What's going on? Catching a bird in the sea? Jiang Chen picked up the little thing and looked at it in surprise. The wood tie bird is the young form of the golden tie bird. It can fly and swim. It is currently a sea sequence supernatural creature. After growing into a golden tie bird, it can be ranked as an S-sequence supernatural creature. What? Such a small thing can actually become an S-sequence supernatural creature when it grows up? Better than me? Jiang Chen waited. It didn't fly either, but just stayed in Jiang Chen's hand, looking at him eagerly. Jiang Chen picked up a fish and put it next to its mouth, but it actually shook its head. You don't eat fish? The system didn't tell Jiang Chen what to eat. He looked around, and his eyes fell on the only bag of spicy strips he had left. So I put the spicy strips next to its mouth. Unexpectedly, it actually opened its mouth and ate everything. Okay, you are suitable to be a sister to Xueyao. Jiang Chen put it away as well. Anyway, Xueyao also likes to eat spicy strips. After packing up the fishing nets and making sure there are no other large items, Jiang Chen started Zhujiang number 888 and headed north. Around 5 in the afternoon, Jiang Chen finally returned to the Pearl River port. Xiao Jiang, you're back from the sea again. Why didn't you catch any fish today? At the dock, someone saw Jiang Chen dragging an unidentified object back and asked in confusion. Jiang Chen looked up and smiled. No, I went out for a walk. Fishing only makes a few bucks. I have bigger things to do. They called a car and towed the 300-pound armor to Qingyu community. Xueyao. Jiang Chen dragged his armor and entered the gate. He shouted a few times, but no one responded to him. This girl, hasn't she come back yet? Jiang Chen put the armor in the study. After a quick bite, I immediately sat down in front of the computer and began writing about how to synthesize carbon-9 molecular materials. According to the knowledge in his mind, the manufacturing process of this carbon-9 molecular material is completely different from that of carbon-6 and carbon-7. Even, in order to produce carbon-9 molecular materials in large quantities and at low cost, a special mineral is also needed. I don't know if we have a lot of this mineral in our country. Jiang Chen quickly wrote his academic paper. 2 hours later, a 10,000-word paper was produced. He clicked on the email address of the scientific journal and was about to send it. The system suddenly prompted, "Host, your anonymous sending address has been exposed. Do you want the system to help you send anonymously?" Exposed? Exposed to whom? Xia Zhongxuan from the Dragon Academy of Sciences, Zhou Anbong from the Dragon Safety Department, Wang Feng from the Information Department, and Tang Zhe from the Marine Base. Just these 4 people. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. No wonder Xia Zhongxuan took the initiative to extend an olive branch after Jiang Qingqing spread rumors about him. What else can I say? It can comfort the hearts of the injured students. It turned out that he was trying to trick me into going to the Dragon Science Academy. This old fox. Jiang Chen smiled. Think about it. Said, please send it anonymously for me. Just the brain-like chip and intelligent mecha were enough to astonish Xia Zhongxuan. If he knew that I also knew about polymer materials, he would probably doubt his life. Sent anonymously. Jiang Chen stood up, just about to go find Xueyao. But he found a familiar figure standing at the door of the study. Husband. Fuck, you scared me. How come you don't make any noise when you walk? Jiang Chen was so engrossed that he didn't even notice Xueyao coming back. Did I scare you? Then I'll make it up to you. Xueyao clung to Jiang Chen's chest like a little bird. Okay, today must be a one-night stand. Jiang Chen is not stage fright at all. But first, let me take a shower. Jiang Chen walked towards the balcony. Okay. Xueyao looked at Jiang Chen's back gently with a smile on her lips. She had no intention of telling him about the bounty on Jiang Chen she had seen at the Global Paranormal Research Base. A reward? Let's see which short-lived ghost dares to trouble my husband. The silver lightning in Xueyao's beautiful eyes flashed away. Chapter 38. Xueyao's Emancipation, Heavenly Soldiers, and Generals. Ache. Miley couldn't help but sneeze violently. He is a top killer from Xiete country. A week ago, he saw a reward of tens of millions of dollars on the dark web and immediately came to Longming without stopping. Based on his reconnaissance during this period, he has already got a rough idea of the situation. Jiang Chen works at Longming Institute, which is heavily guarded. But after get off work every day, he goes to a place called Qingyu Community. But no one knows where he went these days, so Miley has been lurking. He was bored today, so he went to a nightclub to have fun. But for some reason, he sneezed from time to time. Is it because the weather is getting colder? Miley is confused. He picked up a bottle of strong liquor and drank it in one gulp, trying to warm himself up. My dear, I have a bird. I'll give it to you as a playmate. After taking a shower, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that he had left the wooden bird in the kitchen. Xueyao was shy when she heard this. Husband, are you so anxious? No, I mean this. Jiang Chen took the wooden bird out of the kitchen. This little thing is just like its name, wooden and stupid. There's no way you could tell it would become an S-sequence supernatural organism. Xueyao was stunned on the spot. That's what you're talking about. She had just come back and saw a fish and a bird in the kitchen. She thought it was the dinner Jiang Chen brought back. She was puzzled at the time. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen also liked to eat birds. Yes, I caught it at sea. How about it? Do you like it? Its eyes are still gray. Jiang Chen placed the wooden dye bird on the tea table in the living room. There was a pile of potato chips, spicy strips, candies, and other snacks on the table. As soon as it landed on the table, it immediately pecked at the spicy strips. Seeing it eating spicy noodles, Qin Shuyao also approached curiously. Hey, does it like spicy noodles? Yeah, just like you. You two can be sisters. Night. Jiang Chen today is indeed very different. His fighting power is off the charts. This surprised Qin Shuyao very much. If this continued, she would not be able to return to school tomorrow. Think of this. The thunder deep in her pupils flickered slightly. Jiang Chen looked at Shui Yao's eyes and felt that they were different from usual, as if they were emitting electricity, which made his heart palpitate. I almost couldn't help it. Strange. Why do I feel like I'm being electrocuted? Jiang Chen was puzzled. No way. Is this the spark of love? Hiss. Jiang Chunran was paralyzed on the spot. Hubby, it's not even daybreak yet. Next time for sure. Next time? Next time I'll increase the current. After Jiang Chen came back, he only rested for 1 day before returning to Longming Institute. Xiao Jiang, you're back so soon. Don't you plan to rest for a few more days? In the dean's office, Xia Zhongshuan looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen had only been resting for over a week, but he didn't expect to be back so soon. What a studious and motivated young man. Jiang Chen smiled. I haven't seen the Dragon's Air for several days. I missed it. He designed the chips and intelligent combat system of the Dragon's Air. If this is supported by carbon-9 molecular materials, I think it will be taken to a higher level, so I am looking forward to it. Haha. Kid, you are obsessed with this intelligent mecha. It just so happens. A few days ago, the country released a 10-year science and technology strategy blue paper. One of the major projects was to establish an intelligent mecha combat system. For this project, I plan to start with the descendants of the dragon. As for the person in charge, after much consideration, you are the most suitable person. Xia Zhongshuan briefly told Jiang Chen about the confidential content of his meeting in Kyoto. After listening for 10 minutes, Jiang Chen roughly understood the grand plan of this blue book. This plan is called Nanshiman Plan. The program consists of 5 major projects. They are controlled nuclear fusion, Zuan fighter, carbon in molecular material, genetic warriors, and heavenly soldiers and generals. The main research content of heavenly soldiers and generals is to establish a formation-based, large-scale, and intelligent mecha combat system. The ultimate goal of this system is to provide various intelligent mechas for my country's aerospace aircraft carrier Luanio. This is a big project. Jiang Chen listened. I feel both longing for it and deep pressure. Currently, the descendants of the dragon are mainly engaged in combat-type intelligent mechas, but according to the requirements of the heavenly soldiers and generals, he also has to develop various functional intelligent mechas such as defense, auxiliary, and logistics types. After the research and development is completed, they must be trained to form formations, systems, and conduct joint operations. The most important thing is that we need to cooperate with military factories to mass-produce these intelligent mechas at the lowest possible cost. And all this, a project manager is needed to promote and implement the entire process. Yes, currently, there are only a few people in the entire Dragon Science Academy who have a deep foundation in chips and intelligent mecha combat systems. Even if there are any, they are old. I'm worried that our old bones can't bear it. So, Xiao Jiang, are you willing to take on this mission for me, for the Dragon Academy, for Dragon Nation, and for human technology? Xia Zhongshuan looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. Although Jiang Chen is young, he is full of energy, has top academic achievements, and has a bright future. He is very optimistic about him. Jiang Chen agreed without a second thought. I do. Great. You're indeed a young man. You dare to think and do. Xia Zhongshuan slammed the table, feeling a surge of pride in his heart. Dare to be the first. If all young people are like this, there is no need to worry about the revival of the Dragon Kingdom. Dean Xia, thank you for your compliment. Jiang Chen was indifferent. Not to mention serving the country in technology. As a man who would remain a teenager until his death, he had dreams of technology and mechas since he was a child. If he could, under his promotion, create an intelligent mecha battle group to defend the country, then his life would be enough. You're being flattered. Regarding your appointment, I'll announce it to the entire academy once the state approves it. Also, I hired an assistant for you during the few days you were away from the hospital. Xia Zhongshuan smiled mysteriously and took out a resume. Assistant. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. To be honest, I don't really need an assistant. It would be nice if we could just work together. Yes, a talented female doctor from the Dragon God Academy. She has profound knowledge of carbon-6 molecular materials. She designed one of the experimental batches of mecha materials used by the dragon's heirs. You don't know much about chemical materials, she will definitely be of help to you. Chapter 39 Carbon-9 Theory, not yet established. Jiang Chen soon met the legendary female doctor. I have to say, Jiang Chen was a little surprised. In his impression, female doctors were most likely older, at least over 30 years old. However, when Jiang Chen saw the other person, he realized that she looked only about 27 years old. Almost the same as a graduate student. Not like a female doctor at all. Her name is Xu Yin. She's a prodigy at the Dragon God Academy. Her IQ is said to be on the same level as Einstein's. You can talk to her. After Xia Zhongshuan brought Jiang Chen to the laboratory, he left with a smile. Let the young people communicate with each other. It's better not to disturb them. Jiang Chen walked into the laboratory. This is a fully enclosed National Chemical Materials Laboratory. All entry and exit are strictly confidential, and a certain level of identity is required to enter. However, Jiang Chen himself was a senior researcher and was brought here by Xia Zhongshuan, so he was allowed in after just a scan of his iris and other identification. Everyone inside is fully armed. Jiang Chen also put on protective gear and walked behind Xu Yin. At this moment, Xu Yin was using a microscope to observe the chemical reaction of a molecular material and was observing it intently. He didn't even notice Jiang Chen behind him. Jiang Chen glanced at the various chemical materials and equipment on her desk, as well as some complex chemical experiment data on the computer screen. It was immediately clear that this was research on carbon-6 molecular materials. Didn't I send the production process of carbon-9 molecular materials to a scientific journal yesterday? Academicians in the field of chemistry, haven't you seen it yet? Jiang Chen was a little puzzled. Could it be that the system sent it to the wrong place? At this moment, Xu Yin finally noticed the figure standing behind him. Looking through the transparent mask at the other person's not-too-old face, she was stunned. Where did such a young kid come from in this laboratory? She raised her eyebrows, thinking he was a student here for internship, and asked, "Are you here to study?" Oh. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Science has not reached its end, and everyone needs to learn." Xu Yin was stunned by Jiang Chen's words. She looked at Jiang Chen and felt that he was quite interesting, so she smiled. That makes sense. Essentially, I'm here to learn as well. My name is Xu Yin. I just arrived at the Longming Institute and am currently working on carbon-6. What about you? Jiang Chen said. My last name is Jiang, and I work in chips and mechas. Are the physics students here to study too? Xu Yin was even more surprised. When will people in the field of physics come here to study? But since he was able to come in, it meant he was allowed to. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, may I ask if your lab is still working on carbon-6? What do you mean by return? You don't know, right? Carbon-6 is currently the top material in China and belongs to the most cutting-edge research field. If we don't study this, what else can we study? Xu Yin smiled and gave Jiang Chen some basic knowledge. After listening to this, Jiang Chen immediately realized that no one in the entire laboratory knew about the academic paper on carbon-9. So, the carbon-6 you're researching now is going to develop towards carbon-7? Jiang Chen looked at the various experimental data above and could see that Xu Yin was working hard to strengthen towards carbon-7 based on carbon-6. However, this level of reinforcement is far from enough. Xu Yin nodded. Yes, I estimate that our laboratory will be able to test out a preliminary version of carbon-7 in about half a year. It's been too long, and carbon-7 is not the ultimate goal, nor even carbon-8, but carbon-9. Jiang Chen shook his head. Half a year later, the cucumber dishes will be cold, and maybe the country of Xiete will also develop carbon-8. Xu Yin was delighted when she heard this. She explained, Xiao Jiang, when working with chemical materials, you have to be down to earth and not aim too high. We'd be lucky if we could catch up with Zeter's carbon-7 within 6 months. And carbon-8 is still in the theoretical stage. And as for carbon-9, the entire global chemical community doesn't even have a theory. Its existence is still unknown. Xu Yin is indeed a genius in the field of chemical materials. When it comes to popular science, he is very knowledgeable. We're heading in the wrong direction, so progress is slow. In fact, carbon-7 and carbon-8 are transitional stages, and carbon-9 is the ultimate direction. Why not change your thinking? Maybe you can find the door to carbon-9. Jiang Chen pointed to some experimental data on the computer and began to express his thoughts. Xu Yin originally wanted to refute Jiang Chen, but she was a little dazed after hearing what he said. Isn't this student named Jiang from the physics department? How can he use so many professional terms? She calmed down and began to listen carefully. When Jiang Chen began to reveal the synthesis principle of carbon-9 molecular materials, her eyes suddenly lit up. This idea is so wild and unheard of. Even if it was only theoretical, it still gave her a strong impact on her thinking. As a female PhD who has been immersed in the field of materials chemistry for many years, even though she has not done any experiments yet, the fluency, innovation, and uniqueness of this idea still give her a strong premonition. This idea is very likely to be correct. You can think about it carefully. Maybe there will be a breakthrough. Jiang Chen was not sure whether the paper had been published in a scientific journal, so he simply revealed what he knew to Xu Yin. After listening to it, Xu Yin was using all the cells in his body to frantically rehearse experiments in his mind, write chemical formulas by hand, and quickly type out some key steps on the computer. By the time she had roughly structured the ideas she had just heard on paper and on the computer, 15 minutes had passed. Where are the people? Where is that classmate named Jiang? Xu Yin quickly grabbed a female colleague who was passing by. Female colleague, Jiang? Didn't Dean Xia ask you to go to the Dragon Descendants test site to find a big shot named Jiang? Is that the Jiang? Xu Yin shuddered all over, suddenly remembering what Dean Xia had told her. Are these two Jiang the same? Xu Yin was shocked and hurried towards the Dragon's Descendants testing site. And at this moment, Wang Jiamin, a chemistry academician at the Longhua Institute of Technology, is cleaning his mailbox in his office. As a reviewer for Longhua Science Journal, he mainly reviews papers in the field of chemical materials. However, he only logs into his email every other week to check submissions from all over the world. He spent the entire morning dealing with his email today and only read about half of it. He was feeling a little tired and was planning to take a break when suddenly an article titled Synthesis Principles and Process of Carbon-9 Molecular Materials attracted his attention. Carbon-9. Wang Jiamin was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. Carbon-6 is already a top-tier material, Carbon-7 is still in the experimental stage, and Carbon-8 only exists in theory. Carbon-9? The entire Earth has not even established a theory. But for some unknown reason, he clicked it anyway. Intend to appreciate how this submission fantasizes. Chapter 40 Carbon-8, Material Ceiling? Just a glance. Wang Jiamin immediately put away his smile. 1 minute later, his expression was solemn. 5 minutes later, there was a light in his eyes. Read all. He suddenly stood up and slammed his hands on the table. Genius. Genius. Absolutely a genius. He quickly checked the sender's email, but found that the contributor had not left his name. Anonymous? Wang Jiamin was dumbfounded. Such a significant achievement that will go down in history, but the sender of the email remained anonymous. He came to Xia Zhongshuan's office with an incredible look on his face and explained the matter to him. Although Xia Zhongshuan is mainly in charge of physics, he is the head of a college after all. What? Anonymous again? Xia Zhongshuan was confused again. What do you mean anonymous again? Wang Jiamin was puzzled. Don't worry, I'll check with the information department. Xia Zhongshuan hurriedly looked for Wang Feng, but this time, Wang Feng could no longer be found. He replied to Xia Zhongshuan that the source of the email was not in the country, but abroad, so the sender could not be confirmed. Is it popular for people to send emails anonymously nowadays? Xia Zhongshuan was stunned and thought of Jiang Chen from last time. But little Jiang was mainly talented in brain-like chips and intelligent mechas. And this carbon-9 molecular material is mainly in the field of chemical materials. Wang Jiamin, who was standing by, asked anxiously, How's it going, Dean Xia? Have you found anything? It came from abroad and has not been found yet. Xia Zhongshuan shook his head. What a pity. After a slight sigh of regret, Wang Jiamin immediately said excitedly, Dean Xia, I'll tell the people in the lab about this. He left in a hurry. In the laboratory, when Wang Jiamin gathered some top experts and announced this to everyone, everyone was dumbfounded. Academician Wang, you are not kidding. Yes, we are still experimenting with Carbon-7. Carbon-8 is still in the theoretical stage. Does Carbon-9 really exist? No one could believe it. It was not until Wang Jiamin asked everyone to sign a confidentiality agreement and displayed the academic paper one by one on the projector. Everyone was shocked again. Oh my God, is there such an extraordinary genius in the field of chemical materials? Looking at this paper of 10,000 words, which was rigorously written but full of imaginative ideas, everyone was amazed from the bottom of their hearts. The sender of the paper will not be revealed for now. I hope everyone will abide by the confidentiality agreement. Carbon-9 molecular materials are probably one of the most confidential matters in our country right now. I hope everyone will be cautious. Wang Jiamin's expression was slightly serious. Yes. Everyone nodded quickly. The top material that Xiete Kingdom laboratory is currently researching is carbon-8. China has actually started researching carbon-9. This is definitely something exciting and anticipated. It must be kept secret, as well as try to synthesize carbon-9 molecular materials as soon as possible. Just as everyone was discussing excitedly, Xu Yin, with his head buzzing, had just returned from the dragon's descendants testing ground. When she saw the 24-year-old young man calmly directing everyone to conduct experiments on intelligent mechas at the test site, she was completely stunned. He is actually the person in charge of the dragon's descendants project. She had seen on the news the story of the dragon's descendants beating the soul of God. At that time, she thought that the person responsible for the development of this intelligent mecha must be a highly respected expert. But she never expected that he was actually a man younger than herself. My main business is dragon's descendants, but I also know a little about chemical materials. In response to Xu Yin's question, Jiang Chen replied. Looking at Jiang Chen's indifferent answer, Xu Yin's head was buzzing as if it had been hit. When she returned to the lab and saw the bustle inside, she came to her senses and asked in confusion, Academician Wang, what are you doing? Xu Yin is here? Perfect. Why don't you sign a confidentiality agreement and join us in the synthesis experiment of this carbon-9 molecular material? Wang Jiamin took out the confidentiality agreement. What? Carbon-9 molecular material? Xu Yin's brain. It started buzzing again. Yes, I plan to arrange for everyone to take turns doing this synthesis experiment 24 hours a day and strive to produce the first test batch within a week. Wang Jiamin gave the order. When the National Chemical Materials Laboratory of Longming Institute was preparing to conduct experiments on the synthesis of carbon-9 all night long, a piece of breaking news from overseas was suddenly released on Facebook. Hope for humanity. Top materials scientists from the Xiete Kingdom have successfully created the first batch of carbon-8 molecules, worldwide leading from C7 molecular materials to C8 molecular materials. As soon as these two news came out, the entire internet was instantly in an uproar. Holy crap, that's awesome. It hasn't been that long since we last discovered carbon-7 molecular materials, and yet there's another breakthrough? As expected of the world's most powerful nation, their foundation is profound, with breakthroughs one after another. Haha, a certain country is about to cry. This carbon-8 molecular material basically represents the ceiling of human chemical materials. If intelligent mechas want to have powerful combat capabilities, the first step is to need high-strength mecha materials. Chips and systems alone are useless. However, a certain country's mecha materials are still stuck at carbon-6. What a gap of 2 generations. Sure enough, last time Musk's request to cooperate with the Dragon Academy of Sciences was rejected, I said that Dragon State would regret it sooner or later. A bunch of frogs sitting in the well and watching the world from afar called me a fool. Now it's proven who the fool is. This is the mentality of the Celestial Empire. With a little success, they become complacent and think they are invincible. Little do they know that there are always people better than you. Just because you have some achievements in brain-like chips and intelligent mecha combat doesn't mean you can maintain your lead in the field of chemical materials. People should learn to be humble. Humility? Haha. If a certain country knew how to be humble, it wouldn't be so far behind in the field of chemical materials. How sad. Your country should reflect on this. There's no point in reflecting on this. The gap between the two eras will take at least 10 years to bridge. It might as well be better to change the name of Descendants of the Dragon to something else. I think Descendants of the Insect is a good name. Haha. Faced with the breaking news from overseas, the internet was suddenly filled with praise for the country of Xiete. Even because of the last time that the dragon's descendants shined so brightly, the water army was extremely unhappy. Now that they found an opportunity, they immediately started to belittle and ridicule them. Chapter 41. The real target, the deceased father. Inside the Black Palace, the Lord in black robe was very satisfied. Not long after that, Lawton's men produced carbon-8 molecular materials in the laboratory. Although it is only a small batch and there is still a long time before mass production, it is enough to shock the world. Lawton, good job, I won't fire you. The Lord in black robe patted Lawton on the shoulder. Lawton said hurriedly, it's all thanks to the efforts of many colleagues and Dr. X. Dr. X? Is that the one you requested special permission to enter the biochemical laboratory last time? The Lord in black robe suddenly remembered that last time Lawton had contacted him several times just to allow a person with no academic qualifications, no background, and no scientific research ability to enter the biochemical experimental base. Moreover, this man came from a poor Indian tribe and dressed in very ancient style. At that time, he was wondering, what the hell is this? But Lawton strongly recommended it, saying that the other party had some ancient secret method and must try it, so he had to approve it. Yes, Lord Blackrobe. According to the original plan, it would take at least half a year to produce the carbon-8 molecule. However, thanks to the efforts of Dr. X, the experimental process has been shortened very quickly. Lawton took credit for being Dr. X. The black-robed lord nodded and said, "All right, as long as it works. I'd even let a pig, not to mention an Indian, sit in my position." Lawton, by the way, spread the news about carbonate. We will refuse to supply carbonate to any smart technology company that cooperates with Longming. The Lord in Black Robe has issued another ban order. After the Soul of God was defeated last time, many smart technology companies chose to cooperate with Dragon Country. Only a handful of allies and leashed lackeys are still cooperating. If Carbon-8 is launched this time, it will directly crush Longwa's Carbon-6 by 2 levels. Although Longwa's brain-like chips are powerful, the 1-nanometer chips are not bad either. At least they can meet the needs of most smart technology companies. Not to mention the intelligent combat system, the Dragon Kingdom plagiarized them. So, he believed that once this news was released, smart technology companies around the world would once again weigh the pros and cons of both sides. Yes. Lawton hurried away. When the carbon-8 molecular material of Xiete Country came out, and Lawton announced a ban on all smart technology companies cooperating with Long Country, the entire internet was suddenly in turmoil. Countless water armies swarmed into the official account of Longka Academy. Retribution has come. I refused to cooperate with Musk last time. Are you regretting it now? Come out for a walk. Everyone else is already at C8, but you're still at C6. Where's that old guy surnamed Xia? He was so arrogant last time, and now his face is swollen. With someone like this as the dean, there is no hope for your country's science and technology. In response to these people's malicious ridicule, the official account of the Longka Institute simply posted a Weibo post. Carbon-8 is not our goal. The goal of the Longka Institute is carbon-9. Currently, experts in the field of chemical materials are working hard to overcome it, but it is in the confidentiality stage, so not much has been disclosed. However, this sentence made the netizens excited. In their view, this is the official announcement of the Longka Institute that it will no longer study carbon-8. Haha, you see the difference now. Your country's top-tier material is only C6. C8 is certainly not your goal, because your goal is C7. This is hilarious. With this level of skill, you still dare to speak so arrogantly? I suggest that the old man's position be revoked, and he be forced to step down. Faced with the malicious attacks from these people, Xia Zhongshuan ignored them. When Carbon-9 comes out, these people will shut up. Night. After get off work, Jiang Chen just came out of the Dragon's Descendants testing ground. After checking the internet, he also learned about the news about Xiete Country's Carbon-8. Is it progressing so quickly? Jiang Chen was a little surprised. Based on his understanding of carbon in molecular materials, normal research would take half a year to make any progress. Even if the Xiete Kingdom goes all out, it will take several months to lay the foundation. But now, less than a month later, the other party has made another breakthrough. It's so fast that it's unbelievable. But it's just carbon-8. The Dragon Institute is already synthesizing carbon-9. Jiang Chen was not worried. The news from Shu Yin was that the laboratory had begun synthesizing carbon-9. Once the materials are out, the first batch of carbon-9 will all be allocated to the descendants of the dragon. When Jiang Chen walked to the gate of Qingyu community, suddenly I saw a lot of people gathered there, and I didn't know what they were looking at. Even Xueyao was there watching the fun. Xueyao. Jiang Chen shouted at her. Qin Xueyao looked back and immediately ran over. Husband. She suddenly threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen caught her with a happy look on his face and patted her head. Hey, what's wrong? You're like a puppy. Someone got electrocuted there. Oh, I'm so scared. Qin Xueyao rubbed Jiang Chen's chest hard. Electrocuted? Jiang Chen was stunned. Looking at the high-voltage electrical box next to it, is there a leakage? I don't know. Let's go home. Qin Xueyao shook her head, looking obedient. During the days when Jiang Chen was not at home, she noticed that someone was scouting the area nearby. Originally, Qin Xueyao was not sure what this guy wanted to do. If he was just a thief, it would be inappropriate for me to electrocute him to death right away. But just now, she was upstairs and actually saw the man installing a silencer gun in the car. Even through the black glass, Qin Xueyao saw it immediately. This suddenly reminded her of the tens of millions of dollars reward for Jiang Chen. Damn it, I thought you were just a thief, but you turned out to be a killer. Die for me. Qin Xueyao suddenly transformed from the broom god of war into the mother of thunder. Her pupils released lightning, which instantly triggered the high-voltage electrical box not far away. Miley, a world-class killer. He had planned to take action tonight. He was electrocuted on the spot. No hurry, I'll go check out the situation. Humans are all curious, and Jiang Chen also walked over curiously, wanting to see what the electricity looked like. But what no one expected was that the curiosity of the uncles and aunts was even stronger, and they firmly occupied the best viewing positions. Jiang Chen squeezed for a long time, but couldn't get in. Think about it. He gathered his energy and growled, "Everyone, make way. I am the deceased's father." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone made way. The deceased's family members were here, so they had to make way. Chapter 42 Heavenly Iron Pillar, Carbon 9 Edition. Longming Institute Test Site. Jiang Chen is training a smart mecha formation of initial scale. This formation, it is composed of 10 descendants of the dragon, each of which is worth hundreds of millions. The leader of the formation was the one who had defeated the soul of God before. After repairs and replacement of damaged parts, it looks brand new again. And because of the experience data of defeating the God soul, it appears to be more experienced. Certainly, more importantly, it has a more domineering name. Descendants of the Dragon, Heavenly Soldiers, Iron Pillar. Iron Pillar. Team A, Jiang Chen shouted. Taiju immediately ran into the test site first, and the other mecha men immediately adjusted their positions in real time according to the system command and spatial positioning, forming a fully dynamic A-shaped combat formation. At the beginning, there will be a 1 centimeter unevenness. Repeat this training. A few days later, they can already ensure the neatness of the formation, the degree of response and coordination, and other aspects, reaching a near-perfect state of 99.99%. As expected of a descendant of the dragon, this training is really effective. Jiang Chen sat under the test site, watching the dragon's descendants moving back and forth through a telescope while checking the data displayed on the computer. As long as any mecha makes a mistake of more than 1 centimeter, an alarm will sound. But now, there is no such mistake anymore. Everything is ready, except for Carbon 9. Jiang Chen just had this idea. Xia Zhongshuan and Wang Jiamin, along with a group of people, strode towards Jiang Chen with smiles on their faces. Xiao Jiang, I have good news for you. Carbon 9 has been synthesized. That's it. They turned around and asked several experimenters to bring up a bucket of liquid Carbon 9 molecular material. This is the first batch of experimental materials. It's not much, but it's enough to try it on a mecha first. When Jiang Chen saw the liquid material, his face turned excited. Just mention Carbon 9 and it will appear. He immediately waved his hand and called out Taiju, calling it over. Iron Pillar, Xia Zhongshuan, and Wang Jimin were both stunned. Isn't this the descendant of the dragon? Why is it given such a rustic name? Aren't we going to be working on the Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals project? I was thinking there will be more and more mecha people in the future, so we have to give them a name that is easier to distinguish. It would be too boring if everyone was called Descendants of the Dragon 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jiang Chen planned to give them some nice names. After all, these are the future Heavenly Soldiers and Generals. Descendant of the Dragon, Iron Pillar of Heavenly Soldiers. Ha ha ha, that's a good name. Go with it. Xia Zhongshuan laughed. Young people have a lot of creative ideas. The name of the last intelligent mecha, Dragon's Descendant, was also given by Jiang Chen. At that time, this name caught everyone's attention. Come on, let's coat the Iron Pillar with this batch of experimental materials first. Jiang Chen asked professional scientific researchers to apply Carbon 9 molecular material on the Iron Pillar. Coating, loading, reinforcement, softening, special chemical treatment, film. After 19 steps, the Iron Pillar finally got a new look. Originally, Carbon 6 was copper-colored. Today's Carbon 9 is gold. When applied on the body, it looks like a god of war wearing golden armor. Yes, it's really majestic. Come here, prepare to do a collision experiment. Jiang Chen excitedly asked Taiju to return to the testing site. This collision experiment is to shut down the Iron Pillar's attack system and allow the other 9 descendants of the dragon to launch the most powerful attack on the Iron Pillar. I'm really looking forward to its defensive capabilities. Xia Zhongshuan and Wang Jiamin both looked expectant. Last time, in order to defeat Carbon 7, the Soul of God, Taiju spent a whole quarter of an hour, using all kinds of combat models, and even a battle of wits and courage. It was a hard-won victory. The problem lies in the material of the mecha. The opponent's material is of a higher level. But now, the problem was not only solved, but also upgraded to a higher level. Therefore, the current Heavenly Soldier's Iron Pillar can most likely kill the Soul of God in seconds. Go ahead. Attack. Fearless. On the test site, the engines of the 9 descendants of the dragon roared, and they rush towards the iron pillars with various combat models and powers. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Every collision will be transformed into experimental data and appear on the computer screen. Almost hundreds of data are displayed, recorded, and analyzed on the computer every second. Only 10 seconds. The computer prompts that 3 mechas have suffered counter-injury and their combat power has decreased. 30 seconds later, 5 mechas, parts were falling off. Jiang Chen quickly stopped the collision experiment. Stop, stop, stop. That's enough. If the collision continued, Jiang Chen was worried that all the mechas would be destroyed. The tens of thousands of experimental data collected in these 30 seconds alone are enough to test the iron pillar's abnormal defensive capabilities. This is Carbon 9. It absolutely crushes Carbon 6. Wang Jimin was very excited. Although he had long known that Carbon 9 represented the ceiling of human molecular materials, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he saw that a mecha with such a strong attack level could not even do anything to the iron pillar without any attack capability. If Taiju attacks, the other mechas will instantly lose their combat effectiveness. Xia Zhongshuan also sighed that Carbon 9 material is too strong. The attacks of the other mechas were like ragdolls to Taiju. But the other way around. When Taiju took action, the rest of the mecha warriors were completely unable to withstand it. It's not a battle on the same level at all. It was a one-sided massacre. Old Xia, announced Carbon 9. I've put up with those bastards for too long. Besides, I hope that after Carbon 9 comes out, all intelligent technology companies in Xiete Country will be banned directly. Don't give them a good face. Wang Jimin was proud. During this period, the Carbon 9 molecule was delayed in coming out, and the entire Longming Institute was under tremendous public pressure. Some people even maliciously instigated a commotion and demanded that Lao Xia step down. Don't worry, Kyoto has already prepared to ban all smart technology companies in Xiete Country. Xia Zhongshuan was much calmer. He applied to the country for a ban, not entirely out of personal grudges, but because Carbon 9 not only plays a huge role in mecha, but is also an absolutely scarce high-end material in aircraft carriers, Starlink, future aerospace motherships, Zuan fighters, etc. Not to mention the Xiete Country. Even other countries that want to please the Dragon Country may not supply it in the next 3 years. Go make the announcement. Under the order of Xia Zhongshuan. The official account of the Longming Institute also published a nonchalant Weibo post. Carbon 9, the true goal of my country's chemical materials research, has now been synthesized in its first batch. Attached below is a small part of the experimental video of an iron pillar standing still and being attacked by many mecha men. Although it was only 13 seconds long, the key information was censored, but the situation was extremely intense. One could vaguely see that one of the mechas was not damaged at all despite the powerful attacks of the other mechas. This scene instantly attracted the attention of netizens around the world. Chapter 43, Dr. X, Heavenly Soldier, Zuohua. Holy crap, is that guy standing there so awesome? He seems even more resilient than the God's Soul from the last Smart Technology Conference. Didn't you see the official announcement from the Dragon Academy? This is a Carbon 9 molecular material. The last God's Soul was Carbon 7, and recently, the Xiete Kingdom has only just reached Carbon 8. Is this true? How did it progress so quickly? Straight from C6 to C9? It must be true. The Dragon Academy is so arrogant. Those who want Dean Xia to step down are pure idiots. They still regret it. My Dragon Country never needs regrets. It must be fake. Lian Xiete Country only has Carbon 8. How could Long Country possibly have developed Carbon 9? It's really shameful. Just to brag, they actually fabricated it without any principles. The person above, I think Longming Academy is definitely more principled than you. Stop arguing, give me some face, Gooden. Could someone from Longming Academy please reply to me? How much is the one standing still? My friend wants to buy one. He's a rich second-generation kid whose family owns a leather shoe factory. There is a lot of debate on the internet. Even, some people want to buy one. The Dragon Academy actually responded to the guy who asked about the price. A regular dragon descendant statue is 100 million. The middle one is coated with Carbon 9 and is currently priceless. So, where's your friend now? Haha, 100 million. It's just a small goal. I'll buy one for fun. Everyone started to boo. Such a cool mecha. 100 million. It's worth it. The old man trembled. Forget it. My friend still prefers the priceless one. The priceless one is called the Iron Pillar of Heavenly Soldiers. The entrance fee is 1 million yuan. Longming Institute is hot on their heels. The old man. Don't ask, my friend died, just died. Ha 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 ha. Iron Pillar of Heavenly Soldiers? What a domineering name. Heavenly Soldiers? Could it be that there will be many more Heavenly Soldiers in the future? heavenly soldiers and generals. Fuck, I think I discovered something incredible. When netizens in Dragon Country were hotly discussing Dragon Country's heavenly soldiers and iron pillars. This news also spread overseas. Houston. Inside a secret biochemical base. Lawton spoke to a tall man in a white coat in front of him with a depressed look on his face. Dr. X, I have been demoted by the Black Robe Master. If we can't produce carbon-9 within 6 months, you might not be able to stay in this base anymore. While Lawton was depressed, he was also full of doubts. It's only been a short time. Longming has actually upgraded from carbon-6 to carbon-9. It even surpassed the carbon-8 level of the country of Xiete. Ordinary people may not see the significance of that video, but as a top scientist, Lawton could tell at a glance how terrible the attack was that the standing mecha had endured. But under this level of attack, the opponent didn't even drop a single mecha part. This level of strength is something that even carbon-8 cannot achieve. Dr. X is a little giant who is 2 meters and 3 meters tall. He has a slightly fat nose and his eyes are like buffalo eyes, which are a bit absurdly large. He turned to look at Lawton and said, normal natural science research and development cannot achieve this speed. What do you mean? What this means is that high-sequence supernatural organisms have also appeared in Dragon Country. Dr. X said calmly. Natural science has its own laws of development, and it is impossible for it to make sudden breakthroughs. Similar to the British Industrial Revolution of that year, there were supernatural creatures such as werewolves, vampires, and witches secretly driving it. On the other hand, Longming, for thousands of years, and up to this day, they have had no purely supernatural organisms. Only in the last 100 years have we managed to create a group of genetic warriors comparable to supernatural organisms through the use of genetic drugs. But the sequences of these warriors are not very high, generally only below the C sequence. Very few can become B sequences. As for the A sequence, Dr. X had already explored it. There are only 2 people in the entire Dragon Kingdom. One is conducting scientific research in Antarctica. The other one is in the territory of Dragon Country, and its whereabouts are unknown. High sequence. Higher than you? Lawton asked tentatively. As the Minister of Science and Technology, he has long lost interest in so-called power. He now only wants to be a loyal dog under Dr. X, hoping that one day he can become a high-sequence supernatural organism. Dr. X did not state his sequence explicitly, but spoke proudly. Currently, except for Malacca and the Suez Canal, there are no supernatural organisms that are weaker than me. No other places have been found. Lawton breathed a sigh of relief. He muttered to himself, how did Dragon Country suddenly break through the carbon-9 molecular material? Perhaps someone with a special talent for biochemical materials has become a supernatural organism. Don't worry, just provide me with the funds for the experiment. As for that high-sequence supernatural organism I mentioned, I'll have Rachel investigate and see what its true strength is. If it's not strong, we'll just destroy it. Dr. X said calmly. His apprentice is a quasi-sequence supernatural organism. Apart from the 2 from Longming, the others are nothing to be feared. That's good. When Lawton saw that Dr. X was actually planning to send Rachel out, he immediately felt more relieved. He saw it with his own eyes, Rachel's terrifying appearance as she was covered in flames, but was safe and sound. She is definitely the legendary daughter of the sun. Longming Academy. Jiang Chen called Xu Yin to the testing ground. Mr. Jiang, you're looking for me. Xu Yin walked over with a complicated expression. During this period, she was cramming her knowledge of carbon-9 materials, and her head was about to explode, but Jiang Chen himself gave her guidance from time to time, which completely convinced this talented female doctor. Just call me Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Although Kyoto has approved his official appointment as the chief director of the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals Project, but Jiang Chen is still very easygoing. Okay, I'm looking for you. I have a task for you. Jiang Chen spoke. The training of Tianbing Taizhu has been perfected. Carbon-9 material is also used. The only flaw is that he is too tall and looks too mecha-like. Recently, Jiang Chen has been working hard to reduce the size of the iron pillar and finally reduced its height from more than 2 meters to 1.9 meters, which is the height of a normal person. And now the only step left is to not look like a human. What mission? Xu Yin was puzzled. Although Dean Xia asked her to be Jiang Chen's assistant, she had only been studying here during this period. It's silicone, you know, the kind of material that's very similar to human skin and muscle. You know where it's more abundant. Jiang Chen asked. He was not very familiar with where to buy the materials, so he asked Xu Yin. She has studied for so many years, she must know it. When Xu Yin heard this, she instantly thought of a doll, and her cheeks turned slightly red. But she also knew that Jiang Chen definitely didn't want that. She replied, "Are you going to use silicone to make the iron pillar look like a normal person?" "Right." Jiang Chen nodded. Taiju has been fighting with others in the training ground. But Jiang Chen felt that a qualified heavenly soldier could not only have combat experience. He also needs life experience. Jiang Chen planned to take him out of the Dragon Science Academy, go shopping, collect data on human society, and strengthen himself. "Oh, all right, I'll get as many as you need." Shui nodded. Originally, this was just a small matter that could be done by other researchers, but after thinking about it, she decided to take on the task. Just get 2 batches of silicone material first. Jiang Chen planned to make 2, one for Taiju. The other one is for Cuihua. Cuihua is another descendant of the dragon. This mecha is not a combat type, but an auxiliary type, mainly used to assist Taiju in battle. The 2 mechas are currently working together perfectly, like a couple. Chapter 44b Sequence, Hidden 1. When Jiang Chen was preparing to mold Taiju and Cuihua with silicone. Inside the highest level prison in Zhujiang City, Lu Wen is about to collapse. Today is his 40th day in prison. During this period, not only did he have no hope of getting out, but people were constantly investigating some of his past crimes. Including his previous incident of molesting female college students was also dug up. It seemed that there was no chance of getting out through formal channels. He began to pray that his mother would invoke some special power to save him. Lu Wen. Just when he was calling for it, a sudden voice exploded in his ears. Lu Wen was lying in bed. He was so frightened by the sudden noise that he almost fainted. He looked around in horror. "Who is it?" "I was sent by Miss Thatcheron." On the ground, an imperceptible shadow slowly moved. Hidden 1. Seeing this, Lu Wen was overjoyed. This person was able to pass through many checkpoints and enter the prison. That must be a supernatural organism, the Hidden 1. The so-called hidden person is someone who can transform his body into an imperceptible shadow. Certainly, people are not completely transparent. They are still entities, and if they collide with others, they will still be noticed. But the human eye cannot perceive it at all, especially at night. "Get me out now," Lu Wen called out in a low voice. "Don't worry, I'll bring the key when there are fewer people at night." The shadow stopped moving. Lu Wen calmed down and began to wait. After 12 o'clock, the door opened silently. Then, a shadow covered Lu Wen, and he soon turned into a shadow. "Walk slowly and be quiet." The Hidden One spoke. "Good." Lu Wen walked out slowly along the exit. In prison, there are people passing by from time to time. However, no one noticed that there were 2 hazy shadows on the ground, leaning against the wall, walking silently towards the outside of the prison. Less than 10 minutes. The patrol officers discovered something unusual. Inside the prison, an urgent alarm sounded immediately. "The warden is coming in a hurry." Looking at the empty room, he snorted coldly. Prison break? This kid originally had a fixed-term sentence, but now it's gone to life imprisonment. That's it. He immediately ordered his men. "Contact Longming Department urgently." The only way to escape from the prison's numerous checkpoints is by invading with special forces. Probably only the genetic warriors of the Longming tribe can deal with it. Lu Wen walked a full 3 kilometers out of the prison. On an empty and deserted road, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! I'm finally out again. Mr. Lu, come with me. There is a helicopter in the suburbs that can take you directly out of the country." Behind Lu Wen, another figure slowly appeared. He was not tall, about 1.7 meters, with a flat nose, a dark yellow face, and a typical Singaporean tropical skin color. Lu Wen glanced at him and said, "My mother is looking for you, right?" "Yes." Tai Yuan briefly introduced himself. He was a worshipper from the Tai family in Singapore, a B-sequence supernatural organism, and a hidden one. His combat power is slightly weaker than other B-sequence supernatural organisms. But he has a special talent, which is concealment and strong ability to hide. Sequence B, they're already very strong, and they have stealth capabilities, making them very convenient for assassinations. Lu Wen's eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Tai Yuan looked at him and said, "Mr. Lu, my mission is to rescue you. Your mother paid our Tai family $100 million for this. Please, follow me out of the country as soon as possible. To the southwest, he has a way to go directly out of the country. But if you delay for too long, it may be blocked." Lu Wen felt unwilling to accept this. The fishing boat had kept him in prison for so long, and he would not be able to accept the fact if he escaped in such a disgraceful manner. "My mom gave your Tai family $100 million. You probably can't get all of it, right? How about this? If you help me kill someone, I'll pay you $100 million later. How about that?" Lu Wen suddenly spoke. Tai Yuan was stunned and his eyes changed. He would be lucky to get $10 million for this mission. After thinking for a while, he said thoughtfully, "That fisherman, right? Before coming, Thatcheron had already revealed this matter to him. He also found some basic information about Jiang Chen. But the other party didn't ask him to kill to silence the witness, but just asked him to rescue Lu Wen first. But now, Lu Wen's words made him start to reconsider. There are not many people who can spend 100 million US dollars in one go, which is equivalent to him taking risks 10 times. Okay, I'll take you there. But let me make it clear, once you've killed them, follow me immediately and don't linger. Good. Lu Wen was overjoyed. The two of them immediately took advantage of the night and headed towards Qingyu community. At this time, it was already a few minutes past midnight. In the community, quietly, the bright moonlight covers the evergreens with a faint silver glow. No one noticed the two shadows walking on the ground, crawling step by step towards the gate. The elevator opened automatically. Automatic uplink. At last, arrived at the door of 506. Click. The iron lock at the gate was emptied by a big hand. This iron metal is like tofu and has no resistance at all. Lu Wen was secretly delighted. It was indeed a B-sequence element that could ignore ordinary metals. This strength is amazing. But as soon as the two of them entered the house, they stopped in the living room, because they saw two figures standing near the sofa in the living room. They remained still, observing each other closely. Only then did I realize that they were actually two silicone figures, motionless at the moment, like fashion models. What the hell? Why are there two silicone figures in the house? Lu Wen and Taiyuan both frowned. Could it be that this fisherman's family sells dolls? It would be fine if they were just selling dolls, but why is there a boy doll in it? The two shook their heads and were about to head towards the bedroom. And at this time, the iron pillars of the heavenly soldiers began to scan silently. After an X-ray scan, its intelligent data system detected that there were two organisms invisible to the human eye, sneaking around there. Judging from the behavior, expression, prying door, and other data, Tianbing Taizhu quickly made a judgment. Burglar. He immediately shared the information with Cuihua next to him. In just 3 seconds, the two of them came up with a data plan to work together and subdue the opponent. Tianbing Cuihua rushed forward first and grabbed Lu Wen by the back of the neck. Lu Wen was caught off guard, his neck nearly crushed, his feet off the ground, and he screamed in terror. What the hell? What the hell? Taiyuan was also shocked. These two lifeless silicone figures almost made him unable to react. He quickly threw a punch, hitting Cuihua in the face. Part of the silicone on Cuihua's face was knocked off. Fortunately, the mecha was coated with carbon-6 molecules, so the important parts did not fall off, but it was still hit by a huge force and its body quickly retreated. But at this time, the heavenly soldier iron pillar also rushed forward, curved his claws, and grabbed the stronger Taiyuan. Taiyuan snorted coldly and swung his arm violently, trying to blast the other person away. Click. There was only the sound of a sharp fracture. Taiyuan only felt a piercing pain coming from his wrist. Fuck. Taiyuan, who was originally calm, suddenly screamed in pain. Chapter 45. The burglar, caught and tested. Tianbing Taizhu is emotionless. As the only descendant of the dragon whose body is coated with carbon-9 molecular material, his defense has reached an almost terrifying level. He didn't react at all after taking Taiyuan's punch. One claw grabbed Taiyuan's neck, and the other claw pinched his left leg. Lock it like a lock. Then, lift it sideways. Hang it in the air so that it can't use any power at all. Help, help, help me. Lu Wen was grabbed by Cuihua by the back of the neck, with his feet off the ground. He wanted Taiyuan to save him, but found that Taiyuan was in an even worse condition and had been lifted up horizontally. Taiyuan's strength has reached the B sequence. If the iron pillar does not have the support of carbon-9 molecules, it may not be able to lock the opponent. But the iron pillar is like a magic lock at this moment. It does not pose a fatal threat, but it has a terrifying defensive power that makes people helpless. It didn't attack Taiyuan, but just locked him tightly. And they locked him horizontally. No matter how Taiyuan struggled, the opponent could not break through his defense. What the hell is this? Taiyuan fought back several times, but it was of no avail. He could only remain in this position of being held up in the air and curse loudly. And at this time, the shouting and fighting sounds in the living room also woke up Jiang Chen and Shui Yao in the bedroom. The two of them hurriedly put on their clothes, walked out, and turned on the lights in the living room. The two were surprised to see that Taizhu and Cuihua were both maintaining a strange posture. The iron pillars seemed to be holding something. Cuihua was carrying something, as if grabbing something, but neither of them saw the real thing. One could only vaguely sense from the sounds of struggle that they seemed to have caught something. Report to the master. We caught a thief who broke into the house. The heavenly soldier, iron pillar, spoke. Xu Yao frowned, walked over, picked up the broom next to her, and hit it hard a few times in the direction Suihua was holding. Click. The brooms broke in two. Fuck, it hurts, stop hitting me. Lu Wen screamed. The eggs were almost broken. Jiang Chen frowned and punched in the direction of the iron pillar. Puff. Taiyuan was looking down on Lu Wan, wondering how he could not even withstand a few brooms. He suddenly vomited out everything he had eaten the day before yesterday. He couldn't bear it any longer. His stealth talent quickly faded, and he begged for mercy. Stop, stop. Fuck, there really is someone. Qin Shuiyao looked at this scene in surprise. One of them was pinched by Suihua on the back of the neck, with his legs off the ground. One was hanging horizontally in the air with his neck and left thigh pinched. Isn't this the rich second generation on the Pearl? Jiang Chen saw Lu Wen and recognized him. Lu Wen looked panicked and said quickly, "We may have some misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Go talk to Long Umbu. Jiang Chen called the Longin department. Hello, Riwanbu. I have 2 burglars who need to be turned over to the state. Hang up the phone. Jiang Chen searched Taiyuan, wanting to find out his identity. Result: no ID card or anything like that was found. Instead, he took out some bottles and jars. Taiyuan's eyes focused. The contents of this bottle and jar were rare raw materials for synthesizing some genetic medicines. It took him many years to collect them all. Seeing Jiang Chen staring at the bottle, Taiyuan pretended to be calm and said, "I'm not feeling well. This is my medicine." Really? Then it belongs to me now. Jiang Chen collected 2 of the valuable raw materials. Joke. After drinking the Sigma Gene Enhancement Potion, he gained an understanding of chemical materials that surpassed that of top scientists. He knew exactly what these raw materials were used for. Among them is a small bottle of a mineral called shiwu. The Earth's content is very low and it takes a long time to refine, so it is basically impossible to mass produce. But it's okay now. He got a bottle of shiwu, one of the 3 major raw materials for synthesizing Sigma Gene Enhancement Potion. Taiyuan's mouth twitched as he watched Jiang Chen take the things away, his heart bleeding. Not long. Zhouanbang personally brought a team of genetic warriors here. When he saw the metal door hollowed out by his bare hands at the door, he frowned slightly. This was not something an ordinary person could do. He was slightly stunned when he saw the 2 burglars in the living room, who were caught in strange postures. Report to the minister. This man is a fugitive who escaped from prison 2 hours ago. This is an urgent arrest warrant issued by the prison. One of his subordinates recognized Lu Wen's identity. Lu Wen heard it. Instant despair and regret. MMP, if I had known this earlier, I would have left the country immediately. It's okay now. It's going to be a life sentence. Zhouanbang nodded and walked towards Taiyuan. As a B-sequence gene warrior, he had a hunch that the metal lock at the door had been hollowed out by him. What sequence? Zhouanbang stared at him. Taiyuan looked at people with his head tilted, his posture awkward. He snorted coldly and said nothing. You won't tell me, right? There will be a chance for you to tell me. Zhouanbang waved his hand. The genetic warrior immediately used special weapons to abduct the other party. Mr. Jiang, are you okay? Zhouanbang looked at Jiang Chen and Qin Shuiyao and asked with concern. Jiang Chen shook his head. We are fine. With these 2 mecha men, we are safe. With his strength, even if those 2 attacked him, they would not be able to do anything to him. The only thing he was worried about was Shuiyao. However, these 2 mechas can use X-rays to scan out some supernatural organisms with hidden talents, which can protect Shuiyao. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Zhouanbang took his men away. On the way back to Longin, he instructed his subordinates, send a secret message to Long Shi, asking her to come back and protect Mr. Jiang. The subordinates were surprised. Doesn't Long Shi only carry out SSS level missions? People like Zhouanbang himself are on the SSS level protection list. However, he has the strength of the B sequence, so he generally does not need anyone to protect him. Zhouanbang said, a supernatural organism has targeted Mr. Jiang. I plan to discuss with multiple departments and raise his confidentiality to SSS level. Once supernatural organisms target ordinary people, it will be dangerous if they do not have the full protection of genetic warriors. Although the Mecha Man has strong defense, his counterattack ability is insufficient. Plus, Jiang Chen has been appointed as the general manager of the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals project. Its importance cannot be compared with today. Yes. The subordinates hurried to contact Long Shi. Long Shi is an outstanding genetic warrior from the Longin tribe. Later, I went to the Dragon Group for training. After being strengthened with multiple genetic drugs and undergoing devilish training, she can easily deal with most supernatural organisms below the A sequence. She has protected many important figures, including those at the ministerial level. Suihua, well done. Qin Shuiyao pinched Tianbing, Suihua's face. Although Tsuowa's name sounds a bit rustic, her face is very pretty and she looks like a loli. Jiang Chen also patted Tianbing Tieju's shoulder and said, "That's right. Next time you encounter a burglar like this, beat him up first. It's the master." The couple spoke in unison and then stood neatly in a corner of the living room. Like a guardian angel. Let's go back to sleep. With these two door gods, Jiang Chen and Shui Yao felt at ease even if the door lock was broken. Jiang Chen brought the Heavenly Soldier iron pillar back to the testing site. But he left the Heavenly Soldier Tsuohua with Shui Yao. This can not only protect Shui Yao, but also allow her to collect behavioral data from society everywhere. These data can eventually be shared with other descendants of the dragon through information transmission. Xiao Jiang, I heard there was a burglar where you live. On the testing ground, Xia Zhongshuan asked Jiang Chen with concern. Yesterday, he learned from Longming department that a thief appeared at Jiang Chen's residence. But fortunately, the mecha man discovered it in time. Jiang Chen smiled. Don't worry, I have the Heavenly Soldiers and Iron Pillars following me. No thief can do anything to me. That's good. By the way, you told me this morning about applying to the Longming department for special approval to bring that thief here. I've already told Minister Zhou about that. He said they can only finish interrogating him this afternoon and then bring him here. After Xia Zhongshuan finished speaking, he asked curiously, why do you want that thief to come here? Dean Xia, that thief is no ordinary thief. He is very powerful. I plan to use him to test the combat capability of the intelligent mecha. Jiang Chen told Xia Zhongshuan about his testing plan. Chapter 46. Man-made A-sequence dragon descendants. What does it mean to be very powerful? Xia Zhongshuan was a little puzzled. Although he is the president of the Longming Institute, he mainly works in physics. Wang Jiamin is still in charge of chemical materials. As for regarding genetic medicines and genetic warriors, it has always been the Longming department and the Long group behind the Longming department that have been arranging it. Therefore, he also didn't know much about supernatural organisms and some things about genetic warriors. All we know is that the Longming tribe has some genetically enhanced dragon warriors with extremely powerful combat capabilities. We'll know when the Longming department sends people over. After encountering the hidden person last night, Jiang Chen was wondering whether the descendant of the dragon who was not smeared by the carbon-9 molecule and the hidden person could have a PK. By the way, test the data of both sides. Make a comparison of strength. Not long. Zhouanbang of the Longming tribe brought Taiyuan here personally. Xiao Jiang, do you want to use this thing to train mechas? Zhouanbang walked over. He has finished the interrogation. This Taiyuan is a B-sequence hidden person, a supernatural organism that has awakened after birth. His combat power is slightly weaker than his, but he has special talents. Once he hides, he cannot be detected by the naked eye. So he used a pair of specially made carbon-6 molecular handcuffs with positioning to handcuff the other person throughout the whole process. Even if the other party is hiding, you can locate him by identifying the position of the handcuffs. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, Minister Zhou, can you lend it to me for a day? Of course you can, but you have to be careful with this guy. He has the ability to hide. Even though he's handcuffed, it's still very difficult to find him. Zhouanbang reminded. Jiang Chen is not worried. The other person was not as fast as me and was also wearing handcuffs. There is also an X-ray scan of the iron pillar nearby, so even if you hide, you can't leave the test site. Okay, take your time testing it, and let me know when you're done. Zhouanbang left behind a genetic warrior and left. Jiang Chen stepped forward and loosened Taiyuan's handcuffs. Taiyuan was stunned, then quickly hid his figure and wanted to launch a sneak attack on Jiang Chen. But a powerful pressure suddenly emanated from Jiang Chen. This pressure made Taiyuan's heart stop suddenly. The power was suppressed in an instant. Jiang Chen stared at him and whispered, "Test it well, or I can kill you. You are a high sequence." Taiyuan was horrified. The last time he felt the same level of sequence oppression was from Grandpa Tai. Oh my god, who on earth did I offend? At this moment, Taiyuan cursed Lu Wen's entire family of ancestors and descendants for 18 generations. $100 million just to kill an A-series person? The Northern Bear Country once offered a reward of $10 billion for killing Mr. Tai, but in the end, there was no response at all. No one dared to answer it at all. Even those who are capable would not consider this little money enough. What's even more terrifying is that this high sequence being in front of him is actually less than 30 years old. This kid must be a hundreds-year-old monster. Taiyuan's aura was suppressed to the limit, and he was scared to death. Jiang Chen released his aura and gave him a wink. Go. Don't hide yourself. Fight the Mecha Man. That's it. Jiang Chen was not worried that the other party would escape in handcuffs, so he returned to the computer monitoring point. Taiyuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jiang Chen with complicated eyes. Immediately, walk slowly towards the neatly arranged intelligent mechas. Launch the attack. Jiang Chen pressed the Class A combat model. The 10 intelligent mechas on the field immediately formed a battle formation and began to attack Taiyuan. Taiyuan went all out, fighting together with intelligent mecha. Xia Zhongxuan, who was standing by, had originally planned to watch the show, but after seeing Taiyuan's actions, he was completely dumbfounded. What a monster! Can it actually PK with intelligent mecha? The other researchers at the scene were also stunned. How can there be such a strong person? Jiang Chen looked calm as he checked the combat data captured on his computer throughout the whole process, including data such as strength, defense, speed, etc. of Taiyuan's every attack. Just observed for a while, Jiang Chen came to this conclusion. Taiyuan was completely unable to do anything to the 5 mechas coated with carbon-9 molecules and was just hitting the air. The air didn't react, and he suffered severe damage every time. On the contrary, if the intelligent mechas are not coated with carbon-9 molecules, but only with carbon-6, Taiyuan will burst out with considerable power. From the perspective of defense, Taiyuan's defense is average, and it seems that it is not even as good as the defense of carbon-6 molecules. What sequence are you from? Jiang Chen caught Taiyuan. Taiyuan was sweating profusely at this moment, and his fists, feet, back and other parts were all covered in blood. Several bones were broken. Those mecha men wouldn't feel any pain, but he was in so much pain that he was almost crying. Sequence B. I'm primarily a stealth user with a talent for concealment. My combat and defense aren't very good. Please let me go. Taewon said desperately. He would rather be slapped to death by the devil in front of him. And don't fight those intelligent mechas that don't feel pain. I can't beat him. I was in so much pain. The only way to avoid being tortured is to surrender. Sequence B. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. So, the combat power of this batch of intelligent mechas is already able to compete with the supernatural creatures of the B sequence? Jiang Chen compared them carefully. There are 2 reasons why Taiyuan can't win. First, he is not a combat type B sequence. Second, intelligent mechas have no neural reactions and can fight continuously. There's a shortage of carbon-9 molecules right now. If we want to raise the overall combat capability of the dragon's descendants to A series, we have to modify the mecha's engine. Jiang Chen tested and got a rough idea. Then, I began to think about the shortcomings of descendants of the dragon. The descendants of the dragon have very strong chip computing, intelligent combat system, and defense capabilities. The only problem is, it's underpowered. Similar to an iron pillar, although it can lock Taiyuan with its abnormal defense, it cannot kill the opponent. The essence is that the engine has limited power. If we can modify the iron pillar's engine, its power will definitely rival that of a supernatural organism. Jiang Chen was thinking in his mind. With the support of carbon-9 molecular material, the iron pillar has ignored the attacks of the B sequence. If there is a power far beyond the B sequence, wouldn't it be the artificial creation of an A sequence? If this sequence can be created, then let's call it Sequence A, Descendants of the Dragon. The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. Although he is already an A sequence Sigma Gene warrior, it is very difficult to train the next Gene warrior. But smart mechas are different. It can be mass-produced. Dean Xia, what is our Dragon Science Institute's most advanced engine? Can you lend us one? Jiang Chen turned around and asked Xia Zhongxuan. Xia Zhongxuan had just come back to his senses from the fierce battle and answered in a daze. The 18 revolutions per minute afterburning turbofan engine is currently the world's most advanced engine. Our Yuan fighter uses this engine. As for the Dragon's descendants, they actually use a 9-turn afterburning turbofan engine. It can produce about 50 tons of thrust and a speed of Mach 1.8. Xia Zhongxuan is a physicist, and the Yuan fighter is also under his jurisdiction, so he is quite familiar with it. Less than double. Jiang Chen shook his head. Sequence A is much more powerful than Sequence B. The gap between the two is far more than double. It seems. If the descendants of the dragon want to be comparable to the A series, their engine cannot use the one similar to the Yuan fighter. Think of this. Jiang Chen planned to go out to sea again. If you want to obtain more alien black technology, the only way is to go fishing. Double is already very good, enough to improve the combat power data of the dragon descendant. If you want one, I can get one over here. Xia Zhongxuan cooperated with Jiang Chen throughout the process. He could see that Jiang Chen had his own ideas and was racking his brains for the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals project. Okay, please apply first. I'm planning to go out to sea during this period. Take the Heavenly Soldiers Iron Pillar to the sea for some training. Jiang Chen said to Xia Zhongxuan. Chapter 47 3 Voyages to Southeast Asia, Cruise Oasis. Xia Zhongshuan didn't ask any more questions. Now Jiang Chen is the general manager of the Tianbing-Tianjiang project and has sufficient authority to act. He immediately said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back." Jiang Chen returned Taiyuan to the Longming tribe. Zhouanbang was also stunned when he saw Taiyuan's body covered with scars. My goodness, was he abused? No, just a little training. Taiyuan quickly denied it. He is now back in the Longming department's detention center, just like returning home. That testing ground is hell. And that man is a demon. Pearl River Port. Jiang Chen took the heavenly soldiers and iron pillars and prepared to go out to sea. Qin Shuyao brought the heavenly soldier Tsuhua and waved to each man and a Mecca at the beach. Taizhu, take good care of my husband. Your wife is still in my hands. Qin Shuyao waved. The celestial soldier Tsuhua next to them also followed suit, imitating the humans and waving together. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Go back. I might be out at sea for a long time this time. This time, Jiang Chen plans to cross the Strait of Malacca and head to the South Indian Ocean to explore new foggy areas. It would take 5 days just to make the trip this distance. Jiang Chen started the Pearl River 888 and went out to sea for the third time. It didn't take long to open. A secret message was also sent from the military port not far away. Monitoring of a fishing vessel listed on our SSS level protection list, currently heading out to sea. Pterosaur cruiser, Yulong cruiser. Please prepare to leave the port. A few minutes later, 2 cruisers, accompanied by the Weilong destroyer, the Zhanlong frigate, and 6 helicopter early warning aircraft, went out to sea for escort. 2 cruisers are generally the most basic configuration when performing SSS-level missions. Going up further, the SSSS class will be equipped with a nuclear submarine. The highest level SSSS class naturally adds another aircraft carrier. As for the matter of deploying 2 or even 3 aircraft carriers at the same time. So far, it has not happened, with Jiang Chen going out to sea and cruisers being deployed on a large scale. People at the port were talking about it again. That's strange. Why are there so many cruisers out recently? Yeah, the last pterosaur cruiser went out for 2 days and came back. This Yulong cruiser has been staying in the harbor for a long time, and it suddenly went out at this time. This configuration is basically a big task. Everyone was talking about it. Jiang Chen was driving Zhujiang number 88 south. The 2 large cruisers are already positioned on the left and right of Zhujiang 888. The remaining destroyers and frigates are all located behind Zhujiang 888. Overall, a U-shaped escort formation was formed. This formation is more defensive. It can prevent Zhujiang number 888 from being stolen. If there is an accident ahead, you only need to turn right or left, and there is no need to turn around. Similar to last time, because it is an A-shaped formation. As a result, when Zhujiang number 888 suddenly turned around, it almost missed the opportunity to catch up. Because the A-shape is a combat and charge formation, it is an active attack and a targeted advance. The U-shape is more about defense. In order to prevent similar incidents from happening last time, the escort fleet adopted a new escort formation this time. And at this moment, in the captain's command room of the Yulong cruiser, in addition to the captain, there was also a lady with a high ponytail and wearing a pure black custom-made combat uniform, who was looking at Zhujiang 888 through a telescope. Her name is Long Shi. B-sequence gene warrior, speed-oriented, good at assassination and sudden protection. But today, seeing Jiang Chen going out to sea, she showed her SSS-level protection order and followed the cruiser out to sea. She frowned, looking at the weak appearance of Pearl River 888, and looked at the captain. Why not just let him take the cruiser? Wouldn't that be faster and safer? Long Shi was a little confused. The task given to her by the Longming department was to protect Jiang Chen. She also took a quick look at Jiang Chen's information. He graduated from Ocean University, but was doing mecha research at the Dragon Science Institute. I also like to go out to sea when I have nothing to do. It's okay to go out to sea, but as someone on the SSS level protection list, wouldn't a cruiser be more comfortable? The captain of the Yulong shrugged and shook his head, saying, I don't know about that. Commander Tang just asked us to escort them, and that's it. The last time the pterosaur cruiser went fishing, it was following this fishing boat. Fishing? Long Shi was even more surprised. How could such an important warship as a cruiser just follow a small fishing boat to fish for no reason? She couldn't help but become curious. When Zhujiang 888, leading a small part of the aircraft carrier formation, planned to cross the Malacca Strait and head straight for the South Indian Ocean. Singapore, Port of Beauvais. The economy here is prosperous, and many cruise ships from all over the world choose to stop at this port when passing through the Strait of Malacca. Although the Strait of Malacca is on the high seas, no tolls are charged like the Suez Canal. However, because Singapore is close to Malacca, it can make a lot of money by charging port berthing fees, cargo loading fees, cargo transshipment fees, etc. Certainly, leasing ocean cruise ships is also very profitable. Every year, a large number of people take luxury cruise ships to travel around here. And today, a heavyweight cruise ship appeared near the port of Bai. This made many Singaporeans who are used to seeing cruise ships look sideways. Because that's the Oasis, the world's largest global cruise ship. It is 500 meters long and 20 stories high, like a skyscraper, able to meet the various needs of tens of thousands of people. It is said, this cruise ship will sail around the world once a year without stopping. Many of the passengers are wealthy people with assets exceeding $1 billion. Some retired wealthy people even bought lifetime tickets and lived on the ship for many years without ever getting off the ship. And today, it came to Singapore again. On a deck on the 12th floor, a luxurious banquet for the upper class is being held. This banquet was attended by wealthy businessmen, political celebrities, international superstars, and even the crown prince of the Middle East and the Sakura princess from all over the world. In the crowd, a man in a black tuxedo was elegantly holding a drink and chatting with the princess from the Sakura Kingdom. Ms. Ingya, this is Mr. Huang Fifan from Long Country. His mother is from Long Country. He is currently an international superstar, very famous, and has won an Oscar in the film and television industry. An interpreter introduced the man in a tuxedo to Sakura Yuaner, who was dressed in a soft kimono. However, Yuaner has no interest in so-called international superstars. As the princess of the Sakura Kingdom, she has seen many such glamorous people. But, after hearing that the other party was from Dragon Country, she became a little interested. She smiled politely and said, I heard that a material called carbon-9 molecule appeared in Long Country some time ago. It is more powerful than Xiete Country's carbonate. Many foreign netizens say it is fake. As a Long Country person, I want to know, is it true or false? Oh, Huang Fifan was stunned for a moment. He got his university diploma from a fake overseas university. I have no interest in the affairs of Longkor Academy. Therefore, even though netizens were arguing about it, he didn't hear much about it. He's obsessed with the spotlight and late-night conversations with female fans. Huang Fifan laughed and said, I've heard of it. I've heard of it. It's said to be a very powerful material. It should be worth some money. He said it casually. Worth some money? Yuaner frowned slightly. Just by listening to this person speak, you can tell that he is not well educated and is too materialistic. The importance of carbon-9 material is not just a matter of money. Even she knew how much the scientific and technological communities in many countries were eager for this material. She was a little disappointed, then said politely, Sorry, I'll go wash my hands. That's it. She just walked away. Huang Fifan was obviously unhappy when he saw the other party walking away. He asked his female assistant, Don't you women like a man like me who is handsome, rich, humorous, and has 8-pack abs? From what I understand, Miss Ingya graduated from the Sakura Crown Prince Academy, where she majored in robotics. Perhaps she's more interested in smart technology. The female assistant explained. Technology? What's the use of technology? Huang Fifan curled his lips. Can technology allow him to take a multi-billion-dollar around-the-world cruise? Can technology buy him over 100 million fanatical fans around the world? Can technology allow him to live a life of luxury, where he can always be in the spotlight and enjoy the beauty of being chased by countless people? Technology is something that takes time to show results, takes a long time to process, is thankless, and only fools are interested in it. Huang Fifan, who was rejected, took a sip of wine while cursing to vent his dissatisfaction. The female assistant remained silent and didn't dare to answer. Chapter 48. Warships are approaching, and all sailing is suspended. Singapore Maritime Base. This is the Dragon Kingdom's Winged Dragon and Yulong cruisers. We will be passing through the Strait of Malacca in half an hour. Please prepare to avoid the passage. Our fleet includes the Winged Dragon cruiser, the Yulong cruiser, the Weilong frigate, the Weilong destroyer, the Zhanlong destroyer, 6 Shenglong helicopter early warning aircraft, and the fishing boat Zhujiang 888. Please reply if you receive it. Repeat. Just when the Oasis docked at the port of Bai, encrypted radio messages were sent to the Singapore Maritime Base. The Singapore Maritime Base responded quickly after receiving the news from the Dragon Kingdom warship formation. Singapore Maritime Base received. Reply completed. The Ministry of Maritime Affairs Base quickly passed the news to the Port Entry and Exit Management Center of Bai Port. The Dragon Kingdom warship formation will pass through the Strait of Malacca in half an hour. Please block outbound ships at the Port and Departure Management Center. The blockade will be lifted in half an hour. to avoid accidental collisions between warships and ordinary ships, which could lead to major diplomatic incidents. Generally speaking, when a warship formation passes through relatively narrow waters, such as the Malacca Strait and the Suez Canal, it will notify the naval bases of various countries in advance. After all, this narrow sea area has many ports and ships, and if it is not controlled, accidental frictions are likely to occur. So, when a warship passes through, the port's entry and exit management center will suspend navigation for a period of time to avoid accidents with the warship. Soon, everyone on the Oasis also received a radio broadcast from the Ba'i Port Access Management Center. All vessels at Ba Harbor, please note, following orders from higher authorities, all vessels will be grounded from 5:50 p.m. to 6:20 p.m. Singapore time. Repeat, on the Oasis. The banquet on the 12th floor is in progress. After receiving this news, many people started talking about it. The flight was suspended for half an hour? What happened? There are some wealthy people who have just arrived and don't quite understand. Soon, a celebrity from the political circle came and explained with a smile. When warships from various countries pass through narrow waters, they will notify their respective naval bases in advance. It's mainly to avoid a major diplomatic incident. Generally speaking, it's about 10 minutes. This half-hour suspension of navigation is either due to a large-scale warship formation or a warship from a major power that is about to resume navigation. Everyone suddenly realized. Huang Fifan, who was not far away, also learned after listening to the translator's words that a warship was about to pass through Malacca. Could it be a warship from the Dragon Nation? Huang Fifan muttered. And at this time, Yuan, after learning that the port would be closed for half an hour, she realized that a large warship was definitely passing by. As a woman who loves intelligent mecha, she is also very interested in high technologies such as battleships and fighter jets. During World War II, the Taiga battleships of the Sakura country were once the dominant battleships in the world's navy. At that time, it was invincible and victorious. But later, it declined. As more and more aircraft carriers appeared in the country of Xiete, the country of Sakura did not have a single aircraft carrier. On the contrary, the dragon country on the opposite side, like a giant dragon awakening, rose step by step and slowly owned the first aircraft carrier, the second aircraft carrier, and the third aircraft carrier. Dragon Roar, Dragon Soul, Dragon God, Dragon Country's three major aircraft carrier formations. The combat capability of each aircraft carrier formation is first class among the world's warship formations. This made Yuan feel complicated, especially when she saw these aircraft carriers flying across the sea through some videos. Her admiration for them was ignited. The worship of the strong does not distinguish between nationalities or races. Even though Yuan was extremely unwilling, she had to admit that the entire East Asian and Southern waters had become the backyard of these three aircraft carriers. And they, the Sakura country, can only watch the show. Just like now. She was on the Oasis, far out in the sea, waiting for the approaching warship. In fact, not only is she waiting, many people are waiting too. Although the Oasis is the largest cruise ship in the world, it has no combat capability, and even a destroyer may not be able to defeat it. Not to mention the cruisers and even the mini fighter jets on aircraft carriers. Half an hour is almost up. Several nearby ports and countless ships were looking towards the entrance to the strait. As the sun was about to set, a blood-red setting sun splashes on the surface of the sea in the Strait of Malacca. A small fishing boat appeared in everyone's sight. It was not traveling very fast, only about 10 knots, and it soon entered the mouth of the strait. Why is the warship so small? A big question mark slowly appeared in the heads of countless people. The entrance to the strait is not far away. If it is a warship, you can roughly see its size. But this warship is really small, like a small fishing boat lying on the sea. Someone quickly took out a telescope, trying to see clearly what kind of warship it was and which country it belonged to. What's going on? That's not a warship, it's a small fishing boat. Someone exclaimed. Fishing boat? Aren't all major ports supposed to suspend shipping for half an hour? Why are there still fishing boats coming in? Everyone was talking about it. Generally speaking, ships that are anchored cannot leave the port. Those that have not yet entered the port will stop sailing outside the gorge. Didn't this small fishing boat receive the radio? Even if they didn't receive it, there are Singaporean patrol boats outside to block it. How can I get in during this time? Is it because it was too small and was missed by the patrol ship? Pearl River 888. This is a fishing boat from Dragon Country. Someone recognized the Chinese characters on the fishing boat. Dragon Country fisherman. Huang Fifan had also been paying attention to the approaching warship. Suddenly, he noticed a small fishing boat entering everyone's sight, and he couldn't help but frown. Especially when he learned that they were fishermen from Long Country, and everyone was pointing and talking. He couldn't help but curl his lips and curse under his breath. Where did this sobby fishing boat come from? Doesn't it even have a radio? If you accidentally hit a foreign warship, you'll be in a military court. As a dragon citizen, Huang Fifan felt ashamed when he saw everyone talking about this fishing boat that did not comply with international navigation regulations. How did this stupid fishing boat get near Singapore? Jiang Chen at this moment. They were unaware that the entire Strait of Malacca had been closed to navigation, and everyone was waiting for themselves and the fleet of warships behind them to pass. He just felt that there seemed to be too few ships nearby. He began to speed up, preparing to dock at a southern port in Malaysia. The berthing fee at the port of Singapore is too expensive, several times more expensive than that of the port of Java. Although Jiang Chen could afford it, he still planned to walk a distance forward. This stupid bird is still sailing in the Middle Sea area, just waiting to be caught. Huang Fifan was looking through a telescope and saw Zhujiang number 888 passing through the middle. He couldn't help but shake his head wildly. Everyone is complying with international regulations and stopping sailing, but this small fishing boat is so ignorant that it is still sailing leisurely. I guess Singapore's patrol boats will be dispatched soon. Chapter 49. Small fishing boats have a fleet organization? Just when Huang Fifan was enjoying the show, Zhujiang number 888, however, drove leisurely and slowly past the port of Bai. However, there was no Singaporean patrol vessel on the sea. Zhujiang number 888 is about to pass by. Huang Fifan became anxious and couldn't help but complain to his female assistant. What the hell is going on? Are all the Singaporean patrol boats asleep? Everyone has stopped sailing. Why are you still letting that little muggle fishing boat drift up there? As an international superstar, he has long been accustomed to enjoying the fanatical pursuit of fans alone, and the feeling of superiority when people on the street are pushed away by his security guards. But now, even though he was on the world's largest cruise ship, the Oasis, he could only watch helplessly as a small fishing boat passed by him. It would be fine if they just stopped sailing to make way for the warships. This small fishing boat, why does it? Does it deserve it? The more Huang Fifan thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt. And at this time, the other celebrities at the banquet also frowned, sensing that something was wrong. Didn't they stop sailing to make way for the warship formation? Why are there still small fishing boats sailing? And it seems the port entry and exit management center has no plans to send out patrol boats. Many people walked to the other side of the cruise ship and looked at the patrol boats parked in the port from afar. At this moment, they were all motionless, as if they didn't see Zhujiang number 888. I don't know if I'm right. Just when everyone was confused, an old man with silver hair slowly spoke. It's old Mr. Guston. When everyone saw it, they immediately became excited. This Guston previously worked as secretary to the Secretary General at the United Nations. Even after retirement, he still has considerable influence in the political circles of various countries. You can say that. He has a good understanding of the complex laws and hidden rules of countries around the world. Seeing everyone looking at him for advice, Guston smiled and analyzed. First of all, the half-hour suspension of navigation must be due to a warship formation, and the scale is not small. As for this small fishing boat, even though it appears to be a fishing boat, it is possible that it is also a member of this fleet. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. What? This fishing boat is also part of the warship formation. Does this mean that this fishing boat is very important? Politicians, wealthy people, and famous movie stars from various countries were all stunned at this moment. What level of fishing boat can become a member of a warship formation? Many of them have cruise ships, but only 0 are qualified to form a fleet. As for the reason, I don't know. Guston shook his head. What are those old guys talking about? Huang Fifan was depressed when he saw an uproar on Guston's side. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand and could only signal the translator to translate for him. However, Guston speaks an aboriginalized English shit with a complex accent. The translator frowned and listened for a long time before reluctantly translating it. He seemed to say that the fishing boat had military status, so the patrol boat did not stop it. What? Warship organization? Damn it. Huang Fifan suddenly felt even more unbalanced. I'm an international superstar, the dream of hundreds of millions of female fans around the world, but even my private cruise ship doesn't have a fleet. How can a small fishing boat like yours have a fleet? Think of this. He couldn't help but take out his cell phone. There was a burst of snapping at Zhujiang number 888. A few minutes later, the A-shaped formation of Wing Long cruisers finally arrived. On the sea, the Winged Dragon cruiser, the Yulong cruiser, etc., broke through the waves and set off huge waves and ripples on the sea surface where the setting sun looked like blood. In order to pass through the Strait of Malacca more smoothly, they changed their formation when entering the strait. It's indeed the Dragon Nation warship formation. Everyone on the Oasis cruise was amazed. Huh, what a lousy fleet. There's even a small fishing boat. Huang Fifan took out his cell phone and continued taking pictures. After the shooting, he was mentally unbalanced and posted a message on Weibo. It said that this small fishing boat also has a warship classification. Can I also apply for a classification for my Fifan? 3 laughing JPG. At Long Guohalbu base. Attach 2 pictures, especially the words Zhujiang number 888. Huang Fifan even deliberately magnified it. Mr. Huang, this isn't a good idea. How about deleting it? The female assistant next to her asked with some concern. It is difficult to hold foreigners accountable for photographing warships overseas, but Huang Fifan is a Chinese citizen and must abide by the laws of his country and not disclose the information at will. Huang Fifan disagrees. What's the big deal? It doesn't reveal any secrets. Besides, I just want to know if this small fishing boat really has an organization. If it really exists, then as a renowned international superstar of Dragon Country, bringing glory to my country, shouldn't my Fifan also have a place on the staff? If this fishing boat doesn't have a registration number, then it's okay for me to reveal its number, right? As an international superstar, Huang Fifan is admired by hundreds of millions of fans. But the Dragon Kingdom officials have never taken themselves seriously. I haven't even been able to access a proper platform. With his huge influence, isn't it appropriate for him to apply for a fleet organization? The female assistant stopped talking. The Dragon Country has its own culture and does not promote these so-called traffic stars. But Huang Fifan grew up abroad and has a large number of fans who blindly follow him. So he always feels that he should become the national idol of Dragon Country. Now that he saw that a small fishing boat was actually organized into a fleet, he was naturally jealous. Soon, Huang Fifan's Weibo was flooded with fans. It received 1 million reads in just a few minutes. Wow, my brother is posting on Weibo again, and it's only been an hour since the last one. This frequency is so high, I'm almost losing it. A small fishing boat has a warship organization? Holy shit, what's going on? My brother's Fifan can also have a fleet organization. Support my brother. At Haibuji. At Haibuji. If the Marine base doesn't assign the Fifan to the fleet, I will call on all of our Fifan fans to never board any Dragon Nation ship again. I'll cause you huge losses. Yes, we have billions of partners who, working together, are enough to move the earth. Sister above, you remembered it wrongly. We have 10 billion friends. Together with our cats, dogs, and parrots, our power is enough to suppress the sun. That's awesome. We're so strong. When fans of Huang Fifan on Weibo started to tag Haibu base crazily and also wanted a fleet organization. On the cruise ship, Yuan, dressed in a kimono, looked at the speeding Dragon Kingdom fleet with amazement in her beautiful eyes. Pterosaur cruiser, feathered dragon cruiser. Yuan, in her not-so-fluent Chinese, muttered the huge white words painted on it. This huge fleet of cruisers made her admire it. Oh, and that little fishing boat that passed by ahead. Pearl River 888. Why is it also a member of this fleet? Yuan looked in the direction where Zhujiang 888 left and memorized the name of the fishing boat in her mind. So many warships following behind a fishing boat. This matter. There must be something fishy. Chapter 50. Haibu base, waiting for your return. On the next scarf. When tens of thousands of messages came from the Athai base, the bombing started. The hot word Huang Fifan asked the Navy base to give the fleet organization instantly became the #1 hot search. Looking at the Marine base, there was no response for 5 minutes. These fanatical fans even rushed directly into the official Weibo of the Ministry of Marine Base and questioned it. Kaiba base, my brother is asking you a question. Can you please say something? You're pretending to be dead, huh? Are you doing this on purpose? Are you looking down on my brother? Faced with these fans' questions, some normal netizens refuted them with dissatisfaction. Who is Huang Fifan? Why does he demand that the Navy base grant him a fleet? That's right. I've never even heard of Huang Fifan. These fans are out of their minds. How can a cruise ship be included in the fleet? Maybe they think that their brother will be more effective in battle if he brings a group of bikini beauties with him. Ha ha ha, the guy above is stealing the bamboo shoots. If I were to ask you, their brother would probably be even more powerful in a bikini. Even the U.S. Navy's aircraft carrier would be disgusted by it. Faced with netizens' ridicule, Huang Fifan's fans frantically flooded their screens with comments like, Huang Fifan, a graduate of Australia's Woodlands University, a renowned international Chinese star, starred in 19 youth idol dramas, has 100 million fans worldwide, and won an Oscar. Such an achievement, as long as my brother wants it, why can't I agree to it? Huang Fifan should be our national idol. Seeing these fans' unreasonable demands, netizens did not debate normally, but instead jokingly asked back, Huang Fifan? Are you talking about Huang Feihong? Huang Fifan's fans repeated, it's Huang Fifan. Normal netizens, Huang Huihong. Huang Fifan's fans angrily said, it's Huang Fifan. Normal netizens, what fan? Huang Fifan's fans were devastated. You guys did this on purpose. Believe it or not, I'll have my sisters expose you online. Normal netizens, Huang Fifan and I are sworn enemies. Just when the two sides were arguing with each other, the Ministry of Marine Base also monitored Huang Fifan's Weibo. He was detected purely because of the Weibo post he posted, which exposed the number Zhujiang 888. Even the Winged Dragon cruiser fleet was also exposed. Commander Tang, do you want to delete it directly? The subordinates came hurriedly to ask. Generally speaking, this kind of confidential information is deleted directly. Not to mention, there is also an important person on this fishing boat who is on the SSS protection list. Tang Zhe frowned and asked, what does this Huang Fifan do? As the commander-in-chief of the Navy base, he didn't know the so-called Huang Fifan at all. The subordinate said, he's a popular star, but he has a lot of fans, all of whom are young and ignorant girls. With such a huge influence, instead of doing something useful and setting a good example, you still dare to ask for a fleet? Tang Zhe was displeased and immediately gave the order. Reply to him. When he returns, choose an aircraft carrier formation. Ask him whether he wants Dragon Roar, Dragon Soul, or Dragon God. Upon hearing this, the subordinates were stunned for a moment. When he realized what was happening, he immediately replied, yes, that's it. The subordinate asked the operations staff to reply to Huang Fifan. Dear Mr. Huang Fifan, considering your extraordinary influence in my country and around the world, our department, after thorough research, has decided to issue Resolution 11189, giving you the opportunity to select the aircraft carrier fleet formation. Address, Zhujiang Military Port. Time, within 3 days. It has been decided, don't let it down. Scarf issued. Huang Fifan's fans were immediately excited. Hideaki Kaibu, you finally recognized my brother. Tears streaming. 10 moving scenes from Dragon Country. Love it, love it. Let's have a vote. Should we choose Dragon Roar or Dragon Soul? I think the Dragon God is more powerful, so I'll choose the Dragon God. Just when Huang Fifan's fans were excited, Huang Fifan himself was also shocked. Fuck, is Longwell like an old horse that knows the way and a good horse that can catch a 1,000-mile horse? Huang Fifan looked very happy. The previous depression was swept away. He immediately sat up and pretended to be calm as he replied to the Marine Corps base. Yes, I will arrive at the Pearl River port at noon tomorrow. That's it. He shouted directly to the female assistant. Go back. Go back. Go back now. Mr. Huang, do you want someone to check first to see if this is fake? The female assistant frowned, feeling something was wrong. Huang Fifan feels that he has a huge influence and should become a national idol. But this is not the mainstream trend in China. Why would the Marine base suddenly send out such a Weibo post? It's obvious that something is wrong. However, Huang Fifan was already in great excitement. At this time, the female assistant's questioning seemed to him to be a denial of him. He glared at the female assistant. What's fake about this? Do you think I'm not worthy of you? No, you don't deserve it. The female assistant quickly agreed. Stop whining. With my influence, it's just an aircraft carrier. Do you think you can lie to me? Huang Fifan immediately packed up and prepared to get off the oasis. The female assistant sighed and quickly arranged a flight ticket for him to Longwa Pearl River port overnight. Number 888, Pearl River. It stopped at a port south of Kuala Lumpur. This port is some distance away from Singapore and is not in the best berthing location for Malacca. So, the mooring fees and hotel charges were much lower. Jiang Chen presented the ship docking agreement, paid the fee, and then went ashore with Tianbing Taizhu. It was almost evening. Jiang Chen was also hungry and tired, so he picked a hotel at random and walked in. I plan to rest here tonight. Wait until tomorrow, then pass through Malacca and head to the South Indian Ocean. Hello, how much is a single room? Jiang Chen spoke. The receptionist looked up and saw Jiang Chen and the square-faced, expressionless, 1.9-meter-tall Tianbing Taizhu standing next to him, and was stunned for a moment. She asked, single room? Of course it's a single room. It's not a single room, is it a double room? Jiang Chen was secretly complaining in his heart. Taizhu is an intelligent mecha and does not need to rest, so Jiang Chen naturally has no plans to book a room for it. Instead of spending that money, it would be better to charge the battery and lubricate the crankshaft. Jiang Chen was about to explain that this was a robot. Tianbing Taizhu, who had learned a lot of experience from human society, took off his head on the spot. Hold it in your hand. In an electronic voice, he said, I'm a robot, a doorman. No need to get another room. Thank you. That's it. Taiju put his head back. Front desk lady. Oh. Chapter 51. Thunder God seizes the sky, lightning mother descends. Jiang Chen entered the port to spend the night. The Winglong cruiser also found a military port to dock a few miles ahead. After changing into ordinary civilian clothes, Longshi also settled down near Jiang Chen. As a B-sequence gene warrior of Dragon Country, she possesses a dragon card that is accepted worldwide. The funding source of this dragon card is Dragon Country's foreign exchange reserves. The Dragon Kingdom has 3 trillion in foreign exchange reserves. Normally, money is not a problem as long as it does not buy an aircraft carrier. Following me. Inside the hotel, Jiang Chen clearly felt that there was a strong aura nearby, but this aura was much weaker than his own, so he could not hide it. I hope you don't cause any trouble, otherwise I'll have Taiju take your head off as well. Jiang Chen asked Tianbing Taiju to stand at the door. After all, this is a foreign country. If he encounters a life-and-death crisis, he wouldn't mind letting Taiju take the other person's head off. Hey! She sneezed and muttered to herself in confusion. Doesn't Malaysia have a tropical climate? Why did I catch a cold? A few hundred miles north of this port, there is a prosperous city that is as famous as Singapore. It is Kuala Lumpur, the capital of Malay state. To some extent, Singapore is one of the international centers, while Kuala Lumpur is a Southeast Asian center with Southeast Asian characteristics. Now, in the heart of Kuala Lumpur, on the side of a skyscraper, there is an ancient-style house. Monks and people dressed in Buddhist attire often come in and out of the door. One of them was Tyrone. But today, he was wearing a Buddhist robe, and behind him were a group of attendants dressed in Buddhist attire. Prepare everything you need. If you miss anything, I'll throw you all into the sea to feed the sharks. Tyrone stopped at the door and looked coldly at the Buddhist attendants behind him. These people all held something in their hands. There are incense, prayer beads, alms bowls, vegetarian food, wooden fish, prayers, robes, scriptures. They are all Buddhist props. Just then, a man came hurriedly and whispered something in Tyrone's ear. Taiyuan failed to rescue people and has been detained by the Dragon Group. Let's ignore him for now. What happens tonight is more important. Tyrone frowned slightly, then quickly calmed down. As long as tonight's task is completed, he will become an S-sequence supernatural organism. By then, not to mention the genetic warriors of Dragon Country, even the high-sequence creatures of Xiete Country will not be his match. Father, it seems there won't be any thunderstorms tonight. Could it be that the occasion for the divine thunder to descend you predicted won't happen tonight, or won't happen in Kuala Lumpur? Aside, Tinian looked at his father with some suspicion. The weather is stable now, and the weather forecast says it will be cloudy all day long without any thunderstorms. Tyrone said calmly. The Tripitaka's records are correct. It's Kuala Lumpur. And my predictions are also correct. It's tonight. Cheer up. There might be a fierce battle during the divine thunder event tonight. It is recorded in the Tripitaka that there are thunder and lightning in the sky. Thunder is male and lightning is female. Female lightning is fate and will only descend upon the one to whom it descends. The one to whom it descends is the descending mother of lightning, a supernatural organism of the S-sequence bestowed by heaven. It is hard to come by, and one has to wait for 1,000 years. The powerful thunder is a secret of heaven and needs to be fought for fiercely. Whoever succeeds in seizing it will become the god of thunder. If I succeed in seizing it and integrating it with my Muay Thai, I will be able to develop the legendary Thai Thunder Fist. S-sequence supernatural organism. I will definitely build a new world for supernatural organisms in Singapore. The old world of science and technology will collapse. Taeyong's eyes were fanatical. For this day, he castrated himself to become a Nanyang, practiced Muay Thai, ate vegetarian food, chanted Buddhist scriptures, and prayed to God. Tonight, we must seize the opportunity of the divine thunder that is about to descend upon the world. I will help my father seize the fortune sent from heaven. Tinian, head bowed, loyal. Boom. Just then, a muffled thunder suddenly exploded out of nowhere. Under Tinian's stunned gaze, in just a few seconds, heavy rain poured down. Everyone, get ready and wait for the divine thunder to descend. Taeyong yelled. The Buddhists in the houses immediately meditated on the ground according to the plan, forming a mysterious formation, while beating the wooden fish, chanting scriptures. The entire ancient-style house is filled with the sound of Buddhist music. The top of the tallest building in Kuala Lumpur, 600 meters high, on the small square platform that can only accommodate one person, a blonde, blue-eyed, heroic girl was standing here. Below are cars as small as ants. Although I am a woman, I have a prominent Adam's apple. I wonder if I have a chance to seize the thunder that descends upon the world. Rachel muttered to herself. As a quasi-series supernatural creature, she was reborn in Nirvana in Dr. X's artificial flame and became a flame man. But after all, it is man-made, not a gift from heaven. So, it's always a little bit away from the real A sequence. She stayed in Singapore this time just to find the legendary place where thunder struck. Today, she finally confirmed that it was in the city center of Kuala Lumpur. Crash. The rainstorm is getting heavier. The thunder in the sky kept gathering, as if an unparalleled thunder power was about to descend in the next second. The sky is dark and gloomy. Thunder flashes. A huge bird, 18 meters long, suddenly emerged from the dark clouds. It is covered with golden feathers, its eyes are sharp, and its claws seem to be made of gold and water, and seem to have the power to cut iron. This is actually a golden dye bird. It flew in from the waters around Singapore. It has been hovering near the sky for a long time. As an A-sequence golden dye bird, it not only has the instinct to pursue power, but also has the wisdom to be promoted to the S-sequence. In order to seize the thunder from the sky, it hovered in the sky, just to gain the upper hand. As for the yellow-haired woman in the high-rise building below and the Buddhist monk in the house can only eat the bird droppings it leaves behind. The golden dye bird glanced down contemptuously and continued to circle and wait. However, on top of the golden dye bird's head, several satellites suddenly aimed at it. The national emblem of the Dragon Kingdom is clearly displayed on it. But the place where it was hovering was higher, 20,000 meters above the ground. Even with the golden dye bird's eyesight, it couldn't detect it. But under satellite scanning, the Long Satellite Monitoring Department, however, saw it clearly. Team Leader Long. This location is probably where the divine thunder will descend. The head of the monitoring department looked at a burly man next to him. The man is 2 meters tall, has a beard, and looks middle-aged, but he is already 200 years old. He is the founder of the Dragon Group, which formed the Dragon Country's genetic warriors, Long Kuei. Divine Thunder, this is a great opportunity. Pity. We in Dragon Country currently don't have any high-sequence individuals, so we went to this place to compete. Long Kuei looked regretful. Currently, there are only 2 high-sequence supernatural organisms in Dragon Country. One is conducting scientific research in Antarctica. One of them is Long Kuei, but his attribute is ice, which is incompatible with the thunder element. It seems that the ultimate victor of this thunder from the sky will probably appear among the golden dye bird, the yellow-haired woman, and the Buddha chanting man. Long Kuei made a judgment. According to satellite monitoring, there are only 3 creatures nearby that have the power to seize it. I just don't know who will get the prize. Chapter 52. Sensing, heading to Kuala Lumpur. After finishing the video call with Xiuyao, Jiang Chen lay on the big bed, unable to fall asleep. Damn it. I've been sailing all day, why wouldn't I want to rest? Jiang Chen sat up and looked towards Kuala Lumpur in the north. It's hundreds of miles away from here. But somehow he had a feeling. This feeling was calling him. Taiju, come out with me. Jiang Chen was confused, but finally went out. With the energy of his A-sequence gene warrior, he ran for 3 hours straight. The speed exceeded 30 miles per hour. When he arrived in the city center of Kuala Lumpur, it was exactly 5 minutes past 12. Crash. Jiang Chen and Taiju stood on a street in Kuala Lumpur. It's raining heavily around here, making the whole of Kuala Lumpur look gray. Several men with typical tropical skin looked at Jiang Chen with ill intentions, ready to make a move. One even had a knife hidden in his hand. But, after going up to the iron pillar and breaking the man's knife, these people immediately showed their polite welcome to Kuala Lumpur. Without order maintained by absolute power, the world would be a coexistence of heaven and hell. Jiang Chen looked at this scene and shook his head secretly. This city is rich, but also poor. The rich are extremely rich. The poor are extremely poor. The rich own luxurious private jets and can travel to Singapore at any time, enjoy giant cruise ships, and travel around the world with luxury cars and beautiful women. The poor live in the sewers with rats and may never leave the nearby slums for their entire lives. Seeing outsiders is like seeing fish meat, and they are eager to take action. Are you from Dragon Country? Sudden, a man selling buns on the street asked Jiang Chen loudly. Jiang Chen looked back, asked Taiju to translate, and then nodded, yes. The man showed an expression that was 3 parts friendly, 3 parts envious, and 3 parts unenviable, and watched Jiang Chen leave. He had heard people say that Dragon Country was an orderly world. He asked the other party what order was. The other party said a lot of gibberish, but he didn't understand. It wasn't until the other party told him that street vendors selling buns didn't have to worry about being robbed that he immediately understood. That moment, he was fascinated by it. Because for a small person like him, The greatest order is that no rat people from the sewer buy his buns for free. This is what he imagined heaven to look like. Peace is only an accident. Chaos is the norm. Jiang Chen felt emotional. He only walked on this street for a while, and it felt like he was experiencing two worlds. Later, he is a small vendor who is struggling to sell buns in the heavy rain and has to be wary of the rat men that come out of the sewers. And in front, bright lights, beautiful men and women, skyscrapers, and brilliant light pollution fill the air. The huge contrast between high technology and poverty made Jiang Chen feel a little depressed. If the development of science and technology cannot benefit ordinary people, then the significance of science and technology will be greatly reduced. Jiang Chen bought a raincoat in a small shop. He stood in a corner of the street, silent in his heart. This time going out to sea. His biggest goal is to find black technology at sea, promote the technology of Longming, and surpass Xiete Kingdom. But that's just the grand goal. Now, he felt that apart from this grand goal, technology itself actually has some more important humanistic values. Just when he seemed to have realized something in the rainstorm, a bolt of thunder suddenly exploded in the sky above Kuala Lumpur. Tick! A sharp bird cry came from the darkness. Jiang Chen quickly looked up and ran deeper into the street. The further he ran, the louder the bird's voice became, and the stronger the sensation it gave him. What a fierce aura! Jiang Chen finally ran to an empty street with a house not far away, but someone stopped him. Private place. Roll. A group of strong men, holding electric batons, looked at Jiang Chen viciously. Tianbing Taizhu stepped forward, snatched their iron rods one by one, twisted them into twists, and threw them on the ground. Welcome. The group politely watched Jiang Chen and Taizhu see them off as they walked towards the ancient-style house. Boom. Chirp. The sounds of thunder and birds intertwined in the night. Jiang Chen stood there and looked up at the sky. He could sense a huge amount of energy in the air, as if something was fighting. Following a flash of lightning, he suddenly saw a huge bird looming in the clouds. And in the clouds, there was a bolt of lightning, releasing fierce power. Wow, what a big bird! Jiang Chen looked horrified. The size of this big bird is almost as big as a fighter jet. It was the first time he saw such a big bird. Bang! Sudden. The big bird was shot down from a high altitude and fell on the street. A big hole was created on the ground. Earth and rocks flew everywhere. Jiang Chen was about to go forward to check when he suddenly noticed a large number of people moving in the house. He quickly hid in a shadowy corner. The iron pillar lay on the ground, integrated with the sewer manhole, motionless. This stupid bird, overestimating his own capabilities, must have been killed by lightning. The ones who ran out were Tyrone and others. Originally, the thunder from the sky should have landed in the residential area, but it turned out that there was a creature in the air trying to intercept it. This made Tyrone anxious. The creature that intercepted it turned out to be a golden dye bird that could fly. If it takes away my chance, what's the point of playing? But at this moment, the golden dye bird was no match for the thunder from the sky and was knocked down. It seems that this thunder from the sky is mine. Tyrone's face was filled with joy, and he quickly asked people to continue chanting Buddhist scriptures to guide the thunder from the sky to rush towards this side. As the Buddhist scriptures were chanted in a gentle voice, the thunder in the darkness actually surged towards this side. Enter. Tyrone waved his hand, and the cassock flew up and headed towards the thunder shield. Leiting was quickly wrapped in the cassock. It struggled madly. Tyrone's face was filled with joy. Keep chanting. Those Buddhist attendants were covered in thunder, trembling, and spitting blood, but they continued to chant Buddhist scriptures. Bang! There was even one person who was burned to a crisp by lightning and fell to the ground. When one of the attendants tried to escape, Tyrone struck him with a punch, killing him and shouting, "Let's see who dares to leave." Seeing these Buddhist servants about to die one by one. Just then, on top of a tall building, a woman covered in flames leaped down from the sky. She yelled, "Oh shit," as expected of a foolish and backward country, forcing others to die in the way. This is so unfree. Saying so, Rachel, the daughter of the sun, waving the banner of justice and freedom, rushed towards Tyrone. Where did the stickman come from? Taeyong snorted coldly and fought with Rachel. Not far away, Jiang Chen was standing in the corner, observing secretly. Even though he is an A-sequence Sigma gene warrior with strong strength, and there is a heavenly soldier iron pillar with invincible defense next to him, he still chooses to hide for a while, just to judge the strength of these two people. Isn't that old man the same one I met at the Javaport luxury hotel last time? Even from a distance, and in the heavy darkness and rain, Jiang Chen was able to recognize Tyrone at once. As for this flame man, his fighting ability seems to be inferior to that of this old man. It's just that the fire element in her body seems to be a bit tricky. Even that old man was smoking after one punch. Jiang Chen realized that the fire girl's sequence combat power was probably not as good as his own. It's just that she has fire in her body, just like a cactus with thorns. If you fuck it, it will also bring you a fixed counter-injury effect, just like the anti-damage thorn armor. This element has a good effect. If only I could have this element. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He is covered in fire and has super strength. Isn't this the god of fire? He observed for a minute, and finally set his eyes on the ball of thunder still struggling in the rope. What he was more curious about was what this ball of thunder was used for, and why the old man was willing to sacrifice human lives to subdue it. And that fire girl certainly didn't come for justice and freedom. She clearly came for thunder. Fight! Fight! It's better to fight to death, so that I can pick up the leaks. Jiang Chen stood in the corner, motionless, with only half of his eye exposed. It's like an internet cat hiding on the side of a wall, observing secretly. Chapter 53, I am the thunder god, controlling the thunder. I borrow fire from the sun in the name of freedom. Burn the darkness ahead. Destroy this foolish man. Rachel muttered to herself as the flames on her body condensed into a fire dragon, swallowing Tyrone. Ancient Muay Thai. Tyrone's eyes were red, and he actually used the extremely mysterious ancient Muay Thai at the cost of his life. When he threw this punch, his arm suddenly grew several times larger, like a giant's hand, and hit the fire dragon all at once. It is indeed a true A-series supernatural organism. The flame dragon was suppressed. Puff! Rachel's flames went out. She vomited blood and flew backwards, falling to the ground and becoming a shriveled stickman. In the name of freedom. Ha! Hypocrites! Tyrone spat out a mouthful of blood. He returned his gaze to the thunder in the cassock. At this time, Lei Ting had already consumed some of his energy and was not struggling as fiercely. It is a good time for integration. Taeyong was about to step forward. At this moment, the golden bird that had fallen into the pit suddenly flew out again and attacked Tyrone fiercely. Huh? You're pretending to be dead, you bastard. Tyrone's old face was surprised. I thought this golden bird was no match for the thunder, but unexpectedly, it pretended to be dead. A trace of human contempt flashed in the eyes of the golden dye bird. It fought with thunder in the sky and found that the strength of both sides was equal. If the fight continues, the yellow-haired woman and the Buddhist monk below might benefit. That's the case. It would be better to let this yellow-haired girl and the Buddhist monk consume it first. Seeing the yellow-haired girl turned into a stick figure, Lei Ting's struggle in the cassock weakened. The golden dye bird sensed that the opportunity had come and immediately jumped out of the pit. Bang! Tyrone was flapped by the wings of the golden dye bird and fell against the wall like a kite with broken wings. The golden dye bird walked forward, knocked the cassock away, and released thunder. It opened its mouth, swallowed the thunder, and sealed it in its body. It was about to fly away and return to its nest to digest. Tyrone turned into a cannonball and shot forward at high speed. He grabbed the golden dye bird's claws with his bare hands and pulled it down with force. You want to leave? Get down here. Tyrone almost used up all his life strength. So much so that blood was oozing out of his body. The golden dye bird did not expect that this human's willpower would be so strong. Part of the power in its body was suppressing the thunder, and with Tyrone's pull, the thunder in its body rushed out again. Seeing the man and the bird fighting, there were more than a dozen potholes on the street. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and gave orders to the heavenly soldiers' iron pillar. Taizhu, you go first. Taizhu jumped up without saying a word and rushed towards Tyrone. Tyrone had his back to Taizhu and was caught off guard and was hit by Taizhu's punch. Puff! Tyrone spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the mecha man in front of him who was not breathing. He felt angry and indignant. This bastard actually attacked him by surprise. Tick! The golden dye bird is very clever, and it also took advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. Attacked from both sides, Tyrone was covered with wounds. As for the iron pillar, it is covered with carbon-9 molecules, and its body is intact. The golden dye bird seized the opportunity, swallowed the thunder in one gulp, and wanted to flap its wings and fly away. Iron pillar! Grab it! Jiang Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer. He roared and rushed out. The iron pillar had already locked onto the golden dye bird and grabbed its left claw the moment it took off. But the golden dye bird was determined to leave. Even if it was caught, it still flew into the air, trying to get away from here quickly. Jiang Chen stomped his foot on the ground and grabbed the golden dye bird's right claw before it took off completely. The golden dye bird ignored everything and flew up into the sky and left quickly. Bang, bang, bang. The iron pillar held the golden dye bird's left claw motionlessly, like an iron chain, locking it tightly. No matter how the bird struggled, it could not get rid of it. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, used the power of the A sequence to hit its claws hard. The golden dye bird let out a scream of pain, and under the cover of heavy rain and darkness, it dived rapidly and crashed into the nearby mountain, trying to shake off the two people. No, sooner or later we'll both perish together with this thing. Jiang Chen held on tightly with his right claw. The wind was blowing violently in his ears, and the sky was several thousand meters below. His mind raced, and when he looked up, he could vaguely see the huge, ferocious red eyes of the golden dye bird, which were staring viciously at him and Taiju. Sudden, Jiang Chen noticed the soft part under the huge wings of the golden dye bird. This is its armpit. His eyes flashed. His face turned grim. Shouted, "Iron pillar, go to its armpits." Taiju received the order and started climbing up. Then, he started scratching the golden bird's armpit. "I'm your uncle." The golden bird suddenly spoke in human language, and its voice was somewhat similar to that of a woman. Under the interference of the iron pillar, its body trembled violently, lost its balance, and fell on the nearby mountain. Boom! The rocks collapsed. Thunder rushed out of the golden dye bird again, trying to escape. At this time, Jiang Chen was the first to crawl out of the rubble. He slapped it down with one palm and caught it in his palm. Sizzle! Jiang Chen was so shocked that his hair stood on end. It's quite exciting. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and used all his strength to suppress the thunder. Slowly, the thunder began to turn from violent to tamed. Just when it was about to be successfully tamed, the golden dye bird flapped its wings and rushed over again, trying to peck Jiang Chen to death. Taiju jumped up and grabbed the opponent's claws. Then I started climbing again. "Are you still human? Such a dirty trick. Even we birds look down on you." The golden bird was furious and wanted to get rid of the iron pillar. But the iron pillar firmly locked the opponent's claws, and he couldn't break free at all. "Since you can speak and possess intelligence, then give up this thunderbolt. This thunder belongs to me." Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, and the originally ferocious thunder on his palm had become very tamed. Damn it! Despicable human. The golden dye bird was full of dissatisfaction. It was already smart enough this time, but it didn't expect that there were humans who were more cunning than it. "If you don't agree, I'll let Taiju play with you." Seeing that the golden dye bird was about to charge again, Jiang Chen signaled Taiju. The golden dye bird trembled all over. It gritted its teeth and said, "All right, the thunder is yours. Get this sticky thing out of here." Jiang Chen smiled, pressed the thunder in his palm, looked around, and said, "You brought us to this godforsaken place. You have to take us back the way we came. Don't even think of using me as a mount." The golden dye bird is disdainful. Jiang Chen threatened, "Ms. Jean Dye Bird, you don't want to experience the feeling of being tickled again, do you?" The golden dye bird finally surrendered. Jiang Chen jumped up and sat on her back. Patting her feathers, he said, "There's a port in the south of Kuala Lumpur. You should know about it. I'm staying in a hotel nearby." "Crap, over 100 miles. Ms. Jean, is it not possible for me to go?" Under John's coercion, Ms. Jean endured the humiliation and flew towards the southern port of Kuala Lumpur with Jiang Chen on her back. The iron pillar, like a time bomb, was locked under its claws the entire time. "But this damn thing has abnormal defense, and I can't get rid of it at all." Jiang Chen sat on the back of the golden dye bird, trying hard to digest the thunder in his palm. At first, Lei Ting was just suppressed, but unable to release the pressure. As Jiang Chen and the thunder slowly merged and sensed each other, he was gradually able to control the thunder. Laugh! Jiang Chen suddenly released thunder at an eagle flying 100 meters away. Thunder flashed, the air crackled, and the eagle was killed instantly. It's quite easy to use. Jiang Chen looked at the thunder in his palm and felt satisfied. The eyes of the golden dye bird flickered. This person could fuse thunder so quickly. Could he be the one who will finally seize the thunder from the sky? The golden bird's face was full of regret. "I thought I could seize the thunder from the sky and become the legendary Thunderbird. What a pity. Just one step away." Chapter 54 South Indian Ocean, Clean and Hygienic. Around 4 in the morning, Jiang Chen returned to the sky above the hotel on the golden dye bird. "Can you shrink?" "What? Iron pillar." Okay. The golden dye bird shrank rapidly and turned into a birdman with wings on its back and a height of 1.7 meters. Jiang Chen brought the golden dye bird into the hotel. When the lady at the front desk saw the golden dye bird, she was confused. "What kind of shape is this? Another robot?" The lady at the front desk couldn't help but ask, "Can you take your head off too?" The golden dye bird rolled its eyes at her and said, "I can peck your head off." "Haha, so cute." The lady at the front desk was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. Robot. Jiang Chen took a look at the golden dye bird and thought that he would have to develop a flying descendant of the dragon. In this way, the combat effectiveness of the entire formation of heavenly soldiers and generals will be improved to a higher level. Although Taizhu has abnormal defense, he has no flying ability. Once the golden dye bird flies, he will not be able to catch up. The next day, Qin Shuiyao had just gotten up and was watering the potted plants on the balcony. Next to it was a wooden bird that pecked the soil to build a bird's nest. When Jiang Chen first brought the bird back, she didn't notice anything. Until one day, she saw an eagle flying by. The little woodpecker screamed into the sky, and the eagle fled in panic. She finally realized that this woodpecker bird was not an ordinary bird. Behave yourself. Don't hurt Suehua or my husband. Understand? There was lightning in Qin Shuiyao's eyes. The woodpecker huddled in its nest, shivering. Just then, she received a call from Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen seemed to have just boarded the boat. Husband, where have you been? In the Malacca area? Let me tell you something first. The little bird I gave you last time might be a little dangerous, so you should be careful. Jiang Chen boarded Zhujiang 888 and was about to sail out to sea. You mean this little thing? I think it's fine. It's built a nest for itself now. Qin Shuiyao pointed the camera at the wooden dye bird. The wooden bird turned its head away. Danger? Who are you calling dangerous? While Jiang Chen was video chatting, the golden bird behind the boat suddenly came up excitedly and said, Child. This is my child. Your child. Jiang Chen lowered the camera and looked at her strangely. The golden dye bird snorted coldly. I gave birth to more than 100 birds in one nest. Some of them fell into the sea. Even if they turned into ashes, I would still recognize them. Jiang Chen thought to himself, you are so good at giving birth that you even gave birth in the sea. I wonder where the birds come from in the sea. It turns out that you gave birth to her and fell into the sea. Luckily, she was lucky. I brought her back to land. Jiang Chen began to explain. Jean Dye Bird was stunned. She had given birth to so many children, but most of them died young. Unexpectedly, one of them was rescued. Be my mount, and I'll have my wife take care of your daughter. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he grasped the other party's new weakness. Impossible. We agreed last night that I would only be a mount for 3 days. The golden dye bird screamed. This guy is getting more and more greedy. Ms. Jean Dye Bird, you don't want your daughter to lose her life, do you? Jiang Chen asked. The golden dye bird's face sank. This human being is so despicable. One man, one bird, and one mecha, they finally set out to sea. And as Zhujiang 888 started moving, the Wing Long cruiser formation also began to escort. Miss Longshi, there was nothing unusual last night, right? The captain looked at Longshi, who had returned to the ship, and asked. Except for the addition of a birdman, nothing much happened. What? After filling up with gas, Zhujiang number 888 headed west, crossing Malacca, rushing out of the Great Islands, and heading straight for the South Indian Ocean. There are a lot of foggy areas in the South Indian Ocean. I think the harvest will be great. At the same time, 500 nautical miles away from Zhujiang 888, there are 2 aircraft carriers preparing to go out to sea. Of these 2 aircraft carriers, one is called Clean. The other one is called Sanitation. It comes from a clean and hygienic country. In recent years, in order to prove itself as the maritime overlord of the South Indian Ocean, the clean and hygienic country has been shopping around the world for various core components, while announcing that it is developing an entirely independently developed aircraft carrier. In response to the expectations of countless people in the clean and hygienic country, the clean number and hygienic number came into being. Wow, that's awesome. Our country finally has an aircraft carrier. It'll definitely beat Dragon Country. Longwa only has 3 ships. Although we only have 2, they are all independently developed. 2 against 3 is more than enough. I think we can compete with the 10 aircraft carriers of the Xiete Nation. Indeed, the Dragon Nation calls it Little Mumbai, but it's just a smaller version of us. We shouldn't be afraid of it. Our real opponent should be the Xiete Nation. Facing the cheers of the people, these 2 aircraft carriers go out to sea for training from time to time, and then release relevant videos. And today, it's time to shoot videos again. Oh no, it's time to train. Attention everyone aboard the Clean, this is the command room. We have 5 minutes until we're ready to go. Are you all ready? In the command room, the Clean's commander, Amir, asked into the intercom. Reply to the commander, the drainage system is ready, over. Reply to the commander, the fighter system is in place, over. Replying to the commander, the logistics department is on full alert, over. Reply commander. There was a chorus of yes answers from every cabin. But at this moment, sorry commander, our power system is starting up. It will take another minute to fully start up. There was some bad news coming from the power cabin. Please start the power cabin immediately. The sanitation unit has started. We have to maintain formation. Amir growled in dissatisfaction. Copy that, Commander. The cabin manager responded hastily. Damn it. Seeing the sanitation team starting to move, Amir felt a little depressed. Speaking of which, their country's 2 aircraft carriers have 98 unsolvable problems, including backward power systems, insufficient combat effectiveness, poor defense systems, and poor drainage systems. Still very good. Report to the commander. The power system has officially started. Over. Finally. Good news came from the cabin. Amir was overjoyed and was about to give the order to set sail. Just then, suddenly, a hurried voice came from the intercom. Oh no, Commander. Our drainage system has malfunctioned. Please stop sailing. I'll send someone down to investigate immediately. Just when the power system was fine, bad news came from the drainage system. Damn it. By the time you're done checking, the health numbers will be all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Amir stamped his feet in anger. This time going out to sea. If the limelight is stolen by the health number, then he will have no prestige. Just then, a subordinate came hurriedly to report with a look of great joy on his face. Commander, the sanitation has also stopped sailing because one of their fighter planes has lost power. Chapter 55 Personal Evaluation. Not as good as the giant lizard. The commander of the sanitation, Salman, is a noble Brahmin with a face full of stubble. At this moment, his face looks very proud. As the only 2 major aircraft carriers of the clean and hygienic country, the competition between him and Amir has been going on. Today, the health ship under his command set sail first. This is enough to prove that he is a very good aircraft carrier commander. Kiran, quickly allocate the base to our Lizard early warning aircraft and send them out. After sailing to the sea, Salman, very happy, gave orders to his men. Half a month ago, the base purchased more than 100 core components from 8 countries and finally put together a one-of-a-kind early warning aircraft. Then, they released a statement to the public that they had independently developed an early warning aircraft with extremely strong combat capabilities that even Dragon Country did not have, and named it the Monitor Lizard Early Warning Aircraft. Soon, an early warning aircraft rumbled out. Salman looked at the Monitor AWACS aircraft and was very satisfied. He asked Kiran beside him, Kiran, what do you think of our giant lizard AWACS and the Dragon Kingdom's rising dragon AWACS? Which one has the advantage? Kiran was a Kshatriya, whose family name was a little lower than that of a Brahmin, but he was also a royal family. Hearing Armin's question, he said analytically, our Monitor AWACS has a wide surveillance range, a high degree of automatic data processing, ample memory processing space, and is resistant to powerful electromagnetic interference. As long as the enemy's aircraft carrier appears within 200 nautical miles, our Monitor AWACS aircraft will sound an alarm. Let our aircraft carrier battle group make full combat preparations. In short, in my personal opinion, the rising dragon of Dragon Country is not as good as the giant lizard. Kiran's argument was coherent, and he had data to support it. But in the end, he still said very modestly that it was just a personal evaluation. Salman was very satisfied with what he heard and nodded. It seems that we can discuss cooperation with Longming next time. I heard their Shenglong early warning aircraft does have some advantages. For example, its early warning radius can reach 300 nautical miles, and it can simultaneously identify and track 200 different targets in airspace below 30,000 meters. It can also control 30 JF-17 fighter jets for joint operations, and its long endurance allows for all-weather patrols. Apart from the 98 advantages mentioned above, the rest are all disadvantages. Naturally, they are inferior to us Monitor lizards. Jiang said, yes, we can consider applying to the base to exchange research results with Manhwa. I hope the application will be successful. Otherwise, it will be a huge regret for the Dragon Nation. Salman said very openly. As an excellent aircraft carrier commander, he certainly hopes that his opponent is as strong as himself. Otherwise, what's the point of fighting? Just as the two were discussing and exchanging research results with Longming, a subordinate suddenly came to report with a panicked look. Oh no, Commander, one of our fighter planes has lost power. Pilot number 7 has been knocked unconscious. What? Salman is shocked. This is a huge fighter plane accident. The cost of training a fighter jet and a pilot ranges from tens of billions to several billion. Many times, if you capture an enemy pilot, you can demand a huge ransom from him. Use the anti-electric device. Salman shouts. If this electricity leaks any further, I will be electrocuted to death. For a moment, the aircraft carrier was crowded with people, quickly blocking the power and expanding the scope of the leak. As the power leaked, The engine cabin also stopped running. The sanitation ship also stopped at sea. Not long. The clean number arrived late and finally caught up with the sanitation number. Amir had known for a long time that the sanitation number had leaked electricity, and he deliberately sent a radio message to Salman. Commander Salman, why did you stop sailing? Do you need our help? Back to the health number, no need. Salman snorted coldly and cut off the other party's radio. Ha, that's awesome. Is this the joy of a comeback? Clean. Go ahead, roar. Amir gave the order excitedly. Leave the health number behind. When the sanitation rushed out of the sea and headed towards the South Indian Ocean, the Shenglong early warning aircraft in front of the Wing Long cruiser suddenly sounded an alarm. Wing Long cruiser, this is Tang Long AWACS number 1. We have detected an aircraft carrier formation 390 nautical miles away. Based on data analysis, there is a 99% chance that this number is from a clean country. Based on the other party's speed, the two sides will meet in 1 hour at 80 degrees east longitude and 4 degrees north latitude. Please prepare in advance. Huh? Are we going to encounter an aircraft carrier from a clean and hygienic country? In the command room, Longshi raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing the warning from the Shenglong early warning aircraft. This fleet has no aircraft carriers, only cruisers. The captain of the pterosaur cruiser looked calm. Don't worry, Miss Longshi. According to our intelligence, the actual combat effectiveness of the clean and sanitary is very low, only ranking in the top 10. They are here just for show. Let alone our aircraft carrier formation. Even if they see our cruiser formation, they will choose to avoid it to avoid conflict. Top 10? Sounds like they're not weak either. Longshi didn't react. The captain smiled slightly and added, currently, there are only 11 countries in the world that have aircraft carriers. They are called the top 10 because they are ranked 10th. Those who rank first usually claim to be the strongest in the world. If you rank second, you usually say you are top 2. Those who rank third usually say that they are among the top 3. Those who come after them all claim to be world-class. As for the clean and hygienic country, since it ranks 10th, we can only say it is in the top 10. Oh, yes, there are indeed not many countries in the world that own aircraft carriers. Longshi slapped his forehead. The world's top military technology, like genetic warriors, is basically only distributed in the leading countries. As for the middle and lower parts, it's all just noobs fighting each other. This fishing boat is still too slow and lacks power. Jiang Chen drove the Zhujiang 888 into the ocean and could clearly feel that the fishing boat was underpowered. After driving for a long time, I feel like I'm still standing still. If he didn't have the Beidou positioning system, he would have thought he hadn't moved. Slowly, Zhujiang 888 appeared within the field of view of the Monitor AWACS aircraft. It quickly alerted Amir. Clean. This is the Monitor Lizard early warning aircraft. We have detected a Longwa fishing boat, 200 nautical miles away, at coordinates 110 degrees east longitude, 50 degrees north latitude. 50 degrees north latitude? Amir was stunned. Do you think I haven't studied geography in junior high school? Where is the 40th parallel north? Is that still the sea? Correction in progress. Fishing boat coordinates, 100 degrees east longitude, 10 degrees north latitude. Correcting again. Finally, 10 minutes later, the Monitor AWACS announced its 28th corrected coordinates, 83 degrees east longitude, 5 degrees north latitude. Go ahead. How dare a mere dragon country fishing boat wander around in our area of influence? Drive it away. Amir finally got the coordinates and quickly gave orders. At the same time, he started a global live broadcast. Prepare to let the people see the unexpected harvest of the aircraft carrier clean. Chapter 56 GPS Maintenance, Kwafu Chasing the Sun. Hey, isn't this the live broadcast room of the aircraft carrier Kinking Heo? Wow, 666. The clean ship is out to sea again. Which ocean is this? The sea is so vast. The sky is so blue. My clean and hygienic country is so awesome. Nambwa Bay. Personal evaluation far surpasses Dragon Country. When the live broadcast account of the clean and hygienic account on Facebook starts the live broadcast, it immediately attracted hundreds of thousands of citizens from clean and hygienic countries. Many of their citizens make a living overseas. When they suddenly see an aircraft carrier formation traveling, they naturally feel a surge of security and start screaming. Amir looked satisfied when he saw this. Yes, that's the effect. At this moment, the Zhujiang 888 fishing boat appeared in the field of view of the live broadcast room. There was another discussion in the live broadcast room. Which country's ship is this? Why doesn't it avoid the passage? It's definitely not our clean and hygienic country. Army feigned surprise and shouted. Check. Which country's fishing boat is this from? Report to the commander. It's a fishing boat from Dragon Country. The target has been locked. The adjutant on the side cooperated. Okay. Proceed normally and use the radio to notify the other party to leave this area. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. Amir exclaimed. Loud voice. When netizens in the live broadcast room heard Amir's strong words, they immediately became excited again. 666, this is too domineering. Drive them out. They must be driven out. The entire South Indian Ocean belongs to our clean and hygienic country. The Dragon Kingdom is so ungrateful. They actually brought their fishing boats here. A netizen from Dragon Country saw this and asked dissatisfiedly, This is the high seas. Why can't we sail? Of course not. Theoretically, the South Indian Ocean is closer to us and belongs to our sphere of influence. Along one netizen replied, Theoretically, your clean and hygienic country is very close to us, so it also falls within our sphere of influence. Evil dragon, what do you want to do? Netizens from the clean and hygienic country were shocked and angry. Once, their capital is called Delhi. However, because it is too close to Dragon Kingdom, the city is in danger of being destroyed. So they moved their capital south, and it became New Delhi. When the Dragon Country netizens said this, it naturally reminded them of the fear they once had when they were dominated by the Northern Dragon. Amir also noticed the words of the Longming netizen. He asked someone to translate them, and was so angry that his beard was about to explode. He immediately gave the order, Forward, capture this fishing boat. As soon as the words fell, the Monitor Lizard early warning aircraft suddenly sent out an alarm. Clean, this is the Monitor Lizard early warning aircraft. We have detected a Dragon Kingdom cruiser 8 nautical miles north of the fishing boat, another cruiser 8 nautical miles south, 3 small warships behind the fishing boat, and cruiser? We are an aircraft carrier. Amir snorted and gave the order. They've all been driven away. 666, so domineering. A cruiser is nothing. It can't possibly compete with an aircraft carrier. Seeing the domineering aircraft carrier commander trying to drive away the Dragon Country's fishing boats and cruisers, netizens in the clean and hygienic country were excited. Strange. Is the feng shui here bad? I've been wandering around here for almost an hour and still haven't found anything big. Jiang Chen shook his head. At this moment, he had no idea that he was being targeted by the aircraft carrier of the clean and hygienic country. He checked the location and drove forward. He was almost at the clean and hygienic country. He didn't want to go into the Ganges to collect elements of the periodic table. So he turned south and continued exploring the foggy area. The Dragon Country fishing boats are scared and are fleeing frantically. Amir also smiled slightly and was about to give the order to pursue. Just then, a subordinate came hurriedly and said to Amir urgently, Oh no, Commander. Zeep just sent a message saying they are about to repair their GPS. We have no navigation system. If an aircraft carrier goes out to sea rashly without a positioning system, it will get lost at sea. Amir's smiling face suddenly turned angry. Damn it. Why repair it now when there are so many other times? Such a good opportunity to show off, and I actually missed it. But there is no way. An aircraft carrier cannot enter the ocean without a positioning system. He was forced to give the order, Stop sailing. At the same time, the sound of the live broadcast room was also turned off. All they could do was watch Zhujiang number 888 leisurely sail south. What's going on? Why is that fishing boat disappearing? Aren't we chasing after her anymore? After waiting for a long time, the silhouette of the Longwa fishing boat became increasingly blurred, and everyone felt something was wrong. A Longwa netizen joked, I've been chasing it for a long time, but still haven't caught up. Could there be a problem with the power system? Amir was planning to get away with it, but when he saw the Dragon Country netizens making fun of him, he couldn't help but stand up, turned on the volume, and said angrily, You're talking nonsense. How can you slander people out of thin air? Our power system is fine, but the Xiete nation's global positioning system is malfunctioning. Along with netizen said, Oh, I forgot, you don't have a GPS. My condolences. Hilarious. They don't even have a GPS, yet they're chasing fishing boats and cruisers from other countries. Puff. The live broadcast room and Amir vomited blood at the same time. Kick the kid out. After kicking out the netizens from Longwa, the netizens from Gua began to comfort themselves again about the cleanliness of the live broadcast room. This Xiete nation is doing this on purpose, right? Just when we were about to drive away the Dragon Nation's cruiser, they're plotting against us. That must be the case. They're worried that we'll surpass them, so they're trying to stop us in every way they can. Never mind, they're lucky. Let them run away. It took more than 3 hours to travel south. Jiang Chen is almost approaching the equator. Is this kid seriously ill and has been wandering around on the sea all the time? Stern. The lying golden bird looked listless. She spread her wings to shade her face from the sun. If my daughter wasn't still in this guy's hands, she would have flown away long ago. We're running out of energy. We can't go south anymore. Jiang Chen started driving eastward, exploring while preparing to return to Malacca area. If you go further south, you can take the Jindai bird back, but you can't go back on the Zhujiang 888. He couldn't bear to part with this little broken boat. Finally, around 3 in the afternoon, Jiang Chen finally heard the system's prompt in the waters west of Sumatra Island. Host, please close the net in time if you have caught a large catch. Jiang Chen quickly stood up and pulled the net back. The golden dye bird also raised its head curiously. This guy finally closed the net. What did he catch? Jiang Chen pulled the fishing net back and found the big fish the system mentioned among the pile of big fish inside. This is an old book as thick as a dictionary. But it seems to be covered with special waterproof material, so it is tight and no water can get in. He opened it and took a look. Design drawings of the Quafu chasing the sun power system. Chapter 57, Descendants activated, ferry speed change. Quafu chasing the sun power system, including Hoi's sun shooting engine. The 7 ferries fully automatic Thomas rotates the gearbox 396 times per second. The Jingwei sea filling never fatigue transmission structure. 1097 core designs including the Yugong moves the mountain locking device. The Northern Sea God Kuan, high altitude wings speed reducer. What the hell? Just by looking at the name, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. This set of design drawings. That's too awesome. The world's most advanced 18 revolutions per minute afterburning turbofan engine has a thrust of 100 tons, allowing fighter jets to reach speeds of Mach 2. That's twice the speed of sound. But this Hoi sun shooting engine has a thrust of 300 tons and a maximum speed of Mach 6. Combined with more than 1,000 other core designs, it is enough to allow fighter jets to reach Mach 10. That's 10 times the speed of sound. It is 5 times faster than the speed of sound of the most powerful F-22 fighter in the world today. Oh my god, this is going against the will of heaven. Such an engine and such a power system can definitely increase the power of the Dragon's descendants several times. Carbon-9 material, 10 times the speed of sound. This kind of power and defense is enough to rival a supernatural organism. Jiang Chen was excited. The formation of heavenly soldiers and generals that can defeat the A-series supernatural organisms is just around the corner. I would like to call it man-made A-series descendants of the dragon. When Jiang Chen was excited, a lot of scientific knowledge also flooded into his mind. Physics, rocketry, dynamics, energetics, structural science, fuel science, engineering control, engine principles and design, a total of 15 subjects. Jiang Chen was so happy that he couldn't help but roar wildly above the sea. The golden dye bird raised its wings and looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with this guy? Set sail. Return home. Jiang Chen can't wait to strengthen this power system on the descendant of the dragon. Jiang Chen rushed back to China overnight without stopping. But it was already past 3 in the morning when he arrived at the Pearl River port. A downpour soaked him to the skin. But he didn't care. After parking the boat, he immediately got into a future car waiting for him at the port. It was Xueyao. She had been waiting for him here for 3 hours. Why are you in such a hurry to come back? You can wait until daytime. Qin Xueyao helped Jiang Chen change his clothes quickly and looked at him with a distressed look on her face. It's okay. Go home first. Jiang Chen urged. The car left the dock. And soon after the car left, several warships at sea also sailed out of the darkness and entered a military port not far away. Some dock workers who were loading cargo at the port looked at each other in bewilderment when they saw the huge vessel coming out in black. Aren't these the 2 cruisers that just left a few days ago? How come they're back so soon? Yeah, and at this time of year, it's really weird. Cruisers have been deployed quite frequently recently. Will the Dragon Roar make an appearance next time? Difficult. The Longming only comes back for repairs about once a year. I heard it's currently in Somalia, escorting all our cargo ships entering and leaving that area. Speaking of the Longming, I remembered a certain celebrity on Weibo a few days ago who asked the Navy base to give his cruise ship an aircraft carrier class designation. It made me laugh to death. He actually dared to do it. What happened next? The account was blocked and the person was arrested. It's amazing that making a staff like this can fetch so much money and have so many people chasing after it. Several dock workers were talking among themselves, stepping on cigarette butts. Although they are workers, they are still quite interested in warships such as cruisers. After all, fighter planes flying in the sky, tanks walking on land, and warships sailing in the sea represent the 3 typical violent machines of mankind, and men all like them to some extent. As for the so-called traffic stars, even the people at the bottom of society like them look down on it. What makes them admire and yearn for is always strength. When Jiang Chen returned from sea, Xia Zhongshuan from Longming Academy is facing a difficult choice at this moment. Professor Gao, of the three conditions you mentioned, I can reluctantly accept the first one. I hope you'll consider the second one. As for the third one, it violates our country's laws and is not in line with the system of our Longming Academy. Based on my principles, I absolutely cannot agree to it. If I agree to it, I will be a sinner in history. Xia Zhongshuan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a serious expression. This middle-aged man is called Gao Xiaohua. He is the deputy director and full professor of the Department of Physics at Stanford. He has extraordinary attainments in rocketry and dynamics. Even the Ministry of Science and Technology of the country of Xiete selected him as one of the most outstanding scientists in the world. And such a scientist actually announced a few days ago that he would withdraw from the Xiete country and join the Long country and the Long Academy of Sciences. This made the Longwa Ministry of Science and Technology and the Longwa Academy of Science very happy. He was quickly arranged to join the Dragon Science Institute and prepare to join the Nanchaman project. Xia Zhongshuan was also very emotional, feeling that in recent years, more and more outstanding talents overseas have gradually returned to China. But what he didn't expect was, as soon as Professor Gao Xiaohua joined the Longming Institute, he put forward 3 requirements. The first one is an annual salary of 100 million. Second, appoint him as the chief director of the Tianbing-Tianjiang project. Third, after the structure of the 20 revolutions per minute afterburning turbofan engine design concept he brought back was completed, half of the patent belonged to him personally, and the state was not allowed to interfere with his use of this patent to build a private military factory. If it were the first condition, Xia Zhongshuan could still frown and apply to the country. That's the second condition. He was already in a difficult situation. Although Jiang Chen is not an expert in dynamics, he has unique attainments in brain-like chips, intelligent mechas, and even carbon-9 molecular materials. The Tianbing-Tianjiang project is currently still missing a key engine. But 80% of this project was indeed driven by Jiang Chen, and the final blueprint is about to be completed. At this time, if Jiang Chen was suddenly demoted in order to win over Professor Gao Xiaohua, that not only will it chill Jiang Chen's heart, but it will also disappoint many other colleagues at the Longming Institute. As for the third one, that's even more impossible. Military-grade engine. Half of the patents are privatized? Still want to build a military factory? And no interference? Wouldn't it be possible to sell these engines to other countries afterwards? Doesn't this mean that he is using Dragon country's materials, resources, and personnel to make money for himself? Although the Dragon Science and Technology Institute also covets the legendary 20 revolutions per minute afterburning turbofan engine, it will not do such an unprincipled thing. I can refuse the third one for now, but I hope you'll give the second one some careful consideration. The Heavenly Soldiers and Generals project is currently short of an engine, and I've participated in the design of the world's most advanced engines. I'm the perfect person to lead this project. As for Mr. Jiang you mentioned, although he has made outstanding contributions, he is no longer suitable for this project. You can consider awarding him an honorary certificate, and then it's time to step back. Gao Xiaohua smiled indifferently. He had no hope for the third request. His ultimate goal is actually the second requirement, to become the chief person in charge of the Tianbing-Tianjiang project. To achieve this, the person in charge of this project must be kicked out first. In other words, he came here today to force the emperor to abdicate. However, Xia Zhongshuan didn't want to give in at all, he said with a frown. If I do that, wouldn't that be like abandoning the donkey after it has served its purpose and destroying the bridge after crossing it? Jiang Chen is so young and promising. If I do something that goes against my original intention just to quickly complete the Nanchaman plan, not only will Jiang Chen be heartbroken, but I will also feel guilty for the rest of my life. Confidence and trust are sometimes more important than some technologies. Technology alone, without trust and confidence, cannot lead to long-term development. But if you have enough confidence and trust, some difficult-to-overcome technologies will be broken through sooner or later. Xia Zhongshuan saw clearly what was more important. Dean Xia, the development of science and technology requires the sacrifice of some people, especially some of the people whose value is decreasing. Having said that, Gao Xiaohua stood up and issued an ultimatum. Certainly, you mentioned Mr. Jiang. If he is not convinced, you can ask him to challenge me. I'll let him know that a chip expert who doesn't even know how a tractor starts is not qualified to stay in this project. Chapter 58, in Dragon Country, Heart and Xiete. That's it. Gao Xiaohua left proudly. He has confidence. Xia Zhongshuan will definitely agree in the end. If he doesn't agree, he may face the possibility of stepping down. After all, his return to China has already stirred up some public opinion in the country, and many people support him. If you can't even get the position of general manager, I want to come. There will be many people who will stand up for you. After Gao Xiaohua walked out of the Longming Institute, he looked back at the scientific researchers coming in and out, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. This time he returned to China with a mission and his own intentions, rather than really wanting to serve his motherland and promote the Nantianmen project. Professor Gao, you have a certain reputation in Dragon Country. If you are willing to resign your citizenship from the Zet Country and return to Dragon Country, I think you can easily infiltrate the Dragon Science Academy and join the Nantianmen project. Inside the biochemical experimental base, Dr. X helped him tidy up his clothes and gave him patient guidance. Gao Xiaohua's eyes were complicated and conflicted. Of course he knew what Dr. X wanted to do. After all, it has long been rumored in the scientific and technological community that Longming is going to develop a grand plan called Nantianmen, and many people know about it. But I don't know the specific content and progress. After this is accomplished, I will use the most advanced genetic modification technology to transform you and make you a pure Xiete. You will have an appearance that is 99% similar to that of the Xiete people. Seeing Gao Xiaohua's hesitant expression, Dr. X made an offer that he couldn't refuse. After all, who can resist having a face like the Xiete people? Really? Gao Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He grew up in the country of Xiete, but still has the facial features of a descendant of the Dragon Country. Because of these characteristics, he was often bullied and humiliated by the children of Xiete Country. Faced with these humiliations, he gritted his teeth, studied hard, and vowed to stand out and achieve success, becoming a great scientist respected by everyone in this country. He was admitted to Stanford and stayed on to teach. He has unique attainments in rocketry, dynamics, and engineering control. He became the associate director of the Stanford Physics Department. He has been certified as a global outstanding scientist by the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Republic of China. He thought that since he was so successful, he should be recognized by the country and the people. But things are far from that simple. Whenever he attended high-level meetings, his position was always second in line. Whenever he ran for a high-ranking position, there was always a line in the remarks column, descendant of the Dragon Nation. He wanted to go into politics, but the congressmen looked at him as if he were an alien, with mockery written all over their faces. No matter how hard he tried, he could always sense a vague sense of rejection from those around him. Even though those people always have warm smiles on their faces and say 3 grams of oil, 3 grams of oil. Slowly, he started to get angry, but not angry at the Xiete Kingdom. But he was angry at Longming, angry about how he has a dragon face. If he didn't have a dragon face, with his ability and talent, he would be able to obtain the supreme status in this paradise-like world, admired by thousands of people. But his dragon-like face made it impossible for him to climb up. He hated himself. But I blame Longming even more. He felt that all the injustice he had suffered was actually caused by the Dragon Kingdom. If Longming doesn't compete with Xiete Kingdom, if the Long Kingdom obeys the Xiete Kingdom, if Longming opens up all markets, if Longming gives up on researching high-end chips, as long as the Dragon Kingdom surrenders, as long as the Dragon Kingdom surrenders like the Sakura Kingdom, that the Xiete Kingdom would never be afraid of a descendant of the Dragon Kingdom like him. But Longming did not do so. But everything must be independent. We must have economic independence, cultural independence, military independence, and technological independence. It is a vast world in itself. It is itself a super civilization dressed in the garb of a nation. How could the Xiete Kingdom not be afraid of this? Okay, I'm going back home. Gao Xiaohua ultimately couldn't resist Dr. X's temptation. He chose to return home to carry out Dr. X's mission. I must win the Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals project. As long as you become the person in charge, what secrets can you not access? Gao Xiaohua muttered to himself. He is already very old, and it is impossible for him to make any major progress in science and technology. He must use Dr. X's genetic modification technology to become a true Xiete before he gets too old. Just imagine yourself walking on the street with a head almost identical to that of the Xiete people, speaking pure Xiete language, and breathing the sweet air of this world with other Xiete people. What kind of satisfaction would that be? Just think about it. His somewhat aged body began to tremble. I'm in Dragon Country, but my heart is always in Xiete. Qingyu community. In the study, Jiang Chen let the golden dye bird fly into the sky. He was working on his desk, sorting out the design drawings of Quafu chasing the sun's power system. This drawing is extremely complicated, and it gives him a headache just to look at it once. So, he is simplifying, redesign, and mark some extremely complex areas. in order to enable expert-level scientific researchers to understand it. And this arrangement, just one day and one night. During this period, Qin Shuiyao often brought him chicken soup, ginseng and other supplements, and hinted at him crazily, hinting to him that his beautiful girlfriend has been alone in the empty nest for several days. But Jiang Chen, addicted to scientific research, unable to extricate myself. Shuiyao's eyes were dim, but seeing how serious he was, she didn't want to interfere too much. I could only stay beside him silently and advise him from time to time. Dear, it's time to go to bed. It's okay, I'm full of energy. Jiang Chen is now an S-sequence thunder god. There is enough power. Full of energy? Then can you give me some? Shuiyao muttered softly. What did you say? Nothing, just keep busy. Another half day passed. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Chen finally completed the reorganization of the entire drawing. About 50,000 words and 8,000 structural diagrams. He even marked the ingenious design of a screw. Wife, I'm going to the Dragon Science Institute. I'll be back in the evening. Jiang Chen greeted Shuiyao. Night. The sick Shuiyao suddenly perked up. She quickly got dressed and went to the vegetable market. Inside Longming Hospital, Jiang Chen excitedly rushed to Xia Zhongshuan's office. Dean Xia. Jiang Chen knocked on the door quickly, but no one responded. He was wondering when Shu Yin, who was passing by, suddenly said, Hey, Mr. Jiang, you're back. Oh yes, where is Dean Xia? Jiang Chen asked in confusion when no one responded in the office. Didn't you know? Dean Xia and the others went to the conference room for a meeting. The quarrel is going on fiercely. Shu Yin sighed. What's the fuss? Jiang Chen asked. Shu Yin said, a top professor of dynamics has arrived from Stanford and is now in the conference room forcing Dean Xia to make a choice. Either he resigns, or you give up your position as the head of the Tianbing-Tianjiang project. Force? Give up your job. Where does the courage come from? Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Walked quickly towards the meeting room. Shu Yin was slightly stunned when she saw Jiang Chen's domineering figure. My heart skipped a beat. Oh shit. Doesn't this guy also know about dynamics and engines? With strong curiosity, she followed secretly. Chapter 59, Mecha Gamble, New Design. Who else? Who else? With thousands of people in the huge Dragon Science Institute, who else can surpass me? Gao Xiaohua, in the field of engines. In a 500-square-meter conference room, Gao Xiaohua stood on the high platform, looked around arrogantly at the audience, and roared loudly. The faces of the people below looked somewhat grim. Everyone here is a pure scientific researcher. They just want to do their own scientific research well and don't want to compete with anyone. After all, a large project cannot be completed by one person alone. We need collective strength. Although Gao Xiaohua has made remarkable achievements in the engine field, he is too arrogant and domineering, and they naturally dislike him. Just when the two sides were at a stalemate, Jiang Chen appeared at the door carrying a bag and said, And me. Everyone turned their eyes over. Xiao Jiang, when did you come back? Xia Zhongshuan stepped forward first, looking surprised. Before, Jiang Chen said that he would take Tianding Taizhu to the sea for training, which would take more than a week. If Zhouanbang of Longming Department had not said that he would send people to escort and protect them throughout the journey, he would have almost thought that this guy was eaten by a great white shark. I've been back for more than a day. Let's talk later. Jiang Chen walked in. Gao Xiaohua looked over and was stunned when he saw how young Jiang Chen was. He had heard that the project leader of Tianbing-Tianjiang was very young and had great potential, but he felt a little disdainful at the time. He was 33 years old and had already stayed at Stanford to teach. Could he have more potential than him? Until now seeing each other. He was also shocked. Damn it. Is this 30 years old? After being frightened, Gao Xiaohua immediately snorted coldly. So you're a young man. Tell me, whose big shot son are you? If you feel wronged by being demoted, you can ask that big shot to transfer you to another position so that you can retire and stop hindering others. Facing Gao Xiaohua's sarcasm, Jiang Chen looked him up and down. Aren't you asking, who else in the Dragon Academy of Science is better than you in the engine field? I accept this challenge. You can get your G8 engine out, and then we can have a showdown. When Gao Xiaohua heard this, he immediately laughed. That's called a 20 revolutions per minute afterburning turbofan engine. You even got the full name wrong, and you still dare to challenge me. Let me tell you, as long as the military factory is willing to cooperate, I can produce a first-generation version within a week. Jiang Chen remained calm. A week, right? Okay, I can make an engine in a week. Then, we can both install the engines on the same batch of mechas. Then, we can pit them against each other and see who's stronger. Okay, if you lose, remember to give up your position. Gao Xiaohua vowed solemnly. Jiang Chen also made a bet, but if you lose, remember to go back to your country of Xiete. Good. Gao Xiaohua snorted coldly and left confidently. Xia Zhongshuan looked at this scene with a worried look on his face. Gao Xiaohua is a top expert in the country of Xiete who has participated in the 19-turn engine and now has a 20-turn design concept in his hands. It is possible to produce a first-generation version within a week. As for the Dragon Academy of Science, the most powerful Zhuan fighter engine currently has only 18 revolutions per minute. How can it compete? Xiao Jiang, where can we get a more advanced engine this week? Xia Zhongshuan couldn't help but ask Jiang Chen. The others also looked at him with frowns. Jiang Chen's performance at Longming Academy is obvious to all. But the difficulty of developing an engine more advanced than Gao Xiaohua's in such a short time is indeed at the level of Mount Everest. Didn't I go to the sea to train Taiju recently? I just kept thinking and thought, and I happened to come up with a good idea. Probably better than Gao Xiaohua's. Jiang Chen said calmly. The Quafu sun-chasing power system can already allow fighter jets to exceed Mach 10. What 20 RPM engine? It can only reach Mach 2 to Mach 3 at most. The two are not even on the same level. A good idea? Xia Zhongshuan smiled bitterly. An engine cannot be supported by just one idea. But at this moment, Jiang Chen raised his hand and placed the drawings in the bag on the desk with a bang. Xia Zhongshuan's face darkened. He weighed the thick stack of blueprints and said in astonishment, "Your idea is so big?" Saying so, he flipped through it quickly. The more he read, the more frightened he became. Although he mainly works on chips in the field of physics, he also knows a lot about the field of engines. He quickly called out to some top experts in the engine field. Lao Wang, Lao Su, Lao Zhao, all of you come over and take a look. Several gray-haired old men quickly stepped forward. Everyone picked up a part of the drawings and started looking through them on the spot. Swish, swish, swish. In the large conference room, there were hundreds of people, but now it was quiet with only the sound of Dean Xia and three top experts flipping through papers. Genius. This is absolutely genius. This new design is so ingenious. Wait, what does this place mean? I don't quite understand it. Several people were amazed, but after watching the rest of the story, they began to find some parts they didn't understand. They quickly looked at Jiang Chen. That's why I hurried to see Dean Xia today. Since there are so many colleagues in the engine field in the conference room today, I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you about this idea that suddenly came to me. Jiang Chen said this to Xu Yin, who was peeking at the door. Someone come. Get on the projector. Everyone looked at Xu Yin. Well, Xu Yin scratched his head. Although she was a top student who graduated from the Dragon God Academy, she had no choice but to do odd jobs in the face of so many bigwigs on the scene. Soon, the projector lights up. Jiang Chen projected the electronic version onto the screen. He began to explain to everyone. This is a complete set of design drawings for the power system. It's called the Quafu sun-chasing power system. It not only includes the Hoi sun-shooting engine, but also the 7 Fairies fully automatic transmission and a series of supporting designs. This design concept is different from the mainstream afterburning turbofan engine. Everyone, please listen to me, and I will tell you slowly. Following Jiang Chen's opening remarks, dense handwriting and structural diagrams flashed across the screen. The top experts in the entire conference room were taking notes quickly and thinking hard at the same time. 7 Fairies can also be fully automatic. Xu Yin sat aside, looking puzzled. She works in the materials field and doesn't know much about engines. But when she heard the name Jiang Chen said, her eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that this engine chicken will be very powerful. The lecture lasted for a whole morning. Jiang Chen had barely finished speaking 2/3 of the story. The crowd in the audience had gone from being confused at first to discussing the situation with expressions of amazement. It was almost time for dinner, but everyone was still shouting. Mr. Jiang, keep talking. Xia Zhongshuan had no choice but to arrange for the logistics department of Longming Institute to move lunch to the conference room. Everyone ate and discussed with each other. After finishing eating, Jiang Chen immediately began to explain the remaining 1/3. This is the most difficult part. This is the part that even Xia Zhongshuan seemed to understand. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen spoke until his mouth was dry and there was no sound at all. While drinking water to quench his thirst, Jiang Chen asked everyone, "I've finished speaking. I can see that everyone has almost digested it." The audience gave him puzzled looks. Jiang Chen noticed everyone's expressions and was stunned for a moment, then looked at Xia Zhongshuan. Dean Xia, you should have digested it almost completely, right? Digestion? Xia Zhongshuan was shocked. Who could digest this barrage of advice? Sorry, I'm old and have indigestion. But, seeing everyone looking at him, Xia Zhongshuan coughed dryly and said calmly, "Well, it's okay. That's great. You can explain it to them tomorrow." I'm going to the weapons factory tomorrow to talk to them about manufacturing. Jiang Chen clapped his hands. As expected of the dean, he is so amazing. I understood it just by listening to it. Finished. Jiang Chen turned and left. The smile on Xia Zhongshuan's face froze. Just at this moment, Xu Yin, who was in the audience, asked again, Dean Xia, do you really understand? Xia Zhongshuan was embarrassed. He glared at her and said, what are you doing here as a materials professional? You've missed your perfect attendance this month. That's it. Xia Zhongshuan quickly ran away, sighing in his heart that the younger generations nowadays are more vigorous than each other. It seems that he will have to work overtime tonight to digest them. Behind you. Xu Yin, whose attendance record was deducted, muttered with a look of grievance. I'm Mr. Zhang's assistant, and I was the one who turned on the projector. Chapter 60, Heavenly Soldiers and Iron Pillars, promoted to Heavenly Generals. Military Factory. A colonel-level supervisor named Wei was responsible for receiving Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is the general manager of the Tianbing-Tianjiang project, and this supervisor knows Jiang Chen. He also fully cooperated with Jiang Chen. No matter what parts the other party needed, he would give priority to arranging his subordinates to manufacture the corresponding parts. But today, he was in a dilemma. Boss Jiang, this is a huge project. There are 8,000 parts alone. Normally, it would take at least 2 weeks to manufacture them. Supervisor Wei felt a little scared when he saw the dozen drawings. It takes at least a month for an ordinary person to customize an engine at a 4S store. If the military factory operates normally, half a month will be a very fast time. Even if Jiang Chen wants to expedite it, he can shorten it to 2 weeks. But the problem is, many of the parts Jiang Chen needs do not have molds. In other words, they need professional veterans to create such a mold and then produce it. If I can't make it within a week, you might not see me next month. Jiang Chen recounted the story of the bet between him and Gao Xiaohua. Supervisor Wei frowned. He had heard about Gao Xiaohua's affairs, and many colleagues were dissatisfied with him. It's just that due to the other party's achievements in the engine field, I can't say much. Is this thing really more powerful than the engine Gao Xiaohua has? Supervisor Wei asked doubtfully. Sure, Jiang Chen is confident. Okay, I'll trust you this time. I'll take care of it. Supervisor Wei took the blueprint and went back to the factory. When military factories began to recruit people and manufacture parts, Gao Xiaohua also found another military factory and asked them to manufacture some parts according to his requirements. 99% of these parts have corresponding molds, and production is not difficult. A week is more than enough. Gao Xiaohua returned from the military factory with a calm look on his face. This version is just a rough 20-turn version and is not the most advanced. But it is enough to beat the 18th level of the Dragon Academy. Think of this. He posted a video on Weibo. You have a heart that wants to serve your country, but all you see are mediocre people. Photo, the gate of Longming Institute. As soon as this scarf came out, many people talked about it and speculated what he meant. Professor Gao, what's going on? You're facing problems right after returning to China. Professor Gao is willing to give up his citizenship of the Zet country, so he is definitely a patriot. But judging by this Weibo post, does he seem to have run into problems? At the gate of Longming Academy, all I see are mediocre people. Putting these two sentences together, it seems Professor Gao is very dissatisfied with Longming Academy. Could it be that the Longming Academy is ostracizing Professor Gao? That's for sure. If someone isn't envied, they're mediocre. Professor Gao is so talented, and he suddenly showed up at the Dragon Academy. TSK, I've pretty much figured out what's going on. Sad. If scientists like Professor Gao are suppressed and excluded, will there be any overseas students returning to China in the future? At Longming Academy, can you treat Professor Gao well? At Longming, if we don't treat top experts in the engine field like Professor Gao well, how can my country's science and technology develop? Forget it. My country's scientific community is just a bunch of people who only know how to fight among themselves. Expecting them to treat these returning scientists well is ridiculous. Looking at these people's various speculations and slanders, Gao Xiaohua smiled slightly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He then posted another Weibo post. No need to guess, this is actually my feeling that I have no rivals in the engine field. But fortunately, the leader of the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals of the Dragon Academy challenged me. We will launch a PK in a week. If I win, I will be the general manager of the Tianbing-Tianjiang project. PK? When netizens heard this, they immediately became interested. Can we have a live broadcast? Yes. I heard that Professor Gao is unique in the field of engines. If he wins, he will definitely lead our country forward in the engine field. Support Professor Gao. Our country's scientific and technological progress requires more high-level professors. Professor Gao put down his phone, looking confident. Once he defeats Jiang Chen's so-called engine, if the other party doesn't give up his post, it will only stir up public opinion on Weibo. A week later, Colonel Wei commanded a group of soldiers to transport 2 trucks of spare parts to the test site of Longming Academy. Boss Jiang, these are 2 spare parts. They should be enough for now. Colonel Wei asked generously with panda eyes. That's enough. Thank you, Colonel Wei. Jiang Chen quickly called on the scientific researchers to disassemble the parts of the Heavenly Soldier iron pillar one by one, and then install these parts one by one. The military factory has assembled the most important engine according to the blueprint structure. Mainly the remaining gearbox body and some external structures need to be updated from the beginning. Certainly, the kernel data, software, intelligence systems, etc. remain unchanged. The people from the munitions factory left. The researchers assembled it skillfully. Xu Yin, who was standing by, seized the opportunity and asked Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang, do we still need to buy silicone materials? Oh yes, get another batch over. Jiang Chen nodded. The iron pillar had been dismantled and its appearance was destroyed, so it had to be rebuilt. Xu Yin patted his chest and said, I'll complete the task right away. That's it. This talented female doctor in the field of materials excitedly went to buy silicone materials. Xiao Jiang, if this power system works well, can you give the Hui sun-shooting engine to the Zuan fighter? Of course, the credit will be yours. Xia Zhongshuan walked up and asked with a kind face. There has been no progress on the Zuan fighter recently, but Jiang Chen has developed a power system, including a powerful engine, to the extent that, on the Zuan fighter side, several experts came from the military airport overnight to ask him what the contact information of the person in charge of the Tianbing-Tianjiang project was and whether they could meet. Let's wait until the experiment is finished. If the results are good, we will definitely promote it to the Zuan fighter. Jiang Chen smiled. Although this power system was first used on the intelligent mechas of the heavenly soldiers and generals, it can also be used on the Zuan fighter. As the 2 major components of the Nanshiman project, they are naturally inseparable. For what you said, I would like to thank you on behalf of those old guys. Half an hour later, a researcher came running over and said, Mr. Jiang, it's all assembled. Do you want to try it? Okay, turn on the detection system and prepare for performance testing. Jiang Chen gave the order. After being simply assembled, the iron pillar of the heavenly soldier was pushed onto the testing ground. Opposite it are 9 statues of descendants of the dragon painted with carbon-9 molecular material. Of course, they use both 9-turn engines and 18-turn engines. Battle mode activated. Bang. Just one round. Taiju rushed forward. The 9 intelligent mechas were smashed in half on the spot. Fuck. Billions in 1 second gone. The researchers not far away swallowed their saliva. This is the terrifying power of absolute strength. Even a carbon-9 molecule can't withstand it. Xia Zhongshuan only saw a shadow start up, instantly moving at 10 times the speed of sound, smashing the other mechas into pieces. He muttered to himself in a lost voice. He knew that at that moment, he witnessed the official start of a great era of power. Jiang Chen looked at the explosive data displayed on the computer and spoke excitedly. I declare that Iron Pillar of Heavenly Soldier has been officially promoted to Iron Pillar of Heavenly General. Xu Yin at this moment. He had just returned with a batch of silicone materials, looking very accomplished, when he heard Jiang Chen's announcement. She was stunned. Next second, a trace of sadness crossed her face. So Tianbing Tsuhua is no longer worthy of Tianjiang Taiju. Chapter 61 Small fishing boats join the aircraft carrier fleet. The descendants of the dragon were equipped with the Quafu sun-chasing power system, and the news of the data going off the charts soon spread to a flight base in the Pearl River. Several flight department bosses with 9 stars on their shoulders went to the Dragon Science Institute overnight and asked Xia Zhongshuan to arrange a similar power system. They also want to give the Zuan fighter a performance upgrade. After communicating with Jiang Chen, Xia Zhongshuan immediately gave the second set of parts sent by the military factory to the flight base. Now, a little after 1 in the middle of the night, but the flight base was brightly lit, and hundreds of soldiers were working overnight to replace the entire Quafu sun-chasing power system of a brand new Zuan fighter jet that was more than 10 meters long. Performance utilization should reach 20% and never increase it further. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Inside the base, a 9-star general, Zhan Tianhao, was repeatedly emphasizing this to a pilot who was about to take the test. Judging from the performance test data of the Iron Pillar, the Quafu sun-chasing power system can allow Zuan to reach a speed of Mach 10. No one can withstand this speed. So, He has repeatedly emphasized that pilots should keep performance utilization at 20% or around Mach 2. Otherwise, the human body will turn into minced meat. Guaranteed to complete the mission. The pilot was only 33 years old, in the prime of his youth. He was ready to go with a serious expression. As a qualified pilot, he certainly knows what Mach 10 means. In other words, this maiden-flight mission carries a certain degree of life-threatening risk. If it gets out of control, both the man and the machine will perish on the spot. Reporting to the commander, the Kwafu Sun Chaser power system has been installed. Please give instructions. A soldier came running over and reported loudly. Go, Li Wei. Waiting for your triumphant return. Yes. Under the watchful eyes of many flight base bosses, pilot Li Wei, holding his flight cap, strode towards the Zuan fighter. Boom. With the roar of Hoi's sun-shooting engine, the system's instructions were also transmitted to the pilot's ears. Xiannu 1 is starting up. Wind speed level 2. Direction yaw 15 degrees. Return to the right direction. Enter the designated runway. Mach 0.1. Mach 0.5. Mach 1. Take off. Like a sharp sword rushing into the sky, Zuan instantly disappeared into the darkness. The big guys in the base immediately returned to the monitoring room and began to check the performance data sent back by the Zuan fighter. As Zuan flew, explosive data were transmitted one by one to the big screen in the monitoring room. Reaching Mach 2 in 10 seconds, this speed is incredible. A veteran with 20 years of flying experience was speechless when he saw this data. Excluding the 4 seconds of taxiing on the runway, it only took Zuan 6 seconds to reach Mach 2. A normal F-22 fighter jet would take at least half a minute. Look at Li Wei's vital signs. His heartbeat is too fast. Sudden. Someone exclaimed. Reaching Mach 2 in 10 seconds is definitely not something that ordinary people can endure. Not only will it cause difficulty breathing, tinnitus in the ears, and dizziness, but in severe cases, it can also cause rapid heartbeat. The bosses held their breath. If Li Wei can't hold on for another 10 seconds, he will have to slow down. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 5 seconds. Heartbeat 134. Falling back. Heartbeat 108. Back to normal range. See this scene. Everyone in the monitoring room breathed a sigh of relief. And at this time, after a fierce control, Li Wei also entered the high altitude and began to fly steadily. He turned on the intercom and replied to the control room. Base, this is Zuan 1 pilot Li Wei. I have entered the designated airspace. All indicators are normal. Please give instructions. Xiannu, this is the base. Command room has received the message. Please return in 15 minutes. Receive. Half an hour later. A series of data including Zuan 1's takeoff, flight, return, and landing were recorded. Based on these data, Zuan 1's current comprehensive combat capability has doubled. And this is the result of controlling the performance to 20%. After the test results came out, everyone was excited. Just 20% of the performance utilization can improve the combat power so much. How terrifying would it be if the full performance utilization was used? Unfortunately, our pilots can't withstand Mach 10. Otherwise, it would be against the will of heaven. Everyone sighed. Zhang Tianhao suddenly said, Doesn't the Dragon Academy have soldiers and generals with extremely strong defenses? Can you borrow it and let their heavenly soldiers and generals test it? After everyone was stunned, their eyes lit up. But soon someone spoke up. Heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals are very popular right now. Not only do the genetic warriors from the Dragon Group want a PK with heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, but even the Marine base wants to get some heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to board the aircraft carrier. The Dragon Academy may not give us priority. Don't worry, I'll find a way. Zhang Tianhao looked thoughtful. The news that the descendants of the dragon were extremely powerful and Zuan had ascended into the sky gradually spread among the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, a SSSS-level meeting was held in a cloud conference, bringing together the heads of 17 core departments, including the Marine Base, Dragon Security Department, Dragon Group, Dragon Science Academy, Flight Headquarters, and Information Department. The last time such a high-level meeting was held was before the Longming entered the water. Jiang Chen, male, 24 years old. Smart dolphin catcher. The creator of brain-like chips. Carbon-9 molecular promoter. The builder of the dragon's descendants. The designer of the power system of Kwafu chasing the sun. Chief project manager of the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals Project. One of the 5 responsible persons for the Nanshaman Project. The 3 major departments of the Ministry of Naval Base, Flight Headquarters, and Dragon Group jointly applied to upgrade Comrade Jiang Chen from the SSS Protection List to the SSSS Protection List. and to assign Zhujiang 888 to the Longming aircraft carrier fleet. All departments, please vote in 5 minutes. After the meeting host finished reading, he distributed a copy of the confidential materials to everyone. Everyone read it carefully. Then, the 17 major departments began voting. Haifu Base passed. Flight Headquarters passed. 17 votes in favor, 0 abstentions, 0 votes against. The minority obeys the majority. Joint Resolution Number 9909 is passed and takes effect immediately. After the meeting, Zhang Tianhao from the Flight Headquarters and Tang Zhe from the Marine Base came to the Dragon Academy with the resolution. Old Xia, we were the ones who took the lead in pushing for this resolution. When will you let me meet with the person in charge of the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals project? Xia Zhongshuan was also stunned when he saw this resolution. Wow, a small fishing boat is incorporated into the aircraft carrier fleet? You old guys, have you gone so crazy to borrow the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals? Chapter 62, Suehua Upgrade, Fishing Boat Upgrade. Okay, I'll take you to find him. Under the leadership of Xia Zhongshuan, Zhang Tianhao and Tang Zhe finally met Jiang Chen, who was perfecting the Heavenly General Iron Pillar in the test field. In the rest area, the big guys from several departments, including the Dragon Group, were also waiting in line there. Zhang, Tang, come and line up. That's right, you guys are so embarrassed to cut in line at such an old age. The big guys share a common hatred for the enemy. TSK, if I were thin-skinned, would I have gotten to this position? Zhang Tianhao looked casual as he walked to the side of Jiang Chen. He greeted her very politely. You are Comrade Jiang Chen, right? Jiang Chen looked up. Hello, who are you? I'm Zhang Tianhao from the Flight Headquarters. Last time you lent us the Quafu sun-chasing power system from the flight base, it was fantastic. I came here specially to express my gratitude this time. Zhang Tianhao spoke. Many bigwigs nearby heard this and said sarcastically, what do you mean by coming here specially to express gratitude? You clearly just came here to borrow more Heavenly Soldiers and Generals. Jiang Chen smiled and said, it's okay. We are all technical people. I am also very happy that the Zuan fighter can improve its combat power. One of the items in the Nantianmen plan is about the Zuan fighter. This Zhang Tianhao seems to be the person in charge of the Zuan fighter project. Strictly speaking, the combat power has only been doubled. The actual performance of the power system has only been utilized at 20%. It would be great if it could be used at 100%. Unfortunately, our pilots cannot break through the limits of the human body. Zhang Tianhao stated the purpose of this trip. Jiang Chen also understood. You mean, you want Taiju to open Zuinf and test the relevant data? That's exactly what I meant. Iron Pillar. Jiang Chen shouted. Taiju walked over. Let's go with this big boss from the Flight Headquarters. Help them test the Zuan fighter. Jiang Chen issued an order. Taiju followed Zhang Tianhao and walked out of the test site. Xu Yin, who was not far away, was helping to apply silicone material to the Heavenly Soldier Tsuhua, and saw Taiju was about to do some kind of extreme test on Zinf. He immediately shouted loudly, Taiju, remember to come back early, don't cheat on Zuinf. Suehua is still waiting for you at home. She will be promoted soon, she is definitely worthy of you. Well, ha 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 ha. On the testing ground, some people were confused, some laughed. After Zhang Tianhao left, Jiang Chen continued to lead everyone to strengthen the Heavenly Soldier, Suehua. There is less than a day left before the PK with Gao Xiaohua. Now Taiju goes to carry out the mission of Zuan fighter. Then we can only rely on Tianbing Suehua. Fortunately, the military factory worked overnight and got another set of Hoi sun-shooting engines in the morning. Although it did not have a complete power system, after the last Iron Pillar test, he knew that half of the performance of the Iron Pillar was enough to beat all other engines. Boss Jiang, the engine has been installed for Tsuehua. Do you want to test it? In order to strengthen Tsuehua, Xu Yin was more concerned than Jiang Chen. She ran over excitedly and asked, okay, let's test it. Jiang Chen pressed the test button. Tianbing Tsuehua appeared at the testing ground. In a very simple and brutal manner, it crashed into an ordinary, unenhanced mecha on the opposite side. Bang! The mecha was torn into pieces. Jiang Chen quickly looked at the data. Good. Although it's only 1/3 of Tieju's combat power, it's already very good. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Suehua is mainly an auxiliary mecha. His fighting ability is not as strong as Tieju's. I declare that Celestial Soldier Tsuehua has also been promoted to Celestial General. Under Xu Yin's expectation, Jiang Chen announced loudly. Xu Yin immediately shouted with joy. Taiju, did you hear that? Your wife has been promoted to a Heavenly General. She's worthy of you, hiya hiya hiya. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. He packed his things. I'm also preparing to go home to see my wife after get off work. Just then, Xia Zhongshuan pulled him aside. He handed him the resolution that Zhang Tianhao had given him earlier. Yes, this is a resolution jointly passed by 17 major departments. You, boy, have become a national treasure. Jiang Chen took it with doubt, and after reading it, he was also a little dumbfounded. Have I been promoted from the SSS protection list to the SSSS level? Zhujiang 888 joins the Longming aircraft carrier fleet. Xia Zhongshuan smiled. It's unexpected, right? I was quite surprised too. But you've made so many contributions. Even if you're being low-key, someone must have taken the initiative to push you. Zhang Tianhao, in order to borrow the heavenly general iron pillar from you, united multiple departments to help you. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. But I still find it a little hard to believe. Small fishing boats are incorporated into the aircraft carrier fleet? Aren't you worried that my small fishing boat will lower the combat effectiveness of the aircraft carrier fleet? Dean, this isn't good. My small fishing boat is coated with carbon-6 molecular material, and its power system is also very backward. Jiang Chen spoke slowly. Xia Zhongshuan smiled knowingly. Why don't you just tell me you want carbon-9 to strengthen the exterior of the fishing boat, and you want the military factory to build a Quafu sun-chasing power system for Zhujiang 888? No, Dean, don't talk nonsense. The cost of a complete set of parts for Quafu chasing the sun power system alone is hundreds of millions. It is worth hundreds of times the price of his small fishing boat. Now, apart from the heavenly soldiers and generals, the only ones who can use this power system are Zuif. Other departments, such as the Dragon Group, the Navy base, and even the aircraft carrier, are still waiting in line. Don't worry, you're now on the SSSS level protected list. If you fall into the sea and get eaten by a great white shark, I can't take the blame. I will apply directly to the government and give you a batch of carbon-9 materials. As for the Quafu sun-chasing power system, I don't think your small fishing boat can handle it all, but replacing it with a Hoei sun-shooting engine should be possible. What do you think? Xia Zhongshuan said. Jiang Chen nodded. The Quafu sun-chasing power system is mainly designed for large equipment such as iron pillars, Zuinf, and aircraft carriers. As for number 888 Zhujiang, the size is too small. The entire power system is not needed at all. The Hoei sun-shooting engine alone is estimated to only be able to utilize about 20% of its performance. If there were more, he was worried that the small fishing boat would fly away. Okay, let's do this. I'll ask the military factory to make you an engine like this. It will be delivered in 1 or 2 days at most. After Xia Zhongshuan finished speaking, he immediately went to make arrangements for Jiang Chen. At the same time, the Ministry of Marine Base also posted a post on its official Weibo account that whetted everyone's appetite. Good news. The Longming aircraft carrier fleet is about to welcome a new ally. The shipboard ceremony will be held near the Zhujiang military port in 3 days. Stay tuned. As soon as this Weibo post came out, netizens who love aircraft carriers were immediately excited. Holy crap, the Longming aircraft carrier fleet has a new addition? Guess what it is? Could it be that the Tang Long early warning aircraft has been upgraded again? I guess it's a submarine, the kind with Dongfeng Express. Is it possible that there will be a new model of cruiser? Ah, this is so captivating. What kind of friend is this? Chapter 63. Heavenly General Zuohua kills Gooden with warm wine. The next day, blue sky and white clouds. The mecha designed by Gao Xiaohua was also transported to the Dragon Science Institute by a large truck. Now, in the huge test field of Longming Institute, it was crowded with people. All around, not only were many scientific researchers from the Dragon Academy of Sciences busy working, but even Qin Shuiyao came to cheer Jiang Chen on. Not far away, a famous media reporter was broadcasting live. It was Ms. Zhou Daibing. Originally, Gao Xiaohua wanted to invite some foreign media friends to do some live broadcasts. But the Longming Institute rejected this request on the grounds of confidentiality. In desperation, he settled for the second best and asked Ms. Zhou Daibing, a well-known Chinese woman, to do the live broadcast. Hello everyone. This is Zhou Daibing's live broadcast room. It's been almost 2 months since the last Smart Technology Conference. We all witnessed the performance of the Dragon's descendants last time. But today, Dragon's descendants are faced with a difficult choice regarding their engines. Should we choose the engine developed by the chief engineer of the Tianbing-Tianjiang project, or the 20 revolutions per minute afterburning turbofan engine brought back by Professor Gao Xiaohua? Today, 2 intelligent mechas will compete against each other. If Gao Xiaohua wins, he will become the general manager of our country's Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals project. If it fails, then we'll just keep using the engine that was originally in charge. Zhou Daibing had a sweet voice, But the camera was facing the test site the whole time, not Jiang Chen. So, someone in the live stream asked, who is the general manager of the heavenly soldiers and generals? What engine is used? How does it work? Do you have any drawings? Can you share them? The person above, are you a spy? You want to know such a sensitive question? That's right. Keep it a secret, okay? Zhou Daibing had already been informed by Xia Zhongxuan. She smiled and explained, yes, our country's independently developed engine is strictly confidential, and the details about the person in charge of the Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals project are also confidential, so some of the footage is inconvenient to show. I hope everyone can understand. I can't tell you for now. Enough of the chatter, let's get started. I'm optimistic about Professor Gao Xiaohua's engine. It's the most advanced in the world. And that person in charge of keeping it secret, and that engine, don't even have a name. They might as well not exist. That's right, I don't even dare to say the name. Is it still on the PPT? A great power should be confident. Why don't you dare to speak out? A great nation is confident, not stupid. Why would I have to tell you something so secretive? Just because you don't believe it? Who do you think you are? I believe in the Dragon Academy. I believe in the chief of the Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals. Just when there was a quarrel in the live broadcast room. On the test ground, a green mecha man walked onto the duel stage. This mecha uses the 20 revolutions per minute afterburning turbofan engine designed by Gao Xiaohua. At this time, Gao Xiaohua walked towards the camera in a very arrogant manner. Hello everyone, I'm Professor Gao Xiaohua. This is the mecha I developed. It's called God. I believe it can defeat the dragon's descendant. If I am defeated, I hope everyone will support me and become the chief commander of the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals. What God? It's just a piece of shit. You still want to defeat the descendants of the dragon? Even dogs won't believe it. The foreign slave believed it. Is respecting cutting-edge international science considered servile? Can you please have a more international perspective? If the dragon's descendants don't adopt this cutting-edge engine, that would be your country's greatest loss. Exactly. Seeing so many people opposing Professor Gao really pains me. No wonder Professor Gao said, you only have a heart to serve your country, but all you see are mediocre people. Look, they're all mediocre people without vision. Dedicated to serving the country, Gao Xiaohua. Dedicated to serving the country, Gao Xiaohua. In the live broadcast room, a large number of water armies began to appear, posting the same comments. Not far away, Jiang Chen, who was at the monitoring point below the stage, was preparing for Tsuohua's performance. All systems are functioning normally. It's time to get ready. After Jiang Chen looked at the data, he gave instructions. Tsuohua then took big strides and walked towards the dueling arena in the testing ground. Husband, come, drink some wine to warm your body, activate your blood, and strengthen your bones. Qin Shuiyao, who was beside him, made some ginger sugar wine for Jiang Chen. This ginger and sugar wine not only warms the body, but also maintains blood supply to the heart. Now Jiang Chen spends a long time at Longming Institute every day. Qin Shuiyao was worried that his blood circulation was poor, his body was loose, and he would be unable to fight in the future. I'll drink again when Tsuohua returns victorious. Jiang Chen spoke. Shuiyao was anxious. No, it will get cold. The last time, Taizhu and God Soul fought for more than 10 minutes. Even if Tsuohua is more powerful this time, it will still take a few minutes, right? After a few minutes, the ginger and sugar wine became cold, no longer tasted good, and could no longer strengthen bones and promote blood circulation. No, I believe Tsuohua can kill Gooden with warm wine. Shuiyao's eyes widened. What the hell? I've only heard of killing Huaxiong with warm wine. And at this time, on the test ground, Tsuohua and Gooden have already started to confront each other and have begun to operate their respective systems. Come on, Tsuohua. In the audience, Shuyin suddenly shouted loudly. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned, and then the room became boiling with excitement. Oh my goodness, is this celestial general called Tsuohua? Where's the iron pillar from last time? Taizhu went to give Zuin the test, a very extreme one. Taizhu, Zuin, Tsuohua, what kind of love triangle is this? I'm dizzy. Never mind that for now, Tsuohua, come on. Countless people who supported Tsuohua sat excitedly in front of the live broadcast room, eating melon seeds and roaring. Chua. A strong wind blew over the test site. Both sides rushed towards each other. Bang. Just 1 second. God fell to the ground in pieces. The battle is over. Tsuohua made a judgment and left the testing site. Huh. There was no sound at the testing ground. Ga. Crows fly by. The live broadcast room was also dead silent. Damn it. I prepared melon seeds, drinks, mineral water, Weilong spicy strips and condoms. Can you finish it in just 1 second? Countless people roared in their hearts. and then sent out barrages of comments crazily. Suehua is awesome. This is too fast. This is faster than my 3-second boyfriend. This is too much. The person above, are you considering a new boyfriend? My fighting power is very strong, probably more than twice that of your boyfriend. Are you attracted to such a strong man? 1 second. This is an instant kill. Xue Yao was stunned. And at this time, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. He took the still warm ginger candy wine from Xue Yao's hand, drank it all, and then spoke happily. In ancient times, there was a brave general named Guan Yu, who killed Hua Xiong with a warm wine. Today, there is Cuehua, warm wine, and popping dog balls. Chapter 64. Zuan appears in the sky, UFO? Zhou Daibing was also shocked. This is too fast. I was ready to have lunch at Lonka Institute today, but you ended the battle in a second. How could I get it? She sighed, pointed the camera at the dumbfounded Gao Xiaohua, and asked with a heart-wrenching question. Professor Gao, are the engine designs you brought back to China truly the best in the world? Gao Xiaohua was stunned. He crawled to the testing ground, picked up the god parts, and muttered to himself. That's impossible. How could such a powerful engine not be able to withstand a single collision? Haha, this is the world's top engine that foreigners brag about. It's hilarious. It's your country's loss. This thing will be kept for your country. Is Gao Xiaohua envied by mediocre people? Ha ha ha. Where are you, you foreign slaves? Come out and take a walk. You have no faith in your own country, yet you have unwavering faith in so-called internationalization. That's the most tragic thing. Once Cuehua takes action, the boy will stop talking nonsense. Cuehua Oxchop. Professor Gao, are you still planning to apply with the Dragon Academy of Sciences to be the chief executive of the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals Project? Zhou Daibing turned the camera again to Gao Xiaohua, who was picking up the fragments. Gao Xiaohua threw the camera away. Stop filming, stop filming. That's it. He walked dejectedly towards Xia Zhongshuan in the audience. He said, Dean Xia, since Comrade Jiang Chen's engine is so powerful, I am convinced. I am willing to become the deputy director of the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals Project. Since I can't get the position of general manager, then the position of deputy manager will also do. However, Xia Zhongshuan glanced at him calmly and asked, besides this engine, do you have any other masterpieces? Gao Xiaohua was stunned and then dumbfounded. Yes, I have spent my entire life researching the most advanced engines, but they were defeated in one fell swoop by the engine from the Dragon Science Institute. What else do I have? Dean Xia, that's not the case. Although I don't have any other masterpieces, I still have some achievements. Gao Xiaohua's face darkened, and he began to play the sympathy card. Didn't you say yourself that people without value are not worthy? I think you are a worthless person now. You are not worthy anymore. Go away. We at Lonka Academy don't need you. I have already applied to the Ministry of Science and Technology, and this is the approval. Xia Zhongshuan showed him the resolution of the Ministry of Science and Technology. Gao Xiaohua's face was gloomy. I originally thought that I could successfully enter the Lonka Institute with my top-tier engine, but unexpectedly, I hit a wall. Now that the Ministry of Science and Technology has seen that the Quafu sun-chasing power system is far superior to the 20-turn engine system, it naturally looks down on this thing. Gao Xiaohua left dejectedly. My mind was full of thoughts about how I was going to explain this to Dr. X. Dean Xia, are you just going to let him go like this? Jiang Chen walked up to Xia Zhongshuan and stared at Gao Xiaohua. Anyone could see that Gao Xiaohua had bad intentions and had always wanted to join the Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals Project. His words showed that he looked down on the Dragon Science Academy, and it was obvious that he had some ulterior motive. Xia Zhongshuan smiled slightly. Don't worry, the Longming Department and the Information Department are always keeping an eye on him. If he really makes any movement, they will definitely catch him in the first place. Jiang Chen nodded with relief. People like this are actually the most terrifying. On the surface, they claim to be patriotic and want to serve their country, but secretly, no one knows what they are thinking. By the way, Taiju tested Zuanf. Is she almost done? Jiang Chen asked. Why don't we go and take a look together? Now that the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals Project and the Zuan fighter have made some progress, I feel that the two sides can cooperate more in the future. And the same goes for the aircraft carrier. Xia Zhongshuan suggested. Good. Jiang Chen then took Cuehua to the flight base. Now, within the base, we are currently conducting the fifth flight experiment by utilizing the powerful defensive capabilities of the Iron Pillar. During the first flight experiment, Zhang Tianhao was worried that the iron pillars could not bear the weight, so he only set the performance utilization of the Quafu sun-chasing system to 20%. The flight was completed with perfect success. Li Wei's heart beat faster during his first flight, but Taiju had no such problem at all. Then, The second time, the third time, the fourth time. Zhang Tianhao constantly utilized the ability of Kuafu chasing the sun and improved it step by step. After 4 times, it has increased to 80%. 80%, already Mach 8. This speed is terrifying. If this Zuanv wasn't coated with carbon-9, and if the iron pillar wasn't a mecha, also coated with carbon-9, it would have fallen apart long ago. Many technical experts were amazed after seeing this incredible data. Let's increase performance utilization to 100%. Zhang Tianhao suppressed his inner excitement and issued the 5th order. Yes. Taiju sat inside the Zuan fighter plane. His intelligent combat system has been combined with Zuan's intelligent flight system. According to the flight plan set by Zhang Tianhao, he gradually improved the efficiency of the power system. Then, transmit the relevant data back one by one. Chua. Once again, he stabbed into the air. Take off in 1 second. Mach 10 per second. Everyone was speechless. Flying off the runway in 1 second. Accelerate to Mach 10 in 1 second. Damn it. At this speed, what's the difference between it and a UFO? What is that thing? It's so fast. Zuan flew 200 kilometers away in 1 minute. So much so that the nearby farmers were stunned when they saw the aircraft flying over the top of the mountain. The mission duration is 1 hour. Return in 1 hour. Zhang Tianhao updated the order. Everyone was stunned. 200 kilometers per minute. 1 hour, 12,000 kilometers. Already crossed the Pacific Ocean and can go directly to Washington. General Zhang, what are you doing? Everyone stared wide-eyed. Zhang Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Of course, this speed needs to be tested globally. Hiss. Everyone gasped. But everyone is confident that Zuanv cannot be caught. 10 minutes later, Zuanv flew to the Xiete Kingdom. Many people sensed a shadow flashing past in the sky. What? Baga, this speed is too fast. Is it a UFO? For a time, the people of Sakura were talking about it. Half an hour later, fly over the Pacific Ocean and head straight for the country of Xiete. Alert! Alert! UFO is entering our air defense radar scanning area. Oh no. Disappeared from radar scanning area. Request F-22 to take off and track. Request global satellite tracking. When Zuan flew over the airspace of the Xiete Kingdom, alarms sounded in countless departments of the Xiete Kingdom. But Zuan was extremely fast and crossed the entire Mississippi River in less than 10 minutes. Head straight to the Black Palace. Lorden, what's going on? Why haven't you shot it down with missiles yet? An air defense base 100 meters underground in the Black Palace. The man in black robe looked nervous. A few minutes ago, he received an alert that a UFO was heading towards the Black Temple. It will arrive in a few minutes. He was so scared that he hid in the air raid shelter on the spot. Laden was already trembling with fear. Sir Blackrobe, at this speed, it can't be a flying object on Earth. It must be a flying saucer, a UFO. Missiles can't hit it. UFO. The man in black robe was dumbfounded. At this moment, Zuan was preparing to start her return mission after arriving above the Black Palace. Jiang Chen, Xia Zhongxuan, and Cuihua walked in. Hey, Dean Jiangxia, why are you here? Zhang Tianhao was a little surprised. But Jiang Chen's next words surprised him even more. General Zhang, give the order directly and let Taiju jump down. Last time, the Xiete country released a dolphin into the southern waters of the Dragon country and collected a lot of information. Since Zuan can fly directly to the Black Palace this time and cannot be stopped, why can't Taiju also go down for a walk? Chapter 65. Opening the hatch and placing the iron pillar, second-class merit. Open the hatch. Put down the iron pillar. After hearing Jiang Chen's plan, Zhang Tianhao gave orders on the spot. The iron pillar is made of carbon-9 material, and with the technology of Xiete country, it is impossible to dismantle it. Taiju can completely obey orders remotely, pretend to be a robot dropped from a UFO, and collect secrets of the Xiete Kingdom. Chua. Zuan ejected the hatch and Taiju jumped down. Like a cannonball, it crashed into the Mississippi River. It has entered sleep mode. Only the audio and video systems are operating. Zuan automatically closed the hatch and set sail for home. The Black Palace below also quickly monitored the relevant information. Sir Blackrobe, the UFO has left. Radar detected an unidentified object that had fallen off a UFO and crashed near the Mississippi River. Capture it. With the technician's hurried report, the man in black robe finally breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately gave the order. Lorden, take some people and go there in person. Be sure to bring the things back for testing. An hour later, the technicians from Xiete country fished the iron pillar out of the river. This is a mecha man. It looks very sophisticated. A small piece of silicone fell off Tieju's face, revealing his golden skin. The eyes reflect the sophisticated instruments. They looked excited and prepared to dismantle the iron pillars. However, after hundreds of technical experts and countless large-scale cutting equipment were used, they discovered something horrible. That's it. They couldn't even cut off a finger of the iron pillar. What material is this made of? There's not even a scratch on it. Lawton stood in the monitoring room, dumbfounded. They have used the world's most advanced molecular cutting machine, but still cannot make a breakthrough in the surface of the iron pillar. Minister, the surface of this thing, isn't it coated with the legendary carbon-9 molecule? One of the subordinates said thoughtfully. Lawton was stunned, then shook his head and said, the theory of the carbon-9 molecule hasn't even been established yet. Currently, only Longming is boasting that they have created it. As for whether it's true or not, who knows? Then this. Everyone looked at this thing in surprise and doubt. Don't worry, I'll ask Dr. X to take a look. Maybe he can figure it out. Lawton quickly contacted Dr. X. Not long. Dr. X entered the testing room and inspected the appearance of the iron pillar. After a thorough study, he frowned slightly. This must be the legendary carbon-9 molecule. But it's really strange. How could it appear on Earth? Dr. X, you don't know that this morning, a UFO flew over the Black Palace, and then this thing fell down. Lawton explained to Dr. X. UFO. Dr. X was stunned. He looked the iron pillar up and down. At this moment, Tieju's audio and video system was also scanning the surroundings, taking in everything around it. At this moment, Dr. X suddenly received a video call. He looked down and saw that it was Gao Xiaohua calling him. He turned on the video call. Professor Gao, you didn't complete the task very well. Dr. X, I need your help. Can you give me some support? I will definitely be able to infiltrate the Dragon Academy and serve you. On the other end, Gao Xiaohua quickly expressed his loyalty. I'm not interested in worthless people. Just fend for yourself. After Dr. X finished speaking, he hung up the call. Since Gao Xiaohua cannot enter the Longming Academy, he is of no value to me. Isn't he just a traitor? Use it when it's valuable. Now that it has no value, naturally there will be no sympathy at all. Do you really think that you can become the same as yourself by changing your face? Wishful thinking. Damn it. Gao Xiaohua roared angrily. He felt the rage of being abandoned. But he immediately directed all this anger towards Longming. It's all the fault of Longming Academy. It's all the fault of Longming. After Dr. X hung up the phone, he continued to check the iron pillar. Little did I know. The audio and video of his recent conversation had been transmitted back to the country by Taiju. Sure enough, this Professor Gao is not a good guy. Inside the flight base, Jiang Chen and his team were checking the audio and video content sent back by Taiju. After seeing the content of Dr. X's call, Xia Zhongshuan became furious on the spot. Such a person almost sneaked into the Dragon Science Academy. Dean Xia, I'll make you a copy of this audiovisual content. Please take it to Longming. After Zhang Tianhao frowned, he immediately asked someone to copy the content. I thought I would discover some technological secrets of the Xiete country, but unexpectedly, I found a traitor first. Comrade Jiang Chen, your suggestion is really good. We have immediately gained results. Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Jiang Chen smiled and said, no, it's mainly because Taiju is very capable. When he comes back, can I apply for a military merit for him? Of course, it's at least a second-class merit. Haha, then you guys continue collecting content. We're going back to the Dragon Academy. Okay, I'll see you off. The news of Gao Xiaohua's collusion with Dr. X soon reached the Longming department. After verification, Zhou Anbong of the Longming department quickly gave orders. Treason. Capture immediately. At the command, a large number of dragon warriors quickly set out. At this moment, Gao Xiaohua was also panicked after learning that he was abandoned by Dr. X. He bought a standing ticket for the plane overnight, intending to carry the plane out of the country. But he never expected that when he arrived at the airport, a large number of fully armed dragon warriors had already stepped forward and quickly subdued him. What are you doing? I'm a scientist who returned home. I'm dedicated to serving my country. What are you doing? You mediocre people, are you jealous of me? Professor Gao shouted, hoping someone would come and save him. Professor Gao, we have solid evidence that you were trying to steal the secrets of the Dragon Science Institute and give them to the Xiete Kingdom. Take it back. Gao Xiaohua turned pale upon hearing this and screamed, no, impossible. Not long. On Weibo, the Longming department announced a news report about Gao Xiaohua being arrested for treason. Holy shit, there's a traitor among us. Isn't this Gao Xiaohua, who was devoted to serving his country? How could he suddenly betray his country? Haha, he's so devoted to serving his country. I told you this before, this old guy doesn't look friendly. He's been licking the chops of the CS special country for so long, and now he suddenly returns home so arrogantly. He must have bad intentions, and now he's finally been caught. What about those people who flatter Gao Xiaohua? They're all worth 500,000. Is Gao Xiaohua devoted to serving his country? Is he envied by mediocre people? Funny. Everyone was relieved. But those who praised Gao Xiaohua all remained silent. This kind of news that was classified as treason by the Longming department must have solid evidence. If that's the case, how dare they speak nonsense? Before they got the solid evidence, they just kept talking big. But when something really happened, they all backed down. Like a turtle. Brothers, don't pay attention to this traitor. Over at the Pearl River military port, the Dragon Cry has returned and is about to hold a shipboard ceremony for its new comrades. The official account of Zhujiang News invited Zhou Daibing to do a live broadcast. Everyone go watch it. Chapter 66. Career Structure, Small Fishing Boat. Pearl River Military Port. Zhujiang 888 is currently anchored here. Many scientific researchers are applying carbon-9 molecular material to this small fishing boat. Replace its old engine with the Hoei sun-shooting engine. 3 hours later, the entire fishing boat looks brand new again. With such defensive power and engines like this, I'm afraid even ordinary warships can't withstand it. Jiang Chen felt very happy. The small fishing boat has been strengthened again. In addition to his own thunder attribute, he can even PK with other countries' warships. Comrade Jiang Chen, the Longming is less than half an hour away from the port. You can almost prepare to leave. At this time, Tang Zhe from the Kaibu base came over with a group of people. Jiang Chen nodded and waved towards the sky. Come down. Tick. With a cry, the golden bird flew down. After landing, he followed Jiang Chen like an upright birdman. Tang Zhe and the others were stunned. What kind of bird is this? The robot bird, newly developed. How is it? Realistic, right? Jiang Chen said bluffingly. Tang Zhe stepped forward, plucked a bird feather, and exclaimed in amazement. It's very realistic. As expected of the Dragon Science Institute, they can develop all kinds of mechas. The Taiju and Tsuhua from last time were both extremely powerful, and many departments were fighting for them, wanting to have such a heavenly soldier in general. Unexpectedly, now a new type of bird mecha is out. Commander Tang, I'm going to board the ship first. Seeing that the golden bird was about to go berserk, Jiang Chen quickly dragged her onto the boat. I'm telling you, next time someone plucks my hair, I'm going to peck their head off. The golden-dyed bird said angrily. If her daughter wasn't still in this guy's hands, she would have flown away long ago. How could someone pretend to be a robot bird and have their feathers plucked? Calm down, calm down. Today is a great day. You may not know this yet, but my fishing boat has become a member of the aircraft carrier fleet. Do you know what this means? Jiang Chen patted the golden bird and comforted her. After all, it's inevitable to be angry if a hair is missing. The golden-dyed bird disagreed. What does it mean? It means we have a career position, and we're in the aircraft carrier fleet. We'll have good things to eat and drink, and someone will be there to protect us in the future. Jiang Chen explained some science to her. Aircraft carriers are generally organized at division level. Cruisers are generally organized at brigade level. Destroyers, frigates, and nuclear submarines are generally battalion level. After Zhujiang 888 was commissioned, it was organized at the battalion level. Form a small battle group of its own. You mean, you became the battalion commander? The golden-dyed bird cast its gaze over. Jiang Chen said, that's not the point. The point is that after I become the battalion commander, I need to form a small battle group, which requires the establishment of subordinate company commanders, platoon leaders, and soldiers. As the head of the heavenly soldiers and generals, my main task is to organize the mechas aboard the ship and train the mecha formations. As long as you pretend to be a robot bird, I can apply to the aircraft carrier commander to assign you to the position of company commander. The golden-dyed bird flapped its wings and said, so, I have a career position now. Of course, once you join the civil service, you will need to obey my arrangements, commands, and instructions. Domination? The golden-dyed bird looked at Jiang Chen warily. Ms. Jean Danyao, do you want to lose this company-level position? The Pearl River port is not far away. There were already huge crowds of people. There are armed personnel from the Longming department around, on full alert. All people have to go through more than 10 levels of security checks and are not allowed to bring in any video equipment. Only Ms. Zhou Daibing stood in front of the camera and introduced herself to everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Daibing. Today is another grand event. Our aircraft carrier Longming has returned to port today, and the purpose is to hold a shipboard ceremony for our new companions. It seems that this little friend is very important. I wonder if anyone has guessed what kind of friend it is. There are less than 5 minutes left until the aircraft carrier arrives at the port. Woo! Sudden. A loud humming sound was heard in the harbor. That was a signal that the aircraft carrier was about to enter the port. All cargo ships and fishing boats in the entire port are temporarily suspended. The aircraft carrier is back. It's back. It's the Dragon Roar. I think the Longming aircraft carrier was supposed to be holding a shipboard ceremony for my brother's cruise ship. Proud JPG. Who is your brother? My brother is Huang Fifan. He's an international superstar. The Marine Department even decided to invite him back to the Marine Department base for selection. Don't you know that? Your village has internet access. That guy has been arrested. You're talking nonsense. I clearly saw the official news before I went to school. Oh, how many weeks have you been online? Little sister, go to your homework. Netizens are talking about it. Even, there was also a star-chasing little sister whose cell phone had been handed over to her parents for several weeks. When she saw the boarding ceremony, she thought it was for Huang Fifan's cruise ship to board. The whole group of people burst into laughter. Holy crap, the aircraft carrier has appeared. It's huge. Love this size. Slurp. Although the footage was not very clear and key information was blurred, everyone could still clearly see the outline of the aircraft carrier approaching in the distance. The dock workers near the port also threw away their cigarette butts. They were shirtless, with bronze skin, and their eyes lit up when they saw the aircraft carrier returning. Seeing this huge aircraft carrier, which is calm, yet has an absolutely violent beauty, is even more exciting than seeing a beautiful woman. As the aircraft carrier appeared, the formations around it also broke through the sea one by one. With every step they took forward, the sea water surged and surging. Huge waves crashed onto the dock, splashing salty sea water all over the faces of many people standing nearby. This is the smell of the sea. No, this is the smell of an aircraft carrier. Cheers rang out in the port, as if welcoming the heroes. Soon, the carrier fleet separated and formed a U-shaped formation. The direction of you is the military port. It's time for my friend to show up. Everyone looked in the direction of you. Although the distance was at least 1 nautical mile, everyone still looked out into the distance. Want to see more clearly? Finally, under the expectation of the camera and countless people's gaze, a small fishing boat leisurely sailed out of the port. Well, the port was quiet for a moment. Most of the comments in the live broadcast room disappeared in an instant. This little friend seems a little small. Nima, it's more than just small. It's clearly a small fishing boat. What happened to the small fishing boat? How do you know it doesn't have the same engine as Tsuehua's? That's right. On the surface, it's just a small fishing boat, but secretly, its combat power might be just as strong as those large warships. This is called the Sweeping Monk, hidden deep within the shadows, understand? Ah, a small fishing boat. It actually joined the aircraft carrier formation. The dock workers can see it more clearly. They soon saw the ship's sign. Isn't this Pearl River 888? Fuck, it really is Xiao Jiang. Case solved. I was wondering why this guy always had such a large cargo every time he went out to sea. Turns out he has a connection. Chapter 67, Shipboard Ceremony, Battalion Organization. Welcome, Comrade Jiang Chen. From today on, you and Zhujiang 888 are officially included in our aircraft carrier Longming's fleet. Now please take the oath. On the deck of the Longming, Long Xiaodian, with 9 stars on his shoulders, has an upright posture. He is dressed in a white marine uniform and speaks in a clear and loud voice. And behind him, there was also a row of non-commissioned officers in navy blue and blue uniforms. The different colors of these uniforms represent different military ranks and positions. Among them, white is the most noble. Jiang Chen stepped forward and swore an oath to the blue sky and white clouds. I'm Jiang Chen. Today, to the country. Kamabu, to the Dragon Roar. Swear an oath to Commander Long Xiaodian. I will be loyal to the country and the navy, and resolutely carry out my duties as aircraft carrier commander. I will bring the dove of peace to the country and the ocean. The people are there. The ship is there. A simple oath is completed. Long Xiaodian stepped forward and handed a small army green notebook to Jiang Chen. Okay, this is your organization. Please keep it safe. Long Xiaodian looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Young people nowadays are becoming more and more promising. He was less than 30 years old, but he was jointly recommended by multiple departments to join the aircraft carrier. He was originally wondering whether this newcomer had any background. It was not until he read Jiang Chen's information that he realized that this young man who had been chased by a Philippine warship while fishing at sea was actually the treasure of the Dragon Science Institute. Just looking at those rows of achievements is enough to make the big guys in the Marine base scramble for them. No wonder Tangze boasted to him again and again, saying that Dragon Soul and Dragon God almost fought each other in order to ask the Dragon Science Academy for the mechas of the heavenly soldiers and generals. In the end, It was Tang Zhe who fought for the opportunity to become the chief person in charge of the Tianbing-Tianjiang project and own the Longming. After all, the one who is closest to the water gets the moon first. If the Dragon Academy of Science has any good mechas in the future, they may give priority to providing them to the Longming. Okay, Commander. Jiang Chen accepted it happily. He opened it and saw this written on it. Zhujiang 888 is a member of the aircraft carrier Longming formation. Captain, Jiang Chen. Level, Battalion level combat unit. Personnel, 1 person. Commander, there's only 1 person on my fishing boat. Isn't that too few? Can I hire more people? Jiang Chen asked. He had promised Jean Danyao that he would get her a company-level position. Not only will the golden dye bird be included in Pearl River number 888, he also plans to include Taiju and Tsuwa. First of all, it can enhance the combat effectiveness of fishing boats. Secondly, it can train mecha formations. As a battalion-level organization, you have the right to recommend candidates. As long as the candidates are qualified, I will have the staff approve them. Of course, as the general manager of the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals project, you are proficient in mechas, so I suggest that you give priority to recommending Heavenly Soldiers and Generals. The success rate will be higher. Long Xiaodian said secretly. Heavenly Soldiers and Generals? Good guy. Jiang Chen understood it immediately. He smiled and pointed at the Jindai bird next to him and said, Look at my robot bird. Will it pass the review? Robot bird. Long Xiaodian walked up curiously. Just now when Jiang Chen brought this big bird up, he was wondering whether this thing was the latest robotic bird developed by the Dragon Science Institute. But the bird was so real that he was a little skeptical. Now that Jiang Chen said this, he couldn't help but step forward and pluck a feather from the golden dye bird. Phew. The golden dye bird was furious and turned around and flew away. MMP, this life is unbearable. It just plucked out a feather, and now another feather is plucked out. In a few days, won't it become a bald bird? It's better not to have this career establishment. Well, Long Xiaodian stared at the flying bird in amazement, the bird feathers in his hands still a little warm. Jiang Chen explained awkwardly. It might have triggered her defense system, but don't worry, she will return home on her own. Really? That's good. It's pretty realistic. Long Xiaodian looked at the bird feathers in his hand. They were so lifelike, just like the real bird. He couldn't help but secretly admire that the Dragon Science Institute's research and development in mechas was getting more and more powerful, and they could even make the robot bird to such a realistic level. So, can a bird like me be included in the organization of Zhujiang number 888? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Yes. Besides that, your Zhujiang 888 has a maximum of 5 staff members. Long Xiaodian said that a normal battalion-level destroyer has at least 100 people, but the Zhujiang 888 is not big after all. It has only 5 organizational units, which is already a lot. If there are more, it may not be convenient to carry them. Good. Jiang Chen also handed over Taiju and Tsuehua's numbers to Long Xiaodian. They will also be included in the Zhujiang number 888 organization. There's one last organization, but you haven't considered it yet, right? Long Xiaodian asked. Jiang Chen nodded. The golden dye bird can fly and is of the A sequence, so it has good combat capability. Taiju and Tsuehua are both celestial general-level mechas, and their combat power is comparable to that of the A series. As for the last spot, he hasn't made up his mind yet. Wait until he returns to the Dragon Academy to train mechas for a while and see if there are any suitable mecha models. Okay, if you don't have any ideas, I can also recommend some suitable candidates for you. For example, genetic warriors or something like that. Long Xiaodian recommended some genetic warriors from the Dragon Group to Jiang Chen. These genetic warriors have enhanced bodies and are extremely powerful. Some can even bend steel with his bare hands. His combat power is comparable to that of a B-sequence transcendent. Let's put it aside for now. I'll apply for the last spot later. Jiang Chen looked at the information of these genetic warriors. Although these people have strong combat capabilities, it seems that there is still a certain gap between them and Taiju and Tsuehua. Long Xiaodian chuckled and shook his head. This kid actually looks down on the B-sequence genetic warriors? There are genetic warriors of higher sequences. But those genetic warriors are on the same level as him. Lay the A sequence. It's just that it's impossible for these people to go on a small fishing boat. Okay, you can take your time to think about it. About that, I've finished what I've said. Do you have any questions? Long Xiaodian was not in a hurry. He asked kindly. Jiang Chen thought about it. Then he asked a question that made everyone in the room suddenly quiet down. Excuse me, Commander, I have a friend. What does he need to do to become an aircraft carrier commander? Long Xiaodian was also stunned when he heard this. He looked at Jiang Chen strangely. Aircraft carrier commander? Good boy. I just got on board and you're already eyeing my position? Chapter 68 Commander of the 4th Aircraft Carrier? That'll have to wait until I retire, young man. Long Xiaotian said quietly. As soon as these words were spoken, a chuckle echoed from the deck. Long Xiaotian is only in his 40s and still has more than 20 years before retirement. Even if it is a rotation, it will take several years. How can it be easy for the next person to take their turn? This is not the turntable at a restaurant where you take a turn and I take a turn. Forehead. Jiang Chen explained. Mr. Commander, you misunderstood. My friend is not watching your position. I mean, isn't there a rumor that our country is about to launch its 4th aircraft carrier? I'm thinking that this 4th aircraft carrier probably doesn't have a commander yet. My friend is just curious. How can one become a qualified aircraft carrier commander? After all, a soldier who doesn't want to be an aircraft carrier commander is not a good soldier. Oh, it turns out that he wasn't staring at my seat. Are you eyeing the position of commander of the next aircraft carrier? It's more difficult, okay. But Long Xiaotian did not attack, but smiled generously. Good. A soldier who doesn't want to be an aircraft carrier commander is not a good soldier. Young people, you can have ideas. But the selection of our country's aircraft carrier commanders is very strict. Not only does it require the completion of numerous patrol and escort missions, it also requires military theory and knowledge, even military merit, experience, and personal strength. I took over as commander of the Dragon Roar when I was 43. If you work hard, in a dozen years, you might be able to run for the position. Long Xiaotian looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. He also didn't think Jiang Chen was ambitious. After all, when he graduated from military school, he was determined to become an aircraft carrier commander at the age of 30. But it was not until he was in his 40s that he broke out of the fierce battle. You know the hardships and ups and downs of it yourself. I see. Jiang Chen nodded suddenly. Long Xiaotian smiled slightly and said nothing more. Although Jiang Chen is a senior researcher from the Dragon Academy with remarkable achievements, he is just an intellectual. He has no advantage in physical strength and has no experience in the Dragon Group. Even someone like him who graduated from a military academy had to spend many years in the Dragon Group before he could leave. Therefore, it is basically impossible for Jiang Chen to become the commander of the 4th aircraft carrier. Okay, the shipboard ceremony is almost over. The Longming is resting at the Zhujiang military port this week. You can take a look around here. If you have any questions, you can ask Staff Officer Li. Long Xiaotian called a staff officer over and then ordered him to drive the aircraft carrier back to the port for rest. Comrade Jiang Chen, I'm Staff Officer Li. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I'll show you around first. A well-mannered man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a briefcase greeted Jiang Chen. Hello. Jiang Chen shook hands with the other party. Then, followed Staff Officer Li to visit the Longming aircraft carrier. I have to say, it feels different to visit this vast aircraft carrier. Especially the shock when passing by hundreds of JF-17 fighter jets is indescribable. It's as if he walked into the feet of a group of steel monsters. And he, just a little ant passing by. Staff Officer Li, can I take a selfie as a souvenir? Jiang Chen stood at the foot of a JF-17 Thunder. He didn't know if it was because of the sun, but he could even feel the temperature emitted by the JF-17 Thunder. He suddenly felt his blood boiling and couldn't help but want to keep some memories. Staff Officer Li nodded. Okay, but it has to be reviewed by me. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He walked to the middle of several JF-17 fighter jets and asked Staff Officer Li to help him take a few photos. After Staff Officer Li took the photo, he started to blur it. At the end of the fight, only Jiang Chen's body, a small part of the deck, and a few pairs of slender legs of the Xiaolong were left. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Ugh, this is almost all photoshopped. Jiang Chen looked at the map edited by Staff Officer Li. Almost all of them were photoshopped out. No, I can't help it. Normally, taking photos isn't allowed, and you can't share these photos with anyone else. You can only enjoy them by yourself. Here, this is a confidentiality agreement. Staff Officer Li took out a document from his briefcase. That's not bad. It's just one document. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Staff Officer Li shook his head. No, I don't have the complete agreement with me. This document is just a list of the confidentiality agreement. The actual agreement is dozens of pages long. I'll print it out for you later. Remember to come and sign it. Jiang Chen accepted it silently. By the way, Staff Officer Li, my small fishing boat has no plans to go out to sea in a week. Does it also have to go out to sea with the aircraft carrier? Jiang Chen suddenly asked. Although he now has an aircraft carrier organization, he is still mainly in the Dragon Science Academy. Staff Officer Li said, Don't worry about that. Our cruisers and destroyers don't always follow the aircraft carrier. All we need to do is fill out a request to leave the formation. The reasons are usually to rest, perform other tasks, or go fishing. Jiang Chen took another document from Staff Officer Li and was stunned for a moment. Fishing? Is there such a reason? Of course, the destroyer Weilong on the opposite side often breaks away from the formation to go fishing, which improves the food for everyone. Staff Officer Li chuckled. Last time, the Weilong destroyer caught some strange big fish, all of which were handed over to the Dragon Group for genome research. I see. Jiang Chen felt relieved. Continue to follow Staff Officer Li to visit the Longming aircraft carrier. When the unnamed small fishing boat boarded the Longming aircraft carrier, the people of Xiete country must die. The Black Palace suddenly released the most important news in human history. Our country has successfully captured a UFO and will hold a global hearing on UFOs in 3 days. The news spread to the country. The scarf exploded instantly. The news of the Longming aircraft carrier entering the port was directly suppressed. If we say that an aircraft carrier is the most massive steel beast known to mankind, then UFO is the most mysterious steel monster unknown to mankind. They come and go without a trace. The speed is so fast that it is impossible to catch. Only a few people have captured some of their traces. There are even rumors. Area 51 in Xiete country is home to mysterious aliens and crashed UFOs. But Xiete has never made it public. But today, Xiete actually plans to start making it public. It seems this is something big happening. On the next scarf, countless people are discussing the upcoming global UFO hearing in Xiete country. 666, worthy of being the beacon nation that guides the human race on Earth, even capturing a UFO. Scary. They can even capture UFOs. Has their technology reached this level? Even the lighthouse country is catching UFOs, and some other countries are still researching engines. Hilarious. They already have UFOs, and they're still worried about engines? Maybe controlled nuclear fusion and curvature spacecraft are even out there. Sigh, these two countries are just not on the same level. Indeed, this news clearly shows the difference between your country and the human beacon. You should just focus on cultivating your inner strength. How can you catch up with the human beacon so easily? Chapter 69 Somalia, 3 aircraft carriers. Inside the Black Palace, the Lord in black robe looked at the heated questions from the countless media at the hearing, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This UFO was captured well. It immediately caught the attention of the whole world. This is the demeanor that the world's #1 hegemon should have. He called both Lalton and Dr. X over. He said to Lalton very happily, Lalton, I've thought about it, and I think you're still useful. How about this? You return to your post and continue studying that UFO, trying to uncover all its secrets. Lalton was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master Blackrobe. Also, the UFO is extremely confidential. I alone may not be able to study it thoroughly. I need Dr. X's help. Lalton secretly pushed Dr. X up as well. The Lord in black robe glanced at Dr. X and said calmly, Dr. Esby, right? I've heard of you. I heard you're good at chemical materials. Do you also know about UFOs? Esby. Dr. X's face froze. Lalton quickly corrected him. Mr. Blackrobe, it's X, Dr. X. Okay, Dr. Esby, do you really understand UF? The Lord in black robe seems to be a little hard of hearing. I can't tell the difference between SB and X. Lalton was a little embarrassed and wanted to explain, but Dr. X waved his hand. He said, no one knows more about UFOs than me. Okay, I admire your confidence. Dr. SB, I'm optimistic about you. The Lord in black robe patted Dr. X on the shoulder and let them go. Lalton followed Dr. X out of the Black Temple. In the car, Lalton said to Dr. X awkwardly, I'm sorry, Dr. X, Mr. Blackrobe may be hard of hearing. I hope you don't mind. No, he's not hard of hearing. He's just hitting me on purpose for the person behind him. Dr. X said calmly. Lalton was stunned. The person behind it? There are many extraordinary people of unknown sequence in this continent, and I am just one of them. Since this black-robed master can sit firmly in the Black Palace, if he didn't have some powerful support behind him, something bad would have happened long ago. Dr. X looked calm. Lalton was awed and quickly expressed his loyalty. I am only loyal to Dr. X. Dr. X nodded. The two returned to the biochemical experiment base. I am planning to continue studying the iron pillar. Just then, a subordinate came hurriedly to report. Dr. X, Rachel's trace has been found. Rachel? Rachel has been missing since our last contact. Dr. X initially thought that she was hiding in Dragon Country and was not in a position to respond. It was not until the silent period was over that he vaguely realized that something was wrong, so he sent people out to investigate. He took the document and looked at it. His face suddenly changed. It shows that some time ago, a person who was chopped into a stickman appeared near a remote private street in Singapore. The body could not be identified at the time. As Dr. X's subordinates tracked her down, they could basically confirm that this was Rachel. Death by mysterious lightning? Dr. X frowned. Lawton, who was standing by, was also horrified when he saw that Rachel, who was in the Quasi-A sequence, had turned into a stick figure. What kind of thunder and lightning is this that can turn the daughter of the sun into a stick figure? What a terrible thunder. Lawton, didn't you say you would always be loyal to me? Certainly. Dr. X put the file down and looked at Lawton. So, you want to be the next son of the sun? Oh. After a moment of shock, Lawton broke out in a cold sweat. The previous daughter of the sun has turned into a stick figure. If I become the son of the sun, will I also? Let me think about it again. No, you promised. No, Dr. X. SBU. Lawton was instantly enveloped in a ball of artificial flame. He let out loud cries of screams, sounds of pain, and curses. Dr. X looked at him coldly. If he can get through it, he will be the next fireman. I have another helper. Inside the Black Palace. As night falls, a woman with a tail appeared in the office of the Lord of Black Robe. The door closed automatically. Lizard Queen, you are here. The black-robed lord hurried forward with a respectful look. Over the years, he has been able to sit firmly in the Black Palace, not only with the support of the Chable family, but also with the assistance of this mysterious queen. The Lizard Queen waved her hand, and a green tail dragged gently on the ground. She said, I have a mission. Send someone to carry it out. You say, Your Majesty. In Somalia, I heard that some pirates got a material called Breeman Stone. Send someone to investigate its source. The Lizard Queen said, Breeman Stone is one of the raw materials for Sigma Gene Potion. The Sigma Gene Potion is the only potion that can mass-produce A-sequence gene warriors. However, the raw material of Breeman Stone is very rare. Even she couldn't find any trace of him after traveling all over North America. But now, she heard that some pirates had gotten some from somewhere. Certainly, the pirate died a violent death. She couldn't find the source now, so she planned to ask the Lord of Black Robe to send someone to track it down. I understand, Lizard Queen. Leave this matter to me. The Lord in Black Robe responded quickly. Although the Lizard Queen is powerful, if he doesn't have the intelligence, he still needs to send people to track her down. Hurry up. I'm worried that if this information gets out, it will attract the attention of those old guys in Western Europe. The Lizard Queen urged. Don't worry, if those old guys dare to come, I don't mind letting them have a taste of the carrier-borne missiles on the aircraft carrier. The black-robed master's eyes were sharp. In the Somalia area, there are 2 aircraft carriers from the Xiete Kingdom, both equipped with the most advanced nuclear strike systems. Even the extraordinary beings flying in the sky can be tracked. Although high-sequence transcendents have extraordinary strength, none of them can withstand nuclear weapons. The only problem is that the extraordinary people will not confront nuclear weapons head-on. Most of them are done secretly, unable to track and locate. It's better not to be careless. The Dragon Nation's Longming ship has been wandering around Somalia for a while and has only returned to port in the past few days. If their aircraft carrier comes in and interferes, we may not be able to suppress the entire Somalia with only 2 aircraft carriers. The Lizard Queen shook her head. What she wants is absolute suppression. The Black-robed Lord said immediately. Then let's send the USS Lincoln in the Atlantic as well. Currently, one of the 10 aircraft carriers of the Xiete Kingdom is in the Arctic Ocean. 2 are in the Atlantic. 2 are in the Pacific. 2 are in Somalia and the Southern Indian Ocean. The other 3 ships were around the Antarctic continent, keeping an eye on the dragon god of Dragon Country. Now that the Lizard Queen has spoken, let's dispatch an aircraft carrier from Antarctica. Chapter 70 Go to Dragon Group, Gene Seedling. The Black Temple's UFO global hearing attracted the attention of global media, including Xiuyao. She was half lying on the sofa, with her white and tender feet hanging on Jiang Chen's thighs. She was eating potato chips, spicy strips and melon seeds, and asked Jiang Chen, Honey, what's so lucky about this country of Xiete lately that they even caught a UFO? When can we catch one too? Jiang Chen glanced at the live broadcast on Weibo and smiled without saying anything. Hadian did not release Taiju, but only answered some questions on the spot. So, Shuiyao also didn't know what the Black Palace was catching. If she knew that they were grabbing an iron pillar, she would probably die of laughter. Why would a UFO be so easy to catch? The Dragon Academy is currently making rapid progress in mechas. When our aircraft are released, they will be natural UFOs. Jiang Chen said, with the iron pillar, we have both combat power and defense. And mechas like Tsuehua who are mainly auxiliary. He planned to combine Zuin's flying device to create some heavenly soldiers and generals with wingspan. As heavenly soldiers and generals, how can they not have the ability to fly? Although its speed may not be as fast as Zuanf, a speed of 2 or 3 Mach is enough. Building a UFO? Doesn't that mean I have to work overtime again? Xiao suddenly became a little emo. Jiang Chen pinched her feet and asked with a smile, "Didn't you just say you like UFOs? I'll make one for you, isn't that good?" "No, what I mean is that you can't build UFOs and villains at the same time." Xiao stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen paused. The smile on his face froze. "I think building a UFO might be more important." "That's it." Jiang Chen quickly stood up. "I love scientific research. I love UFOs. Don't run. Shui Yao is chasing after me." Jiang Chen finally got away. Shui Yao was lying on the sofa in depression, scrolling through her phone boredly, when she suddenly noticed the Mole Manor game in the corner that had not been opened for a long time. "The last time I clicked on this thing, a website for the Global Paranormal Research Base popped up." Although Longming department denied the rumor, she knew that the website was real. But because the website was blocked, she couldn't access it again. She clicked on the game again, but the website did not pop up on the interface. She was a little disappointed and wandered around inside for a while. Just as I was about to leave, someone suddenly kept posting a comment in the chat channel. "The latest news from the Global Paranormal Research Base. The Dragon Group is currently searching for genetic mutants. If you are interested, please contact me." Genetic mutant? Do I have a genetic mutation? There was a flicker of lightning in Xiao's eyes. Ever since she was struck by lightning last time, she noticed unusual changes in her body. Not only is the vision wider, the perception is sharper, and the strength is stronger. It can also control electric current. Every time I do morning lessons with Jiang Chen, it brings him a magical electric shock experience. Over time, she felt like she was about to become the king of thunder and lightning. Xiao somehow added that person's contact information. She wanted to know if there were other people in this world with the same genetic mutation as herself. "Hello, I am the Dragon Group introducer. Are you a genetic mutant?" A message came from the other side. Xiao replied, "I don't know, but I feel a slight electric current in my body, and I want to check it out." "Okay, I'll give you an address and you can go there. My referral code, NMKH860SS. Okay da." Xiao was not worried that the other party was a scammer, a thief, a robber, a human trafficker, or some other bad person. If it was one of the above people, she wouldn't mind giving him a vivid lesson on electricity. Xiao packed her things and prepared to go to the address given by the other party. This address is some distance away from Zhujiang City. It will take about 3 or 4 hours. Anyway, Jiang Chen is going to build a UFO tonight, so she plans to go out. The southwest side of Zhujiang City is a mountainous area. Shui Yao also frowned when she drove to the mountains. If she hadn't been able to control the electric current and was still a weak woman like before, she really wouldn't have dared to come over. But now, she plucked up her courage and continued driving forward. I don't know how long it was open. The mountain road was rugged and the car was shaking. It was getting dark outside, so I had to turn on the lights and keep going. Just then, a strong light suddenly came from midair. Armed men suddenly surrounded her, seemingly coming from nowhere. There were shouts and the sound of bullets being loaded. "Who is it? Get off." Xiao quickly adjusted to the light and scanned with her eyes narrowed. Not far away, there was actually a sign hanging there saying it was a military stronghold. She raised her eyebrows. It seemed that this was the legendary Dragon Group base. She got out of the car and immediately said the code. "I was introduced by someone else. The code is NMKH860SS. Base, receive the code, please verify." The armed man outside the car said a few words into the walkie-talkie. Soon, the other side also responded. After the armed personnel confirmed that there was no problem, they put down their weapons and said, "Come with us." Xiao followed them towards a big mountain. But when they got close, the mountain suddenly opened up and a big door appeared. Xiao was secretly surprised. What a confidential place. Soon, she entered the gate and followed the armed men to a training ground. This venue is as big as a football field. Not only are there a large number of strange devices around, but there are also many armed personnel training. Not far away, there were also some people in civilian clothes, men and women, who seemed to be standing there like her. Even, there was also a 90-year-old man with a goatee, wearing a white training suit, looking like an immortal. "Wait here for a moment, someone will come later." The person who brought Xiao and said something to her, and then went to inform the leader of the Dragon Group. Team Leader Long. There are 19 people outside claiming to be genetic mutants. When will the testing begin? In a large conference room, several tall men stood up. One of them was a big man, nearly 2 meters tall. It was the leader of the Dragon Group, Long Kuei. "Let's go, Team Leader Long, and see if there are any good ones among this batch of genetic mutants." "I hope so. I heard that the fourth aircraft carrier is about to be launched, but the fourth commander of the aircraft carrier has not been decided yet. We can't help it. All the high-sequenced genetic warriors of the Dragon Group have been snatched up by the first 3 aircraft carriers. We're currently in a state of lack of talent. If we can't find a good candidate, we can only transfer a qualified genetic warrior from another aircraft carrier. Let's go? Let's go take a look together. Everyone talked and strode towards the training ground. Chapter 71 Enterprise Level Sisterly Party. Enterprise Level Sisterly Account? What Li? What sister? On the other end of the phone. It was Chu Gingyun, the Minister of Science and Technology of Kyoto. He was completely stunned after receiving Long Kuei's call. Li and Dawn, sister and sister. Long Kuei explained helplessly. Just an hour ago, he detected a high-sequence extraordinary person with charged elements, which made him very happy. In terms of strength, this girl is on par with the commanders of the other 3 aircraft carriers. Definitely one of the best candidates for the next aircraft carrier commander. As for knowledge about aircraft carriers, given her level of physical evolution, it was no problem at all. In a year at most, she will be fully qualified to be the commander of the 4th aircraft carrier. The only problem is, this little girl actually requested that the 4th aircraft carrier be named Enterprise-class Sister Li. Such a two-dimensional name. I'm afraid Kyoto won't approve it. Long Kuei smiled bitterly. However, seeing the girl's persistence, he still tried to call Chu Gingyun. Old Chu, this girl has electric elements. She's very powerful and has great potential. It would be a shame to give up on her just like that. Long Kuei explained to Chu Gingyun. The girl had only this one request, and if she was not granted her consent, she would give up. Young people nowadays don't want money or power, but they want to give an aircraft carrier such a two-dimensional name. Chu Gingyun was also shocked. How about you think about it again? Old Long, even if I consider it, I still have to go through the procedures. First, I have to collect suggestions from netizens, then 20 core departments will hold a meeting to vote, and finally the final decision can be made. It's not something I can decide on my own. Chu Gingyun spoke truthfully. Then let's just go through the process. Who knows, maybe by the end of the process, this will really be the name. Okay, I can submit this name, but I can't control whether you can make it to the end. The phone was hung up. Not long. The official Weibo account of the Ministry of Naval Affairs base suddenly launched a voting campaign for the name of the 4th aircraft carrier. There are 10 options in total for this voting activity. 3 of them are official. The remaining 7 are collected from the society. The 4th aircraft carrier is about to be launched? Why is it so easy to launch aircraft carriers like dumplings? Great job making dumplings. My sense of security has increased. Burp. Enterprise level sisterly account? Ha. Why is the official name so funny? Sure. The previous Keel and True Dragon were both pretty normal. This Enterprise class sisterly, I'm a little bit not sisterly, The official account is so funny. I filled in a Papixia account. Is there anyone who supports me? Papixia account is good. My Latiao account is good. I want to challenge you. This is an aircraft carrier. It's a massive thing, a symbol of power. Can you give it some impressive sounding names? I think Emperor of the Ages is a good name. Netizens were discussing the matter, showing off their talents and voting for their favorite aircraft carrier names. Soon, half an hour later, the highest ranking ones are the Enterprise level Sisterly, Papixia, and Taiku Shulong. I didn't expect the Enterprise level Sisterly account to be ranked first. Is this the power of the second dimension? MMP, my Papixia account is not sisterly, brothers. Let's vote together. Almost instantly, tens of thousands of voters pushed Papixia back to the throne. But soon, the Enterprise-level Li Jia account has regained the throne. Then, the gaps of 20,000, 30,000, and 100,000 put Papixia firmly in second place. Husband, come and vote. After dinner, Xiuyao, who was watching TV, suddenly shouted excitedly at Jiang Chen. What to vote for? Jiang Chen walked over puzzled. He has been designing flying wingspans for the heavenly soldiers and generals at the Dragon Science Institute these days. So I am not very clear about the name of the 4th aircraft carrier. Isn't our country about to launch its 4th aircraft carrier? They're even choosing a name now. Yes, the Enterprise-level Sisterly account is the name with the highest number of votes so far. Hey, I think this name is great too. Come on and vote for it. Xiuyao said as she turned on Jiang Chen's phone and logged into Weibo. Help him vote for the Enterprise-level Sisterly account. Enterprise-level Sisterly account? Damn, this name is a bit too D. Are you sure it's acceptable? Jiang Chen took a look and found that this Enterprise-level Sisterly account had received more than 1.8 million votes so far. In a few days, I'm afraid it will exceed 5 million. The second-placed Papixia account also received over 1 million votes. but it is still 500,000 votes away from the enterprise-level sisterly account. As for the others, the gap is even greater. Haha, this is the power of the second dimension. Many people are just voting silently. Xue Yao said very happily. If the Enterprise-class sister Li can really become the name of the fourth aircraft carrier, it would be so cool for her to become the commander of the aircraft carrier. When the time comes, when others see her, they will yell, "Commander Sister Li, please give me your orders." It's very exciting just thinking about it. Certainly. There is another very important reason why she wants to be an aircraft carrier commander. It's so dangerous for Jiang Chen to go out to sea for no reason. Zhujiang 888 is so weak, so pitiful, and so helpless. Shouldn't we send an aircraft carrier to escort him? This will have to be reviewed by many departments. I think it will be difficult to pass. Jiang Chen chuckled. He didn't think that this name would be approved in the end. If this is officially confirmed, the Longming, Longshan, and Longhun will only be filled with question marks. No, I believe the enterprise-level sisterly account will definitely be approved. Xue Yao swore solemnly. Okay, I'm going to bed. I have to work overtime tomorrow. Jiang Chen returned to the bedroom and browsed his moments for a while before going to bed. It has been almost 2 years since he graduated, and many of his classmates have become seamen, make a living in major ocean-going companies. Some are ordinary seamen, sailors. Some have been promoted quickly and have become senior seafarers, third mates. As for the second mate, first mate, captain, and other officers above the third mate, there was not a single one. Certainly, there is one exception. Jiang Chen happened to see this classmate circle of friends. Congratulations to Daddy for successfully securing a major North American client. A new batch of cargo ships is about to set sail. The accompanying picture shows more than a dozen large ocean-going cargo ships leaving the port in a mighty procession. The cargo ship was loaded with more than 10 tons of cargo. The cost of one trip will not exceed 20 million, and the profit will be at least 200 to 300 million. Brother Yang is awesome, worthy of being an ocean shipping company. Brother Yang, it's been almost 2 years since we graduated. Are you free recently? Can we get together? Yes. We agreed to get together more often after graduation. Are you free recently? This post on WeChat Moments quickly attracted comments from former college classmates. Even the teachers from that year came to comment, expressing the hope that Yang Wei could come back and share his success experience with his younger classmates. Successful experience? Jiang Chen almost laughed out loud. Yang Wei is the son of the chairman of Ocean Shipping Group. These cargo ships and customers were obtained by his father using various resources and connections. What successful experience could Yang Wei have? But this did not stop everyone from praising Yang Wei crazily. At your kind invitation, I'm planning to sail a large cargo ship over to the waters near the Pearl River port. Let's get together on the cargo ship. Yang, will cover all the expenses. Is it convenient for everyone to come? In the WeChat group that had been silent for 2 years, Yang Wei suddenly spoke. Chapter 72, Refusing to Attend the Party, Fishing Boat Fire. A party on a cargo ship. Brother Yang, is awesome. I've never experienced a party on a large cargo ship in my life. Yes, a large ocean-going cargo ship costs at least 300 million yuan. Only Brother Yang can afford this. I'm in, even if I have to die. My college classmates, who had been quiet for a long time, suddenly became active. Just then, someone asked, Brother Yang, I saw your WeChat moments and saw that your cargo ship is sailing out to sea on a large scale. Are you able to get a cargo ship? Yang Wei smiled slightly and responded, It's okay. I'll drive out the unused freighter at home. My dad won't tell. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became even more excited. That's amazing. After sending out so many cargo ships, you still have some idle ones at home. I love it. I also want to drive the unused 3-wheeled vehicle at home. Why are you all so rich? You always take out the unused things at home. I am so poor. So broke? Then why not rent out your unused house and car? Wouldn't that make you rich? There's no spare house or car at home. What should I do? Go deposit money in the bank. I heard that if you deposit 100 million, you can earn hundreds of thousands of yuan in interest every day. If you stick with it for a while, you'll have a spare house and car. Then the question arises, how do you deposit 100 million? Where are you putting this nesting doll? You were the first one. In the group, the atmosphere is full of joy and happiness. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I've confirmed that we'll gather near the Pearl River port in 3 days. Yang Wei initiated a group vote. Can we participate in time? Less than 10 minutes. More than 40 students ordered it. There are only a dozen or so students left who haven't ordered yet. Over 40 students is not a small number. Some students may not be coming. They may be busy and unable to make it. It's not a problem. Someone said. Yang Wei nodded. But he looked around and didn't see Jiang Chen. Speaking of which, when they were in college, many boys were keen on praising Yang Wei, but Jiang Chen was the only one who refused to listen. Not a big cold. This made Yang Wei feel a little unhappy. Like a thorn. Everyone is praising and supporting me. Why don't you join? He felt even more unhappy when he learned that the other party had fallen in love online with a beautiful girl from a medical university. How could there be a man more attractive than me at Ocean University? I heard that Jiang Chen is going to be a fisherman near the Pearl River port after graduation. Why don't you join? Yang Wei suddenly asked. Immediately, a classmate understood and tagged Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, are you asleep? Remember to join us when you receive the message. Yes, those of us overseas will rush back, and those near the Pearl River ports should especially participate. That's right, you don't have to give face to others, but you must give face to Brother Yang. Jiang Chen didn't choose to participate because he had no interest. Not to mention, Xu Yao even entered the bedroom wearing a small camisole. It's time to get down to business. As soon as he put down his phone, he received a lot of messages. Take a glance. He replied somewhat helplessly. Sorry, I have to go fishing in a few days. It's just the way it is for a small fisherman. Life is hard. You guys can join us. Have fun. Finished. Jiang Chen turned off his phone. At this kind of gathering, people are either bootlickers or posers, and there is no one you care about, so it's better not to attend. Husband. Xu Yao pounces on her food like a hungry wolf. The next day, Jiang Chen arranged the first batch of celestial soldiers and mechas that had been trained earlier on the Longming. This batch of heavenly soldier mechas, about 10 in number, are mainly used to assist the genetic warriors on the aircraft carrier. It can protect genetic warriors from danger, warn of danger, carry heavy objects, etc. When Jiang Chen brought this group of heavenly soldiers and mechas to the Pearl River military port, Long Xiaodian was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Thanks to Comrade Jiang Chen, the first batch of Sky Soldiers mechas have been deployed on our Dragon Cry. Long Xiaodian laughed heartily. The deployment of mechas can effectively reduce everyone's workload. If a war breaks out, it can also reduce casualties. It can be said that the commanders of major aircraft carriers all want these heavenly soldiers and mechas, especially these mechas that have been trained at the Dragon Academy. No need to thank me. We deployed it on the aircraft carrier to collect more experience data and to supplement the data for the subsequent mechas of the Dragon Academy. Jiang Chen smiled. Only by going out and gaining experience can these heavenly soldiers gain rich combat experience. It is not enough to just keep training at the Dragon Academy. With the massive amount of data collected from missions carried out on aircraft carriers, it will naturally become more intelligent and more efficient in handling sudden crises. Well said. By the way, Xiaojiang, your small fishing boat seems a bit weak to me. If you encounter pirates or something, wouldn't it be easy to capsize? How about this? I'll have the people at the munitions factory install a mortar and a Gatling gun for you. What do you think? Long Xiaodian glanced at the Zhujiang 888 anchored not far away. Although Zhujiang number 888 has a battalion-level organization, its combat effectiveness seems to be average. Although he did not expect this small fishing boat to have any combat effectiveness, it still needed the necessary firepower. A mortar? Can I have another one? Jiang Chen thought about it and decided that he didn't really need this, but he could let Suehua practice. The iron pillar at the back can also control a door. Haha. Okay, you want to train the mecha, right? No problem, but you have to undergo military training. Only after passing the training can you operate this mortar. Long Xiaodian immediately sent someone to the military factory to arrange 2 mortars and a Gatling gun for Jiang Chen. There are also plenty of ammunition, shells, and the like. The entire process is customized according to the specifications of battalion-level units. When the military factory began to deliver weapons from its warehouse to Zhujiang number 888, Jiang Chen was learning how to operate mortars, Gatling guns, etc. at a training ground near the military port. According to the original plan, theory plus practice would take at least 2 weeks. Can barely pass. However, Jiang Chen learns very quickly and mastered the theory in just half a day. This left the military coaches at the training ground confused. A genius in the military academy. Practice it, and let me see how well you can handle your theory. The military coach took Jiang Chen to the training ground. We plan to let him practice on-site the assembly of mortars, the arrangement of ammunition, the loading of Gatling guns, shoulder strength testing, etc. Start. With an order. Jiang Chen ran forward, came to the bulk mortar, and quickly assembled it. Surrounded by many soldiers, Jiang Chen assembled the mortar at an almost astonishing speed. With a sound of firing, the shells were fired. Accurately hit a target on the sea. 6666, this guy is okay. Is he a new soldier? Applause broke out all around. Next, Jiang Chen started operating the Gatling gun. Once this Gatling gun is started, the recoil is extremely strong. Even those who have trained professionally are prone to shoulder dislocation. However, Jiang Chen held the Gatling gun and shot wildly at the target. He didn't let go until he had fired a whole volley of bullets. At last, he ran back. Report to the instructor. The practical training is completed. Did you pass? The military instructor was completely dumbfounded. It was the first time he saw such a tough guy. He walked forward, unbuttoned Jiang Chen's shirt, and looked at his shoulders. Good job. Apart from a few red marks, there was no scar at all. He hit Jiang Chen's shoulder, but the latter didn't move at all. Even he, who had seen many genetic warriors, gave a thumbs up at this moment. Young man, you are good at physical fitness. You've passed the test in my opinion. After the military coach finished speaking, he gave Jiang Chen an S-level evaluation directly on the evaluation form. When the people around saw the S-level evaluation, they immediately broke out into an uproar. This is the military instructor known as Yama Luo. Anyone who can get AB rating from him is already an excellent talent. Those at level A must be genetic warriors. This kid is actually S-level. I'm afraid he went to find the instructor at 3 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 73. The Longming fleet is about to leave the port. 2 days later, Jiang Chen took the evaluation form given by the military instructor and gave it to Long Xiaotian. When Long Xiaotian saw the S-level evaluation above, he was also stunned. It's only been a few days? It seems that you have good physical fitness. Long Xiaotian did not doubt the military instructor, but looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. I didn't realize that this genius from Longming Academy is actually such a good seedling with strong physical fitness. No wonder this guy is staring at his commander's position. Yes, you can operate the mortars and Gatling guns on the fishing boat. In addition, the Dragon Roar is about to leave the port this afternoon. I'd like to say hello to you first. See you next time, which may be a year from now. Long Xiaotian patted Jiang Chen. This time I returned to Hong Kong mainly to take a short rest and to add Zhujiang 888 to the organization. It's almost time to go back to Somalia for patrol. There are many cargo ships from Longwa coming in and out, and there are pirates. If the cargo ship does not leave the port for a long time, the pirates will take the risk of robbing it. Afternoon. What time? About 4 o'clock. Okay, I'll go tell my wife that I plan to leave the port this afternoon as well. The power system of Kwafu chasing the sun has been almost researched. In addition to being installed on Taizhou, Suihua, and Zuanv, it will also be installed on the 4th aircraft carrier later. Now, it's almost time to go out to sea again. But this time, the southern waters and the southern Indian Ocean have been explored. Next, you can go east to the Pacific Ocean or west to Somalia. But, since the Longming is planning to go to Somalia for escort, Jiang Chen planned to take a ride and go to Somalia first. Good. After making an appointment with Long Xiaotian, Jiang Chen went to the medical university to find Shui Yao first. But this girl was not in the dormitory, and no one knew where she went. When she comes back, tell her I'm out to sea. Jiang Chen sent a message to Shui Yao, but before leaving, he also told Shui Yao's female roommate. Yeah, I'll tell her. The female roommate blushed slightly, and she didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Jiang Chen left. She immediately hid the plastic stick that she had forgotten to pick up on the table. Jiang Chen rushed to Longka Institute without stopping and found Xia Zhongshuan. Dean Xia, I'm taking Suihua out to sea for training. It'll take some time. Xia Zhongshuan stood up and nodded. Suihua had been installed with wingspan by Jiang Chen a few days ago, so it would be nice to pull her out for some training. But after a pause, he reminded Jiang Chen, since you are going to Somalia this time, you must be careful. There are not only pirates there, but also aircraft carriers from the Xiete Kingdom. According to some recent news, another aircraft carrier from the Xiete Kingdom is heading towards Somalia. 3 aircraft carriers? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. On the Somali side, there are 2 aircraft carriers from the Xiete Kingdom all year round, not only keeping an eye on the pirates, but also on the Longming. Unexpectedly, the other party has now sent out another aircraft carrier. Could it be that they want to take over the entire sea area while the Longming is back in port? No. We must take back our position. Don't worry, Long Xiaotian installed firepower on my small fishing boat. If they really encounter pirates, they will have to think carefully. Jiang Chen assured Xia Zhongshuan and then left with Suihua. Xia Zhongshuan looked at Jiang Chen's back as he left and couldn't help but smile bitterly. How come this guy is so fearless of death? He even wants to have a PK with the pirates. The sea area not far from the Pearl River port. A large cargo ship with the words Ocean Shipping Group printed on it was slowly sailing towards us from the sea not far away. There was a man standing on the freighter. It was Yang Wei. However, the containers on the cargo ship have been emptied. Instead, There are some parasols, dining tables, barbecue grills, sofas, bathing chairs, etc. It looks more like a Syrian post-war industrial style than an ordinary cruise ship. Brother Yang's freighter is here. Awesome, this large freighter, I love it. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a cargo ship converted into a cruise ship. I have to take a good set of photos of it. The group of people waiting at the port terminal immediately became excited when they saw this scene. Soon, the cargo ship docked at the pier. Lower the steel plate for boarding. More than 40 people lined up one by one to board the boat. Welcome everyone to my freighter. Everyone can have some barbecue first. Later, when we go out to sea, we can also fish and make homemade barbecue at sea. Yang Wei greeted everyone with a smile. Great. Brother Yang 6666. Everyone cheered. Wait until everyone is on board. Yang Wei glanced around and indeed did not see Jiang Chen. He said with a look of regret, Jiang Chen really didn't come. It's his loss if he doesn't come. That's right, he's destined to be a fisherman. He really has no vision for not taking such a good opportunity. Several boys echoed with a flattering look on their faces. Forget it. Let's not talk about him anymore. It's too sunny standing here. Let's go to the deck. There are parasols there. Everyone, feel free to eat and drink. Yang Wei waved his hand, and immediately the waiters started serving various barbecues, fruit plates, drinks, etc. Yang Wei sat on a wooden chair, and the others gathered around him. Brother Yang, I heard there's a military port not far ahead. Is that true? A boy suddenly asked curiously. Yang Wei glanced in the direction of half a mile away and nodded. Yes, there is a military port over there. Destroyers, cruisers, and even aircraft carriers often leave and enter the port. Oh, by the way, I heard from my dad that the Dragon Roar seemed to have returned a few days ago. I wonder if it's still in the port now. Yang Wei gave everyone some scientific knowledge. Yes, I watched the news too. It seems that on the day we returned, the Longming even arranged a shipboard ceremony for a small fishing boat. I remember it was trending on Weibo. Another person added, to bring the small fishing boats aboard? Really? Too bad I didn't see it. Some were surprised, some were regretful, and some of them had been out to sea all year round and had long stopped paying attention to Weibo. Only some star-chasing girls and people who like to watch the fun will often go to Weibo to follow the hot searches every day. What small fishing boat? Those are just random guesses from netizens. My guess is, it could be a new type of amphibious landing ship. Yang Wei waved his hands, looking like he understood. When everyone heard this, they all understood and praised him. Brother Yang still knows more. I was wondering how a small fishing boat could possibly join an aircraft carrier formation. It turns out it's an amphibious landing ship. Come on, let's toast to Brother Yang. A group of people toasted together. Almost ready. Lao Su, get ready to set sail. I'll take everyone to the sea to fish. Yang Wei picked up the walkie-talkie and gave orders to the captain of the freighter. After receiving the order, the captain of the freighter immediately started the freighter and began to leave the port and head south. And the moment they started, half a mile away at the Zhujiang military port, there was a sudden roar of an aircraft carrier about to leave the port. Pearl River Port, please note, this is the Pearl River Military Port Command. The Longming fleet will depart in 10 minutes. The route has been sent. Please remind all ships entering and leaving the port to avoid it. Chapter 74. Small fishing boats follow the aircraft carrier out of the port. The sea area outside the Pearl River is very vast. Compared with the narrow waters of Malacca, it is much larger. So, faced with the Longming ship about to set sail, the base did not issue an order to stop sailing for half an hour. Instead, a reminder was sent to all ships entering and leaving the port to pay attention and avoid the danger. Attention all vessels entering and leaving the Pearl River. The Longming aircraft carrier formation is about to depart. Please stay out of the way. Yang Wei on the freighter also received a radio call from the Navy base. When everyone heard the broadcast, they were immediately excited. Shit, the Dragon Roar hasn't left the port yet. What a coincidence. We actually encountered an aircraft carrier formation leaving the port. Can we watch it from a distance? Yang Wei listened to the approximate route reported on the radio and asked the captain of the freighter to stop in the nearby waters. The carrier formation's route is about half a nautical mile ahead. If it gets any closer, we won't be able to get any closer. Yang Wei's cargo ship stopped in the western area of the southern waters, intending to observe the southward-bound aircraft carrier formation from a distance. Everyone went to the deck and looked at the sea to the east. Yang Wei picked up the telescope, took a look, and said, "It hasn't come yet. I'll tell you when it comes." And at this moment, in the military port, the Dragon Roar finally started. This time it left the port in a reorganized form. The formation adopted is the house formation. The so-called house formation means that the Bone Dragon cruiser leads the way in front of the Dragon Roar. On the left are the Pterosaur cruiser and the Diplodocus cruiser. On the right are the Yulong cruiser and the Ceratops cruiser. The whole forms a house-like structure. As for the frigates and destroyers, there are 13 of them in total, roughly distributed around the cruiser, protecting the aircraft carrier in the middle. 500 meters underwater is the nuclear submarine Jiaolong, 8 tang long early warning aircraft. They are distributed in 8 directions above the aircraft carrier: east, south, west, north, up, down, left, and right. The distance is also widened, enough to cover the vision of 300 to 400 nautical miles around. As for the JF-17 Thunderfighter jet, it was lying quietly on the deck, ready to take off at any time. Why hasn't Jiang Chen come yet? In the aircraft carrier command room, Long Xiaotian had already prepared the aircraft carrier formation for departure according to the scheduled time. However, Jiang Chen had not appeared at the port at this time. Let's go first. The aircraft carrier has been launched, and Long Xiaotian did not stay for too long. Zhujiang 888 was not included in the mission to Somalia, so it's now out of formation. You don't have to accompany me. Soon, the aircraft carrier formation has sailed 3 nautical miles and is heading south in a mighty manner. Yang Wei, who was in the sea not far away, also noticed that the aircraft carrier was heading towards the predetermined route. He immediately said excitedly, "Everyone, pay attention, the aircraft carrier is coming. It's not very clear, but you can get a general idea. Finally, you're here. Can we take a picture?" Everyone looked excited and stood on the deck, looking for a seat. I want to capture both myself and the aircraft carrier in the camera when it passes by. When everyone on the freighter was looking forward to taking a photo with the aircraft carrier, Jiang Chen, Sohua, and Jean Dai Bird finally arrived at the Pearl River military port. Has the aircraft carrier been launched? Jiang Chen stood at the port and could only vaguely see the back of the aircraft carrier. Just now on the road, a part fell off Tsuehua's wings. He had no choice but to go to the military factory again. It's a little late. However, the aircraft carrier is still in sight, and Jiang Chen is very confident in the power system of Zhujiang 888. Enough to catch up with the aircraft carrier. Set off. Jiang Chen started the small fishing boat. The golden bird flew 50 meters above his head. Tsuehua stood next to the mortar, ready to launch a fire attack at any time. Longming Command Center, this is Shenglong AWACS 3. We've detected Zhujiang 888 approaching 3 nautical miles from us. Based on its speed, it will dock in half an hour. No, 15 minutes. No, 6 minutes. The early warning aircraft corrected the encounter time 3 times in succession based on the speed of Zhujiang 888. Long Xiaotian, who was in the command room, was also stunned when he heard the warning from the early warning aircraft. This speed so fast. He took out his binoculars and looked behind him. I saw Zhujiang number 888 rushing towards me in a skipping stone manner. Damn it, why did his ship fly out of the sea? Long Xiaotian was dumbfounded. Zhujiang 888, because its power system is too powerful, is currently in a state of flying out of the sea and then falling back into the sea. It looks like a stone skipping on the water. Hey, this back push is even more powerful than Xueyao's. Jiang Chen on the fishing boat was controlling the power system with an excited look on his face. He had already controlled the power system's efficiency to 10%, but the small fishing boat still felt like it was about to fly, to the extent that the whole ship was in a state of ups and downs. And the celestial general Tsuehua kept correcting her balance system in this violent fluctuation. It will shake a little at first, but after a few times, the intelligent system can quickly make balancing movements based on the shaking data. So soon Tsuehua stopped moving. Zhujiang 888, this is the Longming Command Center. Your position is 100 meters to the left of the aircraft carrier. It was about to catch up with the aircraft carrier. At this moment, Jiang Chen received a radio call from Long Xiaotian. Received by Zhujiang 888. According to the location and distance mentioned by Long Xiaotian, Jiang Chen drove towards the left side of the Longming. As Zhujiang 888 approached, several frigates that were originally located at the tail of Longming moved out of the way. Let Zhujiang 888 enter the formation. This scene happened to be seen by Yang Wei and others who were sailing 3 nautical miles away. The aircraft carrier is coming. The aircraft carrier is coming. Everyone take a photo. Everyone is excited. Suddenly, I noticed another ship rushing towards me from behind. Hey, what kind of ship is that? How dare it chase an aircraft carrier? Looks like a fishing boat. Holy crap, this guy is really trying to scuttle an aircraft carrier. If this is a scam, how much compensation will I have to pay? Everyone put down their phones and broke out in cold sweats. If it encounters even one destroyer in the aircraft carrier formation, it will be in big trouble. It really is a small fishing boat. Less than half a mile away, everyone finally saw that this thing was very small. In front of the aircraft carrier, it was just a little chicken. You're really courting death. Those destroyers at the tail will knock it away. Yang Wei also watched with interest as the fishing boat rushed towards the aircraft carrier formation. I want to see what happens if I offend an aircraft carrier formation. However, next second, as Zhujiang 888 approached, the destroyers at the tail actually gave way. The small fishing boat rushed into the sea area on the left side of the aircraft carrier without any hindrance. It's like a hen spreading her wings as soon as she sees her chicks returning to the nest. The little chick also jumped in. Chapter 75, Pirates? Small fishing boat chase. What's going on? A fishing boat rushed into an aircraft carrier formation. Everyone on the freighter was stunned. I wanted to see more clearly, but unfortunately the small fishing boat was blocked by the huge figure of the aircraft carrier. Everyone could only look at Yang Wei in confusion, wondering what was going on. At this moment, 1,000 alpaca horses were flying through Yang Wei's heart. Small fishing boats can join the aircraft carrier formation. Can't my ocean-going cargo ship lead the way in front of the aircraft carrier? Could this small fishing boat be the one that joined the ship a while ago? Just then, someone suddenly asked. After these words came out, Yang Wei's face turned unhappy. He just said that there were no small fishing boats joining the aircraft carrier formation, but rather amphibious landing ships. Result. Now a small fishing boat appeared and joined the aircraft carrier formation. Can't you see? This is an amphibious fishing warship. That's what Brother Yang is talking about. Another classmate helped to explain in a flattering manner. Oh, so that's how it is. Ah, yes, what Brother Yang said is indeed correct. Everyone suddenly realized what was happening and gave Yang Wei a way out. Yang Wei was speechless. Anyone could see that this was not a warship, but just a small fishing boat. You are calling a fishing boat a warship. After Jiang Chen drove Zhujiang 888 into the aircraft carrier formation, he immediately slowed down. If this continues to skip, it will rush in front of the aircraft carrier. Departure. First stop, Singapore port. The Longming formation was completely formed, and Long Xiaotian issued orders. The aircraft carrier formation, which covered an area of more than 10 nautical miles, marched southward in a mighty manner. Zhujiang 888 is the closest to the aircraft carrier, only 100 or 200 meters away. Maybe because it's so small, you can get closer. The Winglong cruiser on the left was at least 3 nautical miles away from the aircraft carrier, which was a very long distance. As the sea area expands, the distance is widening. The vision is also becoming wider and wider. It can be said that Zhujiang number 888 is the safest. After all, the base camp is not far away. Not only the JF-17, but also shipborne missiles. Suehua, you drive the boat. I'll take a break. Jiang Chen greeted Suehua and began to take a nap. Besides him, there is Suehua on this fishing boat. A golden dye bird is flying in the sky, and each person and one mecha take turns on duty. I don't know how long I rested. Suddenly, Long Xiaotian's urgent order came over the radio. Attention all units. This is the aircraft carrier command center. Skynet radar indicates a large number of unidentified individuals and hidden assault boats on an unnamed island ahead. Be prepared for combat at all times. Jiang Chen shuddered and sat up suddenly. Pirate. Oh shit. The last time we encountered pirates was in the southern waters, but I didn't expect to encounter them again this time. This time it was an aircraft carrier passing by, and the radar was more accurate. I didn't expect there were still pirates lurking there. You are really looking for death. Jiang Chen immediately picked up the intercom and shouted at Long Xiaotian. Pearl River 888 received. We are ready for battle. That's it. Jiang Chen ordered Suehua. Suehua, you go to the mortars. I'll drive the boat. If you see pirates, just fire. Shoot them to death. Yes. Suehua stood in front of the mortar in an orderly manner. Zhujiang number 888 has 2 mortars, one on the left and one on the right. Can be responsible for medium and long-range attacks. There is also a Gatling gun located on the right side of the cockpit. If you encounter a close enemy, the Gatling gun will directly cover you with fire. Please be careful, Zhujiang 888. When Long Xiaotian heard Jiang Chen's roar, he was also stunned. But react. Zhujiang number 888 is also a battalion-level combat unit. Although it has fewer people, it is equipped with firepower after all, and Jiang Chen has also passed military training. Although it was the first time to practice, it did meet the requirements. So he just reminded Jiang Chen. Receive. Based on the pirates' location sent by the aircraft carrier, Jiang Chen began to rush towards the sea area in front. And now, The winged dragon cruiser on the left also sent destroyers to surround the nameless island. This is a military achievement. I must get it first. Seeing the destroyer approaching, Jiang Chen was not willing to be outdone and began to speed up Zhujiang 888. Although the destroyer is also fast, it is far slower than the Zhujiang 888 equipped with the Hui engine. In addition, it is small in size. Once it speeds up, it will instantly rush to a few nautical miles in front of the aircraft carrier like a skipping stone on the water. Brother, it's bad. There are warships rushing towards us from the right and north. We seem to have been discovered by the aircraft carrier formation on an unnamed island. A shirtless pirate, with his face covered and an AK in hand, nervously scanned the surrounding sea with a telescope. They had already observed the aircraft carrier and had secretly hidden themselves away. I originally wanted to wait for the other party to leave before going out to do anything. But when they saw the cruisers in the other formation suddenly send out destroyers, they immediately panicked. Don't be nervous. They might be conducting a routine check. They won't easily. The leading pirate, wearing a red headband, was speaking when he suddenly turned around and jumped into the assault boat, then quickly fled to the west. Damn it, brothers, run. When the other pirates saw this, they were all frightened and rushed onto the assault boat, scrambling to flee to the west. Jiang Chen was about to reach the sea near the island when he suddenly saw more than a dozen assault boats rushing out and fleeing towards the west. He suddenly shouted, "Not good. The pirates are escaping. Report to the commander. The pirates are fleeing. Our ship is pursuing them." Jiang Chen threw down the radio and began to improve the power system of the fishing boat to 20% of its performance. Whoosh! The small fishing boat flew more than 3 meters high at that time. Like a sharp sword, it glided for dozens of meters before heavily hitting the sea surface, causing a huge wave. Boss, there's a fishing boat chasing us." On the fastest speedboat, a pirate suddenly said to the boss. The pirate with the red headband looked back and saw that the thing rushing in front was actually a fishing boat. As for the destroyer, it is still behind. Nah, a small fishing boat dares to be so arrogant? The red-haired pirate wanted to fight back. But then I thought, there was a destroyer chasing us from behind. Forget it, I'll let you go." He immediately sped up and fled. However, Jiang Chen didn't want to let the other person go at all. When the distance between them and the opponent was less than 500 meters, Jiang Chen yelled at Suehua, "Fire! Fire! Fire at the pirates!" Yes. Suehua was familiar with the route. She installed the shells and, based on her positioning, fired a shell at the pirates in front. Boom. The first shell landed on the left side of the red-haired pirate, and the waves it created almost overturned the pirate's assault boat. The target was missed and correction is being made. Suehua's first shot missed, but the intelligent combat system quickly corrected the launch position and prepared to fire the second shot. Damn, where did the shells come from? From the destroyer? The red-haired pirate's head was buzzing, and he was scared out of his wits. The destroyer hasn't even arrived yet, and it's already launching long-range missiles? But fortunately, this missile has inaccurate positioning. The red-haired pirate was secretly rejoicing. Just then, the second shell flew over. He and his assault boat were torn apart on the spot. Chapter 76, First-Class Merit, Positive Energy. Get it? Seeing the pirate ship that ran the farthest away being blown away, Jiang Chen roared excitedly. He did not stop fighting and continued to drive the small fishing boat frantically, speeding towards the other fleeing assault boats. Suehua cowhide, please continue to fire accurately. Beat these pirates to death. Jiang Chen, who had experience being chased by pirates, was merciless at this moment. Boom. Boom. I have to say, Suehua's intelligent learning system is truly excellent. Except for the first shot which did not hit the target completely, the remaining 8 shots all hit the target accurately. Brother, spare our lives. We won't run away. The pirates on the remaining assault boats were so scared that they stood still and shouted for mercy through loudspeakers. They all held white flags in their hands. Those who don't have a white flag pulled out their pants and held them high. Jiang Chen would not kill those who surrendered, so he asked Suehua to stop. And at this time, the destroyers finally arrived and stopped all the assault boats. Pearl River 888, you're awesome. Your artillery fire is so accurate. The destroyer captains were stunned when they saw the sea littered with broken assault boats and assault boats raising white flags in surrender. They also want to come here to pick up some military merits. Result: they were all subdued in no time by Zhujiang number 888. Those who were not subdued were so scared that they threw down their guns and raised the surrender flag. It was Suehua who beat her. She's a mecha. Jiang Chen jumped up and patted Suehua on the shoulder. She is nearly 2 meters tall, but has a lowly face. When she has sex, she is fierce and violent. What an awesome fire-starter mecha. Everyone praised it. It's over, Suehua. You are going to win the title of the best Fire Bun King. Jiang Chen smiled. Wu Yuzi. Suehua used internet language to express her shame. Zhujiang 888. This is the Aircraft Carrier Command Center. What is the battle situation? Are there any casualties? Just then, Long Xiaodian sent a radio message with some concern. After all, it was a small fishing boat, and its firepower was not very strong. Jiang Chen is also the person in charge of the heavenly soldiers and generals. If something really happened, Xia Zhongshuan would beat himself. Jiang Chen immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Reporting to the commander, I have captured all the pirates. Please give me your instructions. What? Take them all. Long Xiaodian arrived late in an aircraft carrier. When he arrived at this sea area, the destroyers had already sent out combat boats to clean up the battlefield. Is this all done by a fishing boat called Zhujiang 888? Long Xiaodian asked in surprise. The captains of the other destroyers smiled bitterly and said, Commander, when we came here, the pirates who were not killed by the mortars all raised the white flag. Good. Well done. Pearl River 888. This time you and all your fellow members of Pearl River 888 have been awarded a first-class military merit. I'll apply for military badges for you from the Navy base later. Long Xiaodian laughed. This small fishing boat is really capable. He dares to be the first one to board the pirates when he sees them. It was his first battle, but he was not only not afraid of death, he also won a great victory. This is definitely an excellent combat unit. Thank you, Commander. Jiang Chen looked delighted. A good start, first-class merit. Pearl River 888, please return to the fleet. After the Weilong destroyer has cleaned up the battlefield, continue south. Long Xiaodian issued an order. When Zhujiang 888 dealt with a group of pirates of up to 20 people and continued to follow the aircraft carrier south. In a secret dragon group base, Xueyao is following some genetic warriors for training here. Xueyao's own electrical element has great power, so she doesn't need much training. The main focus is on learning military and mechanical theories, as well as knowledge about aircraft carrier combat. If it is an ordinary military academy genius, it will take at least 3 years to complete the studies. But Xueyao's brain and Du meridians seemed to be opened, and she could learn any knowledge very quickly. This afternoon, she finished studying another large book on warships. I can almost recite it by heart. She seemed to have known all the equipment on various warships since she was a child. You will instantly master the functions, effects, and maintenance methods. Genius, genius. This is a person with genetic evolution, a natural talent. Long Kuei sat in the command room, watching Shui Yao's performance with excitement on his face. It's like finding a talent. Now, in the rest area, the other genetic mutants were grumbling that the training was too hard. Shui Yao, however, was leisurely chatting with Long Shi. Sister Long Shi, when will the 4th aircraft carrier be launched? Shui Yao asked Long Shi. Long Shi graduated from a military academy and later joined the Dragon Group for training to become a B-sequence gene warrior. She has recently been training this group of newcomers in the Dragon Group. According to Long Kuei's estimation, at least 10 B-sequence genetic warriors will emerge from this group of people. As for the A-sequence, currently only Shui Yao has this potential. So, Long Shi also takes the most care of Shui Yao. The two of them only had a brief contact of more than a day, but they became good friends who could talk about anything. I don't know the exact time either. But, don't worry. With your current strength, unless someone stronger than you appears, you will definitely be the future commander of the 4th aircraft carrier. Long Shi knew that Shui Yao wanted to become the commander of the 4th aircraft carrier as soon as possible, so he comforted her not to worry. All right. I have another question that I want to ask you. Shui Yao rested her snow-white chin on her hand, her eyes lost in thought. What's the problem? Long Shi picked up a glass of energy water and was about to moisten his throat and replenish his energy. Shui Yao spoke. You said, I'm driving the aircraft carrier, and my husband is driving me. According to the principle of equivalence of power transmission, is this equivalent to my husband driving the aircraft carrier? Puff. Long Shi spat out a mouthful of water on the spot. She widened her eyes and stared at Shui Yao in disbelief. Control? Honey, it's broad daylight. As a heroic and upright girl who graduated from a military academy, Long Shi had never seen such a wild girl. As expected of the future commander of the Enterprise-class sisterly, your understanding of the Enterprise level is truly Enterprise class. Long Shi blushed and said to Shui Yao, it should be considered. Yeah, that's wonderful. When Shui Yao heard Long Shi's approval, she immediately went back to studying military theory with a happy look on her face. Long Shi looked at Shui Yao's back and couldn't help but mutter to himself. How could there be such a thing in this world? A girl full of positive energy. Chapter 77 Life Number 1, Sigma. 2 days later, the Longming aircraft carrier formation appeared in the waters southeast of Sri Lanka. The last time Jiang Chen drove the Pearl River 888, he went south along Sri Lanka and reached near the equator. But this time, the Longming will head west to Somalia, which is about 1,500 nautical miles away. Just as the aircraft carrier formation was passing by Sri Lanka, 200 nautical miles to the north. The clean and sanitary ships, fresh out of the Bay of Bengal. This time, they will head to the South Indian Ocean to paddle. This voyage went very smoothly. Aside from 3 electrical leakage incidents, overall, it was much better than last time. On the clean ship, Amir looked very satisfied. Being able to successfully set sail within half an hour was much smoother than last time. Last time, there was an accident with the power system, and then there was a water leak. Later, the GPS was cut off by Xiete Kingdom, so we had to return to Hong Kong and stay at home. King Command Room. This is the Monitor Lizard early warning aircraft. We've detected a Dragon Nation aircraft carrier formation near Sri Lanka in the southern waters. Preliminary assessment. It's the Dragon Nation's Dragon God aircraft carrier formation. The radar system is being corrected. It should be the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation. That's not right. It seems to be the Dragon Roar. Yes, it is the Dragon Roar. The early warning aircraft was finally confirmed. Amir said calmly, "No need to correct it. It's not important. Because, whether it is the Dragon God, the Dragon Soul, or the Dragon Roar, they can't beat them all. There's no point in correcting it, just avoid it." But think about it. He still sent a radio message to Salman, the commander of the sanitation. Sanitation, this is the cleanliness. We have detected the Dragon Kingdom aircraft carrier in the southern waters. Please go and pursue it. Commander Amir, why don't you pursue them? Salman asked. Why should I do this kind of thing where an egg hits a stone? Do you think I'm stupid? Amir said. Because our fighter jet has lost power, it is not convenient to pursue them for the time being. You guys go and give chase. Salman sneered. Sorry, our pilot ate too much masala and has diarrhea, so it's not convenient for him to pursue. If that's the case, then forget it. It's not about forgetting it, but letting them go for now. Bingo. Kiss kiss. At the same time, the Shenglong early warning aircraft had also detected the clean and hygienic numbers a long time ago. Reporting to the commander, this is Tang Long AWACS 6. Clean and sanitary are slowing down and are currently heading south at 1 nautical mile per hour. It is estimated that it will take 200 years to catch up with us. They know what's best for them. Long Xiaotian chuckled. Previously, the cleansing had once been so ignorant that it deliberately went south to block the way of the Longming. He launched an electronic information jamming war on the spot, directly blinding the opponent's radar system and electronic communications. If an aircraft carrier formation loses its radar system and wireless communications, it is like losing its eyes. What threat can a blind man pose on the sea? I'm afraid I can't even tell the direction of the sea. Naturally, the Clean was frightened and stayed on the spot for a long time. It was not until the Dragon sound left that they gradually restored their electronic communications and radar systems. This time, when they encountered the Longming aircraft carrier formation, they naturally gave way and dared not encounter it again. On the Pearl River 888, Jiang Chen didn't know that the 2 major aircraft carriers in the north had actually retreated. He sat on the fishing boat, let Suehua control the direction, and he sat at the bow and cast the fishing net. Last time, he went south along Sri Lanka to the equator. This time when we were traveling west and past Sri Lanka, the system displayed the fog area. Wow. The fishing net fell into the sea and the fishing began. Zhujiang 888, the Weilong destroyer has caught some big fish and is grilling them. Would you like to send some? Thank you, Commander. Not long. A large amount of seafood barbecue, drinks, etc. were delivered to Zhujiang 888. Jiang Chen was eating barbecue while sitting at the bow of the boat fishing. About an hour passed. After eating and drinking, Jiang Chen burped and was about to take a rest. The system suddenly prompted, "A large catch has been caught. Please close the net in time." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He stood up and quickly pulled the net. Crash. After the fishing net was pulled up, Jiang Chen saw the big cargo that the system mentioned at a glance. Because this big piece of stuff has such a strange shape. Wine bottle. Jiang Chen took out the bottle in surprise. The bottle was a curiously shaped wine bottle, just big enough to hold. There is some blue liquid inside. You can shake it, but it won't come out. You need to break the bottle to get the liquid out. Life number 1 drug, a sequence gene drug, can increase a person's lifespan by 30 years without any side effects. Just then, the system made an introduction. Life potion number 1. No side effects for anyone. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The last Sigma gene drug had severe side effects on 99% of people. Unexpected. This life number 1 actually has no side effects on anyone. You must know. All genetic drugs, especially those that enhance physical fitness, carry certain risks, so special departments will select a group of people with stronger physical fitness to experiment with these genetic drugs. Most ordinary people cannot take this kind of genetic medicine. Although life number 1 is not a combat-type genetic medicine, it can prolong life. The development of science and technology should benefit more ordinary people. That would be more meaningful. Jiang Chen had this belief after seeing the cyberpunk-style gap between the rich and the poor in Kuala Lumpur last time. This kind of inclusive biotechnology makes him even more excited. If this medicine is widely used, it will not only increase the life expectancy of all citizens, but also enable the development of the entire society to enter a healthier and more civilized state. Jiang Chen thought. At the same time, Arabian Sea area. The aircraft carrier USS Lincoln from the country of Xiete is cruising nearby. They occupied all shipping routes within several hundred nautical miles and did not allow any ships to approach. Once you get close, you will be warned and expelled immediately. Reporting to Lincoln Command, this is Falcon AWACS 8. To the southeast, the Longming aircraft carrier formation is heading towards Somalia. Dragon roar? Humph, just don't disturb us while we're doing our work. In the command room, there was a tall white man with eyes like a hawk and a defiant voice. He urged his subordinates, "Tell George and the others to dig faster. If they slow down any further, I will kick their asses with my 30 centimeters high heels." Yes. See the subordinates leave. Lincoln breathed a sigh of relief. He was originally keeping an eye on the dragon god in the Antarctic continent. However, Lord Blackrobe suddenly ordered him to come and investigate the matter of the Bridgman Stone. After his investigation, he found that the Bridgman Stone was a strange stone that was only found on a small island. He didn't know what this thing was used for, but since the Black-Robed Master had given the order, he immediately ordered his subordinates to drive the assault boat to the island to dig out the stones. In order to prevent the excavation work from being interfered with by others, he directly dispatched an aircraft carrier formation to occupy the nearby waters of several hundred nautical miles. Chapter 78 Maldives, the Oil Prince. Unconsciously, the Longming aircraft carrier formation has arrived in the Maldives area. Any ship coming out of the Strait of Malacca heading to Somalia will definitely pass through the waters near the Maldives. So, Maldives has become a world-famous tourist destination. When the Longming was about to pass by the Maldives, Long Xiaotian also monitored the Lincoln in the northwest direction through the early warning aircraft. But this time he was not heading to the Arabian Sea in the north, but to Somalia. Zhujiang 888. The aircraft carrier formation is about to begin speeding up. Please be prepared. Long Xiaotian sent a radio message. After placing life number 1 and starting fishing again, Jiang Chen hesitated when he heard the radio. With the Maldives as the center, there is the Arabian Sea to the northwest, Somalia to the west, and the equator to the south. There are still many foggy areas around that have not been explored. Think about it. He responded to Long Xiaotian. Reporting to the commander, I intend to train the robot bird and manhwa in this sea area and request to be separated from the formation. Soon, Long Xiaotian asked the assault boat to deliver him a batch of shells and ammunition. Be careful. If you have any questions, call the control room directly. Thank you, Commander. Jiang Chen took the ammunition. We've already chased down a batch of pirates, and now it's time to replenish our ammunition depot. The aircraft carrier formation began to accelerate westward, preparing to cross the Maldives and enter the Somali waters. Zhujiang number 888 continued to sail leisurely. Maldives, a world-famous tourist destination. Many people who want to get married, travel, go on vacation, or just let themselves go choose to come to this beautiful island isolated overseas to enjoy the happiness of a paradise. Now, outside a 7-star hotel in Maldives, on a private beach, a woman wearing a bikini, with a graceful figure but a slightly outward-facing toe, is lying under a parasol and sunbathing, wearing sunglasses. The woman was none other than Sakura Yuaner from the Sakura country. She is on vacation in the Maldives recently, enjoying sunbathing and preparing to make her skin healthier. Just then, a man wearing colorful shorts was walking towards the beach not far away. He walked towards Yuaner, holding 2 glasses of foreign wine, and greeted her in broken Sakura language. Princess Ingya, long time no see. Yuaner took off her sunglasses and looked at the other person with a frown. This is my exclusive beach. How dare someone trespass here? She looked towards the entrance and found that her 3 personal bodyguards had been stopped by a dozen stronger bodyguards, who were looking at her helplessly. Mr. Sarat, it's not nice of you to come to the beach uninvited. Ingyawaner put on a thin coat and stood up dissatisfied. This Sharat is the crown prince from the Middle East. His family is in the oil mining business. He has assets worth trillions of dollars and is known as the oil prince. But she is not short of money and has no interest in the Middle East. Therefore, he is not very interested in this so-called oil prince. Especially, seeing the other party enter the beach uninvited made her frown slightly. Sarat handed over the wine and spoke very gentlemanly. Princess Ingya, please don't be angry. I saw you at the banquet and fell in love with you at first sight. Please forgive my intrusion. After all this is because you are too beautiful. Sarat spoke the lines he had learned with deep emotion. It is said that Sakura women like this kind of love talk, so he learned it. However, Ingyawaner frowned even deeper. God damn, all the faults are because I'm too beautiful. I dare say. Is this still my fault? What a stupid logic. No need to apologize, just leave here, or I'll call security. Ingyawaner said coldly. Sarat was holding the wine, feeling a little embarrassed. He said, Princess Ingya, don't be so unkind. Why? You want to play some international joke? Ingyawaner stared at him without fear. He was just the crown prince of the Middle East. After all, she was the Sakura princess and the symbol of the country. Sarat chuckled. Princess Ingya, that's not true. Our countries are friendly and mutually supportive. Why would I want to play an international joke? I came here mainly to invite you to take a ride on my private cruise ship. You won't even agree to this request, will you? Sarat looked at Ingyawaner expectantly. He heard that women in East Asia like to be persistent, and if he pestered her for a while longer, he might be able to move her. What's so good about a cruise ship? I'm tired of it. Ingyawaner shook her head. Even the warship itself has been visited. What ship can compare to a warship? Unless it's an aircraft carrier. Princess Ingya, my cruise ship is no ordinary cruise ship. It's designed with reference to warship specifications. Not only are the materials used military grade, but even the security force is planned with reference to a destroyer. Yes, those are all my cruise ship's personal security forces, mercenaries, veterans, a total of 190 people, all equipped with weapons. The cruise ship is also equipped with a powerful communication system that is connected to the Xiete country's global positioning system, allowing us to contact our Navy ships at any time. It can be said that the combat power of my cruise ship is no less than that of a destroyer. Sarat excitedly introduced the power of his private cruise ship to Ingyawaner. I have to say, compared with ordinary people's cruise ships, the Oil Prince's cruise ship is indeed very powerful. 99% of the pirates would turn around and run away when they saw this. So what? I'm not interested in this. Ingyawaner shook her head. How could a woman who has seen the sea fall in love with a stream? Back then, on the oasis in the Strait of Malacca, she almost couldn't close her legs just by glancing at the pterosaur cruiser. That's what it means to fall in love at first sight. Your modified armed cruise ship is nothing but a piece of shit. Then may I ask Princess Ingya, whatever you are interested in, I can do it. As a man with great strength, I believe I can do it. Sarat said unconvincedly. I'm interested in cruisers. I'm interested in aircraft carriers. Come on, Mr. Strong, get me one. Ingyawaner looked at him teasingly. Sarat's confident smile vanished in an instant. Damn it. There are only a few countries in the world that have aircraft carriers. Where do you want me to get one? That thing can't be obtained just by having money. No matter how rich his family is, without the technology, they cannot build an aircraft carrier. Even if we have the technology, we wouldn't dare to build an aircraft carrier. If you force it, maybe one of the permanent rogue nations will claim they found laundry detergent in your house. Sarat touched his nose and said with a wry smile, I didn't expect Princess Ingya to like aircraft carriers. But there are no aircraft carriers near the Maldives. Don't even mention the two ships from the clean and hygienic country. They're just two toys. Either the fighter jet is leaking power, or they ate too much masala, or the Xiete nation shut down their GPS. Its combat capability may not even be as good as my armed cruise ship. Chapter 79 Special Stop, Shuiyao protects food. So what if we are armed? This princess still looks down on you. Ingyawaner shook her head and was about to reject Sarat's invitation. At this moment, the buzzing sound of a helicopter suddenly came from the sea not far away. This is Shenglong early warning aircraft? Although it was half a nautical mile away, Ingyawaner recognized the origin of the early warning aircraft at a glance. After all, she had seen the Tanglong early warning aircraft with her own eyes in the Malacca area before, and had also read some general introductions about it on the internet. Strange. Why is there a Shenglong early warning aircraft nearby? Could it be? Ingyawaner's eyes suddenly lit up. She yelled, Give me the telescope. The words fell. A private bodyguard hurriedly handed it over with a high-end telescope. Ingyawaner hurriedly looked towards the distant sea. Sarat next to him also noticed something unusual and took out a telescope to look at the sea. Really, 10 nautical miles away, there was an entire fleet of aircraft carriers marching westward from east to west. The Longming aircraft carrier formation is indeed from the Dragon Nation. Ingyawaner recognized the dragon roar at once. In addition, there was a Shenglong early warning aircraft flying nearby, which made her even more certain. She ran towards the beach with an excited look on her face. It seems like he wants to see it more clearly. Fuck, the Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier formation is back again. Sarat also recognized the dragon roar and couldn't help but shrink his neck. Wasn't there a rumor that the Longming had returned to China? Ingyawaner watched the aircraft carrier formation leave until it completely disappeared from her sight, and then she reluctantly looked away. There is a feeling of loss. She turned around and looked at Sarat next to her. Isn't the combat capability of this aircraft carrier stronger than your armed cruise ship? This can't be compared. Princess Ingya, don't go. Sarat smiled awkwardly, but found that Ingyawaner had ignored him and returned to the hotel. It wasn't long before the Longming aircraft carrier sailed past. Jiang Chen drove his small fishing boat and leisurely came to the Maldives. It was gradually getting afternoon. If you go further, there may not even be a place to stop. Jiang Chen drove a small fishing boat to a special anchorage in the Maldives. This special berth is mainly for warships to dock. Usually no fees are charged. Because for the Maldives, it is an isolated island hanging over seas. If there were no warships passing by and docking here frequently, it would still be very dangerous. So, they especially welcome warships to dock here. Not only is there no charge at all, but it also offers benefits such as free food and accommodation and half-price energy. But, when Jiang Chen appeared here driving a small fishing boat, the young lady at the anchorage was also stunned for a moment. Elder brother, this is where warships are anchored. At least it has to be a politician's personal vessel. You have a small fishing boat. Soon, she saw the mortars and Gatling guns mounted on Jiang Chen's ship. Hello, this is the Maldives Special Anchorage. Please show your ID. The young lady instantly became extremely gentle. She showed her 18 little fangs to express her warm welcome to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded and showed the other party the battalion-level combat unit organization of his Longming aircraft carrier formation. There is an international code on it. The young lady quickly checked the relevant website and was immediately impressed when she found out that the product was genuine. He showed another small fong and said respectfully to Jiang Chen, "Hello, this is your VIP card for staying in the Maldives. All hotels, food and accommodation on the island are covered for you. Energy is half price. Welcome to Maldives." Jiang Chen accepted the pass and headed towards the most luxurious hotel with Zuhua and Jindai Bird. Jiang Chen had a smooth journey and didn't even need a room card. He directly checked into a luxury hotel that cost 100,000 yuan a night. 5,200, this room number is good, and it's 500 square meters. Jiang Chen walked in, and at the same time, when Ingyawaner came back from the beach, she happened to pass by the special anchorage. The Sakura she was on, although not a warship, also represented the symbol of the Sakura country. So it is parked there. She glanced casually and suddenly saw a small fishing boat not far away. She froze for a moment and moved a little closer. Saw its truth. Pearl River 888. Ingyawaner suddenly remembered the small fishing boat that was discussed by everyone in the Strait of Malacca and was possibly equipped with warships. She wrote it down at that time, because she felt that there must be something fishy about this ship. Unexpectedly. Now, it actually docked in the Maldives. Doesn't this mean that the owner of this ship is also in the Maldives? Who is he? Where is he from? Where is he going? Countless questions instantly popped up in Ingyawaner's mind. She quickly walked to the management office of the special berthing area and asked, "Hello, I'd like to ask where the owner of Pearl River 888 is." "I'm sorry, Princess Ingya, I can't tell you that. Please, I need to talk to him about something." "Well, I can only say that he left not long ago, with a big bird and a Barbie-like loli. He must have checked into the hotel." Big bird? King Kong loli? What kind of configuration is this? Full of doubts, she quickly ran to a nearby hotel and asked around. She actually found out that someone had indeed checked into the most luxurious hotel with a large upright bird. After Jiang Chen entered the room, Zuhua was sitting upright on the sofa with an electric wire connected to the socket behind her, charging. The golden dye bird lay on the floor, looking bored. Jiang Chen had just finished taking a shower when he received a call from Shuiyao. "Hubby, I miss you so much." Shuiyao's wailing voice came from the phone. It has been almost 3 days since Jiang Chen left. Which normal woman can stand it? "Don't worry. I still have to continue training. It will be at least a week before I can return home. Jiang Chen smiled and comforted her. Shui Yao gritted her teeth. A week? Stop talking about it and show me your abs first. Jiang Chen showed off his abdominal muscles. Shui Yao grumbled. Next time you go out to sea, I'll make sure you bring something with you. What? The remote control. Dingling. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Wait a moment. Jiang Chen put down his phone and walked towards the door. Who is it? Jiang Chen opened the door, only to see a woman in a kimono standing at the door with an excited look on her face. Who are you? Jiang Chen looked at her in confusion. Ing Yuaner quickly said in not-so-fluent Chinese. I'm Ing Yuaner. I'm from Sakura country. Excuse me, are you from Dragon country? Yeah, what's up? Jiang Chen didn't understand. Why does this woman from the Sakura country look at me as if I were a piece of meat? My brother's charm is so great. I'm very interested in Longming. Can I invite you to have dinner together? Ing Yuaner asked politely, her big eyes bulging with anticipation. Have a meal? Jiang Chen was puzzled. He hasn't answered yet. From the phone on the bedside table came the sound of Shui Yao guarding her food. Where did you come from, little bitch? Let my husband go. Chapter 80. The princess actually likes small fishing boats? Is there any woman in there? I'm sorry, I don't know. Ing Yuaner heard the woman's voice and spoke apologetically. Jiang Chen said, No, it was my wife who called. Oh, I hope madam doesn't misunderstand me. I just want to be friends with you. I have no other thoughts. Ing Yuaner explained. It's okay. Apart from morning classes, I usually make the decisions about my family's affairs. Jiang Chen said, Morning class? Are all the people in Long country so diligent in studying? Do you have to study even in the morning? But considering the rapidly growing strength of Dragon country, it seems understandable. Ing Yuaner looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. Since you can make the decision, can you please leave your contact information? Okay. Jiang Chen gave her a business card, and Ing Yuaner left. Close the door. Return to the room. Shui Yao's big face was glued to the screen, staring at Jiang Chen intently. What did you just say? I said, apart from morning classes, I am in charge of general household chores. You're talking nonsense. It was me who decided the evening classes. Okay, it's your decision. Come back soon. I recently learned a kind of yoga that can make the body extremely flexible. Do you want to try it? How soft? Super soft. Jiang Chen chatted with her for a while. The night passed like this. The next day, Jiang Chen ate and drank his fill, recharged his energy, and was ready to go again. The Maldives is just a transit station, so Jiang Chen naturally won't stay here forever. Only, when he arrived at the special anchorage and prepared to leave, suddenly I found that this berth was full of people. Many people were wearing special military uniforms. Obviously, they were soldiers on a foreign warship or mercenaries or something like that. And in the crowd, Sarat and some soldiers from other countries were also there. They all surrounded Ing Yuaner and extended a warm invitation. Princess Ingya, come to my cruise ship. I'll take you to target practice at sea. Sarat pointed to the armed cruise ship anchored not far away and continued to pester Ing Yuaner. Another warship sergeant from South Africa, bald, dark-skinned, and muscular, also looked at Ing Yuaner with envy. Princess Ingya, our two countries are both friendly and mutually supportive major countries. That's our warship. Are you interested in boarding it and exchanging ideas? Princess Ingya. All around were military personnel from other countries. They all invited Ing Yuaner to visit their warships. He said it was for the friendship between the two countries, but in fact he just wanted to get close to Ing Yuaner. However, Ing Yuaner shook her head the whole time and politely declined. Sorry, I don't have time at the moment. Just then, Jiang Chen walked over. Seeing Ing Yuaner surrounded by the crowd, he did not ask too many questions, but jumped directly onto his own Pearl River 888 and prepared to leave the anchorage. However, Ing Yuaner saw Jiang Chen at a glance. Her face suddenly blossomed like cherry blossoms, revealing a beautiful smile. She pushed aside the people around her and ran towards number 888 Zhu Jiang. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. This shout. The many soldiers from other countries around all turned their eyes over. Including Sharat, they were also wondering what Ing Yuaner saw. Why did you suddenly show such a beautiful expression? When they saw this, they were all stunned. Mr. Jiang, are you going out to sea? Ing Yuaner stood pretty next to number 888 Zhu Jiang and asked Jiang Chen with anticipation. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, Yes. Can I get on your boat? Ing Yuaner blurted out the question almost subconsciously and asked proactively, but just finished speaking. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Did she seem to be too proactive? The people not far away were also shocked. Damn it. My group of people, whether they were armed cruise ships or warships, all ran into obstacles. Result. The The princess of the Sakura Kingdom actually wants to board a fishing boat? Is there any law here? However, what made them even more crazy was that after listening to Yuaner's request, Jiang Chen did not agree. Instead, he shook his head and said, "Sorry, my ship is a combat unit with a battalion-level organization in our country. I cannot carry others at will." I see. Yuaner felt a little lost. But it's understandable. After all, the laws of the Dragon Kingdom are strict, and no registered ship can carry other people at will. What's more, she is from another country. Mr. Jiang is really disciplined. I admire him. Yuaner praised. Well, if you're all right, I'll be leaving first. See you again if we're lucky. Jiang Chen waved his hand and drove the small fishing boat away from the special anchorage. Well, Yuaner stood at the mooring, watching Zhujiang 888 go farther and farther away. Although she already knew that this small fishing boat was actually a warship, she still felt lost. Not only does the other person have a wife, he is also a man who strictly abides by the law. There is nothing he can do, and he has to find a way to get what he wants. Is he crazy? This guy is crazy. Princess Xingya wanted to get on his little shabby boat, but he actually refused. Sarat was already very sour. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually rejected Yuaner, he immediately went crazy. What's wrong with this world? Is there something wrong with the princess of the Sakura Kingdom's brain? Armed cruise ships are looked down upon. No warships. Why do you want to take a ride on an inconspicuous little fishing boat? Just because it's from Dragon Country? This is unscientific. Princess Xingya, he only has a small fishing boat. It's not that serious. Sarat came up and the Pearl River 888 disappeared into the moorings. She was still standing there watching. Yuaner turned around and glanced at him calmly. Didn't you see the mortars and Gatling guns on his ship? They are a battalion-level combat unit, organized on a warship. So what? Are you as strong as me in combat? Sarat said disdainfully. There are nearly 200 people on our ship, while the other side only has a few people, so their combat effectiveness must be weak. Yuaner shook her head and didn't want to pay attention to him. Just then, a sudden radio broadcast came from the special anchorage. Attention, passengers in the Maldives. According to the International Anti-Piracy Coalition, pirates are active 30 nautical miles to the west. Please be aware and minimize travel. Repeat. What? Are there pirates in the nearby waters? Yuaner was stunned for a moment, then looked in the direction of number 888 Zhujiang with some worry. Haha, this little fishing boat is having a bad start. Sarat laughed. His armed cruise ship was not afraid of pirates, but the little fishing boat was so small that the same might not be true. Yuaner gritted her teeth and hesitated for a moment. She shouted to her men, "Start the Sakura. Go to sea." His subordinates hurriedly started the Sakura and took Sakura Yuaner out to sea. When Sarat saw this, he immediately drove his armed cruise ship and followed. Hey, you will soon know how powerful I am in the face of absolute strength. What kind of warship organization is this? A small fishing boat is just a small fishing boat. It's definitely not as good as my armed cruise ship. Chapter 81. With this firepower, does he have a mine at home? Not long after Jiang Chen left the Maldives, he rushed out 10 nautical miles. According to his plan, he intended to travel west for dozens of nautical miles and then head north to the Arabian Sea. However, just as he was leisurely sailing towards the Somali waters, a large number of assault boats suddenly appeared in front of him. After noticing him, these assault boats formed a U-shaped formation and surrounded him. A whole encirclement. We haven't even penetrated deep into Somalia yet, and pirates are showing up so soon. Jiang Chen stood up and looked through the telescope. I saw that the other party was muscular, bald, and shirtless, with AK and submachine gun on their backs. He couldn't help licking his lips. I thought to myself, this is another military achievement. Suehua, Level 9 Battle Preparation. Jiang Chen shouted. Pull back the fishing net. Then go full throttle and prepare to take down these pirates. According to the rules of the International Anti-Piracy Alliance, pirates can be killed as soon as they are encountered. Not to mention, Jiang Chen himself has a battalion-level organization of an aircraft carrier formation. There would be no problem in eliminating them all on the spot. Stop! Stop! The sound of a loudspeaker came from the assault boat. But the next second, a volley of bullets whizzed over. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hit the windshield of the fishing boat, making a loud noise. But the small fishing boat coated with carbon-9 molecules did not have a single scratch. Jiang Chen sneered. Suehua, shoot them with the Gatling gun. Da-da-da, da-da. Suehua had already locked onto a speedboat. Seeing the other party rushing over first, she immediately opened fire when the distance was less than 100 meters. The Gatling gun instantly fired out a large number of bullets, and the flame from the muzzle even emitted a blue light, like a blue dragon unsheathed. Boom. The assault boat was shot into a sieve, its fuel tank exploded, and it turned into a sea of fire on the sea. Damn, this small fishing boat actually has a Gatling gun. The other pirates on the assault boat were surprised and looked vindictive. He roared and snarled, "Charge! Skin this ship alive!" Dozens of assault boats besieged Zhujiang number 888. They had already formed a circle to prevent the small fishing boats from escaping. Seeing their teammates explode, they immediately narrowed the encirclement and started a group attack. "Suehua, let me help you." Jiang Chen saw that there were too many assault boats, and Suehua was a little confused. He immediately crawled on the boat, controlling the steering wheel with his feet while loading shells into the mortar. "Fire!" Suehua screamed. Jiang Chen closed the gate, and the shells were fired. Boom. Hit the target with one shot. The two assault boats that were closest to the enemy were both killed on the spot. Jiang Chen took advantage of this gap and rushed out of the encirclement. After moving away, he turned around and continued firing. Boom, boom, boom. Shell after shell landed on the sea, causing the pursuing assault boats to either be blown into the sky or sunk into the sea. MP. Is that crazy? Mounting mortars and Gatling guns on a small fishing boat. The pirates on the remaining dozen or so assault boats were dumbfounded. Such fierce firepower. You have a mine at home, right? Is there still trust between people? Even small fishing boats are equipped with mortars. How can we continue our pirate careers in the future? That's right. Even thieves have their own code of conduct. We're just installing a submachine gun. You, a fishing boat, have no moral principles. A pirate was lying on the assault boat, cursing. Just then, a shell landed on the stern of his ship. His eyes went dark and he went to hell on the spot. "Boss, what should we do?" Seeing their teammates being killed one by one, some pirates became frightened. With this kind of firepower, it is impossible for an ordinary fishing boat to have such firepower. Isn't this a warship disguised as a small fishing boat? Which country developed such a shameless thing? The pirate boss also gritted his teeth. Even on land, mortars may not be able to hit stationary targets. On this swaying sea, this small fishing boat actually. One shot, one cute girl. This is definitely rigorous military training. If the fighting continues like this, all of us will have to go to sea. Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly. The pirate boss issued an order. When the other assault boats heard this, they immediately turned around and ran away. There were 26 assault boats, but now only 15 are left. If we don't run away, our heads will be shaken off. Want to run? Jiang Chen became unhappy when he saw that the other party stopped pursuing him. You run away in the middle of a fight. What's the difference between this and the King of Kings attacking the high ground, but you quit the game? Do you have martial virtue? Jiang Chen put down the mortar, began to control the power system with his hands, and chased after the pirates. At the same time, 10 nautical miles away, the Sakura and Saret's armed cruise ship were heading towards this side by side. "Princess Ingya, if you encounter pirates later, don't be afraid. I will protect you." Saret used the radio to speak sweet words to Ingya. Cut off his signal. Ingya frowned. Let the captain continue to chase forward. After all, the Sakura is the royal warship of the Xiete Kingdom and has basic warship firepower. Although it has a small number of personnel, its combat effectiveness is no worse than Saret's armed cruise ship. She gave chase for a while, but I couldn't see Zhujiang number 888 for a long time, which made me feel a little strange. This small fishing boat is running so fast. "Captain, speed up," Ingya urged. The captain, Taisun Jingxia, said hesitantly, "Princess, the anti-pirate alliance said there are pirates ahead. It's best if we don't get any closer." "What are you afraid of? We are a royal warship after all. Are we not even as good as an armed cruise ship?" Ingya said, "It's mainly to protect your safety. Leave me alone and keep going." "Okay, please put on your helmet." Taisun Jingxia had no choice but to bring her a bulletproof vest and a pink helmet. "What's the use of this? If I get hit by a real shot, I won't be able to withstand it." Ingya pouted. She had received basic military training, and this kind of bulletproof vest and helmet could not protect her at all. The best defense is offense. Jingxia Taisun replied, "Princess, you are the symbol of the nation. The main function of this thing is to identify the body and preserve as much of it as possible." Ingya. Just then, a subordinate hurried over to report, "Master Taisun, Princess Ingya, many pirates have been spotted ahead. They're chasing a small fishing boat." "What?" The small fishing boat was chased. Ingya was shocked. She wanted to pick up the telescope and take a look. However, Jingxia Taisun grabbed the telescope and said, "Princess, the scene may be very bloody. Let me broadcast the real-time video to you." "You? Okay, come and take a look." Yuan was so anxious that she wanted to chop her legs off. Tai-sun Jingxia picked up the telescope and looked towards the sea. He began to broadcast. The small fishing boat is being chased by a group of assault boats. The battle is quite intense. Gatling guns, submachine guns. Oh my god, there are even mortars. Just said a few words. He suddenly shouted in disbelief. Oh my god, the small fishing boat is chasing the pirates. Chapter 82. Riding a bird and hitting the machine, dare to fight back. Small fishing boats chasing pirates? It's over, it's over. Doesn't that mean the little fishing boat is? Wait, what did you say? Yuan thought that the small fishing boat was about to be caught up. When she came to her senses, she stared at Tai-sun in the well in disbelief. Aren't the pirates chasing the small fishing boat? Why did the small fishing boat suddenly chase the pirates? Did you say something wrong? Oh no, I just said it wrong. The well is too dry and ready to correct it. Yuan immediately became worried again. He corrected her. It seems the small fishing boat is about to surround the pirates. The small fishing boat surrounded the pirates? Yuan was a little confused. What is this broadcast about? Bring it here. She snatched the captain's binoculars away. I looked over there. Really? About 5 nautical miles away. A small fishing boat was being chased by a group of assault boats. And for some unknown reason, those assault boats were fleeing towards this side in a panic. What's going on? Are these pirates so rubbish? Yuan was stunned. But soon, she understood. It's not the pirate garbage, but that little fishing boat and that hot man, so awesome. Suehua, you take control of the fishing boat. I'm going to chase him in the sky. Jiang Chen watched as the pirates began to scatter. Even armed helicopters appeared to cover the retreat. We can't let the other party get away. Jiang Chen suddenly roared towards the sky. Birds are coming. The golden dye bird is his supermount. It's time to take the stage. The golden bird flew down from the sky reluctantly. Jiang Chen hugged Gatling and jumped. Landed on the wings of the golden dye bird. Go ahead. Jiang Chen gave an order. The golden dye bird rushed out quickly and killed towards the scattered assault boats in front. Jiang Chen held the Gatling gun and fired a volley of bullets at the pursuing assault boat. Da-da-da. The assault boat broke apart and lost power instantly. After several charges back and forth, the fleeing assault boats were left behind one by one. Da-da-da. Not far away, a helicopter belonging to the pirates suddenly rushed over, trying to provide cover for other fleeing pirates. The opponent's Gatling gun also had fierce firepower. Many bullets hit the wings of the golden bird. One bullet even grazed Jiang Chen's scalp. Fortunately, the golden dye bird was strong and only suffered minor injuries. But Jiang Chen reacted quickly and couldn't touch him at all. Phew. Even though it was just a minor injury, the golden dye bird was still angry. She flapped her wings and flew rapidly towards the attack helicopter. Jiang Chen held the Gatling gun and fired wildly at the approaching helicopter. Clang clang. The helicopter was hit in the vitals, tilted, and fell down staggeringly. Fuck. The pirate flying the helicopter was so scared that he jumped into the sea. Riding a giant bird into the sky and strafing airplanes. This is too awesome. Through the telescope, Yuan was stunned when she saw Jiang Chen riding a big bird and madly hitting the helicopter down. What is this operation? On the armed cruise ship not far away, Sarad also opened his mouth wide. He seemed to understand why this small fishing boat could become a warship. Surrender. We surrender. The pirates below were all shocked when they saw Jiang Chen riding a bird and shooting at the helicopter. What the hell is this? Military fighting birds? So fast. Which wicked guy trained him? Everyone come back here. I'll shoot anyone who runs. Jiang Chen shouted at the surrendering pirates below. The pirates obediently drove the assault boat back to the side of Zhujiang number 888, threw their guns into the sea, and covered their heads with their hands. Final. Jiang Chen counted and found that there were still 9 ships that had not sunk. There were 20 pirates who survived. About 30 people died. Mr. Jiang, are you okay? Yuan came here on the Sakura. She shouted at Jiang Chen from the deck railing. Jiang Chen glanced at the other person, then replied with the loudspeaker. It's okay. Please contact the Anti-Pirate Alliance and ask them to arrest him. Good. Yuan immediately asked Jingxia Tai-sun to contact the Anti-Piracy Alliance affiliated with the United Nations. During this period, Jiang Chen did not leave, but sent a radio message to Long Xiaodian on the Longming. Reporting to the commander, this is Zhujiang 888. I encountered over 50 pirates at 4 degrees north latitude, east longitude. Not only did the pirates refuse to surrender, they even dared to fight back. Currently, I have eliminated half of the pirates, and the remaining half have surrendered and are awaiting the arrival of the Anti-Pirate Alliance. Please give me instructions. Soon. Long Xiaodian replied that the pterosaur cruiser was on the way. And at this time, Yuan and Sharat both came over in a small assault boat. I happened to hear the radio message he sent. The expressions of the two men suddenly changed. Not only did the pirates refuse to surrender, they even dared to fight back. Damn it, he's pretending. Sarat, sweating profusely. He is an oil prince who has traveled in the Middle East for many years. He is rich enough to rival a country. The pens he has filled can circle the earth 3 times. Today, this is the first time I have seen someone with more powerful aura than him. This is so handsome. It makes people unable to close their mouths. Princess Ingya also looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. Who can resist a man who can ride a bird and hit a helicopter? Sir, may I ask what this bird of yours is, and why is it so obedient? Sarat looked at the golden bird curiously. He had played with many strange things, but this was the first time he had seen such a tame bird. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. You can think of it as a robot bird for military combat. That's awesome. Can you give me a bird feather as a souvenir? Sarat asked expectantly. Such a rare bird. I can bring back some feathers to show off. However, before Jiang Chen could answer, the golden dye bird flapped its wings and threw him directly into the sea. The golden dye bird rolled its eyes at him. What the hell? Do you all want to pluck my hair? Wow, Mr. Jiang, your bird is amazing. Yuan looked surprised. This golden dye bird seems to be able to understand what people say. There was actually a human expression on the bird's face. This robot bird is so smart and amazing. I really want a feather from her. But after looking at Sharat struggling in the sea, she put the idea back. Instead, he said to Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang, can I touch your big bird? Just touch it. Chapter 83, Energy Device. Looking at Jiang Chen leaving, Yuan looked like she was still unsatisfied. After all, who could resist such an intelligent robotic bird? Unfortunately, the anti-pirate alliance has already arrived. Jiang Chen drove his small fishing boat and followed the winged dragon cruiser out of the sea area. Judging from the direction they left, it seemed that they were heading towards Somalia. Pearl River 888, you're amazing. You can actually fight so many pirates on your own. Looking back, it will probably be a special merit. The captain of the Wing Long cruiser sent a radio message to Jiang Chen with envy. This kid has only been in the fleet for a short time, but he has won first-class merit and special merit. It's really amazing. Why can't the pterosaur cruiser encounter pirates? Captain, is it possible that you are too big and the pirates saw you and hid from a distance? Jiang Chen chuckled. The reason why a small fishing boat of mine encountered so many pirates and had a head-on conflict with them was not because these pirates thought they could deal with me. In contrast, the Wing Long cruiser is not so good. He just took a look and ran away early. How could they easily get military merit? Haha, that makes a lot of sense. The captain of the pterosaur cruiser smiled. He asked, by the way, are you heading to Somalia? If so, I can escort you all the way. No, I'm going north to the Arabian Sea. Jiang Chen shook his head. He planned to go north first, and then go south if there was still time. Okay, then you better be careful. There is an aircraft carrier of the Xiete country in the north. Don't get too close. The winged dragon cruiser reminded. Okay, Jiang Chen nodded. The north is at least several thousand nautical miles away, so it is not easy to encounter the aircraft carrier of the Xiete country. The other 2 aircraft carriers of the Xiete Kingdom are both in Somalia, and the Longming fleet is also there, making it easier for the 2 sides to encounter each other. After both parties left, Jiang Chen headed north. Another important reason why he wanted to go to the Arabian Sea was that there was Dubai to the north, where he could take a break after nightfall. The area around Somalia is too chaotic and there are no prosperous cities nearby. It took 7 or 8 hours to drive. Zhujiang 888 was sailing slowly and aimlessly in the Arabian Sea. Before I knew it, I arrived at about 10 degrees north latitude. Many large cargo ships loaded with oil began to appear nearby. These cargo ships are surrounded by barbed wire, electric shock devices, and even armed personnel patrolling the decks. Obviously, these cargo ships are on guard against pirates who may appear at any time. Many of their cargo ships were surprised when they saw a small fishing boat floating here. What's going on? You're fishing here on a boat in such a dangerous place. Be careful or you won't even be able to take your underwear back with you. Those people sneered. But after getting closer, seeing the mortars and Gatling guns on the fishing boat, they restrained their smiles. Are fishing boats equipped with mortars? Do you have to be so inward-looking? Jiang Chen sat in the boat, fishing quietly. He ignored the people's wailing and thought to himself that his small fishing boat only had mortars and Gatling guns, and the firepower was still not strong enough. It actually took nearly half an hour to fight against more than 50 pirates. You have to use both feet to defeat the opponent. If we encounter more than 100 pirates next time, won't it take an hour to fight them? No, we have to strengthen the small fishing boat later. Try to get some more powerful firepower for the small fishing boats. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking, the system, which had been silent for a long time, finally gave a reminder. Host, please note, you have caught a large catch. Please close the net immediately. Jiang Chen shuddered. Been waiting for almost 10 hours. Finally caught something. Jiang Chen quickly closed the net. This time, the fishing net was a little heavy. He pulled it hard, and the whole boat actually sank. What the hell, what's so heavy? Jiang Chen was an S-series after all. With a little effort, a sophisticated device as big as a refrigerator fell onto the fishing boat with a bang. Damn, this weighs at least a ton, right? Jiang Chen sensed it and found that the mass was so huge that the fishing boat sank by a quarter. He looked at the sophisticated device, which was the size of a refrigerator, a rectangular block, surrounded by many axles, mechanisms, and wiring, and looked extremely complicated. The torch-passing energy device, the core device for controlled nuclear fusion, combined with the magnetic field confinement experimental process, can produce a fusion state of 100 million degrees for 16,000 minutes under perfect conditions. At this moment, the system gave an explanation. A series of knowledge on 23 high-end disciplines such as energy, controlled nuclear fusion, magnetic field, mechanics, electricity, ultra-high voltage, etc. flooded into Jiang Chen's brain. After he digested it a little, he looked very happy. Controlled nuclear fusion. It turned out to be an energy device for controlled nuclear fusion. My country's current controlled nuclear fusion can only reach 100 million degrees for 1,000 seconds, or about 16 minutes. But this torch-passing energy device can actually achieve 1,000 times the current level, or 16,000 minutes. Jiang Chen made a rough calculation and his eyes lit up. This is not just a 1,000-fold benefit, it is also a sign of commercialization. If it only has 16 minutes, it can only stay in the laboratory and cannot be popularized to the public, which means it cannot be commercialized and promoted to the public. This energy device, which passes on the torch, expands the entire nuclear fusion process by 1,000 times. So, costs will drop and energy will increase enough to be commercialized. Once commercialized, the energy supply of the entire society will be greatly improved. Energy prices will also fall. From now on, power outages, internet outages, or power shortages will never happen again. In short, Mom no longer has to worry about the power consumption of the refrigerator, the TV, or playing King of Glory. Life Potion number 1. Energy device that passes on the torch. These are all high-tech technologies that can benefit the general public and have broad social value. We must bring these technologies back to the Dragon Science Institute as soon as possible and strive to popularize these two high technologies throughout society. Jiang Chen was excited. What a prosperous society it would be if the average life expectancy increased by 30 years and energy was unlimited. Jiang Chen drove Zhujiang number 888 and turned around to head south back to China. And 300 nautical miles away. The Lincoln is located here. They have excavated more than 10 tons of brymangite, almost hollowed out the entire island. He is currently returning home in triumph. I really don't know what the Black Robe Lord does with these stones. Lincoln looked at the large number of strange stones piled on the deck and shook his head secretly. It's hard to predict the Black Robe Lord's behavior. A few days ago, he even transferred the commander of the USS Washington from his post. I don't know what he's thinking. The staff officer next to him also echoed. Lincoln smiled. I know that. Didn't the Ministry of Science and Technology capture a UFO some time ago? It is said that he is very powerful and is equipped with high-tech alien technology. There has been some progress recently. It seems we can start a conversation. But that thing seems to be quite interested in aircraft carriers. So, the Ministry of Science and Technology has been giving him some aircraft carrier training recently. Chapter 84 Peach Leaves, 1 yuan per time. When Jiang Chen drove Zhujiang number 888 back to China, Pearl River Media Station also received a press release. The content comes from frontline reporters of the Longming aircraft carrier formation. She compiled all the pirate incidents, anecdotes, and first-hand observations that the Longming fleet encountered during their trip into news and sent them to the Pearl River Media Station. One of the news items was about the 2 meritorious deeds performed by Zhujiang number 888. However, the specific number was not mentioned, only that a certain ship organization had won 2 meritorious services and had been reported to the Ministry of Navy. A first-class merit. A special merit. Which warship is this, so brave, and able to achieve so many military merits in one go? The editors of Zhujiang Media were all stunned. If this manuscript had not come from the Longming aircraft carrier formation, he would have thought it was from a popular novel. Generally speaking, if a warship wants to win first-class merit, It must at least kill dozens of pirates. As for the special merit, that was a medium-sized pirate group, at least half 100 people. In recent years, there have not been many cases of warships performing meritorious services, mainly because no pirates dare to provoke them. Unexpectedly, now someone actually dares to provoke him. The editor was amazed and edited the news release for a while before posting it on the relevant official account. Congratulations to a warship in my country's aircraft carrier formation for receiving both a first-class merit and a special merit during this escort mission. As soon as this news was released, netizens from major media outlets were immediately excited. What the hell, what's going on? Suddenly, so many military merits. First-class merit, special merit. This is so great that smoke is coming out of my ancestral graves. This will definitely bring honor to my family. Indeed, many first-class merit awards involve serious risks. I've heard that most people who receive special merit don't survive. Those who do survive are truly amazing. This military achievement could only be attributed to defeating a large number of pirates. Indeed, for an aircraft carrier to accomplish such a feat, it's likely to have destroyed a pirate den. That's not right. Destroyers and cruisers have such strong defensive capabilities. What pirate wouldn't hide and dare to confront them head-on? Didn't the aircraft carrier formation take on a small fishing boat last time? Is it possible that it was too small and was targeted by pirates? Ha ha ha. You mean, the cruiser couldn't find any pirates, so they used a small fishing boat to catch them? I see. I finally understand why small fishing boats are allowed into the fleet. It turns out they're there to attract pirates. Haha, 66666, this little fishing boat is awesome. Maybe it even has shipborne missiles. Nah, a small fishing boat equipped with missiles? I'm impressed by you idiots. Ha 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 ha. Netizens were full of imagination and made many associations. When this news came out, Yang Wei's beautiful secretary, Sun Meizi, forwarded this news to Yang Wei. Young Master Yang, the boat that accompanied the aircraft carrier out of the port last time seemed to be a small fishing boat, and its combat effectiveness is quite strong. Looking at this news, I seriously suspect that the one who made the contribution was that small fishing boat. Damn it, how can a small fishing boat also have the organization of an aircraft carrier? Check it out for me right now and give me the answer before tomorrow night. After seeing the message, Yang Wei replied. The beautiful secretary Sun Meizi replied, Okay, Mr. Yang, I'm going to bed first. I'll go investigate tomorrow and will definitely get back to you tonight. Yang Wei was lying on the big bed. He was wearing a bathrobe and took a look at Sun Meizi's profile picture. She was dressed in a professional OL outfit, wearing glasses and had a graceful figure. She was his former college classmate. She was so cold and aloof in the company, but in front of him, she could be driven around at will. He looked at Sun Meizi's profile picture and replied habitually, Don't sleep yet. Take some photos of your pussy and pussy for me before you go to sleep. After clicking send, he threw the phone down. Going to take a shower. I plan to take a shower and then come back to appreciate Sun Meizi's charm. But he didn't notice at all that he had made a mistake and actually sent this sentence to the university classmates group. At this moment, Sun Meizi was chatting about skincare with her college classmates in the group while talking to Yang Wei. Suddenly, I saw Yang Wei's words in the university group and was shocked. Fuck, why did you send this to your college classmates? She was so scared that she called Yang Wei immediately. But he has gone to take a shower. The call never got through. She looked at the words in the group and her head started to feel dizzy. It's none of my business. It's none of my business. It's none of my business. She prayed silently in her heart that no one saw. However, a few seconds after this sentence came out, it was just quiet for a while. After a moment of pause, everyone waited for Yang Wei to withdraw. As long as he withdraws, everyone can pretend nothing happened. However, Yang Wei went to take a shower and did not withdraw after a full minute. Then, the university classmates group started to explode. The male squad leader was the first to ask a question. What's going on? Young Master Yang? Was my account hacked? The male study committee member sent a face-covering emoji. I just had eye surgery. What are you guys talking about? I didn't see anything. The male sports committee member looked shy. SHYJPG. The female arts committee member sent a peach. Is it possible that Young Yang meant to refer to peaches and tender leaves? The middle-aged head teacher sent a smiling emoji. Young man, take care of your health. The math class representative said seriously, given 2xs, solve this linear equation. Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha, or. Haha, what the hell is a linear equation? By the time Yang Wei reacted, it was already 15 minutes later. Yang Wei was also stunned when he saw the information in his hand that was about to explode. When he finally found the source of all evil, he staggered and almost fell. But he is not an ordinary person. I calmed down quickly. He quickly replied with forced calmness. Sorry everyone, my account was hacked. I just contacted Long and's friend to get it back. Sun Maisie saw that Yang Wei finally replied. He heaved a sigh of relief and quickly replied, I see. I'm glad you're back. Yes, as long as the account is fine. After all, it has many bank cards linked to it. The hackers nowadays are so wicked. Fortunately, young Master Yang was capable and recovered the account in time. Many classmates echoed this. The things in the university group have been suppressed. But I don't know who posted these screenshots on the internet. Immediately, the internet burst into laughter again. Account hacking? Are you insulting my Nanshan Pizza Hut? Within a few minutes, he first contacted Longin, then Pizza Hut. He has so much power. Let's find out what this guy does and who gave him that power. That's right. How can you just find someone in the Ryuan department whenever you want? At Longin department at Nanshan Pizza Hut, request a thorough investigation. Chapter 85 Shuiao smells good, with hairy nose and legs. Just half an hour. Nanshan Pizza Hut issued an official response. According to our security department's testing, there are no security vulnerabilities in Yang's WeChat account. Longin also responded. Longin has not had any contact with Yang Wei in the past 24 hours. Yang Wei was eventually invited to have tea by Long, and because he spread rumors about both Nanshan Pizza Hut and the Longin tribe. The internet was suddenly filled with a lively atmosphere. Many female netizens have said that they recently received mysterious codes from their boyfriends. They are, where? Looking at the peaches and tender leaves? Are you solving a linear equation? Certainly. There were also male netizens who said that they received a linear equation from a friend they hadn't contacted for many years. Where? Look at the belly and big X. When Jiang Chen returned to the Pearl River military port, a giant truck from the Lonka Institute is already waiting at the port. This is it. Let's transport it directly to the Dragon Science Institute's Heavenly Soldiers and Generals testing ground. Jiang Chen explained to the staff. After becoming the head of the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals, he had much more authority to mobilize. Soon, the staff moved the torch energy device onto the truck. I have to say, this thing weighs a ton and is very heavy. It took 4 or 5 people to finally lift it up. Be careful not to break anything. Drive slowly on the road. This is a very important research item. Jiang Chen gave a few reminders. Then, watch the truck drive towards Lonka Institute. After dealing with the Xinhua Xiangchuan energy device, Jiang Chen first returned to Qingyu community. After returning home, Jiang Chen found that Shuiao was still not at home. It seems like he hasn't been back for several days. There are only woodpeckers staying on the balcony, and there is enough food. Judging from its skin color, it seems to be evolving towards the bronze dye bird. Jiang Chen asked Jin Dainiao to take care of her daughter. Then he called Qin Guohua. Dad, where is our daughter? How would I know, little brat? You were out to sea these past few days, weren't you? I thought she had secretly followed you and got eaten by a great white shark. Qin Guohua replied. To answer my father-in-law, it hasn't been eaten yet. Don't worry, I'll go look for her at her school. Jiang Chen hung up the phone and went to the medical university. However, Shuiao was not seen in her dormitory either. Now that graduation is approaching, her 3 female roommates have all returned. One is taking a shower, and the other 2 are discussing skincare. They have already found jobs and are back now to participate in thesis defense and take graduation photos. Shuiao hasn't come back these few days? Jiang Chen asked the 2 female roommates who were doing skincare. The girl with the plastic stick looked up at Jiang Chen, then shook her head and said, No, she hasn't. I think she's gone to look for a job. Oh, all right. Jiang Chen was about to leave when he suddenly smelled the fragrance on the skincare girl's body. He thought it smelled very good, so he casually asked, What are you applying? It smells very good. This is Yalashanda Beauty Skincare Summer Moisturizing Lotion. Do you want to get some for Shuiao? The skincare girl asked with a smile. Jiang Chen shook his head. No need. Shuiao smells good to begin with. Finished. He left the dormitory. In the dormitory, the 3rd girl who was taking a shower suddenly poked her head out and asked curiously, What are you talking about with Shuiao's boyfriend? He said Shuiao smells good. The skincare girl replied. What? Shuiao is very loud? The girl taking a bath looked surprised. You guys are so bold in your conversation, even talking about this kind of topic. It wasn't long before Jiang Chen left the dormitory. Shuiao came back. She just came out of the Dragon Group training camp. At present, she has passed the most basic military theory knowledge, but there is still practical training to come, which will take at least half a year. However, she told Long Kuei that she still had to go back to school to take graduation photos and defend her thesis, so she had to go back. The Dragon Group granted her a special month. As soon as she came back, the skincare girl said to her, Yao, please call your boyfriend back. He's looking for you. Looking for me? Did he say anything? Yao said with a smile, took out her cell phone, and prepared to call Jiang Chen back. The showering girl replied, he said you're very loud. Yao could study more than a dozen military theory books a day without getting red in the face or out of breath, but just with this one sentence, a blush crossed her cheeks. She bit her lip lightly and said a little embarrassedly, did he tell you all about this? Yes. So, Yao, are you really that loud? The roommates all looked at Yao with gossip. People who have boyfriends are very happy. They are all single since birth and are about to graduate. They also want a boyfriend to play the symphony of the night together. But before that, you can learn from Senior Yao. This has nothing to do with me. It's mainly about my boyfriend. Men with hairy legs are all like this. They are very strong. Yao said this ambiguously and fled the dormitory at full speed. I see. I want to find a boyfriend with hairy legs in the future. That's not right. I heard that big noses are also good. Then find someone with hairy legs and a big nose. The female roommates looked determined, as fierce as wolves and tigers. Yao ran to the corner of the playground and secretly called Jiang Chen. Beep, beep, beep. The phone is busy. Yao was puffed up and her cheeks were slightly red, as if she had just run a lap around the playground. This guy actually said something like this. I don't want to save face. Not long. The call is connected. Honey, where have you been these days? Why can't I see you? Jiang Chen at this moment. He was at the Longming Institute's test site when he saw Yao's call and immediately felt relieved. If he couldn't find Yao, he would go look for Longming. Me? I went to do some yoga, the kind that does physical exercises. I'm super resilient now, just listen. Yao sat on a stone block and patted her cool thighs gently. Make a thick sound. Huh? What's that sound? Why is it so loud? Jiang Chen listened attentively. There are even louder ones. Where are you now? Yao has something in mind. I'm working overtime at the Dragon Institute tonight. Jiang Chen sensed danger and quickly hung up the phone. You can escape the first day, but you can't escape the 15th. The monk can escape, but the temple cannot. Yao stomped her long, tight, round legs, put her hands on her hips, and snorted coldly. Once I'm dressed in the uniform of an aircraft carrier commander, I'll chase you all over the world even if you drive your little fishing boat to the Cape of Good Hope. Chapter 86. A Wave of Immigrants? Go ahead. Longming Academy. On the test ground, Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Isn't it said that women are like wolves at 30, tigers at 40, and sit on the ground and suck dirt at 50? How come Yao, only in her early 20s, looks like she's ready to devour the ocean? Thinking about the future, Jiang Chen was so happy that he almost cried. Just then, Yin walked over from behind. Boss Jiang, you're back. What do you want to talk to me about? Yin has been working with the military factory recently to make silicone materials for the next batch of heavenly soldiers and generals. He was very busy when he suddenly received a call from Jiang Chen and rushed back immediately. Yin, come here. I have a big treasure to show you. Jiang Chen called Yin to the side. Yin's cheeks flushed slightly when he heard this. He followed shyly and said, well, Mr. Jiang, I'm not ready yet. No need to prepare, it will be ready soon. Jiang Chen said, soon. That's too rough. Yin almost closed her eyes. Jiang Chen took out the Rhine bottle and shook it in front of her. Look, this is something I caught in the ocean. I don't know what it is. You're a chemist, so why not take it for testing? Maybe you'll find some results. That's it. Yin suddenly realized something and looked slightly disappointed. Jiang Chen looked at her doubtfully. That's it. What else do you think it is? Oh no. Yin shook her head. She quickly took the Rhine bottle and looked at it carefully. This is the structure of the Rhine bottle. What is the blue liquid inside? I don't know, so I need someone from your chemistry lab to research it. This is a huge task. I hope you can bear it. Jiang Chen patted her shoulders with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Yin straightened her waist and said seriously, don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I will ensure that the task is completed. By the way, if you can really research something, the results will be yours. No need to mention me. Jiang Chen smiled. Yin was stunned. Not mentioning you? Yes, to serve the people. Jiang Chen turned and walked away. Hide your achievements and fame. When Yin went to study the life potion number 1. With the help of the Lord of Black Robe, the Lizard Queen also collected the main raw materials for the Sigma Gene potion. Looking at the Breman stone brought back by the Lincoln, the Lizard Queen looked very satisfied. With these materials, we can produce at least hundreds of thousands of Sigma Gene potions. The Black-Robed Lord looked expectant. According to you, this potion can not only extend a person's lifespan by at least 5 years, but also grant immense strength. Are there any side effects? A little bit. The Lizard Queen said lightly. A little bit? That's not bad. If the medicine is produced, I hope to give priority to the genetic warriors on our aircraft carrier to use some of it. The Lord in black robe pleaded. Don't worry, it will definitely be used on the genetic warriors. But before that, I still need to do some experiments to test these side effects. You know, the Lizard Queen glanced at the Lord in black robe. The Lord in black robe was startled. Damn, they said there would only be a few side effects. But looking at the look in your eyes, this could clearly kill someone. He swallowed and asked, how many people are needed? At least 10,000. What? 10,000? That's too much. If something happens, I won't be able to keep it under control. The Lord in black robe shook his head. If there were only a few or dozens of people, it would be fine. But with 10,000 people at once, if there were huge side effects, he would not be able to control them. The Lizard Queen shook her head. I didn't say to let our own people do this experiment. You mean, aren't there many people in Dragon Country who admire our country and yearn for our sweet air? We can select a group from them. That's a good idea. The black-robed Lord nodded. Then he called Lawton over. Lawton, I have a message for you. Help me release it. Half of Lawton's face was burned, but he said he was accidentally injured. He hurriedly asked, what's the news? We've developed something called the Sigma Gene Agent, which can increase a person's lifespan and grant them immense strength, just like a genetic warrior. Once it's mass-produced, it will only be supplied to citizens of this country. Of course, those who immigrate to this country will also be considered citizens of this country. The Lord in black robe said. Lawton was stunned. It will take at least 4 or 5 clinical trials for a drug to be released to the market. Aren't you afraid of something going wrong if you supply it directly? But looking at the look in the black-robed Lord's eyes, he quickly understood. This is specially for immigrants. He responded immediately. Okay, I understand. I'll go make the announcement right away. Not long. It's a must to go up. The official account of the Ministry of Science and Technology released a news. My country has made tremendous progress in the field of genetic pharmacology, and the Earth is poised to enter a new era of genetics. It is understood that Chinese scientists have developed a genetic drug called Sigma. This drug can not only increase lifespan, but also strengthen the body, allowing ordinary people to have a physique similar to that of genetic warriors. However, it is currently only available to citizens of the country. Of course, those who immigrated within 6 months are also included. This message was sent. The world was shocked. The country of Xiete has actually developed a genetic drug for ordinary people that not only increases lifespan, but also strengthens the body. The news spread to Weibo and sparked huge discussion. As expected of the Lighthouse Nation, they just caught a UFO, and now they've developed a genetic drug that will benefit all of humanity. Is this ushering in a new era of genetics? Love it. Love it. We are willing to follow the Lighthouse. I'm studying abroad. I originally planned to return to my country, but now I've made up my mind to stay. I want to immigrate. I already immigrated a long time ago. Dragon Country science is inherently not on the same level as lighthouses. Now you can see the gap, right? With UFOs and the genetics era, I'm afraid Lighthouse will colonize Mars soon, while a certain country is still researching mechas. Son, no matter. I've applied for immigration. If I don't immigrate now, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with the great era of genetics. Yeah, everyone else has already entered the era of genetics, and we're still just babbling. It's a shame I'm uneducated, otherwise I'd be able to benefit too. When the news of Sigma Gene Potion came out, there were more than 100,000 immigration applications in Longming. Either they have studied abroad, or they have always longed for the Lighthouse. Facing this wave of immigration, the staff of the Immigration Management Committee asked the President, President, what should we do? Suddenly so many people want to go to the Lighthouse. Should we let them in or not? Just follow the normal procedures. Those who meet the requirements will be approved directly, neither intentionally obstructing nor working overtime. The President said lightly, it's going to rain, and my mother is going to get married. If they think the other side is better, then let them go. Chapter 87 Shuin Expert, Academician Jiang Chen. When a large number of people immigrated to Xiete, they were immersed in the great era of genetics that was about to begin. Jiang Chen stayed at the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals Testing Ground, working hard. With the cooperation of dozens of scientific researchers from the Longming Institute, the inherited torch energy device was finally successfully installed on Suihua. Suihua itself is equipped with the Quafu chasing the sun power system, and the original energy device is not bad either, using a dual-drive energy device of electricity and heavy oil. After this transformation, she used the energy device that was passed down from generation to generation. Not only is it more powerful, but its battery life is also longer. Before, I had to recharge it every week or so. But now, according to the consumption parameters of the energy device, She can last for 3 months after charging once. Boss Jiang, this energy consumption parameter is too outrageous. The overall energy performance is hundreds of times higher than before. A scientific researcher was stunned when he saw Tsuehua's background data. Mechas like Tsuehua consume a huge amount of energy. Charging once a week is already very high frequency. But now, after the transformation, Tsuehua's energy consumption has dropped to a very low level. However, the parameters of combat power, defense, and speed have not been reduced. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. It was indeed an energy device that was passed down from generation to generation. It hadn't even achieved controlled nuclear fusion yet, but it could increase the battery life to 3 months. Once controlled nuclear fusion is developed, it won't be 3 months, it may be 1 year, 2 years, or even unlimited endurance. This is the terrifying thing about controlled nuclear fusion, unlimited energy. Xiao Jiang, how are the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals doing lately? I heard from Colonel Wei at the military factory that you recently acquired a new batch of design drawings for energy devices. Just then, Xia Zhongshuan walked over slowly and asked kindly. Recently, the military factory has been working at full capacity to produce models of heavenly soldiers and generals, as well as the power system for Quafu chasing the sun. Their production line was almost smoking, but then Jiang Chen brought in a batch of new design drawings claiming to be for energy devices. The parts on them were weirder than each other, so they had to mobilize people again and make molds according to the requirements. They had to work overtime all night and were a little short of manpower. So he found Xia Zhongshuan and asked him about the importance of this energy device. If it's not very important, plan to postpone it. In response to Xia Zhongshuan's question, Jiang Chen directly handed the experimental parameters and data to him one by one. This is an energy device called Inheritance of the Torch. It can reduce losses and improve the overall performance parameters of the mecha. Currently, Tsuehua's energy consumption has increased by at least 100 times. Also, if this energy device can be perfectly implemented in a magnetic field confinement experiment, it might be possible to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. Jiang Chen said. In addition to providing energy to the heavenly soldiers and generals, this energy device can also develop controlled nuclear fusion. The value of controlled nuclear fusion to the entire society is enormous. Controlled nuclear fusion? Xia Zhongshuan's eyelids twitched when he heard this. Controlled nuclear fusion is the most important part of the Nanchamen project. If this link can be opened up, the entire Nantianmen project can be completed at least 10 years ahead of schedule. According to the original plan, it will take at least 20 years to industrialize controlled nuclear fusion. Xia Zhongshuan quickly took the experimental data and looked at it carefully. Every piece of data here is recorded in detail from the computer, and the specific time when it was generated is recorded in detail. After he finished reading it, he was completely shocked. This energy device is so powerful. Xiao Jiang, well done. I was right about you. I will immediately apply to my superiors to mobilize another military factory to specifically produce this energy device. You continue the experiment. Xia Zhongshuan left in a hurry. He took the experimental data and design drawings to the relevant departments to apply for more military factories. Clean up the testing area and test again tomorrow. Jiang Chen finished his instructions and prepared to leave Longming Academy. When passing by the chemistry laboratory building, several old professors in white coats were talking among themselves. This new female doctor is really creative. She's actually developed a genetic drug that increases the activity of human molecules. Yes, according to various data, this drug can slow down the decay of human telomeres, which means it can extend lifespan. I estimate at least 10 years. That Sigma thing from the other shore only claims to extend lifespan by 5 years, but this one lasts for 10 years. This is a major breakthrough in the field of biochemistry. The most important thing is that we haven't found any side effects yet, but that may not be the case with the one from Xiete Country. I heard that academician Wang has already made Xu Yin a full-time employee and plans to promote her to an expert in the field of chemistry at the next major conference. Young and promising. The group of people were talking and walked past Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. He knew that the parameters of life potion number 1 had been tested. There have been some breakthroughs so far. However, he didn't care about this title and turned around and left Longming Academy. And at the same time, in a confidential cloud meeting, once again, the heads of 20 core departments gathered together. Colleagues, the energy device Xiao Jiang has designed this time is of great significance, and it represents a major breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion. I also asked the leaders to approve another military factory to produce this energy device for us. As the head of the Longming Institute, Xia Zhongshuan was the first to speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, he expressed Jiang Chen's needs. The military factory currently belonging to the Dragon Academy of Sciences has been working overtime until smoke is coming out. Another military factory must be approved to cope with subsequent production. At the cloud meeting, the heads of various departments were reviewing the design drawings, various experimental parameters, parts currently being produced by military factories, and other materials submitted by Xia Zhongshuan. A full half-hour later, after everyone finished reading it, they all had solemn expressions on their faces. This series of information shows that the Longming Institute is currently in a state of explosive growth in scientific and technological achievements. So much so that even the military factories were a little overwhelmed. The Dragon Academy of Science has recently experienced a surge in scientific and technological achievements. Approving one more military factory might not be enough. I suggest two. A big man from the military spoke up. The more scientific and technological achievements there are, the better it will be for the military. So he supported it. Okay, let's vote. There are three options. A approves 1, B approves 2, and C approves 2 official and 1 reserve. The boss who presided over the meeting came up with 3 options based on everyone's suggestions. 1 minute later, the results are out. 11 departments chose C. All right, vote passed. 2 full-fledged military factories and 1 reserve facility will be approved. They will be ready for full-fledged operation at any time based on production capacity, the host announced. If all goes well, this meeting is adjourned. Wait, I have a question. Sudden. A big shot from the Ministry of Science and Technology suddenly asked a question. This chief of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals is almost achieving controlled nuclear fusion. Can he be elected as an academician? The cloud conference was quiet at first. Then everyone whispered to each other. Brain-like chips, Quafu chasing the sun power system, energy devices that pass on the torch, heavenly soldiers and generals, carbon-9 molecular materials. Each of the items here is enough to become a candidate for academician. But Jiang Chen achieved all of these at the same time. Come on, keep voting. Chapter 88 Qi Yao Chui Hua, the Iron Pillar. Xiao Jiang, I have great news for you. At the test site, Jiang Chen was installing a new wingspan for Tsoa based on the principles of powered flight so that it could better adapt to the Xinhuaxiang energy device. At this moment, Xia Zhongshuan came jogging over excitedly. Jiang Chen turned around to look at Xia Zhongshuan, whose face was slightly red, and asked with a smile, Dean, is this about the military factory? It just so happens that I'm in urgent need of the next batch of Xian Huaxiang Chuan parts. Currently, only Tsuehua has installed this energy device, and other mecha people do not have this device. Therefore, the experimental data can only be limited to Tsuehua. However, there are still a large number of heavenly soldiers and generals waiting to be installed on the experimental field and need to be trained together. The military factory issue has been settled long ago. Multiple departments have already decided to approve 2 official military factories for the Longming Institute. They are now working at full capacity to design various structures and parts for us. There is also a reserve plant, which has not yet been put into operation, but it will be put into operation at any time according to our needs. That's not the point. The point is that you've been promoted as a candidate for academician, and you're the top candidate. If nothing else unexpected happens, you will be the next academician. Xia Zhongshuan finished speaking to Jiang Chen in one breath, and his old face became even redder, so much so that he almost fainted. That's great. Does that mean I can get a new batch of Xian Huaxiang Chuan energy devices in a day or 2? Jiang Chen also looked happy. If this energy device is also installed on Zhujiang 888, then the next time we go out to sea, we can go directly to the Pacific Ocean without worrying about there being no port nearby to refuel. Yes. Oh no, didn't you hear me talking about academician candidates? That's the point. Xia Zhongshuan quickly corrected Jiang Chen and asked him to pay attention to the key points. Jiang Chen smiled. Academician candidate, huh? I see. After saying that, he continued to tinker with Tsuehua's wingspan. This wingspan is longer and thinner than the previous one, but when matched with the energy device, it is faster and has longer endurance. No, didn't you understand? Candidate for academician. Xia Zhongshuan was confused. Didn't this kid understand what I said? Otherwise, why is there no response? You must know. Even though I am indifferent to fame and fortune, when I learned that I had become an academician, I was so happy that I couldn't help but share it with my family for a long time. This Xiao Jiang, despite being so young, looks like his synapses are failing. Jiang Chen turned around and said lightly, Dean, I understand. However, I have no interest in academician candidates. Even if I become an academician, it will only be a small goal in my life. I can't tell which title is higher, the general manager or the academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Finished. Jiang Chen continued to tinker with the parts of Tsuohua's body. Xia Zhongshuan stared blankly at Jiang Chen's back. After a while, he couldn't help but mutter, "Damn it, he tricked me." Not only did he manage to fit it in, he also did it so naturally, mellowly, and with moisture. Final. Because Jiang Chen's aura was too bright, Xia Zhongshuan covered his face and left. After Jiang Chen tested Tsuohua's wingspan, he found that her overall performance had improved a lot. Watch her stomp her feet and rise directly into the sky, standing in the air and flapping her wings to fly. She is as perfect as a female celestial general. How can such a perfect female celestial general still be called Tsuohua? Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire this masterpiece. He shouted to the sky, "Tsuohua, come down." Tsuohua flew down, landed in front of Jiang Chen, and folded her wings. "From today on, your name is no longer Tsuohua. Your name is Qi Yao Tsuohua," Jiang Chen said to Tsuohua. Tsuohua immediately responded, "Qi Yao Tsuohua, the name is being entered into the system." And Iron Pillar. Even though he hasn't been upgraded yet, we can't just keep calling him Iron Pillar. From now on, let's just call him Heaven-reaching Iron Pillar. Jiang Chen also changed Tieju's name, which sounded much more noble. Qi Yao Chuehua, Tontian Iron Pillar. Ha! Mr. Jiang, you picked such a good name. Not bad at all. The researchers standing by couldn't help but laugh. I have decided on the names of these two generals. Other heavenly soldiers, please help come up with some names. You can't just call them all number so-and-so. That's too boring. Jiang Chen said to everyone with a smile. Since they are heavenly soldiers and generals, of course they need names. It's almost time to get off work anyway. Soon everyone started discussing it excitedly. People like Murong Outyin, Yanhai Lianlu, Ice and Snow Fairy, all showed up. Jiang Chen sat aside and rested for a while. Just then, an older researcher came over and said, "Boss Jiang, I have a favor to ask. Old Fong, tell me what you want. If I can do it, I will definitely help." Jiang Chen smiled. Not everyone in the Dragon Science Institute is as young as he is. Most of them are older professors. For example, Lao Fong is a retired professor from a university. However, in recent years, he has been working hard at the Longming Institute, mainly responsible for circuits. He was still very polite towards Jiang Chen. After all, he has made so many contributions, which makes him admire him very much. Professor Lao Fong spoke. "It's like this. I've been involved in scientific research these past few years and have had very little time to go home, which has led to a bad relationship between my daughter and me." Having said that, Lao Fong sighed. "But I heard that my daughter seems to like the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals series. I saw her make a wish on Douyin that she wants to take a photo with the Heavenly Soldiers during graduation season. Yesterday, my husband told me that my daughter is going to have her graduation photos taken tomorrow. I was wondering if I could bring a celestial soldier with me to attend her graduation. Of course, I know that the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals project is currently in a secret research and development phase and can't be easily taken out." When Lao Fong said this, he also looked embarrassed. Currently, the only person who has the authority to lead the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals out is Jiang Chen. The rest of the people cannot be taken out at all. Jiang Chen understood after hearing this and asked, "Which school does your daughter attend?" "Medical University." Lao Fong said. "What a coincidence. My daughter. Ah, my girlfriend is also in medical school." Jiang Chen said, "How about this? I can take Tsuohua out. If your daughter doesn't mind, I can let her take a photo with Qi Yao Tsuohua. Do you think she would like it?" Tsuohua. Lao Fong originally just wanted to take one heavenly soldier out. Unexpected. Jiang Chen was actually willing to take Qi Yao Tsuohua, who was at the level of a heavenly general, out. He immediately said excitedly, "Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang. It's okay. I just happen to be going to the medical university as well." Jiang Chen said, "Judging from the time, Xue Yao should be taking graduation photos." Chapter 89, Standing and Flying, Prison and Care. Pearl River Medical University. The weather is clear, with blue sky and white clouds. On the playground, a large group of young students in graduation gowns were taking graduation photos. The weather is nice today, and there are only a few days left before graduation. So, the graduates chose to take some photos to commemorate their youth on this day. Xue Yao was currently in the middle of the playground, taking photos with her 3 roommates. Just then, there was a commotion on the playground, and an old professor in a formal Zhongshan suit walked towards a girl with short hair. "Dad, why are you here?" The girl with short hair looked at Professor Fong in surprise. Professor Fong smiled and said, "Didn't you say you always wanted to take a photo with a celestial soldier? I've got your application approved and will be here soon." "Is this true?" the short-haired girl said in surprise. "Of course. Even though Dad is old, he's still a researcher at the Dragon Academy." Professor Fong held his head high and chest puffed out. The short-haired girl's eyes turned red. She knew that her father was fulfilling her wish. But she usually doesn't care much about her father. I just feel that he gets off work so late every day and only cares about scientific research. And complained about him. Thank you, Dad. The short-haired girl lowered her head and spoke softly. You're welcome. Today is your graduation season. You should be happy. Lao Fong patted his daughter's shoulder. As a father, he could still withstand this misunderstanding. The short-haired girl immediately smiled, pulled Professor Fong, and said, Dad, take a photo with us. Yes, Uncle, let's take a photo together. Dad, can I take a photo with the Tianbing later? A girl asked secretly. Lao Fong smiled and said, Haha, sure, let's take a photo together. Not far away. Shui Yao raised her eyebrows when she heard Professor Fong's words. Heavenly soldiers. Isn't this the project that Jiang Chen is in charge of? Are you sure you can bring it out? Although Shui Yao knew that Jiang Chen was in charge of this, she did not require Jiang Chen to bring a heavenly soldier or general to participate in her graduation season. The female roommate beside her was also puzzled and asked, Shui Yao, isn't your boyfriend also in the Dragon Academy? Can he bring a heavenly soldier out as well? That won't do. It has to be kept secret. Shui Yao shook her head. However, just then, everyone on the playground suddenly looked up and exclaimed, What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Are you dumb? You can't even speak? Wow. Looking at Chi Yao Tsuhua and the golden dye bird flapping their wings in the sky, everyone started digging water grass. What a boast. Fong Min, your dad actually called all the heavenly generals here. It's cowhide, but why is Tsuehua standing and flapping her wings, while the bird next to her is lying on its stomach? You don't understand this, right? The ancient immortals of Dragon Nation flew while standing. Since these heavenly soldiers and generals are named after the ancient immortals, their flight design must also conform to the ancient immortals' flying method. Wow, this is really thoughtful. Modern airplanes usually fly in a prone position. This kind of standing, flapping flight must be technically difficult. Its designer is really thoughtful. Everyone was talking about it. And in heaven, Jiang Chen was sitting on the back of the golden dye bird, slowly diving towards the medical university playground below. The golden dye bird had sharp ears. Upon hearing the discussion below, it immediately stood up and said, It seems that you Dragon Kingdom doesn't like to fly on your belly. Then I'll learn from Tsuehua. Hey, damn it, get down on the ground. Jiang Chen was so frightened that he quickly hugged her bird neck. The golden dye bird adjusted its posture and flew on its belly. Why? I also want to be a local sacred bird. You are from Singapore. You are a foreign bird. Stay still. Tsuehua is a local, so she is flying standing up. Jiang Chen plucked a bird feather from her as a punishment. The golden dye bird roared. Jiang, if you pluck my bird feathers again, I will die with you. Finished. She threw Jiang Chen down. Fortunately, he was very close to the playground, and he rolled over and landed gracefully. Chi Yao Tsuehua landed on the ground and folded her mechanical wings. The golden bird also landed on the ground and stood up, imitating Tsuehua and folding its wings. Wow, Tsuehua, this is the real Tsuehua. Oh, so great. A group of female college students gathered around. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and introduced everyone. Tsuehua has a new name. She will be called Chi Yao Tsuehua from now on. She is currently the spokesperson for the Tianbing Tianjiang project. I hope everyone likes it. Chi Yao Tsuehua. Ha. This name instantly sounds noble and classy. Can I take a photo with Chi Yao Tsuehua? Everyone surrounded the man, the bird, and the mecha, making it impossible to get out. Okay, come one by one, and then take a group photo at the end. Jiang Chen just finished speaking. He was pushed away by the crowd. Bird Rider, your mission is complete. Please make way. Jiang Chen had no choice but to walk away. And at this time, Shui Yao also rushed over with her female roommate. She looked at Jiang Chen with surprise. Honey, why are you here? Old Fong said his daughter wanted to take a photo with Tianbing, so I brought Tsuehua here. Oh, and her name is Chi Yao Tsuehua. Jiang Chen smiled. Oh, I thought you came here just to see me. Shui Yao said coquettishly. Jiang Chen stepped forward, helped her adjust her bachelor's cap, smoothed her hair, and said with a smile, Old Fong said his daughter is at the medical university. I said, what a coincidence, my daughter is there too, so I came over. The purpose is still you. Oh, that's disgusting. Shui Yao covered her face, looking shy. The female roommates next to her started to make noises. Hey, daughter. She's still role-playing. I'm usually the queen and the knight, not the daughter. Shui Yao argued proudly. Out of 10 times, I would only call him dad once or twice. Just at this time. Shui Yao's female mentor saw many people watching here, walked over, and heard Shui Yao's words clearly. Jiang Chen and Shui Yao's female roommate were both speechless. Although the female instructor was almost 40 years old, she was still graceful and plump. She looked at Shui Yao with a smile and said with understanding, "Young man, take care of your health." Plop. Shui Yao fell headfirst and died again. In the crowd, Suihua was surrounded by people. Just then, a boy asked curiously, "Is this big golden bird a bionic bird? Its wings look so lifelike. Can I pluck a feather from it?" Said. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch it. Just then, Jiang Chen rushed in and said hurriedly, "You can't pull it out. According to our country's mecha law, pulling out a bird feather is punishable by 5 million and 3 years in prison." Fuck. The boy was so scared that his third leg shrank 2 centimeters, and he quickly withdrew his hand. There was laughter all around. This kid was almost put in jail. Chapter 90. Sit in the dormitory, enjoy the sweet air. There is a warning that prisons are sufficient for support. The college students were very honest and took photos with Qi Yao Tsuehua and the golden dye bird. Not a single hair was plucked, and no random touching was done. More and more people are coming. Not only graduates, but even those who have not graduated came to join in the fun. My dear, this isn't going to end anytime soon. Why don't you come sit in my dorm? Under the shade of the trees not far away. Looking at the enthusiastic students, Shui Yao used her bachelor's cap to block the sun for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked back at her and saw that her face was flushed, as if she was a little flushed by the sun. He said, "It's not very good. It's broad daylight, and there are people coming and going." Jiang Chen was helpless. My girlfriend really loves to play. She had told herself the weekend before that her roommate was away. Let him fix the plumbing. At that time, Jiang Chen refused on the grounds that he didn't know how to repair water pipes. Unexpectedly, she still remembered it. "It's okay, my roommates are still taking pictures. There's no one in the dormitory." Shui Yao pulled Jiang Chen away. "I'm about to graduate, and I'll never be able to go back to my alma mater. Gotta keep a souvenir." "Okay, then sit down." The two entered the dormitory. They were completely unaware that their 3 female roommates were following them. They squatted at the door and listened attentively. Jiang Chen is right. Shui Yao is really loud. At the same time, many immigrants have already had their applications approved and are now arriving at the California airport. As soon as you leave the airport, they all closed their eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled, saying, "Wow, this is sweet air. Come on, let's take a group photo and show it off to the people back home." About 50 people who were the first to go abroad took a group photo at the airport. Then I posted the photo on Weibo. And it comes with copywriting. "This is the taste of freedom. This is the sweet air. Are you jealous?" As soon as they walked out of the airport, there were people from the Ministry of Science and Technology who responded to them. "Hello, you are an immigrant from Dragon Country, right? You are very lucky to have been selected as one of the first recipients of the Sigma Gene Potion. Please follow us." The responding officer showed his license. The sweethearts immediately exclaimed, "We are so lucky." Finished. I immediately followed him into the car and went to the experimental base. And on the neckband, some people couldn't help but laugh after seeing this scarf. What a sweet air. Do you think you're superior just because you immigrated? There's a saying that goes, "Those who are not of my race must have different hearts." Indeed. Think about how the Xiete Kingdom treated the descendants of Sakura during World War II. If they don't cry until they see the coffin, they will regret it sooner or later. Faced with the ridicule from the Weibo crowd, some people who were flying to Xiete country couldn't help but fight back. What do you know? Stop using your narrow-mindedness to speculate about a free country. That's right. Did you know that the previous batch of immigrants have already started enjoying Sigma? They're willing to give us this good stuff. Are you willing to give it to us? Forget it. I won't argue with those who only see the world from a narrow perspective. Facts speak louder than words. I've already applied for Sigma's use. Once I've used it, increased my lifespan, and strengthened my body, I'll show you a live broadcast. You short-sighted creatures are absolutely envious. However, a few days later, the previous batch of immigrants stopped updating their Weibo accounts, as if they had disappeared. Even news came out. Someone experienced severe adverse reactions after drinking the Sigma Gene drug and has been admitted to the ICU. The medical expenses of tens of thousands of dollars a day almost empty my wallet. In a civilian community in California, a woman named Wang Halian is currently broadcasting live to the country. Blogger, please tell me, does Sigma Gene medicine really have any adverse reactions? In the live broadcast room, many people were asking Wang Halian. Wang Halian immediately said, "Don't listen to those marketing accounts. Many of the people who came with me have already drank Sigma. They are healthy and have no problems." Finished. Her eyes flickered. She actually knew that some people had adverse reactions. So, she withdrew her application for the Sigma Gene Potion overnight. intending to wait until others had tried it. Stop talking nonsense. I have a classmate who was there and is still in the ICU. Can you please have some conscience when you speak? At this time, someone raised questions. Wang Halian curled her lips and said, so what if there are adverse reactions? Just don't go. This is a free world. You can decide for yourself. Are you sure you can decide? Just then, there was a violent knock on the door. Open the door. F-by. Wang Halian put down the live broadcast and walked to the door. What's going on? Hello, Ms. Halian Wang. Your application for the Sigma Gene Potion has been approved. Please come with us. The FBI took out its license and said. Wang Halian was shocked when she heard this and quickly said, impossible. I withdrew my application yesterday. Sorry, it cannot be undone. Your application has been approved. After saying that, the FBI took her away. No, no, no. Wang Halian screamed. However, she was still taken away by Fu Bo. Puff. Did you hear anything? I heard it. It seems like they're checking the water meter. Wow, what sweet water duh. When Sigma started his experiment, the Life No. 1 drug from the Dragon Science Institute is currently being tested on animals. After 5 consecutive rounds of experiments on 5 types of mammals, including hamsters, dolphins, rabbits, sheep, and cats, the Lonka Institute finally obtained the various parameters of Life No. 1 potion. This medicine has no side effects. Moreover, it has a miraculous effect in increasing people's lifespan and strengthening their physical strength. Most importantly, many of the raw materials of this genetic medicine are not rare. Many of them come from traditional Chinese medicine. It's just a tempering process, which is very rare. It is very different from the experimental methods of modern Western medicine. This made many scientific researchers in the chemical experiment ask Xu Yin in disbelief how she refined the first bottle of Life Potion No. 1. Faced with so many people asking questions, Xu Yin had no choice but to say that she came up with this idea after being inspired by Jiang Chen. What? Isn't Xiao Jiang the person in charge of the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals project? How come he also knows about genetic medicine? I suspect this little Jiang is an alien. Remove any doubts, he is it. Well said, let's go catch him and study him. Walk. A group of people came to the testing site in a mighty procession. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was not at the testing site at the moment. He is now at the Pearl River military port, with a group of people from the military factory, carrying out the 3rd reinforcement of the small fishing boat. Chapter 91 Enhancement 3.0 Pan Zhodan Possessed. Inside the military port, 11 scientific researchers from the Lonka Academy and 13 from military factories are currently upgrading Zhujiang No. 888 to a completely new version. The reason why the small fishing boat received such treatment was not only because Jiang Chen became a candidate for academician, but also because of his 2 major military achievements during his last voyage. This made Longming realize that with the combat capability of a small fishing boat, it not only did not need escort, but could escort other ships instead. So, Long Xiaodian, Tang Zhe and others directly gave the small fishing boat sufficient authority, allowing Jiang Chen to give the small fishing boat a full-body national-level healthcare according to his ideas. This made Jiang Chen so happy that he almost drooled. He had long wanted to transform the small fishing boat into an aircraft carrier, and then coexist peacefully with the Longming. Jiang Chen stood at the harbor, happily watching everyone busy updating and upgrading the small fishing boat. Be careful, that's a torch-passing energy device. There are only a few of them in the military factory right now. If one breaks, it'll be next month. Jiang Chen looked at several soldiers carrying and installing energy devices weighing tons, and couldn't help but give a reminder. This renovation and upgrade. But it's not just about expanding the ships. Mainly upgrading the energy plant, and installing a short-range missile silo at the stern. Jiang Chen did not request this short-range missile launch silo at first. He mainly wanted to upgrade the energy equipment and expand the ships. But I didn't expect it. At Long Xiaoyan's insistence, the military factory approved a small missile silo. Although this launch silo is very small and can only be equipped with 3 short-range missiles at a time, with a range of less than 100 kilometers, it is still a pleasant surprise for Jiang Chen. Generally speaking, only destroyers have anti-ship missiles. Jiang Chen's small fishing boat is actually on the same level as a destroyer and is also equipped with anti-ship missiles. Although it is a short journey, it is definitely a milestone for small fishing boats. As for medium-range missiles, those with a range of 1,000 to 3,000 kilometers, they must be at least cruisers. Long-range intercontinental missiles, with a range greater than 3,000 kilometers, are generally carried on submarines. Report to Mr. Jiang. The ship is almost finished updating. When will it be launched for testing? Just then, A sergeant from the munitions factory strode over. Jiang Chen saluted him and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I'll do the experiment." Said. Jiang Chen jumped directly onto Zhujiang bus number 888. At the port, many soldiers, scientific researchers, and sailors were standing there, curiously watching to see how powerful the renovated and upgraded small fishing boats were. Not bad, not bad. It feels like it has expanded 2 or 3 times. After Jiang Chen jumped into the cabin, he looked around. Not only is the surface of the hull coated with new carbon-9 molecules, it also looks brand new. The deck on the left side was also expanded to accommodate 2 reinforced mortars. The deck on the right side was also expanded, and 2 reinforced mortars were placed. There is also a cleaning Gatling gun on the front side, and the deck space is not small. When you have nothing to do, you can sit on the bow to fish. As for the tail, there is a black silo, which should be the short-range missile silo. According to Long Xiaodian, the one installed was Dongfeng 03. Only 3 rounds. Let Jiang Chen use it slowly. In the driver's seat, there is also a new large screen in front, which not only has a radar system, but also an intelligent operation interface for controlling missile launches, starting the Quafu chasing the sun power system, the torch energy system, the drainage system, and other functions. Start up. Jiang Chen pressed the switch. The small fishing boat responded quickly. Although the small fishing boat had expanded from 14 meters to 29 meters, and its width had expanded from more than 3 meters to 6 or 7 meters, and there were several tons of high-density alloy plates as ballast under the hull, but with the response of the power system and energy device, the small fishing boat whooshed past everyone in a Pan-Jodan-like posture. Huh. Seeing the small fishing boat rushing over, everyone was so scared that they stepped back, thinking they could no longer control the situation. However, it was unexpectedly possessed by Pan-Jodan and turned back to the sea. Chua. Almost in the blink of an eye, the small fishing boat rushed into the sea. There is almost no shadow. Fuck, this speed, has it reached 50 knots? Everyone at the port felt their hearts pounding. This speed is really too heart-wrenching, isn't it? On the sea, Jiang Chen staggered and almost fell over. He quickly steadied himself and slowed down. With the impressive power system of the Quafu chasing the sun, this small fishing boat could easily reach 100 knots. However, this speed was too fast, and he was worried that the launch silo at the back would fall into the water. So the speed was reduced to 50 knots. But 50 knots is pretty fast. There were only about a dozen sections before. It has increased by more than 4 times. It's almost 100 kilometers per hour. After flying out for dozens of nautical miles, Jiang Chen returned in the small fishing boat. It's back, the little fishing boat is back. Everyone at the port waved as if to welcome a triumphant general. Especially those muscular men from the military factory. They unbuttoned their shirts, waved their clothes, and their abdominal muscles and biceps swayed together. Jiang Chen stopped the small fishing boat, jumped onto the shore, and said with great satisfaction, "The small fishing boat performs perfectly. The transformation mission was completed perfectly." Bang, bang, bang. Applause broke out at the scene. Tang Ze came over without knowing when. He walked up while clapping and said, "Congratulations, Xiaojiang. Pearl River 888 has been upgraded again. I think this little fishing boat should no longer be called Pearl River 888, but Zhushan." Ha ha ha, yes. The little fishing boat has grown up. Everyone laughed heartily. The god-slaying number? Jiang Chen smiled. Although this name sounds domineering, he still prefers to call it the small fishing boat, Zhujiang number 888. Because this is what my parents left for me when they died. Okay, everyone go away. I have something to talk to Xiaojiang about. Tang Ze waved his hand. Everyone reluctantly left the scene of watching the small fishing boat. This sci-fi little fishing boat is even more powerful than an aircraft carrier in some aspects of its configuration. For example, the power system and energy devices have not been used on the aircraft carrier yet because the modification is too difficult. Commander Tang, what do you want from me? Jiang Chen looked at Tang Ze. Tang Ze is the first commander of the Kaibu base. He is in charge of basic maritime affairs. He is in a high position and has great power. If it is not an important matter, he will definitely not come to me in person. Tang Ze looked at the small fishing boat, then at Jiang Chen, and spoke slowly. You know Deep Blue Ocean Group, right? It's the top ocean logistics company for trade between my country and the Kangaroo country. Recently, they have a group of ocean-going cargo ships, about 13 huge ships, heading to Kangaroo country. They're Deep Blue Ocean, a long-standing client on the Navy base's S-level protection list. Normally, they'd need at least 2 destroyers. However, there are not enough destroyers in the major ports right now. Currently, there is only one Weilong destroyer that is still under repair and can barely be dispatched. No, there's still one ship missing. Chapter 92 Zhujiang Dad, I'll escort you. After listening to Tang Zai's words, Jiang Chen understood. This means that you have to drive a small fishing boat to escort 13 huge ships. Jiang Chen looked at his small fishing boat, which was only about 20 meters long, and scratched his head. Commander Tang, I'm willing to go as an escort, but I hope the ship won't mind. The giant ship was at least hundreds of meters long, carrying a lot of cargo, and was tall and strong. When I drove past it, I could only look up. He is worried that small fishing boats are being unfairly discriminated against. Dislike? Not really. You have your own missiles. Tang Zai shook his head and said, the people in Deep Blue Group are not stupid. Even if they have never been hit by a missile, have they never seen a missile launched? Well, in that case, I have no problem. When do we leave? Jiang Chen asked. Although he has been back for less than half a month, he is fully capable of taking on the task as long as there is a cargo ship that needs escort. Not to mention, I haven't been to the kangaroo country yet. You can escort and fish at the same time. No rush. Their cargo ship is still loading cargo at the port. It will take at least 3 days. When the goods are ready, I'll tell you, and you can just come over. Tang Zai patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Thanks a lot. Jiang Chen agreed immediately. It's not hard, serving the people. After Jiang Chen left, a staff officer walked up to Tang Zai and said worriedly, Commander Tang, even these small fishing boats have been used. This isn't a long-term solution. There are still many cargo ships going out to sea, and they need escort. If there was no real lack of destroyers and cruisers, Tang Zai would not have sent all the small fishing boats to escort. Tang Zai put his hands behind his back, looked at the sea, and pondered. There's nothing we can do. The Dragon God Aircraft Carrier Group is still carrying out the highest level mission in Antarctica. The Dragon Soul Aircraft Carrier Formation is in the Pacific. The Dragon Roar is in Somalia. The 4th aircraft carrier will take some time. The staff officer said, somewhat puzzled. Commander-in-Chief, I understand where Long Hun and Longming are going. But why has the Dragon God stayed in Antarctica for so long? What's going on over there? It's been almost a year, and it hasn't returned yet. Tang Zai narrowed his eyes and said, the 3 aircraft carriers of the Xiete Kingdom are all circling near the Antarctic continent. How can the Dragon God return easily? There are huge benefits over there, and no one wants to leave. What a great benefit. The chief of staff muttered to himself and didn't dare to ask any further questions. He had no idea what great discoveries had been made in Antarctica. However, he knew something about the fact that destroyers often caught strange and large fish, including Jiang Chen. The brain-like mecha that was caught before had made a major breakthrough thanks to it. But no one has figured out yet where this type of brain mecha came from. 3 days later, before Jiang Chen left the house, he greeted Shui Yao. This girl is acting out of character. He actually urged him while putting a straw hat on him. Dear, let's go out to sea quickly. It will be too late if you are late. Let's go quickly. Jiang Chen looked at the blue and green straw hat and fell into deep thought. This is not right. You used to pester me to go out to sea together and do things that we both love. Now that I'm going out to sea, you're urging me? Because I'm going to find a job, I won't bother you anymore. Wait until I get the job, then I'll go out to sea with you. Shui Yao sent Jiang Chen out of the house. Okay. Jiang Chen left home muttering. Shui Yao was on the balcony upstairs and saw Jiang Chen leaving. So she packed her luggage and started heading to the Dragon Group for training. Last time it was theory. This time, it should be practical. Sister Longxi, I'm here. Shui Yao's face flushed with excitement. When he thought about the future, he would wear a commander's uniform, drive an aircraft carrier, and pass by Jiang Chen's small fishing boat. He must have been so frightened that he fell into the sea and was about to be eaten by a huge shark when he stepped on the aircraft carrier and fell from the sky. That scene. Hiya. Shui Yao laughed and went out. Near the Pearl River port, 13 huge ships are preparing to set sail. They are all cargo ships belonging to the Deep Blue Ocean Group, with their decks piled high with containers filled with industrial products, ready to be shipped to kangaroo country. This batch of industrial products is mainly used to exchange scarce mineral resources with the kangaroo country. In order to ensure the complete completion of the transaction, 2 destroyers need to be dispatched to provide escort throughout the voyage. Only, the Pearl River ports have been short of warships lately. There were no extra warships to deploy to other ports. In order to ensure safety, the chairman of Deep Blue Ocean Group personally visited Tang Zai once. Although Tang Zai readily agreed, Zhang Daong, the person in charge of Deep Blue Group's overseas expansion, was still a little nervous. After all, he had heard about the lack of escort warships in major ports. This day, we are finally leaving the port. He waited on the first freighter for half a day. All we saw was a newly repaired Weilong destroyer sailing out from the military port opposite. Captain Wei, didn't we agree on 2 destroyers? Why is there only one? Zhang Daong picked up the radio and couldn't help but ask anxiously. There are some changes in the route for this trip to Kangaroo Country. The possibility of encountering pirates on the road has increased significantly. If there is only one destroyer, it is possible that it will be stolen. After all, the front and rear queues of this batch of cargo ships alone are several nautical miles long. If there is only one ship, it will not be possible to take care of both the front and the back. 2 ships are required, one in front and one behind. Captain Wei radioed Zhang Daong. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. I have another military warship behind me. There's another one. Zhang Daong looked at the military port in confusion, wanting to see if there were any other military warships. A few minutes later, sure enough, there was a military warship sailing out. The speed is quite fast. It's just not that big. This is a fishing boat. I'm so fucking lost. Zhang Daong fell on the deck and almost died. Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? I'm Zhu Jiang 888, and I've been ordered to escort your Deep Blue Ocean group. Please reply if you receive it. Zhang Daong climbed up and looked down at the Pearl River 888 speeding past him. He couldn't help but sing a song of gratitude. Listen to me say thank you, Pearl River Daddy. You're welcome. That's very kind of you. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Pan Zhoudan made another edge-skirting move and drove to the front of the freighter, merging with the Weilong destroyer. On the deck, Zhang Daong looked at the speed of the small fishing boat and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It's quite fast, and it has its own mortar. I just wonder if it will run away if it really encounters pirates. Mr. Zhang, why is there a hole on the back of this fishing boat? It's dark and looks weird. A sailor nearby said doubtfully. It should be the drainage system. Seeing his subordinate's disbelief, Zhang Daong rolled his eyes at him. What? Do you still think that's a missile silo? Go to sleep. Set sail. Chapter 93. A Thousand Islands Country, 2 routes. Jiang Chen drove a small fishing boat to the front of the freighter and met up with the Weilong destroyer. The captain of the Weilong destroyer is a middle-aged man in his 40s. He is wearing a blue Navy uniform, with bright eyes and a straight body. He is currently in the command room, communicating with Jiang Chen on the radio about the route. The final destination of this escort is Darwin, the land of kangaroos. Currently, there are 2 regular routes. One is to go east out of the Pacific Ocean, then south to Kangaroo Country. 100 miles west is Darwin. The journey is approximately 16,056 kilometers, and it's estimated to take 5 to 6 days. A round trip would take about half a month. This is the route used by cargo ships before, and the distance is quite long. The second route is shorter and takes less time. That is, we can first go south along the southern seas, then go east along the Indonesian area, and we can reach Darwin faster. Wei Chongqing and Jiang Chen discussed this. Although he had escorted cargo ships many times and traveled to North America, Western Europe, and other places and was experienced, he did not underestimate the small fishing boats when facing the dispatch of the Ministry of Navy base. After all, he had witnessed the scene of him chasing pirates and firing cannons last time. Such a brave and warlike person is definitely worthy of respect. After listening to Wei Chongqing's analysis, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then replied, Of course I'd choose the shorter route. Captain Wei, do you have any concerns? Jiang Chen asked. Normal logic, of course, is that the sooner the task is completed, the better. Why are you still hesitating? Wei Chongqing explained. You may not know that the first route is close to the Pacific Ocean. Not only do Chinese aircraft carrier formations appear from time to time, but also aircraft carriers from the Xiete Kingdom. Therefore, pirates generally do not dare to appear on the first route. But the second route is different. Although the second route is shorter, it is sandwiched between Indonesian islands throughout the journey. Indonesia is known as the country of 1,000 islands. There are thousands of islands across the country, large and small, countless. Although the sea area is much larger than that of Malacca, there are too many islands. Whether it is my country or the country of Set, they rarely come here for patrols. Because even if there are pirates, they will turn around and hide inside the island, making it difficult for destroyers to chase them. Wei Chongqing shook his head. These islands are not unowned lands, but are inhabited by indigenous Indonesians. And pirates in Indonesia are good at moving back and forth between islands and conducting guerrilla warfare. Even if a cargo ship is damaged, there is often no reason to complain. Therefore, most of the ocean-going cargo ships from Dragon Country to Kangaroo Country choose the first route. In addition, this time, only 1 destroyer and 1 fishing boat were sent for escort. In theory, the first route should be chosen. Is this mission urgent? If it's not urgent, half a month is enough. Jiang Chen asked. Wei Chongqing said, This batch of industrial products is mainly used to exchange for a rare mineral from Kangaroo Country. This mineral is for the military factory. Recently, the military factory has been working overtime and smoke is rising. Some mineral resources are in short supply and need to be shipped back as soon as possible. The Navy Department gave us half a month, but Commander Tang also said that we should try to return as soon as possible. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be mineral resources prepared for the military factory. Then there can be no delay. He voted decisively. Then I choose the second route. Are you sure? Actually, I also want to choose the second route, but I'm mainly worried about encountering pirates and delaying the voyage. Wei Changqing said. Sure. Okay. Do you want to go in front or in the back? I like the back. Good. Wei Changqing also sent a radio to Zhang Daong. Mr. Zhang, this is the Weilong destroyer. The official route has been sent. Please follow it. Also, please divide the 13 cargo ships into 2 columns, maintaining a distance of 5 nautical miles between them. The destroyer is in front, and the Zhujiang 888 is in the back. Repeat. Now, the freighter is also ready to go, just waiting for the order from the escort formation. Zhang Daong received the radio call and raised his eyebrows. What protected the backyard was actually a small fishing boat. He sighed and replied, "This is Deep Blue Ocean Group's #1 cargo ship. Route received." The words fell. The remaining dozen or so cargo ships were divided into 2 columns, about 5 nautical miles front and back. As the freighters started moving, the Weilong destroyer led the way. Zhujiang 888, which remained stationary, soon fell behind freighter number 13. He started the fishing boat and began escort mode. On board freighter number 1. After Zhang Daong ordered someone to start the freighter, he quietly put on a military green helmet and military green bulletproof vest, and even put his ID card on his chest. Mr. Zhang, it's not that serious, right? A subordinate who was going out to sea for the first time was so frightened when he saw Zhang Daong's actions that his legs went weak. Zhang Daong chuckled and said, "Why do you think seafarers' wages are higher than those on land? Besides scurvy, boredom, shipwrecks, and sea terror, there's this human disaster called piracy, which God knows when it will appear. Don't stay in China for too long and think that this planet is peaceful and prosperous, and there will be no life and death struggles." While checking the bulletproof vest, Zhang Daong spoke calmly to his subordinates. The poorer the place, the more desperate people there are. Especially in recent years, Long's foreign trade has developed rapidly, and cargo ships worth billions of dollars are often sailing on the sea. When such a valuable cargo ship passes through places where the average monthly salary does not exceed 500 renminbi, you can imagine what the people on the shore are thinking. At this time, only artillery shells with a large enough caliber can shock the enemy. After hearing this, the subordinate trembled and quickly put on a bulletproof vest. However, after thinking about it, he became confused again. If we really get caught in a pirate firestorm, this body armor and helmet won't be enough. My face and neck will turn into a hornet's nest in a matter of minutes. Who said I'd give you bulletproof? I'd leave your body intact. I'm about to pee. It was just a joke, just to tease you. Zhang Daong patted his subordinate on the shoulder and said to ease the atmosphere, "The pirates in Indonesia are different from those in Somalia. They are not so simple and crude." What's the difference? The subordinates are curious. Zhang Daong looked out at the sea and said slowly, "The Somali guys are tough. They like to go head on. They're good at Gatling gun fire and quick decisions. They basically run if they can't grab it. If they can't, they'll just run away. The Indonesians are not like that. They prefer guerrilla warfare and sabotage. Sometimes they don't steal things, but they like to stop you, throw tear gas at your freighter, and disgust you. Also, there's an ancient legend about a pirate king on the Thousand Islands in Indonesia." When Zhang Daong said this, his face turned pale. It seems that some not-so-good memories were brought back. Chapter 94, Pirate King, Vanilla Sea. The Pirate King. I know this. I, Captain Jack, am destined to become the king of pirates. The subordinate's eyes lit up, and then he spoke loudly. Zhang Daong shook his head. That's not it. It's about Indonesian mythology. In Indonesia, there's an ancient profession called sorcerer. It's said there are mysterious techniques that can cast a spell on people, like Indonesian god oil. As long as you apply it on someone, they will fall hopelessly in love with you. For example, if you throw vanilla on the ground or the sea, you will lose your way if you touch it. Isn't it amazing? Zhang Daong asked with a smile. The subordinate asked, "What does this have to do with the pirate king?" The sorcerer is an ancient profession. In modern times, it is natural that there will be updates and replacements. It's said that there's a very powerful sorcerer in Indonesia who's actually a pirate. Whenever he shows up, every passing cargo ship must pay tribute. Even if it's a warship, it has to shake 3 times or take a detour. Over time, this sorcerer was known as the king of pirates. Zhang Daong narrowed his eyes slightly when he said this. Once, When he was following a cargo ship along the Java Sea in Indonesia to the Kangaroo country, he met this pirate king. The other party appeared on the deck at that time, and fog rose on the sea, which scared everyone on the freighter. When the destroyer arrived, the man disappeared again. If many people hadn't seen a pirate-looking man standing on the deck at that time, Zhang Daong would have thought he was seeing a ghost. Mr. Zhang, why do I feel that what you are talking about is more terrifying than the pirates in Somalia? I regret it. After listening to the pirate's story, he suddenly felt that the Somali pirates were more lovable. Just one shuttle shot, and you can leave this world peacefully. And why do these Indonesian pirates give people the feeling of being scared to death, but not dead? I hope I don't run into that. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't want to take this route next time. Zhang Daong shook his head. Just then, Wei Chongqing's voice suddenly came from the intercom. Mr. Zhang, next time you tell a ghost story, could you please turn off the intercom? On Zhujiang 888, there's only one living person and 2 robots. Xiao Zhang would be scared if he heard that. Zhang Daong was stunned. Just found out. I don't know when the intercom was turned on. Embarrassed, he quickly apologized. Sorry, I really didn't mean it. Xiao Jiang, you didn't piss yourself, did you? Do you need a diaper? Jiang Chen replied quietly. All fears come from insufficient firepower. If that pirate you're talking about shows up, I promise to give him 2 dabi-do packs of daggers. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Jiang is right. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. Wei Chongqing smiled brightly. A generation that grew up under the red flag and was bathed in natural science should firmly believe that when the poor are poor, they should be attacked with precision, and when the rich are rich, they should be covered with firepower. No matter what monsters dare to show up, shipborne missiles, arrange them. Captain Wei is right, Zhang Daong said with a smile. After a brief exchange, the destroyer began to accelerate, and the freighter also increased its speed to dozens of knots. Zhujiang 888 followed leisurely behind the 2 columns of cargo ships, sometimes speeding up and sometimes slowing down. Around 11 o'clock that night, the escort fleet arrived at the southernmost tip of the southern waters. However, this time, the fleet did not head west to Malacca. Instead, it entered Indonesian waters along the Kariim-Mata Strait in the southeast direction. Indonesia is a country of thousands of islands, with West Kalimantan, Central Kalimantan, and East Kalimantan to the north. To the south is the famous island of Sumatra. Sandwiched in between are the Java Sea, the Flores Sea, and the Banda Sea. Only by passing through these 3 seas can you reach Darwin, the city of Kangaroo country. This narrow and long sea area, which stretches for thousands of miles, has countless islands in the middle. There are some islands that even Indonesians have never visited in their lifetime. Even if you have been there, you won't be able to communicate because there are more than 500 languages in Indonesia. 2 days later, when the escort formation crossed the equator and arrived in the Java Sea at 4 degrees south latitude and 116 degrees east longitude, it was already around 6 in the evening. Jiang Chen had just finished the dinner that Zhang Daong had the freighter chef bring him and was burping. Suddenly discovered. There is an island ahead, very close. The island is not big, but I saw a lot along the way. Some appear to be empty, while others appear to have people in them. There were no people on the island ahead, but white smoke could be seen coming out of the island, quickly covering the seashore. Someone should be cooking. Jiang Chen didn't care much about it, as many of the natives here still used firewood. The formation moved forward at a speed of 20 knots. As night falls, the azure ocean gradually turned into pure black. It was like a black monster, quietly opening its big mouth. And there are more and more scattered islands around. On some islands, there are tall and thin crooked street lamps, but the light is dim and you can only vaguely see human figures flickering under the lights. The white smoke on the sea surface is getting thicker and thicker. It seems that more and more people are cooking. The formation passed through the white fog. Jiang Chen sniffed, and it was indeed the smell of smoke from burning firewood. The concentration is getting higher and higher. Some of them can't see the direction clearly. However, Jiang Chen kept watching the radar the whole time and followed the last freighter closely. The formation had radar display and did not deviate from its course, but continued to advance in a column throughout the journey. At the same time, around 4 degrees north latitude and 130 degrees east longitude, there is a long island here that connects the north and south of Indonesia. It's like a dam standing here. On a prosperous island, there is an indigenous Indonesian tribe. A group of natives are repairing a assault boat. On a stone pier not far away, a barefoot man with a beard, a headband, and pirate-style clothing was smoking opium. King Dujir, are we going out to sea tonight? A woman looked at the man with lustful eyes. Tens of thousands of people on the island worked hard for a month, but didn't make much money. But this man, As long as he goes out to sea, he can let everyone eat and drink to their heart's content. He is simply a savior. Certainly, he prefers to be called the Pirate King. It is said that his grandfather was once a sorcerer with powerful secret skills, and Dujir also learned many ancient secrets passed down in his family. Relying on these ancient secrets, he became the big boss of this sea area. There were pirates from other tribes who wanted to compete with him for dominance of this sea area. The group of pirates behind jumped into the sea. Everyone said that this Dujir was not from Earth, but a demon from heaven. Later, the rest of the pirates all went around Dujil. Sprinkle these herbs on the sea. Dujil gave a look. The women sprang into action. They drove their speedboats to the sea and spread herbs like seeds. They didn't know how to use it, but they knew that once Dujir cast the spell, fog would rise all around. The magnetic field would become chaotic, and any ships that strayed into the Sea of Vanilla would lose their radars, meaning they would lose their way. Normally, experienced cargo ships would choose to drop some food and industrial products as tribute. Otherwise, you will just keep spinning in circles and won't be able to get out. Chapter 95, Shipborne Missiles, Hitting the Target. This is the Weilong Destroyer. Everyone, brace yourself. We'll arrive in Darwin in about a day and a half. Once we're in Darwin, we can take a break while loading and unloading cargo. Wei Changqing's somewhat solemn voice suddenly came from the radio. Receive. Both Zhujiang 888 and Zhang Daong on the freighter responded. In fact, without Wei Changqing's reminder, Jiang Chen and Zhang Daong both kept their eyes open and stared at the radar. Because as night falls, the smoke around the sea becomes thicker and thicker. If the previous smoke was caused by the island's natives cooking, but it's already 1 in the morning and the smoke still hasn't dissipated. Everyone naturally perked up. Fortunately, the radar is very sensitive and will detect any ship appearing nearby. Another hour passed. None of these passing ships committed any crime. Just when everyone thought that the night was almost over, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed that there were large numbers of floating objects in the sea ahead. They looked like seaweed, but had a strange fragrance. Oh no, it's the Sea of Vanilla. Zhang Daong made a somewhat panicked sound on the radio. Stop talking nonsense and follow me. Wei Changqing led the way, and the destroyer knocked away a large amount of vanilla and moved forward. The freighters followed closely behind, trying to leave the sea area quickly. However, soon, everyone discovered that the island that appeared before their eyes again. Captain Wei, there's a problem with our radar. We can't get out. Zhang Daong said helplessly. He was really a jinx. What he had said before actually happened. The only way to crack it is to throw away 1 or 2 tons of supplies. According to Indonesian folk sayings, these herbs will naturally dissipate after about half an hour. Xiao Jiang, what do you think? Should we throw away the supplies? Wei Changqing frowned as he looked at the inoperative radar. As a materialist, he doesn't believe in these things. But now the radar is out of order, and the naked eye cannot distinguish the sea filled with smoke. If we continue to waste time, the whole night will be over. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen stood up and looked around. His field of vision was wider than that of a normal person. Although obscured by smoke, he could still vaguely see flickering figures on some islands. They seemed to be waiting for something. It's probably some sorcerers doing something wrong, causing the radar to be in a chaotic magnetic field, causing the ship to lose its course. Jiang Chen also frowned. He could use his keen vision to escape from this sea area, but other freighters and destroyers had no way to leave. If you want everyone to leave together, you either have to kill the sorcerer or catch him and make him dispel these herbs. Think of this. He said, don't throw away the supplies. Wait for them to show up. Wait for them to show up? Zhang Daong trembled when he heard this. Last time, he also gritted his teeth and did not throw away the supplies. As a result, the other party appeared on the deck like a ghost. He was so scared that he quickly threw away some things to ward off disaster. Level 18 Battle Preparation. Wei Changqing also issued a military order. The soldiers on the deck, fully armed, kept their eyes on the ship that appeared in the fog. And on an island 10 nautical miles away, Dujil was holding a telescope, observing the fleet that was trapped in the Sea of Vanilla. According to normal rules, as long as the other party is not passing through this sea area for the first time, they should know what to do. However, this time, he waited for more than 10 minutes. Still no sight of the container thrown into the sea. Damn it, are you so stubborn? Dujir threw down the opium, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. This sea was opened by me, and this grass was planted by me. If you want to live well from now on, you must not lose money. He scanned the entire formation with a telescope. In front was a fully armed destroyer, followed by more than a dozen cargo ships loaded with cargo. His eyes turned red. Damn it, they're not willing to throw away even a bit of all this stuff. What a bunch of bastards. As Dujir cursed, The telescope's view suddenly fell on the back of the formation. Huh, why is there such a small boat behind? Haha, did you think I didn't notice you because you were hiding at the back? Dujir put down the telescope, put on the robe of a sorcerer popular in ancient Indonesia, and gave an order. Move forward. The assault boat started, and Dujir also began to mutter to himself. As he was muttering, the assault boat actually teleported across the sea. In the blink of an eye, it appeared dozens of meters away, like a ghostly ship. When the women on the island saw this, they all fell to the ground in fear. He shouted, "Gods and demons descended from the sky. You're not throwing away supplies, right? I'm going to scare you to death." Dujir's assault boat, taking advantage of the fog, quickly sailed towards Zhujiang number 888. There was a ferocious look on his face. His ship, aided by the sea of vanilla, was like a ghost, and any normal person would be frightened when seeing it. Beep beep. The radar on Zhujiang 888 showed that there were unidentified ships approaching, but they could not be locked. The red dot above is flashing. Huh? Such a fast speed. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. The red dot flashes, indicating that the opponent's speed is far beyond that of a normal ship. At this moment, a speedboat suddenly appeared on the left side in the fog. Be careful, Zhujiang 888. Wei Changqing also noticed that there were ships approaching Jiang Chen and shouted. But the next second, the assault boat disappeared again, hidden in the smoke. Jiang Chen frowned. What the hell was this thing? It could actually flash in the smoke. Any normal person would have shirked their head in fear upon seeing this ghostly ship. But Jiang Chen is not a normal person. He walked up to the mortar, loaded the shells, and began to look around. Next second, the assault boat suddenly rushed out from the fog on the right. There is also a pirate-like man on top, wearing the clothes of a sorcerer, muttering something. Against the backdrop of the fog, he looks extremely scary. Sprouting Todoroki. Jiang Chen spoke angrily. Fire the shells suddenly. Boom. The shells, carrying the smell of gunpowder, flew towards the assault boat. But the assault boat disappeared again. The shells created a huge splash on the sea. It actually failed? Jiang Chen was very surprised. This ghostly assault boat is even faster than a cannonball. It seems that only missiles can catch up with this ghost ship. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, returned to the driver's seat, and began to control the shipborne missiles. There are 3 shots anyway. Use 1 shot first to practice. Grasp. Since when did the small freighter also load mortars? In the smoke. Although Dujir escaped the disaster, his ears were buzzing and his heart was beating very fast. If he was any slower, he would go to hell and become a ghost pirate. Someone, bring me the machine gun. Dujil shouted. Prepare to capsize this small freighter. Holding a machine gun, he once again rushed out from the smoke behind and fired at the small fishing boat. Just then, a brilliant flame shot out from the stern launch shaft of the small fishing boat. The Dongfeng 03, with the double unpredictable Qian Shuesan missile trajectory of Thomas rotation plus Panjodan's edge, spun in the air and hit the assault boat in an instant. Boom. The assault boat was hit by a single shot. Although the bottom of the small fishing boat was pressed down by several tons of alloy plates, it still brought a huge thrust when the missile was launched from the silo. Push the small fishing boat forward half a nautical mile. Chapter 96 Opening Up Routes, Electronic Jamming. Bang. The small fishing boat drifted for half a mile like a skipping stone and finally landed on the water, splashing huge waves. Hiss. This feeling of pushing my back. Jiang Chen felt refreshed by the sea water. If the ship hadn't been coated with carbon-9, the hull would have fallen apart long ago after that missile was fired. Pearl River 888. Are you okay? Just then, the Weilong destroyer rushed over. The moment the mortar fired, he knew something was wrong and quickly ordered the assault boat to attack. But soon, he saw the small fishing boat launch a missile directly and hit an assault boat. He himself also drifted forward half a mile. Wei Changqing quickly sent a speedboat to rescue. I want to see if Xiao Jiang is still intact. Captain, I'm fine. The ghost ship has been destroyed. Jiang Chen drove Zhujiang 888 back to the sea area. On the sea, the assault boat was torn into pieces and Duzhel's body could not be found. The good news is, the vanilla on the sea surface was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The radar is also being restored and corrected. Mr. Zhang, the warship's radar has been restored. We can prepare to depart. Wei Changqing reported to Zhang Daong. Zhang Daong lay on the deck, watching the communication between Zhujiang 888 and the assault boat, and he was completely dumbfounded. Just now, was that a missile launched? It seems so. It was so fast that it destroyed the pirate's ship directly. My subordinates also lay on the deck the entire time. They saw with their own eyes that Dujir's assault boat flashed back and forth, which made everyone shudder. And when the other party flashed for the third time, a burst of flames shot out from the tail of Zhujiang 888. If it is a mortar shell, it should be a parabola with a fixed trajectory. But the missile that just hit was clearly not on a fixed trajectory, but rather the famous Qian-Shuesan missile trajectory, and its motion curve was unpredictable. Gurgle. Zhang Daong swallowed, muttering to himself. Is the Ministry of Marine Affairs so rich that it can install shipborne missiles on small fishing boats? Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang? Hurry and leave. There are indigenous boats coming from behind. Wei Changqing sent a quick order. Zhang Daong quickly got up. Far away. Sure enough, there were indigenous boats rushing over, and their roars could be faintly heard. Gods and demons descended from the sky. You killed our gods and demons, you will die. Those people rushed over in their boats like crazy. The freighter quickly followed the warship away. And Zhujiang number 888 is at the back. It looked like the native ships were about to come up. Jiang Chen picked up the loudspeaker, shouted at them. FUXGU. Finished. He also left in a small fishing boat. And those indigenous ships seemed unable to catch up. They immediately started communicating with each other. What did that person just say? I've been to college, and I know he speaks the language of Shetland. I understand. They are from Xiete country. Damn it. Our god and demon from heaven was blown up by the Xiete nation. Our gods and demons descended from the sky. I have an irreconcilable feud with Xiete. The natives cursed. There is no vanilla sea blocking the way. The fleet quickly left the Flores Sea. As the sun was about to rise, the fleet appeared in the Banda Sea. It is very close to Darwin City. We will arrive around afternoon time. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. We are finally about to leave Indonesian waters. Xiao Jiang, your missiles are such a waste. Just one small pirate, and you've already wiped out 1 billion in one fell swoop. The voice of Wei Changqing came from the Weilong destroyer. Although the destroyer also has missiles, he usually doesn't want to use them. He wouldn't use it unless he encountered great danger. After all, it's 100 million per piece. Jiang Chen was half lying in the cockpit at this moment, and Suehua was giving him a massage. Last time he was bored, so he asked Suehua to learn a set of massage programming based on the massage techniques of technicians on the streets. Now after turning it on, she immediately started massaging. I have to say that she is quite skilled in the silicone material. Hearing Wei Changqing's words, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. $100 million to destroy the Indonesian legend. I think it's worth it. This is not just about defeating a pirate, but opening up a smooth shipping route. Next time other cargo ships pass by, it will be much safer. If we pay tribute every time and come more often, wouldn't it be more than 100 million? After hearing this, Wei Changqing nodded in agreement. That makes sense. You young people are really quick and ruthless. After all, he is old and has a lot to consider. Have to consider the cost effectiveness. You have to consider the hit rate. It was Jiang Chen who acted decisively and hit the target with one shot. At the same time, over the Banda Sea, northwest side of Kangaroo Country. This is a sea area that must be passed through when entering the Kangaroo Country from Indonesia. An early warning aircraft is patrolling overhead. This is a Falcon early warning aircraft sent from the aircraft carrier USS Minis. Although at this moment the Minis aircraft carrier formation is in the waters east of the Kangaroo Country, but it does not affect them at all from flying early warning aircraft here for patrol. General Mine Eyes, this is Falcon AWACS 7. We've observed a fleet of freighters from Dragon Country, escorted by only one destroyer. The early warning aircraft quickly detected the approaching Weilong destroyer. On board the Minis, General Mine Eyes smiled coldly. Recently, the Dragon Kingdom's aircraft carrier formation has been involved in either the Antarctic continent, the Pacific Ocean, or Somalia. There are not many cargo ships with escorts at all. Some cargo ships were idle the entire way and had no warship escort. The reason why those pirates did not cause trouble was that their country's aircraft carrier was cruising nearby. They just want to use our aircraft carrier to entertain them. Mine Eye said somewhat unhappily. They were the ones cruising, but the ones who benefited were the cargo ships from Dragon Country. How can we let them arrive safely in Kangaroo Country? Received, AWACS number 7 received. The pilot of the Falcon early warning aircraft immediately understood Mine Eye's instructions upon hearing this. He swooped down in the Falcon early warning aircraft. It arrived less than 50 nautical miles away from the freighter formation. Then, electronic information interference was launched. Let's just spend the day sailing around the Banda Sea. On the Falcon early warning aircraft, the blonde man sneered. The Falcon early warning aircraft is equipped with the world's most advanced electronic jamming system. Even if the Tang Long wants to fight back, it will take some time. However, this freighter formation did not have any early warning aircraft to counter electronic information interference. Once the enemy's radar system is interfered with, it will lose its course. He hung there proudly, continuously launching electronic interference at the freighter formation. 10 minutes later, the freighter fleet did stop. They appeared to be checking radar. Hey. On the Falcon early warning aircraft, the man was grinning. Just then, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky and landed on the Falcon AWACS number 7. The early warning aircraft fell towards the sea. Oh, fuck da. S. Chapter 97. A bolt from the blue, underwater kangaroos. Reporting to General Mineyes, this is Falcon AWACS 8. I have discovered the wreckage of Falcon AWACS 7. Location, near the Bond de Seed. Preliminary assessment. The AWACS aircraft suffered a severe lightning strike, leaving it in a scorched state, and the pilot is missing. Photo shooting. When Mineyes received the news from the number 8 early warning aircraft, he felt terrible. Attacked by lightning? How is this possible? Our Falcon early warning aircraft has the best lightning protection in the world. How could it be struck by lightning in broad daylight? Mineyes was dumbfounded. Immediately have your subordinates contact the Global Meteorological Satellite Monitoring Department. Ask them to send over all the weather data for the Bond de Seed 1 hour ago. 5 minutes later, the Meteorological Satellite Monitoring Department of the Xiete Kingdom directly sent all the Bond de Seed meteorological data for the past 10 hours and the next 10 hours. The above shows that in the past 10 hours, the Bond de Seed was covered with light clouds and sunny weather. The weather will be mostly sunny in the next 10 hours, with only a little rain around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. But it was just a light rain. There was absolutely no lightning warning. So, where did the lightning that struck number 7 on a sunny day come from? Mineyes looked at the weather data and the photo of the AWACS being hit by Regio and was stunned. This moment, he finally understood what a bolt from the blue meant. Commander, what should we do? How do we report the incident with AWACS number 7? At this time, the staff officer next to him asked with some concern, holding a small notebook. A Falcon early warning aircraft costs hundreds of millions of dollars. The value of training drivers is even greater. This time, he was completely wiped out by a bolt from the blue. How to explain this to the Pacific Fleet? Mineyes came back to his senses and glanced at the staff officer dimly. How do you think we should report the truth? You sent AWACS number 7 to disrupt the Dragon country's freighter formation, but it was accidentally struck by a bolt from the blue. The staff officer spoke truthfully and suddenly felt a chill coming towards him. He was startled and quickly corrected himself. Oh no, it was AWACS 7. It was struck by lightning from nowhere while performing an early warning mission over the Bond de Seed. The accident is still under investigation. That's right, report it like this. Mineyes nodded in satisfaction. This black pot must not be placed on my head. The staff officer took note, then asked anxiously, Commander, if we report this, won't our superiors think we're fooling them? After all, being struck by lightning on a sunny day is incredibly strange. There have been a lot of strange things happening lately. Even the Ministry of Science and Technology can catch UFOs, so why is it so strange that our AWACS was struck by lightning on a sunny day? If they're curious, let them investigate on their own. Mineyes said calmly. All right. The staff quickly reported the matter to the Pacific Fleet Command. The Pacific Fleet Command is the department that oversees the 3 major aircraft carrier formations, the USS Manisto, the USS Lexington, and the USS Ronald Reagan. Upon receiving the news from the USS Minnies, the commander's staff was stunned. What a bolt from the blue. Minnies is going too far to cover up the accident. Commander Wilson took the information, looked at it, and then put it aside. It's shocking that UFOs can pledge allegiance to our Xiete nation. It's nothing surprising. Just keep asking Congress for funding, and that's it. Yuhis. After the staff officer left, Wilson picked up the document again and looked at it. His eyes narrowed slightly. UFO. A bolt from the blue. The Antarctic continent is considered a great discovery of the age of exploration. All this shows that this is a period of great changes that has not been seen in 1,000 years. No matter how it changes, the lighthouse is still the beacon of this planet, and it is still the most powerful ruler of this planet. Wilson's eyes were bright, and his expression was confident. Even UFOs have begun to pledge allegiance to the USS Washington. They will surely seize the initiative in this new era. Zhujiang 888 followed the cargo ship formation and left the Bond de Seed. It is less than 100 nautical miles away from Darwin. Jiang Chen relaxed his vigilance and half lay in the cockpit, letting Tsuawa be alert throughout the process. Just as he was dozing off, a voice suddenly woke him up. Reminder to the host, if you have caught a large catch, please close the net in time. Hey, I actually caught something in this sea area. Jiang Chen climbed up in surprise. We have been traveling all the way from Indonesian waters for 4 or 5 days. but the fishing nets have not reacted at all. Unexpectedly, we got some harvest near the Banda Sea. He quickly closed the net. The thing inside the fishing net was struggling violently, to the extent that Zhujiang 888 also began to shake violently. What the hell? What the hell? A living thing? Jiang Chen pulled the net in with all his strength. The fishing net had never fluctuated so violently during previous fishing trips. Could it be that a shark was caught? Jiang Chen successfully closed the net. Wow. A huge figure weighing half a ton pounced towards Jiang Chen. You're so scary and full of negative energy. Give you some positive energy. Jiang Chen yelled. A bolt of lightning struck. Boom. The huge figure landed on the stern deck, and the fishing boat sank slightly. Jiang Chen took a closer look and was completely stunned. This little head, big belly, long tail, and furry fur. It's actually a kangaroo. What's going on? Do kangaroos live underwater? Jiang Chen was a little messy. Aren't kangaroos mammals that live on land in kangaroo country? How come there is also underwater? Just when Jiang Chen was confused, a large amount of unheard of knowledge suddenly flooded into my mind. Zoology, lactation, postpartum care for sows, genetics, marine biology, anatomy, mutation, genetics, paleontology, non-classical evolution theory, N+ genes, a total of 20 subjects. Underwater kangaroo, a B-sequence supernatural creature, has a skin gene called N+ mutated in its body, allowing it to use its skin for aerobic exercise underwater. Humans were able to perform aerobic exercise underwater in the earliest times. Later, after they crawled onto land, this ability gradually degenerated, and the N+ gene naturally disappeared. The system also provides some basic descriptions of the underwater kangaroo. Jiang Chen spent half an hour digesting the system's description and the knowledge in his mind. Just recovered. N+ gene, underwater breathing, degeneration. This is going to pry open the coffin lid of Darwin's theory of evolution. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. This knowledge. It's like a brand new, powerful hammer. We need to smash the skylight of the old world to pieces. If this gets out, it will definitely cause a sensation. Just then, on the radio, suddenly, a notice came from Wei Changqing. Darwin Port, almost there. All ships, please prepare to enter the port. Chapter 98 Regret Immigrating, Research Equation. Deep Blue Ocean Group has a fixed location in the port of Darwin. With the reception of the port administrator, the freighter fleet successfully entered the port quickly. Including Jiang Chen's small fishing boat, everything was arranged perfectly. The Weilong destroyer was parked not far away. Jiang Chen stood on the shore of the port, watching a large number of kangaroo country porters moving industrial products from the ship. There's a lot of cargo on these dozen or so cargo ships, and it will take at least until late at night to unload all of it. And in exchange, it would take at least a morning to load all the scarce minerals from kangaroo country onto the cargo ship. It takes almost 2 days to leave the port after going back and forth. During this period, everyone had to stay here. Captain Jiang, Captain Wei, let me take you to our Deep Blue Ocean Group's rest area. Thank you both for your hard work along the way. Zhang Daong led the way in front and spoke to the two of them very politely. During this escort mission, not to mention the various expenses of the destroyer, just the Dongfeng 03 missile that Jiang Chen used to hit the pirates cost a small amount of money on the spot. Naturally, I have to take them to the hotel to rest and treat them well. Let's go? Xiao Jiang, this should be your first time in Darwin City, right? Let Mr. Zhang show you around. Everyone was heading towards the port. At this moment, a noisy and chaotic sound suddenly came from not far away, and there was actually a lot of Chinese in it. Jiang Chen looked back and saw a large number of stowaways in a container. They were immediately pinned down by the guards from the kangaroo country. What's going on? Jiang Chen and Wei Changqing were both a little curious. Zhang Daong immediately sent someone to inquire about it, and the person came back soon. They are the last batch of immigrants to Xiete country. They seem to have regretted their decision, but the country is no longer accepting them, so they chose to sneak into Kangaroo Island. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. When the news of the Sigma gene potion spread in Xiete country, there were indeed quite a few immigrants. But when the side effects were reported later, no one went there anymore. Unexpectedly, it's been less than a month, and all this has already happened. I actually regretted choosing to sneak across the border. This is the regret of being bullied in a foreign country. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as regret medicine in this world. After learning the whole story, Wei Changqing couldn't help but shake his head. It is not easy to obtain the nationality of the dragon country. The probability of these people getting it back after giving it up is 0. A few years ago, a Nobel laureate got a green card from Manhwa and happily showed off on social media. And this is because the other party has made sufficient contributions and is famous and has lived in the country for a long time. As for others, they have to queue up and apply. There are not many places available every year. Don't worry, they will regret it later. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Life potion number 1 is already under development. Once commercialized and mass-produced, the Dragon Country green card, which was already difficult to obtain, will only become even more popular. When they find out about this, they will probably be even more angry and vomit blood. Everyone left. We went to the Hilton, the fixed resting place of Deep Blue Ocean Group in Darwin. Inside the Hilton Hotel, Jiang Chen is eating at the buffet. Suddenly, I received a message from Xueyao. Xueyao/Omega, are you there? Jiang Chen, Omega, eating. Xueyao, Red Heart. Don't eat yet. Send me your belly and big X. Jiang Chen, stop it. I'm having dinner in Darwin now. Xueyao, Darwin? Is that the Darwin from Kangaroo Country? Can kangaroos be eaten? Jiang Chen is parallel to no. Have you found a job recently? Xueyao, _. Found it. Remember to send me the answer to the linear equation after you finish eating. Jiang Chen was speechless. Is it popular among female college students to solve linear equations recently? At the same time, Xueyao also put down her phone contentedly. She is currently at her parents' house, watching TV with them. After half a month of training with the Dragon Group, she can have another day off. And, in a few days, she will go to the Pearl River port to test a destroyer first. If you get excellent scores throughout the whole process, you can then conduct practical training on cruisers and aircraft carriers. After sending the message to Jiang Chen, she went to take a shower. Not long. Several messages popped up on her phone. Pictures. The answer to the linear equation has been sent to your phone. Don't tell anyone, especially your bestie. Qin Guohua and Xueyao's mother glanced at each other inadvertently. The two saw the picture message pop up, but didn't see the picture, but they did see the second sentence. The two looked at each other in confusion. A linear equation of one variable. These two have both graduated from college, so why are they still solving linear equations? Qin Guohua's old face was full of confusion. Xueyao's mother thought for a moment and said, I understand. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, so maybe Xueyao and Jiang Chen also looked at the math section. They probably got inspired and recalled their struggles many years ago, so they. Xueyao's mother was talking excitedly. Xueyao walked out of the bathroom. Mom, what are you talking about? What sudden impulse? Xueyao's mother looked at her daughter with a knowing expression and pointed at her phone, saying, Don't hide it from us. You and Jiang Chen were working on a linear equation, right? I saw it all. What did you see? Xueyao was shocked when she heard this. The towel used to dry my hair was thrown away. The whole person pounced over. Quickly grabbed the phone and face back. I am not afraid of being torn to pieces. I just want to keep my innocence in this world. I saw you and Xiao Jiang discussing a linear equation. I was like, how old are you, and you're still solving linear equations? Have you forgotten even this? Qin Guohua looked helpless. Even though I have graduated from university, I shouldn't have forgotten all the linear equations. Still discussing. I think it's a good idea. Young people should discuss linear equations with each other more often, just as a way to review previous math problems. Xueyao's mother disagreed. How many college students only know how to play games and watch videos after graduation? My own daughter even knows how to study linear equations with her boyfriend. She is already very good. Xueyao looked at the two elders, who were arguing about a linear equation. Only then did I understand that they were really talking about a linear equation of one variable. She suppressed her pounding heart, took a deep breath, and then said, Mom, I'm going back to my room. It's only 9 o'clock. Don't you want to watch TV? No more reading. I need to study this linear equation carefully. I can't let my youthful, lively, smart, and lovely brain go to waste. Xueyao's eyes were firm and her tone was persistent. She held her cell phone and quickly returned to the house. Xueyao's mother was relieved when she saw this scene. What a studious little girl. She's worthy of being my daughter. Chapter 99, Ancient Spaceship, Researching Kangaroos. 2 days later, the 13 cargo ships not only unloaded their cargo, but were also reloaded with scarce minerals. A fleet of cargo ships leaves Darwin port. Jiang Chen was steering the Zhujiang 888, still behind the last cargo ship. Here, fresh tomatoes. Jiang Chen threw a few tomatoes from the bag to the kangaroo in front of him. The kangaroo was not electrocuted to death, but it was unconscious for several days. Now that I've woken up, I'm already starving. Fortunately, Jiang Chen prepared a lot of plants, vegetables, fruits, etc., so he should not die at sea on the way back to China. The kangaroo lowered its head and began to eat with a smacking sound. One of its front legs had been locked up by Jiang Chen with handcuffs and a mortar, making it impossible for it to escape. Jiang Chen was not worried. Feeding is completed. The freighter fleet began to accelerate back home. And at this moment, inside Longka Hospital, a large truck transported a batch of top-secret items to the Zhujiang military airport. This batch of top-secret items is the life potions #1 that was successfully replicated by the Dragon Science Institute's chemical laboratory. But there are only 200 of them. Although it has been tested on mammals, it has not yet been commercialized on a large scale. Instead, 200 were produced and planned to be deployed to the Dragon God in Antarctica and the Antarctic Research Station. Because these two places have the most genetic warriors. The final effect of this potion still needs to be tried by the genetic warriors first. Boom. At the airport, a large transport plane took off, flying towards Antarctica. 9 hours later, the large transport plane encountered the Dragon God aircraft carrier formation near 57 degrees south latitude. It landed on the deck and delivered this batch of confidential life #1 potion to the hands of Li Jing, the commander of the Dragon God. You've worked hard, go take a rest first. Li Jing was on the deck, directing his subordinates to carry the 5 large boxes of life #1 potion into the laboratory one by one. This Dragon Science Institute is really good. They can actually produce such a high-sequence genetic drug. A staff officer looked through the basic information of this batch of medicines with a look of surprise. Li Jing picked up an emerald green test tube of medicine and examined it with narrowed eyes. It's a bit surprising indeed. I remember that the Dragon Group has always been researching genetic medicine. I didn't expect that the Dragon Institute's laboratory would also make a breakthrough. I heard that it was a genius female doctor from the Dragon Academy who figured it out. As for how she figured it out, the Dragon Academy has kept it a secret, so we don't know for now. Oh, by the way, this female doctor is said to be from the Dragon God Academy. She just got in not long ago. She is really a genius. Another staff officer said. A junior from the Dragon God Academy? Li Jing raised his eyebrows. He also graduated from the Dragon God Academy, although it happened many years ago. But now I hear that such a talent has emerged from the Dragon God Academy. I am still very pleased. It seems that there are more and more talented people in my alma mater. Next time I return to China, I must grab such talents and bring them to the aircraft carrier for research. Li Jing pondered secretly. I'm afraid it's not that easy, that old man Xia Zhongxuan. The staff officer laughed. Li Jing chuckled. When we give some of the great treasures from the research station to the Dragon Academy, I guarantee they'll be eager for the entire Dragon Academy to come over to do research with us. There are indeed many great treasures at the scientific research station, but isn't this still under scientific research? That old man won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. The staff officer shook his head. Zhongshan Station and Great Wall Station are the 2 major scientific research stations of Manhwa on the Antarctic continent. Over the years, scientists have endured the severe cold in Antarctica and persisted in their research. Finally, half a year ago, an astonishing discovery was made. That's an ancient spaceship. It's been frozen for at least 10,000 years. The scientists who returned from the scientific expedition were wrapped in snow-padded jackets. Their lips were frozen purple, but their eyes were emitting a burning heat, shining like the sun. According to their initial predictions, this amazing discovery is enough to bring humanity into the interstellar age. Certainly, the current scientific research work is extremely difficult. Coupled with the confidentiality and the polarity of Antarctica, the scientists have to work day and night in reverse, and they also face life-threatening dangers. So, progress is slow, especially recently. Around the Antarctic continent, besides the Dragon God, even the 3 aircraft carriers of the Xiete Nation have been patrolling the surrounding waters, perhaps because they have discovered some clues. This makes the scientists at the research station even more cautious. They went out for scientific expeditions in batches at irregular times, so as not to expose the specific location of the spacecraft. Someone come. Gather all the gene warriors. First, form a team of warriors and be the first to use Life 1. If there are no unexpected events, execute them in batches. The test time is 1 month. Yes. Jiang Chen arrived at the Pearl River port again around mid-July. The underwater kangaroos did not experience any discomfort due to moving from the southern latitude to the northern latitude. On the contrary, it was lively and energetic under Jiang Chen's feeding, although it can't speak like the golden dye bird. But after all, it is of B sequence and can understand human nature. It stood up curiously and looked around. Captain Jiang, Captain Wei, thank you for your hard work. Come on, brothers, let's sing a song of gratitude for you too. Seeing that the destroyer and the small fishing boat were heading towards the military port, Zhang Daong immediately expressed his gratitude via radio. Pearl River Dad, Weilong Destroyer, listen to me, thank you. The freighter crew's singing of hymns could also be heard over the radio. The small fishing boat accelerated and quickly entered the port. Captain Wei, I'm going to take this kangaroo to the Dragon Academy. I'm leaving now. Jiang Chen escorted the underwater kangaroo towards the Dragon Science Institute. Underwater kangaroo, what on earth have I done wrong? They need to take me away. Jiang Chen brought the underwater kangaroo back to the Dragon Science Institute. In the courtyard, many people saw Jiang Chen carrying a kangaroo with its front legs handcuffed, and they gathered around to watch. Fuck, isn't this a kangaroo? Mr. Jiang, did you steal this from kangaroo country? Everyone was stunned. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Where did the underwater kangaroos come from in kangaroo country? How can you call it stealing? I caught them in the wild for research. Call the person in charge of the biology lab over here. I'll show them a big treasure. Soon. Not only did people from the biology laboratory come, but hundreds of experts from the chemistry laboratory also came after hearing the news. Xiao Jiang, I'm looking for you. How did you give Shu Yin inspiration last time? Exactly. How did you, a mecha researcher, get the inspiration for the potion? Some of us suspect you're an alien and are planning to. Jiang Chen quickly pushed the underwater kangaroo forward. Study me instead of me. It's better to study this kangaroo. I caught this kangaroo in the Banda Sea. It can breathe underwater, so there must be some important discoveries. A kangaroo that can breathe underwater? Did it grow gills? Everyone immediately focused their attention on the kangaroo. Take it away, take it to the lab, and study it carefully. A group of scientific researchers stepped forward immediately. Underwater kangaroo, oh. Be careful with your technique. Don't kill him. Jiang Chen reminded. The key is to be able to extract the N+ gene, otherwise it will be gone. The underwater kangaroo has a resentful expression. Seem. It also wants to sing a song and hear me say thank you. Chapter 100 N+ gene, Shrimp Soldiers, and Crab Generals. The Dragon Institute extracted the N+ gene from underwater kangaroos. The news soon reached the Dragon Group. This gene, called N+, is a skin gene that is found in ancient creatures. Many of its genetic codes can be perfectly matched with humans. But humans currently do not have this gene. Taking into account the moral ethics and its impact, it is far more significant than the life potion number 1. So, this time, Longming Institute did not choose to make it public. Instead, he began secret research. As the mysterious department that conducts the most in-depth research on genetic drugs, genetic mutations, and supernatural creatures in the country, the Dragon Group naturally has the authority to know. In particular, the Longming Institute launched Life Number 1 and extracted the N+ gene. Long Kuei, the leader of the Dragon Group, couldn't sit still anymore. It's unscientific. There are so many big names in biological genetics research, including genetic warriors, distributed in the Dragon Group. Why haven't there been any major breakthroughs on my side? The Longming Institute has made breakthroughs one after another. His position as the number 1 in the Dragon Group is in jeopardy. Unable to contain his excitement, Long Kuei rushed to the Longming Institute overnight. Request a meeting with Shu Yin, the head of the biological laboratory, Jiang Chen, Xia Zhongshuan, and others. Longming Academy. Inside the highest level conference room. The whole process is sealed. There are genetic warriors outside on strict alert. The head of the biology laboratory was using a projector to explain their laboratory's preliminary understanding of the N+ gene. We did find a very unique gene in that underwater kangaroo. According to Mr. Zhang's guidance and suggestion, it is currently defined as the N+ gene. This gene allows the pores of the kangaroo's skin to open freely and absorb oxygen from the ocean. And his lungs haven't deteriorated. So, this kangaroo is actually an amphibian. It breathes ocean oxygen through its pores, and it breathes land oxygen through its lungs. And we created a genetic code for this N+ gene and found that it perfectly matches the human genome. Based on current theories, it can be embedded in humans. Of course, no relevant experiments have been done yet because of ethical issues. The person in charge finished his preliminary speech. Long Kuei looked at the series of experimental processes, data, and pictures on the projector and nodded secretly. This is exactly what he wanted to know the most when he came here. The ethical aspects will be passed sooner or later. I came here mainly to ask if this N+ gene can allow our Dragon Group to continue its work. Long Kuei stated his purpose. Xia Zhongshuan objected immediately upon hearing this. Xiaolong, this is not very kind of you. Our Dragon Science Institute is not without the strength to continue. You are cutting in too quickly. Although the results of scientific research ultimately benefit people. But as the leader of the Longming Academy faction, Xia Zhongshuan must of course protect the interests of the Longming Academy's scientific researchers. No matter how powerful the Dragon Group is, they cannot intercept it at will. Dean Xia misunderstood. I know about your great breakthroughs in genetics, but you might not be that good at gene sequencing. Long Kuei spoke. The most powerful thing about the Dragon Group is actually the training of genetic warriors. And this is exactly what the Lonka Institute lacks. The Dragon Institute of Science and Technology focuses more on experimental research, while the Dragon Group aims to promote and implement it. Gene sequence. Jiang Chen didn't have much opinion on who should study the N+ gene. He suddenly became interested in the term gene sequence, which he had never heard of before. Long Kuei smiled slightly and explained without boasting. According to our Dragon Group's research, gene sequences vary in level and are categorized by type. Depending on the height, it is mainly divided into a sequence and B sequence. Depending on the type, they are divided into gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, snow, thunder, and lightning. There are about 23 genetic mutation sequences discovered so far. It's all related to some natural elements. As for this, the N+ gene, I personally speculate that it may be related to the water element. If we continue this research, we might be able to enrich the genetic sequence. Always. Genetic mutations related to water elements are rare. There are only a few in the world. Currently, there is only one guy in the Dragon Group who used to be a fisherman and has mutated into fish gills. And one of his genes is related to the water element. It's just that his gene doesn't match that of others and can't be replicated. But this N+ gene is different. It seems to be naturally matched with humans. If it can be successfully promoted among genetic warriors, then he would have a group of underwater genetic warriors. Jiang Chen and others were also shocked after hearing Long Kuei's explanation. Good job. Underwater genetic warrior. Is this an attempt to occupy the Pacific Ocean floor? Your training direction is too scary. Why don't you just build a dragon palace and become the Dragon King? Jiang Chen couldn't help but say. Long Kuei flipped the table over, degree to degree. He looked at Jiang Chen in ecstasy and grabbed his shoulders. The one who understands me is Jiang Chen. That's right. I've already thought of the idea of building an underwater dragon palace. Underwater detectors are too expensive, and we can only go down one at a time. If we combine it with carbon-9 molecules to withstand the seabed pressure, we can build underwater structures. And if we combine it with underwater genetic warriors, we can build a dragon palace. What's the problem? Long Kuei looked at Jiang Chen excitedly. Good boy. This is my roundworm. You helped me express everything I wanted to do. Come support me. Jiang Chen is parallel to. Xia Zhongshuan looked at him and said, So, you really want to be the Dragon King? Xu Yin listened to the discussion in confusion, and it became increasingly baffling. She scratched her head. To see the Dragon King? Long Kuei laughed heartily. Building the Dragon Palace is just an idea of mine. As for who will be the Dragon King, I think the one who has made the greatest contribution should be the one. Who do you think has made the greatest contribution? Xia Zhongshuan immediately pushed Jiang Chen out. This kangaroo was caught by Xiao Jiang. Everything is difficult at the beginning. I think he made the greatest contribution. Yes, Mr. Jiang also gave it the name. The assistant Xu Yin of course supports Mr. Jiang with both hands and feet. The head of the biological laboratory also said, although the N+ gene was extracted by our laboratory, it was President Jiang who told me the inspiration for extracting the N+ gene. He deserves great credit. Okay, since you all at the Dragon Science Academy agree that Jiang Chen is qualified to be the Dragon King, then I support him as well. I just hope that Lord Dragon King will support us genetic warriors in our research on N+. Long Kuei smiled. It doesn't matter who becomes the Dragon King. The important thing is to take the N+ gene to the Dragon Group for research. Support. You all support me so much, of course I support you too. Jiang Chen knew that Xia Zhongshuan wanted him to act as a middleman between the Dragon Academy and the Dragon Group. We need to promote the N+ gene while not letting the Dragon Group take all the credit. No matter what, the name of Lonka Academy must be listed. By the way, can I assign positions to the genetic warriors? For example, shrimp soldiers, crab generals, turtle 1,000 years old, etc. Jiang Chen asked again. Since he has become the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace in the future, aren't those genetically modified warriors just crab soldiers and generals? Chapter 101 Visiting the Dragon Group and Encountering My Wife. Shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and a 1,000-year-old turtle? Xia Zhongshuan was pulling his beard. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. Zuin flying in the sky. A mecha that walks on land. Genetic warriors swimming in the water. Grass. All done. The assistant Xu Yin also suddenly shuddered, as if possessed by a spirit. She knelt on one knee and shouted to Jiang Chen. The Dragon Palace has revived. We meet the Dragon King. Long Kuei. Xia Zhongshuan. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, with the corners of his mouth tilted upwards. Since everyone is satisfied, please ask the Dragon Science Institute to give us some samples of the extracted N+ gene. As for Jiang, oh no, Lord Dragon King, when are you going to go to the Dragon Group to select your own shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Long Kuei smiled. Xia Zhongshuan also urged Jiang Chen, find some time to go over there, and remember to select some good genetic warriors. As long as Jiang Chen becomes the person in charge of Dragon Palace, he will be a member of the Dragon Science Academy. Rounding. It is equivalent to Dragon Palace and is also a part of the Dragon Academy. An N+ gene directly allows the Dragon Group to split off a large number of genetic warriors to the Dragon Science Institute. This is definitely a good cooperation for mutual benefit. Jiang Chen nodded. Okay, I'll go home first, and then I'll go to the Dragon Group with you. Jiang Chen returned to Qingyu Community, but he found that Xue Yao was still not at home. She should be doing an internship, but I wonder where she's doing it. Jiang Chen was puzzled. I asked Xue Yao before if she had found a job. She said she found it, but didn't say which hospital. However, Jiang Chen knew that with Xue Yao's excellent academic performance, it would be easy for her to enter the small hospital. After all, her parents are both high-level intellectuals and come from a scholarly family. It's not to the point where you can't even get into the hospital. Jiang Chen sent her a WeChat message. Dear, which hospital are you in? Not long. Xue Yao replied. It's not an ordinary hospital. It's a military hospital. Jiang Chen was surprised. Has Xue Yao become a medic? But she graduated from a medical university after all, so becoming a medic is not a bad idea. Think of this. Jiang Chen was very happy. That's great, medic. If I get hurt next time, you can give me an injection. Xue Yao. If I'm injured, will you give me an injection? Jiang Chen. Of course, but I don't know how to give injections, and I don't have any needles. Xue Yao. No, you do, and it's very big. Jiang Chen. Xue Yao. So, are you willing to be my medic, the kind that heals me every night? Jiang Chen. Low EQ. Wants an injection. High emotional intelligence. Medic. Jiang Chen turned his phone to flight mode. Then he left the house. Got on Long Kuei's military vehicle. We headed towards a big mountain outside Zhujiang City. We in the Dragon Group actually have many bases, and this one in the Pearl River is considered the headquarters. We have many genetic warriors in our headquarters. Some have acquired special abilities through genetic drugs, some are born with them, and some are still unknown. In short, as a researcher at the Dragon Academy, this is your first time in our Dragon Group. Your worldview may be subverted, so be prepared. Long Kuei was in the back seat, giving Jiang Chen a heads up in advance. Although the Dragon Institute of Science also conducts research on genetic drugs, only the Dragon Group can produce genetic warriors. It has always been a secret research. Many genetic experts from the Dragon Science Academy were filled with disbelief after seeing the genetic warriors of the Dragon Group, and they said that this was unscientific. After listening to this, Jiang Chen nodded calmly. To a certain extent, he also initially became an A-sequence genetic warrior through genetic drugs. After absorbing Thunder, it became S-sequence again. Thinking of this, he asked, these genetic warriors you mentioned are all of sequence A and sequence B. Aren't there any higher sequences? Yes, but our Dragon Group doesn't have it at the moment. It's somewhere else. Long Kuei told the truth. The S-sequence is the most powerful organism known to date. There aren't many in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Looking around the world, there are only a handful of such people. Jiang Chen nodded. I have a rough idea of the extent of my own strength. A few hours later, the Jeep drove into a big mountain. With Long Kuei's license plate, the Jeep had a smooth journey. The Jeep drove directly into a mountain range where the hillside suddenly opened up. What a secret place. Jiang Chen was secretly amazed. Just a second ago, he was wondering why the Jeep was crashing towards the mountain. Next second, the mountain opened the door automatically. The gate and the mountain have become one. Ordinary people can't tell that there is a secret base here. The mountain gate was closed, and the car drove along a passage for a few minutes before stopping in a garage. This base currently has over 300 genetic warriors. They are all selected from the best. Some are already very strong, while others are still in training. I will take you to see them. Long Kuei said. Jiang Chen nodded and took out a mask from his bag. I don't really want others to know my identity. Long Kuei took a look at the mask and almost fell down. I can understand wearing a mask. But why does your mask have a crooked mouth? Yes, Lord Dragon King. Long Kuei took Jiang Chen to the command room first. In the command room, Long Shi and others were discussing the training of genetic warriors. Everyone be quiet. This is someone sent by our superiors, the future Lord of the Dragon Palace. He will select some genetic warriors from the Dragon Group. Anyone interested can sign up. Everyone, give him a round of applause. Long Kuei stepped forward and started to applaud. Everyone was stunned at first, and then they started applauding. Team leader, have you got the N plus gene from the Lonka Institute? Longshi asked. Long Kuei nodded and said, I got it, but in exchange, I have agreed with the Dragon Academy that these N plus genes will be used on gene warriors, but these people will belong to the Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace is a brand new genetic warrior force that runs parallel to the Dragon Group, and the person in charge is our Dragon King. Long Kuei introduced. Greetings to the Dragon King, everyone said hurriedly. Jiang Chen made bubbling sounds. Try to sound middle-aged. Dragon King, let me take you to the training ground. If you see a good seedling, you can directly select it into the Dragon Palace. Long Kuei took Jiang Chen away. On the training ground, Xue Yao is also training at this moment. These days, she went to the destroyer for practical training, returned to the base to study theory, and also tested from time to time whether the current she released had an increasing trend. Everyone stopped sewing. Let me introduce you to an important person. Long Kuei walked up to the platform and spoke through a loudspeaker to the crowd in the square, covering thousands of square meters. The sound of a horn came. Everyone stopped what they were doing, looking towards the platform. Xue Yao in the crowd also put down the book in her hand and looked over in confusion. Chapter 102 Beauty, your skin is a little white. Who is this person? Why is he wearing a mask? Fuck, it's still the crooked mouth Dragon King. Be careful, I feel this person is very aggressive. Yeah, I feel like he might also be a high-sequence genetic warrior. On the square, the genetic warriors were talking among themselves. When Xue Yao saw Jiang Chen's mask, she also burst out laughing. Ha! Whose second arm is this? Seeing everyone looking over, Long Kuei called Jiang Chen up and introduced him through a loudspeaker. The Dragon Group is planning to establish a new organization called Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace, as the name suggests, this organization is based on the underwater Dragon Palace in ancient mythology. It is mainly composed of genetic warriors of the water element. Of course, we don't have many water elemental gene warriors at the moment, only about 5. But through scientific research, we have extracted a gene called N+ that can allow genetic warriors to adapt to underwater environments. If you're interested, you can sign up. Tentatively, we have more than 30 people, and we will expand the scale later. And this person is the person in charge of the Dragon Palace. For the sake of confidentiality, you can call him Lord Dragon King. Long Kuei asked Jiang Chen to stand in front of him. Everyone in the square looked at each other in confusion. Xue Yao had been laughing so hard that she shouted on the spot, Meet the Dragon King. The others followed suit and shouted, Meet the Dragon King. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. These genetic warriors all have a good foundation and are capable of becoming future soldiers and generals. Those in sequence B can become shrimp soldiers. Only those in sequence A can become crab generals. Long Kuei led Jiang Chen downstairs. Most of the people here are B sequence, but there are also A sequence, and some are on their way to becoming A sequence. They have great potential. You can select some and let them demonstrate their abilities. Jiang Chen followed Long Kuei into the square, came in front of a shirtless middle-aged man. He looks very tough, and it's unknown what his special abilities are. Show me. Jiang Chen glanced at him. The middle-aged man nodded and flexed his biceps. His originally bronze skin gradually turned stone-colored. He punched the training hammer. The hammer dented instantly. There was an uproar at the scene. Long Kuei smiled and introduced. Sequence B, Stone Skin Man. Good at both offense and defense, good at bursts. Jiang Chen nodded and poked his tense muscles. Would you like to be a shrimp soldier in the Dragon Palace? Willing. The middle-aged man nodded. He had also heard about the N+ gene. If one could dive underwater, it would be like having an additional ability. What's more, this Dragon Palace sounds pretty good. Jiang Chen walked towards the second person. He was an old man with a goatee and wearing training clothes. This old gentleman, a B sequence, is a guild man. He's had gills on the back of his neck since childhood, allowing him to breathe without lungs. Old Su, show it to the Dragon King. Long Kuei introduced. The old man turned around on the spot, without saying a word. I saw the wrinkled skin on the back of his neck, which was originally ordinary. Suddenly the skin moved, and gills appeared like ripples, opening and closing. Don't look at the old man's age, but in the water, no one can outrun him. If the Olympics hadn't banned him, he would definitely be number 1 in all kinds of swimming competitions. Long Kuei laughed. Jiang Chen felt that this old man should be able to escape quickly and be suitable to be a whistleblower. Old man, you can survive underwater without the N+ gene. Are you interested in coming to our Dragon Palace? The old man smiled and said, yes. He is old, and his children and grandchildren have already started their own families. Now he just wants to travel around the world, so he joined the Dragon Group. If he could join the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the sea, perhaps he would have a different life. Good. Jiang Chen continued to follow Long Kuei towards the center of the square. Several B sequences were selected one after another. There is also a woman of sequence A in the middle, whose main ability is freezing. Jiang Chen felt that this guy could better display his abilities underwater. She was given the position of Crab General on the spot. Unconsciously, the two of them walked in front of Xueyao. Xueyao also looked at the man in front of her curiously. He is quite tall, almost the same as my husband. The sound is just a bubbling sound, which is terrible. And this crooked mouth mask looks like it has 2 arms. You? When Jiang Chen walked up to her, he noticed that the woman wearing the Dragon Team's uniform training suit was actually Xueyao. He was stunned on the spot. Didn't Xueyao say that she was going to work as a medic in a hospital affiliated with the military? Why is she here? Long Kuei, standing by, introduced. Well, this is Ms. Xueyao. She's only joined our Dragon Team recently, but she has great potential. Her main ability is electricity. She's currently at Sequence A, but I feel there's still room for improvement. Xueyao, show it to Lord Dragon King. The words fell. Silver electric current appeared at Xueyao's fingertips, crackling and spreading in the air. The genetic warriors nearby were so frightened when they saw this scene that they all retreated. Some of them had wanted to chat up Xueyao before. As a result, Xue Tony Yao gave her a fro on the spot. After that, no man dared to approach her. Only a few female genetic warriors such as Long Shi, as well as Long Kuei and others, can avoid perming their hair. Well, Lord Dragon King, my abilities are pretty good, right? Can I get the position of Crab General? Xueyao retracted the electric current and looked at Jiang Chen with some pride. With my electric current ability, I can even defeat my own tough husband. So why can't I take down the position of Crab General? Must get it. And at this moment, Jiang Chen, under the mask, was completely dumbfounded after seeing the electric current on Xueyao's fingertips. Holy crap. When the hell did you become a genetic warrior? It's still electrified. Why didn't I notice? Etc. I seem to remember. There have been a few times before when battles have lasted too long. I was just showing off when I suddenly felt a surge of electricity. He surrendered on the spot. He was still puzzled at that time. Where does this sense of electric current come from? Now, he understood. It turns out that it was you damn girl, who released it on purpose. This moment, Jiang Chen was in a complicated mood, breathing rapidly, and it seemed as if there were thousands of words in his throat that he wanted to tell Xueyao. But that's 1,000 words. In the end, it turned into a teasing remark. Beauty, your skin is a little pale. Xueyao. Next second. Sizzle. An electric current fell on Jiang Chen's body. He instantly got a perm and a big afro. Xueyao said coldly with an expressionless face. If you tease me again, I will electrocute you. Oh my god, Lord Dragon King, are you okay? Long Kuei was shocked. He quickly supported Jiang Chen. This Jiang Chen is a great treasure from the Dragon Science Academy. Don't get electrocuted by your own dragon group. Chapter 103. Infiltrating the Dragon Palace. Mass Production Number 1. I'm fine. Jiang Chen waved his hand. He just wanted to test the magnitude of the electric current released by Xueyao. That's why there is no defense. But even so, the electric current that Xueyao put on him could only perm his hair. It's all right, it's all right. Long Kuei touched Jiang Chen's shoulder and found that it was not broken in two, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Xueyao looked at Jiang Chen with some surprise. Although the electric current she used was not large and would not be fatal, it could definitely knock this guy unconscious. But he didn't. This shows that he has excellent physical fitness and is at least a genetic warrior. No wonder he dared to tease me. She was ready. If this guy said anything rude again, she would increase the current. If the bird gets roasted by accident, it's not her fault. The current strength is decent. It should be quite good for grilling meat. It seems like he has excellent genes. The only drawback is that it's not continuous enough and a bit rushed. Well, I'll still vote for you. Would you like to join my Dragon Palace? Jiang Chen said with a bubbling voice and a smile. Xueyao, you can think about it first. After you have thought it over, tell me your answer. Jiang Chen walked away and continued to select other genetic warriors. A full half-hour later, Jiang Chen selected 17 genetic warriors. There are 3 crab generals and the rest are shrimp soldiers. There is still Xueyao left, and the situation remains uncertain. Xueyao hadn't given an answer until Jiang Chen left. After Long Kuei sent Jiang Chen away, he persuaded Xueyao. Xueyao, regarding joining the Dragon Palace, I suggest you join. Why? With so many people joining the Dragon Palace, wouldn't that weaken the Dragon Group's power? Xueyao was a little puzzled. She was not very interested in joining the Dragon Palace. She mainly wanted to board an aircraft carrier and become its commander. As long as he can be an aircraft carrier commander, it won't be a big problem whether he is in the Dragon Group or in the Dragon Palace. The only strange thing is that Long Kuei, as the leader of the Dragon Group, would allow a masked guy to randomly select genetic warriors. Long Kuei smiled shrewdly. Xiuyao, although this Dragon Palace is newly established, it has a bright future. It is not only absorbing the genetic warriors of our Dragon Group, but also the 3 major aircraft carriers will definitely send people to join us when they react. What we have to do is to take up the position first. You are one of the promising members of the Dragon Group that I am very optimistic about. I suggest you join. I am not suggesting that you completely sever ties with the Dragon Group, but that you infiltrate it. Occupy a key position in the Dragon Palace. In the long run, apart from the position of Dragon King, the main force will still be our Dragon Group, not the Dragon Academy or the 3 major aircraft carriers. Long Kuei smiled deeply. He let Jiang Chen choose the genetic warriors at will. Naturally, he had other plans. Xiuyao suddenly realized, are you trying to compete with the Dragon Science Academy for control of the Dragon Palace? Well, you can understand it that way. So, I suggest you join the Dragon Palace. After all, you are a good candidate for our Dragon team. I believe you will be loyal to our Dragon team. Long Kuei nodded. Xiuyao said, I can join. It's about the aircraft carrier commander. How's the recommendation? The aircraft carrier is about to be launched. The details will be announced on the day of the launching ceremony. Long Kuei promised. Okay, then I'll go pick a few more genetic warriors and invade the Dragon Palace together. Go ahead and pick more. Looking at Xiuyao's departing back, Long Kuei laughed. Ha ha. No matter how many genetic warriors your Dragon Palace selects, they are all under the control of my Dragon Group. Old man Xia, you want Jiang Chen to hold the throne of Dragon King. You are miscalculating. Jiang Chen returned to Longming Academy. He showed Xia Zhongshuan the list of genetic warriors he had selected from the Dragon Group. After reading it, Xia Zhongshuan looked happy. With so many genetic warriors, it's really a big profit. But after thinking about it, he asked with some concern, Xiao Jiang, these guys are all very powerful and are from the Dragon Group. Will they undermine you? Don't worry, it won't happen. Jiang Chen chuckled. Even Xiuyao is on this list, who is trying to undermine me. That's good. By the way, I have some good news. Xia Zhongshuan took out another document and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took it and took a look. It was a record of the genetic warriors' reactions after taking life potion number 1. These genetic warriors are all from the Dragon God's aircraft carrier formation. As shown above, their side effects are 0. In terms of combat power, defense, speed, energy, perception, etc., there has been a level of improvement. The original B-sequence gene warriors can double their fighting time after taking the gene warriors. It's equivalent to 2 genetic warriors. Animals, genetic warriors. All the experiments have passed. We have already approved mass production and will be available to the general public. Xia Zhongshuan spoke slowly. Once this genetic drug that increases lifespan and enhances strength becomes popularized, the entire society will officially enter the genetic era. Perhaps after a few hundred years of evolution, a new and stronger species will be born. This new species may be called new humans or genetic humans. But it's definitely different from people today. After reading it, Jiang Chen nodded and said, it can be mass-produced, but I don't know the price. If the price is too high, it may not be available to ordinary people. Only rich people can use it. And this is not what Jiang Chen is pursuing. That's how it's calculated at the pharmaceutical factory. If 1 million people make reservations within 3 days, the price will be 30,000. If 5 million people make reservations within 3 days, the price will be 20,000. If 50 million people make reservations within 3 days, the price will be 10,000. If 100 million people make reservations within 3 days, the price will be 5,000. As for the higher number of appointments, the pharmaceutical factory hasn't provided any data. They probably think it's difficult to get so many appointments. But generally speaking, the more reservations you make, the lower the price will be. Xia Zhongshuan took out another mass production plan from Tianxin Group, the largest pharmaceutical group in Longhua. Tianxin Group is considered to be the largest, most extensive, and most sophisticated pharmaceutical group in China. There is a lot of cooperation with the Longming Institute. Many experimental genetic drugs are produced with the help of their pharmaceutical factories. Jiang Chen took a quick look and asked in confusion, are their estimated booking figures so conservative? Xiao Jiang, you don't understand. In this society, it's not like if you do something good, everyone will immediately recognize you. It takes time. If you ask me, expecting 100 million people to make reservations in 3 days is basically impossible. Xia Zhongshuan shook his head. Don't say that it takes time for information to spread. Even if it spreads quickly, there will be many people from old interest groups online and offline who will try to stop it. Xia Zhongshuan has lived for so many years and had predicted this long ago. Once this thing is pushed to the public, there must be many people who are skeptical, questioning, distrustful, on the sidelines, and even criticizing. Chapter 104. Appointment number 1. Niece asks for help. A month later, at my father-in-law's house, Jiang Chen was having dinner with Xiuyao's family. The news is playing on TV. Life number 1 has been proven by Chinese scientists to have 0 side effects. It is currently in mass production by Tianxin Group. According to the person in charge of Tianxin Group's Life number 1, the current tentative price of this gene drug is 30,000 yuan per bottle. Each person can only make an appointment by logging into the designated page of Tianxin Group's official website using their ID number. Please apply actively. Xiuyao's mother heard the news and turned around to ask. This Life number 1 has actually been mass-produced. Lao Qin, do you think this thing is useful? You have to ask Xiao Jiang. He has participated in this project. Qin Guohua said. To be honest, even he is from the Dragon Academy of Sciences. However, I am also skeptical about this magical Life number 1. Is there really such a strange medicine? He was a little worried about the side effects. After all, the lesson of Xiete country is still there. It's useful. I guarantee it with my status as son-in-law. Jiang Chen said. In front of the 2 elders, he logged into the official website of Tianxin Group and applied for the first batch of use of Life number 1. Really, not many people apply. After a few seconds, the interface showed that Jiang Chen had successfully made an appointment. You can go to a designated pharmacy to pick up the medicine. As a genetic warrior, Xiuyao had seen many potions, so she applied directly. Mom and Dad, I believe in Jiang Chen. We are old. Should we wait a little longer? Xiuyao's mother said hesitantly. Yes, let's wait a little longer. Qin Guohua also said. Good. Jiang Chen knew that the 2 elders were worried about the side effects, so he did not force them. And as this news spread, all major online platforms immediately became lively. Holy crap, this thing is actually in mass production? I thought it would still stay in the lab for a few more years. Is it too hasty? Are there really no side effects? I don't dare to apply it. And the price is quite expensive, 30,000, which is half a month's salary. The one upstairs, get out of here. The main concern is the side effects. Didn't the country of Xiete have similar genetic drugs before? Many immigrants regretted it. Yes, although I trust the government, I still have to be careful with this. Even if there's no major problem, if you can't urinate completely, that would be disastrous. Just as Xia Zhongshuan said, most people were a little hesitant at first. 99% of people don't dare to apply. And this is obviously a normal reaction. It takes time. However, in addition, there are also some people who slander it. If you ask me, this is pure money-making. The genetic medicines from Shetland have side effects, and yours certainly have them too. Yes, and the price is too expensive, 250 yuan a bottle. I can try it reluctantly. I sell medicine at a pharmacy. I think this kind of medicine is complete nonsense. Don't buy it. Jiang Chen looked at the comments on the internet and sighed slightly. The dean is right. No matter how good something is, it takes time to prove itself. Hubby, don't be discouraged. Everyone will definitely find out that this thing is good. Xiuyao came over and comforted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen touched her head and smiled with relief. I know. By the way, how are you doing as a medic lately? Not bad. I just might have to keep my trip secret from now on. Xiuyao put her head on Jiang Chen's chest. The name of Sister Li has been confirmed. She was also on the list of 3 candidates for the commander of Sister Li. As long as she defeats the other 2 during the launching ceremony, she will be the commander of the Sister Li aircraft carrier. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Traveling in secret? Isn't it just that after joining the Dragon Palace, you have to undergo underwater training? Think of this. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. When she thought about the future, when she passed by her in a small fishing boat equipped with shipborne missiles and with wingspan extended, she must have been so frightened that she fell into the sea and was about to be eaten by a big shark when she stepped on a small fishing boat and fell from the sky. That scene. Hiya. Hubby, what are you laughing at? Your mouth is so big. Xiuyao looked up in confusion. Ahem, nothing. Jiang Chen stopped drooling. Just then, his phone vibrated. He picked it up and took a look. Uncle, I have something to ask you. ID, Jiang Shaoran. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. He grew up in his uncle and aunt's house. Their son's daughter is called Jiang Shaoran, who is also his niece. Call yourself uncle. Jiang Chen replied. What's wrong, Shaoran? Shaoran is about 4 or 5 years younger than me. He remembered that she was only in high school when he was in college. Now that he has graduated, she should still be in college. It's just that I go to college in another city. My dad has been in poor health for a while and was recently hospitalized. The hospital bill alone is over $1,000 a day. Didn't I see on the news that there's something called Life Number One? Experts say it's very beneficial for longevity, physique, and strength. I'm thinking Longming Academy is in your city, isn't it? I'd like to ask, are there many people buying this stuff there? After Jiang Chen finished reading it, then I understood. It turned out that my cousin was not in good health. Jiang Xiaoran wanted to buy a bottle of Life Number One for her father to try. But at 30,000 yuan per bottle, she was a little worried about wasting money. So I thought about it for a long time and decided to ask around. But, as an ordinary person, she thought for a long time and only remembered that she had an uncle who lived in Zhujiang City. So I came to ask. Jiang Chen immediately replied, I believe this thing is effective. If you need money, tell me and I'll help you. Jiang Xiaoran, have you applied to? Jiang Chen, of course, screenshot JPG. Jiang Xiaoran, okay uncle, I'll think about it. Jiang Chen, don't think about it, apply now and transfer 30,000. Jiang Xiaoran, fuck, uncle, where did you get so much money? I can't take it. Jiang Chen, take it. Consider it my gift to your grandparents. Jiang Xiaoran, thank you uncle. By the way, uncle, what are you doing in Zhujiang City now? Jiang Xiaoran asked curiously. She is much younger than Jiang Chen, and since they went to college in different cities, they haven't seen each other much in recent years. Jiang Chen would only come back during the Chinese New Year. Now if I calculate it, it has been more than a year since I graduated. But she also didn't hear her parents say what Jiang Chen was doing outside. Jiang Chen, let's go fishing. Jiang Xiaoran, going out to sea to fish? Isn't that very hard and dangerous? I think I saw a news report a while ago about some pirates being defeated by a warship. It was terrifying. Your small fishing boat must be very dangerous. Jiang Chen scratched his head. Fortunately, the pirates don't like me. Chapter 105, Potion Effect, Swarming In. At Jiang Chen's strong request, Jiang Xiaoran not only made a reservation for Life Number One for her father, but also for her mother, grandparents, and herself. Uncle, I will definitely return this 150,000 yuan to you after I graduate. Jiang Xiaoran promised Jiang Chen solemnly. Jiang Chen smiled and said, study hard. If you want to come to Zhujiang City in the future, you can find me. I'll take you fishing. Jiang Xiaoran, okay, I'm going to class, uncle. Go ahead. Jiang Chen put down his phone. Xue Yao has already leaned her head over. While Jiang Chen was typing, she pecked his arm, which was tanned from years of sailing, and said, Jiang Xiaoran, my niece. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, she is my cousin's daughter. I grew up in their home when I was a child. According to seniority, shouldn't she call me aunt? When Xue Yao thought of this, she suddenly fell into deep thought. What's going on? I just graduated from college. Still the same age as Flowers. How come she suddenly became an aunt? This generation sounds very important. Haha, yes. Jiang Chen smiled. Wow, I don't want to be an aunt. I want to be an invincible, beautiful girl and have fun on the sea with you. Xue Yao rubbed her head against Jiang Chen's chest like a kitten. Going out to sea? Jiang Chen thought about it. He had said before that he would take Xue Yao out to sea after she graduated. Now he not only has the strength to protect her, but the small fishing boat has also gained tremendous defensive and offensive power after many upgrades. If it is really dangerous, you can also turn on the water floating mode and get away. When I'm done with this busy period, I'll find time to take you out to sea. How about it? Jiang Chen promised. Now Longming Institute, Life Number One, and N plus Gene are all on the right track. The only thing missing is an energy device to pass on the torch, and controlled nuclear fusion has never been achieved. If we can develop controlled nuclear fusion, then we will have almost digested it and can go out to sea again. Really? Huh. It's fantastic. Actually, I've already prepared everything for going out to sea. Xue Yao said excitedly, and took out a big backpack from the bedroom. She showed off a lot of things inside, such as melon seeds, drinks, snacks, condoms, sunscreen, sunglasses, bikinis, sailor uniforms, gymnastics suits, etc., as if they were treasures on the back of her hand. Jiang Chen picked up one of the extra-large boxes and saw that it said 100 tablets. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Honey, isn't this amount a little over $1 billion? A month at sea is only 30 days. This requires 3 tablets a day. If the whales in the sea knew this, they would be scared and cry. Just in case of emergency. Who knows if you might suddenly become interested while you're at sea. Xue Yao looked like she was taking precautions. Jiang Chen. Impossible. No way. Absolutely not. The first day of Life One's launch. Fewer than 300,000 people have made appointments. A considerable number of them were applied for by the families of scientific researchers from the Longming Institute. As for other people, they basically don't believe that this thing really works. The next day, A total of 600,000 people have applied. Day 3. A total of 870,000 people have applied. That is, within 3 days, we did not reach 1 million reservations. Therefore, the price is temporarily set at 30,000. Brothers, if anyone has used it, please share it online to see if it really works. On the internet, many people have not purchased it, but have been paying attention to this matter. If it really works, don't even mention 30,000. I'd buy a bottle even if it meant breaking the bank. After all, living a long life is the instinctive pursuit of almost all living things. At the same time, a white old man wearing glasses, who was about 80 years old, just came out of a pharmacy under the Jiang Chen group. In his hand, he held a bottle of Life 1. His name is Kraft. For significant contributions to genetic pharmacology, he was the winner of the Nobel Prize in Biology 10 years ago. Now, it is his 10th year living in Dragon Country. As a person with a Dragon Country green card, he also successfully reserved a bottle of Life No. 1. But his main purpose was not drinking. But I plan to study it. In recent years, he has been retired and has not done much scientific research. But he still became very interested in the bottle of Life No. 1 launched by Longming Institute. Is the scientific research of the Dragon Academy progressing so rapidly? Kraft took the bottle of Life No. 1 back to his laboratory. Although this laboratory is not big, it has everything it needs. He took out a hamster and prepared to do a test. Half a day later, he looked at the hamster whose immune system was damaged and was already half dead. He found that all the vital indicators in its body were slowly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Kraft was stunned when he saw the test indicators displayed on the computer. This was like magic water, and it restored the hamster, whose immune system had been severely damaged, to health. And the level of brain activity and limb reactions seemed to be much stronger than before. It seems that this thing is really useful. This is absolutely groundbreaking. Kraft was so excited that he quickly sent this message to his relatives and friends far away in Western Europe. Oh, my friends, I have made a great discovery in Dragon Country, comparable to God. Oh my God, this is incredible. My friends, do you want to live a long life like God? Come to Dragon Country. Apply now. A major immigration trend to Dragon Country may be emerging. It's too late if you're late. Kraft still has considerable influence in the Western world. As he spoke in the small circle, many scientists became interested and asked what was going on. At first, when they heard the news about Life No. 1, they didn't believe it. In addition, only people with Dragon Country green cards can make an appointment, resulting in almost no people in the West believing it. But, as some of Kraft's papers spread in the scientific research circle, a large number of scientists began to pay attention to them. Nix, the largest pharmaceutical group in Western Europe, has submitted an appointment application to the Dragon State authorities. After being rejected, they began to mobilize scalpers in Manhwa, wanting to reserve Life No. 1 under the identity of Manhwa and then resell it abroad. At the beginning, the resale price was only 50,000 yuan per bottle. As scalpers realized something was wrong, the price immediately soared to 100,000. The price goes up almost every hour. 200,000. 500,000. It wasn't until the news broke that Life No. 1, which cost 1 million yuan per bottle, was seized by customs during the resale process that netizens began to realize that something was wrong. What's going on? 1 million a bottle? Reselling overseas? Shit, this thing can't really be useful. No matter what, I plan to apply. It really works. I have a relative who has always been weak. After drinking it, he became full of energy. It's a miracle. With the news of reselling and more netizens testifying that they have taken the medicine, the public has finally realized the benefits of this medicine. A large number of people began to flock to the Jiang Chen group. Damn, the Jiang Chen group's official website is overwhelmed. Chapter 106 Dragon Country Green Card, popular around the world. The official website of Jiang Chen group was overcrowded for less than half an hour. The normal appointment process was immediately restored. Only 1 hour. 3 million people made successful reservations. 2 hours later, because the number of reservations exceeded 5 million, the price of 30,000 yuan shown on the official website of Jiang Chen Group has dropped to 20,000 yuan. Brothers, apply together, the price is going down. The more people apply, the lower the production cost. Let's apply together and strive to get it below 10,000 yuan. Go? Bring out your Pinduoduo bargaining spirit. At the call of netizens. Within 5 hours that day, 10 million people made reservations. As the time to get off work and school approaches, a large number of netizens on Weibo and Douyin platforms are calling on people to make appointments together. 50 million reserved. The technical department of Jiang Chen Group is working overtime like crazy. Their servers are about to explode. I had to work overtime all night to maintain the server. But, under the crazy call of netizens, the server finally reached its capacity limit. The number of reservations reached 58.79 million. Today's reservation channel is closed. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the official website of Jiang Group was eventually overwhelmed. This sudden influx of nearly 60 million people was simply too much for Jiang Group's technical system to handle. I'm afraid the only system that can handle such a large amount of traffic is the 12306 system for buying train tickets. However, 12306 has also gone through many years of development and improvement and has national-level engineers building the system so that it can handle hundreds of millions of terrorist visits every day. Jiang Group is, after all, just a pharmaceutical group. How could it have ever seen such a world? Oh my god, why can't I apply? It's packed. Haha, I've already made a reservation, and it says it'll be available in 2 weeks. Fuck, why does it say it will be available in a month? 1 month is already good, but it shows here that it will take 3 months to pick it up. Everyone was talking about it. Those who made a successful reservation were overjoyed. Those who failed to make an appointment kept asking Jiang Group when the service would be released again. Jiang Group officially responded immediately. As long as you are a Dragon Country person, you can definitely make a reservation successfully. As long as our production capacity can keep up, we will make it available to everyone. Netizens were instantly excited. 666. The price will drop to 1 or 2,000 sooner or later, which is about the price of an ordinary smartphone. Shouldn't the country impose some restrictions on foreigners? Don't worry, customs are cracking down on resellers, and currently only 1 bottle can be reserved per ID card. Then I'm relieved. Oh, and what about those idiots who were saying this thing definitely won't work? He hit his head, maybe even covered his face and secretly bought it and drank it. Damn, these bastards are getting a good deal. Everyone was relieved. Just then, several accounts appeared and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Life number 1 is trash, so what if I call life number 1 trash? Not only do I call it trash, I even buy it to drink. Isn't that infuriating? What can you do to me? Faced with the arrogance of these people. Soon, Longming's official account appeared under their account. Hello, we have confirmed your identity and IP address. Please come to our office to receive sewing machine training. Limited to 1 day. If exceeded, the training time will be doubled. In addition, your ID card has been locked and you will never be able to make an appointment for life number 1. Longming made a move. Netizens laughed their ass off. Ha ha ha, these bastards are being dealt with. Go and get back to sewing. With the previous experience of operating the sewing machine, the internet suddenly became much quieter. Everyone is sharing in which areas this medicine has a significant effect. In the end, everyone found that minor illnesses and disasters had almost immediate effects. Serious illnesses can also be alleviated. Even terminal illnesses showed signs of improvement. As for normal people, it is even better for strengthening their bodies. Many 80-year-old men have said that after drinking life number 1, their back pain and leg soreness are gone, and when they are in good condition, they can even run 20 miles at night. With the popularity of life number 1, the demand for life number 1 abroad is also growing rapidly. The resale price has soared to tens of millions. However, the Longming customs is guarding it so strictly that it is extremely difficult for the goods to escape. Many wealthy people from abroad are forced to immigrate to China through investment. To this, the Dragon State government has also issued relevant regulations. If you invest more than 10 billion and establish a company in Dragon Country that can employ 10,000 people, you can apply for a green card, but it will only be used by 1 person. If you want to serve multiple people, please refer to the above data and double it. 10 billion? Holy shit. Why don't you just go to heaven? Many wealthy foreigners cried out in anger. This is too expensive. Which country's immigration cost is so high? Even in the country of Xiete, it is only a few $1,000,000. 10 billion. Why don't you go and rob it? Foreign wealthy people are complaining. Then, he resolutely invested 10 billion. With the investment of billionaires. A large number of scientists have also applied for green cards in the Dragon Country based on their contributions in various fields. Overnight, hundreds of top scientists from around the world are preparing to immigrate to Dragon Country. Everyone, I'm Buffett, and this is my TikTok account. I am very optimistic about the Dragon Country stock market. I expect hundreds of billions of US dollars in assets to be invested in A-shares. The investment guru, Buffett, also opened an account on Douyin. Old 8, have you applied for a Dragon Country green card? In response to netizens' inquiries, Buffett smiled wryly and said, I've applied, but I'm still waiting in line. Buffett queues up to apply for a Dragon Country green card. This hot search instantly jumped to the first place. But soon, Another hot search instantly surpassed the previous one. Swedish Nobel Committee announced that the biology prize was awarded to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Huh? He was awarded the Nobel Prize? Jiang Chen was also a little surprised when he saw this news. But there is not much pride. Nobel Prize represents the academic discourse power of the Western world. As a country that is leading the world in many aspects, Longming should have its own voice. He clicked on this trending search and took a quick look. I thought many people would be proud. Clinker. The comments section was full of ridicule. Your announcement is such a coincidence, isn't it? Tell me the truth. Do you want a Dragon Country green card? Ha ha ha. It's just a Nobel Prize. You always take yourself too seriously. What does it have to do with us if you give it to someone else? That is, we, the Dragon Nation, have our own say and don't need anyone to prove it. The Nobel Peace Prize can be awarded to a warmonger. It has long lost its credibility. We should have our own highest academic achievement award. Dragon Emblem, how about it? As more and more people from abroad come to fight for their lives. When spending huge amounts of money to immigrate, Xiete Kingdom finally became anxious. Chapter 107 Aircraft carriers gather, fishing boats fly. During World War II, in order to escape the war, a large number of scientists immigrated from Western Europe to the country of Xiete. Among them was the famous scientist Einstein. After the war, while other countries were still recovering, the country of Xiete relied on these scientists to make rapid progress and achieve tremendous development. It can be said that scientific research talents are the primary driving force for a country's progress and development. And now, with the emergence of Longming Life No. 1, a large number of scientific research talents began to migrate to Longming. Even though it is extremely difficult and the cost is staggering, there are still a large number of top talents queuing up to apply for Dragon Country's green card. The Lord of Black Robe saw that more and more domestic scientists chose to apply for Dragon Country green cards. Naturally, I was anxious. Damn it. How could Dragon Country possibly develop a miraculous potion like Life No. 1? The black-robed master looked angry and extremely unwilling. The Sigma gene potion developed by the Lizard Queen is also effective on the human body, but the applicable population is limited. You have to risk your life. The last time tens of thousands of people were tested, only 1% became powerful genetic warriors. For the remaining 99% of people, the best-case scenario is that they are just mentally retarded. Seriously, the banquet has already begun. In this case, this genetic drug will definitely not be able to be promoted on a large scale. It can only be used in the military and on a small scale. Even in the military, it was resisted by many bigwigs. After all, this thing can really kill people. No one wants to risk his own life. Inside the Black Palace, the Lizard Queen walked out from the shadow behind a large pillar, dragging her long tail. She said, "The speed at which Dragon Country is advancing by leaps and bounds is truly astonishing. I think they might have discovered something in Antarctica." The Lord in Black Robe looked at the Lizard Queen. The USS Lincoln, which was transferred from the Antarctic continent last time, has now returned to the waters near the Antarctic continent to monitor the USS Dragon God. But there has been no movement on the Dragon God side. After all, it has always been there and has not returned to Dragon Kingdom. But the Dragon God has been in the waters near the Antarctic continent, and there hasn't been any major activity at their research station. The Lord in Black Robe replied, "All 3 aircraft carriers are over there. They can detect even a fly flying by. If the Longming Scientific Research Station really makes a major discovery, the news will definitely be reported back to Longming. Perhaps they have already sent the message back to Dragon Country via secret telegram. Didn't the Submarine Monitoring Department detect a few days ago that the Dragon God had dispatched a large number of underwater genetic warriors for training? Those people didn't even have an oxygen system. That's obviously not normal." The Lizard Queen speculated. The black-robed lord frowned. "What can we do? We're losing talent. They seem to have made a major discovery in Antarctica. If this continues, we'll definitely be surpassed. My suggestion is to assemble the aircraft carriers, drive out the Dragon God, and then claim the ownership of the Antarctic continent." The Lizard Queen spoke. The black-robed master was slightly surprised when he heard this. Ownership of the Antarctic continent. This is no small matter. Not to mention whether the Dragon Kingdom will react strongly. Western European countries and other developed countries will probably jump up and down in opposition. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, at least the Dragon Nation can no longer conduct research in Antarctica. Or, in other words, after the confrontation, they might reveal their findings. The Lizard Queen said shrewdly. The Lord in Black Robe pondered for half an hour. Immediately, he slammed the table. "That's it. Someone come." The black-robed lord shouted. Someone called the radio of Wilson, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet. "Heading south. Heading south. Heading south." Expel the Dragon God. SSSSSSSSSS level secret message. Pearl River Military Port. When the Pacific Fleet headquarters received the highest level secret message from the Black Temple, Jiang Chen is giving the small fishing boat its 4th national level overhaul. 1. Dismantle the enhanced mortars and Gatling guns and replace them all with electromagnetic cannons with intelligent fire control. 6 of them, 2 on each side and 1 in the front. 2nd, mechanical wings are installed in the middle of the left and right sides of the hull, similar to those of the Tsuhua, but they are 4 times the size of the Tsuhua's wingspan, meaning each wingspan is 4 meters. When not in use, they can be retracted into the hull. The cockpit is no longer a half windshield, but a retractable panoramic carbon-9 glass. When closed, it is completely sealed, similar to the cabin of a fighter jet, and the outside cannot see inside. 4. Cockpit operating system optimization and upgrade. 5. The electromagnetic cannon's position is manned by 4 shrimp soldiers and 2 crab generals, with the celestial generals Qi Yao and Cui Hua in command. The Golden Dye Bird will serve as the Air Force. The organization remains unchanged for now. Not bad, not bad. Once this electromagnetic cannon is installed, it will save combat costs. Jiang Chen watched with satisfaction as his colleagues at the military factory upgraded the small fishing boat again. The last shipborne missile was very powerful. But after thinking about it, 1 missile for each pirate is not a common use. It is only worthwhile to use it when you find a big and valuable one. So, Jiang Chen updated the mortar into an electromagnetic gun. Electromagnetic guns are a basic configuration on aircraft carriers, but are not available on ordinary destroyers. However, after Jiang Chen and the Navy base applied, their application was quickly approved. This small fishing boat has made so many contributions and has made tremendous scientific contributions. Just a mere electromagnetic cannon. I approve it. Tangze waved his hand. Okay, this renovation and upgrade involves many aspects. So, 3 full days later, the small fishing boat has just been renovated and upgraded and looks brand new. The appearance is still the same, but the internal strength is already extraordinary, especially the enclosed cockpit. Jiang Chen was the most satisfied. To this end, he also wrote an automatic driving model specifically for the intelligent driving system. In this autonomous driving model, there is 1 sudden acceleration and then 9 decelerations at different speeds, and so on. Let's call you 9 deep and 1 shallow. Jiang Chen wrote a name for the program. Mr. Jiang, the small fishing boat has been updated. A researcher came over with sweat all over his face. Jiang Chen patted his shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I'll go for a test drive." As he spoke, the crowd looked on curiously. Jiang Chen jumped onto the small fishing boat. Close the cabin. At the command, the voice control system operates. The open-top sci-fi cockpit closed quickly. The glass is specially made so that people outside cannot see inside, but Jiang Chen can see outside at will. Normal fishing boat mode. Give the order again. The energy device of passing on the torch is in operation, and the Kwafu chasing the sun power system is started. The small fishing boat brushed past Panjodan, turned around easily, and headed out to sea. The boat was moving at a very fast speed and was in the water drifting mode, but it did not fly. Airplane mode. Jiang Chen tested again. The words fell. Amid the amazed gazes of the crowd on the shore, mechanical wings with a total length of 8 meters extend from both sides of the hull. The boat was getting faster and faster, plus the assistance of wingspan. Next second, the small fishing boat flew into the sky. Chapter 108 Sisterly goes into the water and encounters the shield. The southernmost part of Dragon Country, Zhengmu Shoal Islands. A military port on the island. A large number of warships are being prepared for launch. This is the secret port of Dragon Kingdom located in the southern waters, Penglai Port. Today, the launching ceremony of the Legia aircraft carrier formation is being held at Penglai Port. News media are recording related videos and preparing for delayed release. Woo! Followed by a long and melodious sound. A huge silver-gray aircraft carrier sailed out from the dock. It is 100 meters high and 700 meters long, enough to accommodate more than 6,000 people. It is slightly larger than the Longming. Of course, this is not the point. The key point is the Kwafu chasing the sun power system and the torch-passing energy device it carries. Not only is its endurance more than twice that of the Longming, but its losses are also only 1/3 of that of the Longming. It can be said that horses eat little grass, but run fast. Even capitalists would drool when they saw it. In addition, it is equipped with more than 100 heavenly soldiers and generals' mechas. There are not only combat types, but also various auxiliary types. When encountering dangerous situations, the non-commissioned officers can control the mechas in the background to carry out the operations. As for carbon-9 molecular materials, they cover all aspects of Sister Lee's product. Not to mention that there are half JF-17 fighter jets and half X-Force fighter jets on the deck for air combat. Even if the last line of defense is breached, the hull of Sister Lee is itself a huge defensive fortification because it is covered with carbon-9 molecules. Unless a nuclear bomb hits, a normal missile hit will just make a hole. I want to sink it, but I can't. All in all, judging from various data calculated by the Ministry of Naval Base, the comprehensive combat capability of the Sister Lee is probably more than 3 times that of the Longming. Commander Li Jia, this is the Marine Corps base. Please reply if you receive this. In the command room of Sister Lee, Shui Yao, dressed in a special blue commander's uniform, was on full alert. At this moment, Tang Zai's voice came from the radio. Shui Yao immediately replied, "Received, this is Sister Lee's command room. The launching ceremony will be carried out from Penglai Port to Zhujiang Port and is expected to be completed in 1 day. Please be prepared." Tang Zai gave the order. Although it was a launching ceremony, the voyage was quite long. Especially recently, the Longming has been in Somalia. The Dragon Spirit is in the Pacific Ocean. The Dragon God is in Antarctica. During this period, there have been no aircraft carriers in the southern waters for a long time. Never show up again. I'm afraid that the Philippine warship is about to come out for a stroll again. So, it is more of an official announcement than a launching ceremony. Dragon Country. Another aircraft carrier. The southern waters remain my country's back garden. Who the hell dares to move? Clear. Shui Yao received the order and began to command the aircraft carrier formation. After this period of training in the Dragon Group, Shui Yao not only had extraordinary strength, beating the other 2 high-sequence gene warriors competing with her, but also possessed standardized knowledge of aircraft carrier commanders. Taishan Cruiser, Changbai Cruiser, Kunlun Cruiser, Everest Cruiser, Slant Moon Cruiser, Square Inch Cruiser. The rest of the destroyers. This is Sister Lee's command room. Please reply if you receive this message. Shui Yao began to issue orders to the Sister Lee Aircraft Carrier Battle Group. Under Shui Yao's command, the Li Jia Aircraft Carrier Battle Group, 6 cruisers, 21 destroyers, frigates, 6 Tang Long early warning aircraft, and 2 nuclear submarines set out from Penglai Port and headed north to the Pearl River Military Port. In the whole process, there were media reporters following and filming. As Sister Lee was heading north, at a port on the east side of the Philippine island, Fikeli showed up in his own Aegis ship. Damn it, I can finally get some fresh air. Fikeli looked very proud. Ever since he was scared to death by the dragon roar last time, he stayed in the port for more than half a year. I dare not go out at all. Especially some time ago, the Longming returned to the Pearl River Military Port. It even made him crawl motionless. The Aegis ships is about to rust, but there is no way around it. The dragon roar appears in the southern waters from time to time, making it difficult for me to wander around. I can only lie in my nest. But recently, the dragon roar left. The dragon spirit is in the Pacific Ocean. The dragon god has been in Antarctica all the time. This southern sea. Aegis, this is the mortuary fleet. I'm Wilson. Our troops will soon be heading south to expel the dragon god. Please stroll around the southern waters. Just when Fikeli was about to become evil, a secret order from Wilson made him even more excited. The Morgue fleet is about to take action. It's time for my Aegis ship to take action. Fikeli gritted his teeth. At the command, assemble, move out, patrol the southern seas. This southern sea has been the territory of our Philippine islands since ancient times. Fikeli stood in the command room, head held high, surveying the sea. The fishermen not far away jumped up excitedly after seeing the long-lost Aegis ship. Dead pot. That's fantastic. Our Aegis ship has appeared again. The fishermen cheered. And Fikeli was even more heroic. He commanded destroyers and frigates and headed towards the center of the southern waters. An hour later, the fleet of Aegis ships arrived at the center of the southern waters. To the north is the Dragon Kingdom. To the south is Zhengmu Shoal of Longhua. It can be said that this is the weak point. If we control this sea area, we will be holding the weak point of Dragon Kingdom. When you hit a snake, you have to hit it at its most vulnerable part. The Dragon Kingdom is just a small snake. Hey, I pinched you. Fikeli ordered the fleet to stay here. I also took out my camera and took a few photos. Prepare to release it to the media and show it off. I have already controlled the weak point of Longhua. However, just then, the Li Jia aircraft carrier formation is less than 500 nautical miles away from the Philippine fleet. The Shenglong early warning aircraft number 1, which was leading the way, quickly detected the Aegis ship fleet blocking the road ahead. It immediately radioed. Aegis, this This is the Dragon Kingdom's Shenglong early warning aircraft. Our aircraft carrier formation is about to head north. Please make way. Repeat. Fikeli is taking a selfie. When I suddenly heard the radio, I was also stunned. Immediately, he snorted coldly. What the hell? Aircraft carrier formation? Your aircraft carriers are all outside. Still want to deceive me? It must be the empty city plan. I've seen through it. There was a glimmer of wisdom in Fikeli's eyes. The subordinate was still immersed in the fear of being dominated by the dragon roar. He asked nervously, Commander, what should we do? Could it be that the dragon roar has suddenly returned? You're stupid. The moored fleet said their 3 small fishing boats are out there. How could they suddenly come back? You think this is a clean and sanitary car? How could you get lost while driving? Fikeli finished cursing. He answered into the radio with a righteous look on his face. This is the Aegis ship commander, Fikri. I have received your radio message. But I want to warn you. The southern seas are only for the strong. Our ship is currently on a navigation mission here. Please take a detour. Finished. The entire Aegis ship command room instantly erupted in warm applause. It's so fucking satisfying. Everyone was in tears. Is this the basis for the rise of a great power? Love it. Chapter 109. The Southern Seas, owned by the strong. Can we please take a detour? On Sister Li's account, Xiuyao received the information from the Shenglong early warning aircraft. He immediately took the radio and gave stern orders to the Aegis ship through the loudspeaker. SSSSSSSSSS level warning. You have invaded our country's key southern waters. You have 3 seconds to leave, or we will invade foreign waters. Time's up. Come on, prepare for level 30 battle. Dongfeng 21, lock the opponent down for me. Yes. The radio was quickly cut off. Fikli was startled at first when he heard the voice coming through the loudspeaker on the radio. After hearing the voice of a girl, he immediately smiled triumphantly. I told you, it is indeed a fake aircraft carrier formation. There is no female commander in the 3 major aircraft carriers of Dragon Country. But when he heard about the 30-level combat preparations and the Dongfeng 21 long-range intercontinental missile, he was still shocked. He quickly ordered his men. Radar, anti-missile system, all ready for battle. Yes. The subordinates quickly activated the anti-missile system. Their systems are all high-end weapons from the country of Xiete, which were sold to them at a premium of 3 times. But they accepted it with joy. Although it has not been used yet, the existence of such an anti-missile system alone is enough to deter other countries. 5 minutes later, one of his men yelled in terror, Commander, this is bad, this is bad. The radar shows a missile is really flying towards us. Damn it, how dare the Dragon Nation launch a missile? Fikeli panicked for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He said, don't panic. We have an anti-missile system from the Xiete Nation. It's more than enough to counterattack them. Finished. He gave an order. Launch anti-missile. Boom. The interface showed that hundreds of missiles were launched into the sky, which looked very magnificent. Fikeli was stunned when he saw this. Damn it. Where did the hundreds of missiles come from? There are less than 100 missiles installed in total, so how come so many of them appear? He quickly took out his telescope and looked at the sky outside. Not a single missile. What's going on? Didn't it show a missile launch? Why isn't there a single one? Fikeli was terrified and screamed. The radar showed that the missile coming from the south was accelerating towards him. A terrifying sense of death instantly spread from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. This interface looks like a game screen. As for the missiles, the launch port said there weren't any missiles in the trajectory. I don't know where they went. One of the subordinates said with sweat on his forehead. Game screen. Holy crap. Our country spent billions of dollars to buy a watch. Boom. The Dongfeng 21, like a sword of Damocles, descended from the sky. A sword slashed on the deck of the Aegis ship. Click. The Aegis ship split into 2 on the spot and fell down at an angle. The command room where Fikli was staying was right at the fracture site. Oh shit. Help. A group of people in their command room held on to the railing tightly, with the raging sea water under their feet. Under the dark blue sea, it seems that there are sharks passing by. Brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. Fikeli, who was betrayed by the Xiete Kingdom, cried and shouted into the radio under the threat of death. He regretted it. However, the radio had been disconnected long ago. Xiuyao couldn't receive it at all. Even if they received it, they would only fire another missile at him based on his position. It's all your fault. The southern seas are only for the strong. How can you be considered a strong person, you idiot? Several subordinates were also hanging on the railing. Seeing the ship falling faster and faster, they all collapsed and kicked Fikli one after another. The latter cursed loudly and fell to the bottom of the sea along with the hull. as the Aegis ship was sunk into the sea by one shot. The rest of the destroyers instantly scattered in all directions like headless loaches. Not far away, the Kunlun, Zhumu, and Changbai cruisers accelerated and quickly led the destroyers to chase after them. There were also more than a dozen JF-17 Thunder and X-Force fighter jets in the sky, circling and strafing. Charge! These are all real military achievements. On the radio, there came the excited roars of the genetic warriors. 99% of the captains of the sisterly fleet are rigorously trained genetic warriors. Seeing so many military achievements appearing in front of them, they immediately rushed forward, fearing that they would fall behind. As for the ship behind them, the sisterly was still 100 nautical miles away from the scene. Coming slowly, radar showed that the Aegis ship had been hit by a missile. The remaining battleships stood and fled. Kill the enemy 100 miles away. This is the power of aircraft carrier-borne missiles. The rest is left to cruisers and fighter planes. Not far above the aircraft carrier, some media reporters were terrified after taking pictures of the missile. What's going on? They're launching missiles to celebrate the launching ceremony. Where did this launch go? I don't know. I didn't tell you before rehearsal. When they followed the aircraft carrier formation and arrived at the 7-inch sea area, only some wreckage of the Aegis ship remained floating on the sea. The remaining destroyers and frigates were all surrounded by cruisers. Fighter planes circled in the air to intimidate the surrendering people on the deck. Reporting to Commander Li Jie, the battle ended in 21 minutes and 9 seconds. A total of over 3,000 prisoners were captured, and over 500 were killed or wounded. Our team has 0 new deaths and a total of 0 deaths. Report completed. Reports from the captains came from the cruiser. Not bad, not bad. Clean up the battlefield and continue north. Xu Yao gave the order. Looking at the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield, she sighed. This Philippine warship is too weak. I was ready to drive the assault boat and charge forward with the Gatling gun. So how come the battle was over? It seems that I still have to compete with the aircraft carrier of the Xiete country in order to fully display my talents. For example, USS Washington. Report to the commander. I found Fikeli's body at sea. He's out of luck. Just then, a subordinate reported excitedly over the radio. This is the enemy's head. It counts as a military achievement. Shui Yao raised her eyebrows and chuckled. The southern seas are indeed only worthy of the strong. Unfortunately, you are not a strong person. Half an hour later, the battlefield has been cleaned up. The fighters took over 3 destroyers and 2 frigates. The Aegis ship is useless. Give up salvaging. Carrying 3,000 prisoners, the Li Jie aircraft carrier formation continued to move north in an A-shaped formation. The reporters on the helicopter were stunned. A launching ceremony suddenly turned into a naval battle. The reporters were stunned and quickly took photos of the scene. The wreckage of the split ship on the sea is shocking. This is naval warfare. It started quickly and suddenly. It ended quickly and suddenly. As long as it's not a level fight. It was almost a one-sided massacre. Chapter 110 Fishing Boat Flying, Out Yin Mary. Pearl River Military Port. After testing the flying ability of the small fishing boat, Jiang Chen was very satisfied. He returned to his home and Longming Academy, preparing to say hello to Xu Yao and the dean before going out to sea. Clinker. Xu Yao is not at home. They should be going to the Dragon Group training camp. Jiang Chen was no longer worried. With Shui Yao's ability, she was safe. So he came to Longming Academy. Dean, prepare to go out to sea for mecha training again. This voyage may last up to a month. Jiang Chen said. The nearby sea areas have been almost fully explored. Fog areas can only be found in the waters around the Cape of Good Hope, the waters near the Antarctic continent, and the Pacific Ocean. These places are too far away. Even if small fishing boats can fly, they still have to go to the sea to fish. Okay, take Morong Outyin and Yunhai Marie to train properly. Xia Zhongshuan spoke. Taizhu and Jiang Chen have been to sea before, have rich experience, have a lot of complex data, and have strong coping capabilities. Recently, he has been serving as the aircraft carrier commander on the USS Washington, and he has been like a duck in water. According to the news from Zhan Tianhao at the flight base, Taizhu has passed the commander's test and will probably be able to set sail soon. This really aroused everyone's enthusiasm. As long as Washington goes to sea, it must go out and never come back. Good. Jiang Chen went to the training ground and brought out Morong Outyin and Yunhai Mary. Morong Outyin, 2 meters and 3 meters tall, wears Ming Dynasty armor, dressed like a military general, with a carbon-9 steel helmet on his head and a Barrett destruction on his back. As for Yunhai Mary, she was dressed as a female knight, with a green belt around her waist, a heroic temperament, and a rocket-propelled grenade on her shoulder. Boss Jiang, are you going out to sea again? Shu Yin watched Jiang Chen take the two specially made heavenly generals away and immediately followed in small steps, with a look of anticipation on her face. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at her. What? You want to go out to sea too? I heard that your little fishing boat seems to have only one boat left. Shu Yin also drank life number 1. Her hormones have been bursting out recently, and ordinary gyms can no longer satisfy her. She urgently needs a more energetic scene. Jiang Chen paused. Long Xiaodian had given him 5 positions at the beginning. He alone. A golden dye bird. An iron pillar reaching the sky. Qi Yao Zuihua is 1. He originally wanted to give the remaining 1 to Xu Yao. But later he learned that Xu Yao was also a genetic warrior and had entered his dragon palace, so he gave up on giving her the gift. Let's talk about it later. This small fishing boat has already expanded 2 or 3 times, and its combat capability is now far greater than before. Even if he asked for 10 more positions, I think Long Xiaodian would not refuse. Think of this. He said to Shu Yin, yes, there is still a spot, but your current combat power is too weak. My fishing boat can fly. You should hurry up and improve your strength. If you can endure it, I will introduce you to the people of the dragon group. Jiang Chen replied. If Shu Yin can improve her strength to the B sequence, then she can be taken out to sea. Otherwise, your strength will be too weak and you will die easily. Someone from the dragon group? Introduce it to me quickly. Shu Yin is full of fighting spirit. Life number 1 also has a certain ability to enhance human hormones. Although she was a female doctor and scholar, after drinking it, her desire for martial arts suddenly increased a lot. Okay, remember this number. Jiang Chen directly gave her Long Kuei's contact information. The training at the dragon group is very hard. Keep up the good work. I'm out at sea and may not be back for a month. Jiang Chen explained a few more words. Then he left Longkou Academy. When Jiang Chen drove the small fishing boat out of the harbor, a secret wireless message reached Tang Zhe. Reporting to Commander Tang, the fishing vessel Zhujiang 888, which is on our SSSS level protected list, is currently heading out to sea. Should we escort it? Tang Zhe is currently at Pinglai Port, preparing to take a helicopter back to the Zhujiang military port to pick up the sisterly. After receiving the secret wireless message, he shook his head. Zhujiang 888, although still in the form of a small fishing boat, has long been organized into a warship. Not to mention, its hull is covered with carbon-9 molecules, equipped with 6 electromagnetic guns, and it also has shipborne missiles towing its stern. Oh, I also recently got a mechanical wingspan. This has become a flying fishing boat. How to escort? He could only wait for a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion and then let the aerospace aircraft carrier, Lianio, escort him. I'm afraid those big guys in the sea can't catch up with him. No need for escort. His wings have grown strong. If there's any emergency, you can ask him to escort you. You can contact him at any time. Tang Zhe gave the order. Receive. Wow. Zhujiang number 888, after leaving the military port, immediately started drifting on the water. Morong Outyin and Yunhai Mary stood on the deck on the left and right, and were a little unstable at first, just like the Tongtian iron pillar and Qi Yao Zuihua. But soon, the stabilization system worked, and they began to adapt to the floating pattern of the small fishing boat. As for the golden dye bird, it was flying leisurely in the sky. Next to her, there is a silver tie bird. It was her daughter. Jiang Chen considered that the silver dye bird was becoming stronger and stronger, so he took it out to sea. Let the mother and daughter fly together. Airplane mode. Jiang Chen saw that Morong Outyin and Yunhai Mary were adapting well. 5 minutes later, then the airplane mode was turned on. Chua. An 8-meter wingspan stretched out. The small fishing boat flew up into the sky along the sea. The sea not far away. On a cargo ship. Yang Wei, who has been operating a sewing machine for several months, has been out for a day. He was furious. MMP, which bastard posted my embarrassing moments in the university group online. Yang Wei was imprisoned for several months for spreading rumors about Longming and Nanshan Pizza Hut. It was only after his family paid tens of millions in bail that he was released. Sun Maisie, who was standing by, was wearing a hip skirt. While massaging him, she said soothingly, "Calm down, young Master Yang. The matter is over. Moreover, I have found 2 girls according to your request. I guarantee you will like them." The words fell. 2 little girls came over in cool clothes. Yang Wei looked up and was very satisfied. Just by looking at his appearance, you can tell that he is not yet an adult. Great for managing your own time. Come here, everyone. Yang Wei stood up, looking like a winner in life. Just then, a small fishing boat flew past its head. Very fast. Almost silent. And it's only 1 second. Yang Wei on the freighter naturally didn't notice it. However, the small fishing boat flies by. Morong Outyin sent a signal to Jiang Chen. Reporting to the master, A man and 3 women were detected on the deck of a cargo ship below, 2 of whom were underage. Based on my research on male biological tendencies in human society, something unethical will happen in the next half hour. Picture 1, Picture 2, Picture 3, Video 123. Even though I was just passing by, but with Morong Outyan's processing speed, he quickly took pictures and videos. It even made some preliminary judgments automatically. Let me see it. Jiang Chen asked the smart interface to call up the photos taken by Morong Outyan. The interface appears quickly. In the second that just flew by, what happened on the freighter? The clarity is very high, almost 1080p. Hey, isn't this young Master Yang? Jiang Chen recognized Yang Wei at a glance. Chapter 111. Prison outfits. Love it. Fuck. What a beast. How dare you do such a thing? You are totally devoid of conscience. After seeing the photos and pictures taken by Morong Outyan, Jiang Chen was stunned. He thought Morong Outyan had photographed something, but he didn't expect it to be this kind of thing. Yang Wei, this is a sewing machine. You're not peddling it enough. In that case, let me help you. Jiang Chen is determined to rid the people of this evil. Send all relevant information to Zhou Anbang of the Longming department. Jiang Chen gave voice commands to Morong Outyan. The heavenly soldiers and generals of the Dragon Science Institute can all connect directly to various major departments. Next second, after receiving the instructions, Morong Outyan immediately sent all the pictures and videos to Zhou Anbang. That feels good now. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, driving the small fishing boat all the way south. Zhou Anbang also saw the relevant information a minute later. He just glanced at it, immediately became furious. What a social scum. They are actually destroying the future flowers of our motherland. Someone, please contact the Pearl River Port Entry and Exit Management Center. 1 minute and 20 seconds. The Pearl River Port Entry and Exit Management Center received an urgent secret order from Longming. Ocean Shipping Group, Cargo Ship No. M09, must immediately suspend operations for rectification. Prohibited level, SSSSS. Soon. This message was sent via radio to the cockpit of the freighter where Yang Wei was. The captain is resting in the cockpit. The freighter stopped in this ocean and didn't move at all. It was more than 10 miles away from the port. But at this moment, he suddenly received a radio call from the Import and Export Management Center. Hearing this series of SS, he shuddered with fear. The last time such a ban was issued was when a bomb was found on a cargo ship. He hurried out of the cockpit and shouted at Yang Wei. Young Master Yang, this is bad. This is bad. There might be a bomb on our freighter. On deck, Yang Wei is ready to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As a result, he was frightened by the captain's shouting and fainted on the spot. He zipped it up quickly, but it got caught too quickly. He grimaced in pain. He asked with sweat on his forehead, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could there be a bomb?" "I don't know either, but the management center sent a radio message saying it's a prohibited level SSSSS. I remember the last time a cargo ship received this notification, it was because a bomb was discovered." The captain said tremblingly, "MMP, there's no real bomb." Yang Wei was also frightened and immediately lost interest. And just at this moment, the sound of a helicopter could be faintly heard from the sea not far away. Yang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Great. The country has sent forces to rescue us. Finished. He rushed to the deck railing and shouted, "We are here." Not long. 3 helicopters from Long and landed on the deck. "Comrade, thank you for your hard work." Yang Wei stepped forward and said with a grateful look on his face. However, as soon as the dragon warrior made a move, he put a pair of handcuffs on Yang Wei's hands. Yang Wei was stunned. "Comrade, what's going on? Aren't you here to check for bombs?" The dragon warrior produced an arrest warrant on the spot. "Someone has reported that you have violated our country's juvenile protection regulations. Come with us." Yang Wei was shocked at the time and exclaimed, "How is this possible? How could you possibly know this? God is watching what you do. If you don't want others to know, don't do it. Take away." The dragon warrior finished. Yang Wei was directly taken to the helicopter. No. Impossible. Yang Wei would never understand how his actions on the cargo ship at sea could be known to others. Because there are both witnesses and evidence. After seeing the pictures and videos, Yang Wei gave up refuting. Soon, Yang Wei was sent to the highest level prison in Zhujiang. He put on clean prison clothes, shaved his hair like a monk, and walked into a cell dejectedly. "Hey, isn't this young Master Yang?" Sudden, a man spoke jokingly. Yang Wei looked up and saw that there were several men in the cell. One of them was actually the famous rich second generation, Lu Wan. Lu Wan was sentenced to life imprisonment after escaping from prison and being caught. He also gave up and chose to play badly. Use the sewing machine with peace of mind every day. Seeing the familiar-looking Yang Wei coming in, he couldn't help but tease him. This Yang Wei is the rich second generation of the cargo ship group. Although he is not as famous as himself, he still knows him. Yang Wei glanced at Lu Wan and sneered. You're already sentenced to life imprisonment, and you're still laughing at me? Hey, it's no big deal. Isn't it just life imprisonment? Besides, what crime did you commit? How many years? Lu Wan asked, pinching his nose. Yang Wei said expressionlessly. Minor. 20 years. Fuck, you are really crazy. I think you should also be sentenced to life imprisonment. Lu Wan said. As the two were talking, another man spoke up. You two are really like dead pigs that are not afraid of boiling water. Yang Wei and Lu Wan looked over and curled their lips. It's better than you, a fool. You actually want the fiefin that the Navy base gave you, a warship organization. That's right. The third man was Huang Fiefin. He has been here for a few months. But he is not sentenced to life imprisonment. Not 20 years either. But only 2 years. When the storm has almost died down, he can pay some money and be released on bail. There is still more hope than Yang Wei and Lu Wan. Tisk, that's just because you, the Dragon Nation, have no vision. I believe that gold will always shine. One day, your dragon state will give my fiefin a warship organization. Huang Fiefin is full of confidence. How can the fragrance of plum blossoms be so strong without going through the bitter cold? Yang Wei and Lu Wan. Pu Xinan, you are really a low-down person. Just then, a jailer came over. Huang Huifan, your lawyer is here to visit you in prison. Huang Fiefin stood up and said to the jailer, my name is Huang Fiefin. Let's go quickly, Huang Feihong. The jailer pushed him. Huang Fiefin came to the visiting room. He handed the photos of himself taken in prison to his lawyer. I am in prison, but my heart is free. I must let my fans know that I, Huang Fiefin, am always here. Huang Fiefin said to the lawyer. Okay, Mr. Huang. The lawyer left the visiting room with the photo. After some review, the lawyer took the photos out of the prison. After leaving prison, he posted these photos on social media accounts such as Weibo. Aesthetic outfit, Huang Fiefin's latest photo shoot. Fans, come and take a look. After the photo was released, it quickly attracted many fans of Huang Fiefin. Wow, my brother is so handsome. Even with a bald head, he looks so handsome. As expected of a brother, this abstinent-style outfit is so cute. Where did you take this photo? The wall behind it looks a bit high. Yeah, that's strange. Why is there a message on the wall behind? Reform yourself and become a new person. Some fans don't know that Huang Fiefin is operating a sewing machine. A passerby passed by and couldn't help but pound the ground and laugh. What kind of abstinence outfit is this? It's clearly a prison outfit. Chapter 112, 2-person world, 3-person mahjong. After Jiang Chen sent the relevant information to the Longin department, he continued to head south. He believed that Longin's actions were enough to stop this illegal behavior. Call out. The small fishing boat is very fast, flying near the Shisha Islands. That is, at 16 degrees north latitude. The sea below. Shui Yao was commanding the aircraft carrier formation, marching northward in a mighty manner. Chua. The small fishing boat flew over Sister Li's head. With the naked eye, one could only see a black shadow rushing past and quickly disappearing. However, the aircraft carrier's radar system showed that a flying object flew over the aircraft carrier formation. Huh? What is that? Can it actually fly over the head of an aircraft carrier? Shui Yao quickly noticed the aircraft flying over on the radar. She immediately locked the missile onto the aircraft. As long as the missile is launched, the aircraft can be shot down even if it flies over. However, this radar system shows the missile has detected that the aircraft it has locked onto is a friendly force. Missile lock has been released. Shui Yao reacted and realized that they were friendly forces. She immediately started operating, trying to find out which unit the aircraft belonged to. However, the system prompted again. The aircraft comes from the Dragon Academy and is classified as the highest level of confidentiality at the Marine Corps base, on par with the aircraft carrier fleet. It is still confidential. Shui Yao was even more surprised now. Which department's aircraft is this? How could it be kept as secret as an aircraft carrier? Based on what she had learned about aircraft carriers, Shui Yao knew that the ships on the same level as hers were the Dragon Ming, Dragon God, and Dragon Soul. Is this aircraft from the Dragon Academy of Sciences so mysterious? It is actually on the same level as an aircraft carrier. Even if it's a classified aircraft, you can't just fly over other people's heads. Sister Li just went into the water. You know that if you do this, people won't grow taller, right? Shui Yao couldn't help but put her hands on her hips. Are they bullying our Sister Li because she just launched into the water and is flying over our heads? I must ask my husband later which of the Dragon Science Institute's 2 arms is researching the aircraft. I will definitely pay them a visit. Shui Yao clenched her fists. You flew over my head this time, and next time I will fly over your head too. Ache. Jiang Chen was driving a small fishing boat when he suddenly sneezed. Has it cooled down? That's not right. My cockpit has a constant temperature system. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose. A little puzzled. Pearl River Military Port. Shui Yao finally drove the aircraft carrier formation and appeared 3 nautical miles away from the port. The entire fleet was distributed across the sea in an H-shaped formation. Flights have been suspended for 4 weeks. Reporting to Commander Tang, I am Qin Shuiyao, the commander of Sister Li. Our ship encountered a Philippine warship that invaded our waters in the South China Sea. 1 ship sunk, 5 captured, over 3,000 men. Please give me instructions. Shuiyao reported to Tang Zhe about how she had taken down Fakeli. Tang Zhe nodded. When he was on the helicopter, he had already learned about the encounter with the Philippine warship. These years, at the instigation of the Xiete Kingdom, the Philippines has been making various small moves. I never found a chance to deal with them. This time, by dealing with them directly, we can eliminate future troubles. Everyone in the Li sisters group deserves a first-class merit. Tang Zhe brought Shuiyao a bunch of big red flowers. Shuiyao immediately saluted and hugged the big red flower. A smile appeared on his face. There were little red flowers when I was a child. When it grows up, it will have big red flowers. Just then, a subordinate came hurriedly and said, "Report to the commander-in-chief. There's an urgent call from the Philippines. Why, they still want to fight. Tell them that they have been banned from the sea by us. If they dare to appear in our waters again, I will deal with them every time I see them." Tang Zhe said domineeringly. No intention of explaining anything. I have the final say on my own turf. Explain shit. No, Commander Tang. They seem to be here to seek peace, said the subordinate. Tang Zhe raised his eyebrows, took the urgent call, and asked amiably, Xiao Fei, what's the matter? Defending ocean peace is the unshirkable duty of every human being on Earth. Xiao Fei's sonorous and powerful words came from the other side. Tang Zhe smiled slightly. I was just about to scold him a few more times. Sudden, a long, rapid whistle sounded over the entire port. Tang Zhe's expression changed. Drop the phone. He hurried back to the base's command room. A large amount of secret information quickly came up. The Beidou system shows that the 3 major aircraft carrier battle groups of the Pacific Fleet have already left the Pacific Ocean 3 days ago and are gathering towards the Antarctic continent. The 3 large aircraft carriers to the west of the Dragon God are reducing the Dragon God's navigation area. The Dragon God sent an urgent request for help. Watching Red Alert. Tang Zhe looked solemn. All of a sudden, 6 aircraft carriers appeared in the waters near the Antarctic continent. There are only 10 ships in total. What is this trying to do? Is the Xiete nation planning to take action? As the commander, Shui Yao followed to the general command room. When she saw the alarms, her blood suddenly boiled. Damn it. They actually used 6 against 1 and wanted to compress the Dragon God sailing area. This is intolerable. I won't resort to violence, but with so many aircraft carriers gathering in that area, there must be some ulterior motive. Tang Zhe thought for a while. Then, a SSSSS-level secret message was quickly sent to the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation. Dragon Soul, this is the Marine Division base. I immediately order your ship to rush to the Antarctic continental waters to rendezvous with the Dragon God. Codename, A World for Two. Please reply if you received it. When Shui Yao heard that Tang Zhe actually asked the Dragon Soul to go and meet up with the Dragon God, she hurriedly asked, Commander Tang, we only have 1 aircraft carrier in the Pacific. If it leaves, won't our cargo ships passing through the Pacific be easily targeted by pirates? No more fleet escort? Shui Yao asked worriedly. There are so many cargo ships from Dragon Country in the Pacific Ocean, and it would be impossible if there were no aircraft carrier to escort them. The pirates are definitely eager to try. Tang Zhe said, Don't worry, we still have an aircraft carrier over there. What? We have 5 aircraft carriers. Shui Yao was stunned. Isn't Sister Li only the 4th aircraft carrier? Where's the 5th one? How come she doesn't know it? Tang Zhe smiled mysteriously. USS Washington. Shui Yao became even more confused. Commander Tang, I don't understand. Isn't the USS Washington an aircraft carrier owned by the Xiete Kingdom? What does it have to do with us? This is confidential. You will know later. Tang Zhe smiled, but said nothing. That is fine. However, even with the Dragon Soul included, there are only 2 aircraft carriers. Shui Yao counted on her fingers. Antarctica already has 3 Xiete aircraft carriers. Now with the addition of the 3 aircraft carrier fleets in the morgue, it's a 2 versus 3 situation. Shui Yao hinted at Tang Zhe crazily. Our strength is insufficient, and we should increase our strength. Tang Zhe smiled slightly. You mean to say that you will also go south and fight 3 against 6? Shui Yao immediately saluted. I promised to complete the mission. Tang Zhe smiled bitterly. He originally wanted Sister Li to go to the Pacific Ocean to take over the position vacated by Dragon Soul. But now look at Sister Li's eagerness to try. Sending her out as well might be a good idea. Aircraft carrier. It should be sent out, instead of staying at home. Only in this way will others restrain the greed in their eyes when they stare at you. Although the Antarctic continent is far away, as long as the scientific research station and the Dragon God are still there, they belong to the national interests of the Dragon Kingdom. Then interests must be protected. Commander Li Jie, please obey my orders. We immediately order you to go and meet the Dragon God and Dragon Soul. Codename, 3-player Mahjong. Shui Yao was overjoyed. She put her legs together again and saluted loudly. I guarantee I'll win. No, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Chapter 113 Pirates. Retreat. 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 Singapore Maritime Command. This is Zhujiang 888, crew of the aircraft carrier Longming. We will be passing through the Strait of Malacca in 10 minutes. When Jiang Chen was steering the small fishing boat and about to fly over Singapore, the alarm system in the cockpit automatically sent a radio message to Singapore. After receiving the message, the Singapore Maritime Base was about to respond. Suddenly discovered something strange. Hey, why is the height of this warship so strange? Normally, the position of a warship is generally identified by data such as latitude, longitude, course, altitude, and speed. But in this series of data, the warship named Zhujiang 888 has a height of 500 meters. Aircraft carriers aren't even this tall. How come this warship is as tall as a building? Everyone at the Singapore Maritime Base was stunned. But just then, radar showed that the small fishing boat flew into the overhead of Singapore Harbor and flew straight past. Buzz. A rapid sound of braking through the air was also transmitted to the Marine base. Everyone looked up and saw that a fishing boat with mechanical wingspan had just flown overhead. The altitude is not high. It is considered low-altitude flight. There is a dark hole on the tail wing, and I don't know what it is. Fuck. A flying warship? Everyone in the base was stunned on the spot. Their mouths opened so wide that 2 tea eggs could almost fit in. It's shaped like a fishing boat. A flying fishing boat, what the hell? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Swish. Jiang Chen steered the small fishing boat, flew directly over Singapore, and headed straight for the Somali waters. Last time we explored the Arabian Sea in the north. This time Jiang Chen plans to go to the Somali waters first. Then, heading south, until the Cape of Good Hope in Africa. Given the large number of pirates in the Somali waters and the infighting among warlords, this journey will surely be extremely thrilling. Entering autonomous driving mode. After nightfall, Jiang Chen lay down in the cockpit to rest. Morong Outyin and Yunhai Mary were standing guard on the deck, constantly collecting data and training themselves. This time, since the small fishing boat was flying in a straight line and there was no obstruction over the sea, it was flying at an incredibly fast speed. In the evening of the next day, we arrived in Somali waters. Landing. Jiang Chen ate something simple, then let the small fishing boat glide slowly all the way to the sea. This place is right next to the Somali waters. The setting sun was blood red, and many cargo ships stopped sailing, preparing to set off again after daybreak. But Jiang Chen started fishing. Outyin Mary, cast the fishing nets out. When I tell you to, just collect them. Jiang Chen ordered 2 mecha men to go to the stern to fish. He was on the deck, leisurely browsing TikTok. Handsome guy, your skin is a little yellow? What came into view was a pair of white teeth. After taking a closer look, he realized that he had swiped a picture of a woman from Tanzania. He continued to slide down. Another pair of white teeth. Handsome guy, your skin is a little yellow. Do you want to do some skincare? Jiang Chen was speechless. Why is TikTok here full of jokes like this? As a yellow person, I have yellow skin. Isn't that normal? Why do maintenance? After brushing a few lines, Jiang Chen felt it was boring and was about to turn it off. Suddenly, a video of machine gun sounds caught his attention. Brothers, I am half a fly. Today is my 345th day as a mercenary in Zimbabwe. Jiang Chen looked at it for a while. It turns out that he is an internet celebrity from Dragon Country, working as a mercenary in Africa. The daily routine is to use the big pineapple to PK with various warlords. This exciting scene attracted a lot of attention from Chinese people. It now has millions of followers. He is considered an overseas dragon Chinese who is as famous as Liu Yong. My goodness, this is like brushing shoulders with the king of hell every day. Jiang Chen secretly gave a thumbs up. I gave him a follow. At the same time, on an island in the Somali waters. This island is not uninhabited. but is inhabited by thousands of Somali residents. However, what most people don't know is that there are often pirates lurking on this island. They hid in the homes of residents on the island and behaved like normal citizens. But once they go out to sea, they immediately turn into pirates and reveal their true colors. The dragon roar chased the pirates several times and was on the verge of success. The other party immediately hid on the island. Because the island belongs to Somalia, it's considered foreign territory. It is not easy to log in directly. So the Longming had no choice but to contact Somalia. But Somalia is too inefficient, passing the buck back and forth. When they came to search, the person had disappeared. Over time, the major aircraft carrier formations generally only chase on the high seas. Once the other party escapes to such a sovereign island, we can only give up temporarily. Now, in a house on this island, a group of pirates are receiving the latest training from their boss. In the past, the boss would teach everyone skills like guns, boat skills, and escape. But today, he actually held up a large printed photo and spoke to everyone. When they saw this warship, their eyes widened. The pirate leader, with extremely thick lips and dark skin, roared. The expression looks extremely fierce. Everyone came forward to take a look. Wow, isn't this a small fishing boat? A pirate immediately responded loudly. Don't worry, boss. My dog eyes are wide open. I've memorized this ship. If I see him, I promise to be the first to rush over and kill him. Don't worry, boss. This is just a small fishing boat. I will make sure it doesn't come back from a warship. Everyone expressed their loyalty. However, the pirate boss kicked them away, shouted, "You are crazy. This is not a fishing boat. This is a warship disguised as a fishing boat." The combat power is extremely strong. A medium-sized pirate group has been wiped out in the Maldives. We were defeated by just one of its warships. I have an informant in the Anti-Pirate Alliance, and the information is absolutely accurate. So, if you don't want to die, when you see this fishing boat, give it to me. Retreat, retreat, retreat. And at this moment, Somali waters. Night has fallen. Jiang Chen is ready to fight. However, he waited for hours. Not only were the fishing nets silent, but there was no sign of the pirates either. He sat on the deck, lost in a kind of philosophical solitude. What's going on? Where are the pirates? I believe there aren't any fish here, but even a dog wouldn't believe you if you said there weren't any pirates. Jiang Chen was puzzled about his sister. He asked Murong Outyin. Outyin, use your smart brain to analyze where the pirates here have gone. Murong Outyin's brain-like mecha thought for a while, then said speculatively, it's possible that the pirates here are following an 857 work schedule. That is, work at 8 o'clock and leave at 5 o'clock, 7 days a week. Look, it's already past 5, so they're off work. Chapter 114 Terracotta Warriors, General Meng Tian. After listening to Outyin's analysis, Jiang Chen felt that it made no sense. As a pirate, you must have basic professional qualities. How could I get off work at 5 o'clock? Being a pirate is like starting a business. A wave of getting rich. How can I go to work and get off work on time like a corporate slave? This is definitely not the reason. Jiang Chen looked at Yinhai Mary. Mary, what do you think? Yinhai Mary used her beautiful brain to think for a while and then answered, Master, pirates also need rest and entertainment, unlike the two of us. So I guess they're also on TikTok now. Jiang Chen nodded in praise. Road. Well, both of you made good analyses. Don't analyze next time. Jiang Chen thought these two mechas were nonsense. What 857, TikTok? Which decent person would go to TikTok for free? There must be other unknown reasons. Jiang Chen touched his chin and fell into thought. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Chen has been wandering in the Somali waters for more than 4 hours. He even encountered several cargo ships nearby, but the pirates didn't have any boats. When passing a small freighter, Jiang Chen shouted to his buddies on the deck, Brother, didn't we hear there are pirates around here? The guy was watching a beautiful woman do the 857. He turned his head to look at Jiang Chen's small fishing boat, which had a strange shape. He said, Yes, you should be careful. Then why aren't you nervous? Why are you still here watching the beautiful girl dance? Jiang Chen asked. The man pointed to the supplies not far from the nail plate and said, It's okay. Our freighter boss is rich. If we encounter pirates, we can just give them to them. It's no big deal. The insurance company will cover the claim anyway. Jiang Chen drove away in a small fishing boat. This sea area is really full of talented people. He shook his head, watching as the small fishing boats were about to reach the Somali shore. The small fishing boat Pan Jodan turned around and began to head south. Around midnight, the bright moonlight fell from the sky, landing on the deck and the sea, making the waves sparkle. The moon in this foreign country isn't that round either. It's also waning. Jiang Chen sat on the deck, feeling that it might be a bit cold in the second half of the night, and was ready to go back to the cabin to sleep. Just then, a sudden voice from the system called him back. Congratulations to the host for catching a big catch. Please close the net in time. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. Outyin, close the net. Morong Outyin received the order and pulled the fishing net up with force. Wow. A huge wave came towards us, soaking the entire deck. At the same time, a burly figure followed the fishing net and landed on the deck with a bang. The deck was strained so much that the fishing boat sank. However, this burly figure did not fall down, but stood still. What the hell? Jiang Chen was shocked. Judging from the appearance, this is clearly one person. But this person just stood there motionless. Jiang Chen leaned forward to take a look. This was a shocking discovery. This is actually a terracotta warrior. The terracotta warrior was wearing heavy armor from the Qin dynasty on his head, which seemed to weigh tons. He was holding a rusty ancient sword in his hand. The lines on his face were lifelike, but they were all made of mud. The sea water flowed down his face, but the mud did not flow down with it. Jiang Chen stretched out his fist and punched. This punch was so powerful that normal steel would at least be twisted. Not to mention that the terracotta warriors look like they are made of clay. At least it should be dented to show respect, right? However, it doesn't have any dents. Instead, the eyelids made of clay suddenly opened, and countless seal characters flashed in the eyes, like codes, as if they were starting up. Jiang Chen quickly took a step back and looked at the thing in surprise and doubt. And at this time, the terracotta warriors also spoke. The sound is ancient and seems to have been forgotten for a long time. What year is it tonight? What year is it now? Jiang Chen frowned and replied, 2022 AD. 2,000 years? Where is my great Qin? The terracotta warriors stretched their limbs, and there was a clicking sound of machinery. As he moved, countless seal characters appeared in his eyes. Chest armor. On the long sword. There are familiar, yet unfamiliar seal scripts appearing on them. The Qin dynasty is dead. Jiang Chen told him that the Qin dynasty perished in 207 BC. It is now the Dragon Country in 2022. Although the current Long Kingdom is completely different from the Qin dynasty in many aspects, it is still influenced by the Qin dynasty in terms of unified writing, unified will gauge, and unification of the world. The Qin dynasty has not perished. It has simply faded into the depths of time. The terracotta warriors whispered softly. Jiang Chen didn't quite understand what he meant, but still asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" "My name is Meng Tian. By your majesty's grace, although my body has decayed, my memories remain within this clay figurine." The terracotta warrior spoke. Meng Tian. Jiang Chen immediately remembered. During the Qin dynasty, there was indeed a great general who was famous throughout history, named Meng Tian. His force is enough to fight against 1,000 enemies at once. What Jiang Chen couldn't understand wasn't Meng Tian dead? Why can it still survive to this day in the form of the terracotta warriors? Wrong. Is Meng Tian really alive or dead? Just when Jiang Chen was confused and puzzled, the system poured some information into his mind. Terracotta warrior number 1, codenamed Meng Tian, was crafted using the techniques of the immortal Qin master craftsman. His brain retains the memories of Qin Meng Tian. Not only does he retain 99% of his memories, but his body is also identical to his original. The combat power is fierce, comparable to S-sequenced supernatural creatures. Immortal Qin master craftsman? Terracotta warriors production technology? Jiang Chen's head was buzzing. According to the system, the terracotta warrior in front of us is actually a mecha. Only, did the Qin state have such high-tech mechas at that time? Able to accept supernatural organisms? Even Jiang Chen, who can breathe underwater after evolving from a kangaroo. At this moment, my brain was shocked again. Modern people have always regarded ancient people as backward and ignorant. But now, seeing that the terracotta warriors have stood for 2,000 years and can even reproduce 99% of the original owner's memories, Jiang Chen just wants to shout, "The Qin dynasty is awesome." Just then, some information about the production technology of the terracotta warriors of Xianqin also flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. Although the information was in seal script, Jiang Chen digested it quickly. The immortal Iron Master, the terracotta warriors' production outline, the engineering of the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum, the ingenious craftsmanship, the creation of heaven and earth, the power of heaven and earth in the levitating boat. There were a total of 19 subjects from ancient times, which shocked Jiang Chen again. It's completely different from modern science. Jiang Chen compared the ancient subject knowledge he had gained in his mind with modern knowledge, and it was as if a whole new world had opened up. In the entire knowledge system created in the pre-Qin period, the floating boat was not propelled by human power, but by the power of heaven and earth. And this force of heaven and earth, in modern terms, is actually the Earth's magnetic field. Only, the current level of technology cannot utilize the Earth's magnetic field. Therefore, the unpowered floating boats described in ancient times became superstition and nothingness. Chapter 115. Warlords are chasing us, and we are about to have a feast. Since the pre-Qin period had such legendary high technology, wouldn't the Tang, Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties also have it? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he suddenly remembered the Ming dynasty armor he had caught in the southern waters before. The carbon-9 molecular material on it allowed Longming to successfully occupy a top position in the field of materials. It seems that there are still many great treasures in this sea. Jiang Chen was looking forward to it. Just then, Meng Tian, who was standing aside, seemed to have some feelings and looked in the direction of Longming. But because we are thousands of miles away, we are not very sure. So he asked Jiang Chen, "I don't know where this place is." Jiang Chen came back to his senses and said, "Don't worry, Senior. I will definitely bring you back to Dragon Country. Thank you for your help, young man." Meng Tian was concerned about his majesty. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, he did not doubt anything else, but stood at the tail end of the deck, like a divine soldier sent from heaven, standing still. He closed his eyes, and the ancient sword no longer emitted its radiant light. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a dead terracotta warrior, motionless. Is this the terracotta army in standby mode? Jiang Chen scratched his head. Judging from the way it looks, it should have entered power-saving mode. Aoqian Mary, you guys go on guard. I'm going to rest. As the sky darkened and a cold wind began to blow over the sea, Jiang Chen started the small fishing boat and floated it 200 meters above the sea, slowly flying south along the east coast of Africa. The next day, in the evening, the border between Zimbabwe and southern Herring. In a dense jungle, there was a sudden explosion of AK gunfire. Quack! Birds and beasts scattered. Boom! Suddenly, a jeep covered in green rushed out of the jungle. In the car, a man wearing a military helmet, camouflage on his face, and a bulletproof vest was lying in the car, using various shelters to continuously fire at the warlord who was chasing him from behind. The man spoke to his friends in the live broadcast room above his head while shooting. "Brothers, this is thrilling and exciting. We're being targeted by the warlord today." The man was like a half-fly, still laughing even when a bullet flew past his ear. Just as he finished speaking, a shell landed on the right side in front of the jeep. The car turned left in a hurry, and half of the fly's head hit the right side of the car directly. Holy crap! 66666. This is the real version of PUBG. So exciting. Fly brother is so arrogant. I don't know if I can get away today. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. I have to run away. Since Brother Fly is called Fly, he is definitely not an ordinary person. I think it's difficult. Looking at the way Fly is running away, it's obvious that the enemy's firepower is very strong. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to escape this time, even if he has wings. The friends in the live broadcast room were already excited. While sending gifts crazily, barrages of comments were flying everywhere. If you brush it too late, half of the fly will only have one wing left. Brothers, don't panic. I'm running towards Madagascar. I'll soon reach the seaport. As long as we're out to sea, these warlords won't chase us anymore. After all, there are still pirates on the sea. Half a fly looked confident. He drove the jeep madly towards the sea outlet in the direction of Madagascar. He has a speedboat to pick him up there. As long as they reached the assault boat, these warlords would not bother to chase them anymore. After all, the ocean is too vast, and their naval power is far from sufficient. Swish! The jeep was going so fast that you could see the sea with your naked eyes. The beach is just ahead. Boom! Suddenly, another shell landed on the left side of the jeep. The huge energy wave overturned the car on the spot. The live broadcast room showed a dusty and buzzing sound all around. Holy crap! Is it time for the feast? I'll sit at the kids' table. Forget it, let's build a castle. We can't let Fly Brother sleep outdoors. Pooh, I'm not dead yet. Half a fly crawled up and spat out a mouthful of blood. With the help of the overturned car and the cover of the sea stones nearby, he picked up the big pineapple and fired at the pursuing warlord. However, his firepower is fierce. Bullets are also limited. As the warlords continued to narrow the encirclement, the distance between the two sides was less than 100 meters. Seeing that the half-fly was at the end of its rope, the live broadcast room was filled with expressions of praying with hands folded and sending flowers. Just then, 3 miles away, Jiang Chen's small fishing boat was heading south along the waters on the left side of Madagascar. He had been paddling all day from morning to evening. During this period, he subsequently fished out 2 more terracotta warriors. Judging from their introduction, they are Li Xian and Bai Qi respectively. One held a long knife. One holds a sickle. Like Meng Tian, they immediately entered power-saving mode after a brief startup, standing motionless in a row at the stern. Isn't that too cool? The three terracotta warriors stood there alone, not chatting with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen originally wanted to discuss the customs and girls of Qin State with them, but they didn't say much and just liked to stand there. Master, there's a gunfight going on 3 miles to the right ahead. Should we avoid it? Just when Jiang Chen was feeling depressed, Morong Outyin sounded the alarm. With Morong Outyin's monitoring system, dangers 5 miles away can be clearly detected. 3 nautical miles to the right? Isn't that where the Zimbabwe meets the southern Sprat? Jiang Chen asked Morong Outyin to bring up the relevant footage. Give me a shout. What's with the gunfight? Soon. In the cockpit. The interface is displayed. A group of warlords are surrounding a jeep. The jeep was fleeing towards the seaside. Just when he was about to escape, he was suddenly blown over. Although we have reached the beach, we are still more than 500 meters away from the sea. There are only more than 500 meters and no cover at all. If you run on foot, you will probably be shot into a sieve. So, the person who got off the jeep could only crawl on the ground with the help of the jeep and the stones next to him to resist the other party. Morong Outyin's remote scanning camera came to the jeep. Hey, isn't this half a fly? Jiang Chen immediately recognized the man with camouflage on his face. It was the half-fly he had caught before. But he is in a bit of a miserable state now. If he continues to fight, he will probably be in trouble. This moment, Jiang Chen has 3 choices. One option is to fly down in a small fishing boat, fire a few electromagnetic cannon shots, and destroy the warlord in minutes, but this may cause international disputes. The second is to let Morong Outyin and Yunhai Mary take action. After all, they are mechas and have no nationality, but they were developed by the Dragon Science Institute after all, which will also cause unnecessary conflicts. 3. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on Meng Tian, Li Xian, and Bai Qi. The 3 of them are all ancient people and currently do not have Dragon Country citizenship. And not a living person. General, could you please lend a hand? Jiang Chen asked the 3 terracotta warriors. Although the system said that they were all as sequence, he wanted to see the combat power of these 3. Meng Tian opened his eyes. Are you from Long Country? Jiang Chen showed him the video of half a fly. Meng Tian frowned. Why is it so dark? Forehead. Tanned. It's quite hot here. Jiang Chen pointed at the dirt on Meng Tian's face and said, Look, the dirt on your face is also flowing down. Okay. This is my first move since waking up. You youngsters, watch out. Even though 1,000 years have passed, the veteran is still as powerful as ever. Meng Tian glanced at Li Xian and Bai Qi with an arrogant look. Next second, there was no sign of his wings being spread out, but his wingspan was like a cannonball. From this 200 meters high, jump down. Chapter 116, Divine Soldiers from Heaven, Nuclear Weapon Maintenance. It's over, the half-fly is really going to become half a fly. Rest in peace, brother fly. Tears. Tears. Put your hands together. Although the camera lens was blocked by sticky sand, the people in the live broadcast room could still see the army closing in from the perspective of half a fly. This has been going on for almost half an hour. The bullets are about to run out. Unless a divine soldier descends from heaven, death is certain. Damn it. I'm not really going to die here, am I? Half a fly used firepower to suppress another wave of the enemy's attack. But there was only 1 bullet left in the magazine. After this series of fights, he will be captured alive. Once captured alive, his mercenary career would be completely over. Brothers, this guy is almost out of bullets. Charge. The soldiers also noticed that half a fly's firepower was intermittent, and they were about to run out of ammunition and food. The signal to charge on the spot. Prepare to capture him alive on the spot. Wipe. I'm going to fight you. Half-Fly picked up the butt of the gun and prepared to engage in close combat with the opponent. But at this moment, a figure flew in the sky. It fell directly on a soldier. Junfa vomited blood. Died on the spot. What is this thing? The other soldiers looked at the figure that fell from the sky. He was wearing armor, holding an ancient sword, and his skin was as white as mud. He looked like he had crawled out of the mud. He was very mysterious. Whatever it is, just shoot it. Machine guns and AKs all fired at Meng Tian. However, Meng Tian stepped forward, and his armor actually blocked all the bullets. Bang! Meng Tian threw a punch with such force that it instantly blew up a soldier who had no time to escape. What the hell is this? The rest of the army was stunned. How could there be a creature that is not afraid of bullets? Boom. Just then, a cannonball came over and turned the place where Meng Tian was standing into a pit, along with the person and the soil. Then, A truck with a mortar on board drove up. The military commander above sneered. No matter what monsters they are, we can kill them with one artillery shell. The words fell. Meng Tian walked out of the shell crater. The smoke and dust dissipated. He stood still and drew the ancient sword in his hand. The military commander on the truck had a frozen expression. Next second, he shouted hurriedly. Fire! Fire! Fire at him! The last word hasn't been uttered yet. Meng Tian swung his sword. A dazzling light flashed by. The truck split in two. The military commander was also split into two. Oh my God, it's a ghost. The rest of the troops were finally frightened out of their wits. This thing is invulnerable to swords and guns, and can even withstand mortars with its bare body. How can it be called a human? Suddenly, they were all frightened and fled in all directions. Meng Tian didn't chase after him either. He just turned around to look at the half-fly standing there stupidly, and the camera on his head. This. Half the fly stuttered. He had experienced life and death in Africa and had been a mercenary for so long, but he had never felt any fear. But this moment, he was confused, because the creature in front of him is not only powerful in combat. More importantly, he looks a lot like the ancient terracotta warriors. The terracotta warriors are just dead objects buried during the Qin dynasty. How did he come back to life and appear in Africa? He wanted to go up and ask. But at this moment, a flying fishing boat flies past the terracotta warriors. The terracotta army soars into the sky, landed on the flying fishing boat. Then, follow the flying fishing boat and leave quickly, leaving half a fly at the scene dumbfounded. As for the live broadcast room, after a brief silence, it exploded instantly. What the hell did I see? That's right, you saw it, I saw it, everyone saw it. Oh my God, I can't believe what I'm seeing. That is, what I saw in a sense means, yes, we saw it. When Jiang Chen rescued half a fly and continued to head south, near the Antarctic continent, the South Indian Ocean at 77 degrees east longitude and 60 degrees south latitude. The Dragon God aircraft carrier formation is conducting a routine exercise. 8 Immortals Cruiser, Jingwei Cruiser, Dayu Cruiser, Fortune Cruiser, Shenwu Cruiser, Canopy Cruiser. This is the Aircraft Carrier Command Center. Please prepare for a 3-day routine exercise. Codename, Tail Wagging. The words fell. The 3 cruisers on the left and right immediately led the surrounding destroyers and frigates and dispersed towards the sea. The Gourd Destroyer and the Lotus Destroyer immediately followed the 8 Immortals, Jingwei and Dayu cruisers. The Yugu Destroyer, Hualon Frigate, and Basho Frigate followed the Kaishan, Jinwu, and Tianpeng cruisers. This was a routine exercise in which a cruiser led a small warship against each other. The aircraft carrier also provides electronic information throughout the entire process. Fighter jets will also be provided for entry based on the confrontation between the two sides. Even the recently trained underwater N+Gene warriors came in handy. The drill had only just begun half an hour ago. Things are getting better. Just then, the Shanglong early warning aircraft suddenly sounded an alarm. This is Tang Long AWACS 4. We have detected a large-scale aircraft carrier formation heading towards us in the eastern waters. Preliminary assessment. It is the Pacific Fleet, the USS Minas Carrier Group, the USS Lexington Carrier Group, and the USS Ronald Reagan Carrier Group. Li Jing was in the command room, watching the confrontation drill displayed on the radar throughout. Suddenly received a message from the early warning aircraft. He frowned suddenly. I felt something was wrong. How did the Pacific Fleet get from the Pacific Ocean to the vicinity of the Antarctic continent? This is a distance of tens of thousands of nautical miles. What are they doing here from so far away? You know, the country of Xiete already has 3 large aircraft carrier formations in the western area, namely the USS Roosevelt, the USS Eisenhower, and the USS Lincoln. Now, 3 more ships? The waters near the Antarctic continent are almost too crowded. Return to the team. Return to the team. Stop the drill immediately. Li Jing didn't have time to think about it, and immediately gave the order to stop the drill. It's only been less than 5 minutes since I returned to the team. Li Jing soon received a radio message from Wilson, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet. Ryashin, this is the Pacific Fleet's headquarters. Our 3 aircraft carrier formations are about to conduct an indefinite exercise at your location. Please prepare your belongings and leave this sea. Please reply if you receive it. Listening to the words on the radio, Li Jing smiled. In this area of the Antarctic continent, Dragon Country has only 1 aircraft carrier sailing freely here. You already have 3 ships. 3 more ships are coming to occupy the sea. This is too arrogant. It's clearly coming for us. The subordinate staff were also filled with indignation. This person has bad intentions. We must not let him go. Li Jing picked up the radio and replied. We are currently undergoing routine maintenance on our nuclear submarines and shipborne nuclear missiles. We cannot avoid this, and there is a certain chance that nuclear weapons will land in the surrounding waters. Please drive carefully. Chapter 117, Garden Walk, Wild Aircraft Carrier. Oh shit. The Dragon God, who is overestimating its own capabilities, actually dares to threaten us with a nuclear bomb. Did you think we didn't have nuclear bombs? Inside the command room, Wilson was so angry that he punched the radio in his hand and broke it into pieces. As the commander-in-chief of the Pacific Fleet, he can call the shots in the Pacific. Even the Dragon Soul doesn't dare to be so arrogant. The Dragon God is really looking for death. If he is not taught a lesson, he will think that the Antarctic continent belongs to his Dragon God. Commander-in-chief, please calm down. Nuclear bombs are no joke. Once this thing comes out, everyone is screwed. A staff officer quickly admonished Wilson. Destroyer PK is fine. Cruiser PK is also fine. There's nothing wrong with fighter jets shooting at each other. Anyway, it wasn't them from the command center who died. But if a nuclear bomb is launched, there is no way to escape from this indiscriminate large-scale killing. Snort. Our 6 major aircraft carrier fleets are now gathering near the Antarctic continent. Why would we need nuclear bombs? Directly contact the 3 major fleets on the west side and continuously reduce the navigation range. Crush the Dragon God's route into a very small area, or stop sailing, or get out. Wilson ordered. The staff quickly got a new radio and began to contact the 3 major formations on the west side. And at this moment, the Black-Robe Lord of the Black Palace also learned about what happened to the Pacific Fleet and the Dragon God. Haha, you really won't give way. Just as I wish. Someone come. Contact the commander of the USS Washington for me. The man in black robe gave an order. The commander of the USS Washington, Hua Taiju, was quickly contacted. Sir Black Robe, please speak. Hua Taiju answered in fluent English. During this time, he not only became the commander of an aircraft carrier in the identity of a UFO, but also learned that the legendary Area 51 of Xiete Country actually existed. There are other alien organisms in Area 51. Certainly. Taiju said he came from a planet called Four Bodies. It's quite different from the alien life forms in Area 51. The Lord in Black Robe was not puzzled because there were many aliens working in various industries in their country. Now it's just one more Iron Pillar. Iron Pillar, I have a great mission for you. The man in black robe gave orders to Taiju remotely through the electronic screen. According to our intelligence, all of Dragon Nation's aircraft carriers have gone out to sea. That is to say, their backyard, the southern waters, currently has no troops. Your mission this time is to go to the southern seas and take a walk. The Lord in black robe said this. A smug look appeared on his face. There is a fire at home. Let me see whether your aircraft carrier will continue to confront us or go home to put out the fire. Hey, this is the advantage of having many aircraft carriers. The Dragon Country still doesn't have enough aircraft carriers. Once the confrontation breaks out, it will be difficult to cope with the situation. Okay, Taiju has been received. After Hua Taiju finished speaking, he hung up the call. At this moment, he is on a routine cruise in the Alaskan waters. Received the order from the Lord of Black Robe. He immediately ordered the aircraft carrier formation to sail quickly towards the southwest, as the USS Washington headed towards the southern waters. The news of the confrontation between the Dragon God and the 6 major aircraft carrier formations also spread to major media. Shocking. A little girl encountered 6 big men. Click here for details. The Dragon God encountered 6 large aircraft carrier formations. Is this due to a lack of aircraft carriers or a lack of strength? The Dragon God is in danger. Can it come back? As soon as these sensational headlines came out, netizens clicked on them one after another. Fuck, where are those 6 big guys? MMP, I'm gonna beat the crap out of you. Is the Dragon God surrounded? Urgently calling the Dragon Soul and Dragon Roar. Codename, Colorful Auspicious Cloud. When netizens in Dragon Country were worried about the safety of the Dragon God, internet users in Sakura City were also excited. Is the Dragon God going to sink? Of course. Haha, just like our river battleship, it's bound to sink. It has to sink. A day and a half later. Kobe Port in Sakura City. A large aircraft carrier fleet passed by here and took a short rest. Ingya Wainer, dressed in a princess kimono, followed her father to this port to welcome the USS Washington. Strange, why did the USS Washington suddenly visit our Kobe port? Ingya Wainer was a little puzzled. She is also keeping an eye on the carrier standoff in Antarctica. They never expected that the USS Washington would come to their Sakura country. Not long. A huge fleet arrived at the port. A group of senior generals wearing military uniforms and formal attire were coming towards them from above. This is our newest commander, Taiju Hua. A translator introduced to King Sakura. King Sakura quickly bowed 90 degrees with his daughter. Welcome Commander Taizhuhua to our country. If you have any needs, just ask. Ingyawaner also bent down. But her expression was a little strange. Because when he saw the iron pillar for the first time, he felt a sense of familiarity. It seems like I've seen it somewhere before. But for a while, because of the changes in Tieju's clothes and hairstyle, the strange feeling made her unable to remember him. Most importantly, she had no contact with the USS Washington's aircraft carrier command. This was the first time since she became an adult that she and her father welcomed the commander of an aircraft carrier. There is indeed a bit of demand. Taizhu asked his subordinates to take out an A4 paper and hand it to the Sakura King. When the Sakura King took it and looked at it, he almost fainted. What was written on it were various natural resources such as rare earths, oil, iron, ore, etc. He roughly calculated that it was worth about 50 billion. Mr. Commander, this is too much. We in Sakura already lack natural resources. You're asking for too much. King Sakura said tremblingly. I thought they were here to protect Sakura City, but I didn't expect they were here to eat some meat. The evil dragon nation is still lurking in the west. We've protected you for so long. Shouldn't you pay us a little for the journey? Taizhu said this lightly and gave another reminder. Also, you've only seen the front. There's more to come. King Sakura turned the list over and saw more demands densely written on the back. The total has exceeded 100 billion US dollars. His eyes went dark and he quickly fainted. However, how could Taizhu let him get away with it? Let the highly skilled medical staff cure him. Please hurry up and gather your supplies. I only give you 3 hours. Iron Pillar wrote. The Sakura King yelled. 3 hours. This is impossible. There's not enough time. At least half a day. Deal. Half a day is all it takes. After saying this, Taizhu walked away to rest. King Sakura turned around and asked Ingyawaner, who said it took so long. You. Sakura Waner smiled bitterly. Due to the huge power of the aircraft carrier formation that was forced to stop at the port, the Sakura King eventually had these natural resources worth hundreds of billions of dollars transported to the decks of aircraft carriers, cruisers, and destroyers. If only the deck couldn't hold it anymore. Who knows, this bastard might want more. In the evening, after the iron pillar was fully charged and filled with fuel, it left Kobe port. Commander, take care. King Sakura waved hard. Send this when Shin away quickly. Taizhu led the aircraft carrier formation and sailed towards the southern waters of Longming. When it was only 200 nautical miles away from the Navy base, a radio message was sent to Tang Zhe in a secret message format. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, I am Tianjiang Taizhu, number. I caught a wild carrier fish in the Pacific Ocean. It will soon enter the port. Please be prepared. Chapter 118 Lighthouse World, Dominating Antarctica. Brothers, eat and drink well tonight. Early tomorrow morning, we will arrive at the Dragon Kingdom waters. You must cheer up. In the restaurant, Taizhu arranged a sumptuous dinner for the soldiers. Everyone was partying. Half an hour later, they walked towards the rest cabin in a daze. Fall head first. Wait until they wake up dizzy again. It was already 10 hours later. Oh shit. Dog. 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 The soldiers were terrified. I thought I had overslept. They all put on their clothes and prepared to leave the cabin, but found that the rest cabin was locked and they couldn't get out at all. What's going on? Thousands of soldiers were dumbfounded. Just then, outside the cabin, there was a faint sound of gongs and drums. Welcome, welcome, warm welcome, everyone. The USS Washington aircraft carrier formation was eventually brought to the Pearl River military port by Taizhu. Except for the aircraft carrier, which is controlled by Iron Pillar, the rest of the warships are in automatic following state. When he drove the aircraft carrier into the port, an emergency radio call came from the Black Palace. However, he simply cut off the radio and went ashore. Ashore, there were already comrades lining up to welcome us, beating drums and gongs. Tang Zhe walked quickly forward, stood on tiptoe, and put a big red flower on Taizhu. Said with tears in his eyes, "Thank you for your hard work, Taizhu. The Dragon Academy, the Ministry of the Sea, and the Dragon Kingdom all miss you. You haven't let us down." Taizhu smiled slightly. Serve the people. Serve the people. There was cheering at the scene. And at this moment, the black-robed lord in the Black Hall was extremely anxious. According to the original plan, the USS Washington was to head directly to the waters of Longming. But for some reason, the USS Washington stayed in Kobe port for half a day. When he learned that Taizhu had asked for resources worth hundreds of billions of dollars, he was a little puzzled. This is not the return trip. Why do we need so much travel expenses? It was not until the USS Washington came within 100 nautical miles of Dragon Country that he finally realized something was wrong. This will either lead to a world war or surrender to the enemy. As the USS Washington safely entered the military port of Dragon Country, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Defection. This guy defected to the enemy. Is this alien mentally retarded? The black-robed lord yelled in anger. Someone come. Contact Tang Zhe at the Dragon Kingdom Haibu base for me. An overseas call soon rang in Tang Zhe's office. Commander Tang. The lord in black robe took a deep breath. Try to stay calm. Tang Zhe smiled slightly. Hey, Master Blackrobe. Hello? Is there anything I can teach you? It's a bit of a lesson indeed. One of our country's aircraft carriers accidentally entered your port. Please verify it. The aircraft carrier must be returned to our country within 3 working days. The lord in black robe said in a deep voice. It's okay that the Sakura country was deprived of hundreds of billions of US dollars in resources. But they must get back the aircraft carrier of the Xiete country. There are still thousands of soldiers up there. Aircraft carrier? Which aircraft carrier are you talking about? The USS Minis? The USS Lexington? Or the USS Reagan? Tang Zhe asked with a meaningful chuckle. The Black Palace sent out so many aircraft carriers to suppress the Dragon God, and now they send out the Washington, and they still have the nerve to ask us to return it. Return it, and then let you fight 7 against 1? Washington. The lord in black robe gritted his teeth. Tang Zhe said in surprise, isn't your country's USS Washington a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier? How did it accidentally enter our port? Did it get lost? Don't worry, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I'll let you know if there's any news. Finished. Tang Zhe hung up the phone directly. Return? You wish. First take it to the Dragon Science Institute to be butchered. Oh, that's right. And there are natural resources on deck. It just so happens that the military factory has been working overtime so hard recently that smoke is rising. Various rare earth, iron, ore, and other resources are in short supply. Let us wait until we have digested it, and then notify you. You? When the lord in black robe heard the beeping sound, he immediately knew that Tang Zhe was planning to eat the Washington, the duck he had already got, alive. Since you Dragon Nation are so shameless, then I won't be polite. The lord in black robe finally got angry. Someone come. Emergency call, start the Five Eyes Alliance meeting. Soon. A cloud conference involving the British Empire, Broccoli, Kangaroo Country, and Maple Leaf Country was held. I also ask all nations to support our country and take over Antarctica. As long as we completely eliminate the Dragon Nation's aircraft carriers, we can occupy the Antarctic continent alone. The lord in black robe explained his intentions to the 4 leaders of the alliance. Sir Blackrobe, this Antarctic continent is covered in ice and snow. Why would you suddenly seize it now? Yes, although this dragon country is hateful, it's not a good idea to show our hand now, right? The lord of black robes said, the Antarctic continent is not as simple as you think. I have reliable information about life number 1 a while ago. It is likely that it originated from the Antarctic continent. They have 2 scientific research stations there, and we can't let them conduct research there anymore. We must occupy it. Expel them. The black-robed master slammed the table and said, just the life number 1 alone has led many scientists to plan to immigrate to Dragon Country. If this continues, their Xiete Kingdom will inevitably decline. Once the country of Xiete declines, the other 4 nations will inevitably follow suit. The sun never sets said, I support the Antarctic continent belonging to your country, but you cannot have it all to yourself. +1. The same is true for the other 3 eyes. The lord in black robe smiled slightly. Don't worry, I've already thought about it. With the 5 eyes as our core and the lighthouse world as our outer layer, and with global support, we will surely be able to drive out the Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier and monopolize the Antarctic continent. The lord in black robe was full of confidence. Deal. The meeting is over. The 5 major countries in the alliance all issued the same statement. I propose, Antarctica is a treasure for all mankind, but it should be developed by Lighthouse World. Currently, those willing to join Lighthouse World include the British Empire, Kangaroo Nation, Broccoli Nation, Maple Leaf Nation. Those who do not join the Lighthouse World are not allowed to explore the Antarctic continent, nor stay in the surrounding 500-mile sea area. The news spread quickly around the world. Join. Join. Sakura country will be the first to join. When King Sakura learned that the Washington had taken his own hundreds of billions of travel expenses to join the Dragon Kingdom, he was so angry that he was admitted to the ICU again. Now, when he saw that the Xiete Kingdom established the Lighthouse World, he immediately became the first to raise his hands and feet in approval. We, the nation of kimchi, are willing to support it with all our kimchi. As long as you stop teasing me, I'll join. Without our clean and hygienic country, can it still be called a beacon world? with the response of many major countries around the world. The whole Earth was boiling. This is the beginning of the great integration of the Earth. And this beginning actually started from the country of Xiete. Why hasn't Longwood joined yet? That's right, everyone else has joined. So let's join in quickly. If it's too late, we won't be able to develop Antarctica. Yes, our dragon god is still over there. Hurry up and join us. Why do we have to join? It's an organization founded by someone else, so it's definitely led by someone else. We should make our own judgment. In the expectations of some people who curry favor with the powerful. The Dragon Country officials responded indifferently. No, we're not joining. Not only will we not join, but we will also establish our own Eastern Continent. Chapter 119 Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, both heading south. Lighthouse World. Eastern Continent. As soon as these two broad spheres of influence emerged, people around the world fell into quarrel. The Five Eyes Alliance, the global hegemon, the developed world why choose? You'll definitely follow Lighthouse World and enjoy the good life. Forget it, the tide has turned. A while ago, thanks to the Life Number 1 incident, Dragon Country green cards became a global phenomenon. Many scientists and wealthy individuals have relocated their families to Dragon Country. The future belongs to the East. Let's wait and see. As far as I know, somewhere on Earth, an unprecedented confrontation is currently taking place. The outcome could potentially affect the size of these two spheres of influence. What big confrontation? Those who understand will understand. I don't want to say more about those who don't. After all, you won't understand even if I tell you. When people all over the world are arguing about which one to join, some powerful national figures are paying close attention to the news from the Antarctic continent. Suddenly, so many aircraft carriers gathered in that direction. Something big must be happening. Combining the East Continent and the Lighthouse World, these two power concepts emerged. Obviously, the battle for supremacy is about to begin. And at this moment, northern South Indian Ocean, near the equator, on the boundless blue sea, two aircraft carriers have been out of the clean and hygienic port for half a day. It is the clean and hygienic number. Mr. Salman, our national destiny has arrived. Amir was on the clean train and rarely diss Salman again. Instead, he spoke with a serious expression. Just half a day ago, with the emergence of the concepts of the Lighthouse World and the East Continent, the Lord of Black Robes also made an ocean call to them. Dear Mr. Amir and Mr. Salman, the national destiny that belongs to you has arrived. As long as you march south and block the sea area where the dragon god is heading north, I will be extremely grateful. I believe that with the strength of you two, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Child, you can definitely do it. Salman nodded in agreement. This time when they went south, in order to cooperate with the Xiete Kingdom, they not only repaired 98 aircraft carrier problems, but also solved the problems of fighter jets leaking electricity and pilots having diarrhea due to eating too much masala. Even the non-commissioned officer's dinner included a portion of kimchi and 2 tea eggs. It can be said that it is a well-intentioned and costly effort. He replied to Amir. Yes, we must not disappoint the Black Robe Master's expectations of the two of us, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Young, and we must not let this once-in-a-millennium national fortune slip away. As long as the encirclement and suppression of the Dragon God is successful this time, the Dragon Kingdom will be seriously damaged. The so-called Eastern Continent has become a joke. Clean and hygienic numbers, listen up. Go south quickly. Target, Dragon God. Codename, Dragon Slayer. When the clean and sanitary ship, this pair of Dragon and Phoenix, both went south. The Li Jie aircraft carrier formation had just emerged from the Strait of Malacca and was also heading south. Half a day later, at night, the Li Jie aircraft carrier formation is still heading south nonstop to support the Longshan. According to the plan, Sister Li was to occupy the sea area where the Dragon God was heading north. Because there are 3 aircraft carriers on the west side of the Dragon God and 3 aircraft carriers on the east side. To the south is the Antarctic continent. Once the north side is also closed, it is equivalent to a chess piece in Go, which is surrounded by the enemy and has no last vent. No more anger. So, no matter what, the sea area to the north of the Dragon God must be taken. The night is dark. The sea water glowed faintly against the backdrop of the night, looking very scary. But under the guidance of the Beidou system, the Li Jie aircraft carrier formation sailed through the wind and waves without any pause. Around 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Shenglong Early Warning Aircraft Number 6 suddenly sent an alarm. Reporting to the command center, this is AWACS 6. There is an aircraft carrier formation to the southeast, traveling at 1 knot. It's the sanitation, heading towards Kangaroo Country. Xue Yao was in the command room, directing the entire process. Relying on her extraordinary body, She had no news all night. Even if it's the smallest problem, she will have someone solve it immediately. The entire aircraft carrier formation, even though it was its first time going out to sea to perform a mission, was still in good order. Just then, she suddenly received the above message. She was stunned for a moment. Health number? Isn't this the aircraft carrier of a clean and hygienic country? What is it doing in kangaroo country? Besides, this one not speed. Are you playing tricks on me? Commander, what's going on? What should we do? The staff officer looked at Xiuyao hesitantly. With his college entrance examination score of 750, he thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out why this health number appeared here. If it wanted to participate in the encirclement and suppression of the dragon god, shouldn't it be on the south side? Why is it heading towards the kangaroo country? If it wasn't participating in the encirclement and suppression, why would it go to kangaroo country? The relationship between these two countries is like that between Dragon Kingdom and Java. They have nothing in common. Xiuyao used her smart, cute, and tenacious brain to think for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. I'm sorry, I don't know what to do. Xiuyao shook her head slightly. Could there be some shocking conspiracy behind such strange behavior? Ignore him and continue south. Xiuyao chose to ignore it. No matter what this sanitation unit is doing or what conspiracy it has, just don't block the dragon god's vent. The next day, Xiuyao successfully arrived at the waters north of the dragon god. The two sides, one in the south and one in the north, echoed each other from afar, just like the chess pieces in Go, uniting with each other and having a constant outlet. If the Xiete Kingdom wants to block these two aircraft carriers again, it will have to mobilize more aircraft carriers. Obviously, they can't do it in a short time. Health number, this is the clean number. Please reply when you receive it. Excuse me, have you arrived at the designated sea area? As the sun rises, Amir anxiously called Salman on the radio. He galloped all night last night with full confidence. I originally thought that I would arrive at the designated sea area first, but when he woke up, he saw pirates nearby. Although he crushed these pirates with his powerful strength at the cost of 3 fighter planes, but still fell into great panic. Because according to the pirates and radar prompts, the Clean did not seem to have arrived at the designated sea area, but for some unknown reason, it deviated slightly and went to the Somalia area. Returning to the clean air, don't worry, I have successfully reached the designated sea area. Salman looked at the display on the radar and spoke confidently. One of the subordinates suddenly exclaimed, Commander, it's bad. It's bad. We seem to have reached Antarctica. Look, there are kangaroos and koalas up there. The smile faded from Salman's face. The radio in his hand also fell down. Wipe. Did he drive an aircraft carrier to kangaroo country? Chapter 120. Cut off contact and break out from the west. Bang. Waste. These two rubbish. Call them Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. And they really became Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. They were told to go south to block the dragon god from heading north. These two young dragons and phoenixes, one actually went west to Somalia, and the other actually went east to kangaroo country. The GPS is on for them. How did they do it? Let a blind man fly an aircraft carrier, and he'll be better than them. Inside the Black Palace, the Lord in Black Robe learned that none of the clean and sanitary ships had successfully reached the designated sea area, and the location is 1,000,000 miles away. The funniest thing is the clean number, which lost 3 fighter jets while fighting a pirate. With such weakling strength, he actually had the delusion that he wanted them to go south and seal off the northern waters of the dragon god. Sir Blackrobe, what should we do? One of the subordinates asked the black-robed master. The Lord in Black Robe looked at the map of Antarctica, pondered for a moment, and then gave an order. Let the Independence in the middle of the west side and the Lexington in the middle of the east side go through and cut off the sea area between the dragon god and Sister Lee. In this way, it formed a right U shape, blocking Sister Lee's number. An inverted U trapped the dragon god. Lord Blackrobe, the dragon soul in the Pacific, is also heading for Antarctica. If this stalemate continues, our Pacific fleet will be attacked from all sides. One of the subordinates said worriedly. The black-robed master said, don't worry. Only the east side is under attack. The west side is safe. As long as we can hold our ground and block their supply lines, we will have the advantage. Master Blackrobe is wise. Go and execute it. Yes. The radio transmission quickly reached the Independence and Lexington. The 2 aircraft carriers immediately broke away from their original formation and moved in, quickly blocking the sea area connecting the dragon god and Sister Lee. Damn, this country of Xiete really spends a lot of money. Let 4 aircraft carriers guard against my newly launched aircraft carrier. Xiuyao frowned. The sea area where the Sister Lee and the dragon god were connected was interrupted by 2 aircraft carriers, and both sides immediately fell into a state of isolation and helplessness. If we start fighting directly, it will be 1 against 4. The dragon god was also trapped. The dragon soul is about to arrive behind the Pacific Fleet on the east side. Once the dragon soul arrives at the designated position, their siege formation will not be able to hold out for long. One of the subordinates analyzed. Shui Yao stared at the map. She was afraid that the other party had already known that the dragon soul would appear behind the Pacific Fleet and had taken precautions. In this battle to rescue the dragon god completely, we must achieve a surprise victory. But, so surprising. Shui Yao looked around on the simulated map. Suddenly, it landed behind the Lincoln and Independence on the west side. If an aircraft carrier also appears behind them, then the Xiete Kingdom's inverted U formation against the dragon god would face the dilemma of being attacked from both front and back. This formation will quickly fall apart. Unfortunately, our dragon roar is still in Somalia, so we don't have time to run to the west. There are no more warships either. Shui Yao sighed softly. It is true that even a good cook cannot cook without rice. There are not enough aircraft carriers, so we are a bit stretched when fighting naval battles. Let's maintain a stalemate for now and see if the dragon soul can break the deadlock once it arrives. Shui Yao pondered. When the 6 aircraft carriers of the Xiete Kingdom divided the sea area, while stopping Sisterly, while trapping the dragon god, Tang Zhe at the Keifu base was also simulating the battle situation. The two sides have not yet torn their faces apart, simply because they are stronger in both men and horses, and both want to wait until the other side is weak before launching an attack. The dragon god was trapped in the southernmost part, and with supplies unable to enter, it was at risk of being strangled if the enemy launched a naval battle. Commander Tang, the dragon soul on the east side is about to arrive. Can we have the dragon soul and dragon god cooperate with each other and break out to the east? A staff officer offers his own suggestions. If we break out to the west, we will be blocked by 2 large aircraft carriers. If you go north, there are more aircraft carriers. On the east side, there are also 2 aircraft carriers, but with the cooperation of the dragon soul, it is 2 against 2. As long as you are fast enough, you can still break through before the enemy's support arrives. It's useless. The dragon soul passed through the Pacific Ocean. They had already predicted that we could mobilize. Maybe he's still lying in ambush there. Tang Zhe shook his head slightly. The dragon soul was sent there mainly to distract the aircraft carriers of the Pacific Fleet on the east side. If we launch a breakout on the east side, it would be exactly what they want. Finally looked around. Tang Zhe's gaze also fell on the west side. The defense on the west side is the weakest. It is also the most likely to break through. Tang Zhe whispered softly. However, the staff officer said, if the Longming had gone south, there might have been a chance, but the Longming is still in Somalia, so it's too late. Yes. Tang Zhe also fell into deep thought. Just then, another staff officer suddenly rushed over with an information monitor. Commander-in-Chief, one of our warships is approaching the USS Lincoln and USS Constellation to the west. Tang Zhe was stunned for a moment. Bring the information monitor over. It shows above that Sisterly is on the north side. The dragon god is on the south side. The dragon roar is in Somalia. The dragon soul was galloping towards the rear of the Pacific Fleet. These balls of light are very large and dazzling to the human eye. This means that the fleet is organized and deployed collectively. But outside these large light clusters, there are also some small light clusters. Some of these small light groups are retired warships, and some are escorting cargo ships. Not a large number. But the light ball is very small. But near the Antarctic continent, there is not a single small light group, only large light groups. But now, amidst the radiance of these large light balls, Tang Zhe suddenly noticed the Lincoln and Constellation on the west side. Behind them, there was a small light ball that was approaching. Which battleship is this? Tang Zhe was a little puzzled. How could there be such a small warship strolling around in this location? Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for a small warship to wander around in such a place. He quickly clicked on the small ball of light. The results are shown above. This is Zhujiang number 888. It sailed south from Somalia, reached the Cape of Good Hope, then headed east and entered this sea area around 10 o'clock this morning. It is currently sailing at a speed of 5 knots, slowly approaching the backs of the Lincoln and Constellation. It's Xiaojiang. Why? Isn't this guy out at sea training with mechas? How come he's almost gone to Antarctica? Tang Zhe was startled. It's not just Jiang Chen's trajectory that is so unbelievable. What's more, his whereabouts are very dangerous. Zhujiang 888, as a warship, approached 2 large aircraft carrier formations. This is too dangerous. He said urgently. Hurry, contact him for me. Chapter 121, Marine Mission, Detecting the Enemy. There is the contact information of the Navy base in Jiang Chen's cockpit. Not only can the Navy base see his global location, but he can also contact the Navy base if he has urgent matters. It's just that Jiang Chen doesn't usually need to ask for help from the Navy base. But, following Tang Zai's call, Jiang Chen received a communication request from the headquarters of the Navy base. Jiang Chen at this moment. He was driving a small fishing boat, leisurely sailing on the sea. This location is approximately around 60 degrees south latitude. Although it is August now and it is summer in the northern hemisphere, it is winter in the southern hemisphere, and this location is very close to the Antarctic continent. So, even in the ocean, the temperature has dropped to single digits. Jiang Chen, wearing thin clothes, hid in the cockpit to play King of Glory, leaving Murong Outyin in charge of fishing at the stern. He just waited quietly for the system's call. Damn, the high ground security is not good enough. One killed 3 and left 1 seriously injured. They can't even hold the high ground. Jiang Chen shook his head. I will never play Li Xian again. General Meng Tian is still more powerful. Ding ding ding. Pearl River 888. Please note, the Navy Base Command Center is calling you. Please reply if you receive it. Jiang Chen jumped up and sat up on the spot. General Command Room. Jiang Chen was a little confused. Generally speaking, Tang Zai wouldn't bother himself unless there was something wrong. After all, his authority spans the Dragon Science Institute and the Marine Ministry Base, and is also related to the Dragon Group's Dragon Palace. Under normal circumstances, he would not let himself carry out the mission for no reason. Pearl River 888 received. This is Jiang Chen, Commander Tang. What can I do for you? Jiang Chen responded. My name is Tang Zai. According to information from the base, there are 2 aircraft carriers 300 nautical miles ahead of you. One is the Lincoln and the other is the Constellation. On their decks, there are 100 F-35s and F-22s respectively, besieging the Dragon God. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang Chen immediately understood what Tang Zai said and responded. Don't worry, Commander Tang, I understand. I promise to complete the mission. That's it. He hung up the radio. There are 2 aircraft carriers 300 nautical miles away. Jiang Chen is ready to go. Tang Zai wanly provides himself with information in every move. It seems that he is going to do something big. Tang Zai just breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the radio. Suddenly I realized something was wrong. He turned around and asked the staff officer next to him. Wait, what did he just reply to me? He said he would complete the task. The staff officer replied. Tang Zai's expression froze. What mission did I say? No. However, any normal person who knows there's an aircraft carrier and 200 fighter jets ahead would probably know to get out of the way. The staff officer hesitated. Wipe. Tang Zai suddenly slapped himself. Does this kid think I'll let him rush forward? The staff officer scratched his head. From his tone, it seems like that. Is this kid stupid? I mean for him to run away. Why does he still look like he's about to charge forward? Tang Zai broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly wanted to contact Jiang Chen again, but found out. Zhujiang 888 has entered radio silence. Obviously, Jiang Chen entered combat readiness state. What the hell? What the hell? This kid is crazy. I told him to leave quickly. Tang Zai was extremely anxious. It's over. There were 2 large aircraft carrier formations and 200 fighter jets lying there. This kid won't sacrifice himself. The more Tang Zai thought about it, the more frightened he became. As the chief leader of the heavenly soldiers and generals, Jiang Chen is also a heavyweight candidate for academician. If this is really a sacrifice, the Dragon Science Institute might have to break up with its own marine base. After Jiang Chen received the news, watch the radar and telescope for a while. Pity. The distance is too far. He can't see anything. All that meets the eye is the boundless ocean. Birds are coming. Jiang Chen shouted. The mother and daughter golden dye birds flew down reluctantly. The golden bird glanced at Jiang Chen. This time when they went out to sea, Jiang Chen did not ride on her to beat the pirates. This made her feel relieved. Unexpectedly, there is something else to do now. There's an aircraft carrier 300 miles ahead. Please help me check it out. Jiang Chen spoke. Seeing that the golden dye bird was not very willing, he said to the silver dye bird, quickly persuade your mother. Mom, you don't want me to be unemployed as soon as I become an adult, do you? It's hard to find a regular job now. Mom, the silver bird begged its mother desperately. The golden dye bird was speechless. All right, can I go? Just about to fly out to explore the way. Jiang Chen added, bring these 2 mechas with you. They have cameras on them. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to see what's happening on the scene. The words fell. Murong Outyin rose from the ground and lay on the back of the golden dye bird. Yanhai Mary also jumped up and lay on the back of the silver dye bird. Go quickly and find the aircraft carrier. Jiang Chen gave the order. Although Tang Ze said there was an aircraft carrier 300 nautical miles ahead. But an aircraft carrier on the sea is like an ant on the beach. It is hundreds of nautical miles away, and it would be difficult to find it if it moves even slightly. Swish. 2 birds, carrying 2 mecha men, flew off to find the aircraft carrier. Less than half an hour. The Golden Dye bird spotted the USS Lincoln sailing below, near 70 degrees east longitude. As for the constellation, it has not been discovered yet. However, judging from the information provided by Tang Ze, the constellation is most likely also dozens of nautical miles away. Through Outyin and Mary's cameras, Jiang Chen clearly saw the organization of the aircraft carrier below, the number of fighter jets, etc. Jiang Chen made some minor adjustments. Then this information was shared with the Dragon God. At this moment, in the command room of the Dragon God, Li Jing was constantly sending out early warning aircraft and destroyers to patrol the surroundings. He knew he was surrounded, but he kept scouting. If the opponent dares to attack, even if it is 1 against 3, we must pry off the opponent's teeth. Just then, he suddenly received a shared message. Zhujiang 888 of the Longming aircraft carrier formation is transmitting combat information to you. When Li Jing saw the Longming, he was delighted, thinking that it was the Longming aircraft carrier coming. However, take a closer look. But it turned out to be just one of the aircraft carrier formations. Or a fishing boat. Li Jing was confused. What was going on? Why would they send a fishing boat to contact me? Just at this moment. The other party sent another message. Mr. Aircraft Carrier, please don't be afraid. I am Commander Tang, who has been sent to rescue you. Wipe. What is Commander Tang thinking? They actually sent a fishing boat to rescue the aircraft carrier? Li Jing felt a little dizzy. But after he clicked on those messages, he suddenly stopped feeling dizzy. It turned out to be the picture, geographical coordinates, and battle organization of the USS Lincoln. This picture, this angle of view, this clarity. How did he get it on a fishing boat? Li Jing's face was full of confusion. The aircraft carrier of the Xiete country was sailing in silence the entire time. Even though he sent so many early warning aircraft, he could only roughly determine which sea area he was in. How could a fishing boat of his find the other party in this vast ocean? Not to mention, it was hovering above him without being shot down? Thanks to the friendly forces for the combat information. Li Jing didn't have time to think about it. With this detailed information, Li Jing decided to make a plan to lure the enemy away from the mountain first, and then counterattack. When Jiang Chen and the Dragon God joined forces to attack the Lincoln and Constellation from both sides, the clean number and the sanitary number finally repaired the GPS receiver. It turns out there was a problem with the receiver, which caused the deviation. Amir and Salman both breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they turned around and rushed towards the designated sea area again at full speed. Chapter 122. Lure the tiger away from the mountain and ride faster. It's night. At 60 degrees south latitude at night, the temperature is getting lower and lower. Even the aircraft carrier began to slow down. But on the deck of the Dragon God, there were JF-17 fighter jets ready to take off. Buzz. A fighter jet took off into the sky using an electromagnetic catapult. After breaking the sound barrier, a cone-shaped mist appeared at the tail wing. It looks like traveling through time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. More and more JF-17 fighter jets took off into the sky. After 20 aircraft were launched, the electromagnetic catapult finally stopped. The remaining 80 JF-17 fighter jets continued to lie motionless. Aircraft carrier, Constellation, position 69 degrees east longitude, north latitude. Your combat objective is to attract enemy firepower and prevent the enemy from returning to reinforce the Lincoln. As long as the person is on the machine. Fight to the end. Li Jing issued a death order for this batch of JF-17 fighter jets. The apparent target of this group of Xiaolong fighter jets was the Constellation, but in fact, they were always keeping their eyes on the Lincoln. Because based on the information Jiang Chen kept sharing, the Constellation was traveling too fast, changing its position every hour, making it difficult to track. But the Lincoln was very slow and in a semi-stationary state. So, on the surface, he sent out fighter planes to chase the Constellation, but in fact he was waiting for the movement of the Lincoln. Once the other party makes a move, he has been tricked. Then his 80 fighter planes can be put into battle. When 20 JF-17 fighter jets flew out of the deck of the aircraft carrier and headed towards the approximate sea area of the Constellation. The Lincoln's Falcon early warning aircraft also detected the relevant movements. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, the Dragon God has dispatched 1/5 of its fighters and is rapidly attacking the Constellation. Lincoln, who was wearing 50 centimeters high heels, sneered after receiving the news. So many fighter jets have been dispatched. Have they discovered the Constellation? What a shame. While the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole is behind. Come on, get out our F-35s, 20 of them, and coordinate with the Constellation's F-22s. We'll make sure they never return. Lincoln gave the order. On the USS Lincoln aircraft carrier, 20 F-35s also took off into the sky. Prepare to completely strangle this batch of JF-17 fighter jets that want to break through. The Tiger was successfully lured away from the mountain. 80 F-35s versus 80 JF-17 fighters. The enemy has no advantage. Execute Plan B. As the 20 F-35s of the Lincoln left, Li Jing immediately dispatched the remaining 80 JF-17 fighter jets and headed straight for the Lincoln. Pearl River 888 also received it. When Jiang Chen learned that the Dragon God had launched an attack, he immediately drove a small fishing boat towards the Lincoln from the western waters. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the waves suddenly created a huge wave. The seawater hit the Lincoln's mothership, making a rumbling sound. Alert! Alert! Level 99 alert. Dozens of unidentified fighter planes have been spotted heading towards our aircraft carrier fleet. Shipborne missiles and electromagnetic gun systems activated. F-22 electromagnetic catapult activated. Following a series of dazzling electromagnetic cannons, he shot out like thunder. The shipborne missile took off into the air. The entire night sky seemed to be illuminated. Dozens of fighter planes also took off into the sky. Even at night, both sides can launch attacks with the help of radar and night vision systems. Buzz. Boom. When the Lincoln F-35 fighter and the JF-17 Thunder engage in a supersonic air battle, Jiang Chen was driving a small fishing boat and was very close to the Lincoln. On the Lincoln, in the command room, Lincoln was scanning the radar with a frown. According to the radar, two strange birds have been circling in the sky since daytime. At first, he didn't pay attention. I thought it was a normal bird. As a result, it was already nighttime, and the aircraft carrier had already sailed for more than 10 miles. The bird kept circling above as if it were nailed to the ground. Someone come. Shoot down these two stupid birds. With the arrival of the JF-17 Thunder fighter jet, Lincoln finally realized that something was wrong. My position was most likely exposed by these two birds. After all, the country of Xiete has also studied bionic dolphins, and these two birds may also be bionic. Whoosh. 2 missiles were launched. Seeing that the situation was not right, the golden dye bird quickly took its daughter and left the sky. Then, it landed in another location, allowing the Mecha Man to continue filming the entire process. Well done. Jiang Chen observed the movements of the Lincoln through the mecha camera while watching the battle situation on the JF-17 side. When it seemed that the Lincoln had almost deployed all its F-35s, Jiang Chen felt that the time was almost right. So he climbed out of the cockpit, clasped his fists, and spoke loudly to the 3 terracotta warriors. Senior, please give me a hand. This time, Jiang Chen's voice not only made Meng Tian open his eyes. Bai Qi and Li Xian's sickles and long swords all moved. Jiang Chen's face lit up with joy, and he continued. Ahead are the aircraft carriers of this planet's dominant nation. They are encircling our Dragon Nation's aircraft carriers. Senior, please use the remaining might of the generals under the command of the Emperor Qin, who swept across the 8 wastelands, to clear the obstacles. Hegemonic country? Bai Qi was the first to snort coldly. With the Qin dynasty still here, who dares to dominate? The words fell. His sickle flashed with script characters, as if it was activated. Li Xian also sighed softly. His voice seemed to come from ancient times, with a sense of elegance and unrestrainedness, and a touch of determination in the elegance. The remaining might that swept across the 8 desolations. Apart from me, Li Xian, who else can defeat 100 alone? Of course it's me, General Meng Tian. Meng Tian snorted coldly. The ancient sword in his hand was filled with a faint halo. Well said. Our goal is to capture the Lincoln. Jiang Chen drove a small fishing boat and headed straight for the Lincoln. Alarm, alarm. An unidentified fishing boat is heading towards our cruiser. Torpedo system is activating, launching 10 torpedoes. Call out. Under the sea. A total of 10 torpedoes cut through the sea water and silently headed towards the approaching small fishing boat. However, the anti-detection system of the small fishing boat is also very powerful. When a torpedo is detected, the system reacts immediately. Torpedo detected, small fishing boat switches to flight mode. Chua. The small fishing boat, which had been lurking on the sea, suddenly stretched out its wingspan, glided up, and passed the nearest destroyer. Boom. The torpedo exploded, but missed. The captain of the nearest yuan purchased destroyer was stunned when he saw the unidentified fishing boat flying. What the hell? A fishing boat can fly? The captain was dumbfounded. Not only did the fishing boat fly up, it also had an electromagnetic gun on it, which dived down and fired a burst of electromagnetic guns at its deck. Boom, boom, boom. The turret of the Yuan purchase destroyer was destroyed by a burst of electromagnetic cannon just as it was aimed at the small fishing boat. There were also a lot of burnt and pitted areas on the deck. This is crazy. Not only can it fly, but it also has an electromagnetic gun. What kind of idiot invented this kind of fishing boat? Captain Yuango, in the command room, was so shocked that his head was buzzing. He was so angry that he roared into the radio. Robots! Send out the robots. Shoot down this fishing boat for me. When the Longming and Zhujiang 888 cooperated and attacked the Lincoln aircraft carrier formation, the cleaning and sanitation teams from thousands of miles away are still rushing here. Chapter 123, Resisting Missiles, Me Too. With the turret destroyed, the small fishing boat circled and strafed the $0 destroyer. The captain of the Yuan destroyer immediately gave the robot the order to dispatch. It has to be said that the arms group of the Xiete country is still very rich. There are more than 50 robots in the warehouse of a destroyer alone. These robots are 2 meters tall, their bodies covered with carbon-6 molecules, very strong, and use the most advanced 9-turn turbine engine in the world. Many electromagnetic guns are also installed on their sturdy robotic arms. Boom, boom, boom. The warehouse door opened, and a group of robots rushed onto the deck in coordinated steps. They began to counterattack against Zhujiang 888, which was circling and firing in the sky. Da-da-da. Boom. One after another, electromagnetic cannons cut through the sky like heavy rain, madly focusing fire on the small fishing boat. Pan Zhoudan is on the verge of breaking the rules. Thomas Spin. Qian Shuesen's trajectory. The small fishing boats made various difficult poses in the sky. Although the carbon-9 molecular material of the small fishing boat could fully withstand the fierce attack, Jiang Chen still managed to avoid it perfectly with his superb driving skills. Master, you are amazing. Yinhai Mary carried a howitzer and fired a shot at the destroyer deck below. The powerful recoil made her body move back half a meter. But this did not affect her, and she praised Jiang Chen. Morong Outyen, who was standing aside, was half lying on the deck of the fishing boat. He had destroyed the Barrett on his back and put it down, aiming the bull-sized sniper muzzle at the robots. Bang! Just as the name of this sniper gun suggests, it can truly destroy the world. On the deck, a dozen robots were knocked over in an instant. That's it. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously. As the firepower of the purchased destroyer was suppressed, General Meng Tian was the first to descend from the sky, like a cannonball, and landed on the deck with a bang. The hull of the ship, which was coated with carbon-6 molecules on the deck, was stepped on, and a big hole was created on the spot. Retreat! 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 Meng Tian drew out the ancient sword, and the sword light shot out in all directions. A sword was swung out. The lightsaber cut the dozen or so robots that rushed over into two. As the robot fell, Meng Tian walked towards the command room of the Yuango destroyer. This destroyer is useless. Seeing that Meng Tian was about to tear the captain apart with his bare hands, Jiang Chen stopped wasting firepower and turned to attack the other frigate. This frigate is very close to the Lincoln. As long as we break through it, we can attack the Lincoln. At the same time, inside the Lincoln's command room, Lincoln was already sweating profusely. As the battle progressed, he found that his side seemed to be at a disadvantage. He wanted to ask for help from the Constellation. However, they found that the enemy had been entangled by 20 JF-17 fighter jets. They blocked the attack fearlessly, almost with the mentality of dying together. It was not until this moment that Lincoln understood what the 20 JF-17 fighter jets were doing. He gave up asking for help. Instead, he mobilized all the firepower he could at the top of his lungs. Yuan destroyer. Shoot the destroyer. Breathing frigate. Redneck frigate. Jiangwo destroyer. Sea viewing destroyer. Push them all out. Don't let them get in. As soon as the words fell, Yuan to buy a destroyer, a radio message came from a strange man. Speed is of the essence in war. Surrender. With the soul of the great Qin, you bastards dare to claim hegemony. Damn it. The Yuan purchase has fallen. Listening to this domineering but incomprehensible ancient Chinese, Lincoln reacted and stomped his feet in anger, his high heels digging into the floor. Oh shit. Lincoln just threw away his high heels. Just then, a subordinate rushed in, covered in dust. Oh no, Commander. The JF-17 fighter jets from the east are advancing on the front line. Our fighters can't hold on. Lincoln gritted his teeth. Shouted. Turrets, mechanical electromagnetic guns, shipborne missiles, nuclear submarine nuclear bombs. Fire them all at once. We can't let them get close to the aircraft carrier. The words fell. Countless firepower took off from the USS Lincoln. It is like a dragnet that is densely spread around the aircraft carrier, and any creature that approaches is at risk of being killed instantly. Even the golden dye bird kept a distance when it sensed a nuclear bomb was launched. Call out. The missiles streaked across the night sky, illuminating the sea like incandescent bulbs. The missile headed straight for the incoming Zhujiang 888. Boom. The missile suddenly exploded 10 meters to the left of the small fishing boat. The terrifying power almost distorted the entire space. A powerful energy wave swept over the small fishing boat. Buzz. The small fishing boat seemed to be hit by a club, and the hull retreated more than 200 meters to the lower right side. Sharp displacement and descent. All the small fishing boats sounded the alarm. Although Jiang Chen was in the cockpit and was blocked by carbon-9 molecules outside, his head was still buzzing. Wipe. As expected of a missile that costs 100 million yuan each, it's incredibly powerful. Jiang Chen took control of the small fishing boat and straightened himself. This is also fortunately a small fishing boat. And Jiang Chen is in control. If any fighter plane were hit by a missile, it would definitely be torn into pieces. Even if it was Zhuan, who had carbon-9 molecular material and extremely strong defense, the people in the cockpit would still be shocked to the point of vomiting blood. After all, this is a missile, not an ordinary electromagnetic gun, artillery shell, bullet, or the like. It's okay. It's just an ordinary missile, just don't hit the nuclear bomb. Jiang Chen regained control of the small fishing boat, and after finding that the hull was fine, he prepared to rush forward again. Just then, he noticed that several miles to the right, 2 JF-17 fighter jets were swept by the energy wave of the missile explosion and turned into ashes on the spot. Even the pilots, who were genetic warriors, followed the fire dragon and fell into the sea. But even so, the JF-17 fighter jets behind continued to rush towards the Lincoln. This is the last line of defense of the USS Lincoln. As long as it is broken through, we can land on the aircraft carrier itself. Small fishing boat. Charge. With red eyes, Jiang Chen faced the hail of bullets and charged towards the Lincoln again. Boom, boom, boom. With the previous experience, the subsequent missiles did not hit the small fishing boat again. However, just then, suddenly, a huge dragon rushed out from under the sea. It brought with it the light of the scorching sun, illuminating the night into day, and headed straight for the small fishing boat. It was a nuclear bomb launched by a nuclear submarine. Jiang Chen's small fishing boat was very close to the Lincoln. In order to stop him, the enemy actually chose to launch a nuclear bomb. This is almost the final madness. Quafu sun-chasing power system. Energy device that passes on the torch. Speed up. Jiang Chen directly increased the horsepower of the small fishing boat to full. The ship's speed exceeded Mach 3 in an instant. 3 times the speed of sound. At the stern, there was even a cone of fog. The sound of breaking through the air was extremely harsh. This was the first time that Yunhai Mary and Murong Outyin experienced such a speed. For a while, the balance system didn't react in time, and he was thrown down and fell straight into the sea. The only ones who could stand firmly were Li Xian and Bai Qi. But Jiang Chen didn't have time to think about it anymore. This is what would happen if a nuclear bomb hit. I'm afraid that neither he nor the small fishing boat can handle it. Chua. The small fishing boat traveled at 3 times the speed of sound, which not only put tremendous physical pressure on Jiang Chen, he also let him jump across the deck of the Lincoln. Ding ding ding. One of our warships has successfully broken through the USS Lincoln's last line of defense and crossed the deck. Inside the Dragon God's command room, Li Jing is closely following the air battle between the JF-17 Thunder and the F-35. Just then, an electronic sound pulled Li Jing back from the air battle. He looked back. It was a shocking discovery that Zhujiang 888 had actually flown over the USS Lincoln just 3 seconds ago. This means that Zhujiang 888 was the first to break through all the defense lines of the Lincoln aircraft carrier formation. This little fishing boat is so powerful. Li Jing took a breath of cold air. According to his plan, the small fishing boats mainly provided combat information. After I defeated the Lincoln's main firepower, I asked him to cooperate in cleaning up the battlefield. But now, with the speed of the small fishing boat, I'm afraid I'll have to clean up the battlefield myself. Finally, a breakthrough. Senior, it's our turn to take the stage. Jiang Chen turned on the automatic driving mode of the small fishing boat and climbed out from the cockpit. On deck, Murong Outyin and Yunhai Mary have disappeared, but Li Xian and Bai Qi were still standing there motionless. Even though they had just been hit by a missile, they were fine except for some burnt dirt on their faces. This is the battlefield where I will show off my power. Li Xian's voice was like thunder, and he jumped down from the deck of the Lincoln with a long sword in his hand. The one who survives to the end is the strongest. Bai Qi jumped out with a sickle in his hand. Jiang Chen took out 2 grenades and walked to the edge of the deck with a fearless look on his face. I saw that both seniors had very powerful combat quotes. Think about it. He shouted. Me too. Finished. As the small fishing boat flew over the deck of the Lincoln again, he was the third to jump. Chapter 124, Dilemma, Capture Lincoln. S-less. Enemy has landed on the deck. Suddenly, an alarm sounded on the USS Lincoln. Hundreds of robots, armed with electromagnetic cannons, swarmed out of the warehouse like cockroaches. Keep killing on the deck. Snap. Li Xian landed on the deck, half of his body sinking into it. He leaped into the air and casually swung his sword, sending a robot in front of him sparking and electrifying, falling to the deck. He continued walking forward. A large number of robots suddenly rushed out and fired electromagnetic cannons at him. Bang, bang, bang. Li Xian dodged most of the electromagnetics, but a small part fell on him. It can only break up part of his soil. There was dirt falling on his face, but it didn't affect him. He used the railings to leap and dodge and continued to charge forward. When Li Xian went on a killing spree, Bai Qi landed at the stern of the ship. He used his sickle to pry open a sturdy defensive door and walked in. Behind this door is an armory. As soon as he entered, he was locked by countless infrared rays. A large number of robots rushed up. Die! Bai Qi bent his sickle and locked the 5 robots. Even if the opponent's engine was smoking, it still couldn't move forward even a single step. What the hell is this? Some Xiete people who were hiding not far away and commanding the robots were also stunned when they saw how powerful the terracotta warriors were. How could there be a man in armor with mud all over his face? How did he get in? When the 2 terracotta warriors were killing on the deck and in the armory, Jiang Chen felt a little more relaxed. No matter what he saw, a bolt of lightning shot out. Sizzle. The robot was suddenly exposed to such high-voltage thunder, and it short-circuited on the spot and started dancing the waltz of love on the spot. As for the Xiete people, there was no room left to waltz, and he turned directly into a charred corpse. Jiang Chen went straight to the command room. In the command room, Lincoln saw someone breaking through to the deck and immediately fled to the bunker below under the cover of his genetic warriors. Bang! With a burst of thunder, the electronic lock at the door of the command room fell. Electronic failure. The door burst open. Huh? Ran away. Jiang Chen saw an escape route below, but he was not in a hurry to chase after it. Instead, all launch commands in the command room were shut down. He then chased after him towards the escape exit. This escape hatch leads to the armory. Quickly replenish some weapons. Lincoln followed several A-sequence genetic warriors and fled towards the weapons depot. They planned to first replenish enough ammunition and then escape from the aircraft carrier by small assault boat. However, they had just entered the armory. Each terracotta warrior can kill a genetic warrior with 1 punch. Bang! The dignified A-sequence gene warrior, with a head as big as a watermelon, was beaten to pieces. Lincoln got lipstick splashed all over his face. I was so scared that I peed my pants on the spot. Surrender. Surrender. I surrender. Lincoln raised his hands. However, Li Xian ignored him. After dealing with several other genetic warriors who wanted to rush up, he looked at Lincoln. At this time, Lincoln took advantage of this gap and was about to run out of the armory. Sudden, the door that was originally open was blocked by something. He bumped into it head-on, and his head was buzzing. He fell to the ground and looked up, only to find that there was another terracotta warrior standing there. It was Bai Qi. For a while, he was attacked from both sides, with men on his left and right. Get it? Li Xian stepped forward and picked up Lincoln's left hand. Bai Qi also stepped forward and grabbed Lincoln's right hand. I'll have my share. Just as the two were arguing, Lincoln's face turned green. Damn, if you keep pulling it, my balls. Oh no, my whole body is going to split. This moment, how he wished that the Lord of Black Robe could step on auspicious clouds and descend from the sky. Just then, Jiang Chen fell from the sky. He walked over with 2 grenades in his hands. No. Lincoln was shaking with fear. Go to the command room and issue the surrender order. Now, immediately, right now. Jiang Chen asked the terracotta warrior to carry him back to the command room. Lincoln issued the surrender document tremblingly. This is the aircraft carrier USS Lincoln. I am Lincoln. The command room has been breached. The battle is decided. Please surrender as soon as possible. This radio is mainly sent to major destroyers, frigates, F-35, and nuclear submarines. With the sending of this radio, most of the soldiers gave up resistance, but many also chose to escape. As for those who resisted stubbornly, there were also some. But as the firepower weakened, the Dragon God aircraft carrier formation was unstoppable and wiped out all the stubborn elements in one fell swoop. 10 minutes later, the aircraft carrier USS Dragon God rushed to the waters around the USS Lincoln. A large number of genetic warriors and mechas landed on aircraft carriers and major warships and began to recruit. Jiang Chen sat in the command room, waiting for Li Jing's arrival. Not long. Li Jing landed on the Lincoln and quickly came to the command room. When he saw the two terracotta warriors, he was shocked at first. Seeing that the other party had no hostility, he looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. "Are you the commander of Pearl River 888? Jiang Chen stood up and pointed at Lincoln, who was chained next to him. "It's me. I'm here to join you on Commander Tang's orders. Fulfill the mission." Li Jing clapped his hands. His face was excited. "Awesome. The small fishing boats in the Longming aircraft carrier formation are awesome. The fighting power is so strong. With so many fighter planes and destroyers under his command, he didn't take the lead in breaking through. Instead, they broke through the encirclement with this small fishing boat and even captured the enemy commander. Well done." However, the battle is not completely over yet. Li Jing was excited but did not let his guard down. This battle only allowed the Dragon God to break through. There is also the constellation on the north side. There are also 4 large aircraft carriers blocking the Dragon Soul and Li Jia. Sister Li's number? Have you already entered the water? Only then did Jiang Chen learn that the Sister Li was just 700 or 800 nautical miles to the north. It was just blocked in 3 directions by 3 aircraft carriers. Can't get through. Only. Currently, with the capture of the USS Lincoln on the west side, the USS Constellation is involved. Sister Li also had the possibility of breaking out. In that case, let's attack the Independence and Lexington from the opposite direction. Jiang Chen said. I thought there were only 2 wild aircraft carriers. Unexpectedly, there were 6 ships. No rush. The Constellation is about to strike back. We'll take a short break and then head north again. Li Jingdao. However, Jiang Chen clapped his hands, stood up, and said, "You guys take a break first. I'll go ahead and explore the way." Finished. Jiang Chen took the terracotta warriors and left the command room. Li Jing was stunned. This kid is so fierce. Don't take a break. Go to the battlefield again. When Jiang Chen took the lead in taking over the Lincoln. When preparing to encircle and suppress the Constellation. The clean and hygienic numbers are on their way as fast as they can. Chapter 125. Tang Dynasty Sailboats. 1 person per sail. Jiang Chen returned to the small fishing boat. General Meng Tian was jumping over from a destroyer not far away. The 3 terracotta warriors were standing in a row on the deck again. Jiang Chen looked around for a while, but did not see Murong Outyin and Yunhai Mary, so he returned automatically. Was it really destroyed by a missile? Jiang Chen returned to the cockpit and gave instructions. Radar scan, searching for Murong Outyin and Yunhai Mary. After a while, radar display. Murong Outyin and Yunhai Mary were 500 meters underwater, 2 nautical miles away. Because the power system has been damaged, it is currently in standby mode. There were more than a dozen repair points, but it didn't disintegrate. Then there is still hope. Following the radar instructions, Jiang Chen steered the small fishing boat to a sea area 2 nautical miles away. Wow. Jiang Chen threw down the fishing net. Fishing downwards. This fishing net is amazing. It can be made large or small, is elastic and retractable, and can automatically track downwards. Once it catches something, even a shark cannot escape. The fishing net kept sinking. When sinking to 200 meters, the cockpit interface suddenly showed that there was a dilapidated old sailboat near the dim water. Strange. Why is there a sailboat floating in these waters? Jiang Chen was surprised and pulled the fishing net forward, successfully catching the sailboat. He was about to pull it up when the system issued a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching a large net. Please close the net in time. Oh, is this also black technology? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He was originally just curious about why there was a sailboat here. Now, according to the system prompt, it seems that this sailboat is not simple. So he pulled it up hard. The underwater sailboat began to float upwards. Wow. Following a huge wave, the sailboat broke through the water, floating on the sea. The sailboat is about the same size as a small fishing boat, but it is made entirely of wood. I don't know how long it has been soaked in water, but it looks very dilapidated. But the weird thing is, it did not disintegrate. Even the mast and sails are still intact. Sailboats, merchant ships from the Tang Dynasty, were used for trade and were powered by the Earth's magnetic field. Just when Jiang Chen was wondering, the system gave a prompt. Some knowledge about the shipbuilding technology and magnetic field driving force of Tang Dynasty sailboats also flooded into his mind. Is the driving force also the Earth's magnetic field? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that when he salvaged the terracotta warriors, it was also mentioned that the ancient floating boats were also driven by the Earth's magnetic field. After all these years, the hull hasn't rotted, and it's still powered by the Earth's magnetic field. This sailboat is incredible. I don't mind you being a little brother on a fishing boat. Jiang Chen looked at the sailboat, then at the 3 terracotta warriors, and made up his mind. It is planned to form a combat fleet composed of fishing boats and sailing boats. General Meng Tian, standing by, also seemed to be interested in the sailboat. He turned around and said, "It can be seen that this sailboat suits me very well." However, Bai Qi snorted coldly and said, "Obviously my temperament is more suitable. Get out of the way. This sailboat clearly has the flavor of our descendants of the Li family." Li Xian said leisurely. Suddenly, the 3 terracotta warriors became interested in the sailboat. Some even drew their weapons and wanted to fight. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiang Chen shouted quickly, stop fighting, it's meaningless. Can't we just sit down and poke each other? Talk it over? Like rock, paper, scissors?" Jiang Chen persuaded. "Okay, then rock, paper, scissors." The 3 terracotta warriors looked at each other and raised their fingers. Meng Tian's fist. White Qi scissors. Meng Tian won. In another PK with Li Xian, Meng Tian punched again, Li Xian laid down, and Li Xian won. But at this moment, Meng Tian suddenly realized that Li Xian's cloth only had 4 fingers. He said, "Your cloth obviously can't cover my fist. How dare you break the rules?" Li Xian glared at him. "Give me some face. Give this sailboat to Li Xian first. How about we share the remaining sailboats equally?" Jiang Chen spoke. "Given the vastness of the ocean, are you still worried about not being able to catch the next sailboat?" "Okay." The 2 terracotta warriors finally put aside their dispute. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He threw down the fishing net again, ready to fish out the 2 mechas. However, this time, when the fishing net dived to 300 meters, the interface inside the cockpit shows that there is another sailboat nearby. Speaking of wives, here comes Chow the thief. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Without any system prompts, he pulled the sailboat up directly. This sailboat weighs about 10 tons. But fortunately, there was buoyancy, and I quickly broke through the water. This sailboat should finally belong to me. Meng Tian was the first to jump over. Bai Qi was displeased and was about to argue, but Jiang Chen quickly stopped him and said, "Don't worry, there are still people down there. No, there must be a sailboat down there. Bai Qi just needs to continue waiting." Finished. Jiang Chen threw down the fishing net for the 3rd time. This time, when diving to 400 meters. Sure enough, another sailboat appeared again and again. This sailboat is a little bigger than the previous 2 and seems to be the lead ship of this sailboat formation. Wow. The boat rushed out of the water and the canvas automatically opened. Even after 1,000 years, its canvas showed no signs of being torn. This sailboat belongs to you, Bai Qi, Jiang Chen said. Bai Qi was so happy that his muddy teeth were exposed. He clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, young man." Finished. He stamped his feet and rushed onto the sailboat. Jiang Chen looked down and saw a footprint on the deck of his small fishing boat. "Brother, be gentle." Jiang Chen looked at the small fishing boat with heartache. It's coated with carbon-9 after all, so how come it leaves a mark when you step on it? Wow. The wind came suddenly. Sailboat, set sail. The 3 terracotta warriors were about to leave on their sailboats. Jiang Chen was about to catch up when he suddenly remembered something. Wait, what am I doing in this sea area? Jiang Chen thought for several seconds before he remembered. Oh, I'm here to rescue Morong Outyin and Yunhai Mary. He shook his head. He threw the fishing net down for the 4th time. This time, Jiang Chen didn't see any other sailboats. It seems that this merchant fleet only has 3 sailing ships. The mecha has been caught in the fishing net. Looking at the prompts in the cockpit, Jiang Chen pulled up the fishing net. "Stay in the warehouse first, and I'll repair it for you later." Jiang Chen placed the 2 mechas in the recess of the deck. These 2 mechas store a large amount of actual combat data, and it's not completely destroyed. Come back for repairs. You can still continue to use it. Jiang Chen started the small fishing boat and headed north at 3 times the speed of sound. Only opened for about half an hour. He saw the sound of a large number of fighter planes roaring in the distant sky. Obviously, there's still an air battle going on over there. It should be the Constellation aircraft carrier formation. Jiang Chen took the lead. He was about to charge forward with the 3 terracotta warriors. Just then, Meng Tian suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. "Haha, I know how to use this sailboat." The words fell. The sailboat, which was originally moving with the help of the wind, suddenly soared into the sky and hovered in midair. Li Xian, who was not far away, seemed to have realized something. Soon, the sailboat under him also slowly floated up. It was as if there was an invisible force of the Earth's magnetic field holding it up. Seeing this, Bai Qi, who was quite quick-witted, also made the sailboat float. For a while, Meng Tian steered sailboat number 1, drifting on the left side of Jiang Chen. Li Xian was steering sailboat number 2, drifting on the right side of Jiang Chen. Bai Qi steered sailboat number 3 and drifted behind Jiang Chen. Wipe! It seems they can use the Earth's magnetic field, Jiang Chen exclaimed. The scene of the sailboat suspended in the air looks extremely shocking. Chapter 126 S Sequence, Mortuary Fleet. On the aircraft carrier USS Constellation. Its commander was called Jiang Lixio. He is a male in the social sense. It was originally a male, but later underwent a sex change and became a female. But it does not recognize itself as a woman, but rather classifies itself as a man based on psychological identity. Just 20 JF, 17 fighter jets, you want to launch a surprise attack on us. Wishful thinking. Looking at the 20 JF, 17 fighter jets risking mutual destruction to attack the Constellation aircraft carrier formation, Jiang Lixio looked disdainful. But at this moment, she suddenly received a call for help from the Lincoln. This dragon god actually dared to break out on its own initiative. As soon as I finish dealing with these Xiaolong fighters, I'll come back to support them. Jiang Lixio was not in a hurry at all. However, soon, looking at the way these JF-17 fighter jets kept fighting and pulling, it suddenly understood. This seems to be besieging Wei and killing Zhao. Killed. Actually, it's the Lincoln. Oh no, Commander, the Lincoln has fallen. A subordinate came hurriedly. Jiang Lixio was shocked. This is impossible. It's only been a short time. How could the Lincoln fall so quickly? It frowned and gave orders hurriedly. Don't fight these Xiaolong fighters. Send some F-22s to stop them. We will go south to rescue the Lincoln. The command was issued. The Constellation aircraft carrier formation began to return quickly to the south for support. Just then, the Constellation's early warning aircraft issued a warning. A UFO has been spotted ahead. Should we shoot it down? Shoot down. If it is a friendly force, the system will prompt. So Jiang Lixio doesn't care what is flying towards him and gives the order directly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After taking off, the 3 F-22s headed straight for the UFO in front. Prepare to kill it. Make way for the aircraft carrier. Soon, the F-22 pilot saw the so-called UFO. Oh shit, what is that? A pilot was stunned when he saw the sailboat setting sail. Sailboat? This is an antique from the early industrial age. Why are there still people using it? How is this possible? Can a sailboat take off? The other pilot also widened his eyes, completely unable to understand what propulsion system allowed the sailboat to fly. No matter how they took off, teach them a lesson. The third pilot frowned and pressed the missile launch button. Call out. A 9X missile locked onto one of the sailboats. Cut through the sky, leaving a white tail in the air. Meng Tian noticed an unidentified flying object coming towards him. The sailboat he was sitting on suddenly accelerated with the help of the Earth's magnetic field. From a floating position, it appeared 800 meters away on the right side in front. However, the missile locked onto Meng Tian's sailboat, and after missing, it somersaulted in the air and spun back to kill him. Meng Tian's eyes fixed. The next moment, a sailboat appeared in the direction where an F-22 was flying. The missile was rapidly approaching. The sailboat dodged in an instant. But the F-22 was caught off guard. Boom. The missile hit an F-22. Damn it, Ryan. I'll take good care of your wife and daughter. The guy who launched the missile was feeling frustrated. Just then, a ray of ancient sword light slashed over. Like thunder, it split it in two in an instant. Snap. Boom. The F-22 disintegrated in the air and turned into fireworks. The third F-22 saw that the situation was really strange. Just about to turn around and run. Just then, Bai Qi steered the sailboat and swung out the sickle. It actually pinned down the F-22 in one go. Wanna leave? Leave. Bai Qi pulled violently. The F-22, with a driving force of 156 kilonewtons, was stopped by him with his bare hands. Boom. The fuel tank exploded. So far, all 3 F-22s were taken down. This fighting power is awesome. Jiang Chen hasn't made a move yet. The 3 seniors, driving the sailboat, killed the 3 F-22s. 1 fishing boat, 3 sailboats. Continue driving towards the constellation ahead. Alert! Alert! 3 F-22s fell. When Jiang Lixio received this message, he was completely stunned. Because these 3 F-22s had only taken off a few minutes ago. The plane crashed, and everyone died so quickly. What kind of UFO is that? It's so powerful. Jean Lixiu gave the order again. Mississippi Destroyer. Colorado Destroyer. Lawrence Destroyer. Go shoot this damn UFO down. 3 destroyers have just received orders. A flash of sword light. A blade of light. He flew into the air and slashed over. Mississippi Destroyer split in 2. The Colorado Destroyer was split in 2. The destroyer Lawrence was so frightened that it stood still. What is that? Jean Lixiu was completely confused. It only saw a flash of indescribable light. The 2 destroyers in front were split in 2 on the spot. A raging fire is burning. Retreat! Retreat! Jean Lixiu screamed in horror. As a genetic warrior, it finally understood what it was experiencing. This is a supernatural organism. This is a supernatural organism that is far beyond its imagination. This is not something that a single aircraft carrier formation can contend with. Black Palace. Black Palace. Our aircraft carrier formation was besieged by S-sequence supernatural organisms. Requesting support. Just as Jean Lixiu sent this radio message, the aircraft carrier suddenly shook violently. The radio buzzed and crackled. Constellation Aircraft Carrier Formation. Start to flee. The Pacific Fleet is thousands of miles away on the right. When they learned that the Lincoln Aircraft Carrier Formation and the Constellation Aircraft Carrier Formation were quickly defeated. About to take revenge. Just then, he received an urgent notice from the Black Palace. Retreat. Retreat. S-sequence supernatural creatures appear. Retreat by any means necessary. Radio sent. The commanders of the 3 aircraft carriers of the Pacific Fleet were all stunned. S-sequence? The strongest in Manhwa is the A-sequence. Where does such a powerful supernatural organism come from? Withdraw. Wilson acted decisively. Give the retreat signal. They are all A-sequence gene warriors and know what the S-sequence stands for. This time, when they were encircling the dragon god, their strongest force was the A-sequence, and there was no S-sequence following. Now with the fall of 2 large aircraft carriers, they immediately knew that something was wrong. Started fleeing eastward. Commander Wilson, this is the Lexington. Our ship is being held back by the Sisterly. Requesting support. As the Pacific Fleet began to retreat, the Lexington, which went to surround Sisterly, suddenly found that it could not leave. However, Pacific Fleet, no further response. Instead, he quickly fled the battlefield. Oh no, Commander-in-Chief. The Dragon Soul is coming from the east. The early warning aircraft sent a message that the Dragon Soul appeared in the eastern waters. If you get pulled, you probably won't be able to get away. Fight and retreat at the same time. The Pacific Fleet fled in panic. And at this moment, after a night of fierce fighting, the sky was turning pale in the east. There is a lot of fog on the ocean. In order to avoid the Dragon Spirit, the Pacific Fleet was hurriedly sailing south. It's very close to the Antarctic continent. Warning! Warning! An iceberg appears 500 meters ahead. A system warning belatedly arrived. Oh no! 500 meters. How can we hide from this? Because the distance is too close. Completely unable to dodge. The main body of the aircraft carrier violently crashed into the iceberg that came from nowhere. So far, the Pacific Fleet became a moored fleet. Chapter 127 Area 51, The Living Treasure arrives. The Lincoln has fallen. Constellation is surrounded. The Lexington is being pursued relentlessly. Pacific Fleet hits an iceberg. In just less than 10 hours, bad news continued to reach the Black Palace. At the beginning, the Lord in black robe would slam the table and curse in frustration. At the back, the retreating Pacific Fleet inexplicably hit an iceberg. This is simply an unexpected disaster. When people are unlucky, drinking water will get stuck in their teeth. When a country's fortune fades, even an aircraft carrier will hit an iceberg. Is the light of the lighthouse going to disappear? The Lord in black robe slumped on the throne. He already had 98 minor ailments, including habitual constipation, urinary incontinence, falls, mental and behavioral abnormalities, insomnia, indigestion, cognitive decline, Alzheimer's disease, osteoporosis, lower limb weakness, diabetes, asthma, etc., and this major blow made him even more dull. He is the Lord of Black Robe. Although he is not the most powerful person in this country, he is recognized by many hidden forces. If even he falls, the light of the lighthouse will gradually dim. Lord of the Black Robe, it's time to make a decision. The Lizard Queen walked out from the shadows, followed by a group of strange creatures. A bandaged man wrapped in bandages with only a pair of eyes exposed. A rabbit man with half-meter-long rabbit ears. A dark-eyed boy carrying a school bag, looking like he just got off the school bus. A pig-headed butcher holding a butcher knife. A turkey girl with a comb on her head. Chainsaw man has chainsaws instead of hands. The Lord in black robe looked up at the lizard queen and the mutant creatures. His eyes narrowed slightly. They are all alien organisms from Area 51. The lighthouse country was able to occupy all the territory in North America as a group of pirate robbers, naturally without their assistance. Only, outliers are just outliers after all. If it weren't for the pressure from the founders and the church, these aliens would have taken control of the Black Temple long ago. Of the 10 aircraft carriers, 6 have lost their combat capability, and 1 has fallen into the hands of the Dragon Nation. How else can we make a decision? The Lord in black robe said resentfully. Even Tai Zhuhua could betray him, so these alien creatures probably have no good intentions. I just want to dominate this planet. The 1 in the Arctic Circle, the 2 in the Atlantic, their combat capabilities are the strongest. If only they were sent out too. The Lizard Queen spoke slowly. However, the black-robed lord immediately shook his head. The remaining 3 aircraft carrier fleets, especially the 1 in the Arctic Circle, are more like the last foundation of the lighthouse country than aircraft carriers. If these national foundations are also destroyed, the lighthouse will really fall down. Does the Lord of Black Robes hope that Dragon Nation will monopolize Antarctica and compete with the lighthouse for glory? Lizard Hope asked. The Lord in black robe continued. So we need you to take action. We have provided Area 51 with so many resources. Isn't it time for you to contribute a little? The Lizard Queen's mouth twitched. You mean, let us take the lead? I'm afraid this will cause a stir in Western Europe, right? Werewolf, witch, vampire. These ancient creatures native to Earth, who are under the pressure of the church, are the ones that these alien organisms fear the most. This is one of the reasons why they moved away from Western Europe and assisted the rise of lighthouses. They are not very afraid of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, there are no scary ancient creatures in Dragon Country. But if an attack is made against Dragon Country, the ancient creatures from Western Europe will definitely appear. You can hide behind the Gene Warriors, Mr. Agents, and the military. But no matter what, you should do your part. The lighthouse needs you too. The Lord in black robe said. The Lizard Queen and the other alien organisms looked at each other and nodded slowly. Just then, the phone on the desk rang. The man in black robe picked up the phone and listened, and it turned out to be the sanitation number calling. Sir Blackrobe, we have arrived at the designated sea area. Please give us your instructions. It's really Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. The Lord in black robe cursed and hung up the phone. South Indian Ocean. Amir had just put down the radio. Salman asked anxiously, Commander Almi, what did the black-robed master say? Army smiled and replied, The Lord in black robe praised us as Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Salman breathed a sigh of relief. Although there are some minor flaws, overall, the black robe master is very satisfied. Yeah, we did. There was a burst of warm applause in the 2 command rooms. Just then, the monitor AWACS number 4 sent a message. Command room, this is AWACS 4. We've spotted a Dragon Nation aircraft carrier formation ahead. It appears to be a new carrier formation, but we can't confirm its designation. Please give me instructions. Amir snorted coldly when he heard it. It turned out to be a Dragon Country aircraft carrier without a number. Obviously, the other party lacks practical combat experience. Think of this. He sent a radio call to the command room of Sister Lee. The Dragon Kingdom aircraft carrier formation is ahead. We are the clean and sanitary aircraft carriers. We are conducting joint exercises with the Lighthouse aircraft carrier formation in this sea. Please surrender your weapons immediately. Otherwise, I will destroy you on behalf of Xiete. At this moment, the Sister Lee is cooperating with the Dragon God to clean up the battlefield. Just then, suddenly, I received a radio call from the cleaning and sanitation departments. Not only was Shui Yao stunned, but even Li Jing thought about it for 3 seconds, but still couldn't figure it out. How did these 2 talented people do it? So they were planning to attack us from behind? Shui Yao remembered that the sanitary ship was sailing towards Kangaroo Country, and then she suddenly realized. Li Jing also laughed when he found out. He gave an order. The Lincoln, Constellation, Lexington, and Independence, which had been under control, were the first to sail towards the sanitary. This is Monitor AWACS 1. The USS Lincoln, USS Constellation, USS Lexington, and USS Independence of the Xiete Nation are heading towards us. However, there seemed to be many dragon people on their deck. Almi received the radio call and was slightly stunned. He quickly understood and said, It seems that they have captured many people from the Dragon Country. Quick, shut down all the missile systems and turret systems. Amir and Salman gave orders, based on their previous experience with fire control systems and accidental discharges. This time, we suddenly meet up with so many big guys, so of course we have to be cautious. After all, they can't afford to pay. seeing the 4 major aircraft carriers of the Xiete country sailing towards us. Finally, they surrounded them from 4 directions. Amir and Salman both went onto the deck. Be prepared to meet the other person. Quick, start the global live broadcast. Let the whole world see our epic meeting between a clean and hygienic country and a beacon of light. I believe this is one small step for the solar system, but one giant leap for the galaxy. Behind the deck, more than a dozen high-definition cameras were set up on site. They also opened the live broadcast interface on more than a dozen official accounts on Facebook. Just 3 seconds. Tens of thousands of people flocked in. Holy shit, what ocean are we on? So many aircraft carriers on the other side. Bullfrog, bullfrog. These are the lighthouse country's aircraft carriers, and 4 of them. That's awesome. Clean and sanitary. Is this about to have a grand meeting with the lighthouse nation on the ocean? Look at the commander's upright posture in front of me. I can tell there's no difference. Clean and sanitary, what a boast. I've heard before that the lighthouse nation is trying to suppress the dragon nation's dragon god. Judging from the momentum, has it succeeded, or is it about to be suppressed? Netizens did not know the real situation of the battle and started to speculate. However, some netizens from Longming noticed something unusual. Didn't you notice that the people on the aircraft carrier were wearing Dragon Nation uniforms? Sailors from the Lighthouse Nation don't wear this color. The netizen from Clean and Hygienic Country was stunned, and then immediately explained. Haha, it seems the Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier crew has been captured. Chapter 128. Even the fool must be punished, a stroke of God. Haha, I told you. All the people on the deck were captured. Seeing a large number of early warning aircraft and helicopters flying in and landing on the deck, Lincoln, Jean Licio, and others on it walked out one after another. They walked with their hands behind their backs and brought a group of dragon people with them. Army immediately smiled and took the initiative to greet him. He spoke loudly, fearing that the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't hear him. Mr. Lincoln. Kim Rehide. Commander. Welcome. I believe you 2 excellent commanders. Do you mind if I start a global live broadcast here? Amir smiled humorously. However, when he walked up to them, he found that Lincoln and Jean Licio looked very bad. They had their hands behind their backs, as if they were locked by something. Especially when I heard that Amir actually started a global live broadcast on the spot. He staggered and almost fell. Damn it. This is embarrassing enough. This grandson actually did a global live broadcast. What are you doing? When Almi noticed the handcuffs, his expression changed drastically. Finally realized something was wrong. However, it's too late. Li Jing shouted loudly. The armed men around him quickly stepped forward and subdued Amir. The others reacted and wanted to resist. But he remembered that the fire control system on his side had been shut down. These pistols alone are no match for us. Surrender your weapons, and you will not be killed. Resist, kill. Li Jing strode forward and shouted. He had no gun in his hand, but he was not afraid when facing the clean and hygienic sailors who wanted to resist with guns. Just for a bowl of masala? Is it worth it? Never mind, never mind. Yeah, I heard that the prison meals in Longwa are better than ours. Why don't we take this opportunity to break into their prison? It would be a roundabout way to serve our country. Many sailors from clean and hygienic countries saw that the situation was hopeless and were immediately devastated by Li Jing's shouting. Duong. The guns were thrown onto the deck. The armed men quickly stepped forward and disarmed them. Li Jing walked in front of more than a dozen high-definition cameras, facing millions of netizens in the live broadcast room. Bring the person here. The words fell. Amir was brought in. Li Jing asked him, Tell me again about the radio you sent us earlier. Amir shivered and said, I came to give you masala. Masala? Li Jing sneered. He shouted loudly. Those who offend the Dragon Kingdom. Even fools must be killed. Throw out a punch. More than a dozen cameras were shattered. The same scene. On Salman's side, it is also happening. When it is known by millions of netizens around the world, a large number of screen recordings and screenshots were circulated wildly on the internet. The Lighthouse country's 4 aircraft carriers were captured by the Dragon country. Clean and hygienic number, what a shame. 4 aircraft carriers were captured, the Lighthouse collapsed. The eastern continent is about to take off. Dragon country cowhide. Anyone who offends the Dragon Kingdom will be punished, no matter how foolish they are. Anyone who offends the Dragon Kingdom will be punished, no matter how foolish they are. Anyone who offends the Dragon Kingdom will be punished, no matter how foolish they are. Dragon Country Green Card Application Guide. Click here to get a detailed guide. When armed men boarded the fleet. When cleaning the bathroom. Li Jing sent a message to Tang Zhe. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. This is the Dragon God. Not only did our aircraft carrier formation successfully break through, but we also managed to capture 4 of the Xiete nation's aircraft carriers. The remaining 2 ships encountered icebergs and have sunk. Oh right, there's also the cleanliness and sanitation unit. It's not very clean or sanitary, but I've already had people cleaning up the battlefield. If I strengthen it in the future, maybe I can get it to pick up manure. When Li Jing had almost finished handling the matter, he reported to Tang Zhe. The fire control system of the clean and sanitary was automatically shut down, so it didn't take much effort to control the 2 aircraft carriers. Inside the Kaibu base, Tang Zhe stayed up all night and waited all night. He was originally worried, but as the battle progressed and good news kept coming in, he became a little confused. Until Li Jing broke the radio silence and reported to him formally. Only then did he react. The Dragon God actually cooperated with the Sister Li to capture 4 aircraft carriers. There were 2 more ships that actually hit the iceberg. How is this done? I think the greatest credit should go to the warship you sent to the west. The location where that battleship appeared is simply a stroke of genius. Furthermore, this warship is incredibly powerful, yet unknown to the public. Its mere appearance has already had a powerful impact. Commander-in-Chief, you are so wise. You actually used such a trick. To be honest, I didn't expect it at all. Li Jing couldn't help but praise Tang Zhe. However, Tang Zhe himself was a little dizzy. The battleship on the west side? Strong strength? A stroke of genius? Tang Zhe hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "You mean, number 888, Zhujiang? Is it all right?" Tang Zhe asked. He hadn't been able to contact Zhujiang number 888 before, and he was worried that something might have happened to the guy. But judging from the report from Li Jing, Zhujiang number 888 seems to be not only fine, but also has made great contributions. How could it be in trouble? There's advanced technology on his battleship. Commander Tang, I have to say a few words to you. Although you are wise, brave, charming, and capable of planning from afar, why didn't you notify the Dragon God when the Pearl River 888 has such advanced technology? It made me so nervous I thought I was going to die. Li Jing couldn't help but complain. Ahem. Tang Zhe was dizzy with praise. Although I don't quite understand what's going on. But he still answered calmly. That's right. It was my masterstroke. Didn't expect that? Oh, even I didn't expect that. How could you possibly imagine? Seeing Tang Zhe's admission, Li Jing was impressed. As expected of the commander-in-chief, I am really inferior to him. Just as these 2 people were praising each other, Xue Yao on Sister Li's ship. He is commanding his subordinates to clean up the battlefield at sea. This is a clean and hygienic number, although the mother body is weak. But there are still quite a few destroyers and frigates. It can be converted into a cargo transport vehicle later. And the Monitor early warning aircraft. The equipment is too backward. It has equipment from all kinds of countries. She sent 4 men from the Dragon country who were proficient in multiple languages to start this thing. It's just weird. Just as Xue Yao was calmly deploying her subordinates, she swept the telescope and suddenly noticed a small warship not far away, moving back and forth as if strolling through the streets. Hey, why is there such a small battleship there? The staff officer took one look and said, that appears to be a battleship supporting the Dragon God. It's said to have performed a significant role in breaking through the Lincoln and pursuing the constellation. As the staff officer was speaking, Xue Yao called out, National Quintessence. Fuck. The staff officer was stunned. What's wrong, Commander? But found out. Xue Yao had already run out of the command room and came to the deck. It seemed as if he wanted to see the small battleship more clearly. Number 888, Pearl River. Jiang Chen's small fishing boat. What's going on? It turns out to be my dear. Xue Yao, who hadn't seen her husband for many days, was stunned, and her beautiful cheeks turned red. She was dressed in a blue commander's uniform, but at this moment, she looked like a little girl, looking expectantly at Jiang Chen driving the small fishing boat leisurely towards them. Wait, why is he here? Xue Yao's beautiful eyes flashed. A cunning glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. She hurried back to the command room and said urgently, Quick, find me a mask. Chapter 129 Mr. Jiang, you can call me Yao Shui. Is this Sister Li's name? It's quite big. Jiang Chen drove the small fishing boat and circled around Sister Li's boat. Fortunately, Zhujiang number 888 has a staffing structure. The electromagnetic gun on the turret also stopped moving. After he took a tour, he led 3 sailboats towards the Dragon God. And at this moment, on deck, Xue Yao was hurriedly putting on a mask with a panda face. Seeing Jiang Chen driving away in the small fishing boat, she stamped her feet in anxiety. But he saw Jiang Chen heading towards the Dragon God. She thought again, returned to the command room immediately, sent a radio message to Li Jing. Calling the Dragon God, I am Qin Xue Yao, commander of the Sister Li. In this battle, The dragon god achieved first-class merit. We will hold a celebration banquet on the second floor. All the officers of the dragon god and dragon soul are invited to attend. After receiving the radio call, Li Jing looked at the coordinates of the dragon soul. 200 nautical miles to go. It's a good opportunity to rest for a while in this sea area. So he replied, received. Just at this time, Li Jing saw Zhujiang number 888 approaching not far away, so he also sent a message about the banquet to Jiang Chen. I was just thinking of going to Sister Li's shop to have a look. Jiang Chen naturally agreed. After all, Sister Li is equipped with the most advanced Quafu sun-chasing power system, the torch-passing energy device, the carbon-9 molecule. Each of these is a piece of black technology that Jiang Chen fished out from the sea. Now it is used on Sister Li. It's like I have worked hard outside for a year and then put new clothes on my daughter. As an old father, naturally, I wanted to go on board and take a look. Soon, under the leadership of Li Jing, a group of senior non-commissioned officers came to the restaurant of Sister Li. I have to say, Sister Li is indeed a newly launched aircraft carrier. Not only is there advanced black technology, but even the girls in the restaurant are a little prettier than those on the Dragon God. Jiang Chen looked around and nodded secretly. Before they knew it, there was already a group of senior generals from Sister Li waiting for them. Jiang Chen looked up and was stunned. Why is the guy in the middle wearing a mask? It's also a panda face. Puff. If the scene wasn't a bit serious, Jiang Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Haha. Whose second arm is this? So funny. When Li Jing walked up to her, he was slightly stunned when he saw the mask Qin Shuiyao was wearing. The information given by Tang Zhe mentioned that Qin Shuiyao was a latecomer and not from a military academy, but she was very powerful and had an electric element. But it's not written at all that she has a hobby of wearing masks. Or a panda face. Fortunately, Li Jing is not an ordinary person. Among the 4 major aircraft carriers, except for him and Long Xiaodian, who were graduates of a formal military academy, Qin Shuiyao and the commander of the Dragon Soul were not from military academies. As far as he knew, the commander of the Dragon Soul also had some strange hobbies. However, this does not affect naval warfare. Li Jing smiled slightly and extended his big hand. Hello, I'm Li Jing. Hello. Shuiyao nodded, and her eyes fell on Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen bit his lower lip and tried hard to hold back his laughter. Li Jing understood and introduced. This is Jiang Chen. He's a member of the Longming aircraft carrier formation. He deserves the most credit for this breakout. After saying that, Li Jing wanted to introduce Qin Shuiyao to Jiang Chen. Shuiyao, however, took the initiative to extend her hand and introduced herself to Jiang Chen. I have heard of your wise and brave deeds, Mr. Jiang. You can call me. Yao Shui, Ms. Yao. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment and stretched out his hand. A hint of cunning flashed in Shuiyao's eyes, and she rubbed the tip of her thumb lightly on his palm. Jiang Chen shuddered. My soul almost flew away. He quickly pulled his hand back. He frowned and looked at Shuiyao. Okay, Ms. Yao. Li Jing was surprised. Isn't your name Qin Shuiyao? Why did you give a fake name? But seeing Qin Shuiyao's serious look, he shook his head, not knowing what she was up to. Everyone, please feel free to eat. Shuiyao waved her hand. The logistics department has already arranged the banquet buffet one by one. Everyone scattered. Jiang Chen also put on the oil and walked quickly to the side, leaving Li Jing and Shuiyao standing there. However, the latter's eyes were always on Jiang Chen. Li Jing seemed to understand something and asked with a chuckle, Miss Qin, do you know this Mr. Jiang? Certainly. Shuiyao smiled. What's your relationship? Li Jing asked curiously. My husband. After Shuiyao finished speaking, she walked straight towards Jiang Chen. Li Jing was left standing there, alone and in a mess. This cake is really good. Jiang Chen walked to a food stand and set his eyes on a piece of red velvet cake. The cake is decorated with strawberries and grapes and looks oily and plain. I dug out a small piece and tasted a few bites. Jiang Chen swallowed it, nodding repeatedly as he savored the delicious taste. Just then, Shuiyao walked over and heard Jiang Chen's muttering. She chuckled and said, Does Mr. Jiang like this red velvet cake? Of course, Ms. Yao. You don't mind if I pack a little? Jiang Chen said as he took out a red bag from his pocket. While packaging, he looked at Shuiyao. Shuiyao looked at the red bag in Jiang Chen's hand and was completely stunned. Holy crap. Honey, where did you get this red bag you carry with you? Why don't you bring a urea bag? She was amused and speechless when she asked, Why are you packing it? There are a lot of red velvet cakes here. If you like, I can ask the kitchen to make another one for you. No, my wife only likes cakes that I've eaten. Whole cakes without the taste of my saliva. Jiang Chen shook his head. After wrapping the incomplete red velvet cake, he carefully placed it in a red bag. At last, a series It's a dead end. This knot is just like the relationship between him and Xue Yao. They wish to be a pair of wings in the sky and a pair of branches on the ground. Is this for your wife? Xue Yao was surprised. After the surprise, a natural red cloud flew under her panda face mask. Devil. At this time, you are still thinking about me? Xue Yao's eyes suddenly became much gentler. She slowly approached Jiang Chen, whispered in his ear. Mr. Jiang really loves his wife. It seems your wife is very happy. Ms. Yao, please respect yourself. I am a married man. Jiang Chen dodged half a step. His brows furrowed. Why is the commander of Sister Li so dishonest? Unlike my wife, except for being a little undignified, ungraceful, and unladylike in the morning, noon, and evening, most of the time, she is very dignified, elegant, and ladylike. What's wrong with having a wife? Seeing Jiang Chen taking half a step back, Xue Yao's eyes became even more mischievous. She took a step forward and spoke softly. Why, Mr. Jiang, do you want to lose the Longming aircraft carrier formation? Damn it. Jiang Chen looked at the woman wearing a panda face in shock. Damn it. I actually met a female version of Chao Zhe. Chapter 130, Jin in Style, Weiwu Legacy. Xue Yao pestered Jiang Chen for a long time. But Jiang Chen adhered to the virtues of a husband and never lost a single city or pond. She wasn't given any chance. Until the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation arrived. Xue Yao and Li Jing went to greet them. Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his small fishing boat. This Ms. Yao is too weird. Is she attracted to me? Jiang Chen hid in the cockpit. I originally wanted to get some of the aircraft carrier buffet, but unexpectedly, I met a female chow thief. Etc. There must be something fishy about this. Jiang Chen thought about it. Sent a radio message to Tang Zhe. Commander Tang, this is Zhujiang 888. I'm Jiang Chen. Soon. Tang Zhe replied to him. Good boy. You're replying now. I thought you were dead. Jiang Chen smiled. Don't worry, my little fishing boat has wings. If I can't defeat them, can't I just run away? Tang Zhe, that's good. I heard from Li Jing that you deserve first-class credit for this breakout. What's up with you now? Jiang Chen, I found another great treasure at sea. I'll tell you when I get back. But I have a favor to ask of you. Tang Zhe, speak now. Jiang Chen, please help me check the identity of the commander of the aircraft carrier Sister Li. What is her background? Tang Zhe, the identity of the aircraft carrier commander is a SSSS level confidential identity. Jiang Chen, how many SS am I? Tang Zhe, 4. Jiang Chen, can I get an S for my military merit this time? Tang Zhe, yes, but you still have to apply, go through the process, and then. Jiang Chen, I will first get you 100 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals mechas. Tang Zhe, wait a moment, the information will be here soon. Click, click. Soon. An electronic version of the document was sent to the interface in Jiang Chen's cockpit. Jiang Chen quickly clicked it to take a look. The first photo of her in formal attire that caught my eye was of Xue Yao. Jiang Chen thought he was drunk from eating cake. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the information carefully again. Qin Xue Yao. Age, 23. S sequence. Electric elements. Xue Yao Yao Xue. I see. After reading the information, Jiang Chen finally had a sudden realization. It was as if he was possessed by Cao Cao, and he had a sudden enlightenment. I was wondering why this woman was so clingy, wanting to lie on me. Turns out it's you, you damn bitch. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He knew that Xue Yao was in the Dragon Group training, but he had no idea that she had actually signed up to run for aircraft carrier commander. How dare you tease me? Jiang Chen decided to retaliate. He climbed out of the cockpit and returned to the deck of Sister Li. And at this moment, after welcoming the non-commissioned officers from the Dragon Soul, Xue Yao was looking for Jiang Chen. She walked all the way to the deck and saw Jiang Chen walking towards the edge. His face suddenly lit up with joy. He walked towards Jiang Chen and said, Mr. Jiang, why are you blowing the wind on the deck? It's so hard to find you. I originally thought. Jiang Chen still looked embarrassed as before. Retreat again and again. Unexpectedly, it happened. Jiang Chen didn't even step back. Instead, he stood still and followed her words, saying, Ms. Yao, what do you want from me? Xue Yao didn't have time to stop and leaned forward, bumping into Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen put his arm around her shoulders and said, Ms. Yao, are you overworked? I'm fine. Xue Yao steadied herself. It was a little surprising that Jiang Chen didn't dodge. She looked up, but he was shocked to find that Jiang Chen was looking at him unscrupulously at this moment. His eyes passed through the hair, sweep across the neck. Finally, it fell on her graceful and undulating figure. Xue Yao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. What a strange feeling. Well, feel it again. Ms. Yao, you just said that it was very difficult to find me. What does this mean? Jiang Chen asked back with a confused look on his face. Faced with Jiang Chen's question, which he asked knowingly, Shui Yao blushed and stammered. That's right. I'm looking for you. Well, now I've found it. Is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Chen asked with a blink. Shui Yao couldn't help but swallow her saliva and asked contentedly. There seems to be a problem with my communication equipment. Can you fix it? Oh, where's the equipment? Where I rest. Under Shui Yao's guidance, Jiang Chen came to where she rested. This is a cabin where the commander takes his daily rest. The area is not large. It's only over 20 square meters. But it was enough for her to use alone. Where is the communication equipment you mentioned? Jiang Chen followed in and asked professionally. Shui Yao closed the cabin door and handed him the air conditioner switch. Hey, it's broken. Jiang Chen took it and helped her look at it. Then clicked it. With a dripping sound. The air conditioner is on. Jiang Chen explained. You didn't press the switch. Wow, Mr. Jiang, you're amazing. I can see the crux of the problem at a glance. Shui Yao blinked her starry eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was speechless. Pack. Just keep pretending. You can become an aircraft carrier commander, but you pretend that you can't press a switch? Jiang Chen looked at the closed hatch and said, Ms. Yao, this isn't a good idea. If people find out, they'll gossip. It's okay. Your wife isn't here anyway. Shui Yao sat down next to Jiang Chen. The already small lounge suddenly became even more crowded. Jiang Chen immediately stopped hiding it. Since you want to act, I will accompany you to make it real. Mr. Jiang, to be honest, I do have a husband. Seeing that Jiang Chen finally took the bait, Shui Yao became a little nervous. No way. No way. Is Jiang Chen really going to cheat on his wife? Should I be happy or not? You have a husband? Jiang Chen smiled. Hey, you're acting like a thief. Shui Yao wanted to stop him. Jiang Chen said, What Chao thief? This is called the spirit of Jianan, the legacy of Wei Wu, the spirit of Chao Gong, and the ambition of a man. Shui Yao burst into tears. You've let a wolf into your house. Jiang Chen took it all in, reluctantly giving in. Watching his back as he left, Shui Yao looked resentful. What is this? Although he successfully paid the tax, it was still enough for several days. But something seems to be wrong with the nature. I must torture him again when I get home. Ask him, why do you want to be a thief? Am I also considered an aircraft carrier commander? After leaving Shui Yao's rest cabin, Jiang Chen smiled secretly in his heart. Known, Shui Yao controls an aircraft carrier. And he controlled Shui Yao. According to the equivalence principle of data transmission, it is equivalent to controlling the aircraft carrier yourself. Think of this. Jiang Chen felt relaxed both physically and mentally. The most important thing is, this damn girl doesn't even know that I already know her identity. I guess she's still confused and thinks I'm really into Ms. Yao. Jiang Chen chuckled. He planned to tell her about this after returning home. Otherwise, she would really think that she was a thief. Chapter 131. People's hearts are different. Nice at the port. The Dragon Soul returns to the Pacific Ocean to continue escorting ocean-going cargo ships. The Dragon God continues to stay in the waters near the Antarctic Circle and cruise the Antarctic continent. Sisterly escorted 4 aircraft carriers and the clean and sanitary ship back to China for refitting. This is the order issued by the Ministry of Naval Affairs base Tongza to the 3 aircraft carriers. The Dragon Soul came all the way here, had a buffet, and then rushed back to the Pacific Ocean. The Dragon God remained in place and continued to guard the 2 scientific research stations on the Antarctic continent. Jiang Chen has been out to sea for almost half a month. 3 terracotta warriors were salvaged. It's a good opportunity for me to go back to China and study the extra knowledge about the Earth's magnetic field and levitating boats in my mind. If we can figure this out, the Earth's magnetic field will be another method of driving force for machines. This magnetic field engine is both environmentally friendly and economical. Zhujiang 888 followed the Ligia aircraft carrier formation all the way back. Jiang Chen lay in the cockpit, his hands behind his head, recalling the magical experience on the Sisterly. Whether it's the past or the future, they will all be beautiful memories. Jiang Chen was secretly amazed by the experience of driving an aircraft carrier. Next time, find an opportunity and ask Shui Yao to come on a small fishing boat. Otherwise, I'll waste the 9-to-1 mode I entered last time. When Jiang Chen was reminiscing, Shui Yao stayed in the command room, feeling a little angry. People's hearts are separated from each other. Unexpectedly, my husband actually has a crush on Chaozhou, Pearl River Military Port. And Pearl River Port. It had been cleared out by the Navy base half a day in advance. All navigation in the surrounding sea areas has been suspended. Dock workers also gathered nearby to rest. What's going on? The flights are suspended again. Could it be that the Dragon Roar has returned again? The workers were talking about it. The situation has been a bit tense lately. Didn't the Xiete nation create a lighthouse world a while ago? It seems like quite a few countries have joined. What are you afraid of? Didn't we also establish the Eastland continent? How many countries have joined us now? I don't know, but as long as clean and hygienic countries don't join, it will definitely take off. It seems that the clean and hygienic country has joined the lighthouse world? Yes, so they will definitely get into trouble. Because this clean and hygienic country is simply a rare flower, like a crouching dragon and a phoenix, or a shuzhongadu, who can't be helped. Not far away, a young girl wearing a sports cap, a white tube top, a denim skirt, and carrying a school bag was looking around. Her name is Jiang Chen. I have been in Zhujiang City for 2 days. But in the past 2 days, she has not been able to contact Jiang Chen. She had no choice but to stay in the hotel and go to the Pearl River port every day to wait for Jiang Chen. If they were out fishing and there was no signal, they should have returned by now, right? Jiang Chen muttered to herself. The last time Jiang Chen gave them 150,000 yuan to buy life number 1, the whole family drank it all. Not only did my father's health gradually recover, but I was even able to punch the Nanshan nursing home and kick the Beidou kindergarten. It can be said that the combat capability is quite good. Plus, during this time, she is already on summer vacation. So, she brought some local specialties to Zhujiang City, intending to thank Uncle Jiang Chen. I just didn't expect it. This wait lasted for 2 full days. I didn't even see Jiang Chen's shadow. And now, the area near the port was blocked again by a large number of special personnel. This made her even more anxious. What if this is blocked for another day? I hope my uncle won't get sunburned at sea. Hello, I'd like to ask, how long will this port be blocked? Jiang Chen stood outside the crowd and couldn't help asking the dock workers. It's noon now, and even with a sports hat on, it's still a bit too sunny. The dock worker looked up and grinned. There's a military port nearby. If there are warships or aircraft carriers entering or leaving, it will usually be blocked. Normally, it only takes about an hour. But looking at the situation today, I feel it will take at least half a day. Long time. Jiang Chen frowned. Warship? Aircraft carrier. Yes, the Longming returned a while ago and stayed for a few hours. However, there weren't so many armed personnel last time. I suspect the newly launched aircraft carrier is about to show up. The dock worker replied. My uncle makes a living by fishing. Can he come back with the aircraft carrier? Jiang Chen asked expectantly. She hopes Jiang Chen will come back soon. Don't get stuck in the back. The dock workers laughed when they heard this. What a naive little girl. Whether it's a fishing boat or a cargo ship, if they haven't entered the port yet, they have to queue up outside. Yes, the aircraft carrier formation is huge. If so many freighters and fishing boats were to enter and exit at the same time, even a small scrape would cause the entire freighter to lose money and not be able to pay for it. Who would dare to compete with the fleet for passage? Everyone shook their heads secretly. This little girl probably just came out of the ivory tower and doesn't understand social rules at all. Jiang Chen sighed and said nothing more. She silently walked to a stone pier nearby and continued to wait with the help of the public trees nearby. If Jiang Chen doesn't come back today, she will definitely call the police. Time passes by little. There aren't many people at the port anymore. The dock workers were also taking a lunch break in the rest area. I don't know how long it took. Jiang Chen leaned against a branch and vaguely heard a very long humming sound. It was as if an extremely large fleet was returning from the distant sea. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of orderly footsteps made Jiang Chen open his eyes involuntarily. It turned out that armed personnel were on guard along the entire line. Jiang Chen stood on tiptoe and looked towards the sea. Although still a long way off, some ships could be vaguely seen on the sea. These ships do not look big, but because of the distance, they are actually very large. Is this a warship or an aircraft carrier? I wonder if Uncle Jiang is queuing up behind. In order to see more clearly, Jiang Chen transformed himself into a clever monkey and climbed up a big tree nearby. Now, I can see it more clearly. Not 10 minutes. Sisterly has appeared. Following in front, behind, left, and right were a large number of cruisers and destroyers. And at her tail, there were fleets of aircraft carriers following one after another. Jiang Chen was confused. It seems like there is more than one aircraft carrier. What's going on? Have all the country's aircraft carriers returned? Jiang Chen was wondering. The Li Jie aircraft carrier formation, which was in the front, headed towards the military port first. However, when it was about to enter the port, the cruiser in front suddenly separated. A small fishing boat that was sandwiched in the middle and blocked the view, along with 3 sailboats, jumped out from it. It's like an old hen walking into a place to bask in the sun. The wings just opened. Several chicks under the wings immediately jumped out. Then a precipice. The fishing boat kicked up the seawater. It stopped steadily at the Pearl River port. Chapter 132. A lady from a noble family, no salt to match. After Jiang Chen drove Zhujiang 888 to Zhujiang port, it did not stop on the sea. Instead, he drove the fishing boat ashore and parked it near the pier. This time, the sisterly returned to the country with 4 aircraft carriers of the Xiete country and the clean and hygienic one. 2 of the aircraft carriers and the clean and sanitary ship remained in the Penglai port of Zhengmu Shoal. The remaining 2, the Lincoln and the Constellation, were brought back to the Pearl River. That is to say, 3 major aircraft carrier formations have returned to China. Just 1 Pearl River military port is definitely not enough. Even if the civilian ports on the Pearl River were requisitioned, it would not be enough. So, Jiang Chen drove the small fishing boat directly out to sea. As for the 3 sailboats of the Terracotta Army, he also asked nearby armed personnel to help carry them to the nearby dock. Just then, Tang Zhe and his group hurried over. Seeing Jiang Chen directing people to move the sailboat, he was a little dazed. Xiao Jiang, you're finally back. No limbs are missing, right? And what's with all these old sailboats? Tang Zhe's mouth was like a Gatling gun, and he asked with a click. Jiang Chen turned around and smiled. No limbs are missing. These sailboats were salvaged from the sea. I will take them back to the Dragon Science Institute for research. Okay, if you have a big treasure, please inform our marine department. Tang Zhe said loudly. Then, 3 terracotta warriors walked past him. Tang Zhe took a quick glance and thought it was the 2 mecha men who had followed them out to sea. He couldn't help but laugh. Little Jiang, why didn't you give the mecha a bath? It's been exposed to the wind and sun, and it's all covered in mud. If you don't know, you might think it's the Terracotta Army. Finished. He suddenly remembered something and counted the terracotta warriors in the past. 3. That's not right. Aren't there 2 of them when we go out to sea? How did it become 3? Tang Zhe asked loudly from behind. Xiao Jiang, weren't there 2 of you mecha men when you went out? While instructing the terracotta warriors to carry Murong Outyin and Yunhai Marie away, Jiang Chen turned around and said with a smile, she's pregnant. Finished. He said to the terracotta warriors, get going. Let's go. Are you pregnant? Tang Zhe was dumbfounded. This Dragon Academy is getting more and more ridiculous. They can even pull out the eggs of a pregnant mecha. A staff officer frowned and said, Commander, why do I feel that those clay figures look a bit like the terracotta warriors? Terracotta warriors? I think you're talking even more bullshit. Tang Zhe shook his head and walked quickly towards the Pearl River military port. The capture of so many aircraft carriers this time has shown great importance to the higher-ups. Must be digested well. Conquering so many aircraft carriers at one time will require a redivision of the global maritime power structure. Jiang Chen was directing the terracotta warriors to carry the mechas out of the port. Just then, a clever monkey, oh no, a young girl, jumped down from the tree. She exclaimed with great joy. Uncle! Jiang Chen was startled. He was about to slap the other person away. Take a closer look. But it was my niece Jiang Shaoran. He retracted his palm, glanced at the big tree next to him, and said unhappily, Jiang Shaoran, how long have you been lying in ambush here? Are you trying to scare me to death? What are you talking about? I've been waiting for you for 2 days. I even spent a whole day in the sun. I thought you were being robbed by pirates. Jiang Shaoran said with a look of grievance. Oh my, you're already in college. Why are you still crying? I'm back, aren't I? Let's go. I'll take you home. Jiang Chen first asked the truck sent by the Dragon Academy of Science to deliver all the terracotta warriors and mechas to the Dragon Academy of Science. Then he took a taxi and took Jiang Shaoran back home first. Uncle, how did you get out from under the warship? I heard the dock workers say, aren't they avoiding sailing? Jiang Shaoran asked curiously. She was just in the tree when she saw Jiang Chen and several sailboats rushing out from the gap between the warships. How strange. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, my main job is fishing, and I work part-time repairing some communication equipment and air conditioning switches for aircraft carriers. The air conditioner switch? You know how to do that? Jiang Shaoran was surprised. My uncle is omnipotent. Jiang Chen nodded proudly. Of course, the aircraft carrier commander kept praising me for being so powerful. What? Have you met the aircraft carrier commander? How old is he? Is he tall? Is he handsome? Jiang Shaoran subconsciously thought that Commander Li Jiahao was a handsome guy. Jiang Chen thought about Shui Yao's half-hearted attitude and replied, she is a woman, she has a husband, and she still has her charm. She appears dignified, beautiful, and ladylike. Jiang Shaoran wondered, what do you mean by surface? Everyone has a backside, of course. Jiang Chen smiled. The 2 chatted. Back to Qingyu community. Entered the house. Jiang Chen bought some food on Ding Dong, and then said to Jiang Shaoran, there are drinks in the refrigerator. Drink some first. I'll take a shower first. I haven't showered in half a month. Half a month? Uncle, you can open a mudball shop. Jiang Chen put down his school bag, looked around, but didn't see Xiuyao. So I asked, Uncle, where is Aunt? Jiang Chen replied, in the bathroom. She went to do an internship and will probably be back soon. Oh. Jiang Chen nodded, sat on the sofa, and drank some ice water. After a while, the ordered dishes have arrived. Jiang Chen carried the vegetables to the kitchen and dealt with the kitchen clutter. Jiang Chen came over to help wash and pick vegetables. Uncle, this portion is too much. It's too much for 2 people. Not much. Your aunt will be back soon. Yeah. The two were chatting. Suddenly, there was a sound of the door opening. Jiang Chen was surprised and walked towards the door. Aunt seems to be back. The door opens. It was Xiuyao, but now she has changed her clothes. She was stunned for a moment when she saw Jiang Chen. Then she recognized Jiang Chen and forced a smile. Xiaoran, when did you come? I came back with my uncle. Jiang Chen replied obediently. Jiang Chen, where are the others? In the kitchen. Xiuyao walked to the kitchen door and glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised the kitchen knife and said hello. Dear, you are back. Snort. Xiuyao glared at him. Turned back to the bedroom. It seems a little puffed up. Jiang Chen noticed that the atmosphere was not right. She shrank her head and stuck out her tongue at Jiang Chen and said, Auntie seems angry? That's normal. Women's moods are like the weather in July. They change at any time. Jiang Chen chopped off the fish head with one knife. It was obvious that she pretended to be the female version of Chao Zhe first, and then just went with the flow. Result: she was actually sulking by herself. Jiang Chen shook his head, put the fish pieces in a bowl, and looked for salt to marinate them. But found out, there is no salt at home. It's really incomparable. P.S. It's the 4th update today. The salted fish author has made a comeback. Spread the flowers. Please give me a 5-star rating, dear. I'll try to post 5 more chapters tomorrow. I will work hard. I will fight. Roar. Chapter 133. Promote Meng Pe. Novel update. Jiang Chen went downstairs and bought a lot of salt. Only then did Jiang Chen prepare this sumptuous lunch. The meal is ready. Go call your aunt and come out to eat together. Jiang Chen brought up a plate of chopped pepper fish head and motioned Jiang Chen to call Xiuyao. Receive. Jiang Chen walked quickly to the door of Xiuyao's bedroom. Aunt, it's time to eat. Xiuyao was lying on her side on the bed at the moment. She turned her head and said, I'm not hungry, you eat. Finished. She closed her eyes again, not knowing what she was thinking. Jiang Chen shrugged and returned to the restaurant. Uncle, Aunt doesn't seem to want to eat. Jiang Chen said, Okay, let's eat first. Finished. The two of them started eating with loud smacking sounds. In the bedroom, Xiuyao pricked up her ears. I planned to wait for Jiang Chen to come and call me for dinner. But I found that this guy didn't come. She was so angry that she kicked the quilt off the bed. Damn it. Asshole. Where's my red velvet cake? It turns out they were all pretending. You're clearly trying to starve me to death. Just when Xiuyao was sulking alone, Jiang Chen was eating at the dining table. He asked Jiang Chen, How is my cousin's health? Is he okay with the last life #1? Oh yes. I almost forgot. I came here this time just to thank you. I brought a lot of sweet potatoes in my school bag. My dad and grandpa asked me to bring them. As Jiang Chen said this, she was about to put down her bowl and chopsticks to get the sweet potatoes. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Don't worry, as long as there is no problem. Don't worry, uncle. I will definitely return the 150,000 to you. Jiang Chen picked up a piece of fish and placed it on the white rice. She said with a firm look in her eyes. She is the kind of person who would repay even the smallest favor, and she will definitely not forget the 150,000 yuan from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chuckled. You are still young. You can pay the money back after you graduate and find a job. I came to Zhujiang City this time because I wanted to find a summer job opportunity in a big city. Jiang Chen said. She has 2 months of summer vacation. If she stays at home, it will be relaxing, but she won't have any money. Coming to this big city, maybe I can find a summer job. Jiang Chen looked up and asked, Summer job? What do you want to do? I don't know either, uncle. What do you think I can do? Jiang Chen asked. As long as she can make money, she is willing to do it, even if it means following her uncle to go fishing. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and asked, What major did you study in college? Biogenetics. Jiang Chen replied. Her college entrance examination results were not very good, but she still obtained an undergraduate degree and was admitted to the biological genetics program. However, the future corresponding careers of this major have very high academic requirements. After graduation, ordinary undergraduates may only be able to sweep the floor in the laboratory. You need to be at least at the doctoral level to have room to develop your abilities. Biological genetics, it's not easy to find a job in that field. Jiang Chen sighed. Those who can do this kind of work are basically large enterprises. Small enterprises cannot afford it. Although the Longming Institute also conducts research in biological genetics, the staff there are at least PhDs. Similar to Xu Yin, a talented female doctor who graduated from the Dragon God Academy. When she first came here, she was also responsible for operating the projector under me. It's really hard to find a job, so I'm specifically looking for summer jobs and temporary work opportunities. Look, I saw one on the WeChat official account. Can you help me take a look? Jiang Shaoran took out her cell phone and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen leaned forward to take a look and found that the Tianxin group had posted a job posting called Looking for manhwa on its official account. The general content of the work is that Tianxin group is testing a genetic medicine called manhwa soup. This genetic medicine can allow people to selectively lose some memories at the genetic level. It is currently in the stage of small-scale promotion. Therefore, it is necessary to recruit manhwa to promote this genetic medicine. It's under the Tianxin group, so its safety is definitely guaranteed. As for whether it will be effective, I don't know. Jiang Chen took a glance. The last time, Life Number 1 was promoted by Tianxin Group. Unexpectedly, they have recently developed a new genetic drug. But who would drink this kind of genetic medicine for no reason? Unless you have suffered emotional trauma or severe depression. Moreover, this genetic medicine must be used in conjunction with the hospitals under the Tianxin Group and requires hospitalization and observation, so the process is very complicated. You can't use it whenever you want. It costs 10,000 yuan to promote one bottle. I want to go for an interview. Jiang Shaoran smacked his lips. This manhwa soup costs hundreds of thousands of dollars per bowl. If you successfully promote a bottle yourself, you can earn 10,000 yuan, which is very cost-effective. It's about the same as a person's monthly salary. You can try it. If it's not suitable, come to me again, and I'll help you find a summer job. Jiang Chen said. Although he couldn't directly arrange for her to work at Longming Institute, there were so many companies cooperating with Longming Institute, so it was still possible to get her a summer job. Okay, I'll try it first. The two of them talked and finished their meal unknowingly. If you feel sleepy, go to the guest bedroom and take a rest. I'll go and persuade your aunt. Finish dealing with the dishes. Jiang Chen walked into the master bedroom. Close the door. At this moment, Xu Yao closed her eyes, as if she was asleep. But when Jiang Chen sat next to her, he clearly saw her eyelashes trembling slightly, and her eye bags were actually red. No way. Still crying? You are the commander of the aircraft carrier Sisterly. How can your eyes be red? What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Jiang Chen gently shook her hips. Xu Yao immediately turned over and faced his butt. Jiang Chen joked. Are you unhappy? If you're unhappy, go to Soul Club. Nowadays, adults use Soul Club as a way to vent. Xu Yao glared at Jiang Chen. Do you think you're funny? Leave me alone and go away. Jiang Chen's face fell, and he stood up silently. Walked out of the bedroom. After a while, he rushed in and shouted, Oh no! Oh no! Honey, there's an earthquake warning on TV. Xu Yao remained unmoved. After a while, Jiang Chen rushed in again. Oh no! Oh no! A level 10 typhoon warning has been issued. Xu Yao remained unmoved. After a while, Jiang Chen said for the third time, Oh no! Aliens are invading. Xu Yao rolled her eyes. How childish. The last time. Jiang Chen walked in with a confident look on his face. The novel has been updated. Xu Yao shuddered and sat up. Which one? Which one? Is it the story School Beauty saves money for house, but purchases are restricted, so frustrated she cries, or he has a small fishing boat, escorting an aircraft carrier? Let me tell you, when my grandfather was alive, he loved looking at the little fishing boats. Before he died, he told me that if it was the end, don't forget to tell your father during the family sacrifice. Xu Yao was speaking excitedly. Suddenly, I realized that Jiang Chen was looking at me with a smile. Realizing she was being tricked, she snorted coldly, then lay down on her side again, tilting her head to the side. Chapter 134 Poker Mahjong, Principled Protest. Seeing Xu Yao finally paying attention to him, she fell down in front of him again. Jiang Chen was helpless. Bring in the red velvet cake in a red bag. Promise. Xu Yao didn't look back, but smelled a familiar scent. She turned her head and looked shocked. She looked at Jiang Chen in surprise and asked nervously and expectantly, What are you doing? Don't you know I brought it back for you? Jiang Chen opened the bag and found a red velvet cake inside, but he only ate a small piece of it. Xu Yao's heart skipped a beat. What did he mean by, I know it too? She stammered. I don't know what you're talking about. Really, Ms. Yao, didn't you threaten my small fishing boat? Jiang Chen looked at Xu Yao with a half-smile. Seeing her expression changing from one moment to the next, her mouth opening and closing, as if she hadn't thought of a lie yet. It was really funny. You know it's me? Shui Yao was stunned. Jiang Chen spread his hands. Of course, otherwise, do you think I'm really possessed by Chao? If I really am, I will eat you the first time you touch my palm. But how did you know that? Shui Yao still couldn't believe it. She was wearing a panda face mask at that time. Even in the rest cabin, she didn't take it off. And controlled the sound. At first, I didn't recognize it. Then, seeing you taking the initiative, I became suspicious. As the head of the heavenly soldiers and generals, there are quite a few relevant departments that want to establish good relations with me. I can still find out your identity. Jiang Chen explained with a smile. Shui Yao muttered to herself. Damn it, it must be that Donald Duck who betrayed me. It was indeed old Tang who told me. But I think he did a great job, otherwise I wouldn't have known that you were actually a female Chao thief. Jiang Chen pretended to be disappointed. Shui Yao suddenly became anxious. How could I? I just wanted to tease you. I didn't expect you to. Then I'm just teasing you. Jiang Chen smiled. You've made your fake play real. You didn't refuse, did you? Okay, I forgive you. Shui Yao said generously. She pointed at the red velvet cake, opened her mouth, and begged for food. Honey, I want to eat this. Jiang Chen took the cake away and said, I have explained my situation clearly, but you haven't told the truth yet. What do you want me to confess? Why are you on the aircraft carrier, Miss Commander? Shui Yao frowned and hesitated for a moment. It is not easy to be a commander. At the very least, one must be a genetic warrior with special abilities. What's more, she is still electrified. If I tell my husband directly that I am electrified, will he be scared? After thinking for a while, she looked at Jiang Chen seriously. Husband, I'll tell you, don't be afraid. Afraid? What do I have to be afraid of? Jiang Chen looked at her with a chuckle. He knew it when she was in the dragon group. Now he just wanted to see if she would tell the truth. Shui Yao gathered her energy and brewed her emotions for a moment before she said seriously, Hubby, I'm actually the reincarnation of the goddess of lightning. Jiang Chen stood there in a daze. You are a good electric gene warrior. Just tell me directly. I will show a surprised expression, and then you comfort me. After 3 rounds, it will be over. How come there is a Dianmu? Jiang Chen was really surprised for a moment. He touched Shui Yao's forehead and said, Honey, are you okay? Really? I'm not lying to you. When I was a kid, I often had a dream where I was flying around on the clouds. And I also have the ability to strike lightning. Later, I really had this ability. I was afraid that you would stay away from me after you knew it, so I hid it. Shui Yao looked innocent. He explained the reason why he became the commander of the aircraft carrier. After Jiang Chen finished listening, his face was filled with enlightenment. So that's how it is. In other words, I've made a killing. I'm actually living with the legendary lightning mother from mythology. Why are you filling Naoko's head? Is this the point? Shui Yao blushed and glared at him. Oh, okay. Jiang Chen put on a frightened expression. He rubbed Shui Yao's chest and said, Oh, I'm so scared. Are you going to use the electric whip on me, Rulin, and make me submit to you, Queen of Lightning? Shui Yao took a break. What kind of hobby is this for my husband? He stroked Jiang Chen's head and said gently, Don't worry, husband. No matter what I become, I won't let you get hurt. How could I bear to use an electric whip on you? Shui Yao's eyes were firm. She knew that ordinary people like her husband should be protected by herself. Jiang Chen's inner thoughts. No, I am just a wear-resistant stone. I really like the wear and tear from wind, rain, lightning, and thunder. Husband. I want to play poker. Didn't I just resupply your energy on the aircraft carrier? But I didn't eat lunch, and now I'm really lacking in positive energy. I don't know how long it took. There was a knock at the bedroom door. Zhang Sharon's voice came. Uncle and Aunt, I'm going out for a while. Yeah, okay. Shui Yao, who was at the door, grabbed the door handle and responded. Zhang Shaoran was stunned. I thought I heard it wrong. She put her ear forward. I could vaguely hear something coming from inside. Right, Ed. I can't afford it. It's a waste. It was the voice of my uncle and aunt. It seems like they are playing poker. It also seems like mahjong. It's strange. What game are these two playing? Jiang Shaoran muttered to herself and went out shopping. At the same time, following the last time the Xiete Kingdom announced the Lighthouse World and monopolized the Antarctic continent, the Dragon Kingdom also issued a similar announcement. Dongtu Continent officially becomes the sole designated developer of Antarctica. Anyone who enters the Antarctic Circle without the consent of the Eastland Continent will be considered an invader. With the consent of the East Earth Continent, you can join the Belt and Road Initiative in the One Continent Development Cooperation Agreement. As soon as this news came out, all major media platforms were instantly in an uproar. Holy crap, this announcement is ridiculous. Is this infrastructure geek planning to develop Antarctica? It's still exclusive. Seeing my motherland being so ruthless makes me feel relieved. What a scoundrel. Last time, the Xiete nation also established the lighthouse world to exclude other nations. Now, the Eastland continent is simply establishing the Justice League to fight back. What Justice League? Wishful thinking. The lighthouse world already has over a dozen aircraft carriers, and they still want to seize the development rights of the Antarctic continent? How is that even possible? Didn't you watch the global live broadcast from the Sanitation Nation? It seems someone picked up the aircraft carrier like a wild mushroom. This is fake. How could someone possibly pick up a Z aircraft carrier? Just wait. The lighthouse world will be furious about this announcement from the Eastern continent. The Z aircraft carrier will definitely teach you a lesson. Looking at the confident words of some foreign slaves, everyone waited leisurely. However, after this announcement came out, among the countries that joined the lighthouse world, not a single one responded strongly. I just don't bother to pay attention. The foreign slaves were about to explain themselves. Just then, the Xiete state responded with a brief announcement. Protest in principle. Chapter 135. One Belt, One Road. A laugh for other countries. The Dragon Country government has given a new interpretation to the Belt and Road Initiative. An area. It refers to the Eurasian continent, which accounts for 3/4 of the planet's population and has the largest land area. 1/6. It refers to the Antarctic continent. The Zhujiang port is the starting point and Penglai port is the second transit point. Sri Lanka is the third transit point. Following the 79th degree east longitude of Sri Lanka, we headed south to the landing point on the Antarctic continent, which was the fourth transit station. The end point is from the landing port to the scientific research station. The Dragon Country Plan will cooperate with the Nanxiamen Plan to develop the resources of the Antarctic continent over the next 10 years. Dongtu is the only designated developer, and all countries can apply to join the Belt and Road Cooperation. If this announcement had been released earlier, many countries would probably have regarded it as a joke. After all, the aircraft carrier of the Xiete Kingdom is still showing off its power on the sea. But after the news of the aircraft carrier in the South Indian Ocean came out, many senior officials of major countries already knew the result. Judging from the number of aircraft carriers, the Xiete Kingdom has lost its absolute hegemony over the global oceans. This is the conclusion reached by many countries. Seeing that Longming is ambitiously preparing to develop the resources of the Antarctic continent, many countries that originally belonged to the lighthouse world are also ready to move. Especially after seeing that Xiete simply responded with a principled protest. The Korean country was the first to proactively register a Weibo account and responded to the Belt and Road Initiative. ID Chinese Kimchi Circle. My country, Kimchi, was the first to join and sent 100 truckloads of kimchi as a token of our appreciation. With the Korean country being the first to defect, the Sakura country could no longer hold back. ID Ingyawaner. I am the princess of the Sakura Kingdom. I wish to find a suitable husband from the Dragon Kingdom to show the friendship between our two countries. As the Kimchi country and the Sakura country showed their goodwill and openly exchanged glances with the Dragon country, more and more countries that originally belonged to the lighthouse world began to chat privately with the Dragon country. The only one that remains inactive and unwavering in the world of lighthouses is the Five Eyes Alliance. And a clean and hygienic country. Shame. It's a disgrace. As the hegemon of East Asia, 2 of its aircraft carriers were captured by the Dragon Nation. And you even had the audacity to hang up on me. The king of the clean and hygienic country was lying on the slops, barefoot, and cursing loudly. After learning that the aircraft carrier was towed away by the sisterly, he anxiously called to get the aircraft carrier back. As a result, Tang Zhe performed Tai Chi on him. I already know the situation, but the specific circumstances still depend on the actual situation. As for the current situation, it's similar to what I told you. Talk for a long time. Until Tang Zhe hung up the phone. Even the Gandhi didn't know what was going on. Your Majesty, what should we do? All the subordinates knew that the Gandhi had been fooled by the Dragon Kingdom. But now the aircraft carrier has been towed away, and if we want to attack it, we can only take the Mount Everest route. However, this is a ghost road. Whoever wants to go can go. Why would we need war to defeat the Dragon Nation? Pass on my order to completely blockade Dragon Country. Gandhi spoke with authority, his tone brooking no room for questioning. The subordinates immediately looked excited. Blockade? Blockade is good. Blockade is wonderful. But what can we use to blockade it? Everyone looked at each other. Ship? Car? Mecha? Or a carbon-9 molecule? Gandhi's tone paused. Wipe. It seems like there is nothing I can block. I scratched my head for a long time. He suddenly remembered something. Shouting, ban the export of masala. Well, our country's exports of marsala to Longming are less than 10 million. The head of the export department said embarrassedly. Gandhi said, "What do you know? Even if it is 10 million, they can't afford it." Okay. The head of the export department went to make the announcement. The clean and hygienic country has officially announced a ban on the export of masala to Dragon Country. Hope Dragon Country will take care of itself. However, the news came out, but it caused an international joke. Ha ha ha, so funny. Are people in clean and hygienic countries so humorous? This must be a joke. Apparently banning the export of masala is actually a gesture of goodwill. This amazing brain circuit. It's become an international joke. The head of the export department of the clean and hygienic country quietly deleted the announcement. When Gandhi saw that more and more countries were joining the East and the lighthouse world remained silent, he finally realized that the situation was hopeless. He sighed. I never expected that the position of East Asian hegemon would have to be given up. Finished. He sent someone privately to apply to Longming to join the Belt and Road Initiative. However, unexpectedly, Longming responded publicly. We have received applications from clean and hygienic countries for the Belt and Road Initiative, but please wait in line. There are more than a dozen countries ahead of you. Gandhi looked embarrassed. The first to jump out was from the Korean nation. Old man, do you understand the rules? Sakura Kaniya said, young man, please line up, or I'll bite you. Woof. The application period for the Belt and Road Initiative is only 1 week. During this week, 90% of the countries that originally belonged to the lighthouse world chose to join the East continent. The only 2 countries that did not choose to join were Western Europe and Xiete. And at this time, the Dragon Kingdom officials also announced the list of developers for the Eastland continent. According to the Eastland Developer Agreement, Dragon Country is the lead developer and is named after the country. Then, establish province, city, town, village, and group. Ranking from high to low, the low ones cannot be developed beyond the scope of authority. As soon as this rule came out, some countries were dissatisfied. They couldn't even keep their country's name. Those who do not want to abide by the rules can withdraw at any time, but will never be allowed to join again. The Dragon Kingdom was the first to announce the level of the Kimchi Kingdom. Kimchi Town. Core authority is to produce kimchi in Antarctica. Other authorities are not yet released. Seeing this, the Cherry Blossom Country and the Clean and Hygienic Country were secretly delighted. It seems that our country is at least at the city level. Just then, the level of Sakura Country has also been released. Sakura Village. The core authority is to vigorously develop the sex industry in Antarctica. Pouchy Town laughed. You are not as good as me. And at this moment, Ing Yuaner was also paying attention to the announcement of the Belt and Road Initiative. As a watchdog of Xiete, Sakura Country naturally has to change its master without the lighthouse to illuminate it. Even Ing Yuaner herself is aware of this. Only, she hadn't expected it at all. The Sakura Country's jurisdiction in the Belt and Road area is just Sakura Village. She smiled bitterly. So, I, a princess, have become a village beauty? With the announcement, the clean and hygienic country no longer smiles, because they finally discovered that the Dragon Kingdom seemed to be announcing it from top to bottom. Just at this moment, the Dragon Kingdom declared the authority of the Clean and Hygienic Kingdom, Cleaning and Sanitation Team, specializing in sanitation, logistics, and cargo transportation, working at the transfer station, loading and unloading cargo for the aircraft carrier. The originally depressed Kimchi Town and Sakura Village suddenly laughed. Ha ha, this is the worst one. Chapter 136 Panga Base, Earth's Magnetic Field. More than half a month has passed. Jiang Chen returned to Lonka Academy. However, the Lonka Institute seems a little empty today. Jiang Chen walked from the main gate all the way to Xia Zhongshuan's office and didn't see many people on the way. Dean Xia. Fortunately, Xia Zhongshuan was in the office, and Jiang Chen greeted him. At this moment, Xia Zhongshuan was arranging the aircraft carrier transformation work for the scientific researchers. Seeing Jiang Chen coming back, he immediately stopped what he was doing. Good boy, you're finally back. I heard that you also participated in the naval battle on the Antarctic continent. Are you really not afraid of death? If you die, where can I find someone to take charge of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals? There was a long-lost excitement on Xia Zhongshuan's old face, because this kid always gained something every time he came back. But there was also a hint of worry. He's not even 30 years old. Don't die young. Don't worry, Dean Xia. The cockpit door is made of carbon-9 molecules and is immune to common attacks. As the founder of the carbon-9 molecule, it's my duty to put it into practice. Jiang Chen waved his hand and didn't care. He asked, by the way, Dean Xia, why is this Dragon Science Institute so empty? There are hardly any living people here. Didn't the sisterly bring back a lot of Xiete's aircraft carriers? They've all been ordered to do the modification work, So they're very busy. Xia Zhongshuan explained. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Shouldn't the military factory or arsenal be responsible for the aircraft carrier modification? Why did it fall to the Dragon Academy of Sciences? The Lonka Institute is mainly engaged in scientific research. Although there are many scientific researchers with strong hands-on skills, they rarely participate in specific transformation work. Even when Jiang Chen modified the small fishing boat, he only mobilized people from his own department. It is extremely rare for the entire Lonka Academy to be almost emptied out. Oh, forget it. Overtime work at the arsenal and military factories is already smoking. It is said that the core parts of the 5th aircraft carrier have been put on the agenda. Also, the core technology for our Nanshiman project's aerospace carrier, the Luanio, has almost been assembled and is currently being scheduled at the military factory. Xia Zhongshuan said with a headache. All of a sudden, so many black technologies burst out. Another brain-like chip. Another carbon-9 molecule. Another genetic drug. It's the power system again. Another energy device. Now there are so many aircraft carriers that need to be converted into cargo carriers. We are indeed a little short of staff. I see. But the Luanio is so large. Do we have enough resources and bases to build it now? Jiang Chen asked. According to the original Nantianmen plan, it was to start in 10 years. It's only the first year. Is it too fast to consider building it? Xia Zhongshuan said. The higher-ups have already considered this. Resources are insufficient, so we plan to develop the Antarctic continent. You should have seen the Dongtu Continental One Belt One Land initiative. As for the base, the name has been decided, Panga Base. But it's clear that this base will be very large and will be built on the Antarctic continent. However, the specific location has not yet been determined. We need to wait until the Belt and Road Initiative and the Mainland Initiative are opened before we can build the Luanio aerospace mothership there. Although these were top secrets, Xia Zhongshuan did not hide them from Jiang Chen. After all, he is now on the SSSS level protection list. Even if there is a world war, he will usually be notified first. Controlled nuclear fusion. Is there any progress? Jiang Chen asked. At present, the core technology of Luanio has made progress. Whether it is high-temperature materials, power systems, intelligent mechas, or the Mach 10 Zuan fighter. The only thing still lacking is controlled nuclear fusion in the energy sector. Although the energy device is passed down from generation to generation, it also has huge power. But there is still a certain gap between it and controlled nuclear fusion. Xia Zhongshuan shook his head when he heard this. The torch-passing energy device you designed is indeed impressive, but the magnetic field confinement experiments have never been perfect. It seems there's a gap in our knowledge of magnetic fields, which is why we can't achieve controlled nuclear fusion. Xia Zhongshuan sighed. Although it was only less than a month ago. However, at the Lonka Institute's base in the northwest, there are already many scientific researchers in the fields of magnetic fields and fusion who are experimenting with controlled nuclear fusion using Jiang Chen's energy device. But without exception, all failed. There were no successful experiments. Said. Xia Zhongshuan handed some experimental materials and results to Jiang Chen to take a look. Jiang Chen took a quick look and found that the main problem still occurred in the magnetic field confinement experiment. If it was before, Jiang Chen probably wouldn't quite understand why he failed. After all, he knew very little about the Earth's magnetic field. But now, he had many examples in his mind about how ancient people used the Earth's magnetic field to create hovercrafts and flying sailboats. He quickly saw the problem. He put down the materials and said, "There's a loophole in the Earth's magnetic field." In terms of the Earth's magnetic field, Xia Zhongshuan looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. After spending more than half a year together, he was no longer surprised as to why Jiang Chen understood everything about the Earth's magnetic field within a month. Jiang Chen nodded. Just like gravity, the Earth's magnetic field is omnipresent. Almost every second, tons of magnetic fields are acting around us, but we just don't use them. How to use it? Xia Zhongshuan was like a student, asking Jiang Chen for advice devoutly. Jiang Chen made a prompt decision, picked up the chalk, and drew some lines related to the Earth's magnetic field on the blackboard next to him. Our Earth's magnetic field encompasses the entire Earth and is omnipresent. But overall, you can separate out 108 large magnetic lines. These 108 major magnetic lines are the Earth's main arteries, similar to the human body's aorta. If they could be utilized, they would be more than enough to allow the Earth to wander out of the solar system. I'll draw you a picture. As Jiang Chen spoke, he drew an egg circle as standard as Leonardo da Vinci's with a flick of the chalk. The more I draw, the more complicated it becomes. Complicated and confusing. It's almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. But Jiang Chen continued to mark it. The mouth is like a machine gun. The function of these magnetic field lines is to form a resonant field, which facilitates the perfect magnetic field confinement experiment. Half an hour later, the blackboard is already filled with knowledge about the Earth's magnetic field. Xia Zhongshuan felt like his head was about to explode. He is a physics major, and although he did not major in the Earth's magnetic field, he knows a lot about it. But this moment, he discovered that 90% of the theories Jiang Chen talked about were things he had never heard of before. But the logic and content are very smooth. It seems like it came from a textbook. It even got to the point that Xia Zhongshuan began to wonder if he had Alzheimer's disease and had forgotten everything. So, the magnetic field confinement experiment conducted by our colleagues in the Northwest probably has a loophole. Let them fill in the gaps and then conduct the experiment. They might succeed, Jiang Chen said. Although he has not yet achieved controlled nuclear fusion, he has theoretically proven it all. Not to mention, the 3 terracotta warriors use the Earth's magnetic field to allow their sailboats to float in the air without any human power. So this magnetic field is likely to be effective. Speaking of this, Jiang Chen stopped, took a sip of water. He looked at Dean Xia with stars in his eyes. Asked, I can see that, Dean Xia. Do you understand? Chapter 137 Magnetic Field Engine, Yin and Yang Matter. Xia Zhongshuan was really about to cry this time. He quickly said, No, don't talk nonsense. I really don't understand. I need to ask my colleagues in the Northwest to take a look. Said. He put on his reading glasses and trembled as he asked for help from his colleagues in the Northwest. Okay, you do it first. I'll go check on the iron pillar. Jiang Chen is going to the testing ground to find Tai Zhu. I heard that he came back with an aircraft carrier and was awarded the rank of Major General. It's just awesome. If he had not made great contributions in this naval battle, he would probably have been promoted to a higher rank afterwards. I'm afraid Tieju's military rank is higher than mine. Taizhu hasn't been at the Dragon Academy these past few days. He's been taking over 50 mechas of the heavenly soldiers and generals to do sea training. Xia Zhongshuan explained. Jiang Chen was stunned. Just let him go to the sea for training? Yes, you may not know that after Taizhu worked as an undercover agent in the Xiete country for a period of time, his behavior has become almost human. Also, he seems to have received training on aircraft carriers. He is very intelligent. The Navy Department has already applied to have Taizhu appointed as the commander of the aircraft carrier Washington. Xia Zhongshuan said. When Jiang Chen heard this, a trace of sadness appeared on his face. My wife has an aircraft carrier. Taizhu has an aircraft carrier. I don't have it. So pitiful. I can only rely on the small fishing boat for survival. Jiang Chen sighed softly. Then he said to Xia Zhongshuan, Okay, I'm going to the testing ground. If Taizhu comes back, tell him to come find me. Go. Jiang Chen arrived at the testing site. This place is already empty, with few mechas. Most of them were sent to the Washington aircraft carrier for training. There are only a few mechas left that have not been equipped. Not far away, 3 terracotta warriors are standing in a row. They all close their eyes and look like terracotta warriors, lifeless. But Jiang Chen knew. They all store the memories of former Qin generals in their bodies. To some extent, these 3 terracotta warriors are actually the mechas of the Qin dynasty, right? Jiang Chen walked around them. They have movement, language, memory, strength, and can even use the Earth's magnetic field, but they have no nerve touch. Senior. Jiang Chen clasped his fists and spoke. The 3 terracotta warriors opened their eyes. What's the matter, little boy? Well, just let it be a child. Jiang Chen asked. Could you please tell me, Junior, how you use the Earth's magnetic field to levitate the sailboat? Jiang Chen asked. He had been curious since they had levitated the sailboat. Because according to the knowledge he obtained about the Earth's magnetic field, the main function of the Earth's magnetic field is to conduct magnetic field confinement experiments for controlled nuclear fusion. As for how to convert it into a magnetic field engine, he didn't know. Meng Tian's mouth, like a speaker receiving instructions, explained, Because of the yin-yang substance, we have this substance in our bodies, which can naturally connect with the Earth's magnetic field. Some people, if they are born with this substance, can also sense the Earth's magnetic field and float or teleport at will. Yin and yang matter? This touched upon Jiang Chen's blind spot in knowledge. He pressed on. What is this yin-yang substance you're talking about? Meng Tian grabbed a handful of mud from his arm. It contains 0.1% of yin and yang substances. As long as these substances are distributed in the form of yin and yang and the 8 trigrams, organisms can sense the Earth's magnetic field and slowly utilize it. Jiang Chen quickly took out a red bag and took the wet mud. Then he put it in his trouser pocket. Senior, where does this yin-yang substance come from? Jiang Chen asked again. If a lot of this material can be found, the magnetic field engine can be used in many aspects. Perhaps aerospace aircraft carriers will no longer need controlled nuclear fusion. Certainly. The premise is that you don't leave the Earth. This is the material that Su Fu, who was sent by the Qin Emperor, found. We have no record of its origin. But it's rare, that's for sure. Meng Tian replied. Jiang Chen felt a little regretful. It seems that controlled nuclear fusion still needs to be developed. Due to the lack of yin and yang substances, this magnetic field engine is probably difficult to build. Currently, only these 3 terracotta warriors are usable. But if we can analyze this mud, maybe we can build a small magnetic field engine. Jiang Chen patted the mud in his trouser pocket, feeling expectant. Just then, a familiar voice was heard at the entrance of the testing ground. Boss Jiang. Jiang Chen looked back. It was Xu Yin. Next to her were Qi Yao Cuihua and Tongtian Taizhu. But now Taizhu is wearing the uniform of an aircraft carrier commander and carries the rank of Major General. Qi Yao Cuihua also wore a blue outfit and looked like a ship girl. Owner. The 2 mecha men greeted Jiang Chen one after another. Jiang Chen looked at their human-like appearance and felt very emotional for a moment. It's like an old hen seeing her chicks grow up. He stepped forward, jumped up, and hung on Taizhu and Cuihua for a second each to show his embrace, then said, "Long time no see, you guys. I didn't expect you all to be so successful. Everyone knows how to operate an aircraft carrier." Finished. Jiang Chen wiped his eyes and shed tears like an old father. My child is really promising. Not only does he have normal urination and defecation, but he also knows how to pick up wild aircraft carriers. The future is definitely promising. How can I not be moved? The aircraft carrier Washington will be renamed the USS Babel. Xu Yin also grinned. Taizhu is really amazing. Bring back all the aircraft carriers of the Xiete Kingdom. They can be said to be a group of people who own houses, cars, and aircraft carriers. Absolutely the tall, rich, and handsome man in the mecha world. As a result, Qi Yao and Cuihua's net worth skyrocketed. Baitian. Not bad. Other aircraft carriers were also modified and renamed. Jiang Chen grinned. The core fleet is still the Dragon God, Dragon Soul, Dragon Roar, and Sisterly, and the future Luanio space mothership. However, these modified aircraft carriers can also be used as auxiliary fleets or for cargo transportation. The 2 men and their mechas were chatting and laughing. The water that Jiang Chen drank in the dean's office before began to take effect. He quickly said to the 2 mechas, "Wait for me. I'm going to the restroom and we'll be back soon." "Okay, master." Taizhu and Cuihua waited obediently. "Go quickly, Mr. Jiang." Xu Yin also nodded. Jiang Chen turned and walked away. However, just as he turned around, some of the mud wrapped in a red bag in his trouser pocket accidentally spilled out. It looks wet and slimy. Xu Yin was stunned. What the hell, what is this? The iron pillar activates the intelligence system to identify grayish-yellow color, sticky, granular, soft material, slight odor. Basically, it can be judged as, "The master seems to have pooped." Qi Yao Cuihua said in a cute way. Chapter 138 Electromagnetic Penetration, Radar Shielding. Xu Yin, come here. I have a big treasure here that I need you to take care of. After Jiang Chen came back from the bathroom, he assigned Xu Yin a task. Said. He handed the lump of soil wrapped in a red bag in his pocket to Xu Yin. Xu Yin pinched her nose and took it. It was not only soft and sticky, but also had some residual warmth. She couldn't help but ask, "Boss Jiang, why have you become obsessed with this kind of thing recently? What's wrong with this thing? Even though it doesn't smell good, if it can be researched and proven, it will be very fragrant." Jiang Chen disagreed. This is the mud scraped off from the terracotta warriors. According to Meng Tian, this mud contains a special substance related to yin and yang. If it can be extracted, perhaps the Earth's magnetic field can be utilized. However, what Jiang Chen said was filtered through Xu Yin's ears. What she heard was, "Don't be fooled by its stinky smell. It smells really good." "So, what do you want me to do?" Xu Yin asked. Jiang Chen, there's a special substance in this mud. It doesn't have an academic name yet, so you can call it yin-yang. Just extract it. Yin-yang matter? What are its properties? Xu Yin wondered. She had been working with materials for so many years and knew all kinds of materials, but she had never heard of this kind of material. How to extract it yourself? Jiang Chen pondered. I'm not sure what properties it has, but if you separate the soil, drain the water, and extract the impurities, what's left with the special structure is the yin and yang substance, right? Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll go get it. Xu Yin held the lump carefully with a pious attitude and walked towards the laboratory. Jiang Chen was not idle either, so he simply followed her to the laboratory. Jiang Chen sat aside. Xu Yin skillfully operated various experimental cups and microscopes throughout the process. Hey, there's no E. coli. Shu Yin drew out a small tube of reagent, placed it under a microscope, sliced it, and wanted to analyze the ingredients in it. But when she took a quick look, she didn't see any related colonies, which made her feel a little strange. Isn't this poop? Jiang Chen looked up and said, how can there be E. coli in the mud? Stop mumbling and quickly extract the special substance inside. Jiang Chen sat in front of the computer next to him, which also displayed the footage coming from under the microscope. This is a shot that has been magnified tens of thousands of times, and the substances inside are very mixed. There is water, soil, stone particles, and many impurities. As for the yin and yang substances, he couldn't tell it just by using his naked eyes. Okay. Shu Yin sat in front of the microscope, operating it while looking for the yin and yang substances that Jiang Chen mentioned. However, half an hour later, Shu Yin used the process of elimination to filter out most of the mud. The remaining part is made of a shiny substance with a very strange and rare structure. Under the microscope, it looks like a 1,000-sided snowflake. Mr. Jiang, I think I found the special substance you mentioned. At this moment, Jiang Chen was dozing off sitting next to him. When he heard Shu Yin's words, he immediately perked up and looked towards the computer. This sight immediately excited him. This structure is so special, it is probably this one. So he hurriedly urged, yes, that's it. Extract all of this substance and make sure it's pure. Mr. Jiang, it's just a small particle. I spent half an hour trying to get 1G. I estimate it will take a week or two. I can't do it alone. Shu Yin assessed. This thing is hard to separate. Jiang Chen thought about it. Since this substance is related to magnetic fields, will it gather itself together under the resonance of electromagnetic waves of a certain frequency? Thinking of this, he said to Shu Yin, you take care of it first. I'll go find someone from the physics lab. There are not many people in the laboratory at this moment. Fortunately, there is an electromagnetic researcher inside. After listening to Jiang Chen's needs, he said, it depends on which frequency of electromagnetic waves you need. Different frequencies require different equipment. Let's all move in. Under Jiang Chen's command, several pieces of equipment were moved to the chemical laboratory. If you don't know, you might think it was Che Guevara reincarnated. Let's try the 300 kHz one first. Jiang Chen spoke. The words fell. Equipment from the physics laboratory began to emit electromagnetic waves towards the matter inside the microscope. But the mud didn't react. 400 kHz. Still no response. 800 kHz. After dozens of tests, the mud finally moved. The shiny substance inside began to vibrate slightly. Slowly, it automatically separated from countless impurities. It seems that the frequency of 800 kHz worked. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Continue to use electromagnetic waves of this frequency to separate these yin and yang substances. 3 hours later, the mud has been completely decomposed. A total of 4G of blue crystal-colored yin and yang substances were extracted. Jiang Chen looked at the small tube of yin and yang substance and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got you out. He handed the tube of yin and yang substance to Shu Yin. Use all your life's knowledge to try to conduct a complete characterization test on these substances. Jiang Chen spoke. The so-called characteristic test is to see what chemical and physical properties it has. The application of many technologies starts from the properties of materials. I'll try my best, Shu Yin said. This was also the first time she encountered this substance. It is still very challenging to do a comprehensive feature test on it. 5 hours later, it's already dark. Shu Yin was still using the hundreds of property testing methods he had learned to test this tube of yin and yang substances. As of now, she has measured dozens of chemical and physical properties of this tube of yin and yang substance. But most of them are of little value. For example, flammability, stability, acidity, alkalinity, oxidizability, reducibility, combustion-supporting properties, corrosiveness, toxicity, dehydration. Can you do some electromagnetic performance testing? Jiang Chen reminded from the side. Just now, these substances were separated by the vibration of 800 Hz electromagnetic waves. Maybe it has a lot to do with electromagnetic waves. Shu Yin nodded and brought over a small radar-like device. In less than 10 minutes she studied it. She looked at the radar display, which was completely blank, and asked in surprise, strange. Is this radar broken? Why is there no image? Jiang Chen came over and looked for a while. His eyes suddenly lit up. It doesn't seem like the radar is broken, but rather that the electromagnetic waves penetration into this yin-yang substance has reached 100%. Shu Yin didn't react for a moment. She wondered, so what does this mean? Radar is used to remotely scan aerial and underwater objects. It uses invisible electromagnetic waves. If the electromagnetic waves it emits penetrate directly without being reflected, How can it form an image? Jiang Chen explained excitedly. Shu Ying also realized it. She widened her eyes and said, in other words, this material is 100% invisible to radar. Many modern anti-radar materials achieve semi-stealth by interfering with radar's electromagnetic waves. This is the first time that a substance has been found that allows electromagnetic waves to penetrate 100%. This means that the radar has failed. It's almost 7 o'clock. You should get off work. I'm going to the port. Jiang Chen took the tube of yin-yang substance and prepared to apply it on Zhujiang number 888, and then test the powerful radar of the Ministry of Marine Base to see if they could detect it. Shu Ying quickly caught up with the Lonka Institute's truck. Wait for me, Mr. Jiang. I want to go too. Aren't your family members worried about you? You don't have to go. Jiang Chen asked. Shu Ying hurriedly said, my parents are on a business trip, and I don't have a boyfriend. It's okay. Finished. Her face flushed, and she wanted to explain again. But Jiang Chen had already jumped onto the truck. Okay, get in the car. I can't wait. Rumble. The truck carried the two people towards the port. Chapter 139, Discovering an Air Mosaic. Near the port, the lights are on, but the area has been blocked by armed men. During this period, both military ports and civilian ports were out of service. Countless scientific researchers and soldiers from military factories are transforming the aircraft carriers that were picked up. There are mainly two aspects of transformation. The first is to replace the operating equipment exclusive to the Xiete Kingdom. The second is to replace Longming's better energy devices and power systems, and even carbon-9 molecules. Pass. Jiang Chen was stopped, but was allowed to go after he showed his identity as the head of the heavenly soldiers and generals of the Dragon Academy. We walked to the spot where small fishing boats and sailboats were docked not far from the pier. It's not a lot, so use it sparingly and apply it as thinly as possible. I'll paint the front, and you go to the back. Jiang Chen poured the tube of yin and yang substance into 2 red bags and divided it into 2 halves. Finally, he took out 2 small brushes from the truck and handed one to Shu Ying. Shu Ying looked at Jiang Chen's trouser pocket and saw that he had taken out 2 red bags. She couldn't help but feel curious. Mr. Jiang's trouser pocket is Grandma's treasure box. Just take out a red bag when you have nothing to do. The two of them divided the work. Jiang Chen applied it on the front. This stuff has a strong coagulation property. If it is not applied evenly, it will easily coagulate together. So you need to apply it quickly and as thinly as possible, in order to avoid not having enough. However, no matter how economical the two of them use it, an hour later, the two stopped 3 meters apart. No matter how hard they squeezed the red bag, nothing could come out. Not a drop left. Jiang Chen sighed. Throwing down the red bag, he said to Shu Ying, who was also squeezed dry. Okay, the application is done. Go aside first. I'm going to do the test later. Jiang Chen said as he walked into the cockpit. Shu Ying looked at the sci-fi cockpit and operating system, and her eyes lit up. She asked, Boss Jiang, can I get in and sit in it too? Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment. No, I want to test it in heaven. Mr. Jiang, don't fool me. This is just a small fishing boat. It's not going up to the sky. At most, it can go down to the sea. Shu Ying complained. Seeing that Jiang Chen was still about to refuse, her face immediately fell and she sighed. Alas, an assistant is just an assistant. There are no benefits at all. In the middle of the night, I have to stay here alone. All right, hurry up and get on top of it. Go to the back and grab the handle and hold on to the red bag. Seeing her tea smell, Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes and quickly asked her to come up. Shu Ying chuckled and jumped up immediately. She sat in the back, shook hands tightly, took the red bag that Jiang Chen had pulled out from somewhere, and asked in confusion, Why do you need a red bag? My little fishing boat is so high-tech. If you vomit all over it, I will fight you to the death. Jiang Chen said. Although Shu Ying has drunk life number 1, his physical fitness is still not as good as that of the genetic warrior. Jiang Chen was worried that she would vomit once she flew at supersonic speed. However, Shu Ying didn't realize what was happening. She said calmly, Don't worry, I drank life number 1 and it strengthened my body. I feel like I have plenty of strength even when I'm squeezing into the subway. Buzz. The small fishing boat started. The cockpit door closed. Shu Ying looked outside with an expectant look. The small fishing boat slowly turned around and slid into the water. As the power system started running, the small fishing boat began to accelerate. With the cooperation of the Xinhua Shangchuan energy device, Jiang Chen directly increased the speed to Mach 1. Chua. Just 3 seconds. The small fishing boat took off from the water. Shu Ying was so frightened that she grabbed the handle beside her and screamed, What the hell? What the hell? What the hell is going on? Can this thing really fly? Jiang Chen smiled. As the small fishing boat flew up, the 8-meter wingspan of the small fishing boat was also stretched out. Within 3 seconds, increased to Mach 2 again. 9th second, Mach 3. Shuyin had already started rolling her eyes. Ah, this. I'm going to heaven. Jiang Chen saw that she was still breathing and had a heartbeat, so Pan Zhodan turned around, spun in the air, and then flew towards the Navy base. Navy base, naval base, this is Zhujiang 888. Please reply if you receive this. After sending the radio, the operator on duty at the Marine Corps base immediately responded. This is Marine Corps base operator number 2. What's the problem? Please help me confirm the location of my ship. Thank you. Jiang Chen replied. Okay, wait a moment. The operator went to check the radar. Result. According to his inquiry, the image of Zhujiang 888 displayed on the radar was very long and narrow, a bit like, "Brother, help me take a look. Is this a fishing boat?" Operator number 2 asked the other operator next to him. The operator leaned forward to take a look and immediately exclaimed, "Damn, this is a mosaic. Ha ha ha. There seems to be something wrong with your radar imager." Are you sure? Try your radar imager. Pull up the data from Pearl River 888. Operator number 2 was a little unconvinced. Result. After checking the data of Zhujiang 888, the guy also showed that this fishing boat was actually a mosaic pattern. Several operators were replaced one after another. In the end, everyone found that there was something wrong with their radar. Pearl River 888, please wait a moment. There seems to be a problem with the radar at our naval base. Operator number 2 finished answering. I immediately reported this emergency to the technicians and Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe is resting at home at the moment. After hearing the news, I rushed over overnight. It's no big deal if a radar breaks down. If there are problems with 2 or 3 machines, I will be punished. Not to mention that all the radars had problems. How is it related to Pearl River 888? What's this kid doing? Tang Zhe came to the connection hall of the Marine base. It looked at the largest radar imager, which showed a huge mosaic flying over the Ministry of Marine's base. Many naval staff officers nearby were talking about this, with strange expressions on their faces. Everyone knows that Zhujiang 888 is a fishing boat. But now, the radar shows that it has become a mosaic. It looks a lot like that thing. Or maybe Zhujiang 888 has been transformed into a mosaic. Or there's something wrong with the radar. But after checking for a long time, the technicians found that there was no problem with the radar. All other warships appeared normal. Only number 888 Zhujiang has become a mosaic. Call Jiang Chen for me. In all his years in the industry, this was the first time Tang Zhe had seen anything so strange. He immediately asked the operator to contact Jiang Chen. Soon, Jiang Chen received warm greetings from Tang Zhe. Xiao Jiang, what are you doing in the middle of the night? Jiang Chen smiled and replied, I'm testing it. Didn't you say I'd let you know if there were any good stuff? So, how about the latest high-tech thing on my fishing boat? Tang Zhe was stunned. The latest black technology? His eyes lit up and he quickly asked, what black technology? Jiang Chen, didn't you notice? There's something wrong with the radar imaging. Because my small fishing boat uses the latest stealth material, part of it is invisible, so the image you see is incomplete. Tang Zhe reacted and looked overjoyed. You mean, you have developed a new type of stealth material? Jiang Chen, yes, how is the effect? Tang Zhe cursed. The effect is really good. But you don't have to make it a mosaic, right? Jiang Chen was puzzled. What do you mean by a mosaic? I only painted a part because I didn't have enough materials. If I painted it all over, you wouldn't be able to see where I am at all. Tang Zhe. Someone, send it the radar imaging video of Zhujiang 888. Soon, Jiang Chen received a video from the Navy base. He stopped in midair. Click on the video to take a look. As a result, I saw that Zhujiang number 888 became a mosaic. He was stunned. Then I realized it. It turned out that when he was applying it in the front, he mainly applied it in a parallel manner. When Shuyin applies it at the back, she mainly applies it on the lower half. Plus there is not enough material. Lead 2. The unpainted part of the entire fishing boat forms a mosaic. This part that is not painted will naturally become a mosaic on the radar after being reflected by electromagnetic waves. Shuyin. Jiang Chen turned back speechlessly. Vomit. Just at this time, Shuyin put her head into the red bag. Make a horrible vomiting sound. Chapter 140 Electromagnetic Technology, Avenge the Past. Now you know what the red bag does? Seeing Shuyin vomiting profusely, Jiang Chen originally wanted to press the automatic return mode. Result. Careless. The 9-1 mode entered last time was clicked. This mode was originally prepared for Shuiyao. Accelerate to the limit at once. Then 9 phases of deceleration. Fuck. Wrong button. Wait for Jiang Chen to react. Shu Yin's throat was churning again, until the small fishing boat returned to the port and glided to a stop. Shu Yinkai struggled to climb out of the cockpit like a limp zombie. As he climbed, he waved his hands and said, "No more sitting, no more sitting, not in my next life." Vomit. Jiang Chen got her a bottle of mineral water. "I told you long ago, but you insisted on climbing up here." Jiang Chen looked helpless. He had warned her before, but she didn't care. Shu Yin took the water, rinsed her mouth, and drank a few big gulps. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and she finally felt a little better. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and said, "I don't blame you for what happened in the beginning, but what did you press in the end? Why did it suddenly accelerate once, and then decelerate in stages 9 times? I almost vomited my intestines. Just install the wingspan." This strange way of acceleration and deceleration is beyond the understanding of normal people. Jiang Chen chuckled. "This is not prepared for you. With Xue Yao's physique, she can certainly bear it. Shu Yin is not good enough." Shu Yin was confused. "I would like to ask a few more questions." However, at this time, Tang Zhe and his group were already rushing over. "Xiao Jiang, you are so hardworking. It's the middle of the night, and you're still over the base, painting mosaics?" Tang Zhe looked at Jiang Chen with a half-smile. "Young people nowadays are so creative and playful." Jiang Chen pointed at the fishing boat and spread his hands, saying, "Commander Tang, I swear, I definitely didn't do this on purpose. My assistant and I applied the materials together without any prior discussion, so this happened by mistake." "Okay, I believe it. But what I want to know more is, what kind of material are you talking about? Can electromagnetic waves actually penetrate 100% naturally?" Tang Zhe got back to the point and asked about the key points. Electromagnetic waves are a type of light wave that is highly reflective. Even an ant can reflect back an image. But Jiang Chen's small fishing boat, although small, is at least dozens of meters long. How can it have such a strong stealth effect? If this is true, Longming has made major breakthroughs in stealth materials, electronic information warfare, and fighter aircraft concealment. In modern warfare, defeat is often not due to hardware such as aircraft carriers, but they lost in the electronic information warfare. For example, in the 1990s, the Xiete Kingdom once used advanced electromagnetic wave technology to carry out electronic information warfare in the eastern waters of my country. At that time, my country's level of electromagnetic technology was too backward, and it was no match at all. The country of Xiete only sent out one electronic information machine, which emitted a large amount of electromagnetic waves in the eastern part of our country, causing our radar to determine that a large number of fighter jets had invaded our airspace. At that time, our country activated the highest level of combat readiness and sent out almost all the fighter jets in its hands in preparation for a major war. However, when they arrived at the designated airspace, they found that there was not a single enemy plane there. However, the radar still showed that a large number of fighter jets were circling in that airspace. Afterwards, it was an old soldier who discovered the electronic information machine with his naked eyes and drove the other party away. Since then, our country has realized the gap between the two sides in electromagnetic wave technology. To this day, the two sides are now ready to show their strength. But even so, the Xiete Kingdom has not yet fully mastered the technology to allow electromagnetic waves to penetrate 100%, because this means that electromagnetic waves are completely ineffective. If a false pattern appears on the radar, it is a kind of electromagnetic interference. That, disappearing completely from the radar, is truly terrifying. With a fake pattern, at least we know the enemy is coming. If even the fake pattern is gone, you may not even know how you died. There's no academic name for it yet. I call it yin-yang matter. It's all been painted on the hull, so there should still be some traces. But I didn't extract much, only 4G, so I only applied a portion. Jiang Chen replied. Tang Zhe moved forward and carefully examined number 888 Zhujiang. I looked at it for a long time. He suddenly remembered something. That is, as of now, this small fishing boat is not only equipped with the Quafu sun-chasing power, but also has a torch-passing energy device. It is coated with not only the carbon-9 molecules that can defend against explosions, but also the yin and yang substances that are 100% invisible. Oh, there are also electromagnetic guns and missile silos. And a huge wingspan. Considering that the aircraft carrier is too large, it is very difficult to modify it. Even the new aircraft carrier sister, Li, doesn't have so many advanced technologies. For a while, as the supreme commander of the Navy base, he didn't know whether to envy Zhujiang number 888 or Zhujiang number 888. Really, a little kid with a big brain. Small has its advantages. Where did you get this material? Next time you have it, can you give some to our marine department? Xiannu really needs it. Tang Ze said with a greedy look on his face. Zuin's speed is fast enough, but she can still be detected by radar. There is a certain probability of being hit by a missile. But if it is completely invisible, it really is like entering a deserted place. Maybe we can avenge the shame of the electronic information war back then. Extracted, source confidential. But I can guarantee that if I have this kind of material again next time, I will definitely give some to Zuinf. Jiang Chen promised. Although the small fishing boat can reach the same speed as Zuinf. But the small fishing boat cannot be rebuilt, but Zuinf can be copied. The aerospace carrier Luanio needs this kind of bomber to carry out breakouts, air control, and key strikes. That's great. So when are you going out to sea again? Tang Ze asked expectantly. Although it is not clear how their Dragon Academy conducts mecha training at sea. But this guy always gains something every time he goes out to sea. He suddenly felt a little bit excited to see Jiang Chen go out to sea again. In order to urge Jiang Chen to go out to sea, he also specifically said, as long as you go to the South Indian Ocean, Somalia, the Pacific Ocean, the Southern Waters, and near the Antarctic continent, you can freely seek the escort of the 4 major aircraft carriers. I, Tang, guarantee the deployment. Let any aircraft carrier provide escort? Shu Yin, who was standing by, heard this. I was so shocked that I gasped. The airport has turned into a small valley, sunken in. No. My wings are strong enough. Jiang Chen waved his hand indifferently. However, Tang Ze insisted. Of course, we've taken so many aircraft carriers from Xiete. I'm worried they'll retaliate against our freighters, so I've already put the aircraft carriers on high alert. If you go out to sea, you must be careful. When you encounter a problem, don't worry about the trouble. Just a satellite phone. Our justice will descend from the sky on auspicious clouds. Chapter 141 Paying grain and taxes, at least 2 kilograms. After saying goodbye to Tang Ze, Shu Yin said she wanted to take a few days off. Jiang Chen was planning to go fishing in the Pacific Ocean to see if there was any new black technology. On the other hand, they want to find yin and yang substances. If Su Fu could find the yin and yang substances, then since my surname is Jiang, I should be able to find it too, right? Although the above sentence has no logical connection, it does not affect Jiang Chen's thinking at all. Return home. It's almost 9 o'clock in the evening. The light on the balcony was warm orange and a little dim. Jiang Shaoran should be sleeping in the guest bedroom. Shui Yao was leaning against the headboard of the bed in the master bedroom, flipping through a book about interstellar air combat. Although the location of the Luanio base has not yet been determined, it does not affect her desire to get a Luanio to drive. Especially after knowing that Jiang Chen's small fishing boat actually had wings, she wanted to drive a flying aircraft carrier. That is, an aerospace carrier. If I were to drop from the sky in my Luanio someday, I would definitely scare my husband. This feels familiar. Shui Yao raised her head. He happened to see Jiang Chen crawling forward stealthily, as if trying to escape his sharp eyes. I'm back. Shui Yao spoke softly. A pair of eyes glowed with silver light, looking like lasers. Jiang Chen stood up as if nothing had happened. You haven't slept yet. Waiting for you. Sister Li is almost done resting. I have to go to Antarctica. Shui Yao said. After the Belt and Road Initiative began, a large amount of materials needed to be transported to the Antarctic continent. In addition to escorting, Sister Li also undertakes some transportation work, mainly transporting large equipment. For example, there are giant excavators that specialize in digging iron ore, copper ore, and metals, as well as icebreakers. Although the Antarctic continent is rich in various mineral resources, it has a large amount of ice after all. If we want to use it to build the Panga base, we have to once again demonstrate the strength of the infrastructure maniac there. Going to Antarctica? That's a bit out of the way. Jiang Chen has explored the southern waters, the southern Indian Ocean, Somalia, the northern Arabian Sea, and the Antarctic continent. There is still a very large ocean that has not been explored. That's the Pacific Ocean. The Eurasian continent, as the largest landmass, only occupies 1/3 of the Pacific Ocean. You can imagine how big the Pacific Ocean is. That means we might be separated for another 10 days or half a month? Shui Yao said with some reluctance. Jiang Chen touched her head and said, if love lasts for a long time, it will last from morning till night. I may not ride every morning and every night, but I must pay the grain tax, not a penny less. I wrote it all down in my little notebook. Shui Yao said sternly. He was not corrupted at all by Jiang Chen's sugar-coated bullets. It's so crazy. How is this different from the ancient landlords oppressing small farmers? Jiang Chen wailed in his heart. Why are you whining? You're back so late today and haven't done anything yet. Come with me. Shui Yao said. Pull Jiang Chen to the balcony. It's sunny tonight, and the balcony breeze is cool. The poor little farmers are carrying their loads of grain to pay their taxes. Suddenly, Footsteps were heard in the living room. He was shocked. When I turned around, I saw Jiang Chen groping towards the refrigerator. She was in pajamas, with disheveled hair. He was still muttering to himself. Mengpa soup, Mengpa soup. 1 bowl and forget it. 2 bowls are not enough. 3 bowls and go to fight the tiger. Take a closer look. Jiang Chen actually had her eyes closed. My goodness, what is she mumbling about? Why is she still closing her eyes? He must be sleepwalking. Pay your bills. The next day, the 3 of them were having breakfast at the dining table. Uncle, did I sleepwalk last night? Jiang Chen was eating fried dough sticks when she suddenly asked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was shocked. Damn, you won't see anything. That's really too social. He said vaguely. What's wrong? I don't seem to be very clear. I had a sleepwalking habit when I was a kid, but I can't remember it clearly. I can only vaguely remember some images. Jiang Chen said with a frown, looking towards the balcony. I think I went to the refrigerator. Then when I returned to the bedroom, I vaguely saw someone on the balcony. There's more than one, but I didn't see it clearly, so I went back to the bedroom. Shueyao. Jiang Chen coughed. Ahem, maybe you saw it wrongly. It's the clothes on the balcony. Really? That might be because I'm confused. Jiang Chen didn't suspect anything and continued to eat breakfast. After Jiang Chen finished eating, he told her, Xiaoran, I might have to go out to sea today and tomorrow, and your aunt is also going to do an internship. So I might not be able to take care of you. How about this? I'll transfer some money to you. During this period, which might be 10 days or even half a month, you can buy groceries and cook for yourself, right? Although Jiang Xiaoran is already an adult, her uncle and aunt asked her to come and live with them during the summer vacation, so she still needs to be taken care of a little. Jiang Chen said this as he was about to give her a red envelope. Jiang Xiaoran immediately waved his hand and refused. Uncle, no need. I'm interning at Tianxin Group. Selling 1 bowl makes 10,000. I can definitely earn it myself. Sure. I, Jiang Xiaoran, will definitely be able to support myself. Jiang Xiaoran swore solemnly, and then she asked curiously, by the way, Uncle, where are you going to sea? Why does it take 10 days or half a month? Pacific Ocean. What? The Pacific Ocean? Isn't that very dangerous? Jiang Xiaoran said with some concern. I saw online recently that our Dragon Nation seems to have picked up a Xiete Nation aircraft carrier. World War III could break out at any time. It's too dangerous for you to go to the Pacific Ocean now. World War. Don't worry. The possibility of a world war is basically zero. Jiang Chen shook his head. A basic logic is, in previous world wars, firepower coverage was limited, and those who died on the battlefield were ordinary people, while the powerful and wealthy were safe. But it's different with nuclear bombs. Once we start, we will all die without distinction. From this perspective, there is basically no need for major powers to launch a nuclear war, because the essence of war is for profit. If all the powerful people like me are dead, what's the point of fighting the war? So, this is also why, even though so many aircraft carriers of the Xiete Kingdom were picked up, the exchange of nuclear bombs still did not happen. Certainly, Jiang Chen also knew that not dropping a nuclear bomb did not mean there would be no fighting. Given the nature of the pirate civilization of Xiete, they will definitely fight back. This is also the reason why Tang Zhe asked him to be careful. After all, the country of Xiete still has 3 aircraft carriers, especially the one in the Arctic Circle, which can suppress polar bears with an aircraft carrier. There must be great terror inside. Then you still have to be careful. Jiang Xiaoran. Shueyao watched the uncle and nephew exhorting each other and couldn't help but interrupt. Xiaoran, Auntie, is also going to work overseas. Well, Auntie, take good care of your skin. I heard the sun is brighter abroad. Jiang Xiaoran handed the skincare products she usually used to Shueyao. Shueyao. Another day passed. Jiang Xiaoran went to Tianxin Group for an internship. Shueyao also received a notice from the Ministry of the Navy that the sisterly had a mission and would probably leave the port in the afternoon. Jiang Chen is not ready to go out to sea yet, so he dressed Shueyao up. Before, it was Shueyao who sent Jiang Chen out to sea. This time, it was Jiang Chen who sent Shueyao out to sea. Moreover, Shueyao put on her own slim-fitting Azure aircraft carrier commander uniform. Her slender figure of 1.75 meters tall makes her look even more like a goddess when set off by her clothes. Looking at Jiang Chen up and down, he seemed to be wishing he could advance the grain tax. Shueyao felt sweet inside. She stood on tiptoe and placed her buttocks lightly on the dining table. A pair of eyes with a faint silver luster stared at Jiang Chen with full anticipation. Come, before we part, praise my wife. The front is convex and the back is curved. The curves are attractive. This butt is great. Jiang Chen praised. How nice. Shueyao wanted to hear more adjectives. Jiang Chen scratched his head and racked his brains to praise. It's so tall, it can at least pull 2 kilograms, right? Chapter 142. Sit in the well and watch the sky. 10 famous generals. Jiang Chen took advantage of the fact that the sisterly aircraft carrier formation had not yet started and quickly drove his small fishing boat out of the port. It's too late to leave. He was really worried that sisterly wouldn't let him go. But this time going out to sea, Jiang Chen did not bring the Tianjiang mecha with him again. Instead, he brought the 3 terracotta warriors. They sailed their boats and followed the small fishing boats. Although they are terracotta warriors, they seem to have started follower mode since Jiang Chen fished them out and found a Tang Dynasty sailboat for them. No matter what Jiang Chen asked them, they would answer. It will even automatically follow Jiang Chen. It's like a tamed mecha. It's just a claim mecha from the Qin Dynasty. The production process is extremely complicated. Many crafts have been lost. It would be very difficult for Jiang Chen to recreate it. At the very least, a renaissance is needed. Only in this way can the splendid craftsmanship of ancient times be revived in the world. Call out. This time, the small fishing boat did not go south again. Instead, it flew towards the northeast. When passing by Guagua Island, the radar on Guagua Island suddenly sounded an alarm. Warning, warning. A UFO is flying over Guagua Island. The guards were stunned when they saw 4 UFOs displayed on the radar. One is a fishing boat. It even has wings. 3 are sailing ships. Powered by canvas? What the hell is this? The guards had never seen such a scene before. The Zhuan fighter plane flew over before. Later, an aircraft carrier passed by. There is also the Tang Long early warning aircraft that collects information unscrupulously. You can say that. Every routine cruise makes the cruisers terrified. I wanted to embroider the flag overnight in case I had no token of surrender. But this time, not only were they terrified, they were also a little confused. Flying fishing boat. A non-powered sailboat? What kind of alien black technology is this? Is it possible that this wasn't invented by Dragon Country but came from alien space? Of course, it's said that Dragon Country can't even afford tea eggs, so how could they possibly invent this kind of advanced technology? The guards consoled themselves. But at this moment, radar showed that the Chinese characters Pearl River number 888 were painted on the side of the passing small fishing boat. Quack! The guards were speechless and could only stare at the sky as if nothing had happened. Just like a frog in a well, looking at the sky. And Jiang Chen passed by. The gifts have been prepared long ago. He took out a thick stack of printed promotional posters from the cockpit. Throw it down. Follow the wind. The posters were blown all over the island. The guard quickly sent someone to pick it up. You'll know at a glance. There were 5 big buckets of instant noodles on it. Fishing boats and sailboats flew by, and the news of the poster being picked up quickly spread throughout Gua Island. Someone took some blurry photos. Flying fishing boat. Suspected to be an unpowered sailboat. Is it the Chinese Renaissance or alien black technology? The quacks were very surprised. The fishing boat can actually fly. Ancient sailboats could actually take off. Has their technology really reached this level? To this, mainland netizens responded indifferently. Chinese culture is the top trend, and Chinese literature and art will surely be revived. Impossible. Quackda. That's right, absolutely impossible, quack. Quack, quack, quackda. Quack, quack, quack. Daily poster mission January 1st, completed. Jiang Chen flew away in a small fishing boat. The fighter jets sent out on patrol by the Ministry of Naval Base will scatter some things when they have nothing to do. It is considered a daily task. As a member of the aircraft carrier formation, it is of course a good habit for Jiang Chen to do some daily tasks. It's like taking a shower before going to bed after taking a shit. Fly out of the first island chain. After entering the Pacific Ocean, Jiang Chen let the small fishing boat fall into the sea. The nearby Xiete Kingdom base is currently in an idle state because it has no aircraft carrier escort. Therefore, with the disappearance of aircraft carriers, their original island chain blockade no longer poses any threat to passing cargo ships and warships. If you dare to send out fighter planes, the Dragon Soul will come and play go bang with the other party. Anyway, the other side has no aircraft carrier to support them and is basically in an isolated and helpless state. If you dare to take action, you will end up being surrounded and suppressed. Jiang Chen turned on the automatic cruise and cast out the fishing net. Then sail slowly. There was no response on the first day. The next day, still no response. Until the next day, the cockpit interface showed that he had sailed 800 miles in the Pacific Ocean. It is approximately around 30 degrees north latitude and 150 degrees east longitude. The system is moving. A large catch has been caught. The host closes the net in time. The fishing net is pulled. A tall figure that was 3 meters and 3 inches tall broke out of the water, and with a loud bang, It was like a 1,000-pound rock falling on one's heart. The dream lasted for thousands of years. What year is it now? Wang Jian let out a faint sigh. The long spear in his hand was more than 4 meters long. It is densely covered with seal characters, emitting a hazy, old light. It looks extremely mysterious. Oh shit. The terracotta warriors again. How strange. How come all the terracotta warriors ended up in the sea? Jiang Chen was a little puzzled. According to ancient books, isn't the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang in northern Shaanxi? Why are there terracotta warriors in this ocean? Jiang Chen didn't have time to think. The system prompts again. If you have caught a large catch, please close the net in time. Here we go again. Jiang Chen pulled up quickly. Then another terracotta warrior, more than 3 meters tall, appeared on the deck holding a Wei spear. He was completely stunned. The great general of the Qin dynasty, Wang Bin. Wang Jian's son. You father and son, how come? Jiang Chen was about to ask how they ended up together. The system issued a third prompt. Wow. As the fishing net is pulled up, Gan Mao appeared before his eyes. Still as tall and mighty as ever. He was holding an axe as big as a chair. Judging from the momentum, if the axe comes down, the elephant's head will probably fall off. Have I disturbed the terracotta army? To avoid the terracotta warriors below, Jiang Chen continued fishing. Then Sima Qiu, Ing Ji, Meng Ao, and Ren Xiong, for famous generals of the Qin state, emerged from the water one after another. These terracotta warriors are taller than each other, with the tallest being 5 meters. Everyone also has his or her own ancient weapon, especially Ren Xiong. Just by looking at the name, you can tell that he is very arrogant. Looking at his 5-meter height further confirms this point. Jiang Chen tilted his head back, feeling that if he jumped up he could only hit his knees. As they boarded the boat, their weight of dozens of tons really made the soft waist of the small fishing boat creak. Welcome to the Pacific, Mr. Mighty Terracotta Warrior. Jiang Chen greeted these terracotta warriors. The Pacific Ocean? Is it the lake ruled by the Qin dynasty? Ren Xiong, as expected of Ren Xiong, demanded that the Pacific Ocean belong to the king's land and lakes. Jiang Chen explained, it has no ownership yet. That is what the king is in charge of. Ren Xiao nodded. Then look into the distance. Its eyes glowed gray, as if it had clairvoyance, seeing something in the distance. If this is the king's land, why are there blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners running rampant? Blonde and blue-eyed interracial? Jiang Chen took out a telescope and scanned the area, but did not see any cargo ships nearby. It seems to be beyond visual range. Only, could he really see foreign merchant ships from dozens of miles away with his own eyes? Jiang Chen asked, what was the name of the ship you saw? Sachiro number. Chapter 143, Fire Inheritance, 10 horses pulling a boat. Sachet? It does sound like a foreign merchant ship. But Jiang Chen didn't care much. Because he didn't know that this person was the mother of the sewing machine Prince Lu Wan. Many strong men, please be patient. Let me salvage it for a while. Jiang Chen picked up the fishing net and went to catch the terracotta warriors again. The 10 famous generals of the immortal Qin have all come out. He doesn't believe that Qin Shi Huang is not nearby. And at this moment, Ren Xiong also noticed Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and Li Xian on the sailboats not far away, and suddenly he seemed to understand something. The mud-gray armor on his chest was flashing with a lot of energy, as if it was activating something. He spoke in a voice full of ancient Chinese, as if reading out an imperial decree. The day when the 10 great Qin generals appear together is the day when the immortal Qin fire seed will be passed on. This word came out. The armor on Meng Tian, Bai Qi, and Li Xian all reacted one after another. Soon, the 10 famous generals were constantly flashing with 10 rays of light, connecting to each other. Something seems to have been activated. What's going on? Jiang Chen was bewildered. Why did they suddenly light up? It's not going to explode, is it? Just when Jiang Chen was worried about being bombed. The 10 great immortals, Qin Mingnan, suddenly surrounded Jiang Chen. They are all tall and mighty. The shortest is 2 meters tall, and the average height is 3.5 meters. In comparison, Jiang Chen, who was only 1.8 meters tall, suddenly looked much more delicate. They looked at Jiang Chen with burning eyes. It seems that you are the successor to the inheritance of the immortal Qin fire. Jiang Chen, _ Who I am? Where am I? What are you going to do? I would rather be bombed than have a localized downpour. Seeing Jiang Chen's bewildered expression, Ren Xiong explained, the inheritance of the immortal Qin fire seed is part of the Nanchaman plan. Thousands of years ago, Master Qin had already calculated through celestial motion that the successor to the fire seed source would appear today. Nanchaman project? Astrology? Jiang Chen seemed to understand. Do you Xian Qin also have the Nanchaman plan? Ren Xiao shook his head and said, No. To be precise, the Nan Tianmen project has been started since the ancient mythological era. So far, it has evolved into about 5 versions. Rin Xiao looked at the 4 extra star rays in the area near the Big Dipper and made calculations. According to its memory, during the Xianqin period, there were no 4 rays of light near the Big Dipper. Now there are 4 star rays, which means there are 4 iterations. According to Master Qin's prediction, 4 stars, 1 Big Dipper. When the 5 great inheritances succeed, the Nantian plan will be complete. This is the oldest source and farthest future of the Nantianmen project. After hearing this, Jiang Chen was shocked. The Nantianmen project has actually existed since ancient times. Now, it has been iterated 4 times. Once in ancient times. Xianqin once. There are 3 more. Is it Tang, Song, or Ming? Oh, the carbon-9 molecule in the Ming dynasty can prove that the Ming dynasty probably iterated once. The same is true of Tang dynasty sailboats. So there is still 1 Song missing. But Rin Xiong knew nothing about the Tang, Ming, or Song dynasties. He simply said, just look at the 4 rays of light next to the Big Dipper. They didn't exist in our time. Junior understands. Bring it on. Don't have pity on me. Jiang Chen's eyes were firm. Modern technology alone cannot even handle the Earth's magnetic field. The Nantianmen plan currently set by Longming is probably just a small product of this era. Only by digesting the inheritance accumulated from the previous 5 times. Only then can we truly create the Nantianmen of cosmic level. And this is the first step. Let's start with the top 10 tough guys in Xianqin. Jiang Chen knew that everyone's first time might be a little painful. But he was prepared. Don't be nervous. Quick and painless. Rin Xiong comforted him. After the top 10 macho men's lights connected, a stream of high-energy particles mixed with a large number of script characters rushed into Jiang Chen's body. These high-energy particles seemed to record information from the Xianqin era. Jiang Chen was in a state of turmoil. Modern technology mainly relies on computers to transmit information. Unexpectedly, in the Xianqin era, information could already be transmitted by relying on high-energy particles. Just a second. He just felt that there seemed to be an extra brain-computer interface in his mind, and this interface was connected to the high-energy particle columns of the tough guys. Jiang Chen did not feel any pain, but he was still shocked by the complex, vast, and magnificent Xianqin technology. The knowledge that the system had previously taught it was limited to the Earth's magnetic field and the production of terracotta warriors and mecha. But this time, the information from the inheritance of the immortal Qin fire seed completely overturned his worldview. This is the real Nantianmen plan, Jiang Chen murmured. He looked at Rin Xiong and said, Senior, do you know why this Nantianmen project started in ancient times? What's the matter? The modern Nantianmen project is mainly aimed at developing science and technology to fight against hegemonic countries. What was the purpose of the ancient Nantianmen project? Rin Xiao looked up at the starry sky. The Milky Way has changed. The torch of humanity needs to be passed down through the Nantianmen. Has the galaxy changed? Could it be aliens? Jiang Chen seemed to understand something. If we really encounter aliens, it would be difficult to resist them relying solely on modern technology. But if you digest the 5 ancient fire inheritances, then it will be a sure thing. After all, Xianqin technology alone is enough for Jiang Chen to predict that he can colonize the solar system. If we can find the ancient times, Tang, Song, and Ming dynasties, we will definitely dominate the Milky Way. We don't know. Wait and see. Since the heir has inherited the Xianqin technology, he can be considered the descendant of our great Qin. Let us give you another chance. Rin Xiong finished speaking. A high-energy particle appeared in their bodies, the ions condensed, and finally formed a tiger talisman. It fell into Jiang Chen's hands. Give it a command to summon the terracotta horse. Terracotta warriors. It is divided into soldier terracotta warriors and horse terracotta warriors. Jiang Chen held the tiger talisman in his hand, which was warm and cool on the surface. He ordered. Millet. The words fell. 20 miles away, 50 miles away, 100 miles away, 10 terracotta horses rose into the sky. They come from the void with the help of the Earth's magnetic field. Hiss. 10 terracotta horses landed around the small fishing boat, neighing to stop it. The 10 Qin terracotta warriors jumped up immediately. From today on, our mission will change from inheriting the immortal Qin fire to protecting the inheritor. The people are here, the soldiers are here, and the horses are here too. Men are dead, soldiers are destroyed, and horses are dead. The words fell. The terracotta horses released high-energy particle columns that acted like ropes, linking the small fishing boats together. Good fellow. This is so impressive. In ancient times, there were 9 dragons pulling coffins. Now there are 10 horses pulling a boat. Chapter 144. Such a fate, swallowed in one gulp. Surf mode. On the boundless blue Pacific Ocean, Jiang Chen's small fishing boat was connected by 10 terracotta warriors in the form of high-energy particle columns. At this moment, he was conveying his orders to the Tiger Talisman. Swish. 10 terracotta horses are running on the sea. Driven by the Earth's magnetic field, they are completely walking on the sea, and the small fishing boat is like a skateboard, playing surfing mode on the Pacific Ocean. This surfing mode was defined by Jiang Chen, similar to skipping stones on water, but it is more stable and will not break out of the water. The terracotta horses also travel at semisonic speed. This surfing mode is a top-notch experience. Jiang Chen laughed. He had also disabled the power system of the small fishing boat. Turn out, the power of this terracotta horse pulling is just as smooth. Even if there is a wave coming from the opposite side, these terracotta horses can also ride the waves, allowing small fishing boats to surf smoothly. Floating mode. Underwater mode. 20 times the speed of sound mode. Jiang Chen experienced the two modes one after another. In floating mode, 10 terracotta horse statues are spread out in a circle, with a small fishing boat hanging in the middle, able to float in any direction. Underwater mode. The main purpose was to hide the terracotta horse, making it look like the small fishing boat was moving by itself, but in fact there were 10 big men underneath. As for 20 times the speed of sound, it is 2 times faster than Zuan's limit of 10 times the speed of sound. Its speed is simply terrifying. Stop, stop, stop. Jiang Chen quickly let the terracotta horses rest for a while. As an S-series, he found that he could easily withstand 20 times the speed of sound with only slight breathing pressure. But it's different for small fishing boats. Even if there is carbon-9 molecular material, but the small fishing boat still creaked a little. It seems there's still room for improvement on this carbon-9 molecule. The clay used to make the terracotta warriors is good. Jiang Chen stared at the mud on the terracotta horses. They travel at 20 times the speed of sound, and nothing happens. According to the knowledge Jiang Chen had in his mind, this kind of soil was not ordinary. Only, the raw materials of these soils were also found by the immortal iron craftsman sent by the Qin Emperor after searching for a long time. I wonder if this kind of material still exists on modern Earth. Just as Jiang Chen was testing various modes of the 10-horse boat pulling the boat on the sea, in the sky, and even underwater, 100 nautical miles away, the 100-meter-long Sakharin was sailing on the sea. The Sakharin was originally a retired warship of the Xiete Kingdom. It was previously assigned to the Pacific Fleet and was a destroyer. Later he retired and stayed in the port for a long time. As Sakharin watched the lighthouse setting in the sunset, she felt uneasy. I always feel that the financial crash in Lighthouse is about to break out at any time. So she exchanged her remaining US dollar assets. Last time, due to leverage and gambling on future cars, we lost hundreds of billions of dollars. Now there are only a few tens of billions of dollars left. However, these tens of billions of dollars are still enough for her to buy retired warships, armed cruise ships, and helicopters, even installing small missile systems. This is not. There were 4 or 5 armed cruise ships around the Sakharin. She has made preparations. After the war between Dongtu and the lighthouse, she will live a life like Tao Yuan Ming on the ocean. Fight, fight. It would be best if you drop nuclear bombs on each other. Then I will consider returning to land. At this moment, Sakharin was lying on the deck, enjoying sunbathing. Her Tao Yuanming fleet is well equipped with sufficient military power and has multiple supply ports around the world. Each supply was enough to keep her floating on the ocean for several months. Mrs. Thatcher, a major discovery. Just when Thatcheron had given up on rescuing her son and husband and was waiting for the two major powers to make peace with each other, the butler in Tang's suit hurried over. Sakharin closed her eyes and said, "I'm no longer interested in any major discoveries. I just want to enjoy my retirement. It's Zhujiang 888. The radar shows it's right ahead." The butler in Tang's suit just finished speaking. Then he found that Thatcheron had appeared in front of him. Her face, which originally had a dignified and elegant look, was now filled with resentment. Pearl River 888. Sakharin followed the butler to the command room. The butler in Tang's suit said, "Yes, the radar shows there's a fishing boat not far from us, and it has a logo on its hull. Look, it's Zhujiang 888. Sakharin took a closer look and frowned. Why is this fishing boat? The words Zhujiang number 888 were detected by radar because they were not covered with yin and yang substances. Some other parts cannot be scanned. Then, in Sakharin's radar system, Zhujiang 888 also appeared as a mosaic. The butler in Tang's suit was also a little puzzled. He explained, "Maybe this is what Pearl River 888 looks like." At present, the Sakharin is still beyond visual range from the small fishing boat and cannot be seen through the telescope. Therefore, we can only rely on the images returned by the radar to make judgments. Normally, radar is very accurate, unless there is electromagnetic interference from the military. Therefore, Sacharong quickly accepted this explanation. She narrowed her eyes and said, "This damned little fishing boat has put my family in jail. Now that we have such a destiny, let's give it a chance to have a new life." Pass the order down. Launch the Sakharin missile. The butler in Tang's suit nodded immediately. Yes. Call out. 1 minute later, the missile system of the Sakharin was activated. A missile was fired from the bottom of the hull. It broke the surface of the water. In a parabolic manner, fly towards the small fishing boat shown on the radar. Madam, it is estimated that the enemy will be killed in 2 minutes. The butler in Tang's suit spoke. Sakharin nodded. She picked up the red wine, shook the glass gracefully, and looked quietly at the radar display, which showed that the missile was being thrown towards the small fishing boat. Just as the missile was about to hit the small fishing boat, the missile suddenly exploded in the air 3 miles away from the small fishing boat. The missile was attacked by an unknown energy source and missed its target. The radar system sounded an alarm. Sacharong was stunned. What's going on? The butler in Tang's suit was also confused. Unknown energy? Could it be an anti-missile system? Impossible. There's no indication on the radar. Bang. Sudden. The Sakharin shook violently. The wine glass in Thatcheron's hand shook her all over. She looked frightened. While holding onto the handrail inside, he looked in horror at the group of retired sailors rushing in from outside the command room. What's going on? It's a supernatural organism under the ocean, ma'am. We need to leave this area urgently. The sailors shouted. The missile that was just launched made a lot of noise. It seems to have caused dissatisfaction among some sea beasts under the ocean. Just now, a huge sea fish crashed into the Sacharin's ship, causing violent waves. Supernatural organism. What supernatural organism is it? Sakharin ran away unwillingly. She wanted to continue launching missiles to send the small fishing boat to hell first. However, next second, the sailors had not yet spoken. A huge sea fish weighing hundreds of tons and with rhinoceros horns flew out of the sea and crashed into the side of the deck. The huge size caused the deck of the warship, which had been retired for many years, to suddenly emit a terrifying wail. The sounds of breaking, leaking electricity, and panic were endless. Oh no, it's a water rhino. It's the supernatural organism that Mexico has a $100 million bounty on. The butler in Tang's suit let out a cry of despair. This is the third most wanted supernatural organism of unknown sequence. The last time it appeared was in the Bermuda Triangle. Rumor has it that it swallowed a Mexican warship. And now, it actually appeared in the Pacific Ocean. They also set their sights on the Sakharin. Hurry up. Sacharong squatted on the ground and also screamed in fear. However, the entire warship was thrown into great chaos and collision. There is no way to escape this area. Roar. When the Sakharin was hit almost to the stairs, the water rhinoceros opened its huge mouth and swallowed the Sacharong in one gulp. Chapter 145 Longming, King of the East. After the Sakharin was swallowed, the rest of the armed cruise ships were stunned. It's not that they didn't use guns and cannons to drive away the water rhinoceros, but the other party completely ignored the gun and cannon attacks. As the water rhinoceros swallowed the Sacharong and dived into the ocean again, they were so scared that they scattered in all directions, fearing that it would rush out of the sea again and randomly choose a lucky little cutie. But I waited for a long time. The water rhinoceros seemed to be full and did not show up again for a while. What should I do? Everyone on the armed cruise ship looked at each other in confusion. They were employed by Sakharin, but now she has been fed to the fish. What should I do with my salary this month? The evil capitalist didn't even pay his salary before he died. After everyone was stunned, they prepared to divide the cruise ship. Soon, several armed cruise ships fell into civil unrest. And not long after, Jiang Chen also came to this sea area in a small fishing boat. Damn it! How dare you launch a missile at me? Jiang Chen's small fishing boat naturally detected the arrival of the missile. He doesn't need to launch anti-missiles. A terracotta horse raised its neck, opened its mouth, and released a beam of high-energy particles, accurately hitting the missile. But Jiang Chen didn't feel relieved. He drove a small fishing boat and killed his way here. I want to see what kind of monster this Sacharong is. Why launch missiles at yourself? However, when he arrived here, the Sakharin had already been killed by the sea monster. There were only a few cruise ships nearby, parked there. Jiang Chen walked around for a long time, but didn't see the Sacharong. I was wondering. After noticing those cruise ships, he drove over immediately. At this time, The terracotta warriors have entered underwater mode, so only small fishing boats can be seen sailing on the sea. Hello, is there a ship named Sakharin that has appeared nearby? Jiang Chen asked loudly to everyone on the deck. On deck now. Many people are dividing up cruise assets and partying. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, someone shouted back, he's dead. The landlord is dead. We are dividing the land. Huh? Dead? Jiang Chen was stunned. How did he die? It was eaten by a fish. Ouch. Everyone on the deck cheered. Fish? What kind of fish can eat a big ship? Jiang Chen asked again. Someone poked his head out. It was a Chinese worker. He threw a large bag of gold nuggets to Jiang Chen and said, Brother, stop asking questions and leave quickly. There are sea beasts nearby. Be careful not to get eaten. I want to ask, what is the origin of this Sakharin, and how did it get eaten by a sea monster? Don't you know, Thatcheron? The Queen of Wall Street Finance. The Queen of Wall Street Finance. Jiang Chen searched for a while. Only then did I know that Sasharong had a son named Lu Wan. It turns out she's the mother of that kid Lu Wan. No wonder you throw missiles at me when you meet me. This is going to kill me. It's a pity that I came a step too late. Otherwise I would have sent you and your son in to work the sewing machine together. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Since she had been eaten by the sea beast, Jiang Chen didn't stay here for too long. Get ready to leave here. Just then, huge waves arose on the sea. The water rhino appeared again. Its huge and terrifying body was heading towards swallowing an armed cruise ship. Everyone on the deck was celebrating, and they were scared to death when they saw the water rhinoceros. Huh? A sea monster appeared? Horse terracotta. Jiang Chen tightly grasped the tiger talisman and gave an order. A column of high-energy particles from underwater instantly burst out of the water. A pillar pierced the head of the water rhinoceros. This fish head weighs at least dozens of tons and is as big as an elephant. Just as it was about to devour the armed cruise ship, it was instantly cut in half by high-energy particles. Boom. The fish head hit the deck and blood gushed out. Everyone on the deck was stunned. His whole body was covered in fish blood. It's called a gold header. After beating up this water rhinoceros, Jiang Chen smiled slightly and drove away in the small fishing boat. After reacting, everyone on the deck ran to the deck railing and looked in the direction where the small fishing boat was leaving. Holy crap! What happened? Did that fishing boat just emit a strong beam of light? I thought it was a missile. It suddenly launched and cut off the head of this stupid fish. Everyone was amazed. Don't stare at me. They've already left. What are we going to do with this fish head? It's so big, it's going to break the deck. Someone asked a question. Covered in blood, he was still reluctant to drop the gold nuggets in his arms. The Chinese worker said, Isn't this water rhinoceros on the bounty list? It's worth 100 million US dollars. Let's take the fish head and ask Mexico for the reward. Good idea. Let's divide it equally. Everyone was very happy. Who would mind a little more money? Said. Everyone took out axes, kitchen knives, fruit knives, and other knives, ready to cut the fish head into a smaller size. Just as everyone was cutting, a white man suddenly took out a treasure bag from the fish's mouth. He raised the brocade bag in his hand in confusion. What's this? It seems to be Chinese. Let Lao Chen take a look. Everyone called the Chinese worker over. The Chinese worker looked down, and his eyes suddenly widened. It was clearly written on it. Longgushing, King of the East. Holy crap. Is this a prophecy from a supernatural being? The Chinese workers were so excited that they quickly took out their mobile phones and took selfies. A mysterious ancient water rhinoceros fish has revealed a secret treasure sachet in its mouth. Inside, it's inscribed. This message was posted on Facebook. The news spread quickly. The global media was shocked. Holy crap. This bloody scene is so horrifying. Is this a fish head? It's as big as an elephant. It turns out that the supernatural organisms circulating on the internet actually exist. For your information, there's a story about the rise of the Xiete Kingdom in ancient China. It's said that before the uprising of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, a fox shouted, "The great Chu rises, and Chun Sheng is king." A fisherman even found a lucky charm in a fish's mouth. So this supernatural creature also foreshadows the revival of the Dragon Kingdom and the rise of the East. Just as netizens were discussing it, Jiang Chen has already driven his small fishing boat eastward. Golden tie bird, water rhinoceros fish. There are more and more monsters in the ocean. Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter. This water rhinoceros is too huge and is obviously not a normal creature. I'm afraid that ordinary missiles will not be able to deal with it. The words fell. Several terracotta warriors looked towards him. Jiang Chen hurriedly explained, not including you. It's normal. This is a normal phenomenon caused by the chaos of the Earth's magnetic field. Ren Xiong didn't care, he explained. The Earth's magnetic field is chaotic? What does that mean? Jiang Chen asked quickly. He also hopes to use electromagnetic waves for stealth applications and magnetic field drive. Ren Xiao pointed to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean and said, at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, there is a Inyang Bagua left over from ancient times. This hexagram is 1,000 miles wide and is the first hexagram of the Inyang Bagua, Qianquan. The meaning of this hexagram is that heaven moves with vigor, and the gentleman should constantly strive to improve himself. What it means is that the movement of the Earth's celestial bodies has its own magnetic field laws. Only those who can adapt to it can continue to thrive. Jiang Chen nodded. He knows a little about the I Ching. The Book of Changes says that there are 64 hexagrams in the Inyang Bagua. Each hexagram can be used to calculate the heavens, the earth, and life. And this first hexagram is the Qianquan hexagram, which calculates the celestial body. People in the world call it the way of heaven. Only, Jiang Chen didn't expect this. This first hexagram is actually at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean? So what you're saying is that there's been a shift in the Inyang Bagua, causing the Earth's magnetic field to become chaotic, leading to the emergence of more and more supernatural organisms. Jiang Chen asked. Ren Xiao shook his head. To be precise, the Inyang Bagua only reflects the movement of celestial bodies. Celestial movement determines the Inyang Bagua. Generally speaking, celestial movement is difficult to predict, but the Inyang Bagua can accurately record it. As long as there is an abnormal movement in the Inyang Bagua, there is a high probability that the Earth's magnetic field will also be affected by the movement of celestial bodies. Jiang Chen seemed to have some understanding. He had heard years ago that each of the 64 hexagrams in the Book of Changes contained divine secrets, but no one could understand them. Chapter 146, Magnetic Field Chaos, Dragon Soul Lost. It seems that the future Dragon Palace can be built on the Qianquan Gua on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Jiang Chen looked at the huge waves rising in the Pacific Ocean and thought secretly in his heart. This Qianquan hexagram is really as its name suggests. Suppress the universe. Foretells the future. When Qianquan changes, heaven and earth change, and celestial bodies change. If you want to monitor celestial bodies, the best way is to establish a monitoring point similar to a weather station on the Qianquan hexagram. As a marine force determined to build up its own army on the seabed, Dragon Palace is a good choice to carry out this monitoring mission. Jiang Chen was thinking in his heart. Let the terracotta horses drag him and continue sailing towards the center of the Pacific Ocean. At the same time, the endless sea of the Pacific Ocean, 10,000 meters deep. There is hardly any light here, but the ocean currents are surging deep within. An unidentified creature with two huge glowing eyes swam silently by. Occasionally, there are even underwater volcanoes erupting, emitting dazzling light. Against the backdrop of these lights, if someone is nearby, they will be able to vaguely see that under the seabed, there is a strange pattern covering thousands of miles of light. It is the Qianquan hexagram among the Inyang Bagua. One yin and one yang. The patterns are peculiar. Countless marine creatures lurk in it, reproducing endlessly. But now, this ancient and huge Qianquan hexagram suddenly began to move slowly. Some dormant sea monsters around were making uneasy roars. Marine creatures within a radius of 100 miles scattered in all directions, looking terrified and panic-stricken. Even the birds that feed on marine life flying in the sky were in disarray, flying wildly in the sky as if they were lost. This unusual scene naturally attracted the attention of those who were interested. In the middle of the Pacific Ocean, a huge human fleet is cruising nearby. It was the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation. Near this location, there is an international route exclusively for Dragon Country. As long as it is a ship from Dragon Country, as long as it passes by here, it will receive unconditional escort from the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation. So, as long as the Dragon Soul does not return to port for rest, generally, they cruise back and forth on this route. This ensures that the endless stream of ocean-going cargo ships on the route are protected from the dangers of pirates, waves, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and even anchoring and leaks. Reporting to Dragon Soul Command, this is the Nyoto destroyer. Our ship has successfully escorted a convoy of ocean-going freighters that had strayed from their course and has now returned to its designated route. Reporting to the Dragon Soul Command Center, this is the Horse-Faced destroyer. Our ship has arrived at the designated sea area. The Dragon Country private cruise ship that was besieged by unknown marine creatures is now safe. Reporting to the Dragon Soul Command Center, this is the Black Impermanence cruiser, our ship. Radio messages were continuously transmitted to the Dragon Soul's command room. Inside the command room, an expressionless man who looked very ruthless now frowned slightly. He is the commander of the Dragon Soul, Yen Luo. But he was a little confused at the moment. Starting from yesterday, the number of reports of cargo ships deviation and ships being attacked began to increase dramatically. This is an event that might only happen once a week. Now it happens 4 or 5 times a day. In order to solve the problem and ensure that there are enough destroyers on the established route for the aircraft carrier, Yin Luo could only send destroyers and cruisers back and forth to the sea area for help. Commander, things have been a bit strange these past few days. Why are there so many cargo ships going off course? A staff officer also looked serious after analyzing the abnormal data of the past few days. If it was just a problem with the radar of a freighter that caused the deviation, then it would be nothing. But the sudden outbreak of so many incidents at the same time may indicate that something unusual is brewing. Just when Yin Luo hadn't figured out what was going on, suddenly, a satellite communication from the Marine base came over the radio. Calling Dragon Soul Commander Yin Luo, this is the Navy base. Satellite monitoring indicates that your aircraft carrier fleet has deviated 30 miles from its designated route. Please correct the situation immediately. Yin Luo and the others were all slightly stunned. Of course, they quickly checked the radar. The results show that the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation is still on its established route and has not deviated. At this moment, everyone looked at each other in confusion. The Dragon Soul's radar showed no problems, but the satellite at the Ministry of Marine base showed that it had deviated. So, who is wrong? Returning to the Marine Corps base, there seems to be a problem with our radar, and we are correcting it. Yin Luoxian asked technicians to come and test the radar. However, after studying it, the senior technician also frowned and said, Commander, there is no problem with this radar. Could it be that there's something wrong with the satellite at the Marine base? Some staff officers couldn't help but speculate. But after saying that, he shook his head. The Marine base has dozens of satellites. Even if there is a problem with one, does that mean all of them will be problematic? For a while, Yin Luo couldn't be sure who had the problem. Then, he ordered the aircraft carrier formation to stop sailing immediately, then send a distress signal to Tangze. Replying to the naval base, this is Yin Luo, please help call Commander Tangze. Our radar has experienced an unexplained deviation and cannot be corrected. Please give instructions. Tangze soon received information from the Dragon Soul. He immediately contacted the satellite monitoring station and asked them to reconfirm the location of the Dragon Soul. Turn out, dozens of satellites have detected that the Dragon Soul is at 22 degrees north latitude and 167 degrees west longitude. However, the Dragon Soul's radar showed that they were at 22 degrees north latitude and 166.5 degrees west longitude. Don't underestimate the difference of only 0.5 degrees. But the actual distance was already off course by dozens of nautical miles. If it is to execute military orders, it would be a mistake of 1,000 miles. There are no problems with dozens of satellites. The Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation also has dozens of radar detectors, so it's impossible for such a major accident to occur at the same time. If it were before, I might have thought it was the Xiete nation doing electronic jamming. But now, there are no Z aircraft carrier formations in the entire Pacific Ocean. That could only be a problem with the electromagnetic waves. After research, some electromagnetic technical experts made a preliminary judgment. You mean, there's a problem with the magnetic field in the area where the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation is located, causing the electromagnetic waves to distort? Tangze asked. The expert said, yes, the satellite is high in the sky and is affected by the Earth's magnetic field. It is slightly smaller and more accurate. But aircraft carriers are on the ocean and are subject to greater magnetic field effects. Maybe there's something wrong with the magnetic field in the sea over there. After getting the expert's confirmation, Tangze immediately sent instructions to the Dragon Soul. Please stay away from the sea area you are in. Then send your latitude and longitude coordinates. After receiving the news, Yin Luo immediately ordered the fleet to leave the nearby waters. However, as the fleet sailed and entered a sea area, their traces suddenly disappeared from the satellite monitoring screen. Dragon Soul, please reply if you receive this message. Tangze was also shocked when he noticed that the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation suddenly disappeared. He quickly sent a radio call. However, the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation did not respond. It was as if it had disappeared. Chapter 147, codename Shangyun, aircraft carrier under attack. What's going on? Tangze's expression changed drastically. This is a reorganized aircraft carrier fleet. If this suddenly disappeared, it would definitely be a huge loss. The electromagnetic experts were also confused. Even if the magnetic field is chaotic, causing the electromagnetic waves to be distorted and the information to be distorted, it is only a matter of yaw and inaccurate positioning. How can it be completely undetectable? Just as Tang Zei was constantly dispatching other satellites to search the nearby waters repeatedly, a staff officer suddenly looked suspicious. What battleship is this? Tang Zei looked and saw that the radar showed a small red dot slowly approaching the sea area where the Dragon Soul had disappeared before. Others didn't know that Pearl River 888 had gone to the Pacific Ocean, but Tang Zei knew that Zhujiang 888 had gone out to sea. He just took a glance and immediately shuddered all over. The Zhujiang 888, by some strange coincidence, unexpectedly headed towards the sea area where the Dragon Soul disappeared. Hurry, contact him. We can't let him enter this sea area. Tang Zei shouted urgently. The Dragon Soul suddenly got lost before, which was already enough of a headache. If the small fishing boat goes in and disappears again, it would definitely be like losing both the watermelon and the watermelon field. Pearl River 888, this is the Marine Corps base. Please reply. SSSSS level emergency call. Tang Zei issued a call of the highest level. Under normal circumstances, this is usually only sent to aircraft carriers. But at this moment, he actually activated the SSSSS level directly. You can imagine how anxious he was. SSSSS level call. Jiang Chen was also stunned when he received the big red emergency call from the cockpit. He switched on the radio. I'm Jiang Chen, old Tang, what's going on? Jiang Chen knew that, except for Tang Zei, no one else would look for him under normal circumstances. Tang Zei replied quickly. In the sea ahead of you, the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation has disappeared. The specific location is 22 degrees north latitude, west longitude. Please get your boat out of this sea area immediately. Repeat. This time, Tang Zei didn't play it safe anymore. He didn't explain clearly the last time the dragon god was surrounded, but this kid just rushed forward. Fortunately, the breakout was successful. If this really happened, Xia Zhongshuan would beat himself to death. So this time, he made his words very clear. Boy, there is a dangerous situation ahead. Run quickly, don't walk forward foolishly. However, after listening to the radio, Jiang Chen frowned and looked ahead. The location that Tang Zei mentioned was less than 20 nautical miles away from him. He could reach it by walking a little further. Why did the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation disappear there? Think of this. Jiang Chen replied immediately. Received. Zhujiang 888 received. Guaranteed to complete the mission. After Tang Zei received the reply, the whole person almost jumped up. Holy shit. Are you hard of hearing? I told you to get out of the way. How can you guarantee to complete the task again? What mission did I issue? Just about to call Jiang Chen again, but found out. This guy has turned off the microphone again. The staff officer nearby consoled him. Don't worry, Commander Tang. Perhaps when he said guaranteeing the mission, he meant avoiding navigation. Do you believe it yourself? Tang Zei smiled bitterly. I felt increasingly uneasy. And Jiang Chen at this moment. He was planning to go to the sea area where the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation disappeared to find out what happened. The 8 trigrams are moving, the magnetic field is in chaos, and the aircraft carrier formation is lost. This series of events shows that the sea ahead is not simple. Jiang Chen naturally knew that there was danger ahead, but he still resolutely planned to go forward. Terracotta warriors, listen to my orders. Moving at 20 times the speed of sound. Codename, Auspicious Cloud. Jiang Chen holds a tiger talisman. At the command, 10 terracotta horses underwater emerged from the water. They are tall and have a tremendous aura. There is almost no concept of acceleration. It directly used a high-energy particle column to pull the small fishing boat forward at 20 times the speed of sound. Only the small fishing boat and Jiang Chen's physique can withstand it. If the boat and the people were changed, it wouldn't be 10 horses pulling the boat, but 10 horses tearing the body apart. Chua. The extremely fast speed of the boat caused sonic boom clouds to appear at the tail of Zhujiang 888. A group of nearby seabirds were unable to dodge in time, and their eardrums were perforated. Their ears started bleeding instantly, and they screamed miserably. Obviously, they are deaf. As the small fishing boat rushed towards the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation. After struggling for more than 10 minutes, but still unable to contact the headquarters base, Yin Luo immediately realized that something had happened. Although he didn't know what was going on, he still gave the military order with a serious face. Bullhead Destroyer. Horseface Destroyer. Judge Frigate. Life and Death Book Frigate. Black Impermanence Cruiser. White Impermanence Cruiser. Listen to the early warning aircraft. Highest level of combat readiness. The radio came out. The fleet immediately upgraded their fire control systems to a state where they could quickly engage in combat. Roar. As the JF-17 fighter jets on the deck took off and cruised one after another, A huge sea monster suddenly broke out of the water in the sea not far away. Its head was as smooth as a dolphin's, but it had 2 wings on its back that it flapped as it swam. Its tail was more than 20 meters long, like an iron whip, sweeping across. A shark that couldn't dodge was cut in half, and the sea was stained with blood. Xiaolong number 1. Go and destroy that sea monster on the east side. When Yin Luo saw this huge and terrifying sea beast, he frowned and felt even more uneasy. But he was not afraid. He treated it as if he was encountering an enemy from another country and issued military orders calmly. But with the issuance of his military order, he discovered more and more sea beasts appeared around. It was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The more fighter planes take off, the more sea monsters there are. A sea snake over 30 meters long even crawled onto the deck of the bullhead destroyer. It's as big as a bucket. Damn, how can there be so many huge creatures? Yin Luo's scalp tingled. Although the Dragon Soul mothership was well protected, with electromagnetic guns, fighter jets and frigates as protection, the marine creatures soon began to attack the mothership continuously. Shhhhhh. In the distant sky, a group of bald birds flew from nowhere. They are hairless and look like chickens, but their claws are sharp like knives. They rush towards the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation in groups. Evacuate this sea area while fighting. When Yin Luo noticed the endless flying birds and unknown marine creatures coming towards him, he frowned, feeling that this sea area was too dangerous. If we continue to fight to the death, I'm afraid that even if the shells are used up, these marine creatures will not be killed off yet. As an ace-sequence gene warrior, he might be able to escape, but the other sailors might not. However, these marine creatures seem to have set their sights on the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation. Even if the other party withdraws from this sea area, we will still pursue them relentlessly. And a few nautical miles away, Jiang Chen is looking for the location of the Dragon Soul. Suddenly, he saw a group of birds gathering in the distant sky, and he vaguely saw the silhouette of an aircraft carrier formation. What the hell? Being pecked by a bird? Jiang Chen smiled. 10 terracotta horses pulled the small fishing boat and quickly rushed over. Little Dragon Soul, don't be afraid. Pearl River's dad is here to save you. Chapter 148. Falling from the sky, the aircraft carrier is not attractive. Overwhelming numbers of birds, sea beasts, and strange creatures kept rushing towards the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier fleet. It was as if these outsiders had invaded their homeland and were now launching a defensive battle. Even though the Dragon Soul was fighting and retreating, the enemy was still relentless and wanted to kill them all. Deputy Commander, temporarily replace me. Everyone else, follow me. Seeing that more and more creatures were climbing onto the hull, the electromagnetic gun could not be used, and it was inconvenient for the fighter planes to fire. Yin Luo made a prompt decision. He quickly put on his armor, held the laser weapon, and rushed out of the command room with a roar. Sizzle. A group of the most elite genetic warriors followed Yin Luo and continued to eliminate the sea beasts that crawled up on the ship. The sea beasts were strafed by laser weapons and suddenly rolled wildly in pain and fell into the sea. I watched as the genetic warriors all went into battle and suppressed the sea beasts for a while. Sudden, an extremely huge sea monster suddenly rushed out of the sea. It was larger than any sea monster before it. It seemed to weigh tens of thousands of tons. When it broke out of the water, a nearby destroyer was hit by the huge waves and lacked power. It was thrown half a nautical mile away and almost capsized. Obviously, this is a sea beast king, but its appearance is too strange, like a fish but not a fish, like a snake but not a snake. But when everyone saw it, they knew that this thing was definitely the king of sea beasts. It's because the other party's body is too huge. After breaking out of the water, this sea beast king did not attack other destroyers or cruisers. Instead, he headed straight for the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier. It turned out to be an intelligent sea monster. Boom, boom. Multiple consecutive electromagnetic cannons were aimed at the king of sea beasts. However, the electromagnetic cannon bombarded the opponent, just like tickling, and the scales on the body only made a slight hissing sound, which did not affect the opponent's charge at all. This is too perverted. Yin Luo noticed the 10,000-ton sea beast charging towards him and its abnormal defense, and his heart skipped a beat. Such a perverted sea beast shocked even him, a commander who patrolled the ocean all year round. Could it be? Today, is Yin Luo really going to be destroyed here with his beloved aircraft carrier fleet? Impossible. I still have a trick up my sleeve. Yin Luo clenched his teeth. With a casual punch, he blew a sea snake that suddenly opened its bloody mouth and attacked into a bloody mist. He reached for his waist and pulled out a whip that looked like a soft leather belt. His hand shook. The soft leather belt turned into a laser sword that was 10 meters long and 20 centimeters in diameter. As a supernatural organism with the ability to gather light particles after a genetic mutation, this laser sword named Yanluo was specially made for him by the Dragon Group in collaboration with multiple departments. With the help of this laser sword, he can unleash high-energy particle beams. He didn't believe that his high-energy particle column could not do anything to the other party. Roar! The king of sea beasts soared into the sky, almost crushing the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier. The laser sword in Yen Luo's hand suddenly burst out with a high-energy ion column dozens of meters long, like a rainbow piercing through the sky, hitting the sea beast. Oh! The sea beast just screamed. But there were still no large-scale holes in the body. Instead, his eyes were red, and his tail brushed against the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier. The Dragon Soul is at least in the 100,000-ton range. But the mother body was swept to one side, half a mile out to sea by the heavy blow of the sea beast. Many genetic warriors fell into the sea as if they had suffered a heavy blow. The king of sea beasts refused to give in and rushed forward again, intending to smash the deck of the Dragon Soul. It seemed that even the laser sword could not do anything to the opponent. This moment, Yen Luo, feeling somewhat hopeless, suddenly longed for a peerless hero to step onto the auspicious clouds. Unfortunately, this is not possible. The dragon roar is still in Somalia. The dragon god is thousands of miles away in Antarctica. Just when Yen Luo was ready to die in the ocean, a high-energy ion column 1,000 meters long and 10 meters thick suddenly came across the sky. It was ferocious and domineering, and its energy exploded, cutting off the tail of the king of sea beasts on the spot. Roar! Fuck! The king of sea beasts and Yen Luo both screamed on the spot. Where did the high-energy particle column come from? It's so big. Yen Luo was dumbfounded. He quickly looked in the direction of the high-energy particle column. The king of sea beasts also turned around angrily, wanting to see which guy was attacking him. However, just then, another high-energy particle column, 1,000 meters long and more than 10 meters thick, came towards them. This is not over yet. The third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one, the seventh one. 10 thick and terrifying high-energy particle columns blasted over. Puff, puff, puff. The king of sea beasts didn't even see clearly where the high-energy particle beam came from before he died. Old Six was beaten so hard that his body was broken into more than 20 pieces. Crash! The king of sea beasts turned into blood and fell on the sea. When the other marine creatures saw that Aquaman was killed, they seemed to sense danger and immediately slowed down their attack. The fighter planes in the sky and the destroyer's electromagnetic guns launched a counterattack. The marine creatures are gradually starting to recede. And at this moment, under Yen Luo's dumbfounded gaze, he also saw that in the direction where the high-energy particle column came from, 10 terracotta horses were pulling a small fishing boat and falling from the sky. It landed not far above the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier. The small fishing boat is pulled by the terracotta warriors and stands suspended in the air. Jiang Chen jumped off the small fishing boat and landed on the deck. Commander of the Dragon Soul, are you okay? Jiang Chen strode forward. Yen Luo quickly extended his hand. Hello. I'm Yen Luo, who are you? I was sent by Commander Tang Zhe to rescue you. Jiang Chen replied. Yen Luo was greatly surprised. He looked up at the thing above his head in astonishment and asked, are you also affiliated with the Marine base? Of course, I belong to the Longming aircraft carrier formation. Jiang Chen took out his small army green notebook. Yen Luo took a glance and screamed in his heart. Oh shit, such a cool little fishing boat. Pulled by 10 terracotta horses, it can also release high-energy particle columns. Why doesn't my aircraft carrier have such black technology? This moment, Yen Luo suddenly felt that his Dragon Soul was no longer as popular as it used to be. No, I must find old Tang later and ask him why our Dragon Soul isn't equipped with such advanced technology. We also need a small fishing boat like this on our Dragon Soul. We can't favor the dragon roar. Yen Luo made up his mind. Suddenly I noticed that what was written in Jiang Chen's notebook was a battalion-level combat unit. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, Mr. Jiang, you're only assigned to a battalion-level combat unit in the Longming aircraft carrier formation. That's a huge understatement. Have you ever considered joining our Dragon Soul aircraft carrier formation? A regiment. Oh no, at least a brigade-level combat unit. On the same level as a cruiser. Yen Luo was so jealous that he planned to cheat on his wife and steal her away. Chapter 149, Brigade-Level Organization, Aircraft Carrier Competition. Brigade-level organization? On the same level as a cruiser? Jiang Chen smiled. To be honest, he didn't really need this. But Jean Dai Niao and her daughter should like it very much. But Jiang Chen has already joined the Longming aircraft carrier formation. If he were to step onto the Longhan aircraft carrier fleet, wouldn't that be bad? After Jiang Chen thought deeply, he replied, "That's exactly what I meant. Why not have two salaries?" Yin Luo was overjoyed and quickly held Jiang Chen's hands, as if he had found a treasure, and kept saying, "That's great, that's great. I'll apply to old Tang right away. Don't worry, I will definitely apply for it. If he doesn't approve, I'll die in front of him." Looking at Yin Luo's excitement, Jiang Chen scratched his head and fortunately agreed. "If I don't agree, I'm afraid he will die in front of me. Commander, clean up the battlefield quickly. There's something wrong with the magnetic field in this sea area. We have to leave quickly." Jiang Chen didn't waste any more words. The marine life was receding, but no one knew what would happen next. After all, after he entered the airspace above the sea area, he also discovered that the magnetic field was chaotic and the radar was inaccurate. If we rely on radar, a distance of just 2 nautical miles will cause the ship to deviate from its course. It's the terracotta horses who are old horses and know the way. They can ignore the interference of the magnetic field and head straight here. Yin Luo reacted immediately and regained his commanding demeanor. He ordered his subordinates, "Hurry up and save them. Head count. Prepare to leave." The order was issued. Everyone drove their speedboats into the sea to rescue people. 10 minutes later, those who can be saved have been saved. Those who could not be saved were also dragged back. Report to the commander. 53 dead, 134 injured. 10 people disappeared, no trace left. The major fleets suffered minor damage, but no serious losses. Please give me instructions. Yin Luo nodded. The 10 people who disappeared were either dragged down or washed away by the sea. It will be difficult to get it back in a short time. Then, he ordered, "Fire the cannon. Leave." 10 artillery shells shot into the sky. The Dragon Soul aircraft carrier fleet is preparing to leave this sea area. Jiang Chen also returned to the small fishing boat and sent a radio call to the Dragon Soul. "Commander Yin, don't look at the radar, please follow me. The magnetic field in this sea area is chaotic." Finished. The small fishing boat led the way, leading the Dragon Soul aircraft carrier fleet out of this sea area. After driving for half an hour, the radar finally returned to normal. Yin Luo also returned to the predetermined route. He received hundreds of radio messages from the naval base. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for the directions." Yin Luo thanked Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, no need to thank me, just don't go to that sea area." Jiang Chen circled around the Pacific Ocean. Except for the northern part where the yaw was a bit serious, the other oceans were normal. "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After Jiang Chen sent the radio message, he left the fleet. Yin Luo watched Jiang Chen leave. Then he started to reply to the marine base. Reporting to Commander Tang, "This is Yin Luo. The Dragon Soul's communication radar has been restored." Yin Luo reported the whole story to Tang Zhe one by one. Tang Zhe at the marine base was overjoyed after receiving the news from Yin Luo. However, after hearing Yin Luo's words, he was completely stunned. Besieged by a massive horde of marine life, a sea monster weighing 10,000 tons, and a small fishing boat pulled by 10 horses, releasing a high-energy particle beam? Tang Zhe asked uncertainly. "Are you sure it's Zhujiang 888? Tang Zhe was a little confused. He knew that Zhujiang 888 could fly and be invisible to radar. As for the 10 horses? Who gave it 10 horses? Also releasing high-energy particle columns? Yin Luo nodded and said, "It's Zhujiang 888. I saw its organization, and it belongs to the Longming aircraft carrier formation. Old Tang, I have to say something about you. Although you are wise and brave, planning thousands of miles away and winning battles 10,000 miles away, how could you only give such a good thing to the Longming? Isn't my dragon soul your own child? Next time I come back, if you don't give me a small fishing boat like this, I'll kill you." Tang Zhe, I don't know what Jiang Chen is up to. What is a high-energy particle column? How do I know what it is? Could it be the latest development of the Lonke Institute? The problem is that Lao Xia didn't say it himself. That old guy always hides any good stuff he has, and you have to beg and plead before he reveals even a little bit. So Tang Zhe didn't know what was going on. But Tang Zhe is an old fox. Even if he didn't know the situation, it didn't affect his calmness at all, and he replied, "Yes, it was arranged by me. Since you've discovered everything about the small fishing boat, I'll be honest." Yin Luo, "Old Tang, I'll XXXXXXX you." Tang Zhe soothed him, "Xiao Yin, don't worry. The base is testing you. Just continue with your mission. When you come back next time, I'll see if there's a similar small fishing boat assigned to you." Yin Luo's eyes lit up. "Really?" Tang Zhe said, "Work hard. It's absolutely true." Yin Luo curled his lips and said, "Old Tang, Stop making empty promises. Regardless of whether there are other small fishing boats, I want to apply for Zhujiang 888 to be incorporated into my Dragon Soul. Such a powerful little fishing boat is only a battalion-level combat unit. What a waste of talent. Tang Zei thought about it. Previously, small fishing boats were battalion-level combat units because their combat power was limited. But now, he is full of cutting-edge technology from the Dragon Academy. If we don't win him over, if one day he starts flirting with the flight base, our Navy department will suffer a huge loss. Think of this. He made a prompt decision. Xiaoyan, your suggestion is very good. Please apply for it immediately, and I will approve it immediately. Okay. Yin Luo was secretly happy. Less than 2 hours. The official document for incorporating the small fishing boat into the Dragon Soul Brigade-level combat unit was approved. This news not only spread to the Dragon Soul system, but also spread to the public system of the entire Marine base. Announcement regarding Zhujiang 888 joining the Dragon Soul Brigade-level combat unit. At this moment, the Dragon God is near the Antarctic continent. When Li Jing saw this announcement, suddenly I fell into deep thought. The last time, Zhujiang 888 was the first to break into the airspace of the USS Lincoln and led several sailboats to kill the Constellation and force it to flee. He knew that this small fishing boat had extraordinary capabilities. But unfortunately, the small fishing boat had already joined the Longming. He didn't say much. But now, I saw that the small fishing boat was actually incorporated into the Dragon Soul. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Did he miss something? Dragon Soul and Dragon Roar both have the presence of small fishing boats? It's very dangerous for my Dragon God in this icy and snowy sea, okay? It is definitely the small fishing boats that need the escort the most. Think of this. Li Jing made a prompt decision. Send radio. Calling Kaibu Base, this is the Dragon God. I have an urgent request to report. Chapter 150 Nanshaman Project Chat Group. Announcement regarding Zhujiang 888 joining the Ryashan Brigade-level combat unit. Somalia area. Long Xiaotian of the Longming is carrying out an escort mission. Suddenly, I saw 2 consecutive announcements issued by the Ministry of Marine Base. One is a small fishing boat joining the Dragon Soul ship. One is a small fishing boat joining the Longshan ship. I'm impressed by you bunch of idiots. You actually took advantage of me being on escort duty in Somalia to steal from my fleet's small fishing boats. Long Xiaotian looked dissatisfied. He dialed the radio directly to the Marine base. Old Tang, Dragon Soul and Dragon God, these 2 guys are going too far, aren't they? Back when the little fishing boat was still a little fishing boat, my dragon-crying fleet worked tirelessly to protect it. Now that it's grown strong, those 2 bullies are starting to steal other people's chickens. Have you ever asked me, an old hen, a big rooster, for my opinion? Long Xiaoyan's tone was angry. If I weren't still in Somalia, I would go back and break the legs of those 2 guys. Let's see if you still want to climb over other people's walls. Tang Zei at the Marine base was not at all surprised to receive complaints from Long Xiaotian. He replied calmly, Xiaolong, I have no choice. It's hard to refuse. After all, we are both made of flesh and blood. How about this? I'll create a group for you guys so you can discuss it yourselves. Finished. Tang Zei, who had already figured out how to pass the buck, brought all the leaders of the 4 major aircraft carrier fleets to a large group called the Nanshaman Project. This large group is a chat system built on Longwa's self-built website. Absolutely confidential. It shows 99 people inside. Longming Commander Long Xiaotian joins the group chat. Dragon Soul Commander Yin Luo joins the group chat. Dragon God Commander Li Jing joins the group chat. Commander Qin Shuiyao of Sister Li has joined the group chat. The captain of the Yulong cruiser has joined the group chat. The captain of the Nyoto destroyer joins the group chat. Zhang Tianhao, the person in charge of the Zhuan fighter jets at the flight base, joins the group chat. Lu Shan, the person in charge of controlled nuclear fusion in northwest China, has joined the group chat. Jiang Chen, head of the Tianbing Tianjiang intelligent mecha, Zhujiang 888 battleship, and Dragon Palace, has joined the group chat. Long Kuei, the leader of the Dragon Group's genetic warriors, joins the group chat. Xia Zhongshuan, president of Longke Academy, joins the group chat. Kaizawa from Keifu Base joins the group chat. Core leaders of the 19 major departments, including the Ministry of Information and the Ministry of Longyan. As soon as Long Xiaotian joined the group, he didn't care who was in it and directly tagged Yin Luo and Li Jing. You 2 old bastards, aren't you 2 insidious? You actually stole my chickens. Give me an explanation now. 10 angry JPGs. Yin Luo laughed. What do you mean by your chicks? Old Hen Tang hasn't said anything yet. Li Jing immediately agreed. That's right. At Tang Zei, head of the Marine Corps base. Tang Zei, Thank you for the invitation, but I'm busy and don't have time to reply. Zhang Tianhao posted a 100 yuan coupon for the Zhuan fighter. Hello everyone. I can see that everyone is very active. Let me advertise our Zhuan fighter. Dear aircraft carrier commanders, please order the latest Zhuan. Commanders of the 3 major aircraft carriers. I despise JPG. A 100 yuan coupon? Can it buy a screw? Controlled nuclear fusion Lu Shan. Cry. We've all made breakthroughs in Zhuan, materials, mechas, and genetic warriors, but our colleagues in the Northwest haven't yet figured out controlled nuclear fusion. Xia Zhongshuan at Lu Shan. Didn't I correct the process of the magnetic field confinement experiment that I sent you before? Hasn't it been carried out yet? Controlled nuclear fusion Lu Shan. It still hasn't succeeded, I don't know why. Xia Zhongshuan. It seems that I can only ask Xiao Jiang. He was the one who told me about the process correction last time. Maybe. You didn't understand it clearly? Everyone tagged Jiang Chen. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen was still strolling and fishing in the Pacific Ocean. After returning to the cockpit, he saw the latest chat group displayed on the interface, so he clicked in to take a look. After reading it, I couldn't help but smile. He first replied to Lu Shan of controlled nuclear fusion. The Earth's magnetic field has changed recently, and the magnetic field confinement experiment cannot be carried out perfectly, which may be due to problems with the magnetic field. He then addressed the 3 aircraft carrier commanders. No matter which carrier fleet I'm in, I remain loyal to the Navy base, to Dragon Nation, and to my belief in defending Dragon Nation's maritime interests. If you need me, I'll definitely fly back in time to ensure the mission is accomplished. Tang Zhe from the Marine base quickly followed up. Thumbs up, JPG. Look at Xiao Jiang. How enlightened is he? You 3 old-timers are so petty and even worse than the newbies. Commanders of the 3 major aircraft carriers. It seemed that these 3 Lao Lu were about to be suppressed. Just then, at Penglai Harbor, Commander Qin Shuiyao of the Li Jie, who was conducting sea training for the captured aircraft carrier, appeared. Are we treating the new aircraft carrier unfairly? Just because we are the youngest, we are destined to be ignored. Wrong, JPG. Dragon Team's leader, with ulterior motives, quickly chimed in at Kangzhou. That's too much. Bullying the new aircraft carrier. Are you looking down on the genetic warriors from our Dragon Team? Tang Zhe smiled bitterly. How could this entire group be made up of only 6 people? He quickly said, of course not. Xiao Jiang and Xiao Qin are a couple. Do they still need me to arrange things? Zhujiang 888 can join Sister Li at any time. Qin Shuiyao, the sister of Li, corrected her. I don't mean that the small fishing boats can join the aircraft carrier of Sister Li, but I want to join the small fishing boats. After all, the small fishing boats are so powerful, I need their escort. The commanders of the 3 aircraft carriers were all shocked. Good job. It turns out that you are the strongest 6th. Yin Luo. I, Dragon Soul, apply to join the small fishing boat. Li Jing. I second the motion. Long Xiaodian, +1. Tang Zhe. You guys are just talking nonsense. A fleet of 4 aircraft carriers actually needs a small fishing boat to escort them? Finished. Tang Zhe added. I've already decided. The future Luanio aerospace carrier is weak, so it's best to let the small fishing boats escort it first. You guys wait a little longer. This time, the 4 aircraft carrier commanders were all shocked. Will the small fishing boat escort the future Luanio aerospace mothership? When it comes to the ultimate 6th, it has to be you, Donald Duck. Just as a group of people at the Marine base were discussing this, the leader of the Dragon group fell into deep thought. What's going on? Are Jiang Chen and Shui Yao a couple? Long Kuei asked Shui Yao to take most of his genetic warriors to the aircraft carrier for training, just waiting for Shui Yao to expand the influence of the Dragon group for him. Then Jiang Chen's Dragon Palace was empty. But now I hear it. Jiang Chen and Qin Shuiyao are actually a couple. Suddenly, I felt my heart skip a beat. No way. Did I fall into a pit? And Jiang Chen at this moment. After noticing Shui Yao's appearance, he was also startled. Because he discovered that his titles not only included the head of Intelligent Mecha and the head of the Pearl River 888 battleship, but also the head of the Dragon Palace. Wouldn't this expose his identity as the Dragon King in front of Shui Yao? Really? Just when Jiang Chen wanted Tang Zhe to change his title. A private message from Shui Yao. Send it over. See Lord Dragon King. Lord Dragon King has been out to sea a lot lately. Is your skin a little yellow? Need skincare? Shui Yao emerging from the bath, JPG. Chapter 151. What are you looking at? Seeing his identity exposed, Jiang Chen coughed dryly. Not bad. I usually hide in the cockpit, so I won't get sunburned. Shui Yao snorted coldly. You're deliberately teasing me. I was wondering who that 2-armed guy was, and it turns out to be you. Jiang Chen, no way. I'm just kidding. Who told you not to tell me you went to the Dragon group? Shui Yao. Aren't I worried that you'd be scared? Jiang Chen. Okay, then I forgive you. Xiao, what do you mean by you're me? Tell me the truth. What other identities and things do you have that I don't know about? If I find out, I'll squeeze you dry. Jiang Chen was covered in cold sweat. The body of the thunder god must not be discovered. If this were discovered, she would definitely not restrain herself. Now she still thinks she is just an ordinary person who has been genetically enhanced. If she knew that I had the body of the god of thunder, wouldn't she possess the instant juicer? Jiang Chen comforted her. There is indeed one more thing I haven't told you, but it's not too important. Xiao, important? Very important. Tell me quickly. Jiang Chen scratched his head and looked at his cockpit. I entered a set of automatic mode of 91 mode into the cockpit system. After listening to Jiang Chen's explanation, Xiao's true colors were immediately revealed. Eyes full of hearts, JPG. Husband, you're really amazing. I want to experience it. Jiang Chen. Wait a moment. I'm still training with mechas in the Pacific. Xiao. Okay. Finished. The two lost contact. Just when Jiang Chen thought Xiao really decided to wait a little longer, he saw an announcement sent by Tang Zhe. Announcement regarding Sister Li leading 2 remodeled aircraft carriers to the Pacific for sea training. After Jiang Chen saw this message, I suddenly felt a dull pain in my lower back. Honey, do you want to chase me in an aircraft carrier? Even though I hid in the largest ocean on this planet, I couldn't escape your clutches? Xiao covered her mouth and sent a private message to Jiang Chen. Husband, please turn on the positioning system. I look forward to meeting you. Jiang Chen. Pretending to be dead and vomiting blood JPG. Jiang Chen looked at the positioning system. At this time, the Sister Li was still in Penglai port. However, as the announcement was sent, the location of Sister Li has begun to move from the southern waters towards the Pacific Ocean. The speed is not fast. Based on its speed, it will take about a week before the two sides encounter each other. And this is under the premise that Jiang Chen does not move. What should I do? If we get caught, we'll have to pay taxes and grain again. Jiang Chen sighed. The Terracotta Warrior underwater mode is activated. The small fishing boat began to sail slowly along the equator of the Pacific Ocean. Since the Terracotta Warriors were caught in the northern area and the Dragon Soul was rescued, nothing else has been caught. 1 day later, 2 days later, 3 days later. On the 4th day, Jiang Chen is in the waters near southern Mexico. Several warships from Mexico were continuously transporting opium from a small island to the deck. These warships belong to a certain evil gang leader in Mexico. It is an illegal modification. Recently, because a large number of aircraft carriers of the Xiete Kingdom were destroyed, these black forces suddenly felt that they were about to become lawless. In addition, the aircraft carrier captured by Longming has not yet been used. This is not. These evil forces actually openly put these opium that are harmful to humanity on the deck and plan to transport them to other countries for cultivation. Boss, isn't this too much to carry all at once? One of the men asked nervously. This time the cargo was piled up completely inside the warship. Some of them couldn't fit in, so they had to be piled on the deck. If this happened under normal circumstances, if you were caught, your head would be flying to the sky. But now, because the aircraft carrier of the Xiete Kingdom was destroyed, they suddenly became confident. I feel that the Dragon Kingdom is far away in the east, and its tentacles cannot reach here for the time being, so I can make a fortune. Really, the big boss, Rona, is a muscular man with dark yellow skin. He uses his philosophical middle finger to gently stroke the face of his subordinate. Said with confidence, "Don't worry, Xiete has become Xiete and has no power to affect us anymore. As for Dragon Country, it will take a long time just to transform those aircraft carriers. It won't be delivered that quickly. Even if they deliver it, they won't give priority to us." Rona analyzed calmly. According to Longming's maritime strategy, the deployed aircraft carriers will definitely give priority to those nearby and with relevant interests. For example, the Southern Sea, Somalia area. The Pacific Ocean has a large number of routes for ocean-going cargo ships. There are no relevant interests of the Dragon Kingdom in the waters near Mexico. He didn't believe that someone with 2 arms would come here for no reason. If there is, the one with 2 arms is him. Okay, boss. He suppressed his worry. He believed that the boss would not be the unlucky 2-armed man. The battleship set sail. They planned to transport the plants to the southern herring area along the equator, bypassing South Australia. However, they didn't get far. We encountered a small fishing boat. This small fishing boat looks ordinary, except that its shape looks a bit strange. How can a fishing boat have a cockpit that looks like it's covered in glass? And what is that long black chimney-like thing on the deck? Are you a cook? Rona didn't care at first, but a few minutes passed. He discovered that this small fishing boat was actually following him. What's even weirder is, He didn't react at all. The small fishing boat was sometimes on the left and sometimes on the right. It seems to be quite fast. But he still sent a radio warning in an unhappy mood. What are you looking at? At this moment, Jiang Chen finally analyzed what was on the deck. It turned out to be the raw material used to destroy opium in human. How dare you do this kind of business in broad daylight? You're really looking for death. Jiang Chen was furious. Not to mention that Longming had once suffered from the poisoning of this thing. Even if we have never experienced it, we cannot allow such things to spread freely. Especially when I heard the other party ask arrogantly, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Chen replied, "What are you looking at?" Rona was immediately angry. Who gave you the confidence? How dare you challenge the Mexican tycoon? He gave the order immediately. Fire. Give me a good blast at this rubbish fishing boat. Boom, boom, boom. 4 or 5 shells were fired in quick succession. Under normal circumstances, unless a warship has the ability to counterattack, it will inevitably sink after being hit. Fortunately, Jiang Chen has the ability to fight back. He hardly had to do anything. The cockpit's fire control system detects incoming artillery shells. Electromagnetic gun launch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of blue flames was launched. Instantly met the shell in the air. Exploded. Rona was also stunned. Damn it. It turns out that black chimney-like thing is actually an electromagnetic gun? Damn it. How can a small fishing boat be equipped with an electromagnetic gun? Just when Rona was surprised, a subordinate who once served with Somali pirates suddenly remembered something. He screamed in horror. Fuck. I remember now. It's old Six who disguised the warship as a small fishing boat. Chapter 152 South American Influence, Top 6. A warship disguised as a small fishing boat. When Rona heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Which country is it from? Rona didn't know Chinese characters, so he asked hurriedly. It's not mainly about Longming. If it were any other country, Rona would definitely fight hard. After all, he, Rona, had been a drug dealer all his life, so why should he explain himself to others? However, but the subordinate said, from the Dragon Kingdom. Damn it. Retreat quickly. Rona cursed inwardly. The order to flee was immediately given, although there was only one warship from the Dragon Kingdom nearby. But he couldn't be sure whether the terrible scene of aircraft carrier support would occur if the fighting continued. With the Rona battleship quickly turning around, the small fishing boat refused to give in and kept chasing after the fish. One electromagnetic cannon after another bombarded the deck as if it were free. Not only were large holes blown in the deck, but the opium piled on the deck was also burned to ashes. The Rona warship fled towards a port in the waters near Mexico without looking back. As a big drug lord in Mexico, he has a large number of his own people in the port as long as he escapes back. This kid, even if he came from Dragon Country, would not dare to break in easily. Want to escape back to the port? Jiang Chen no longer wasted the electromagnetic cannon. The tiger talisman moved. A terracotta horse under the water raised its neck and spit out a high-energy particle column with a diameter of 50 centimeters from its mouth. Call out. Like a laser, it accurately hit the power compartment of the Rona battleship. Boom. There was a huge explosion in the power compartment. The battleship lost power, fell onto the sea, and capsized. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 consecutive high-energy particle beams. After destroying all 3 of Rona's warships and causing them to lose power, a large number of Rona's men fell into the sea and struggled desperately. At the same time, a large amount of opium floated out of the cabin, scattered on the sea surface, and was burned by the oil fire. What a huge amount! Looking at the scattered opium that covered half a mile of the sea, Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He was about to drive his small fishing boat to crush these drug traffickers. Just then, several warships from Mexico suddenly came over. Rona was blown to pieces and just floated out of the water. When he saw the Mexican warship, his face was overjoyed. This warship also has its own umbrella of protection. He shouted loudly, "Save me! I'm Rona!" A warship came over. The sergeant on the ship glanced at Rona. "Have someone drag him up." Rona was overjoyed and pointed at the small fishing boat driven by Jiang Chen and said, "Quick, beat this guy to death. He has thrown all the materials that made us rich into the sea." The captain came quickly. He looked at Rona, then adding Sioux on the sea, and at the Dragon Kingdom warships that had arrived, and weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Then he slapped Rona in the face. "Someone come. Arrest this kid. You're transporting prohibited items, and you still have the audacity to make such a fuss." Soon, several tall and strong men handcuffed Rona. After a moment of hesitation, Rona realized that this guy was going to get rid of him. He was so angry that he yelled, "Seeing him, give me back my money. Take him away. Lock him up." The captain ignored him and gave his men a look. With Rona's loud cry, he was taken away. Jiang Chen also rushed over at this time. Send radio. I am the battleship Zhujiang 888 of the Dragon Kingdom aircraft carrier formation. According to the Global Anti-Democracy Act, fighting against drug lords is everyone's responsibility. After the Mexican warship received the radio, replied immediately, "Don't worry, we will punish them severely." Jiang Chen, I hope you can do this. Otherwise, if we catch you again, you warships, please be careful. Jiang Chen said lightly. He made no effort to conceal his threat. These South American countries, as Xiete's back garden, have long been invaded by opioids, evil forces and interference from Xiete, resulting in the global spread of these opioids. You can say that. It has nothing to do with these protective umbrellas. Certainly, Jiang Chen couldn't send them all into the sky with one electromagnetic cannon now, so he could only use force to deter them. The Mexican warship's captain was also very sensible and quickly responded, "Yes, yes, yes. We are firmly against drugs and opium." Jiang Chen watched as the opium was almost burned. Then he drove away in his small fishing boat. The Mexican warship watched Zhujiang 888 leave. Some subordinates said in dissatisfaction, "Damn, this Dragon Country warship is too arrogant. It actually threatens us. Should we go up and give him some trouble?" Pop! A slap in the face came towards me. The captain of the Mexican warship retracted his slap and said, "You're crazy. The Dragon Nation warship has already gone to the South American waters. The aircraft carrier formation is likely in the nearby waters. You're still looking for trouble. Do you want to die?" The subordinate covered his face and said, "This is too arrogant. What can we do? Most of Xiete's aircraft carriers were destroyed near Antarctica. Now they are unable to take care of themselves. Besides the aircraft carrier formations in the Atlantic and Arctic, there are no more in South America. The captain of the Mexican warship is no ordinary person either. He still knows something about the changes in the international situation." "You mean, Longming's aircraft carrier is going to replace Xiete's influence on our side?" The subordinates reacted. The captain nodded. "Yes, there were no Dragon Kingdom warships here before, but now it seems that Dragon Kingdom's aircraft carriers are slowly exerting their influence in this sea area. Then can we also pay some money and get some protection?" Some subordinates were unwilling to be the umbrella for these opium, but small amounts of money can be a lot. If we give Longming some protection money, can we still continue this business? However, the captain shook his head. "No, Dragon Country is different from Xiete. They have suffered from this thing before. They can't pass through just for a few dollars. From now on, brothers, are we all left with nothing?" The subordinates sighed. The captain still shook his head. "That's not necessarily true. Dragon Country excels at trade. Perhaps we can start some side businesses, and it doesn't necessarily have to be opium." "What side job?" "Raisins, kiwis, cherries." The captain replied. "Mexico is close to the equator. There is a big temperature difference between day and night. It is beneficial to the accumulation of fruit sugar. It's just because opium was so profitable before, so all the land was used to grow these illegal substances. If we can control these things now, maybe we can develop other farming industries. From opium to cherries, the gap is too big and the quality is too low, isn't it? Do you want the head or the style?" When Mexico began to think about growing fruit, similar incidents have also occurred in South American countries such as Peru and Chile. A large number of cargo ships that were openly transporting opioids were directly destroyed by Jiang Chen. Over time, these tyrants are all in danger. Rumors began to spread among the people that there was a Dragon Country 6th disguised as a small fishing boat, appearing and disappearing mysteriously in the waters west of South America, and no one knew where it was hiding. As soon as you see opioids, just abort them. As Jiang Chen knocked down more and more, these big bosses were also angry. Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. So, they decided to unite. Prepare to ambush the top 6 in the nearby waters by an international D-Lord. Chapter 153, the 6th oldest in South America. The news that the international tycoon was going to take action against the 6th brother of Longming quickly spread among the leaders of South American countries. Certainly, this news was also spread intentionally by the big bosses. Yes, they are the ones who stand in line. What are your plans? Which side do you support? In a cloud meeting, it is a rare gathering of leaders from major South American countries such as Mexico, Peru, Chile, and Brazil. As Xiete's back garden, they are usually under Xiete's command and are told to do whatever he tells them to do. Even when they are planting opium, they have Xiete's secret support. Their military strength was insufficient and they could only give in half-heartedly. But now, a 6th dragon from the Dragon Kingdom appeared in the nearby sea area, specifically cracked down on these D-owls. This made the South American leaders suspicious. Although they can also obtain protection fees from it, it is ultimately a disaster. Some big bosses even have armed forces to fight against the country. As a country, they cannot be defeated even if they want to. This may be a good opportunity to eliminate these DLs. The president of Peru spoke. The Brazilian president hesitated a bit. It's a good opportunity, but if this dragon country guy, 6, loses and dies, it will definitely embolden DL. Should we still attack? How about this? Let them compete first to see how strong this dragon country's 6th brother is. Whoever wins will be our support. The Chilean president compromised. Although this dragon country old 6 is from dragon country, we have not seen the aircraft carrier appear yet, and we don't know the determination and strength of dragon country to attack this thing. If it is just a warship, it would be better for our country to keep quiet. Otherwise, if the DLs counterattack, their positions will be shaky. That makes sense. Let's hold off for now and observe Lao Lu's vitality first. Several countries reached an agreement. On the one hand, he pretended to support Di Xiao and ambush the dragon country's 6th brother, while on the other hand, he prepared the warships. As long as this group of DLs fail, they will catch them all in one fell swoop. South America, Western Sea area. Near the equator. The weather is hot and humid. Even though Jiang Chen was lying in the cockpit, he still wanted to eat some ice cream to quench his thirst. It's a pity that he is now in the Pacific Ocean and can't eat ice cream. So he logged into TikTok, searched for related videos, and wanted to scan them with his eyes to satisfy his craving. Clinker. He glanced around. I actually saw someone accidentally buy a 60 yuan ice cream. He was immediately shocked. Oh my goodness, the ice cream assassin, hiding in the corner of the freezer, and then striking with lightning speed, robbing the wallets of ordinary people. If we talk about the 6th brother, it has to be you. Jiang Chen was complaining. The thought of eating ice cream disappeared instantly. Just then, the cockpit's scanning system prompts. 10 cargo ships were spotted in the waters ahead, laden with a large quantity of plants. After identification, they were confirmed to be opium. Jiang Chen sat up quickly. Check out the related video. Good job. In the past few days, I have fought against only 7 or 8 DLs. This time, just 10 cargo ships? Are you so arrogant? It was Fish Liang who gave you the courage, right? Jiang Chen was not worried about whether there was an ambush and drove the fishing boat towards the other party. At the same time, a large number of evil forces have been lying in ambush inside these 10 cargo ships. Some of them carried rocket launchers on their shoulders. Some were holding machine guns and Gatling guns. Even the heavy tanks were hidden behind the deck, covered with various camouflages. You can say that. This time they came out in full force. A force of up to 500 DLs was dispatched. Even pirates would have to retreat when seeing such powerful military strength. After all, with the size of 100 people, it is already a medium-level pirate group. 500 people is considered a large pirate group. Only on the other side of the Atlantic. You can say that. As long as they don't encounter the aircraft carrier fleet of a major power, this group of 500 South American D forces can almost move sideways. Boss, those old turtles behind us are just sitting on the mountain watching the fight. Do we really want to join them? On one of the cargo ships, a South American man with 8 dragons tattooed on him asked a 2-meter-tall bald man with 18 dragons tattooed on him. Of course, they noticed that there were many warships from South American countries not far behind them. Before, they definitely wouldn't care. After all, we are all part of the Water Dragon King Temple, a family. But now, the Dragon Kingdom warships appeared in this sea area. I always feel that this group of old turtles are going to turn into Lao Lu and stab him in the back. Don't worry about them. As long as we get rid of this outsider, these old turtles will naturally not dare to speak out. Kavor said disapprovingly. As the initiator of this action, he was very confident about this Jiao Lu operation. As long as he can defeat the 6th man of the Dragon Kingdom, even if the Dragon Kingdom's aircraft carrier comes, he can deal with them and divide the world equally. Just like Shep back then. Incorporate yourself. He believed that as long as he demonstrated his strength, he would be able to stand on equal footing with the Dragon Country's aircraft carrier. Divide up the interests of South America together. A Dragon Country fishing boat has been spotted ahead, speeding towards us. Just then, some of my men have detected Zhujiang number 888. Kavor suddenly let out a sinister laugh and prepared to move forward with the rocket launcher. At the same time, warships from Mexico, Chile, Peru, and other countries were also secretly observing from the rear. Kavor has invested a lot of money this time, deploying over 500 people and more than a dozen cargo ships. The South American leaders were also secretly shocked. Although these countries can also mobilize so many people, they are countries. The whole country is working together. As a private individual, Kavor was able to mobilize so many armed forces. You can imagine how much money this little owl makes. As they were still observing, their warship's radar began to show a large number of red dots. Report to the president. A large fleet has appeared 100 miles away. The subordinate reported hurriedly. The leaders hurriedly checked the radar. They were horrified to find out. A large fleet is heading towards the equator of South America. More than a dozen ships. This is at least an aircraft carrier fleet. The Peruvian president was shocked. However, he had just finished speaking. More fleets began to appear. The Mexican president's mouth was dry. He muttered to himself. These are 2 aircraft carrier fleets. Just finished speaking. The 3rd aircraft carrier fleet also appeared. This is a fleet of 3 aircraft carriers. Several leaders looked horrified. It's amazing that someone can come up with such a big investment during this period of time. Who else could it be besides Longming? The Dragon Nation has sent out 3 aircraft carrier fleets at once. This is not only to eliminate Di Xiao, but also to completely eliminate Xiete's influence here. Let us become the back garden of Dragon Country. Several leaders immediately saw the intention. After all, the last person to come here with so many aircraft carriers to establish his authority was Xiete. But this shit is just like shit. Not only did it bring them opium and evil forces, but it also brought them endless quarrels. Argentina, once a developed country, has now fallen into a world of slums and opioids. But Longming is different. Longming is against opium and evil forces. If the Dragon Nation is willing to bring trade, development, peace, and order, the Chilean president was the first to understand the pros and cons. He stood up and said firmly, I welcome Dragon Country. The Peruvian president also said, gambling and drugs are my sworn enemies. Your expressions of loyalty are too insincere, aren't they? The president of Mexico curled his lips in disdain. He slowly took out a book called The Destruction of Opium at Human. Said, I have been reading this book for many years, and now it finally comes in handy. The other presidents were shocked when they saw this. Hateful. Unexpectedly. You, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, embroidered the flag so quickly, so early, and so secretly. You are the number 6 guy in South America. Chapter 154 Snow Lotus Antarctica Series. Now that everyone is ready. So, let's give the order together. For the first time in history, the leaders of South America have reached such a consensus. In the past, they would have fought for 300 rounds before everyone went back to their own homes, and the problem would not have been solved. But this time, faced with the 3 aircraft carrier fleets of Longming, they suddenly worked together and shared the hardships. They looked at each other. He quickly issued military orders to his own warships. Fire! Fire! Fire at the evil DL. We have always been sworn enemies of gambling and drugs. We are staunch gun smoke advocates. As the order was conveyed, the South American countries gathered together 20 warships and set out in unison, bombarding the Cavour cargo ship dozens of miles ahead. Although their positioning system is not very accurate, some shells even exploded midway, but the momentum is still very strong. A large number of shells fell on the sea area around Cavour's 10 cargo ships, knocking some of the DLs unconscious. Oh shit. Big brother, this is bad. Those guys behind us are traitors and are launching a sneak attack. The subordinates were panicked. We are planning to attack the small fishing boat in front. As a result, a fire broke out in the back garden. Cavour hadn't seen the aircraft carrier fleet yet through his telescope, so he naturally didn't know the reason. He was furious and cursed. These bastards, are you crazy? When I get back, I'll skin you alive. Keep going. Let's destroy this small fishing boat first. Cavour gnashed his teeth. He planned to destroy the small fishing boat first, and then launch a surprise attack. However, he hadn't expected it at all. Small fishing boats are even more ferocious. He had just finished speaking. Several electromagnetic cannons were fired in unison. A light blue beam pierced the sky. The deck of a cargo ship was cut in half on the spot. Cavour was also very powerful. He endured the shaking of the freighter caused by the electromagnetic gun, carried a rocket launcher on his shoulder, and fired at the small fishing boat. Chua! The small fishing boat sped past a cargo ship at an astonishing speed. The rocket launcher missed perfectly. When Cavour saw the small fishing boat up close, he realized that the other party's speed was somewhat astonishingly fast. He is angry. Just then, the small fishing boat was pulled by 10 terracotta horses and soared into the sky. What the hell? What kind of look is this? Cavour was stunned on the spot. 10 horses pulling a boat. What kind of black technology is this? As Cavour's mouth widened in shock, a black launch silo was revealed at the stern of the small fishing boat. Old man, if you don't fire it, you'll get rusty. Jiang Chen pressed the missile launcher. A terrifying recoil force was transmitted to the small fishing boat. The terracotta army used a high-energy particle column to hold the small fishing boat, preventing it from moving forward half a mile into the sea. But that missile landed accurately on the freighter of Cavour. Boom. There was an explosion and flames shot into the sky. Other cargo ships within a nautical mile were also affected by the huge waves and energy waves. They all rolled over. A large number of dials fell into the water, crying for their parents. Jiang Chen was about to pursue the victory. And at this time, he noticed that the South American countries had already sent a large number of warships to start harvesting. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and put away the launch silo. It can be seen that this group of people who sat on the mountain and watched the fight between the two tigers have made the right choice. The small fishing boat returned to the sea. The warships immediately lined up in an orderly manner. The voices of many South American leaders were also transmitted over the radio. I am the president of Peru. I am the president of Mexico. I am the president of Brazil. We pay our highest respects to the Dragon Nation and welcome its warships to cruise the South American waters. So many leaders coming together? Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. Then he replied, "Don't worry, we are not patrolling to disrupt the peace of other countries. We are here to trade and develop. Certainly, the premise is to fight against drugs and evil forces." The South American presidents were overjoyed when they heard this. The Dragon Kingdom has always been known for its reputation of being a country where harmony brings wealth and a trade maniac, and it is indeed different from Xiete. Think of this. They almost came to blows in their fight for the right to speak on the radio. I am the president of Mexico. I am applying to join the Belt and Road Initiative. I am the president of Peru. I also applied. Who am I? Oh, I'm Argentina. Listening to the scramble over the radio, Jiang Chen smiled. Don't worry, everyone gets a share. The Belt and Road trade is primarily based on the characteristics of each country. For example, Mexico, if you can grow tropical fruits, we in Dragon Country would be happy to trade with you. Mashi was overjoyed. Boss, that's right. Jiang Chen continued. In Peru, you have the longest coastline and are closest to Antarctica, making it very suitable for establishing a production base there. Is your country interested? Peru was called out, as if he had been invited by a goddess to a candlelight dinner that night. His face flushed and he stammered. I do. Xiuelian is a Chinese ice beverage manufacturer. Your country has applied to build an ice cream base in Antarctica with Xiuelian, developing the Xiuelian Antarctica series. I believe the Dragon Country authorities would be happy to accept your application. Jiang Chen gave Peru some advice. They may not know in Peru, but Jiang Chen knew that there was currently great dissatisfaction in the country with the high prices of ice cream assassins. It is a great opportunity for the domestic product Xiuelian to rise. It just so happens that Peru is close enough to the Antarctic continent. If Peru and Snow Lotus collaborate to develop the Snow Lotus Antarctica series, all ice cream assassins must die. Peru immediately said, I do. I'll apply right away. Jiang Chen then gave some advice to the other countries and asked them to apply to the authorities. And in the meantime, the 50-cent ice cubes from the domestic brand Xiuelian are at the center of controversy. Many people who were backstabbed by the ice cream assassin have started to buy the conscientious domestic product Xiuelian. Just then, Snow Lotus headquarters. Suddenly, I received an official cooperation email from Peru. The operation staff were wondering why there were customers from South America. Have a translator translate it. They then realized that the Peruvian government was applying for Dragon Country's Belt and Road Initiative. They planned to cooperate with Xiuelian to develop an ice cream base in Antarctica, specializing in the Xiuelian Antarctica series. And it is specially supplied to Longming. The price is still 50 cents. The email was passed to the senior management of Xiuelian headquarters. The top executives were all confused. Building a base in Antarctica. The Snow Lotus Antarctica series is specially made for Dragon Country. And the price is only 50 cents? There is such a good thing. That's a great idea. Boss Xiuelian flattered him on the spot. If this ice cream base in Antarctica can be developed, it will not only be able to supply Dragon Country, but also open up the global market. Antarctic Ice Cream Base. This title is exciting just thinking about it. Shocking. Facing the ice cream assassin's attack, the Chinese brand Snow Lotus is planning to. Click to read. Soon, a report came out. In this hot summer, many people quickly clicked in. Chapter 155, Xu Yao's Diary, Tragic Plot. Jiang Chen is giving advice to the South American countries. Just then, the three major aircraft carrier fleets are very close. Jiang Chen also saw from the radar in the cockpit that Sister Li was leading two aircraft carriers heading towards this side. However, the Battle of Dial here is almost over. All the people who were bombed in Cavour could not be found. The rest of the Dials were either caught or killed. It will never become a big deal again. Coupled with the suppression of the Dragon country's aircraft carrier and many South American warships, it can be said that the South American D-Force has never recovered from this setback. All right, no more talk. I will soon return to the aircraft carrier. Jiang Chen finished speaking. The small fishing boat headed towards the aircraft carrier fleet. The South American countries immediately said, "Salute." Finished. Several shells were also fired as a sign of respect. But I didn't expect it. One of the bullets missed the target and landed not far to the right of the small fishing boat. Create a huge wave. Damn, who did this? The presidents of South American countries were all worried. I was afraid that Jiang Chen would get angry and come back to kill me again. However, Jiang Chen did not fight back, but sped away. Nah, this military strength is too dangerous. He's gone. The small fishing boat quickly hid towards the aircraft carrier sisterly, afraid that the other party would salute again. Seeing this, the South American countries breathed a sigh of relief. And at this time, the Brazilian president next to him suddenly said to the Chilean president, "It's good that your country is cooperating with Dragon country to build an ice cream base. But given your country's strength, it will be a loss, right? First, it is difficult to establish a production base on the Antarctic continent. The second is the cost of ocean transportation." The Chilean president saw immediately that this guy wanted to replace him, and he replied, "The opportunity to participate in the Belt and Road Initiative is good. And consider the cost. Kimchi country can only provide kimchi. The Sakura country can only participate in the entertainment industry. We're lucky to be able to serve ice cream. Besides, trading with Dragon country can improve our technology. Don't be so short-sighted." The Chilean president refused to back down. "Even if there will be temporary losses, we insist on cooperating with Xuelian to establish an Antarctic ice cream base." Yes, Zhi Laolu is still more discerning. The presidents praised it one after another. The Chilean president smiled faintly, hiding his achievements and fame. Although Chile's total area is less than 750,000 square kilometers, the distance between east and west is less than 100 miles. However, with a north-south coastline of 10,000 kilometers, it is the country with the longest coastline in the world, as long as a flower intestine. Jiang Chen drove his small fishing boat to 10 miles ahead of the aircraft carrier fleet. Then I received a radio call from the command room of Sisterly. Name. Name? Hearing Xue Yao's nonchalant tone, Jiang Chen smiled and replied, "Jiang Chen. Age, university, height, length, and abdominal muscles." Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and replied, "Jiang Chen, 29 years old, graduated from ETH Zurich." Poof. Ha ha ha. Xue Yao was the first to fail and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang Chen drove a small fishing boat to the port side of Sisterly. The radar showed that there were two large fleets on the left and right sides 10 nautical miles away. It was the Tongtian aircraft carrier fleet. As for the third ship, it is the Qiyao aircraft carrier fleet. "Husband, come up quickly." Xue Yao, dressed in the blue uniform of an aircraft carrier commander, stood on the deck and directed people to lower the ropes. Jiang Chen originally wanted to fly into the air. But think about it. In order to avoid his own body of the god of thunder, he still climbed up. To show his weakness, he rubbed his waist and said breathlessly, "Oh, I'm getting old. I can't even climb a rope well." Said. He observed Xue Yao's expression. Really, a look of heartache appeared on her face. She supported Jiang Chen and said, "Dear, don't go out to sea next time. It's too dangerous. Look at your body. Come, bring me some chicken soup." In the aircraft carrier restaurant, the soldiers are having dinner. Everyone's meals are normal. Only in front of Jiang Chen were there several cans of chicken soup with different ingredients. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. "My dear, there is no need to treat me so specially. It's necessary. We haven't seen each other for so long. We must catch up. I made this for you myself." Xue Yao fed Jiang Chen with her own hands. Jiang Chen muttered, "Are you sure you want to make up for it? Why does it feel like the Last Supper?" "Husband, what are you mumbling about?" "Ah, nothing. I love chicken soup." "I see." Enjoyed the meal on the aircraft carrier. Xue Yao took Jiang Chen to a special place. "Honey, I'm telling you, Sister Lee's recently opened a new warehouse. It's awesome." Jiang Chen was curious. "What storage?" Under Xue Yao's guidance, Jiang Chen came to a cold storage. The temperature here is dozens of degrees below zero. Not only can it freeze various meats, but it can also store ice cream. Xue Yao showed Jiang Chen a large freezer, opened it, and displayed the dazzling array of ice cream inside. Ding, ding, ding. Summer is here. I can share some ice cream with everyone. "No, I picked some especially for you. You choose one first," Xue Yao said, pointing to a small compartment inside, and said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was about to reach out when Xue Yao added, "You can only pick one. and there's a note behind each one. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. What note? Shui Yao replied shyly. Every piece of ice cream I picked out for you has a note written on it. On the back. Some kissed each other on the mouth, some shook hands, and some lifted each other up high. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked, no one has paid grain and taxes, right? Shui Yao glared at Jiang Chen. Am I that kind of person? Who do you think I am, Qin Shui Yao? Huh? Shui Yao straightened her back. She was wearing the blue aircraft carrier commander's uniform. She had a slim figure and was 1.75 meters tall. With her righteous aura, she looked very impressive and convincing. For a second, Jiang Chen almost believed it. He nodded and said, yes. Shui Yao burst into tears. So, I am that kind of girl in your heart. What the hell? Are you really crying? Jiang Chen quickly hugged her. Oh, I was just joking. How could you be that kind of girl? You are a righteous and positive girl. When Shui Yao heard this, she immediately wiped away her tears. She pointed to the small compartment of the freezer and said, then quickly choose one. Looking at Shui Yao's chameleon-like expression, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a little scared. He hesitated. Forget it, I just finished my meal, and... Shui Yao's eyes were filled with tears and were about to fall again. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and made a difficult choice. Okay, I choose. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and took a very ordinary ice cream. Then turn it over and take a look. The note clearly stated, pay an additional tax. Jiang Chen was shocked. I'm impressed by you. You're plotting against me even for eating an ice cream. Shui Yao grinned, a long smile, like Mona Lisa's diary. Jiang Chen couldn't make any sense of it, and finally squinted his eyes to make out the 4 big words, ice cream assassin, from the gap between her dimples. Chapter 156 3 Years of Grain Tax. No surprises. Husband, come with me now, let's finish this quickly. I have sea training this afternoon. Shui Yao closed the freezer and pulled Jiang Chen to the lounge to help repair the air conditioner. Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at the closed freezer. I was thinking, wouldn't the ice cream here have to pay extra for the back? But it was too late for him to look. Shui Yao had already pulled him out of the warehouse. My dear, your lounge is boring. Let's go to my cockpit. Let me show you a big baby. It's super fun. Jiang Chen said to Shui Yao. Small fishing boat. This time it finally comes in handy. When Shui Yao heard this, her eyes lit up. She had long wanted to go out to sea with Jiang Chen, sit in a small fishing boat together, and do what they both loved on the ocean. This time I finally got the chance. Don't even think about it. She followed Jiang Chen to the small fishing boat. Sure, this little fishing boat has gone through several modifications and is now very advanced in sci-fi. Shui Yao got on the boat, sitting in the cockpit. Look around. I have to say that this small fishing boat has undergone several modifications and has become quite sci-fi. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. If she knew that there were 10 terracotta horses pulling her underwater, she would probably be scared. Water floating mode. Jiang Chen started the small fishing boat. Shui Yao was amazed. As if she were riding in an open-top car, facing the sea, she shouted, dig lotus roots. Dig lotus roots. It's so cool. Her long hair flew wildly like a waterfall. Did it have fun, dear? Jiang Chen sat in the cockpit and turned around to look at Shui Yao with a smile. Shui Yao nodded slightly. It's fun. Jiang Chen closed the cockpit door. Pressed the high-energy mode of Mach 10 speed. Jiang Chen suddenly said, honey, I seem to have forgotten to turn off the cockpit voice system. Shui Yao. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Huh, I'm just scaring you. Then I'll tell you a scary joke too, Shui Yao said. Fuck, we haven't even gotten the marriage certificate yet. Jiang Chen reacted. This means getting pregnant before marriage. It's okay. Let's get married because of the pregnancy and get the marriage certificate when we get back. Shui Yao said decisively. Okay, that's a happy decision. By the way, how many children do you want to have? How many do you want? A boy and a girl. If they fight, it's just right for a 2v2 fight. If nothing unexpected happens, Shui Yao will give birth in 10 months, and Jiang Chen will become a father. Afternoon. Blue sky and white clouds. There are many white clouds in the sky of the Pacific Ocean, and the sea is blue. Shui Yao regained her seriousness and dignity as an aircraft carrier commander. Prepare to start aircraft carrier sea training. And at this time, Tong Tian and Qi Yao also arrived not far in front of Li Jia. Taizhu has been learning about aircraft carriers on the USS Washington for a long time and has long been an experienced sailor. Naturally and easily control the Tong Tian. At the same time, it also transferred the database it had learned to Tsuehua. So after practical training, Tsuehua gradually became a trainee commander. It is still in the process of adjustment. But one thing is certain. Both Tong Tian and Qi Yao were successfully transformed. They will become the 5th and 6th aircraft carrier fleets of our country in the future. Currently, it is conducting sea training under the leadership of the Li Jie fleet. Commander Li Jie, this is the Iron Pillar. Our fleet is ready. Please give us your instructions. This is Qi Yao Zuehua. Our fleet is ready. Please give us your instructions. The Iron Pillar is thick. As well as. Zuehua's cute voice was transmitted through the radio to the command room of Sister Li. Carry out Plan A sea training plan first. Xue Yao replied concisely. There are 5 sea training plans in total for this sea training, ABCD. 1 is to combat large-scale pirate groups. 1 is to fight against the Xiete country's aircraft carrier. 1 is to fight against sea monsters. 1 is to fight against illegal armed warships. The last one is escort mode. It is mainly to protect domestic cargo ships, fishing boats, cruise ships, etc. There are currently 4 sea training programs, all of which are on their way and have undergone practical training. Now we have arrived at the waters west of Chile, which is a good opportunity to simulate sea training and PK with illegal armed warships. Jiang Chen drove a small fishing boat and watched the melons not far away. He crossed his legs. It was a pity that Zio had been knocked down, otherwise it would have been a good opportunity for Taizhu and Sohua to practice. However, Sister Li has a simulated combat system. It can simulate combat at sea. For example, in a certain sea area, some virtual warships appear randomly. If they are hit by live ammunition, the system will make corresponding judgments on the hit rate. After the 3 major aircraft carrier fleets conducted aircraft carrier sea training in the waters west of Chile, the warships of South American countries are hiding in their own ports, trembling. Although they have received the sea training notice from the Dragon Country aircraft carrier fleet. But when the other 3 fleets really started firing all kinds of artillery shells in the nearby waters as if they were free, they felt that the entire South America was weak, pitiful, and helpless in front of this giant dragon. It's terrible. It's safer to grow tropical fruits. Looking at this naval training that is comparable to the scale of a world war, the Mexican president's eyes became more and more determined. I want to produce ice cream. The Chilean president also remains unwavering in his faith. This simulated sea training lasted from the afternoon until after 9 o'clock in the evening. Since 1/3 of the 3 fleets are genetic warriors and mecha warriors, the logistical supplies are sufficient, and there is no problem of hunger in the middle of the battle. The sea training confrontation is becoming more and more intense. Jiang Chen had already driven his small fishing boat to the sea behind to sleep. Isn't it over yet? Is it time for dinner? Jiang Chen felt refreshed after a good sleep. Night had already fallen, but in the distant sea, various missiles were still being launched and flames were shining. Quack! Just then, a flock of crows flew across the sky, seemingly in a hurry. Jiang Chen stuck his head out, took out the night vision binoculars, took a look, and frowned. Why are there crows in this sea area? It is said that crows are an ominous sign. The sudden appearance of crows here is probably not a good thing. And at this moment, inside the command room of Sister Li, after more than 10 hours of continuous sea training, Xue Yao finally issued a military order to end the sea training. All units report, preparing to conclude sea training. Xue Yao sent out a radio call. This is Qi Yao. Our fleet is intact. This is the Tongtian. Our fleet has lost a Shun Gongbao destroyer. Location of disappearance. A destroyer disappeared? Xue Yao raised her brows slightly. During aircraft carrier sea training, accidental injuries may occasionally occur, and she has a death index in hand, which is normal. But the sudden disappearance of a destroyer did surprise her. All fleets. Defensive formation. 30 assault boats, 20 Xiaolong fighter jets, 10 Zhuan fighter jets, 8 Shenglong early warning aircraft, 3 nuclear submarines, and 3 destroyers. Follow me to the location where the Shun Gongbao destroyer disappeared and conduct a comprehensive search. Xue Yao finished speaking. He jumped onto a Zhuan plane. Chapter 157 Magnetic Field Chaos, Magnetic Field Storm. South of the equator. The southern Pacific Ocean. Night has fallen, and as dark clouds gather, a storm is brewing and the waves are getting higher and higher. But in this darkness, a destroyer 60 miles away from the 3 major aircraft carrier fleets was swaying in the wind and waves. This is the Shun Gongbao destroyer. They were originally in the designated sea area for training when their radar suddenly showed a serious deviation. They walked further and further away. By the time the destroyer's captain reacted, he had already strayed too far. The communication equipment also experienced various inexplicable failures. There is no way to contact the aircraft carrier fleet at all. Captain, the radar and communication equipment are all in a dead state. What should we do? A subordinate was sweating profusely. He had already asked the technicians to check it. There was no problem with the equipment, but it was in a disordered state. The radio signals sent out are also garbled. The captain looked at the black waves outside, one higher than the other, and felt more and more uneasy. The magnetic field seems to be disrupted. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a huge wave hit. Although the Shun Gongbao destroyer is huge, it is still a little fragile in the embrace of nature, and the hull is shaking. Honey, I'm going to look for a missing destroyer first. Please wait for me. After Jiang Chen received the radio call from Shui Yao, I feel a little worried. He drove the small fishing boat directly and caught up with the located Zhuanf. Shui Yao is currently on Zhuanf, flying at twice the speed of sound. I was also startled when I suddenly saw a small fishing boat appear on the right. Honey, your little fishing boat is so fast. Just finished speaking. In the darkness, the small fishing boat seemed to be pulled by something, but I can't see it clearly. Jiang Chen smiled. Be careful. I saw crows. There might be danger here. Jiang Chen recounted the story of the dragon soul getting lost in the North Pacific. Shui Yao nodded quickly. Tang Zhe had previously issued an announcement regarding the magnetic field chaos, but she was still in Penglai port at the time and didn't pay much attention to it. But now that we have arrived in the Pacific Ocean and the destroyer has disappeared, there has been an incident. Of course, she had to be cautious. Even though she is the mother of lightning, she is still not strong enough in the face of the fierce disasters of nature. Hubby, you'd better not follow us. Go back first, Shui Yao said. Jiang Chen. No. Didn't you ask for a small fishing boat to escort you earlier? Now I'm escorting you. Although she was still a little worried, Shui Yao felt sweet in her heart. She said, okay, let's maintain radio contact. Finished. Zhuanf accelerates. Rushed to the sea area where Shun Gongbao disappeared. The rest of the assault boats, JF-17 fighter jets, Tang Long early warning aircraft, destroyers, and even nuclear submarines also rushed to the nearby waters. Then start searching. Repeatedly transmits radio signals nearby. Shun Gongbao destroyer. This is Zhuanf number 1. Please reply. Shun Gongbao destroyer. This is Shenglong AWACS number 3. Please reply if you receive this. A large number of radios were sent out, again and again. But these radios were like mud in the sea and soon disappeared into the ocean. After searching for half an hour, it was almost 11 o'clock at night. We have no goals. Just then, dozens of shells were launched into the sky, lighting up the night sky. Everyone was overjoyed, as it seemed that was Shun Gongbao's signal for help. Shui Yao's eyes also lit up, and she was about to go there. Sudden, the radar showed violent fluctuations. The communicator also made a crackling sound due to severe electromagnetic interference. Attention to all. Don't go any further. Send a signal to the Shun Gongbao destroyer, telling it to flee that sea area immediately. Shui Yao controlled Zhuanf and dived down. She saw the Shun Gongbao destroyer bobbing in the waves below. However, it seems to have lost its direction and is in a suspended state. Following the fire signals from a large number of destroyers and fighter planes, the Shun Gongbao destroyer finally made some movement. Started to accelerate towards the direction of the fire. But at this moment, a flash of lightning passed by. Jiang Chen suddenly saw that behind Shun Gongbao was a wave as big as a mountain, 1,000 meters high, surging towards him. The mountain waves are coming. Everyone stand back. Shui Yao sent out an emergency signal. The result is the next second. The Shun Gongbao destroyer capsized under the waves. Shui Yao felt a chill in her heart, knowing that there is no way to change the situation. At the same time, behind the mountain waves, a magnetic field storm with a range of hundreds of kilometers was rotating towards this side. Wherever it passed, there were lightning and thunder and huge waves. All the surrounding objects are swept into the storm. Return home. Everyone return home. Shui Yao saw that the magnetic field on the radar was becoming increasingly chaotic, so she quickly piloted Zhuanf back home. Fighter planes, destroyers, and Zhuanf all turned around. However, the magnetic storm was extremely rapid. The scope is getting bigger and bigger, and it seems to be involving everything. Reporting to the commander, this is the Jiangxia destroyer. Our ship's power system has failed, and we can't move forward. This is easy. The storm was very fast, and another destroyer was in crisis. But it was too late for Shui Yao to turn back, and she ordered everyone to evacuate the sea area as quickly as possible. But the speed of this magnetic field storm is actually supersonic. More and more fighter planes were involved. Even Shui Yao's Zhuanf was affected by the huge magnetic field force, causing the power system to suddenly slow down. At this moment, Jiang Chen also sensed the danger. His small fishing boat not only had the Quafu chasing the sun power system, but was also pulled by a terracotta horse. It was traveling at 20 times the speed of sound, and even the magnetic field storm could not catch up. But just then, he saw Shui Yao's Zhuanf begin to slow down. Suddenly, there was a jolt. He hurriedly sent a radio call to Shui Yao. My dear, is your fighter plane okay? Shui Yao saw Jiang Chen actually returning to the ship and hurriedly urged him, "Hurry up and leave. I'll catch up right away." The words fell. Zhuan 1 slowed down again, while the center of the magnetic field storm was getting closer and closer. Jiang Chen saw that the situation was not good. He immediately took out the tiger talisman and gave the order. "Send out 5 terracotta warriors to pull Zhuan 1. Quick!" Ren Xiong and other terracotta warriors hesitated for a moment. Seems to be thinking, "You are the inheritor of the Allspark project. We must protect you." Jiang Chen shouted, 5 terracotta horses are enough. Go get Zhuan 1. Final. There were still 5 terracotta horses that broke away from the small fishing boat. They released high-energy particle columns, grabbed Zhuan 1, and pulled her out of the magnetic field storm. What is this? It was not until the terracotta horse approached, released a high-energy particle column, and pulled Zhuan, and Zhuan began to accelerate, that Shu Yao saw that in the thundering night sky, there were actually several terracotta horse pulling her. Call out. Zhuan 1 successfully escaped from danger. Fine. See Zhuan speed up again. Jiang Qingang breathed a sigh of relief. The center of the magnetic storm suddenly released a huge suction force, which fell on the airspace where the small fishing boat was evacuating. The high-energy particles released by a terracotta horse were instantly pulled into 2 pieces. When the terracotta horse released the high-energy particle column again, trying to pull the small fishing boat, the small fishing boat was pulled sideways by the magnetic storm and fell violently downwards. Wipe! The sudden pull of the magnetic field made Jiang Chen feel dizzy. By the time he reacted, he had already fallen on the waves and was instantly swept away by the sea water. Husband! The small fishing boat was seen suddenly disappearing from the radar. Shu Yao screamed. The eyeballs are red. She wanted to return home, but the 5 terracotta warriors forcibly pulled her away from the magnetic storm. Chapter 158, A Handful of Reservations, Proposal on an Aircraft Carrier. When Zhuan 1 escapes from the magnetic field storm. When a small fishing boat is caught in a magnetic storm. On the deck of the Tongtian, a voice suddenly rang out from Tieju's intelligence system. Ding! Detected that the master is in danger. There was almost no hesitation. It turned into a cannonball on the spot. Rushed into the magnetic field storm. Call out. Taiju opened his mechanical wings, rushed into the magnetic field storm, and soon found the small fishing boat that was turned upside down by the waves. It dived down rapidly and crashed into the cockpit with a bang. The mechanical arms opened and locked the cockpit firmly. Silly Zhuyu, who told you to rush in? Jiang Chen looked up and saw Tieju's mechanical face facing him. He couldn't help but want to jump up and hit its head. However, the iron pillar lay on top of the cockpit, tightly grasping the bulge of the cockpit, and did not move at all. He lowered his head and spoke to Jiang Chen through the cockpit glass. The first rule of robots is to protect their masters. Bullshit. When did I ever give you this rule? Jiang Chen cursed. But at this time, they are already at the center of a magnetic storm. With the existing power of the small fishing boat, it is impossible to escape this terrifying magnetic field storm. Even with the help of the terracotta army, they couldn't get out. Taiju, please calculate the probability of our survival. Looking at the magnetic storm that was getting closer and closer, with a pulling force so strong that the speed of the small fishing boat was reduced to negative, Jiang Chen asked Taiju. Master, let's save some energy and leave a last message. Taiju replied while lying on the cockpit. Jiang Chen was somewhat unwilling. He looked at the lightning and thunder that were looming in the center of the magnetic storm. I feel something in my heart. He lowered his head. In the palm of his hand, a terrifying thunder force that has been treasured for a long time is brewing. Isn't it just a lack of motivation? I still have a trick up my sleeve. Jiang Chen stretched out his palm and pressed it on the hull, and the thunder spread out. Silver thunder covered the entire small fishing boat. After the high-energy particle column touched the thunder, it was like a long drought finally ending in rain. The two instantly merged into one. Burst out extremely powerful power. Seas, heaven, thunder, God. Jiang Chen roared and released all the terrifying thunder that he had subdued. The high-energy particle column was instantly covered with a layer of brilliant lightning-colored light, and it suddenly expanded from the thickness of a bucket to the thickness of 2 buckets. Thunder plus high-energy particle column plus the small fishing boat's own power, 3 combined into 1. Call out. The small fishing boat gained huge power and soared directly into the sky from the sea. Start moving away from the magnetic storm. Damn, master, you old fool. Actually still have a trick up your sleeve. I thought I was done. The iron pillar was almost thrown out, and it hurriedly grabbed the deck of the small fishing boat, followed step by step and broke out of the magnetic field storm. Only half an hour later, they rushed out of the magnetic storm. Shu Yao at this moment. Back to the aircraft carrier sisterly. She kept calling Pearl River 888 on the radio. Pearl River number 888, please reply if you receive it. However, the small fishing boat didn't respond. As if the small fishing boat remained forever under the sea. Husband. Above the vast dark sea, huge waves were surging. Shui Yao stood in the command room and could not see any trace of the small fishing boat. Tears began to stream down her cheeks. It's all my fault. Shui Yao began to blame herself. If Jiang Chen hadn't given the other 5 terracotta warriors to himself, he would have pulled Zuin number 1 out. With the powerful power of the small fishing boat, even the magnetic storm could not hold him back. But he let himself out first. Commander, please accept my condolences. The staff officers sighed. Such a terrifying magnetic storm has already swept in several destroyers and fighter planes. There is a high probability that Zhujiang 888 is in great danger. Just when everyone was feeling sorry, a flash of thunder lit up the night sky. He actually forced his way out from the chaotic magnetic field. This lightning was extremely dazzling, almost illuminating the sea area of 10 nautical miles. Under this dazzling spotlight, there is a small fishing boat being pulled by 5 terracotta warriors using a thunder-colored high-energy particle column. Look, what is that? A staff officer suddenly noticed the lightning that rushed out, and he looked horrified. Everyone looked up. Only then did I see it. The originally dark night sky was now illuminated by a silver lightning. The source of the light was actually the small fishing boat pulled by 5 terracotta horses. Terracotta horses pulling boats. Thunder is everywhere. This was like the arrival of Thunder God, shocking everyone speechless. Is this Thor? Someone screamed in his heart. It's a small fishing boat, the Pearl River 888. Sudden, someone shouted. He recognized it as Jiang Chen's small fishing boat. Shui Yao also saw Zhujiang number 888 through her tears, as if it rushed out from the distant sky and returned to the reality that was close at hand. It's my husband. Shui Yao's tears instantly turned from sour and spicy to sweet. While quickly directing the aircraft carrier deck to make room, she hurriedly sent a radio message to Zhujiang 888. Dead fishing boat. This is Sister Li's command room. Please, ship, quickly land on the aircraft carrier deck. If you don't surrender, I'll squeeze you dry. Jiang Chen heard Shui Yao's resentful voice, smiled bitterly, and quickly landed the small fishing boat on the deck. Shui Yao rushed out with a group of people in a menacing manner. Master, I wish you good luck. Taizhu frowned, realizing something was wrong, and silently took a step back. Jiang Chen had no choice but to go forward. Shui Yao jumped up and hung on Jiang Chen's waist. While pounding Jiang Chen's shoulders, she cried and cursed, "Dead fishing boat, dead fishing boat. I am a small fishing boat, not a dead fishing boat." Jiang Chen quickly hugged her. After experiencing life and death, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that his wife was even more beautiful. Wow, you scared me. Shui Yao burst into tears. He completely ignored the aircraft carrier staff behind him. Everyone coughed dryly, stepped back silently. But at this moment, Jiang Chen put Shui Yao down, then get down on one knee, said loudly, "Qin Shui Yao, will you marry me?" Everyone was stunned. Then they applauded. This is a public proposal on an aircraft carrier. Shui Yao still hasn't reacted. Some female sailors were already in tears. A proposal on an aircraft carrier. Damn, quickly agree to it. If you don't agree, I will. Just at this time, it also started to rain heavily. The clothes of both of them were wet. It seemed like an attempt to add some romance to the proposal. Shui Yao's eyes were almost swollen from crying. Sometimes I cry sadly, sometimes I cry happily, and now I cry and laugh at the same time. Combined with the rain, the tears on her face were now a mixture of multiple liquids. I, Qin Shui Yao, am willing to marry Jiang Chen. Shui Yao said loudly to the sea. Pa pa pa. Roar, roar, roar. It's so touching. There was warm applause, cheers and envy at the scene. Chapter 159, Thunder God's Body, Tang Dynasty Black Porcelain. Hubby, you weren't hurt in the magnetic storm, were you? Let me check you out. Seeing Jiang Chen coming out of the bathroom, Shui Yao, who was staying in the aircraft carrier commander's lounge, immediately stood up and was about to give Jiang Chen a 360-degree, all-round, personal, gentle, and irresistible examination. Jiang Chen quickly waved his hands and said, "Don't worry, I have the body of the Thunder God. I won't be hurt." Shui Yao looked up and down, front and back, left and right, sniffed with her nose, touched with her hands, and listened with her ears for a long time. Finally, after confirming that Jiang Chen did not have any internal injuries or fractures, she breathed a sigh of relief. Said to Jiang Chen, "Now tell me, you have the body of the Thunder God? Why didn't you tell me before?" Xue Yao looked at Jiang Chen. The cheeks are puffed up. She thought her husband was just an ordinary guy who could drive a high-tech fishing boat. I almost worried her to death. Unexpectedly, he even has his own thunder. This allowed the small fishing boat to gain momentum and rush out again. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly. I'm just worried about being drained by you. Drained? Am I that kind of person? Yes. Even though I haven't revealed my thunder god body, I still have to pay grain taxes every day. If I do, my future will be bleak. The sun and moon will lose their light, and my future will be bleak. Hate it. I'm a very clear leader, okay? Then why don't you change your tax policy? Okay, how about changing it to once a week from now on? Real? Of course, you've already proposed to me. I'm trying to get pregnant, so I can't pay too much. What about after you prepare for pregnancy? Let's talk about it after we prepare for pregnancy. Jiang Chen, men are tired, men are tired. The next day, the sisterly aircraft carrier fleet, led by the Tongtian and Qiyao, began searching for the destroyers and fighter planes that did not escape yesterday. If he is alive, I want to see him in person. If he is dead, I want to see his body. Even the small fishing boat was pulled by 10 terracotta horses, searching around the sea. Xue Yao looked at the small fishing boat that looked a bit like a mosaic on the radar and sent a radio message to Jiang Chen. Honey, the shape of your little fishing boat on the radar looks a bit like me last night. When Jiang Chen heard the question, he explained it to Xue Yao. This is because yin and yang substances can penetrate 100% of radar electromagnetic waves. Xue Yao suddenly realized, no wonder those terracotta warriors pulling you weren't showing up on the radar. Xue Yao asked Jiang Chen last night. The matter of the terracotta horses. Jiang Chen didn't know how to explain this Qin terracotta warrior for a moment. So tell her. This is the latest black technology designed by the Dragon Science Institute based on some advanced knowledge from ancient times. In fact, this is indeed black technology. But now the production process has been lost. Even though Jiang Chen knew the general production process in his mind, he lacked the materials and craftsmanship, and the procedures were complicated. Therefore, these 10 terracotta horses will remain unique for a long time to come. It seems that the Qin dynasty has some unknown secrets in history. Xue Yao was very interested after listening to Jiang Chen's story. She had thought that her awakening of lightning was already supernatural enough. Unexpectedly, ancient dynasties also had unknown secrets. Just as the two were chatting, a radio transmission came from the Qiyao. Reporting to Commander Li Jia, we have discovered the wreckage of a destroyer at Coordinate A. Xue Yao received the report. Quickly rush to Coordinate A. Let people salvage the wreckage one by one. Then, the wreckage of several other destroyers and fighter planes were subsequently found in nearby waters. They have all been sacrificed. Fire the cannon. Salute. The radio was sent out. Dozens of shells were fired. Just when everyone was sad. Suddenly, the latest news came from Taizhou. Commander Li Jia, a large number of black porcelains of unknown origin have appeared in the waters near our fleet. These black porcelains cannot be fished out. Black porcelain? After hearing the news, Xue Yao and Jiang Chen rushed to the sea area that Taizhou mentioned. Really, a large amount of black porcelain is floating on the sea. It seems to have floated up from the bottom of the sea after a magnetic storm. Why is it impossible to catch fish? Xue Yao was a little puzzled. She directed people to throw out large nets with low gaps. As a result, the black porcelain, which was as big as a kettle, passed through the gaps in the fishing net like a fluid. She looked surprised. Immediately, someone was asked to use a capture device to clamp the black porcelain. As a result, its surface was very smooth and could not be clamped at all. Xue Yao was shocked. She took a speedboat, called in technical experts, and went to the sea together. I want to hold this black porcelain with both hands. In the end, it slipped out of my hand. I can't get it at all. The physical properties of this black porcelain are so strange. The technical experts were stunned. Porcelain is fluid and has an absolutely smooth surface. These physical characteristics are so bizarre. Just when everyone was at a loss, Jiang Chen drove over in a small fishing boat. He was holding a black porcelain fishing net and asked, "Are you going to catch this?" Plop. A technical expert fell into the sea. He climbed up and looked at the fishing net in Jiang Chen's hand in shock. He said in disbelief, "How is it possible that you can catch it?" "There's nothing I can't catch." Jiang Chen smiled slightly. With the help of Jiang Chen's fishing net, hundreds of black porcelains were caught from the sea. They were put into the bucket one by one. Although it still slides around, I can't lift it at all. Husband, do you know what these black porcelains are like? Seeing that Jiang Chen could pick up the black porcelain, Xue Yao asked in surprise. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then followed the system's prompts and said, "This should be Tang Dynasty black porcelain, made of a high-density, absolutely smooth fluid material." Absolutely smooth? That's unscientific. An expert said, how can there be absolutely smooth, high-density fluid materials on Earth? Of course it's unscientific. Jiang Chen said, according to the knowledge just instilled by the system, this is the black porcelain technology produced in the Tang dynasty. 3 feet of white silk, 6 inches of black porcelain. These are all symbols of death. Give this black porcelain an initial velocity, and it can move forward infinitely, piercing directly through the earth. Jiang Chen deduced based on the physical properties of black porcelain. Because this substance is extremely dense and absolutely smooth, once it moves forward, it cannot be stopped. It's a bit like the water drop in the 3-body problem. You mean, every piece of black porcelain here is equivalent to a drop of water? Not only the experts, but even Shui Yao was stunned. A single drop of water can penetrate all of humanity's interstellar warships. These more than 100 black porcelains are larger in size and more numerous. Isn't this equivalent to an aircraft carrier full of time bombs? Thinking of this, everyone's scalp suddenly went numb. What kind of uncontrollable atomic bomb was pulled up? Don't be afraid, everyone. It needs to gain momentum to move forward before it can unleash its terrifying power. Jiang Chen quickly comforted him. As long as it does not obtain enough forward momentum, it is an absolutely smooth fluid, and its high-density characteristics cannot exert energy. How much power will be needed to unleash such terrifying energy? Shui Yao asked hurriedly. If this aircraft carrier starts, it will not be pierced through, right? Jiang Chen estimated. It has to be at least supersonic. The speed of an ordinary aircraft carrier is not enough. That's good. Shui Yao breathed a sigh of relief. The aircraft carrier was not supersonic. As long as they didn't bring these black porcelains on Zuinf and didn't give it supersonic power, it wouldn't be penetrated. However, Jiang Chen at this moment. But I was thinking, if you take a small fishing boat and give the black porcelain a supersonic drive, wouldn't it be equivalent to launching an unstoppable black porcelain that can penetrate the earth? Chapter 160 Great Wall Station, Jiangxioji. These more than 100 black porcelains were placed in the closed cabin of the aircraft carrier. Prepare to transport it all the way back to Longming for further research. Magnetic storms, unique black porcelain of unknown origin. Honey, this Pacific Ocean is a bit unsettled. Looking at the placed black porcelain, Shui Yao looked at Jiang Chen with some worry on her face. Although she carries electricity, her physical fitness is enough to withstand most physical damage. But she still couldn't resist the Earth-level magnetic storm. And Jiang Chen, being able to escape from the magnetic field storm is also due to the support of multiple forces to break free from the pull of the magnetic field. Jiang Chen nodded. It's not just the Pacific. I saw colleagues in the Northwest complaining in the Nanshiman Project chat group that the magnetic field confinement experiment can't be done to perfection and that controlled nuclear fusion can't be achieved. Do you think that if things continue like this, the entire Earth's magnetic field will be disrupted? Shui Yao asked worriedly. First, an aircraft carrier yawed in the North Pacific, and then a magnetic storm appeared in the South Pacific. The magnetic field confinement experiment in the Northwest has not been successful yet. All this indicates that the Earth's own magnetic field seems to be undergoing some kind of change. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky. Although it was not night over the Pacific Ocean at this moment, no stars could be seen. But Jiang Chen still said it with a longing look on his face. So, the future of mankind is ultimately the sea of stars. Earth may be the cradle of mankind, but staying here is like staying home after summer vacation, which will make your mother dislike you. If you're not careful, you might face natural disasters like lions roaring and brooms sweeping down. Well, Shui Yao was looking at Jiang Chen in admiration. Seeing his handsome profile as he spoke seriously and looked up at the stars, she almost became a fangirl of his. Suddenly the subject changed. How come staying on Earth means that I will be disliked by my mother if I stay at home after summer vacation? But that seems to be true. When I went home during the summer vacation, I only slept until 11 o'clock, and they disliked me. Shui Yao nodded in agreement. Then he asked Jiang Chen, so, husband, what name are you going to give our future baby? Should it be related to the stars and the sea? Are you sure you're pregnant? Are you already thinking about a name for your baby? Jiang Chen said with a smile. She's definitely pregnant. I haven't thought about it yet. Jiang Chen also began to think about what name to give his future baby. Generally, a child's name contains the expectations of his or her parents. Jiang Chen likes the sea and yearns for the starry universe, so maybe he can think in this direction. But he hadn't thought it through for a while. So let it be put on hold for now. The sisterly aircraft carrier fleet drove the Tongtian aircraft carrier fleet away. Let the Tongtian be responsible for transporting the wreckage and black porcelain back to the country. The Li Jie and Qi Yao continued to head south. sailing towards the Antarctic continent. With the advancement of the Belt and Road Initiative, a large number of countries have joined the plan to develop the Antarctic continent. However, the more countries involved, the more deterrent power is needed. Currently, only the Dragon God aircraft carrier fleet is sailing in the Antarctic continent. Although Xiete no longer has the strength to send it here, but Sisterly still led the Qi Yao to the waters near the Antarctic continent. Prepare for a regular meeting with the Dragon God aircraft carrier fleet. After all, more than a month has passed since our last reunion. Received, guaranteed to complete the task. Inside the command room of Sisterly, Xu Yao also received some other tasks from Tang Zhe. Honey, I'm going to the Great Wall Station to bring some things back home. Will you come with me? Xu Yao asked Jiang Chen. She had already reported to Tang Zhe that she was going to Antarctica to reunite with the Dragon God. Tang Zhe also gave her a few other temporary tasks. Going to Great Wall Station? Jiang Chen was a little surprised. He thought they were just going to cruise around Antarctica. Unexpectedly, she also wanted to go to the Great Wall Station. The Great Wall Station, as one of Longhwa's scientific research stations, is located in the Antarctic continent. It takes 5 hours to get from the mainland landing point to the scientific research station, even by plane. If you hike, it will take more than half a month. Let me stay with you. We can't let the baby catch a cold. Jiang Chen touched Xu Yao's belly. Although her stomach has not reacted yet, Jiang Chen knows that her body will react once she becomes pregnant. At that time, if I'm not by her side, she will definitely feel uncomfortable. So Jiang Chen chose to accompany her to Antarctica. Hubby, I love you. Xu Yao leaned on Jiang Chen happily. It was September now. The weather is getting cooler. Fortunately, the Sisterly aircraft carrier fleet has a fixed supply of clothing for all 4 seasons. I'm not worried that I'll be frozen to death when I get to Antarctica. And this time I went to Antarctica. Xu Yao also calculated the time. It is September now, and in about 20 days, it will be the autumn solstice. The autumn solstice, around September 23rd, is when polar day begins in Antarctica, until the next year's spring equinox, which is around March 22nd. The so-called polar day means that it is all daytime for 24 hours. There is no night. But the polar night is just the opposite. Xu Yao chose this time to go, just in time for the polar day. Polar day? It is also the best time for scientific researchers to go out. Otherwise, it's polar night. It is dark most of the time, making it inconvenient to go out for scientific research. The aircraft carrier Li Jie cruised slowly. 20 days later, the aircraft carrier Sisterly, carrying a small fishing boat, slowly arrived at the landing port in the South Indian Ocean. This landing port has a military port for docking aircraft carriers. There is also an airport nearby. You can go directly to the scientific research station. With the advancement of the Belt and Road Initiative, Longwa plans to set up several more landing ports nearby. However, it is still in the process of infrastructure construction. The Li Jie aircraft carrier fleet and the Qiyao aircraft carrier fleet are about to enter the landing port. Hurry up and break the nearby ice dot. The first day of polar day. Near the landing port, a large group of workers at the landing port are operating large icebreakers to clear away nearby ice blocks, icebergs, and other objects that would hinder the aircraft carrier from entering the port. And on Sister Li's account, Xu Yao also put on a warm coat. Although it was only September 23rd, we had arrived in Antarctica and it was very cold. She stood on the deck, watching the aircraft carrier get closer and closer to the port. There was a pregnancy test stick in her hand. It shows 2 red lines. This is pregnancy. And that day happened to be September 23rd, autumn solstice. After receiving the news, Jiang Chen immediately jumped out of the cockpit and came to the command room where Xu Yao was. Pregnant? Xu Yao nodded heavily. Jiang Chen looked at the 2 red lines on the pregnancy test stick. He said happily with shining eyes. I suddenly thought of what to name the baby. Just call it Jiang Qiuji. Chapter 161 Times Have Changed, Alien Spaceship. Jiang Qiuji. Haha, this festival is pretty good. But I'm not sure if it's a boy or a girl. Xu Yao touched her belly. Although it was still flat, she couldn't help but touch it, as if the baby was about to kick her belly. Whether it's a boy or a girl, Jiang Qiuji has no problem. After all, it's a traditional solar term divided by our ancestors. Jiang Chen said, the autumn solstice is one of the 24 solar terms in the Dragon Kingdom. It was used by the ancients to calculate agricultural solar terms. It has nothing to do with gender, suitable for both men and women. Xu Yao tilted her head. What if it's twins? Twin? Jiang Chen pondered. Jiang Qiuji. Jiang Jiqiu. Okay, I'll try to have triplets. Just the twins will do. 3 against 2 isn't fair. The 2 are being sweet. The aircraft carrier Sister Li has already sounded the long horn to enter the port. Welcome, Commander Qin. Welcome, Mr. Jiang. Xu Yao, and others got off the aircraft carrier. Li Jing from the Dragon God and the person in charge of the landing port were already walking towards them. Hello. When will we be arranged to go to the scientific research station? Shui Yao asked bluntly. This time, she went to the Great Wall Station to get some samples from the scientific research station to bring back to her country for research. These samples were all painstakingly studied by scientific researchers during the polar night. Of course, it would be best if you can get it back home as soon as possible. Li Jing waved his hand and said to the two, "Don't worry, the transport plane hasn't returned yet. Everyone, please go to the base and warm up." Li Jing is familiar with the route. After all, they often cruise in the waters near the Antarctic continent and have a clear understanding of the situation near the landing port. Led by Li Jing, the group entered a cold-proof military base. And a few miles away, some scientific researchers from other countries who are participating in the Belt and Road Initiative are carrying out construction near the landing port. These people are some engineers from Western Europe. If they had stayed in the country, they could have earned high salaries. But their country wants to share some of the dividends from Dragon Country's development in Antarctica. So a group of engineers were sent to the landing port to participate in the infrastructure project. Those who are unwilling to come will have their salaries reduced. So these engineers, with some resentment, started the infrastructure project in this cold Antarctic continent. This continent will belong to us in Western Europe sooner or later. An engineer drank vodka to warm himself up, feeling a little dissatisfied. This kind of harsh infrastructure project should be left to the people of Longming. They just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor, taking charge of the command. How can we let these engineers come here to do odd jobs? Another engineer added, exactly. With our intelligence, we should be responsible for remote command, not personally involved in the action. Damn, this environment is too harsh. I want to go back to Western Europe and exploit other countries. I miss it too. A group of white engineers were complaining and grumbling. Just then, the long whistle sounded, announcing the aircraft carrier entering the port. They all stood up, looking for the landing tone. Look of surprise and doubt. What's that sound? It looks like an aircraft carrier has entered the port. The Dragon God? But didn't it beep once when it entered the harbor before? Why did it beep 3 times now? These white people couldn't help but climb up a higher building to look at the landing port. Soon, under the light of polar day, they saw the 2 large aircraft carrier fleets, the Li Jie and the Qi Yao, entering the landing port together. It's not the Dragon God. It seems to be some other new aircraft carrier fleet. Looking at this huge fleet, the white people were dumbfounded. There was only one aircraft carrier cruising around the Antarctic continent before. This gave them some courage to criticize in their hearts. But now there are 2 more aircraft carriers. Alas, the situation is hopeless. The situation is hopeless. The white people were shocked and suddenly lost their momentum. Under the threat of absolute power, even if they are dissatisfied, they no longer have the will to resist. Prepare for construction. Just then, a dragon engineer wearing a white infrastructure hat informed the group of white people. A white engineer muttered, "It's only 9 o'clock. Why are they already starting construction? What? Are you going to start work at 10 and leave at 3? My dear fellow, times have changed. The good days of drinking foreign liquor, crossing your legs, and ordering others to work are gone. Push forward the project. If I miss work, let your company transfer you back." Engineer Longwa said this and walked away. There are many countries that want to participate in the Belt and Road Initiative. If these pampered Western European engineers are unwilling to participate, the worst that can happen is that they switch to another country. The white engineers had no choice but to start work. Sending them here is the company's will. If I am rejected, I am afraid I will not be able to stay in the domestic company. In the afternoon, Shui Yao and Jiang Chen, who had rested in the military base for half a day, walked out of the base. The transport plane has arrived at the airport. I'll take you there. Li Jing greeted him. A specially made Antarctic jeep drove over. Commander Li, please take my staff with you. My husband and I will go there in a fishing boat. Shui Yao spoke to Li Jing. Li Jing was stunned for a moment. He said, Commander Qin, it's even colder over at the Great Wall Station than at our landing point, and there's also a sleet storm. Are you sure you want to go there by small fishing boat? Although Li Jing knew that the small fishing boat could fly, there was still some distance between the landing port and the Great Wall Station. He was a little worried that the small fishing boat was lost or encountered a rain or snowstorm. However, Shui Yao insisted on flying over on Jiang Chen's small fishing boat. Okay, I'll let the transport plane lead the way for you. Li Jing thought about it again and finally agreed. The staff officers went to board the transport plane. Jiang Chen took Shui Yao back to the cockpit of the small fishing boat. Jiang Chen opened the cockpit and the 2 of them sat in side by side. Close the cockpit again. Turn on the air temperature control system. Soon the temperature stayed at 23 degrees, which is most suitable for pregnant women. Small fishing boats still give people a sense of security. Xue Yao leaned on Jiang Chen's shoulder, waiting for Jiang Chen to take off. Let's go. Jiang Chen touched her head. He steered the small fishing boat to the airspace of the nearby airport. And as the small fishing boat took off from the sea, 10 terracotta horses also rose into the air. What the hell? What is that? The Longming researchers at the landing port took a casual glance and were stunned. It looks like the terracotta army. Not sure. Let me take another look. The researchers were talking about it a lot and found it very novel. Speaking of which, they often saw the Dragon God test flying some strangely shaped carrier-based aircraft, icebreakers, and other new equipment. But this was the first time they saw this kind of black technology with the shape of a small fishing boat, wings, and finally pulled by terracotta warriors. And not far away were white engineers working on the construction. After looking up and seeing 10 terracotta horses pulling a boat flying by, I was so scared that I spoke Chinese words from the depths of my soul. Fuck. Alien spaceship? Chapter 162 Shun Wanyu, Mushroom Nerve. The small fishing boat did not fly very high. Through the cockpit, you can see a road on the Antarctic continent below. This avenue, like a giant dragon, winds its way from the landing port to the Great Wall Station. It is 150 meters wide and has 20 lanes. At this moment, many infrastructure vehicles specially used for transportation are running on it. On both sides of the road, there are some engineering facilities scattered sparsely. The closer to the landing port, the more engineering facilities there are. In the middle section, it gradually decreases. When we got near the Great Wall Station, there were suddenly more people. The construction environment is still a bit harsh. If things were even slightly better, with the speed of Dragon Nation's infrastructure construction, this avenue would have already been covered with all kinds of human engineering infrastructure. Jiang Chen thought to himself. After all, it is Antarctica, where there is polar night. Only places close to the landing port and scientific research station are convenient for daily infrastructure construction. Not long. The small fishing boat followed the transport plane and arrived at the Great Wall Station. This Great Wall Station is located on the backside of a towering mountain and is built along the mountain. Some of it even penetrated into the mountain and underground. It's just right to avoid the severe cold. The transport plane stopped not far from the scientific research station. Jiang Chen also parked the small fishing boat at the airport. Walked out with Xue Yao. Before, the small fishing boat was parked in the water and Li Jing did not notice the terracotta horse. Now the terracotta horse has appeared and is currently parked at the airport, motionless like a mecha. Li Jing immediately walked over with a look of surprise on his face and couldn't help but ask Jiang Chen, "Boss Jiang, what breed are these horses of yours? They can actually fly?" Jiang Chen smiled. "Mecha horse. That's amazing. I heard that your Dragon Academy made a robot bird before, and now you've made a mecha horse." Li Jing was amazed and couldn't help but walk forward and around the terracotta horse. Each of these terracotta horses is also equipped with a soldier figurine, so he assumed that they were mechas from the Heavenly Soldiers and General series. "Boss Jiang, you're part of our Dragon God's crew too. When will you equip our aircraft carrier with some of these cool mecha horses?" Li Jing touched his chin and couldn't help but speak. The more he looked at this mecha horse, the more it looked like a terracotta warrior. He couldn't help but imagine, wouldn't it be so cool if he could ride such a flying mecha horse? "No, you must get a horse to ride." This is very rare." Jiang Chen chuckled. These 10 terracotta warriors are truly unique. He had been traveling in the Pacific Ocean for so long, experiencing yaw and magnetic storms, yet he only encountered these 10. He said, "How about this? I'll have the military factory customize a batch of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals for you. How about that? Some of that batch will also have flying ones." Currently, the only ships assigned to the heavenly soldiers and generals are the earliest Longming and the newly launched Li Jie. As for the dragon souls and dragon gods, there are few of them at the moment. Mainly genetic warriors. That's okay too. Li Jing immediately clapped his hands. These mechas need to be allocated in batches from the Dragon Academy. The Longming is close to the water and gets the moon first, and the Li Jie is the last to be launched and is favored. He has to compete with the Longhun for it. A group of people were chatting. Left the airport. Entered the scientific research station, Great Wall Station. The huge mountain gate covered with ice and snow opened automatically. A tall, thin young man in an orange thermal suit welcomed us. "Commander Li, everyone, welcome to the Great Wall Station. I'm Kai Minghui, you can call me Xiao Kai. The teacher worked overtime last night and is still resting, so I came to greet you." "Professor Shan is working overtime again?" Li Jing frowned. Professor Shun is the director and the first person in charge of the Great Wall Scientific Research Station. Before Li Jing came, he had told the people at the Scientific Research Station that Professor Shun must have known about it. Unexpectedly, this guy still didn't give him any face and missed the opportunity to meet again. But Li Jing can also understand it. Professor Shun is a straightforward person who is obsessed with scientific research and cannot extricate himself. Professor Shin probably doesn't really care when Li Jing comes. Yes, there have been some recent scientific research developments, and the teacher has been working overtime all night. It was only after we persuaded him that he finally went to rest. Otherwise, he would have really been working 24 hours a day. But don't worry, we have already prepared what the Dragon Academy wants. You can take it anytime. If you want to take a tour, I can also be your tour guide. Kai Minghui said enthusiastically. He is Shun Wanyu's favorite student. I came here with my teacher to conduct scientific research in crop science. It has been 3 or 4 years now. I am quite familiar with the Great Wall Station. Please take a look around. You won't come here often in the future. Li Jing spoke to Jiang Chen and his group. Jiang Chen and Shui Yao looked at each other. Since we are here now, we might as well take a look around. Excuse me, what is the main research topic at the Great Wall Station? Following behind Kai Minghui, Jiang Chen asked. Li Jing introduced them. This is President Jiang Chen, the General Manager of the Dragon Academy's Heavenly Soldiers and Generals Program. This is Xiao Kai, a top graduate of the Dragon God Academy. His teacher is Professor Shun, who was also the head of the Dragon God Academy before coming to the research station. I remember you were both working in agronomy, right? Thank you so much. It's indeed about crop research. Kai Minghui adjusted the frame of his glasses and spoke very modestly. Crop science? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Isn't crop science mainly the study of crops such as rice, wheat, fruits, and vegetables? Is Antarctica also planning to genetically modify these foods? When Jiang Chen first learned that Professor Shun was the head of the Great Wall Station, he thought that he was studying engineering or something like that. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be in the field of crop science. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what he could learn by studying crops in the Antarctic continent covered with ice and snow. Just when Jiang Chen was wondering, the group turned left and right, and they didn't know how many levels they had passed. Entered a laboratory where everyone was wearing chemical protective suits. However, Jiang Chen and his group were only at the door of the laboratory. Through the thick, transparent glass on the doors and windows, you can see many scientific researchers inside studying crops. A large number of crops are grown in artificial farmlands. Jiang Chen just took a glance and his eyes widened. Because the crops inside are not normal. Wow, what a big mushroom. Shui Yao also exclaimed in surprise. She gestured with her hand. The mushrooms grown in that field were as big as a human head. If I take this back home, it will last me a week. Is this mushroom edible? Jiang Chen was also very curious. Kai Minghui smiled and said, these genetically modified mushrooms are mainly used for research, not for eating. Besides, these mushrooms are not nerve-free mushrooms. They have nerves. A mushroom with nerves? Aren't mushrooms fungi? Where are the nerves? Jiang Chen was even more puzzled. Mushrooms, as fungi, like other fruits, have no nerves. It's not an animal. Where does this nerve come from? Because the question involved research content, Kai Minghui was hesitating how to answer. Just then, an old professor's voice came over. Everything has a spirit, including mushrooms. Chapter 163, A Pool of Bacteria, the Supreme Old Bacteria. Everyone looked back. I saw an old man with thick reading glasses, white hair, and a Zhongshan suit standing there with a bright spirit and a thick notebook in his hand. Teacher, how come you woke up so soon? Kai Minghui hurried forward and helped the teacher take the notebook. Although electronic information is now developed, tablets and computers are everywhere. But Shen Wanyu still has the habit of recording some things in his notebook. Shen Wanyu waved his hand. After death, we will sleep forever. Why should we sleep for a long time when we are alive? Said. He walked up to Jiang Chen and Shui Yao, took a look, and said with some emotion, the outstanding young people nowadays are younger than each other. This is the person in charge of the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals Mecha, and this is the commander of the Sister Li aircraft carrier. Li Jing helped introduce. Hello, old professor. Jiang Chen and the other man also greeted politely. Being willing to travel thousands of miles to conduct scientific research in this harsh winter environment is truly worthy of respect. Shen Wanyu nodded. I've heard of the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals project. I didn't expect the person in charge to be so young. He looks about the same age as my apprentice. It's really rare. Of course, my student is currently the best among young people in the country in terms of crop science research. Shen Wanyu said this. He looked at Kai Minghui with some complacency. Obviously, he was very satisfied with his student. Although Jiang Chen is also very young, he has made great achievements in the field of mecha. But everyone has their own expertise, and my students are also good. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, I don't really have any experience in crop science, but you just said that everything has a spirit, including mushrooms. What does that mean? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Although he had witnessed the magic of life number 1 and experienced the power of the terracotta warrior's high-energy particle column, the idea that mushrooms have nerves still made his eyes light up, as if he had made a new discovery. Shen Wanyu walked to the door of the laboratory, looked at the big mushroom inside, and said, Originally, this was considered the highest level of academic achievement I have personally researched, but now, I don't mind talking about it with you young people. Teacher. Kai Minghui was very surprised. Once the teacher's discovery was released, it would definitely be more shocking than life number 1. If life number 1 is like opening a window, the teacher's discovery definitely broke down a door. The intensity is completely different. As long as a teacher publishes academic works on his own, his name will be remembered forever. But now, his academic work has not yet been fully written down, but he actually plans to speak it out. This made Kai Minghui, who could only leave his name as little assistant on the last page, anxious. Teacher, this is a huge achievement. I can't say that. If someone else gets there first, I will definitely break my thigh. However, Shen Wanyu didn't care. Not to mention whether Li Jing, Jiang Chen, and others can understand it. Even if they understood it, they couldn't write a relevant paper. These mushrooms and Ganoderma were cultivated later. Their ancestors were all a pool of fungi. Shen Wanyu said slowly. I found this colony while I was out on a scientific expedition. It's considered the first generation of original colonies. Just a small pool. After bringing it back for research, we discovered that it can not only reproduce in mushrooms, Ganoderma lucidum, etc., but also seems to have a strong intelligence. For example, if I put some nutrient solution in front of it, it can actually choose the shortest route to reach the nutrient solution and then devour it. Hundreds of days of research were omitted. Now, these colonies can already draw urban traffic maps. And this city traffic map is even more perfect than the one optimized by our top engineers. Isn't this a colony that's spiritual? Shen Wanyu suddenly changed the subject and directly stated the result. Everyone was also a little confused. From a pool of bacterial colonies to finding the optimal route for nutrient solution. It's quite understandable. Skipping a lot of details and moving on to drawing a city traffic map. Isn't this a bit of a leap? In fact, not only Jiang Chen and Shui Yao were confused. Li Jing also looked incredulous. Professor Shen, you must be kidding. How can a bacterial colony be mapped? I'll take you inside and you'll know. Shen Wanyu had Li Jing, Jiang Chen, and Shui Yao put on chemical protective suits, and then took them inside. Walk to the middle one. It is a large urban traffic map. Take a closer look. It was the urban transportation map of Zhujiang City, with details even down to the location of each subway station. There are 287 subway stations in Zhujiang City. It took several years to plan and construct. This is an electronically printed map of Zhujiang City's urban traffic. Shui Yao saw it at a glance and was confused. Shen Wanyu smiled slightly. Go around to the back and take a look. Everyone walked to the back of the map suspiciously. The back is a whiteboard with a large number of bacteria clinging to it. Their colony silk fluid has spread all over the white plate, as densely packed as blood vessels. At first glance, nothing special. But everyone who saw the front city traffic map could see the problem at a glance. Fuck, isn't this the traffic map on the front? Li Jing was shocked at that time. Jiang Chen also frowned. Such a clever colony? Jiang Chen wasn't quite sure. So I walked back to the front and looked at the traffic map of the front again. After some comparison, he finally confirmed it. This thing actually drew a map using its own bacterial mycelium fluid. Could it be artificial? Shui Yao was shocked and couldn't help but question. How could this colony create such a perfect map of the city? You know, the urban traffic map of Zhujiang City took the planning of countless experts. This colony, did you do it on your own? Where does it get its nerves and intelligence? Shen Wanyu was not surprised at all. He casually turned on the projector and said, Inside, there is a video recording of the entire bacterial colony's changes, which is 10 times faster. Everyone looked over. The above shows that the researchers placed the nutrient solution at some key traffic points. Just throw the colony aside. As time accelerated, these colonies began to spread wildly. And the ways they spread are roads. With the emergence of countless bacterial colony pathways, all the nutrient solution was eaten up. A traffic map appears. After comparison by scientific researchers, the degree of fit between this traffic map and the actual traffic map reached 90%. The remaining 10% is after colony optimization. That is to say, there are some unreasonable aspects in the current urban traffic map of Zhujiang City. It can also be optimized. What an amazing bacterial colony. After watching the accelerated video, Xiuyao couldn't help but gasp. After speeding up the video, it looks like the artist has a plan in mind, and the video is done with ease and without any hesitation, without any worry about taking the wrong path. It's really impressive. Could this thing be the transformation of the supreme old fungus? Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Chapter 164 Peach Garden, Hericium Arenaceous. Taishang Laojun. Haha, you young people have such a rich imagination. But these two should not be related. Shen Wanyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled brightly. Although this colony can grow in extremely cold places and has strong tendencies towards intelligence, it is still a pool of primitive colonies. How could it be related to the mythical Taishang Laojun? Shui Yao's eyes lit up, and she asked, Taishang Laojun, this name sounds very cute. By the way, does it have a name? If not, you can call it Taishang Laojun. No, we usually call it by its number, Antarctic Colony, first generation number 0001. Shen Wanyu shook his head. Professor Shen, besides being able to instill wisdom, what other functions does this bacterial colony have? This colony is so intelligent and has strong survival ability, which makes Jiang Chen think of the Nanshaman fire source mentioned by Ren Xiong. Xian Qin has the inheritance of the source of fire. There was also a source of fire in ancient times. This colony is so magical, maybe it is related to ancient times, Qin, Tang, Song, and Ming dynasties. Although he wasn't sure which one it was related to. Taishang Laojun was just his guess based on the name. Mushrooms and Ganoderma lucidum. These are the two most basic forms of reproduction. As for further research, I am not in a position to disclose it. I can only say that the life number 1 promoted by the Dragon Academy of Sciences only strengthens the human body, but the bacterial colony studied by our research station is very likely to completely change the direction of human evolution from the perspective of food. When Shen Wanyu talked about this, a sense of yearning was reflected behind his reading glasses. Since humans first used fire, they have been looking to nature for tools. Wooden sticks, stone tools, iron tools, bronze tools, porcelain tools, firearms, the Industrial Revolution, electricity, computers. Always expanding outward and seeking external tools. Only forget yourself. The essence of human beings. Brain, eyes, mouth, digestive system, skin, blood, nerves. These entities are the most complex organs that cannot be simulated no matter how advanced the computer is. Some brain scientists have calculated that only a small part of the human brain is developed, and most of it is idle. If we can start from the human essence, we can allow humans to fully tap their potential. It is definitely a new direction of evolution. Its significance. It is no less than the evolution of ancient apes into Homo sapiens. Ingredients. Interesting. Jiang Chen looked around. In addition to those studying bacterial colonies, there were also many mushrooms and Ganoderma lucidum. As for genetically modified and hybrid ones, there are even more. I followed Shen Wanyu to visit for a while again. Everyone came to Shen Wanyu's office. He took out a fully enclosed test box and handed it to Xiuyao. This is the sample our research station is sending to the Dragon Academy laboratory. Thank you for your safe delivery. The test chamber is not big, about the size of a small refrigerator. But there are 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and I don't know what's inside. Don't worry, I will send you back home safely. Xiuyao nodded and asked the staff officer to take it first. Everyone, I have an experiment to do, so I won't accompany you. Xiao Kai, it's almost lunchtime. You should take them to lunch. Seeing that it was almost 12 o'clock, Shen Wanyu handed the task of preparing the meal to Kai Minghui. Okay, teacher. Kai Minghui took Jiang Chen and his group to a spacious restaurant. Judging from the size of this restaurant, it can accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 people dining at the same time. This is the peak dining time. However, under Kai Minghui's arrangement, Jiang Chen and his group were given a sumptuous lunch from the scientific research station. Among them, the most eye-catching are 3 peaches as big as watermelons. Xiuyao looked at the 3 peaches in shock. She gestured to her head, then gestured to the peaches. She was surprised and said, "What kind of peach is this? How come it's bigger than my head? Is this genetically modified? Is it safe?" Jiang Chen stretched out his hands, picked up a peach, weighed it, and found it weighed at least 10 kilograms. But after thinking about it, Big Mushroom had seen it himself, and this peach was most likely cultivated in a laboratory. I just don't know how safe it is. Kai Minghui smiled slightly, pulled out a kitchen knife from the side, and chopped the peach into 2, revealing the fresh pink flesh inside. As he distributed the peach flesh to everyone, he smiled and said, "Don't worry. These are peaches that the teacher cultivated using bacterial colonies, and they have already been tested for human consumption. Of course, this is only the weakest first-grade peach, which can only enhance immunity and mental state. Higher quality peaches are still under experimentation. Enhance immunity and mental state? Is this still the weakest peach?" Out of curiosity, everyone tried the cut peaches. It's amazing. I didn't expect it to taste so good. Shui Yao took a bite. Her cheeks puffed up, and she was secretly amazed while chewing. I thought, such a big peach, grown in Antarctica, might have some taste issues. Unexpectedly, it's really good. Jiang Chen took a bite and was also amazed. He couldn't help but say, "It's so delicious. Don't you have another peach garden here?" Well, there is indeed a crop garden called the peach garden. However, in addition to growing peaches, they also grow mushrooms, Ganoderma lucidum, and genetically modified crops. It's on the mountain opposite the research station, about half an hour away. If you're interested, I can take you there this afternoon. Kai Minghui nodded. Damn, is there really such a thing? Jiang Chen looked strange and couldn't help burping. It's delicious. Can you pack up the remaining half for me so I can take it back for my brothers to try? After Li Jing finished eating, he looked savoring the taste. After eating the peaches, he felt that his whole spirit became much better. Kai Minghui smiled and said, Okay, I'll go to the kitchen and make some for you later. Using peaches to feed the soldiers on the aircraft carrier will also make the scientific research station safer. Lunch is over. Jiang Chen followed Kai Minghui to the mountains opposite. This mountain is covered with ice and snow. If I hadn't been wearing thick clothes and hadn't been in good enough physical condition, I would have been frozen to death. Even at the entrance of Pantao Garden, there are several guards standing guard in shifts. However, in the peach garden, those peach trees were full of peaches, and the snowflakes falling on them felt like tickling them. Kai Minghui took out a shovel and dug a hole, revealing the shape of a large mushroom. Seeing the shock on Jiang Chen and his group's faces, he introduced, "These crops have strong vitality, unlike those on the mainland." Jiang Chen walked in the peach garden, where there were all kinds of strange crops. Mushrooms, Ganoderma lucidum, and peaches are just the most common ones. Enoki mushrooms as tall as a person. Black fungus that can be used as an umbrella. They are all edible terrestrial fungi, but they are extremely large in size, and their growing season and extremely cold environment are too strange. Walk to the middle. Jiang Chen even saw a motionless gray monkey. Huh, why is there a monkey here? Jiang Chen stretched out his hand in surprise. Brother monkey, is that you? Kai Minghui replied. That's Hericium arenaceus, not a real monkey. Chapter 165, Magnetic Field Chaos, Comet Falls. Hericium arenaceus? Damn it, isn't this too realistic? Jiang Chen's hand fell on the Hericium arenaceus. The chewy touch of mushrooms was felt. Press gently. There was no movement from the Hericium arenaceus either, so it seemed to be Hericium arenaceus. This is incredible. How can this colony grow into a monkey? Shui Yao also walked over with a look of surprise on her face. This Hericium arenaceus is not tall, only about 1 meter tall, reaching only Shui Yao's waist. She couldn't help but bend down and touch its monkey head. It has a nose, eyes, and a tail. But the touch told her that it was clearly the feel of a mushroom, not a real monkey. Li Jing was taking photos with his phone at the moment. When he saw the Hericium arenaceus, he immediately came up to take a photo and said, It's amazing. I can show it off when I go back to Nanshanmen. Kai Minghui walked over with a smile and introduced. This Hericium arenaceus was cultivated by the teacher. As for how it was done, I don't know how it grows. You have to ask the teacher. Shin Wanyu had cultivated Hericium arenaceus before, but the results were somewhat disappointing. Only this Hericium arenaceus is the most real and the cutest. Honey, let's take a photo together. Shui Yao pulled Jiang Chen to take a photo with the Hericium arenaceus. Good. Click, click. Several people took photos with the Hericium arenaceus. After the group photo, visited again for a while. Only then did Shui Yao reluctantly follow everyone away. And not long after everyone left, the tail of the Hericium arenaceus suddenly broke off. A guard on duty saw this and was not surprised. Instead, he picked up the tail, then write it down in the record book. This guard not only watches over the garden, but also has to record the time when the Hericium arenaceus mushrooms break off their tails. This tail grows really fast. It broke off just a week ago, and now it's broken off again. The guard muttered to himself. This record book says that before, the tail of Hericium arenaceus would break once a month. Now it's once a week. Is it possible that my tail will fall off every day from now on? The guard looked at the Hericium arenaceus and felt a little confused. How could there be a fungus that reproduces so quickly, like a gecko, with an infinitely long tail? Shake your head. The guards couldn't figure out what was planted in the peach garden. Just as he turned around, a strange light flashed in the Horacium's eyes. After Jiang Chen followed Kai Minghui out of Pantao Garden, riding back in a snow jeep, it happened that a dozen large transport planes flew overhead. A large amount of wind and snow swept in. Watching these large transport planes fly over Pantao Garden and go to another mountain, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" "That's the Panga base. It's not under the responsibility of our research station. It's something that the Nanshimen project is going to do," Kai Minghui explained. "It seems that the construction of the Luanio should be put on the agenda. It's about controlled nuclear fusion, but there's no news yet." Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze. The biggest problem in building the Pangea base in Antarctica is not resources or the environment, but energy. The energy on Earth is limited. Without energy, no matter how much infrastructure and high-tech are invested, it will be inefficient. After all high technologies are based on energy. By the way, is there any magnetic field disturbance happening in Antarctica? Jiang Chen asked. The Earth's magnetic field is now in chaos, making it impossible to conduct magnetic field confinement experiments and thus enabling controlled nuclear fusion. Just like the Trisolarans used the Saphan to interfere with Earth's high-energy particle collider, basic human physics has been locked down. At present, we can only wait for the Earth's magnetic field to stabilize. Otherwise, if this magnetic field confinement experiment cannot be carried out, controlled nuclear fusion will never be born. Kai Minghui said, "It's okay here in Antarctica. The deviation is not serious." Is that so? Jiang Chen thought. The Earth's magnetic field is in chaos now, and no one knows when it will calm down. If it doesn't stop, I can only suggest to my colleagues in the Northwest that they move all the equipment to Antarctica and conduct experiments on controlled nuclear fusion. Jiang Chen and his team returned to the scientific research station in a jeep. After greeting Shinwanyu, Jiang Chen and his group left the scientific research station one after another and returned to the landing port. At the same time, Heavenly Palace. Inside Tiangong Station on the Near-Park track, a group of astronauts are conducting some experiments on genetic modification in space. Just then, there was a flash of light outside, lighting up the astronauts' faces. A female astronaut looked up in confusion, looked outside, and her eyes suddenly widened. She said in surprise, "Look, what is that?" The words fell. A comet streaked across the distance, fell into the moon. The other astronauts reacted and used telescopes to look at the comet shower outside. I saw comets one after another falling into the moon under the cover of night. Some managed to fall in. Some of them deviated from the track, passed by each other, and went away into the distance. But soon, these comets disappeared collectively again. They come in large numbers. The pause was also very quick. It was as if they arrived on Earth at a certain time and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. And just as the comet fell into the moon, the astronauts on the Tiangong spacecraft felt that it seemed to have deviated slightly towards the moon. Calling Earth Space Base, requesting to calculate the position of Tiangong, the astronauts immediately sent a signal to Earth. Soon, under the calculation of the space base, in the past 10 minutes, Tiangong has deviated from its predetermined position by a full 30 meters. I think I know why the Earth's magnetic field is frequently disrupted. One astronaut seemed to have an epiphany. Previously, the space base had issued a message that the Earth's magnetic field was in chaos. Let Tiangong calculate the magnetic field effect. But this palace is located high in the sky, far away from the Earth. They thought there was no problem. But now, after a large number of comets fall into the moon, the gravity will increase, and the tides will not only affect the Earth, but also the Tiangong. These comets, with their infalling angles, are very subtle and their speeds are very fast and rapid. If we hadn't turned to this position, we might not have noticed them. Another astronaut also noticed something unusual. Recently, the Earth's magnetic field has frequently experienced anomalies. At first, everyone thought it was caused by normal lunar tides. But now it seems, it is very likely that a large number of comets fell into the back of the moon, but they were not observed, which led to the magnetic field anomalies on the Earth. Hurry and send this news back to Earth. The astronauts looked serious. Allowing so many comets to fall into the moon, the moon's gravity will become stronger and stronger. The tides will become increasingly chaotic. The chaos in the magnetic field will cause problems for navigation on the entire Earth. Even the positioning of the Tiangong will become less and less accurate. Several people collected relevant information. Immediately turned on the communication equipment. Calling Earth Space Base. Chapter 166. Ocean swells. Aircraft carrier enters port. Jiang Chen and Shui Yao returned to the landing point on the Antarctic continent. After some inspection and replenishment, the aircraft carrier fleet prepared to leave the Antarctic continent. The group of white engineers not far away looked at the sister Li and the Qi Yao with complicated expressions as they left one after another under the escort of the alien spaceship. Not only do they have so many aircraft carriers, but they're also escorted by alien spacecraft. Alas, the situation is over. The good old days when a few cannons could blast open the gates of the Dragon Kingdom are gone forever. They wailed in their hearts. There is envy and jealousy, as well as unwillingness and regret. Inside the command room of Sister Li, Shui Yao also caught a glimpse of the changing expressions of the group of white people. She couldn't help but radio Jiang Chen. "Husband, look at those Western Europeans. They seem very unwilling." Jiang Chen glanced at it and smiled calmly. People are like this. It's hard for them to see the good in others, let alone people from different countries. But no matter what they think, Longming is just returning to his rightful place on this planet. Jiang Chen finished speaking. Those terracotta horses seemed to sense the mood of the fire air. They couldn't help but roar towards the sky. Make a horse neighing sound. The horses galloped at a rapid speed and rushed to the front of the aircraft carrier. "Honey, your mecha horse is really cool. It even has its own sound effects. Sometimes you can give me a ride." Shui Yao couldn't help but feel curious when she saw the lifelike appearance of the terracotta horse. She had seen the robot bird. Besides being too realistic, it's not too weird. But these terracotta horses are not just lifelike. They are made entirely of mud, and don't look like they are made of the Dragon Academy's mecha materials. Jiang Chen replied, "Sure, as long as you don't mind getting your butt covered in mud." The aircraft carrier fleet gradually left the landing port, heading towards Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is a transit point on the Belt and Road Initiative. In order to join the Belt and Road Initiative, they even contributed a port for free to the Li Jie aircraft carrier fleet to dock. According to Shui Yao's schedule, the fleet will arrive in Sri Lanka in 4 days. However, on the third day, Shui Yao discovered something was wrong. According to radar, the aircraft carrier fleet is still a day and a half away from Sri Lanka. What's going on? According to the plan, aren't we supposed to arrive in Sri Lanka around tomorrow morning? Why is there an extra half day? Shui Yao invited a technical expert to start checking the radar. Radar shows that the aircraft carrier fleet is now 1.5 days away from Sri Lanka. But this is clearly wrong. The aircraft carrier did not stop sailing or slow down in the South Indian Ocean, so how come it took half a day longer to sail? If it deviated by a few hours in the past few days, it would be normal. But now it has deviated for half a day. This is an exaggeration. Could it be that I am possessed by the spirit of cleanliness and hygiene? After checking the radar, the technical expert looked up and said, "Commander, the radar is fine. The positioning is accurate, and there is no deviation. The speed is also correct, and the display is accurate. Everything is fine. Then why is there an extra half day?" Shui Yao was a little confused. The staff officers were also discussing this matter, as they had never seen such a situation before. Just then, Jiang Chen's voice came over the radio. "There might be a problem with the total distance." "Is there a problem with the total distance? What does this mean?" Shui Yao and the others were unable to react. Jiang Chen replied, "The speed is fine, the route is fine, but it took half a day longer. That means the total distance has increased." Jiang Chen also reasoned based on the principle that distance equals speed multiplied by time. Since the speed and route are fine, but it takes half a day longer, it can only be that the distance has also become longer. However, as soon as these words were spoken, Shui Yao and the others all shook their heads. This route is fixed. The Earth is only this big. How can it get longer? What if the Earth gets bigger? Wouldn't the flight path get longer? Jiang Chen replied, "The Earth has gotten bigger?" When this answer came out, everyone just felt that it was even more ridiculous. How could the Earth suddenly become larger for no apparent reason? However, just then, a SSSS-level secret message came from the Marine base over the radio. "All aircraft carriers, listen up. Hurry up and find the nearest port. Collective suspension of flights." Shui Yao was stunned. This was the first time she had heard such a high-level secret order since she took office as commander. Regardless of the specific reason, she immediately ordered her fleet to accelerate northward. "Prepare to stop at a port in Sri Lanka." Jiang Chen drove a small fishing boat towards Sri Lanka at 20 times the speed of sound. During this period, he joined the Nanshaman Project chat group. "Really? The place is in chaos. Commander of the Longming, Long Xiaotian, what's going on? We are still searching for pirates in Somalia. Why do we suddenly have to find a port to stop sailing?" Commander Li Jing of the Dragon God. "Yeah, what's going on? Are those 3 aircraft carriers from shit planning revenge? Don't stop me. I'll be the first to charge in and wipe them out. Dragon Soul Yanluo, me too. Tangzhe, Maritime Base. Everyone, please be patient. A few days ago, we received a warning from the Space Center that Earth's magnetic field will undergo significant changes. Starting today, we've already seen signs of this. Since this morning, hundreds of ocean-going cargo ships have been seeking radar positioning. Qin Shuiyao from the ship Li Jia. It seems our ship Li Jia also deviated from its course and arrived in Sri Lanka half a day late. Tangzhe. No, this time it's not off course. It's the Earth that's gotten bigger. Long Xiaodian. Li Jing. Yen Luo Qin Shuiyao. The Earth has gotten bigger? What's so appalling about this? Tangzhe explained. To be precise, the land has not reacted yet, but the ocean is expanding rapidly, causing global shipping routes to become longer. At the same speed, you will need to spend more time to reach your destination. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Nanshimen was in an uproar. Especially those who built the Panga base in Antarctica were dumbfounded. If that's the case, wouldn't the cost of ocean transportation skyrocket? Tangzhe, we are not sure how much it has expanded. Anyway, the 4 major aircraft carriers must hurry to find a port. Do not leave the port without my order. The commanders of the 4 aircraft carriers looked serious. Yes. The expansion of the ocean is no small movement. If it's just a little bit of swelling, that's fine. If this doubles, the future sailing time, resource supply, transportation costs, all of them are closely related. When Jiang Chen saw the content in the Nanshimen group chat, his eyes froze slightly. Although he began to realize that the Earth was going to change drastically since the Dragon Soul's voyage. But he didn't expect that the entire Earth's oceans were expanding. I don't know how this expansion works. Jiang Chen murmured in his heart. If the expansion is uniform, then island countries will be doomed and will be submerged by the sea. If the expansion is uneven, such as the ocean bulging but the land not expanding, then the seawater will recede and the land country will gain some territory without seawater. Jiang Chen also didn't know how the Earth expanded. We can only rush to the land and wait and see how the Earth changes. Chapter 167 Global Panic. Jingwei fills the sea. After receiving the SSSS-level secret message from the Navy base, all major aircraft carriers immediately began emergency risk avoidance. The Longming stopped at a port near Somalia. The Dragon Soul stopped sailing in Sakura City. The Dragon God stopped at the Antarctic landing port. The Sister Li and the Chi Yao stopped sailing in Sri Lanka. The rest of the aircraft carriers that were modified at Penglai Port, led by the Tontian, headed north to the Pearl River Port for shelter. What's going on? Why is the Dragon Nation's Dragon Soul aircraft carrier fleet docked in our Sakura City? Sakura netizens are very curious. Ever since the Xiete aircraft carrier was destroyed, there has been no aircraft carrier stationed in Sakura City for some time. Now, when I suddenly see the Dragon Country aircraft carrier coming in, I suddenly feel like I am enjoying the wax dripping again. Pain and happiness. It's no big deal. Who cares why they stopped here? Isn't it just a replacement for the dog leash? The Heisei otakus looked calm and even couldn't help but add an extra Wallace chicken drumstick to their dinner. But soon, following the news that the Longming and Li Jia ships had stopped sailing one after another, major shipping groups around the world have also successively issued announcements of shipping price increases. What's going on? I bought a jar of kimchi from Kimchi Country, and they added $100 in shipping fees? Why don't you just go grab it? Yeah, I just realized that I was automatically charged for shipping. How bizarre. They even increased the price mid-shipment. Faced with questions from many netizens, Xiete, Western Europe, and Longwa successively issued relevant warnings through official accounts. The Earth's oceans are expanding, and shipping prices are soaring rapidly. Tourists should exercise caution when traveling to sea. During this period, some private media also reported that after the ocean swell, some private cruise ships lost their energy supplies because they did not enter the port in time and were stranded in the sea and could only wait for rescue. Chowdan, I was planning to go out and play during National Day, but the ocean suddenly got bigger, so my plan to travel around the world is ruined. What about the global plan? If the ocean continues to expand, will the land be submerged? Oh shit. Yeah, my home is by the sea. Ha ha ha, luckily my home is at the foot of Mount Everest. It's very safe. After a brief complaint, netizens suddenly realized that if the ocean continued to expand, wouldn't it threaten the land? Some coastal residents suddenly fell into panic and began planning to move to land. The prices of some flights leaving the coastal areas instantly increased from hundreds to thousands. Even plane tickets costing tens of thousands of yuan are hard to come by. Everyone can only take the train to get to the land. Such things are beginning to occur in countries around the world. At the beginning, countries will also come forward to reassure the public and tell them not to panic. However, as shipping prices continue to rise, Everyone has discovered that the ocean is still expanding, shipping routes are still growing, and some shipping groups are even experiencing large-scale seafarer resignations. After all, the ocean suddenly expanded, and I'd be out at sea for months. What if I couldn't come back? Everyone, please don't panic. Our aircraft carrier is at the forefront of the ocean. If there is any problem, we will notify you as soon as possible. Longming issued a notice. Although officials are not sure how the ocean will expand, it has not stopped coastal residents from migrating inland. After all, when faced with a survival crisis, everyone will subconsciously stay away from danger. My dear, I have to go back to my country first. Please stay at the port and don't wander around. After seeing the sister Li and Chi Yao enter the port of Sri Lanka, Jiang Chen greeted Shui Yao. Jiang Xiaoran is still in Zhujiang City. If the ocean really expanded and flooded the coast, he was worried that something might happen to Jiang Xiaoran. Shui Yao also knew Jiang Chen's plan. She said to Jiang Chen, "Don't worry, husband. I will take care of myself. You should hurry back home." Jiang Chen kissed her. He touched her belly and smiled. This sudden expansion of the ocean will definitely go down in human history. Otherwise, let's call the boy Jiang Haipeng. Jiang Haipeng? Wow, what a tacky name. The two of them stayed together for a while. After leaving 5 terracotta warriors for Shui Yao, Jiang Chen returned home in a small fishing boat. By the way, I also brought the experimental box from the scientific research station back to the Longming Institute. Jiang Chen handed the things to Xia Zhongshuan immediately. Dean, this is what Professor Shen asked us to bring back. Please study it quickly. From what I hear, they're almost done researching some of the old monsters in heaven. Jiang Chen finished his explanation. So I left Longming Academy. Xia Zhongshuan looked puzzled. The Long Science Institute has always had cooperative research with the scientific research station. What old monster from heaven? What is this kid talking about? Could it be possible that old Shun and his team could develop monkeys? Xia Zhongshuan smiled and shook his head. Shun Wanyu mainly studies crops and deals with plants and fungi all year round. How is it possible to research the old monster in heaven? After Jiang Chen returned to Qingyu community, it was discovered that Jiang Xiaoran was not at home at this time. Looked at the date. It's working hours. So I called Jiang Xiaoran. "Xiaoran, where are you now?" Jiang Xiaoran's somewhat childish but firm voice came from the other side. "Uncle, I'm not in Tianjin Group. I'm now in the Zhujiang City Flood Control Volunteer Center." Jiang Chen was stunned. He thought Jiang Xiaoran was still selling Mingpa soup in Tianjin Group. Flood Fighting Volunteer Center? You're just a little girl. What kind of flood can you fight? Jiang Chen asked unhappily. When the ocean expands, the coastal areas will be submerged. This is not flood control at all. This is clearly Jingwei filling the sea. Jiang Xiaoran said loudly. That's right. Our action is called Jingwei filling the sea. Even if we have to bite a stone, we will fill the flooded sea. Wait, I'll fill it out for you. Jiang Chen went straight to the Zhujiang City Flood Control Volunteer Center. There were already many young men and women in the hall, wearing life jackets, apparently doing some drills and training. Now, please welcome Jiang Xiaoran, the captain of our Jingwei reclamation team, to come up and say a few words. A volunteer staff member said to the audience. Jiang Xiaoran stood up with a serious look on her face. She took a step forward, wanting to rush forward in a cool manner. Result. With a bang. She hit her instep on the steps and fell flat on her face. Everyone rushed forward to support him. Jiang Xiaoran waved his hands, gritted his teeth, and stood up. It's okay. Let me say a few words. As Jiang Xiaoran was speaking, she noticed a young man walking up from below. He took a step forward, reached out, and grabbed her ear. Hey, let me go. Jiang Xiaoran yelled. Jiang Chen grabbed her ear and said, You're like Jingwei filling up the sea. Even if we had 10,000 of you, it wouldn't be enough. Finished. He glanced around at the volunteers. And you too. Go home quickly. Everyone go back to their own home and find their own mother. Seeing this, the volunteers were very dissatisfied and said, Who are you? We are doing charity work to fight floods and provide disaster relief. Jiang Chen glanced at them indifferently. Even if the sky falls, there are aircraft carriers on the front line to hold it up. Just retreat inland as soon as possible and it will be over. Finished. He grabbed Jiang Xiaoran's ear and left. Chapter 168. The sea water rises half a meter every day. Uncle, let go of my ears. Jiang Xiaoran, whose ears were pulled, couldn't help but protest loudly. Jiang Chen took her away from the Flood Relief Volunteer Center and finally let go of her ear. You're just causing trouble. I mean well. Jiang Xiaoran retorted. Jiang Chen sighed. Good intentions can easily lead to bad consequences. With your current abilities, how can you fight against a flood? No, this is a sea disaster. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain it to my cousin and uncle? Jiang Chen took her home and analyzed the situation with her. If the current ocean expansion continues, the seawater will flow back and directly swallow up the entire coast. At this time, the entire city would retreat. Flood control is no longer effective. After Jiang Shaoran heard this, her passion was extinguished. She hung her head and said, "Then what should we do? Should we withdraw now?" She also plans to continue selling manhwa soup after the flood. Unexpectedly, they are actually going to withdraw. Jiang Chen shook his head. It's not certain yet, but hurry up and pack your things. If the seawater starts to flood back, I'll arrange for you to go inland. Where's my aunt? After returning home, Jiang Shaoran didn't see Xu coming back and asked worriedly. She's overseas, but don't worry, she's fine. Jiang Chen said this and started packing up his things at home. Jiang Shaoran was helping on the side. It's almost done cleaning up. Jiang Chen asked Jiang Shaoran to stay at home while he went to the port. Whether seawater will flow back depends on whether the water level in the port rises. Once it starts to rise, there will definitely be an early warning to start evacuating citizens. For those who did not have time to retreat, there were also 5 major aircraft carrier fleets returning from Penglai at the Pearl River port. These 5 major aircraft carrier fleets are mainly composed of warships from the clean, sanitary, and Xiete countries' 5 major aircraft carrier fleets, which were disrupted, reorganized, and modified. Although its combat capability is not as strong as that of the 4 major domestic aircraft carrier fleets, it is more than enough to transport resources and carry more people. Seeing Jiang Chen was going to the port, Jiang Shaoran couldn't sit still anymore and followed Jiang Chen happily, saying, "Uncle, I want to go too." "You?" Jiang Chen frowned and was about to refuse. However, Jiang Shaoran grabbed his sleeve tightly. Jiang Chen thought about it and felt that she was indeed a little bored being alone at home. So he said, "Then follow me closely and don't run around." "Receive." Jiang Shaoran put her legs together and quickly followed Jiang Chen. The uncle and nephew soon arrived at the Pearl River port. Although the seawater has not yet flooded back, all the dock workers nearby have been evacuated. Many cargo ships and fishing boats stopped sailing nearby and dared not go out to sea. On the shore of the port, there are a large number of armed personnel on guard. From the Dragon Academy. At the entrance, facing the armed men who were blocking people, Jiang Chen showed his ID as the person in charge of the heavenly soldiers and generals. Jiang Shaoran was surprised. She whispered to Jiang Chen, "Uncle, isn't your job to fish? How did you get into the Dragon Academy? Didn't I tell you last time that I have a part-time job repairing air conditioners on aircraft carriers?" Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Jiang Shaoran looked confused. "Repair the air conditioner? Which aircraft carrier would need you to repair the air conditioner? There must be specialized technicians on the aircraft carrier. Why would a fisherman like Jiang Chen be asked to repair the air conditioner?" Jiang Chen replied seriously, "Of course. The air conditioner on the Li Jie aircraft carrier often breaks down. I fix it for her when I have nothing to do." After several repairs, the small air conditioner was almost born. Jiang Shaoran looked skeptical. But at this moment, she had already followed Jiang Chen to the dock. She suddenly noticed the endless yet neatly arranged warships on the sea. The whole person was stunned. Now, 5 major aircraft carrier fleets are spread across the ocean. There is no end in sight. A rough estimate shows that there are hundreds of warships in sight. As for the ones further back, they are invisible. Fuck, uncle, why are there so many warships? Are they all our country's aircraft carriers? It was the first time that Jiang Shaoran saw so many aircraft carrier fleets lined up on the sea, and she was immediately shocked. Although she had seen some news about aircraft carrier fleets and the launching of new warships on TV and the internet, she had never seen it with her own eyes. At this moment, I saw with my own eyes so many warships lined up there in a unified manner, and I felt as if my eyes were exploding with shock. So shocking. So majestic. There is too much of an oppressive feeling of war. Jiang Chen explained. These are captured foreign fleets, modified. Our domestically produced aircraft carriers are more powerful, but they are currently stationed in the ocean outside. Dragon roars in Somalia. The Dragon Soul is in Sakura City. The Dragon God is in Antarctica. Sisterly is also in Sri Lanka. The ships currently moored near the ports of the Pearl River were all captured from other countries and then modified. Although there are many of them, their combat effectiveness is not as good as that of domestically produced aircraft carriers. Especially Sisterly's account. The ship with the highest combat power at present is Sisterly, which is equipped with a new power system, energy device, and molecular materials. Not to mention, there are a large number of genetic warriors and mecha men on it. And the commander who brings his own electric current. Hiss. This is just what was captured. Jiang Shaoran was shocked again. These fleets have at least 20 destroyers and cruisers. The 5 major fleets combined have hundreds of warships. If they are released into the port waters at this moment, the number will naturally be very intimidating. But on second thought, the domestically produced aircraft carrier fleet is even larger, and Jiang Chen suddenly became excited. I also want to see the scene of the domestically made aircraft carrier fleet setting out together. I saw on the news that there's another aerospace carrier called the Luanio, and it's still under construction. Jiang Chen asked curiously. Unconsciously, she followed Jiang Chen to the entrance of the Pearl River military port. Yes, if the land is submerged in the future, the Luanio may be our Noah's Arkansas, Jiang Chen said. The two entered the military port. Wait here for a moment, I'll be back soon. Jiang Chen gave Jiang Chen some instructions, then quickly walked to a dock at the military port. At this time, Tang Zhe was leading a group of people to measure the rising sea level. Jiang Chen watched Jiang Chen leave, and then he noticed that this was actually a military port. However, after looking at the armed men with live ammunition not far away, she squatted down silently, not daring to move. Commander Tang, how fast is the sea water rising? Jiang Chen walked up. Tang Zhe turned around and saw Jiang Chen. He frowned and said, Xiao Jiang, the situation is not optimistic. The seawater has been rising since yesterday and has already risen half a meter. Also, according to some data from the Sakura City Dragon Soul, the sea level at the port in Sakura City has risen even more rapidly, reaching 1 meter in half a day. All the sea dwellers there have already evacuated. Half a day and half a meter? The depth of this port terminal from the sea surface is less than 10 meters. In other words, at this rate of rise, in 5 days the sea water will begin to flood the docks and flow back into the city. Chapter 169, Seawater Backflow, Everyone Evacuates. At this rate, should we declare a coastal evacuation now? Jiang Chen asked with a frown. 5 days sounds almost like a week. But if a city needs to be evacuated, a week may not be enough. 20% of Zhujiang city residents have already evacuated in advance, and the rest are still evacuating. Those who haven't evacuated yet are also preparing to leave at any time. The hardest hit evacuations right now are those involving large equipment companies. Some are very valuable and urgently need trucks to transport them. But unfortunately, transportation capacity is tight, and we can't arrange any. Tang Zhe shook his head. For example, at the Longming Institute, there are a lot of large equipment that are ready to be evacuated, but there is a lack of large trucks for transportation. So, Xia Zhongshuan has already asked Tang Zhe to arrange warships to help with transportation. However, the warship is still some distance away from the Longming Institute. Unless the sea level continues to rise and pushes the warship near the Longming Institute. Okay, I understand. Jiang Chen nodded and prepared to arrange for Jiang Xiaoran and his father-in-law and mother-in-law to evacuate together. Tang Zhe suddenly shouted, Xiao Jiang. You should retreat quickly too. The Dragon Academy will arrange a place for you. Good. Jiang Chen nodded. Now, apart from Jiang Xiaoran and his father-in-law and mother-in-law who are still in Zhujiang City, he has nothing else to worry about in Zhujiang City. Uncle, where are we going now? Let's go to my parents-in-law's house first, and I'll send you all away. Jiang Chen said this and brought Jiang Xiaoran to the small fishing boat. Jiang Xiaoran watched Jiang Chen enter the cockpit of the small fishing boat with ease and was confused. Uncle, aren't we going to my aunt's parents' house? Why are we on a fishing boat? She was a little puzzled. Could it be that her aunt's parents were on the island? Jiang Chen smiled. I knew her, but I didn't know that the small fishing boat could fly. So he said, come up first, and you will know immediately. Oh, Jiang Xiaoran sat in the cockpit half believing and half doubting. Next second, as Jiang Chen started, Jiang Xiaoran was completely stunned. This small fishing boat not only has a sci-fi operating system, but also has wingspans on both sides. Oh my god, the little fishing boat has grown wings. Jiang Xiaoran was stunned. However, with the suspension of small fishing boats, the underwater terracotta horses also emerged from the water, and on top of them were several meter-tall soldier figurines riding them. The high-energy particle column pulled the small fishing boat higher and higher. It stopped directly at a height of 100 meters. What's this? Jiang Xiaoran, who had been shocked by the aircraft carrier for a long time, was shocked again at this moment. Jiang Chen smiled. You can think of it as a mecha man. Mecha? The kind of mechas like the ones used by heavenly soldiers and generals? Jiang Xiaoran gasped. This was too shocking. The mechas she had seen on the internet and on TV, though powerful, were generally within her cognitive range. The terracotta warriors were not only peculiar in shape, but also huge in size. The particle columns they released were like the energy of an alien spacecraft, very sci-fi. Hold on tight, it's going to speed up. Jiang Chen reminded her and handed her a red bag. Jiang Shaoran quickly took the bag. Hold on to the handrail. Call out. Half Mach in an instant. Then fly forward while maintaining a speed of Mach 1. Jiang Shaoran only felt a huge push on his back coming from the seat. Jiang Chen originally wanted to drive at Mach 20, but after thinking about it, he felt that Jiang Shaoran's physical condition could not handle it. So it could only move forward at a snail's pace at Mach 1. But even so, when the small fishing boat stopped at the square in front of Qin Guohua's community, Jiang Shaoran couldn't help but put his head into the red bag. There was a sound of vomiting. You rest here for a while, I'll be down soon. Jiang Chen patted her on the back and asked her to rest for a while. He rang the doorbell of Qin Guohua's house. At this moment, Qin Guohua and his wife had already packed up their things. They have received a notice from the Longming Institute and are ready to evacuate at any time. The only people they were still worried about were Shui Yao and Jiang Chen. But Shui Yao called the couple and said she was safe overseas. However, when they heard that they were overseas, they became even more anxious. Fortunately, at this moment, Jiang Chen is back. He said to Qin Guohua straight to the point, Dad, pack up. I will take you away from Zhujiang. Xiaojiang, where is Shui Yao? Why is she still overseas? Qin Guohua didn't even know that Shui Yao had become the commander of an aircraft carrier. He only heard Shui Yao say that she had become a medical soldier on a warship, but it had to be kept secret, so the two of them didn't dare to ask too much. Mother Qin also looked worried. Yeah, Xiaojiang, what's wrong with Shui Yao? Is she working as a medic on a warship? Is she safe? Jiang Chen knew that the two were worried about their daughter, so he said soothingly, Mom and Dad, don't worry. Shui Yao has a high status on the warship, and her safety will be guaranteed. I am back now to take you away safely. We're fine. The Dragon Academy has arranged a transport plane to take us away. The time will be around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Qin Guohua said. The Longming Institute has arranged an evacuation channel for its scientific researchers. But you need to queue. Jiang Chen said. No need for tomorrow. I'll take you away today. You can let them give the quota for the Dragon Academy to someone else. This is also fine. Qin Guohua then contacted the hospital's logistics department and told them that he had found a way to leave Zhujiang City and give the spot to the next person. After some tidying up, Qin Guohua and his wife left home reluctantly. Arrived at the entrance of the community, they were all stunned when they saw the small fishing boat and the 5 terracotta warriors parked in the square. Xiaojiang, what is this? As a scientific researcher at the Dragon Science Institute, Qin Guohua had seen heavenly soldiers and generals, but this was the first time he saw the small fishing boat in the shape of the terracotta horses. Jiang Shaoran quickly replied, Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. My uncle said this is a mecha. Mecha? This isn't the same series as the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, right? Qin Guohua muttered to himself. But I can't care about that anymore at this point. Under Jiang Chen's arrangement, they quickly entered the cockpit. The cockpit is not big and can only accommodate about 10 people. But the deck was large enough to accommodate more than 50 people. Certainly, the deck is not as comfortable as the cockpit. After Jiang Chen arranged the 3 people, then he started the small fishing boat. By the way, Dad, where is the place that Longming Academy arranged for you? Jiang Chen asked. Qin Guohua said, Zhongsha City. The entire Longming Institute plans to move to Zhongsha. Zhongsha, it's too far. I have to go back to the port. How about this, Mom and Dad? I'll take you to the nearest city, Bailing, and then you can take a plane, train, or something like that to Zhongsha. How about that? Jiang Chen asked. Bailing is located at a high altitude and is hundreds of miles away from Zhujiang City. Even if the seawater flows back, it will not immediately reach Bailing City. You can travel to Zhongsha at ease. The same goes for Xiaoran. Her home is in Hunan Province, and she can also return to Hunan Province from Bailing City. Okay, be careful, Qin Guohua said with a worried look. Call out. Small fishing boat takes off. Go all the way north. Period. It just happened to fly over the Ocean University. Ocean University at this time. It's in chaos. Many college students from other places want to go home, but the plane and train tickets are sold out. There was even traffic jam on the highway. They wanted to leave Zhujiang City, but they were extremely short of transportation. And at this moment, the school is arranging some ships. These ships are jointly built by the Ocean University and some shipping groups. They have prepared for the worst. If you don't evacuate in time, you will have no choice but to get on the ship. At first, the students breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, everyone found something wrong. Because you need a ticket to board the ship, some shipping companies have started selling tickets for 50,000 yuan each. Chapter 170, Sky-High Tickets, Requisition of Freighters. Ocean University. A large number of students from other places are now queuing up to buy tickets for Costco Group's cargo ship because they have not been able to buy transportation to leave Zhujiang City. According to Sino-Ocean Group, as long as the seawater flows back and the draft depth reaches 5 meters, the cargo ships in the port can come directly. COSCO Group still has more than a dozen ocean-going cargo ships stationed at the Pearl River ports that have not yet departed. Each freighter can accommodate at least 500 people. There is also ample food storage on top. It can allow people to float on the sea for about half a month. But the problem is, there are tens of thousands of students in the Ocean University. As more and more people line up, everyone suddenly discovered that the price of the boat ticket had soared from around 10,000 to around 50,000. Even as people started to cut in line, ticket prices continued to rise. Everyone, don't worry. I'm announcing that the price will increase from 50,000 to 100,000 per ticket. At the front of the long queue is the office of Sino-Ocean Group. A familiar figure was standing at the front, speaking loudly with a loudspeaker. This person is Yang Wei. As the prince of COSCO Group, he can naturally command the family's cargo ships. This time the ocean swelled, and they suffered a lot of losses, with the losses from daily suspension of navigation amounting to tens of millions. In order to reduce their losses, they prepared to sell the boat tickets. He was originally worried that no one would buy the tickets, but now he finds that these tickets are selling extremely well. So he made a prompt decision and immediately doubled the price of the boat ticket. The boat ticket costs 50,000 yuan each and 50 million yuan for 1,000 people. If a ticket costs 100,000 yuan, then for 1,000 people, that would be 100 million yuan. The Ocean University has tens of thousands of people, so this is a small goal, enough to make up for the losses caused by the suspension of flights. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the whole crowd went wild. Fuck, it's doubled. That's too much. This is profiting from the national crisis, right? 50,000 is the most my parents can send me. There's no more. Complain about this kid. The crowd was excited. One girl was so angry that she took out Sophie and threw her at Yang Wei. Yang Wei was so scared that he quickly hid behind his bodyguard. He held up a loudspeaker and shouted, "Students, don't get excited. I can't help it. There are only a little over 5,000 tickets available. How about this? The first batch will be 100,000 each, and the second batch will be 50,000 each. It will just take a while." As soon as these words were spoken, more sanitary napkins were thrown over. The seawater has to flow back in at least 5 meters before the cargo ship can enter. If a cargo ship wants to reach other cities, it needs to move slowly along with the sea water, which takes at least a day. When we came back, the water depth of Zhujiang City was at least 10 meters. Except for some skyscrapers, most buildings were submerged. Who the hell has time to wait here to die? What's second batch? What's the difference between this and waiting to die? Yang Wei calmly took off the sanitary napkin from her head and said, "This is the rule in our family. If you don't agree, go find a flying boat yourself." Everyone was about to curse. Just then, a strong wind swept in from the sky. Everyone was shocked. They all looked up. Then I saw 5 terracotta horses pulling a fishing boat, floating above the playground. What the hell? Aliens? What aliens? This isn't a fishing boat with the name Zhujiang 888 printed on it. Holy shit, a flying fishing boat. Could it be the latest black technology from the Dragon Science Institute? It must be. Have you seen those tall mecha men? 2 or 3 meters tall. They must be heavenly soldiers and generals. Why are there still horses? What's so strange about the heavenly soldiers and generals riding horses? That's great. There's help. There's help. After being surprised, everyone suddenly became excited. They gathered under the small fishing boat. And at this time, Jiang Chen, who was more than 3 meters above the ground, jumped into the air and landed on the ground. Everyone, don't panic. As a warship, I promise you that I will get you all away safely. Jiang Chen comforted everyone. Just as the plane flew over Ocean University, the scanning system detected Yang Wei. The system showed that this guy was actually selling boat tickets at sky-high prices. This made Jiang Chen frown, feeling something was wrong. Wasn't this kid taken away by Longming? Although he didn't know how many years the other party had been sentenced to, it was definitely impossible for him to be released in less than half a year. As for the sky-high prices of boat tickets, it is even more ridiculous. Not to mention that there are a large number of warships ready to go in the port. Just the ticket that costs 100,000 yuan is definitely a fortune for the national disaster. Yang Wei, who was not far away, was also shocked when he suddenly saw a fishing boat flying down. When he saw clearly that the person coming was Jiang Chen, he was even more surprised. He hurried over, but heard Jiang Chen talking about the identity of the warship. He frowned and said, "What warship identity? It's just a fishing boat. Stop pretending to be a warship." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen took out his small army green notebook. The Longming Aircraft Carrier Fleet's Brigade-Level Battleship Organization. Open your dog eyes wide and see if it's fake. Everyone gathered around, with the emblem of the dragon roar on it. Everyone present was a student of Ocean University. How could you not know the battleship emblem? They all gave thumbs up. Wow, this is really the organization of an aircraft carrier fleet. How is this possible? You must have faked it. Yang Wei's heart skipped a beat when he saw the emblem of the Longming. Faking an aircraft carrier emblem is a crime that will be punished severely, so Jiang Chen would never dare to fake it. However, this 100% made Yang Wei a little panicked. When did this guy join the aircraft carrier? Jiang Chen stepped forward and smiled slightly. You will soon know whether I am faking it or not. Also, you are suspected of taking advantage of the national crisis to profit from it. This will cost you at least 10 years. Also, your underage incident on the freighter was punishable by at least 20 years. How did you get out? When Yang Wei heard about the freighter incident, his eyes widened. Fuck, you were the one who reported me? That's called eliminating harm for the people. Just wait for death, kid. Jiang Chen looked at him coldly. Yang Wei was panicked. His family spent a lot of money to get him out. Now I have to go in again. He couldn't accept it. He turned around. Want to escape. However, just then, a bolt of lightning struck out of nowhere. Yang Wei screamed, fell to the ground, and fainted. The students around were startled. Oh my god, it's broad daylight. Why is there thunder? This is the fate of profiting from national disasters. It's a bolt from the blue. God has struck me well. Everyone exclaimed that the chopping was done well. Then he quickly asked Jiang Chen, this battleship boss, when will you take us out of the Pearl River? This small fishing boat is high-tech. But it's a bit small after all. It is still not enough to transport all the tens of thousands of people from the Ocean University. Don't worry, Yang Wei's cargo ship will be requisitioned soon, and it won't cost a penny. Jiang Chen spoke. That's great. But it seems that Yang Wei's cargo ship can only carry about 5,000 people, and there are still 50,000 people left. Everyone asked questions again. Although it is free, there are still not enough people to carry. Don't worry, the country will not give up on anyone. Jiang Chen calmed everyone down. He took out his communicator and prepared to contact Tai Zhu, the commander of the Tongtian at the port. Chapter 171, The Order of the God of War, Falling from the Sky. Tai Zhu, this is Jiang Chen. Got it. Please reply. Tens of thousands of students at Ocean University are imprisoned and about to be drowned by the sea. Request for heavenly troops and generals to support them. Ship to Bailing City. Repeat. In front of everyone, Jiang Chen sent a signal to the iron pillar opposite the communicator. The iron pillar at this moment. Getting ready at the port. Be ready to sail warships towards people who have not yet evacuated. Just then, he received a distress signal from Jiang Chen. His intelligent computing system calculates very quickly. 3 seconds later, he made a complete rescue plan. According to this rescue plan, he began to use electronic signals to give orders to the heavenly soldiers and generals on the deck. As a modified aircraft carrier, Tongtian has only 5,000 quota places. Among them, there are 5,500 are mecha soldiers. All heavenly soldiers and generals, listen to my orders. Go to Ocean University and rescue the students. Safely transport students to the nearest Bailing City. Codename, Ares Doghouse. Yes. The heavenly soldiers and generals on the deck and in the cabin quickly took action the moment they received the electronic information. As a complete group of heavenly soldiers and generals, they all have wingspans. Wingspan open. With a whoosh, they rushed out of the aircraft carrier fleet. They flew towards the Ocean University in an A-shaped formation. And on the playground, it has attracted more and more students. There were 7 or 8 layers inside and outside, and even the branches outside were full of students. They are looking forward to it. While discussing the small high-tech fishing boat suspended in the air, while waiting for official rescue. Less than 10 minutes. The heavenly soldiers and generals swarmed in like dark clouds, covering the sky and the earth. But, since there was no place to stand on the playground, they floated more than 2 meters above the ground like small fishing boats. Arranged neatly. It's the heavenly soldiers and generals. They are truly heavenly soldiers and generals. Woo woo woo, I'm saved. Mommy doesn't have to worry about me falling into the sea and being eaten by a shark anymore. Love it. I saved $100,000. Looking at the heavenly soldiers and generals descending from the sky, there was a burst of warm cheers at the scene. Jiang Chen stood in the crowd and spoke loudly into a loudspeaker. Everyone line up in an orderly manner. Each mecha man will carry 1 person. Don't crowd. Don't leave anyone out. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavenly soldier fell down vertically. The man only needed to jump up lightly to hug the heavenly soldier's neck. The female students were a little hesitant when they saw this. This thing is flying, isn't it too scary? If it flies to a height of several hundred meters, wouldn't it faint from blood? Everyone, don't worry. The mecha won't fly very high. Try to fly at a low altitude, no more than 10 meters. Jiang Chen comforted everyone. The mecha won't fly too high. Encouraged by Jiang Chen, a male student was eager to try and was the first to step forward to eat the crab. Brother, I hugged you. The male student spoke to Tianbing. After the celestial soldier stretched out his wingspan, he flew into the air to a height of about 5 meters. At the same time, he folded his hands behind his back and hugged the male student's back. In the blink of an eye, it flew away. The others were shocked when they saw this. Fuck, that's awesome. I never thought that I would be able to ride on the heavenly soldiers and generals in my lifetime. Me, next me. After seeing this, everyone came forward, eager to try it out. Even, there was a muscular man, pulling another muscular man, and asked Jiang Chen shyly. Brother, can we do it together? We can stack it up. Another muscular man helped explain. Well, we mainly want to save some heavenly soldiers and generals. After all, only 500 can be transported in one trip. Even if the heavenly soldiers and generals were very fast, they could only transport less than 2,000 people in a day. The remaining people had to wait for the seawater to come in before boarding the cargo ship. Sure, if you're willing to stack together, go ahead. However, there can only be 3 people at most. If there are more, the mecha's arms won't be long enough, and I'm worried you'll fall. Jiang Chen thought about it and replied. He wasn't worried about the mecha not having enough power and being unable to fly, but he was worried that they would be stacked too much and fall down. Although the flight height is only over 5 meters, the speed is fast, and there is still a possibility of falling to death. That's great. The words fell. Soon, more and more students formed a pyramid. There are 3 men. There are 3 daughters. There are even 2 men and 1 woman, 2 women and 1 man. Jiang Chen could understand the first 2. To the back. This relationship left Jiang Chen stunned. My fellow junior students, you are really amazing. Senior is old. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. But at this time, everyone was in a hurry to leave and was unwilling to wait for the cargo ship behind. After all, the cargo ship behind needs to wait for the seawater to flow back in before it can move in. There is still a certain degree of danger. As the heavenly soldiers and generals flew away one after another, about 800 teachers and students were taken away from the scene. All that's left is to wait for the next trip. Fortunately, the heavenly soldiers and generals fly fast enough, with one trip taking about 3 hours. Everyone, please be patient. The next bus will arrive in about 3 hours. I'll take a group of people away first. Be back soon. Jiang Chen arranged for about 50 people to board the deck of the small fishing boat. Then he started the fishing boat and flew away. The students below saw that the heavenly soldiers and generals and the small fishing boat had left. But they were not panicking at all. Because they believed Jiang Chen's words, they believed that the heavenly soldiers and generals would come back, and the small fishing boat would also come back. Even students. I couldn't help but post some photos I just took of the mecha flying with a person on its back online and wrote a caption. The students of my alma mater are imprisoned and about to be drowned by the sea. At the command of the god of war, 500 heavenly soldiers and generals descend from the sky. As soon as this post is published, it quickly aroused heated discussion among netizens. What the hell, what city is this? Everyone in our city is evacuating by train. Your city is small, right? Some large cities, with tens of millions of people, are not easy to evacuate. So, are you using advanced technology? Heavenly soldiers and generals, this is from the Dragon Academy of Science, and the Dragon Academy of Science is in Zhujiang City, so it's obviously from Zhujiang City. I'm so envious. I actually had heavenly soldiers and generals carrying me to evacuate. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. Yeah, I just posted on WeChat moments about taking the government-free train to evacuate, but I didn't expect there would be something even more outrageous. I understand the logic, but why is the third photo of 2 women and 1 man? During such a critical time, are you still making sandwiches? Ha. I just realized that in several photos, there are several people stacked on top of each other. This is to maximize the mecha's utilization. There are 3 men, like a pyramid, right? Those 3 girls. I'd like to be at the bottom. Chapter 172, City Flooded, Warships Appear. Jiang Chen's small fishing boat was moving a little faster and higher than the heavenly soldiers and generals. But this did not affect the students at all, and they all took out their mobile phones. Come on, brothers, let's take a photo. It's the highlight of our lives. At first, the students sat on the deck, leaning against the fishing boat, and were a little nervous. But as the fishing boat flew steadily, they began to feel relieved. He actually started taking selfies. He even deliberately included shots of himself and the terracotta warriors in the film. As a commemoration, Jiang Chen smiled slightly and did not stop him. An hour and a half later, the small fishing boat arrived at an airport apron in Bailing City ahead of schedule. Officials from Bailing City are already waiting here. Since the rumors of ocean expansion began, within just 2 days, a large number of private planes, civil airliners, transport planes, and even military planes carrying coastal residents have arrived in Bailing City. But when the small fishing boat arrived, the staff were still shocked. What kind of style is this? How come there are flying vehicles of this form? Pearl River 888. Is this from Pearl River City? Fuck, is this the black technology from the big city? I thought it was an alien spaceship. The staff were talking about it. Until the small fishing boat landed on the tarmac, everyone jumped off the fishing boat reluctantly. They hurried to meet him. Welcome to Bailing City. Jiang Chen opened the cabin door and sent Jiang Xiaoran and his father-in-law and mother-in-law to the exit. Mom and Dad, Xiaoran, I'll take you here first. Hurry up and get to Zhongsha City. Although Bailing is high up and hundreds of miles from the coast, it's still a bit dangerous. I'm going back first. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Qin Guohua waved his hand and said, Xiao Jiang, be careful. Uncle, you must come back alive. Jiang Xiaoran's eyes were red. She looked at Jiang Chen's back, and she had a feeling that the wind was whistling and the Yishui River was cold, and the hero would never come back once he left. Jiang Chen staggered and almost fell. What came back alive? I'm not going to die. Call out. The small fishing boat flew away. Another hour passed. The heavenly soldiers and generals arrived one after another, and then placed the students in Bailing City one after another. Fuck, big cities really have so much advanced technology. Flying fishing boats and mechas. The staff on the apron were stunned. These heavenly soldiers and generals look so damn mythical. It's so exciting. The students jumped off the mecha, each of them reluctant to leave. The feeling of lying on the back of the mecha and flying quickly is like flying in a dream. After the heavenly soldiers and generals put the people down, they turned around without looking back and started their return voyage. With their energy devices and power systems, they can work continuously for a month without any problems. When returning, they are faster. Turn on triple speed of sound. Break through the air and return. 500 heavenly soldiers and generals broke through the air in unison, sending out a series of sonic booms. These sonic boom clouds, like mist flowers, dotted the sky. Eventually, it converged into 500 long white mists. It looks very sci-fi. Less than half an hour. Mecha returns to Ocean University. The second round of transportation started. After returning to Ocean University, Jiang Chen did not start transporting the second group of people, because he received a radio call from the Navy base. Attention all units. The ocean began to rise rapidly and has already reached the port terminal. All cargo ships are requisitioned for military use. Prepare to enter the city for rescue. After the radio release, news media and official platforms have also released announcements one after another. And at this moment, there are still millions of people waiting for the next batch at airports, train stations, high-speed rail stations, and other places. After receiving this news, there was a brief period of chaos. Everyone, don't worry, follow the armed personnel to the high-rise building. There are already a large number of warships and requisition vessels in the harbor, ready to enter the city. Under the guidance of armed personnel, the people who did not have time to evacuate began to flock to high-rise buildings. Crash. As the seawater flowed back, the sky turned bad and it started to rain heavily. Water levels in the city began to rise. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the city's flood control system has begun to fail due to the massive influx of seawater. The accumulated water on the ground grew higher and higher, reaching about 1 meter visible to the naked eye. And at this time, the 99% of people who have not yet evacuated have been concentrated in subways, high-speed railways, airports, and university buildings. They were waiting anxiously for the warship to appear. This accumulated water is not enough. The warships can't get in. On a civilian building near a train station, some people were observing their surroundings with binoculars. The accumulated water has already submerged the city's traffic roads, but judging from the draft depth of the trees, it is only more than 1 meter. Not to mention warships, even ordinary fishing boats cannot be sailed. We can only continue to wait for the seawater to flow back. But people are naturally afraid of deep water. As more and more seawater flowed back, their mood became heavier and heavier, especially since it was raining heavily. There are still 4 hours until night falls. Once night falls, the danger doubles. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the water was about 3 meters deep. 4:30 in the afternoon, the water is 6 meters high. Some low buildings, about 2 or 3 stories high, have begun to be completely submerged. The people waiting for rescue on the high buildings began to feel increasingly heavy-hearted. Some people couldn't help shaking their legs because of nervousness. The more I shake, the more I can't control it. Don't be nervous. The country will send people to rescue us soon. The armed men held loudspeakers and repeated what they had said. But as they talked, they began to lose their strength. I couldn't help but look towards the port. However, the water level was getting higher and higher, and there was no sign of any warships appearing on the flooded city highway. Just when everyone's mood was becoming increasingly heavy, a naval base located in the port. Finally, the signal to march was given. Attention to all. The draft depth of 10,000-ton warships and cargo ships has been reached. All units, please go to the fixed location for rescue according to the rescue plan. Tang Ze was on the Tongtian at the moment. After the satellite detected sufficient draft depth, he immediately sent a signal. At the command, hundreds of warships anchored in the port set off collectively. And behind it, there were also a large number of civilian cargo ships and fishing boats, all of which were requisitioned for rescue. A rough estimate is that there are more than 3,000 of them. Based on the rescue scale of 500 people per destroyer, 100 warships can rescue 50,000 people. The cruisers and aircraft carriers can save a few more, but no more than 100,000. There are 3,000 freighters and ships, with smaller ones carrying 100 people, medium-sized ones carrying 500 people, and large ones carrying around 1,000 people. Based on an average of 600 people, the rescue effort is around 2 million people. That's enough. Tang Ze calculated in his mind. 10 minutes later, large-scale warships and cargo ships entered the city along with the backflow of seawater. The people who were relatively close to the port were the first to see the warships approaching from a distance. Here it comes. Here it comes. The warship has finally arrived with people. Suddenly someone shouted excitedly. Chapter 173. No need to thank me. Call me Lei Feng. In midair, Jiang Chen did not feel relieved immediately after seeing the warship appear. Instead, they turned their attention to some areas in the suburbs. Currently, transportation hubs such as subways, high-speed rail stations, and airports have gathered 99.999% of the people. But that doesn't mean everyone arrived in time. Just like the college entrance examination every year, there are always people who cannot arrive at the examination venue on time due to traffic jams and other factors. Just at this time, the 500 heavenly soldiers and generals rushed back and prepared to start the third transportation. Heavenly soldiers and generals, listen to my orders. 200 men, follow me. Jiang Chen issued orders to the mecha. Soon, more than 200 mechas appeared around the small fishing boat. Activate the life scanning system. Looking for people who haven't made it to the transportation hub in time. Jiang Chen gave orders again. After receiving the electronic information, the mechas immediately turned on the life detection system. Then they dispersed in all directions of Zhujiang City. Really, just as Jiang Chen expected. Less than 2 minutes after one of the mechas flew out, it scanned a dozen white-collar workers trapped in an office building 10 miles away. They seemed to want to go back to the company to move documents, but when they came out again, the water had reached their knees. Coupled with the backflow of seawater and the strong current, they could not move. So they had no choice but to retreat back to the office building and rush to the upper floors. But at this time, civilian communication signals had begun to become intermittent. For a time, they were trapped in a high-rise office building and could not send out distress signals. Just when they were in despair, boom, more than a dozen mechas gathered together and used their bodies to directly knock open the steel bars and glass of the building. The heavenly soldiers and generals of the Dragon Academy are here. Everyone, please get on your back. I'll take you away from here. The mechas stood at the edge of the building and spoke to the terrified white-collar workers. Heavenly soldiers and generals, are these those high-tech mecha men you've seen on the news? Everyone was surprised. At this moment, a man bravely stepped forward. The mecha man immediately turned around, carried him on its back, and then flew out amid the man's screams. Brother, slow down. I'm afraid of heights. Another man with glasses said tremblingly. This building is hundreds of meters high. It's so scary to be thrown out directly. When it's the turn of the girl behind. There was a girl who was a bit bolder. She put her arms around the neck of a Tianjiang and said in a somewhat crazy way, Brother Tianjiang, do you have a girlfriend? What? I cannot repay the hero's kindness, but I am willing to pledge my life to him. I heard that you human women want a dowry, asked the general. The girl quickly shook her head and said, No, I don't need you to pay a betrothal gift. Tian continued. Then, can you afford the upkeep? Oh, my construction cost is 50 million, and the monthly maintenance fee starts at several hundred thousand. Heavenly General Dao. Although the cost of the Heavenly Soldiers and General series has dropped from hundreds of millions to tens of millions, it is still an astronomical figure. The girl was stunned. When she reacted and saw the sophisticated camera inside the Celestial General's eye moving, she suddenly realized what was happening. This is high technology. Okay, excuse me. I'm not worthy. The girl covered her face in inferiority. My annual salary is just over 100,000, but the monthly maintenance cost of this thing is as high as hundreds of thousands. What's the point of promising yourself to me? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The mechas carried this group of white-collar workers and flew directly to the transportation hub, placing them on the nearest aircraft carrier. 11 people in the Guofu building have been successfully rescued. 22 students from XX Vocational University have been successfully rescued. 3 patients from People's Hospital have been successfully rescued. Listening to the radio, more and more people were rescued. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, another radio transmission came. Reporting to Mr. Jiang, the Happy Orphanage has 39 vital signs. Jiang Chen was stunned. 39. This was the first time Jiang Chen heard that so many people did not arrive in time. And it's an orphanage. Jiang Chen immediately started the small fishing boat and drove over at 20 times the speed of sound. At this time, Happy Orphanage. The accumulated water has already flooded the rooms on the second floor. A group of children were now in the corridor above the third floor, crying loudly. But as the sea water continued to rise, they could only walk up the stairs while crying. This orphanage only has 4 floors, and there is no room higher. Don't cry. Uncle and Aunt have abandoned us. Just then, an older girl, holding a bear, said to the others. She was more mature and didn't cry. Although she was very scared, she was still stubborn. However, when she said this, the other children cried even louder. Just as the children burst into tears, a small fishing boat appeared out of nowhere above the orphanage. Because it happened so quickly, some children didn't notice it and continued crying. Only a few children noticed. They stared with wide eyes as Jiang Chen opened the cockpit. Shocked. What's this? Aliens. The strangely shaped fishing boats and the suspended terracotta horses. If these aren't aliens, then what are they? Bang. A bolt of lightning struck. Light up the evening sky. Jiang Chen leaped into the air and landed on the stairs. Don't be afraid, kids. Follow your uncle, and I will take you away safely. Jiang Chen said, stretching out his hands, holding a girl in his left hand and a boy in his right hand. These 2 people were so confused that they forgot to cry. Instead, he let Jiang Chen hold him and directly crossed 2 or 3 meters and landed on the deck. Go back and forth several times. Jiang Chen carried all 37 children onto the deck. Several smaller ones were placed in the cockpit. In the end, only 2 children were left on the stairs. A boy, who seemed tired of crying, leaned his head there and slept soundly, unaware of anything. There was another girl who didn't cry or make a fuss. She was just holding a bear and looking at Jiang Chen curiously. Jiang Chen held one in his left hand and one in his right hand, and was about to jump into the fishing boat. The little girl on the right suddenly asked, Uncle, are you an alien? Jiang Chen was stunned, looked down at the girl's eyes, and replied, Do you think I look like an alien? No, then you must be God. The girl said with shining eyes. Everyone else left, and only he came. And there is such a sci-fi fishing boat. It must be a god that fell from the sky. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, crossed 2 or 3 meters, and landed in the cockpit. Not a god. Then what are you? Looking at the sci-fi driving interface in front of her, the girl asked relentlessly. Jiang Chen started the fishing boat and said while turning around, You can call me Lei Feng. Chapter 174, Collective Power, Private Freedom. Call out. The small fishing boat flew to the nearest Tongtian aircraft carrier. Now, Taiju was directing his subordinates to bring the trapped people in high-rise buildings to the aircraft carrier one by one. Take good care of these children. After Jiang Chen put the children down, he specifically asked Taiju to help look after them. After receiving the task, Taiju immediately arranged for the children to go to the rest cabin. He was about to turn around and return to the command room. Just then, the girl holding the bear looked up at the nearly 3-meter-tall iron pillar and asked, Uncle, are you a god too? No, I am a general. Heavenly general? Is that uncle also a heavenly general? Him? He's the god of thunder. That's it. Taiju turned and walked away. Thor. Lei Feng. The little girl was a little suspicious, but she had already remembered the name in her heart. Around 6 in the evening, night gradually falls. The sea level has risen to more than 10 meters. However, after 10 meters, the rising speed began to slow down. Because a large amount of sea water began to surge towards Bailing City, the sea water in Zhujiang City rose and fell, and finally maintained at a height of 10 meters. It neither rose nor fell again. Woo! The Tontian aircraft carrier let out a long humming sound, leading hundreds of warships and more than 3,000 civilian ships to leave one by one. The very few who did not make it to the transportation hub were also scanned one by the heavenly soldiers and generals using life detectors. Tianbing 1 reports, no human life signs are found in Dongqing District. Tianjiang number 19 reports, no human life signs in Nanqing District. Heaven will. Following the reports from the Mecha one by one, Jiang Chen confirmed that no vital signs were detected in the scan. Then he drove the small fishing boat and left with the main force. By now, Jiang Chen sat in the cockpit and took a last look back at Zhujiang City below. The sea level of more than 10 meters has already submerged the second floors of most buildings. Unless the ocean expands and then contracts, it will be basically impossible for people to survive. Jiang Chen took one last look, and the small fishing boat quickly left. When Zhujiang City successfully evacuated all residents, other coastal cities are also being evacuated. As the evacuation work progressed in an orderly manner, more and more netizens began to report their safety online. I'm in the Pearl River, just got on an aircraft carrier, 8G network, it's damn fast. I am the guy who got transported away on an aircraft carrier. I left a day earlier, on a commercial airliner, and it cost me $10,000. Haha, I rode this large military transport plane for free, it was worth it. I live along the Yangtze River and was evacuated safely. I am at the mouth of the Yellow River and have also retreated to the inland provinces. When the coastal cities of Longming were evacuated one after another, residents along the coasts of other countries began to flee. Please save the children. Why is no one coming to save us? Kangaroo Country. Hexini City. Because the sea level rose too quickly, the relevant municipal authorities did not issue early warnings. As a result, by the time people began to react, all the air tickets and other things were already fully booked. In panic among the people, a large number of private cars poured into the highway lanes, causing large-scale traffic jams. However, cargo ships, transport ships, and the like are privately owned and are sacred and inviolable. Therefore, when the municipal government wants to requisition these ships for public rescue, it is passed around. After all the discussion, the sea level is getting higher and higher, and the municipal government and the capital side are still struggling with how much a ticket costs and how to calculate the losses afterwards. It really proves the saying, in order to make money, capital can sell the rope that hangs itself to others. Even when faced with the decision between life and death, they were still discussing how much a boat ticket would cost. In fact, this is not just the case in Kangaroo Country. Even the country of Xiete is like this. As the waters of the Gulf of Mexico poured into the southern part of Xiete Country, wave after wave, a large number of people found that the city government sent very few rescue teams. Faced with a large number of people asking for help, the Black Palace was unable to mobilize effective organizational forces. On the one hand, there are not enough aircraft carriers. Second, there is insufficient capacity to mobilize social public resources. So, faced with a large number of complaints, Hadian simply said lightly that it was necessary to die. Society is like this. Such is fate. This is the state of the country. Our constitution gives every Shetland citizen the right to save themselves. We are different from the evil dragon nation. FCKU. After the people cursed in dissatisfaction, you can only collect tools yourself, build your own lifeboat, buy your own life jacket, etc. In short, everything is free. If the country of Xiete could still evacuate inland, some island countries are in big trouble. For every meter the sea level rises, their land area decreases by 1 inch. For a moment, they fell into despair. Even Sakura City, which has a slightly larger island area, fell into panic. What should we do? Are we going to sink like the taiga? Haven't we joined the Belt and Road Initiative and become a city-level development partner for Antarctica? So, can we ask for help from Dragon Nation? That's right. Our Sakura City has belonged to the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times. They have this obligation. I would like to contribute to the entertainment industry. Sakura City sent a distress signal to the Dragon Soul. Sri Lanka. As the sea level rises, Sri Lanka, as an island country, is also in great panic. A large number of people flock to the gas station, wanting to fill up their tanks and then flee towards the center. However, oil prices are skyrocketing. Soon it will no longer be priced. Coupled with the lack of municipal control, every meter the sea level rises, the entire island falls into more chaos. Commander, what should we do? Seeing that more and more people began to attack the municipal government, a staff officer on the sisterly aircraft carrier couldn't help but asked Qin Shuyao. Qin Shuyao naturally learned about the situation in Sri Lanka through satellite. She frowned and said, Don't interfere in other countries' internal affairs. Let's wait and see what happens. The sisterly just stopped at this port. There are no other tasks. Although as the sea level rose, the ports were flooded. But the Li Jie aircraft carrier fleet still stayed near the port. Didn't leave. Didn't drive inside either. Oh, I hope the sea water will stop expanding. The staff officers were also worried. Each and every one of these island countries is expected to fall into great chaos due to this ocean expansion. The reason is very simple. As the sea level rises, not only the country's territory is swallowed up, ocean transportation costs are also a big expense. Maritime transport is the largest channel for globalization. Once this channel is cut off, some countries will see a sharp drop in imports, including the inability to replenish daily necessities. So, under the impact of these multiple crises, many island countries will go bankrupt. Importing countries will face skyrocketing prices due to material shortages. Chapter 175 Star Wars Project. Hawaii sank. We deeply mourn the tens of thousands of people who were unable to evacuate in time and who did not receive any rescue assistance. Day 3 of the ocean swell. The seawater no longer expanded, and there is no other way but to die. There were also some condolences from the people of Xiete. However, face the mourning of these people. The black-robed lord from the Black Palace still spoke lightly. Though they lost their lives, they were free until they died. Inside the Black Palace, after the lord in black robes sent this reply, he smashed his phone. He knows. The moment he said this, the last fig leaf belonging to Xiete was about to be removed. This sentence was once used to cover up the invasion of other countries. But now that it is being used on our own people, it is naturally unpopular. But the lord in black robe has given up. Because from the beginning, capital and the people are not in the same boat. Now that the aircraft carrier has been destroyed and the ocean has expanded, the lighthouse has entered a stage of extinction and can no longer cause big waves. In this case, we can only retreat to protect ourselves. Right now, inside the Black Palace, a large number of capital spokespersons have been gathered, whether it is overt or covert. Chaebols, oil tycoons, financial giants, behind-the-scenes families, arms dealer leaders, and even aliens from Area 51, they all gathered together. The situation is hopeless. We might as well drop some atomic bombs on them and perish together with them. A giant arms dealer suddenly spoke up. Even at this moment, he was still thinking about making another fortune from the war. He didn't consider whether he would be destroyed as well. As an alienated person of capital growth, he only wants to start the military factory and make another fortune from the war. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. However, others don't think so. A Jewish financial tycoon stood up and said, "The atomic bomb will destroy humanity. We should live in peace and harmony based on the highest humanitarian principles. So I suggest that everyone transfer their assets to the Jewish bank." Now that the oceans are swelling, the cost of ocean shipping has skyrocketed. My oil group can double the dollar. Is that okay? Seeing that everyone was about to share the profits, an oil tycoon couldn't help but stand up. What stupid humans. The lizard queen frowned and spoke in a sharp voice. He couldn't help but swung his tail, even breaking a pillar into pieces. Everyone saw this. They all became a little more obedient. This is an alien from Area 51 with powerful strength. Now, the only strongest fighting force that Xiete has is these aliens. Otherwise, the only option is to use an atomic bomb and die together. Your Majesty, what do you think we should do? The black-robed lord asked. The main reason why she called everyone here this time was to let the lizard queen integrate the forces of various parties. Otherwise, if this continues, Xiete will probably become a second-rate country. Concentrate all your efforts on developing that aircraft carrier in the Arctic. We strive to turn it into an aerospace carrier and an interstellar spaceship. Then, conquer the Antarctic continent and take back everything that belongs to the lighthouse. This plan, Lord Blackrobe and I have already discussed, is called the Star Wars Plan. The Lizard Queen spoke lightly. However, when these thunderous words came out, everyone was frightened and immediately denied it. Aerospace carrier? A power source of this level requires at least controlled nuclear fusion, and we haven't even made that breakthrough yet. That's right. With so much talent now leaving Dragon Country, we won't be able to develop controlled nuclear fusion with our future research capabilities and funding. How much money does this cost? Everyone was whispering to each other. First, due to insufficient technology, we cannot develop aerospace carriers. Second, it costs a huge amount of money, and people are unwilling to support it. However, what the Lizard Queen has to do is to concentrate everyone's strength. Otherwise, if things continue to be so lax and everyone acts on their own, 100 years from now, This planet will still be a garbage planet that even a level 1 civilization cannot reach. I will never be able to leave the Milky Way. We're almost there with controlled nuclear fusion. If it weren't for the recent magnetic field issues, we at Area 51 would have achieved it long ago. Today, I only want to ask you one question. Are you willing to join me in advancing the Star Wars project? The Lizard Queen looked around at everyone. Just then, the oil giant stood up and wanted to express his rejection. After all, once controlled nuclear fusion is developed, who will we sell our own oil to? However, he hasn't spoken yet. The Lizard Queen swung her tail and smashed him into a meat patty, with blood all over the ground. You don't have to say anything. I know you will deny it. Finished. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the Lizard Queen rolled up the meat patty and ate it in one bite. I support it. The Jews were so frightened that they wanted to lift up their hands and feet. I support it. The arms dealer's face turned pale. Support. Under the threat of military force from the Lizard Queen, everyone turned against her. The Lizard Queen then nodded in satisfaction. Mobilize your forces and continuously transport wealth to the North Pole. Once the aerospace carrier and interstellar spaceship are built, I will reserve a ticket for you. Under the coercion and inducement of the Lizard Queen, everyone had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow the alien. The meeting is over. Xiete published a strategic blue paper on the Star Wars plan on Facebook. For a while, the world is in panic again. Star Wars plan? Holy shit, this shit is endless, isn't it? That's right. Instead of saving their own people, they're still planning a Star Wars plan. The Dragon Nation's Nanshaman project was established to defend against aliens. Does this shit actually want to destroy his own planet? It's Star Wars time. Where the hell are they migrating to? Mars. Mars? That's wishful thinking. Only rich people can go there. Haha, Noah's Ark tickets are now on sale. The news came out. The people fell into despair. It's obvious. When Xiete learned that the expansion of the oceans could not be reversed, he planned to pool all his financial resources to build a spaceship comparable to Noah's Ark. And this spaceship will definitely be boarded by the rich first. At this point, those people who were in the shipwreck and had no support had already seen through it. Now, there is only despair. And in the Dragon Country, Jiang Chen also frowned slightly when he saw this news. It seems that Xiete is planning to concentrate his forces for a head-on battle with the Dragon Nation. I just don't know how big a wave your 3 remaining aircraft carriers can create. Jiang Chen saw it at a glance. This Xiete, who is retreating his position and is willing to offend the people in order to carry out this Star Wars plan, must still want to fight against the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 176 Eurasian Continent, Energy Breakthrough. The seawater stopped expanding on the 3rd day. On the 5th day, Longming released data on ocean expansion based on its own satellite data. According to satellite measurements, the Earth's ocean area has tripled and tripled in size. The world's landmass, bounded by the ocean, has shrunk by an average of 230 miles inland. 300 islands disappeared. Regarding the causes of ocean expansion, it has been detected that there are several reasons, including magnetic field disturbances and the eruption of large amounts of material from deep-sea magma. Among them, the massive explosion of deep-sea material is the direct cause of seawater backflowing onto land. However, no further deep-sea exploration has been conducted yet, and the properties of this deep-sea material are still uncertain. Please stay tuned for further information. Relevant data and figures are attached below. As soon as these data came out, they were circulated around the world. Even the last days was reprinted in full English. However, after seeing these data, the people of Xiete were devastated. What's going on? Why weren't these things announced by our Xiete immediately? Haha, why are you still bothering with this shit? Those bigwigs have already focused all their energy, resources, and talent on the Star Wars project. They don't care about our lives anymore. In their eyes, we're just a bunch of free data. Oh, I'm so disappointed. What's wrong with this country? Is it a physical problem? No, I want to immigrate. Immigration? You're overthinking it. Buffett is still waiting in line. I'm saying I want to immigrate to Western Europe. My ancestors were noble Western Europeans. This lighthouse is going out, and I don't want to be crushed to death. After being disappointed, the Xiete people began to look for a way out. Some want to immigrate to Asia, others want to return to Western Europe. But no matter where they go, 99% of them want to return to the Eurasian continent. As for the reason, it's also very simple. Since ancient times, the Eurasian continent has been the largest habitat for mankind. In the east are the birthplaces of the Yellow River and Yangtze River civilizations. The west has the cradle of Mediterranean civilization. As for Shetland and England, they are just 2 islands hanging over seas. Just one big and one small. In the past few hundred years, The reason why global capital, talent, and technology have been converging on these two islands is purely because the Eurasian continent has been plunged into war and chaos. In peacetime, Xiete caused trouble in the Middle East and divided the Eurasian continent into three parts. So, the Eurasian continent has been unable to integrate. But now, as the ocean expanded, both the smaller island of England and the larger island of Shetland faced a serious survival crisis. If the ocean continues to expand, the last thing to collapse will definitely be the Eurasian continent. Island countries are naturally the first to be affected. California, a private airport. A large number of bodyguards are following Buffett onto the plane. Laoba stood at the boarding gate and took a last look at the sky, said goodbye. Then I boarded the plane resolutely. This plane is flying to Longming. When he received the news that his Dragon card application was approved yesterday, he was ready to leave. The moment the plane takes off, it happened to be the time when Longming shares opened. 9:30. All in. Buffett gave his instructions to the traders far away in Switzerland. Immigrating to the Dragon country comes at a huge cost. But Laoba himself knows it too. So he immediately issued the direction for international capital transfer while on the plane. Longming shares. At this time, Longming shares were suspended for a few days due to the ocean expansion incident. Before the suspension, the market was exactly 3,900 points. After the market opens, a large amount of funds will flow in. A red trend of a large number of stocks collectively hitting the daily limit has emerged. 5 minutes. Hundreds of stocks hit the daily limit. 10 minutes. Thousands of stocks hit the daily limit. Half an hour later, when the news came out that Buffett went all in on Longming stocks, the stock market surged even more. Look at the trend. The bullish momentum is expected to soar to 10,000 points. When a large amount of overseas funds poured into the Dragon country through the stock market, it was prosperous. Northwest area. Hundreds of experts specializing in controlled nuclear fusion are stationed here. Although the seawater backflow has nothing to do with them, but they've been keeping an eye on it. Because of the backflow of seawater, it is also caused by the chaos of the magnetic field. Now the seawater no longer flows back. The magnetic field is likely to return to calm. Comrades, with the expansion of the ocean, the cost of ocean transportation has continued to skyrocket. As a trading partner of many countries around the world, our Dragon country also has very high transportation costs. If we cannot break through energy constraints, our country's global trade will be dragged down by these high costs. Liu Shan, the person in charge of controlled nuclear fusion, an old man wearing heavy reading glasses, is speaking to everyone at this moment. Don't be fooled by the massive amount of global funds pouring into the Dragon country. But this money is only temporary after all. The ocean has expanded several times now. If we want to continue the One Belt, One Road plan, the cost of ocean transportation will be staggering. So, right now, we must speed up the breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion. Comrades, success or failure depends on this. I declare that the 789th magnetic field confinement experiment has begun again. Liu Shan issued orders in the monitoring hall. As the order came out, a large number of scientific researchers began to perform their duties. Soon, the magnetic field confinement experiment has started again. Liu Shan looked at the monitoring screen nervously. If the Earth's magnetic field is still abnormal at this time, then this experiment will definitely not be completed. This means that controlled nuclear fusion will have to be postponed. I hope the Earth will stop. Liu Shan prayed in his heart. 10 minutes into the magnetic field confinement experiment, the temperature inside the torch-passing energy device has reached 100 million degrees. The temperature has been reached. It's counting down. Following a green notification from the system, there was a sudden burst of applause at the scene. Finally reached 100 million degrees. This astronomical temperature contains terrifying energy. After Liu Shan got excited, he quickly waved his hand to suppress the applause. Everyone, calm down and check the time. Yes, it depends on the time. Everyone suppressed their excitement. Actually, as long as the temperature reaches 100 million degrees, it means that the magnetic field has returned to normal. If it's still abnormal, they can't even reach 100 million degrees. Now I just want to see how long this 100 million degrees can last. If it could only last a second, then this energy is unsustainable. Everyone stared at the monitoring screen. The longer you persist, the stronger the material becomes and the more energy it contains. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. When it reaches 10 minutes, there was another round of warm applause at the scene, because this has broken the human record in terms of time. Last time, in the Northwest, we also experienced a temperature of 50 million degrees for 10 minutes. But this time, it was 10 minutes at 100 million degrees. However, Nuclear fusion is still going on, and there seems to be no sign of stopping. It's like a sun, constantly emitting heat energy. Half an hour later, Lu Shan had already sat down. He rubbed his waist, took off his glasses, and his eyes were filled with tears. It succeeded. This time, it really succeeded. It's been more than half an hour, and there is still no sign of stopping. This made Lu Shan feel relieved. As one of the 5 persons in charge of the Nanshimen project, he cracked all the difficult technologies mentioned above. Even the Panga base has begun construction. Only controlled nuclear fusion has not yet achieved a breakthrough. This made him feel very conflicted. But this moment finally succeeded. An hour later, the nuclear fusion reaction is still ongoing. But Lu Shan was no longer excited. He began to have people report this news to the Longming Institute in the form of a document. Sixth brother, why was this document sent to the Dragon Science Institute first? Shouldn't it be sent directly to Kyoto? A colleague couldn't help but ask Lu Shan in confusion. Lu Shan smiled faintly. Do you think I can handle the magnetic field confinement experiment by myself? The energy device inside is from the Dragon Science Institute. Not to mention, many instructions and documents come from the Dragon Academy. To be precise, it came from the person in charge of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. This is a man destined to become a national hero. Lu Shan murmured. When colleagues heard the word guoshi, they were surprised. They originally thought that after achieving controlled nuclear fusion, Lu Shan would have the potential to become a national hero and be as famous as Xia Zhongshuan. But now they heard it. They realized that behind this controlled nuclear fusion, there were experts from the Dragon Science Institute giving guidance. Mr. Lu, the good news has been sent to the Longming Institute. A researcher arrived. Lu Shan nodded. I continued to go back to the monitoring hall to see how long this controlled nuclear fusion could last. Not long. Longming Institute, which has moved to Zhongsha City, received good news from the northwest. Breakthrough. That's great. Xia Zhongshuan was sitting in a simple office that had just been built. After receiving the news from the northwest, he was so excited that he walked around the office twice. He shouted, Someone come. On behalf of the entire Longming Academy, send this good news to the Kyoto Ministry of Science and Technology. Oh wait, put Xiao Zhang's name first. Yes, that's right, I'm 10th. Messages are uploaded layer by layer. Finally came to the Kyoto Ministry of Science and Technology. Officials from the Ministry of Science and Technology finally confirmed it after rigorous review. So far, there has been a major breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion, reaching 100 million degrees per hour, which has broken the previous record 10 times. And it is still ongoing. This is truly a national destiny. No sooner had the ocean expanded than a major breakthrough in energy was achieved. It seems that mankind's 4th great technological revolution is about to occur in our dragon country. The Minister of Science and Technology looked excited. The first major technological revolution, marked by the steam engine, took place in England. The second major technological revolution, marked by electricity, took place in Germany. The third major technological revolution, marked by information technology, took place in Xiete. And now, controlled nuclear fusion first appeared in Longwa. This means that the 4th major technological revolution, marked by nuclear fusion, is about to take place in Dragon Country. The message is reported layer by layer. After final confirmation, the official media immediately released this shocking news, which was enough to bring mankind into the interstellar age. Longwa, 100 million degrees per hour, controlled nuclear fusion, officially successful. Chapter 177, A miracle happened. My wife is going to give birth. When the news of Longwa's breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion came out, Sri Lanka, it has fallen into white-hot chaos. We want oil. We want low-priced energy. Countless people stormed the Sri Lankan presidential palace. However, the Sri Lankan president has already fled the presidential palace, hiding in the airport and shivering. He wants to leave the country, but the airport staff would not let him leave. What should I do? The president's family members asked the president desperately. Once the public knew that the president had fled to the airport, they would probably rush over and skin them alive. The president sighed. Unless a miracle happens. During this period, due to the expansion of the ocean and the backflow of seawater, the country's energy shortage and soaring prices have made life difficult for the people. In addition, his organizational ability was limited and he could no longer control the situation. Only then did he decide to escape. But I didn't expect it. Recognized by airport staff. This means you can't even leave the country. Just when the president and his entourage were in despair, a piece of international news came from the airport lobby. Longwa's controlled nuclear fusion has reached commercial standards, and it is expected that a controlled nuclear fusion power station will be put into use in half a year. The fourth major technological revolution of mankind has officially begun. Next are some shots of relevant scientific researchers from the Dragon Science Institute. The Sri Lankan president simply glanced at the television. The whole person was stunned. The rest of the accompanying family members were also confused. Controlled nuclear fusion? Breakthrough? Miracle. Miracle. This is a miracle. After being stunned, the Sri Lankan president suddenly took off his suit in excitement, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it hard. With controlled nuclear fusion, oil is nothing. With controlled nuclear fusion, energy is unlimited and there is no need for oil energy. Mr. President, this was invented by Dragon Country. What does it have to do with us? An accompanying assistant was puzzled to see the president so excited. Even if a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion is achieved, Longming will benefit first. Sri Lanka? That would take forever to queue up. The president glared at him and said, Mr. President, I am the owner of a small island in Sri Lanka, an overseas island of Dragon Country. Said. He calmly untied his tie and threw it away. Looking at the people rushing in from outside, he said, picking up the speaker, Everyone, I know you want energy, and you want low-priced energy. Now there's an opportunity. It depends on whether you're willing to seize it. The president stood on a high place and spoke loudly into the loudspeaker. The people who rushed and screamed when they heard it. Stop trying to trick us. Our country is bankrupt. You have no credibility left. Hand over your property now. The president saw that the public no longer trusted him. So he pointed at the news about controlled nuclear fusion on TV and said loudly, This is a breakthrough from the Dragon Kingdom. Why are we still using oil energy? Unlimited energy, no money needed. Only then did people notice the nuclear fusion breakthrough in the news. Everyone suddenly started whispering to each other. Soon, someone shouted, That's from Dragon Country. By the time it was our turn, the cucumber dish was cold. That's right. You're fooling us again. Seeing this, the president quickly said, That's why I say, the opportunity is here. It just depends on whether you are willing to seize it. What opportunity? Referendum to become an affiliated island of Dragon Country. The president said firmly. As far as he knew, the Punglai island of Dragon Country could no longer serve as a seaport due to the expansion of the ocean. Sri Lanka is a much larger island. The geographical location is extremely special. To the west is Somalia, to the east is Malacca, and to the south is Antarctica. It is more than enough to become the new Punglai island of Dragon Kingdom. Referendum to become an affiliated island? I object. I'm against it. I want energy. I want low-priced energy. I support the referendum. After the crowd looked at each other, two voices suddenly erupted. Some people objected. Some people want to reap the energy benefits of controlled nuclear fusion. Because it's too intense. The two groups even started fighting. Upon seeing this, the president hurriedly slipped out of the airport hall with his entourage. At least there's still hope. The president thought to himself. Someone was contacted immediately to contact the sisterly ship at the port. And at this moment, in the aircraft carrier command room, Xue Yao felt a little unwell. She touched her belly and murmured, It's only been a short time. Is morning sickness already starting? I don't know how many dolls there are. She thought about it. Suddenly received a message from the president of Sri Lanka. She took the information brought by the staff officer and saw that they wanted to hold a referendum to join the Dragon Kingdom. Become the new Punglai Island. On the first day of the news of controlled nuclear fusion, a country on the brink of bankruptcy wants to hold a referendum to become a tributary island of the Dragon Nation? Xue Yao was a little surprised. But think about it carefully. That's understandable. As early as ancient times, Chinese civilization was the orthodoxy of Asia. Huge influence. Although he failed to conquer the surrounding countries, he had many tributary states. East can radiate east. It can radiate south to Southeast Asia. To the west, during Genghis Khan's time, it could even radiate to Western Europe. Sri Lanka is not far from Southeast Asia. In this crisis, it was the first to want to become a tributary state. But I can't decide this. I have to report it. Xue Yao asked someone to pass the news back to the country. She is just a boat driver, and the task of expanding the territory should be left to others. Just then, there was a dry heave in her throat. She ran to the bathroom, her face slightly red. Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt very pregnant. She took out her cell phone and called Jiang Chen. Honey, what's wrong? At this time, Jiang Chen was in Zhongsha City, preparing to go to the Kyoto Ministry of Science and Technology to receive the title of National Scholar. He stopped immediately when he suddenly received a call from Xue Yao. Xue Yao pouted and said aggrievedly, Hubby, I'm about to give birth. What? She's going to give birth. Jiang Chen was shocked. He quickly said, Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Finished. He hung up the phone. He said to Xia Zhongshuan and the others who were traveling with him, Dean, My wife is about to give birth. I have to go. Huh? So fast. Xia Zhongshuan was a little confused. As the commander of the aircraft carrier, Xue Yao had a full physical examination before joining the fleet. How could she suddenly give birth? The pregnancy will take another 10 months. The last time Xue Yao had a physical examination on board a ship was no more than half a year ago, right? How come she's going to give birth suddenly? However, Jiang Chen couldn't care less about that anymore. Maybe my wife is gifted and can give birth to a baby in 2 months? He acted decisively and drove his small fishing boat towards Sri Lanka at 20 times the speed of sound. Xiao Zhang's IQ is dropping quite fast. Xia Zhongshuan couldn't help but shake his head. Is this the first person to contribute to controlled nuclear fusion? I didn't even know I was pregnant for 10 months. Dean, what should we do with this Kyoto Order of the National Hero? A subordinate asked Xia Zhongshuan. What else can we do? Just say this guy went to help his wife deliver a baby, and we at the Dragon Science Institute will collectively help him carry this medal back. Chapter 178. Thunder God thunders, Lightning Mother delivers. The small fishing boat was pulled by the terracotta horse and flew towards Sri Lanka at 20 times the speed of sound. Zhongsha City is about 6,000 kilometers away from Sri Lanka. 20 times the speed of sound is about 7 kilometers per second. That is to say, at this speed of the small fishing boat, it only takes more than 800 seconds, or about 15 minutes, to reach Sri Lanka. However, Jiang Chen was still not satisfied with the speed. He said to the driving system, speed up, keep speeding up. Master, 20 times the speed of sound is already very close to the first cosmic speed. If we increase the speed to Mach 3, we will be moving in a circular motion around the Earth. Are you sure you can handle it? The autopilot system responded. The power of the terracotta horse plus the small fishing boat itself is enough to reach the first cosmic speed. It's just that most people can't bear it. Fortunately, Jiang Chen is not an ordinary person. He is a man who is about to become a father. The first cosmic velocity. Let Grandpa try it. Jiang Chen ordered. Buzz. The tail of the fishing boat released blue flames due to the huge power explosion. The small fishing boat sped up again. It reached 7.9 kilometers per hour, which is about Mach 23. Successfully reached the first cosmic velocity. The so-called first cosmic velocity means that when an object exceeds 7.9 kilometers per hour, it can fly around the Earth without power. Ordinary satellites initially rely on rocket power. After reaching this speed, they begin to orbit the Earth in space. The small fishing boat also successfully reached this speed thanks to the dual power of the terracotta horse and the power system. After reaching, the power system stops. The small fishing boat continued to fly towards Sri Lanka at a speed of 7.9 kilometers per hour. White clouds flew past Jiang Chen's ears, feeling moist. He looked at the countless fleeting landscapes below, feeling as if he were the thunder god in the sky. Thunder god. I wonder if the lightning in my body, if released into the clouds, will trigger a thunderstorm? Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea. Isn't the so-called thunderstorm weather just the static electricity rubbing against each other in cumulus clouds, causing different voltages and ultimately producing crackling sounds? Jiang Chen thought to himself and released some of the thunder in his hand. Thunder instantly spread in the surrounding cumulus clouds, causing a lot of friction. These frictions and collisions became more and more frequent. At last, a bolt from the blue. A dull thunder erupted from somewhere below. And this place is a border in the southwest. A girl is working in the field. I was also shocked when I heard this sudden bolt from the blue. She hurriedly packed her things and then spoke loudly to a man on the other side. Cousin, it's going to rain. The man was practicing the third part of his bicycle test. He turned around and said, It's sunny. How could it rain? I just checked the weather forecast. Didn't you hear the thunder? It's a sign of rain. The girl dragged her cousin away and said, Besides, the weather in the sky is not controlled by the meteorologist, but by the god of thunder and the goddess of lightning. Finished. There are more and more cumulus clouds in the sky. The ocean water vapor liquefied when it was cooled, and heavy rain began to fall. Heaven. Jiang Chen didn't notice the heavy rain on the southwestern border. After all, he was driving at 23 times the speed of sound. Drive all the way, releasing thunder in the cumulus clouds. Bang, bang, bang. Along the way, there were bursts of thunder in the sky. In some places, heavy rain falls because the ocean water vapor alternates between hot and cold. In some places, because there is no alternation between hot and cold, it is like a bolt from the blue, and the people below are confused. The thunder effect is quite good. Add in Xue Yao's lightning and electric current. A thunderstorm with thunder and lightning, and it would be perfect. Jiang Chen was happy about his discovery. Just then, the system prompts that we are very close to Sri Lanka. So Jiang Chen started the power again and began to fly downwards. Zhujiang 888, requesting to board the ship. A radio transmission was sent. Received, please drop it in the designated area. After receiving the coordinates, the small fishing boat fell from the sky like an alien spaceship and rushed down to the starboard side of the sisterly aircraft carrier. Finally, relying on the recoil power, it displaced dozens of tons of seawater and hovered 3 meters above the sea surface. Jiang Chen quickly landed on the deck of the aircraft carrier. As he walked, he asked the staff officer, "Where's Xiuyao?" "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. We have the most advanced medical equipment and the best medical staff on board our aircraft carrier. We also have a full range of medicines, and everyone is safe." The staff officer answered and took Jiang Chen to the medical room inside the aircraft carrier. "Medic? Male or female?" "There's a female one too, but according to Commander Qin, she doesn't seem to want a medic to help her deliver the baby." "She doesn't want a medic to deliver the baby? Nonsense. Is she going to deliver the baby herself?" Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. The staff officer nodded and said, "Yes." Jiang Chen staggered and almost fell. He looked at the staff officer in disbelief, then went to the infirmary. At this time, Xiuyao was eating the nourishing food prepared by the kitchen staff, while taking advantage of the time to recuperate and look at Xianjiang. She looks very happy and doesn't look like she's about to give birth at all. But when she heard the hurried footsteps, she immediately changed her expression to one of grievance and cried to Jiang Chen, who rushed in, Wow, it hurts so much. I'm going to give birth. Stop pretending. I didn't hear any crying just now." Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, sat down next to her, lifted the quilt, and her belly was only slightly bulging, not looking big at all. Jiang Chen reached out and touched her, saying, "Honey, it will take at least a few months before you give birth." "No, I feel like I'm about to give birth." Xiuyao shook her head. Although she was only 3 months pregnant and her belly was not big, she had a strong feeling that she was about to give birth. Really? If she's going to give birth in 3 months, she's going to be born too prematurely. Jiang Chen was a little worried. Given Xiuyao's physical condition, he wasn't too worried, but he was worried that the baby might have some brain problems if it came out so soon. "Don't worry, husband. Even if it's premature, it will be fine." Xiuyao waved her hands and said, "Because I can deliver my own baby." "Nonsense. Even if it's a natural birth, you still need a doctor's help." "You forgot, I studied medicine, a qualified aircraft carrier medic," Xiuyao said with confidence. As an independent, self-reliant woman in the interstellar age, delivering your own baby, no big deal. Isn't it enough to just have hands? She had already thought it through in her mind. Holding the baby's head with her left hand and the scalpel in her right hand, she would cut the umbilical cord with a click, ensuring that no scar would be left. Jiang Chen touched her forehead. "Normal body temperature. I don't have a fever either. But why does this brain allow the mouth to talk nonsense?" Chapter 179. The Master of Tax Collection, the Reincarnation of the Queen Mother. "Hubby, you're so nice. I called, and you came here in less than half an hour." Xiuyao leaned on Jiang Chen's shoulder with a happy look on her face. Jiang Chen touched her head with his left hand and placed his right hand on her belly, feeling the baby's movements. He smiled and said, "Of course I have to be there as soon as the baby is born. By the way, are you still choosing between Jiang Qiuji, Jiang Haiping, and Jiang Xingchen for the child's name?" Jiang Chen felt the movement in his belly. Although the belly is not very big, Jiang Chen always feels like there are 2 pairs of feet inside, playing tricks on him. Xiuyao looked up. "Only 3 names. 3 is enough. You can choose 2 out of 3. How do you know it's 2? What if I give birth to septuplets? 3 names won't be enough. You think you're a mouse, with 7 babies." Jiang Chen scratched her nose in annoyance. If they really are septuplets, they can form half an aircraft carrier fleet. Xiuyao thought seriously. Having 7 babies at once might be a bit of an exaggeration, but we can reproduce multiple times. With our combined physiques, forming an aircraft carrier fleet shouldn't be a piece of cake. Assemble an aircraft carrier fleet? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. "Even. My waist is aching a little. Honey, we need to save milk powder for the country, so don't have so many children." Jiang Chen found an excuse and said, "Clinker." Xiuyao, however, persisted, saying, "What do you mean by saving milk powder? We should comply with the country's 30-child policy." "What? 30 children? It's clearly the 3-child policy. You're tampering with national policy. I'm suing you for distortion." Jiang Chen looked shocked. 30 births. Are you going to create a nation?" Xiuyao clapped her hands. "Deal. Then it's a 3rd baby. By the way, I'm pregnant now, so it's my 1st baby. There are 2 more babies to come." Said. She took out a small notebook from somewhere. A few lines of words were written on it. Jiang Chen took a closer look out of curiosity and saw that it was densely written with the days when Jiang Chen paid the taxes and the days when he did not, accurate to the minute. Looking at the rows of absentees in the past month, Jiang Chen coughed dryly, pretending not to see anything, and wanted to get up to wash his hands. Shui Yao, however, stretched out her sinful hand and grabbed him. Huh? Pretending to be a blind monk? Since you're here, make up for your attendance. Honey, this is not good. You are pregnant now. You should follow the doctor's advice and rest. This time, Jiang Chen was not nervous. It is common sense that pregnant women should not have sex. Clinker. Shui Yao rubbed Jiang Chen's palm with her fingertips and smiled. It's not a big deal. Isn't this something that can be done with hands? Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise. My dear, you are an expert at collecting taxes. The distant right spiral arm of the Milky Way. It is a dark and silent universe. There are no stars here, only a lonely and cold black space. However, with the help of the visible light refracted from distant stars, people can vaguely see that there is a huge and ancient arched door in the darkness. This door is 10,000 miles wide and stands quietly in the void. The surrounding area is surrounded by white mist, like a fairyland. If there is someone who understands ancient sacred texts, he will definitely be able to recognize the complicated characters on this gate. South Gate of Heaven. But this South Gate of Heaven was like a ghost ship floating away in space. And dozens of miles behind this door, there is a dragon boat floating over. This dragon boat is also extremely long, at least 1 mile long. Even though it is lifeless at this moment, the exquisite dragon head on the front of the boat still shows how brilliant it was before it started. Then, more and more ships floated over. There are merchant ships as majestic as mountains. There are building-shaped ships spanning the nebula. There was a simple raft that blocked out the sky and even covered the entire planet. All kinds of ships with strange shapes came in succession. But at this moment, they were like dead ships, following the Nanshanmen 100 miles ahead, quietly flowing in the void. Its whereabouts are unknown. Sudden, when passing by a planet, in the corner of the South Gate of Heaven, there was a stone-colored ship shaped like a pool in the mountains. It released a powerful gravitational force and actually pulled this ochre-colored planet over. The planet is twisted. The storm is raging. But no matter how hard it struggled, it was swallowed up by the pool-shaped ship in less than 5 minutes. Relying on the energy of this planet, the ship emitted a weak light. The two words, Yao Qi, are faintly visible above. Yao Qi, the birthplace of Queen Mother of the West. However, the Yao Qi only lit up for a short time before it dimmed again. But before it completely dimmed, an invisible light that was invisible to the naked eye left the Yao Qi. Transmission successful. After a line of complicated characters flashed across Yao Qi, it fell into darkness again. The same scene. It happens again when passing by other planets. But each time there was only one ship, devouring the planet, lighting up, then dimming again. Call out. The invisible light containing all the Queen Mother's memories was transmitted back to the particles that remained on her home planet through quantum transmission. These particles are a lightning bolt made up of electric current. According to her plan, once her original body is damaged, she can transmit all her memories back to her home planet through quantum transmission. And that lightning is the medium that receives her. Only, she never expected it. This lightning has been integrated by Shui Yao. So, the invisible light, when transmitted back, instantly entered Shui Yao's belly. Hey, where is this? The Queen Mother opened her eyes and looked around, only to find that she seemed to be in amniotic fluid. Strange, isn't what I left behind a bolt of lightning? I should have transformed into lightning. The Queen Mother was puzzled. Electric current particles can remain in the air for millions of years, but humans cannot. So, what she left behind were particles of electric current. Just at this moment, she also noticed that there was another fetus nearby. It is competing with itself for nutrients in its stomach. Huh? Why is there a little boy? The Queen Mother raised her eyebrows. She reached out and wanted to cut the fetus's umbilical cord and let him out first. Clinker. The other fetus slapped him. The Queen Mother was immediately struck and fell straight down. Hiss. It hurts. It hurts. Husband, I think I'm really going to give birth. Late at night, in the infirmary, Jiang Chen was resting on the bed next to him when he suddenly heard Shui Yao scream. He quickly turned on the light and called several female medics over. Mr. Jiang, please step aside. The female medical soldier immediately started the delivery procedure. Shui Yao, however, held Jiang Chen's hand tightly, having long forgotten that she was the one delivering the baby, and just screamed loudly. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. When the baby is born, I will definitely beat this stinky kid up. Chapter 180 Jiang Xiuji, Jiang Haiping. Wow. In the infirmary, a baby girl was born first. There was no need for medical staff to help the girl, as she cried loudly, her cries shaking the sky and the earth. Jiang Chen felt relieved when he heard the crying. The most frightening thing about giving birth is not the crying sound, but the lack of crying sound. The louder the cry, the stronger the child's vitality. This little girl cried as if she was slapped in the face. She must have the vitality of a cactus, very tenacious. But that's not the end. As the baby girl was taken aside, another baby boy was born. The boy cried very loudly. Listening to the mixed crying voices of men and women, Jiang Chen smiled like an old father. Congratulations, Commander Qin, Mr. Jiang, we have 2 babies. A boy weighs 10.8 genes, 22.3 kilograms, and a girl weighs 9.9 genes, 22.3 caddies. All vital signs are normal. Congratulations, both of you. The medical staff worked skillfully, drying the baby, weighing the baby, and measuring the baby. Finally, they brought the baby over with smiles on their faces. Jiang Chen wiped his hands and awkwardly tried a few baby-holding gestures, but none of them suited him. He had no choice but to say, "Give it to my wife first. I'll practice some more." The girl was first carried in front of Xiueyao. She half leaned on the bed, kissed the child, and said, "When you grow up a little bit, I will definitely give you a good beating." Next came the little boy. "Why does this boy have a big head?" Xiueyao asked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, but he couldn't even slap himself. He smiled and said, "Why not just call him Haiping?" Jiang Haiping. Peng is so big that it soars 90,000 miles. It can't be stewed in a pot. Excellent. Extraordinary momentum. Xiueyao nodded in approval. That's how boys should be. Then he looked at the girl next to him and said, "Then this is Qiuji. Jiang Qiuji. That's quite a sentiment." It's decided. Jiang Chen and Xiueyao discussed it briefly and happily decided on the child's name. Jiang Qiuji. Qiuji. Sigh. I didn't expect that I would have a new name in this life. However, this woman and I do have a connection. I was born in Yaoqi in my previous life, and this woman's name is Xiueyao. It seems that there is indeed some destiny between us. Jiang Qiuji closed her eyes, but she could sense the movements around her. Especially the boy next to her. She could sense it even more. This kid actually made me a sister with just a slap. Whose reincarnation is this guy? Jiang Qiuji was confused. If I were a mortal, it would definitely not be possible for me to suddenly reach out and slap myself in the face. It must be an extraordinary fetus. But she had been floating in the void with Nantian men for billions of years and had never heard of anyone having quantum transmission with her. Why did this guy cut in line? Jiang Qiuji was thinking that he had already been taken to the nursery. Next to him is the boy. In the middle of the night, Jiang Qiuji finally opened her eyes. Although it was a little difficult, she still opened her eyelids. For the first time, she looked at the world with her eyes. It is completely different from the environment I lived in before. Finally, his eyes fell on the boy next to him. The boy hasn't opened his eyes yet. His face is just like mine, chubby. Jiang Qiuji thought of the bite she had eaten when she was in the stomach. She blinked her eyes, stretched out her little hand, and flicked the other person's face. No response at first. Play it again. After 3 times. Hey. Jiang Qiuji laughed strangely. A look of pride. But the next second, the boy burst into tears. The crying was very loud. Soon, medical staff and Jiang Chen were attracted over. Hey, why is the boy crying? A medic hugged the boy and comforted him. Jiang Chen noticed that the little girl had opened her eyes and was looking around. He couldn't help but wonder. This little thing opened her eyes so soon? Oh, yes, it's only been a day and he actually opened his eyes. What an amazing kid. The other medics were stunned. Normal babies usually open their eyes after 2 or 3 days. No later than 10 days. But this little girl opened her eyes in less than a day. Jiang Chen couldn't help but pick up the little girl, kissed her chubby cheek, and said, Be good. Be good. Daddy has practiced how to hold a baby. Clinker. Jiang Qiuji burst into tears, using his crying to express that he was being kissed. Jiang Chen quickly held her in his arms and came to Xiueyao, saying, Honey, she seems hungry. Really? It's just juicy enough. Xiueyao took the baby girl and started feeding her. Jiang Chen turned around and pushed the boy's stroller over, but at this time, he still had his eyes closed and stopped crying. Haiping, wake up quickly. Your sister is almost drinking up all the nutrients. Jiang Chen couldn't help but teasing his youngest son. However, the boy remained unmoved and continued to sleep with his head up in the air. When Jiang Qiuji heard this, he immediately accelerated the nutrition relocation plan. I have to grow up quickly to avenge that mouthful. Otherwise, when my younger brother grows up, I may not be able to take advantage of him. Under Jiang Chen's tireless call, the youngest son finally opened his eyes the next day. He seemed to be convinced by his father, who was like Tang Monk, and began to cry loudly. Honey, this little thing is hungry too. Jiang Chen also brought his youngest son over. Qiuji, drink some milk powder first. Xu Yao asked the medical soldier to prepare milk powder for her eldest daughter. Let her change her taste first. Now it's the youngest son's turn. I'll hold her and feed her with formula. Jiang Chen took his eldest daughter and sat beside her. He took the bottle of milk mixed by the medic, tasted it himself, and said with a few tisk-tsk sounds, feeling that the temperature, sweetness, and concentration were all okay. So he put it into his daughter's mouth and coaxed her. Good girl, you have to learn to drink milk powder. This old man is so annoying. He had to wake that kid up to snatch nutrition from me. Jiang Qiuji bit the pacifier and muttered to himself. Jiang Chen was unaware of this. Seeing his daughter drinking the milk powder step by step with his help, he couldn't help but feel very satisfied. He thought he was really amazing. I actually completed a feeding with milk powder. Daily baby care, 1/10. While helping her hold the bottle, Jiang Chen couldn't help but rub Jiang Qiuji's chubby face with the ball of his thumb. This little chubby face, she will definitely be a big fat girl when she grows up. Fat girl? You are the fat girl. You are. Who are you? Jiang Qiuji couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of dad is this? She actually wanted to raise herself into a fat girl. You are my little ducky apple. No matter how much I love you, it's never too much. Jiang Chen was in a good mood. I even couldn't help singing Little Apple. Jiang Qiuji couldn't help but blurt out when listening to the unpleasant song. Oops. Stop singing. I'm so annoyed. Said. Jiang Qiuji puffed up his chubby cheeks with a look of disgust. The medical staff passing by suddenly opened their mouths wide. What the hell did I hear? Xu Yao, who was feeding Haiping, also widened her eyes. My goodness, he opens his eyes in 1 day and speaks in 2 days. You are even more amazing than me, a mother who gave birth in March. She's worthy of being my daughter. Jiang Chen was so scared that he almost threw the child out. Chapter 181, Pomegranate Wine, Pulling Out Willows. Xu Yao returned to the command room on the 5th day after giving birth. First, her physical fitness is too strong and she recovers quickly. Even the young lady in the infirmary sighed that with Xu Yao's physique, she should be able to give birth to an aircraft carrier. Second, the results of the Sri Lankan referendum are out. 68% of the people chose to become the new Panglai Island overseas of the Dragon Kingdom, and 42% of the people refused to become the new Panglai Island overseas of the Dragon Kingdom. Kyoto chose to accept Sri Lanka after discussing its geographical value. The first step to receiving. The Li Jia aircraft carrier fleet, led by the Chi Yao aircraft carrier fleet, circled Sri Lanka. 68 plus 42. Is this 100%? Jiang Chen, who was watching the aircraft carrier fleet circling the island in front of the TV while feeding his daughter with formula, was a little confused when he saw this series of news reports. Could it be that raising a child by myself has lowered my IQ? Shook his head. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something. That is, there is no mental arithmetic or multiplication formulas abroad. Not being able to do mental arithmetic means they cannot calculate combinations like 55 plus 78 in their minds. The lack of a 99 multiplication table meant they could only use horizontal and vertical branches to count the intersections. Jiang Chen was thinking about it, and suddenly thought of a joke, which he found very funny, so he looked down at his daughter. Daughter, Daddy has something to tell you. Jiang Qiuji bit her pacifier and looked at Jiang Chen. Although she didn't say anything, she blinked her big eyes. Jiang Chen suddenly spoke with great motivation. I heard that when a Silicon Valley computer godfather immigrated to Longming, the immigration committee gave him a simple interview. One of the questions was 16 to 9. The man was stunned. He racked his brains to answer. 16 minus 9, 6 minus 9, not enough. Borrow a digit from 1, and it becomes 16 minus 9. 16 minus 9, 6 minus 9, not enough. Borrow a digit from 1, and it becomes 16 minus 9. An hour later. Pomegranate wine, 6 minus 9, not enough. Borrow a digit from 1, and it becomes pomegranate wine. This is the origin of pomegranate wine. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen finished speaking. I burst out laughing. Jiang Qiuji looked at him blankly, thinking that his father was a little stupid. Seeing that his daughter didn't laugh, Jiang Chen scratched his head and said, You must not have finished growing yet, so you didn't understand. Let me tell you another one. Jiang Qiuji tilted his head and pretended to be asleep. Don't you want to hear it? Jiang Chen was holding her and was about to put her back into the stroller. Suddenly he thought for a moment and said, Do you want to go out and take a look? Dad. Jiang Chen opened his eyes immediately. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Come, put on your diaper first. Jiang Chen had no choice but to put on the diaper himself, and then was carried out of the nursery by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen came to the command room with his daughter on his back. Xiao immediately trotted over and put her head forward. Why did you bring the child out? Be careful not to catch a cold. No, she opened her eyes in 1 day, talked in 2 days, and put on her diapers on her own in 5 days. I think in half a month, she can punch me away. Jiang Chen has great confidence in his daughter. Xiao covered her daughter with clothes and said, Our eldest daughter is growing up so fast. Our youngest son hasn't even opened his eyes yet. Xiao was a little suspicious. It has been 5 days now, but my youngest son has not opened his eyes yet and is still being cared for by medical soldiers in the nursery. Although his vital signs are normal, it has been 5 days. If the eyes haven't opened after 10 days, we'll have to go back to China and see a specialist. Don't worry, it's just that one matures early and the other matures late. Jiang Chen didn't care. My eldest daughter is precocious, no problem. It's definitely okay if the younger son matures late. Boat coming. Jiang Chen walked to the deck. Summon the small fishing boat over. Xiao kept reminding him from behind. Be careful of the wind. Don't worry, you can go back. Jiang Chen waved his hand and stepped onto the small fishing boat. Jiang Chen was placed on the co-pilot seat in the cockpit. How's Dad's mount? Is it okay? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen, and seeing her looking around curiously, he couldn't help but ask with some vanity. This was the first time that Jiang Chen left the nursery and witnessed everything of this era with his own eyes. She was indeed surprised. The aircraft carrier fleet sailing below is in the form of one mother and many children. And then there's this little fishing boat, which has a unique shape. Not only does it have a wingspan, but it's also being pulled by 5 clay figures on horseback. Although it is a bit small, this thing has never appeared in Nanchaman. The only one who looks a bit like him might be the old pig riding the Pegasus. Jiang Chen said in his heart. Lao Zhu's Tianpeng Wuchuan is 300,000 miles long and is pulled by 100,000 celestial horses. But it was a real horse, driven by gravitational waves. As for the clay horse and clay man in front of us, no one knows where their power comes from. Jiang Chen thought to himself, and seeing his father looking at him with a boastful look on his face, he said, Great, great, awesome. Jiang Chen's vanity as a father was satisfied. A proud smile. He said, Let me take you for a walk outside. Okay. Jiang Chen cheered. She wanted to see what the mother planet looked like in this era. The small fishing boat was not moving fast. That's half Mach. Jiang Chen drove the fishing boat to the Maldives in the South Indian Ocean. But, at this time, the Maldives has been submerged. Instead, there is a mountain that was squeezed up by the plates. This mountain stands there like a lonely island cut by a knife. Jiang Chen let the small fishing boat hang in the air and slowly descended. Let my daughter see the sea and the mountains in the sea up close. The small fishing boat landed near the mountain, only about 10 meters away from the top. On the top of the peak, there is a platform with a radius of more than 10 meters, and there is actually a willow tree growing on it. Let's go up there and get some fresh air. Jiang Chen held Jiang Chen in his arms and stepped to the top of the mountain. There is not much wind on the top of the peak. There is only one willow tree about 10 meters tall with dense leaves. There are rocks next to the tree. However, Jiang Chen didn't care. Instead, he put his daughter on the stone pier and prepared to take a picture of her. Come on, give me a thumbs up, and Dad will take a picture of you. Jiang Chen took a few steps back, preparing to capture both the willow tree and his daughter in the camera. Just then, suddenly a huge fruit fell from the willow tree. It hit Jiang Chen on the head. Wow! Jiang Chen burst into tears at that moment. Fuck! Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward and checked his daughter's head. Fine. No bloodshed. As he blew on his daughter's head, he asked, Is your brain intact? Wow, I don't know. Jiang Chen shed tears. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and was about to carry her back. Let's stop playing and go back to the brain department first. However, Jiang Chen climbed out of the stroller stubbornly. She said, Dad, wait a minute. Said. She walked up to the willow tree. Jiang Chen looked at her in confusion, bewildered. When will you be able to walk? It's only the 5th day. Do you want to go to heaven? Under Jiang Chen's gaze, Jiang Chen walked to the willow tree as thick as a bucket. What is this little girl going to do? Jiang Chen was wondering. Jiang Chen bent down and put his arms around the willow tree, but he could only hug half of it. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Are you trying to uproot the weeping willow tree? Next second, Jiang Chen pulled hard, and the willow tree, which was as thick as a bucket and more than 10 meters tall, was pulled out from the rocks by a tiny baby like her. Chapter 182 Nine-Leaf Ganoderma Lucidum, Spiritual Elements. In ancient times, there was Lin Daiyu who uprooted a weeping willow tree. I never thought that my 0-year-old daughter could pull out a weeping willow tree. Jiang Chen was stunned as he watched Jiang Qiuji pull the willow tree out from the rocks. Originally, he also thought that his eldest daughter might punch him away in half a month. But now take a look. She could punch herself away right now. After Jiang Qiuji pulled the willow tree out from the rocks, he threw it lightly and threw it aside. He clapped his hands. It's quite smooth. Smoothly. Is this what you call convenient? You have great strength. You are the modern Lin Daiyu. Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward, picked up his daughter, and checked her arms and palms to see if there were any injuries. However, after a thorough examination, apart from the slight redness on the palm, there was no problem at all. That is to say, my own daughter is born with supernatural powers. Baby, you're amazing. Jiang Chen couldn't help but lift his daughter up high. Before, he was still thinking about when to arrange life number 1 for his daughter. After all, strengthening the body needs to start from childhood. With her current physical condition, even basic improved potions like life number 1 may not be useful to her. Next time I go to the research station, I'll get you some peaches. They'll definitely make you stronger. Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter. The genetically modified peaches I ate at the scientific research station last time also have many benefits. If I had known my daughter was so fierce, I would have left one for her last time. Peaches. Dad, look at that fruit. Does it look like a peach? Jiang Qiuji heard Jiang Chen's muttering, so he pointed at the fruit that had just hit him and said. Jiang Qiuji had already figured out that this willow tree was actually a mutated Pantao willow, only about 10 years old. It also looks like the most common white peach. The spiritual energy contained within is very thin. This also led Jiang Qiuji to conclude that the mother planet seemed to have fallen into an era of scarce spiritual energy. Otherwise, everywhere you look, there should be spiritual trees that are tens of millions of years old. But in fact, no. This Pantaliu, located at the top of the mountain and enjoying the best geographical location, is only 10 years old. Peaches. Following his daughter's suggestion, Jiang Chen noticed that the fallen fruit actually looked like a peach, but it was a little bigger in size and was somewhat similar to the genetically modified peaches he had eaten in Antarctica. Jiang Chen stepped forward, picked up the peach, and weighed it. It weighs about as much as 5 apples. You're such a jerk. If you hit my daughter, I'll eat you up. Jiang Chen wiped it with his clothes, then took a big bite. I tasted it, and it tasted pretty good. It seems to be more delicious than the genetically modified peaches I had eaten in Antarctica. And, with Jiang Chen's sensitive tongue, he could vaguely feel the energy contained in it. Not quite sure what this is though. However, Jiang Chen couldn't help but pass it to his daughter. Try it. Jiang Qiuji grinned, revealing the embarrassment of not having any teeth yet. Use your gums to bite it off. It will definitely come off. Jiang Chen said. Even weeping willows can be pulled out. He didn't believe that his goddess couldn't handle a peach. Jiang Qiuji just didn't want to eat such low-grade peaches. However, considering her father's good intentions, she still picked up the peach, which was almost half the size of herself, and started to eat it. Let me take you for a ride on the sea. Jiang Chen lifted his daughter above his head and let her sit on his shoulders. Jiang Qiuji placed the peach on his father's head, ate it, and followed his father back to the fishing boat. Small fishing boat descends, landed on the sea, slowly sailing on the sea. Even though the ocean has doubled in size, it is still sea water. But beneath the seabed, there are vaguely many new substances and many creatures that have never been seen before. But these creatures were also smart and automatically kept a distance after the small fishing boat landed. It seems like they are weighing the power of both sides. After circling for a while, most of the creatures left. Only a few creatures seemed to be wandering around unwillingly, looking for opportunities. Jiang Chen didn't care. He pulled the fishing net out of the fishing boat and said to his daughter on his shoulders, "Honey, I forgot to introduce you. Daddy is actually a fisherman, specializing in fishing. Just wait and see. Daddy will catch some big treasures for you." Jiang Chen said, "Throw the fishing net down." The moment he threw it down, the system in Jiang Chen's mind was automatically displayed. There are foggy and non-foggy areas around the world. Originally, according to Jiang Chen's previous exploration trajectory, currently only the Atlantic Ocean and the Arctic Ocean are still foggy areas. But at this moment, the map in Jiang Chen's mind showed that, except for the Atlantic Ocean and the Arctic Ocean, foggy areas had reappeared in other oceans that had been explored. These foggy areas are small, but there are quite a few of them. In the southern waters alone, there are 6 foggy areas. Strangeness. How come there's a foggy area in an area we've already explored? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. But soon, I figured it out. After all, the ocean has expanded several times. So some places have become foggy areas again. And the geographical locations of these foggy areas are very precise. Small fishing boats can catch fish immediately by just flying over. There is no need to drift around on the sea. Dad, those big fish are running away. Jiang Chen pointed at the fishing net in front. A large number of fish flew out of the water and fled wildly because of the arrival of the small fishing boat. It obviously sensed the danger and wanted to avoid the small fishing boat. Jiang Chen looked at the map of the South Indian Ocean and found that there was no foggy area within 10 miles. The nearest foggy area is 100 miles away to the south. Jiang Chen then set this foggy area as his target. Then he said to his daughter, "Don't worry, I'll take you to a place that is 100% sure to have treasures." The words fell. The small fishing boat flew towards the nearest foggy area. Just 5 minutes. A small fishing boat appeared 100 miles away. Jiang Chen threw the fishing net down again. The fishing net was down in less than 5 seconds. The system responded. Remind the host that the 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum has been caught. 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum is a basic plant that produces spiritual elements. This plant can grow anywhere in the universe, requiring no watering, no soil, and no fertilizer, only cosmic microwave radiation. As Jiang Chen pulled up the fishing net, a bunch of Ganoderma lucidum the size of a hemp stalk was also fished up. A large amount of information about the 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum also flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. And one of the sentences made him suddenly realize. Spiritual elements account for 80% of the mass of the universe. Always. Scientists are measuring the relationship between the mass and gravity of celestial bodies. But after repeated measurements, everyone found that with the current mass of the solar system, it is impossible to trap the celestial bodies, including the Earth, in the solar system. Theoretically, the celestial bodies in the solar system should have disintegrated long ago. But since it has not disintegrated, it can only be explained. There is also invisible matter that explodes with huge gravitational force all around, pulling the entire solar system together. However, this substance cannot be seen or touched. Scientists have explored it for many years and still do not know what substance is responsible. Therefore, this conceptual matter is collectively called dark matter. After learning about the function of the 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum, Jiang Chen immediately realized that there was actually a missing element in the human periodic table. That is the spiritual element. In ancient times, people generally called this spiritual element qi. Chapter 183, Spiritual Fusion, Forging the Divine Hairpin. In Taoism, qi is a mysterious energy. It is hidden in the heaven, earth, and universe, lasting forever, everywhere. Civilizations that can utilize qi are all high-level civilizations. The reason is very simple. 80% of the mass of the universe comes from qi, the spiritual element. A civilization that cannot use spiritual elements is like a savage who cannot use fire. Even if it can achieve controlled nuclear fusion, its combat power will still have a ceiling. The logic is also very simple. When an interstellar war breaks out, civilizations that do not use qi can only use substances lower than iron elements to carry out nuclear fusion and generate energy. However, matter below the iron element accounts for less than 20% of the entire universe. Once these materials are used up, it will be like the elite troops on the battlefield are gone, and everyone will die even if they don't. But it is different for civilizations that can use qi. They can easily use the qi element and generate continuous energy through controlled nuclear fusion. Qi accounts for 80% of the universe. You can say that. During World War II, the greater the control over the substance oil, the greater the combat power. In the interstellar age, the stronger one's control over the qi element, the stronger their combat power. It turns out, the human body can also undergo controlled nuclear fusion. Jiang Chen digested the information transmitted by the system. Among these many pieces of information, there is a discipline called spiritual fusion. It talks about how to use the element qi to carry out controlled nuclear fusion. The process of nuclear fusion is very similar to that of colleagues in the Northwest, who use magnetic field confinement. The only two differences are: 1. The main element used is qi. 2. Produce fusion in the human body. The whole process is called spiritual fusion. Certainly, spiritual fusion can also occur in non-human bodies. The process is almost exactly the same as controlled nuclear fusion. How strong does the human body have to be to withstand temperatures exceeding 100 million degrees? Jiang Chen was secretly shocked. Although he is now protected by thunder and can burst out huge energy. But these energies are far from enough to withstand temperatures of over 100 million degrees. Not to mention the continuous nuclear fusion. If a spiritual fusion occurred in his current body, he would probably be reduced to ashes on the spot. Jiang Chen shook his head. Get your mind back. If you want to withstand spiritual fusion, I'm afraid even as-sequence organisms are not enough. He put away the 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum. This thing can produce spiritual elements. You can take it back. Let it produce spiritual elements continuously. Then, these spiritual elements can be used to strengthen the human body or for nuclear fusion. It can lay the energy foundation for future entry into the universe. After all, the most abundant substance in the universe is dark matter called qi. Jiang Chen placed the 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum aside. Then continue fishing. See if there are any other 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum. Jiang Qiuji looked at the 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum in surprise. This thing was first born in his own Yao Qi. It provided massive energy for Yao Qi's early power. Only, in the battle of the right spiral arm of the Milky Way, the 9-leaf Ganoderma grass suffered a terrible impact and was scattered in the void. She thought it was destroyed. Unexpectedly, it's been such a long time. It actually returned to its home planet on its own. Although it had returned to its weakest state, Jiang Qiuji was very familiar with its aura. Baby, just wait a little longer. Daddy will definitely get you something to play with. After circling around without any results, Jiang Chen immediately headed to the next foggy area. This foggy area is only 50 miles. Arrived in a few minutes. Jiang Chen threw down the fishing net again. I just don't believe there aren't any good things for kids to play with. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. The system soon had new prompts. Remind the host that the divine hairpin has been caught. The divine hairpin is a headdress crafted by the ancient blacksmith Quafu, using the terrifying energy from the fusion of a black hole and a neutron star. The Queen Mother once used it to split the Milky Way with a single stroke of the hairpin, creating a massive shockwave that separated Altair and Vega. Currently, the divine hairpin has lost all its qi energy. If it absorbs enough qi again, it can regain its terrifying destructive power. Blacksmith? Created from the fusion of a black hole and a neutron star? After reading the introduction, Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Is this a blacksmith? As Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva, a series of subject knowledge and processes involved in making the divine hairpin also poured into his mind. There is a passage that tells the story of the ancient giant Quafu who was forging a magic hairpin near a black hole and a neutron star when an ignorant star mistakenly entered the forging area. Quafu was unhappy, so he slapped it away. This star is called the sun. And this is the origin of Quafu chasing the sun. Oh my god. So Quafu chasing the sun means expelling the sun, not chasing the sun? Jiang Chen was sweating profusely. He thought Quafu was very fast. I didn't expect that slapping the sun in the face was so powerful. Baby, come here, I found something good for you. Jiang Chen took out the magic hairpin. This magical hairpin looks like a spider with its limbs spread out, and is as big as a fruit plate. Jiang Chen placed the magical hairpin on his daughter's head. Pity. Jiang Qiuji still hadn't grown hair at this time. When it was placed on her head, it looked like a pot cover, extremely funny. Jiang Qiuji also recognized it. Isn't this the hairpin he wore in his previous life? Only, at that time, my hair was very long and thick. Later, during the battle, the magic hairpin fell, and she had no time to look for it. Unexpectedly, just like the 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum, it returned to its home planet. Although all energy has been lost, but the familiar smell is still there. Dad, how can you catch so many strange things in the sea? Jiang Qiuji couldn't help but start looking at Jiang Chen curiously. At the beginning, she thought that her father in this life was just an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, he was actually able to catch everything from his previous life one by one. This is definitely a divine secret, orchestrated by some mysterious force. Jiang Chen looked up at his daughter with the divine hairpin on her head and smiled. Dad can do anything and catch even more amazing things. If you don't believe me, I'll continue fishing. Jiang Chen said. Drive the fishing boat to the next foggy area again. This foggy area is even closer, less than 20 miles away. Jiang Chen threw down the fishing net for the third time. This time, what he pulled up was somewhat heavy. All the small fishing boats sank. Wow. Along with the things in the fishing net, they were pulled up. Not only was Jiang Chen surprised, but even Jiang Qiuji himself was confused. Chapter 184 Bajinjiu Baby Carriage, age 6 days. This is a seat similar to a stroller. It is carried by a black tortoise below, and the seat is forged from strange stones. On top of it is a piece of cloth covered with patterns of mythical birds, which is placed horizontally to block the sunlight. 8-view carriage, Queen Mother's seat, powered by the annihilation of matter and antimatter. Matter-antimatter condensed matter, matter-antimatter engine. A large amount of subject knowledge flooded into my mind. The condensed state of matter and antimatter is actually the physical form of yin and yang matter that emerges when it reaches the density of a white dwarf star. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the yin and yang substances that fell from the terracotta warriors. These substances can not only allow electromagnetic waves to penetrate 100%. When it reaches the density of a white dwarf, it can actually enter the condensed state of matter and antimatter. This condensed state can allow matter to generate a power engine that reaches 1% of the speed of light when it is annihilated. However, now the 8 Jingyu has lost the fuel supply of matter and antimatter, and has long lost the power of 1% of the speed of light. It's a great stroller for my daughter. Jiang Chen pulled Ba Jingyu up and placed him on the back seat of the cockpit. The basalt below seemed to have turned into a fossil and was motionless. Jiang Chen picked up his daughter from the front seat of the cockpit and placed her on the Bajinjiu in the back seat. Do you like this stroller? Jiang Chen looked at his daughter sitting on the Bajinjiu in a daze and asked with a look of accomplishment on his face. Using the Queen Mother's seat as a stroller for my daughter is simply amazing. I think my daughter will like it very much. Jiang Qiuji lay on the Bajinjiu, leaned his head downwards, and touched the head of the black tortoise below. Old turtle, old turtle. It's become a fossil. Jiang Chen said. They are old things from ancient times. How could they still be alive? Jiang Qiuji sensed Xuanwu and found that he was indeed no longer breathing. However, Jiang Qiuji did not give up. She knew that as long as she had enough qi, she would be able to awaken the old Xuanwu. Even the Bajinjiu's built-in matter-antimatter annihilation engine can also be activated. Once started, that's 1% of the speed of light. Although this speed is countless times weaker than quantum transmission, but it doesn't require much energy. She was teleported back from the distant right spiral arm of the Milky Way, but she swallowed hundreds of planets. Even so, it only transmits the memory particles back. Hold on tight, baby. We're going to continue south. Jiang Chen, who caught 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum, divine hairpin, and 8 scenic carriage in succession, continued to drive his small fishing boat and drifted on the South Indian Ocean. There are about 7 or 8 additional fog areas in the South Indian Ocean. After exploring the first 3, Jiang Chen explored 4 small fog areas one after another. The harvest from these 4 small fog areas was also huge. A flag to gather immortals. A copy of Shinong's Compendium of Spiritual Plants. There is also a Simu Ding from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The Gathering Immortals flag can gather the spiritual elements from all around, similar to a spiritual formation. However, this Gathering Immortals flag was used by the Queen Mother, so its coverage area is extremely large, roughly the size of an entire solar system. With this Gathering Immortals flag, we can not only gather the qi on the Earth, it can also gather the qi from the solar system, making the spiritual elements of the entire Earth more abundant. As for the Shinong Spiritual Plant Compendium, it comes from the ancient Shinong. His cultivation method of spiritual plants is similar to genetic modification, with such bizarre things as green apple spiritual fruit, sickle banana, 4-striped plum, mutant pan peach, and salang grape. As long as they are cultivated, some spiritual fruits with special functions will always appear. These spiritual fruits with special functions can be refined into various elixirs after secondary processing. At this time, Simu Ding. It will come in handy. The Gathering Immortal flag can be placed on the Antarctic continent to gather the qi of the entire solar system. Shinong's Compendium of Spiritual Plants. Perhaps I can communicate with Professor Shin to see how far their Taishang Lao mushroom and Hericium arenaceus have been cultivated. The Simu Ding will not be used for the time being. Jiang Chen took stock of his gains. A magical herb. A flag for gathering immortals. A copy of Shinong's Compendium of Spiritual Plants. A magical hairpin. A Simu Ding. And an 8-scene carriage. Jiang Qiuji sat on the Bayering carriage, watching his father catch all kinds of good things from the sea, as if they were treasures in the back of his hand. He was completely stunned. Is there so much good stuff in this sea? If the Gathering Immortals flag, the divine hairpin, and the 8 scenic carriage came back together because of her reincarnation. But the Shinong Gongmu and Simu Ding are not part of the Nanchumen, so how come they appear here? She couldn't help but say to Jiang Chen, Dad, you are so awesome. Can you catch some fish for me? Sure, you try it. Jiang Chen smiled and handed her the fishing net. Jiang Qiuji swung the fishing net, and after a while, the fishing net vibrated. She was overjoyed and quickly pulled up the fishing net. Take a closer look. The net contained only a 2-ton sawtooth shark. The sawtooth shark opened its mouth, trying to swallow Jiang Qiuji. Jiang Qiuji was a little disappointed. She sighed and slapped the shark away. Shark, died at the age of 30. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly picked up the loudspeaker and shouted at the sea beasts lurking around. Go, go! It's dangerous here. Crash. The sea beasts turned around and left. Jiang Qiuji tried fishing several times, but couldn't find any treasures. She was a little depressed. Dad, why can't I catch anything good? Maybe the ocean is gone. I'll take you to Antarctica. Jiang Chen smiled. The South Indian Ocean has been thoroughly explored. He planned to go to Antarctica and plant the Jushin flag there. Antarctica? Great. Jiang Qiuji is very curious. At this moment, the small fishing boat is in the middle of the South Indian Ocean. It is only more than 5,000 kilometers away from the Antarctic continent. Even if the distance from the landing port to the Great Wall Station is added. It took Jiang Chen less than half an hour to reach the scientific research station, the Great Wall Station. This endurance is very strong. Jiang Chen slowly increased the speed to the first cosmic speed, but his daughter not only had no adverse reaction, she even couldn't help but perform a set of military boxing barefoot on the Baiying carriage. It looks like it's full of vigor. Who would have thought that a baby less than 6 days old would have such a strong physique? Baby, try to adapt to the temperature and see if you're cold. If you're cold, I'll have someone bring you a coat. Jiang Chen tried to slowly open the cockpit. At this time, Jiang Qiuji was only wearing a white diaper and a magical hairpin that looked like a pot cover on his head. She felt the cold wind outside and did 100 push-ups in one breath on the Bajinjiu. Then he clapped his hands. Don't worry, Dad. I can do it. Jiang Chen felt relieved when he saw this. He held his daughter and entered the scientific research station. The one who received Jiang Chen was Kai Minghui, a top student from Longming Academy. As soon as he saw Kai Minghui, he immediately greeted him. Hello, where is Professor Shin? The teacher is in the lab. I'll take you there. Hey, who is this? Kai Minghui noticed that there was a little thing in Jiang Chen's arms, which was looking around with its eyes open. When Jiang Chen heard Kai Minghui's question, before he could answer, Jiang Qiuji stood up, stretched out his little hand, and answered. Hello, I'm Xiao Zhang's daughter, 6 days old. Nice to meet you. Chapter 185, Gathering Qi and Revitalizing Pantao Garden. Age 6 days? Kai Minghui staggered and almost fell to the ground. He adjusted the frame of his glasses and looked at the little guy in front of him in disbelief. Is this the descendant of the genetic warrior? This is going to go against the will of heaven. Kai Minghui extended an index finger and reached out to Jiang Qiuji. Jiang Qiuji stretched out his hand and shook the other person's fingers. And you? My age. Kai Minghui smiled awkwardly, then tentatively replied. 5 years and over 9,000 days old. Yeah, a little older than me. Jiang Qiuji nodded. He's a little devil. Jiang Chen smiled. Jiang Qiuji said, Dad, I'm not a kid anymore. Please put me down. You don't even have shoes. Your feet will get dirty. Jiang Chen looked at her chubby baby feet. It had only been 6 days, and he really hadn't had time to buy her shoes. Although the ground of the research station had been cleaned, there was still dust. However, Jiang Qiuji insisted, It's okay. I'm not afraid of such a cold day, so why should I be afraid of a little dust? Okay, just follow me closely. Jiang Chen was helpless. Put her on the ground. At this moment, she was not even as high as Jiang Chen's calf. After putting it on the ground, she raised her head, hugged Jiang Chen's calf, stepped on his ankle, and said, Dad, look, I'm smart. Well, that's really smart. Jiang Chen smiled and limped forward, while his daughter held his calf and followed him. Kai Minghui looked at the father and daughter with envy. This is so interesting. After seeing this, I also want to find someone to have a daughter. No, how could I possibly give birth to such a heaven-defying baby? Forget it. I'd better go to work. Kai Minghui shook his head. He brought Jiang Chen to the door of the laboratory. Wait here for a moment. I'll call the teacher out. Kai Minghui went in. Soon, Shin Wanyu changed into plain clothes and walked out. He extended his hand and said, Academician Jiang, long time no see. Last time, he called Jiang Chen Xiao Jiang. But now, he simply changed his name. Academician Jiang. Yes, the Kyoto Academy medal has been made public. Even Shin Wanyu, who was far away in Antarctica, knew about it. Originally, Shin Wanyu wanted to win the Academician medal based on his achievements in crop science. But now, it was amazing to see that Jiang Chen had made such great achievements in controlled nuclear fusion. He was immediately impressed. In fact, the first step of every major change in human history is energy. As for the various high technologies that follow, they are all extended from the towering tree of energy, including crop science. Without sufficient energy, even a scientific research station cannot be built. Not to mention working in a laboratory here. The magnetic field chaos some time ago caused the ocean to expand, which made Shin Wanyu worried for a while. He wondered what to do with future ocean transportation. After all, the expansion of the ocean is a fatal blow to the scientific research stations far away in Antarctica. The environment was already harsh, and now it has become even worse. But amidst this sudden change of bad news, controlled nuclear fusion in the Northwest was actually successful. At the same time, Kyoto also issued the latest academician medal. The object is precisely the contributor to controlled nuclear fusion. Although there are many contributors, including those from the Lonka Institute and colleagues from Northwest China, the one ranked first is Jiang Chen. This made Shen Wanyu admire him. Professor Shen, you're too polite. It's just a little work. Jiang Chen smiled. Current controlled nuclear fusion is mainly based on the use of helium. But not every planet has helium. So, the best controlled nuclear fusion actually comes from the use of the Qi element. That is to say, there is still room for improvement. Only when people master the controlled nuclear fusion of the Qi element can they travel freely in the Milky Way. If you call this insignificant, then we are nothing but air. Shen Wanyu said with a blush on his face. At Jiang Chen's calf, Jiang Qiuji said, you treat me like air too. Shen Wanyu thought he was hard of hearing. He looked around and frowned. What's that sound? It's my daughter. Jiang Chen pointed to the ground beneath his feet. Shen Wanyu was stunned. He took out a magnifying glass and put it to his right eye. Then look at the ground. Good job. There is actually a baby on this foot. Shen Wanyu looked surprised. Hello, little guy. Hello, old man. Jiang Qiuji responded. No respect for elders or younger children. Jiang Chen picked her up and pinched her face. Academician Jiang's daughter is really smart and lively. Shen Wanyu praised, and then asked, by the way, Academician Jiang, why did you suddenly come to Antarctica? I thought you were in Kyoto. Shen Wanyu had seen photos of Dean Xia and others attending a banquet in Kyoto in the Nanshimen Project group before, and he thought Jiang Chen was there too. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I asked the dean to attend on my behalf. I came here this time because I wanted to visit the peach garden again. I think the food there is delicious, and it is also very helpful for children's immunity, so I want to get some more to take back. Peach, this is easy. I'll take you there myself. Shen Wanyu personally takes the field. I took Jiang Chen and his daughter to Pantao Garden. Academician Jiang, the peaches we have here do more than just boost immunity. Look, this peach has grown white mist, you see? I've done some experiments on it, and it's very effective against gastric cancer. Some time ago, a patient with advanced gastric cancer came to our lab for treatment, and now he's back to his early stages. Shen Wanyu introduced to Jiang Chen. After hearing this, Jiang Chen was also extremely surprised. The last time I came, the peaches only enhanced immunity, but now they can provide preliminary relief from stomach cancer. This genetically modified peach is amazing. It's just very difficult to cultivate. We've cultivated hundreds of similar varieties of flat peaches, but only one has borne fruit and worked. Shen Wanyu sighed. Ever since the last peaches took effect, many gastric cancer patients in China come to make reservations, even willing to experiment. However, the laboratory has not yet cultivated a second similar peach. It is really scarce. That's because the spiritual energy here is too thin. Jiang Qiuji listened to the conversation between his father and old man Shen and couldn't help but say in his heart. In the early days, she also built the peach garden in the fifth heaven, which is Yaoqi. At that time, Yaoqi was connected to Mercury and almost sucked away all the water spirit energy from the entire Mercury. This is what made Pantao Garden so glorious. As for the peach garden in Antarctica, the spiritual energy there is extremely thin, so it is naturally extremely difficult to cultivate high-quality peaches. Unless Dad planted the gathering of Immortals flag here. Only by collecting the Qi of the solar system can this place prosper. Chapter 186 Giant Monkey. Just because you are so beautiful. Xiao Kai, help Academician Jiang pick some peaches, Ganoderma lucidum, and mushrooms. Give this little guy some nourishment. Shen Wanyu called Kai Minghui and brought a few baskets. Kai Minghui immediately turned into a waiter, happily brought a few baskets, and helped pick the peaches. The peaches here are of the best variety and safer than the wild ones outside. Led by Shen Wanyu, a group of people walked inside, back to the original position of Hericium arenaceus. Only, the Hericium arenaceus originally only reached Jiang Chen's shoulders. At this moment, Jiang Chen opened his mouth wide, looked up at the 10-meter-tall Hericium arenaceus, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Professor Shen, how come this Hericium arenaceus has grown so tall? Last time, Jiang Chen was able to touch the Hericium arenaceus head. Now I can only touch its tail. It's been less than half a year. It's actually 10 meters long. Damn, this is too long. Is this still a mushroom variety? Shen Wanyu adjusted his reading glasses, looked at the Hericium arenaceus, and said, to be honest, I don't know either. This species was originally observed as an edible mushroom. Later we studied its content and found that it was not edible. As Shen Wanyu spoke, he asked the guard to bring a cutting knife, and with one stroke, he cut off a small piece of the tail of the Hericium arenaceus. With a snap, the tail, weighing half a pound, hit the snow. Shen Wanyu picked it up, handed it to Kai Minghui, and said, "Take it back and do an experiment to see if there are any new changes in this Hericium arenaceus." "Okay, teacher." Kai Minghui quickly put this small tail into the experimental bag. Hericium. Jiang Chen looked up at the tall mutant Hericium arenaceus and couldn't help but think of the giant monkey in deep space. It's just a pity. That giant deep space monkey also fell into the endless void during the battle in the right spiral arm of the Milky Way. Just when Jiang Chen was lost in thought, Jiang Chen and Shen Wanyu have arrived in front of another peach tree. This peach tree is unremarkable, but there is a sign on it, 29. Shen Wanyu pointed at the peach tree and said, "This is a non-experimental peach tree. You can write your name on it and claim it." "Want to claim the peach tree? That's fine." Jiang Chen looked at his daughter and asked, "Do you like it?" "Can." Jiang Chen then took a pen and wrote the names of Jiang Chen, Jiang Xiuji, Jiang Haiping, and Qin Shuiyao on the peach tree. A family of 4. Neat and tidy. It's all written on it. "By the way, Professor Shen, can I put something here?" Jiang Chen took out the Gathering Immortals flag. He has always wanted to find a place to plant this Gathering of Immortals flag. It was originally built on a mountain. But think about it. It would be nice to put it in this Pantao garden. It can not only gather qi, but also give birth to the Pantao garden. Shen Wanyu didn't know what the Jushin flag was for, and thought it was Jiang Chen's token, so he said, "Whatever you want." "Good." Jiang Chen tied the gathering flag next to the peach tree with the sign number 29. "I picked some good mushroom ingredients again." Jiang Chen, having gained a lot, left with his daughter. Anyway, the Gathering of Immortals flag has been put up. Not long after Jiang Chen and his group left, the Gathering Immortals flag began to automatically absorb the spiritual elements from the surrounding area. There was not much spiritual energy in the peach garden, and it was quickly absorbed by the Gathering Immortals flag. The Gathering Immortals flag began to fluctuate slightly, and rays of light spread out from it. The moment these rays of light appeared, a large amount of qi elements seemed to be attracted under the ocean and began to swarm out. Wow! Invisible energy erupted from the bottom of the sea, turning into violent storms that continuously converged towards the Antarctic continent. At the same time, on the moon outside the Earth, soil and rocks were flying everywhere, and strong winds were sweeping towards the Earth. Jupiter, Saturn, Mars, Pluto, the void. No matter where they came from, the qi element began to converge towards the Antarctic continent. The first to be affected is naturally the Pantao Garden. Hiss! Midnight. A guard was standing guard when suddenly a gust of wind blew past, almost causing him to fly away. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. As he breathed, he felt his body filled with energy. He was originally feeling a little tired, but suddenly he became inexplicably excited. It's like being injected with positive energy and full of vitality. In the peach garden, there was a mushroom as big as a millstone. After being impacted by a large amount of qi, the mushroom began to change color, becoming ever-changing, colorful, and very beautiful. A Ganoderma lucidum also emits a hazy glow, illuminating the snow. The peaches hanging on the peach tree looked like they were charged, and even emitted a strange blue light, as if they were madly absorbing energy. It was late at night. The Hericium arenaceus, which was over 10 meters tall, began to show lines of light from the soles of its feet to the top of its head, converge into the eyes. The Hericium arenaceus suddenly opened its eyes. 2 red columns of high-energy particles were released. These 2 high-energy particle columns hit the giant mountain in the distance, and 2 large holes of several meters were instantly pierced through the mountain. The eye attack is so terrifying. I, the deep space giant monkey, am back. Hericium arenaceus looked around and muttered to himself. It took a few hundred meters in one step and left the peach garden. Under the illumination of the night, it is a giant, standing shoulder to shoulder with the mountains. What's this? The guard standing guard not far away suddenly noticed something passing over his head. He looked up and saw a huge figure walking towards the mountains. This huge figure is even bigger than the mecha. This made the guard stare at the huge figure in a state of shock. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and mutter, "I must have eaten too much Hericium arenaceus and got poisoned." Under the guard's blank gaze, the deep space giant monkey quickly disappeared into the mountains of Antarctica. A few hours after the giant monkey left, the sky is gradually getting brighter. Just then, suddenly, the sound of hens cackling could be heard from inside the peach garden. Where did the chicken come from? The guard became increasingly confused. He walked into the peach garden, but he saw 7 hens over 1 meter tall, with lotus leaf crowns on their heads and long legs, walking towards him in a line. Fuck, lotus chicken. The guard was stunned. He knew that snow lotus was planted in this pantao garden, in the innermost pool. But at this moment, the lotus leaves of these snow lotuses have grown on the hens' heads and become their combs. Could it be that these chickens evolved from snow lotus? The guard stared at the hens, not daring to move. Just as these 7 hens passed by the guard, one of the hens gave the guard a cold look. What are you looking at? I haven't seen the 7 fairies yet. Well, the guard was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Just because you are so beautiful. Chapter 187 7 Fairies automatically start chicken. The news of the appearance of the deep space giant monkey and the snow lotus chicken in Pantao Garden quickly spread from the scientific research station to the dragon god. Li Jing from the dragon god quickly rushed over with the genetic warriors. Intend to investigate this matter thoroughly. It's so scary. There's actually a giant that's over 10 meters tall. A scientific researcher pointed at the video recording of a huge figure walking out of the peach garden, his voice still trembling. Commander Li, what do you think? Shen Wanyu also looked a little solemn at this moment. He is engaged in crop mutation. This is the first time I've heard of plants evolving into animals. This touches upon his blind spot in knowledge. However, this also touches on Li Jing's blind spot in knowledge. He said, judging from its size, it should be a monkey. Look at its movements, and that thing swinging behind it. It can't be a human. That long thing is several meters long. If it were a human being, there would be insufficient blood supply. Should we send someone to search for this monkey? Shen Wanyu asked with some concern. This giant monkey could cover hundreds of meters with one step, and he wondered if it would smash the ancient spaceship deep in the polar region to pieces. Li Jing shook his head. Since this thing is not attacking the research station, it should be safe for the time being. If it attacks the research station, we will send bombers. By the way, where is that chicken you mentioned? Li Jing asked. In the peach garden, everyone except the giant monkey ran away. Those 7 hens were only about 1 meter tall and ran slowly. He has been recaptured. Shen Wanyu immediately took Li Jing to a granary and pointed at the hens eating rice inside. He said, they're quite gentle, but they're such voracious eaters. This granary could have supplied our research station for at least a few months, and now they've eaten most of it. Yeah, I've never seen such a delicious chicken. Kai Minghui adjusted his glasses and nodded. The hens that were eating rice turned around and said, we are the 7 fairies. Also, when you humans speak ill of others, could you please stay away? Shen Wanyu. Kai Minghui. Li Jing was surprised. He walked forward to take a look and found that the chicken could actually talk. He squatted down and asked tentatively, fairies, can you tell me how you evolved from snow lotus to snow lotus chicken? Uncle Weird, can you explain how you evolved from a sperm cell into a human being? The snow lotus chicken, who was in the lead, replied, isn't it natural for snow lotus to evolve into snow lotus chicken? As for why, how would I know? Li Jing didn't know where to start for a moment. But these hens still look very beautiful with the lotus leaf combs on their heads. All right, 7 fairies, according to our human rules, you have to pay a price for eating so much rice. Li Jing spoke. There is no such thing as free rice in the world. Not to mention the rice at the scientific research station. You have to work to eat so much rice. Upon hearing this, the 7 snow lotus chickens immediately spread their wings and prepared for battle. What do you want to do? What can we do to you chickens? Li Jing spread his hands. Kai Minghui, who was standing next to him, listed them all. KFC, Wallace, McDonald's, Pizza Hut, Daiko's, Zuanbao, Burger King grunt. Now we should be able to have another snow lotus chicken. The 7 fairies were confused. Li Jing quickly covered Kai Minghui's mouth, and then said to the 7 fairies, what we mean is, we have a lot of rice, but we need you to work. What kind of work? The 7th fairy asked. Li Jing walked out of the scientific research station with the 7 fairies. He pointed at the transport planes flying outside from time to time and said, the supplies here are all very precious and need to be transported in continuously from outside. I want to know how strong you are and whether you can transport the supplies. Li Jing smiled. Ever since he saw Jiang Chen's terracotta horse-drawn boat last time, he has been extremely envious. Now that he has caught 7 flying and talking chickens, he will definitely teach them a lesson. Maybe. Can it transport large amounts of supplies? It's no big deal. Take us there. We, the 7 fairies, will show you the power of our snow lotus chicken. Li Jing brought 7 snow lotus chickens to the vicinity of the landing port. At this time, the aircraft carrier docked. A large amount of supplies are being loaded onto transport planes. However, There are limited transport planes, and only a part of them can be transported to the scientific research station each time. This is a ton of supplies. Which ferry comes first? Li Jing pointed to a piece of supplies and said. The leading snow lotus chicken flapped its wings, and the supplies fell onto her back as light as foam. Fuck! Li Jing almost fell down. A divine chicken. The snow lotus chicken sneered. Too light. Then try this, 10 tons. Li Jing pointed to the other side, which was filled with larger supplies, as big as a container, and probably contained heavy equipment. The snow lotus chicken flapped its wings again, and the supplies floated up again. Come again. This one is 100 tons. It's still not enough. Seeing the snow lotus chicken flapping hundreds of tons of supplies like flipping his palm, Li Jing was completely convinced. He said directly to the proud snow lotus chicken, that warship is 5,000 tons, you try it. The snow lotus chicken flew over, bit the iron chain, flapped its wings and flew up, lifting the warship upwards, causing the sea water to splash, but soon it crashed heavily onto the sea surface again. Obviously, it's a little overwhelmed. Call. Li Jinggang breathed a sigh of relief. The snow lotus chicken screamed. Chicken. A snow lotus chicken flew over. 2 chickens, one in front and one behind, bit the iron chain. The flapping of the wings caused huge waves on the sea. The 5,000-ton warship was actually lifted up by 2 chickens. Oh my god, the soldiers on the warship were stunned and frightened. They quickly sent a radio message. Report to the commander. We are under attack by an unknown monster. After putting the warship down, Snow Lotus Chicken walked in front of Li Jing with an arrogant look on its face. How? Is it possible to eat half a granary of rice every day? Li Jing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and pointed at the aircraft carrier. How about this? All 7 of you come together and let me see if you can lift the aircraft carrier and fly it. Li Jing wanted to see how powerful these 7 Snow Lotus Chickens were. Snow Lotus Chicken took a look at the huge dragon god and looked troubled. Obviously, this dragon god is much heavier than a warship. After all, it is the aircraft carrier itself, at least 100,000 tons. Sisters, whether you will eat delicious food or drink spicy drinks in the future depends on this wave. Go. Under the call of the leader Snow Lotus Chicken, 7 Snow Lotus Chickens flapped their wings and took off. Their size has even increased several times. Each chicken is 3 or 4 meters tall. But compared to an aircraft carrier, it still pales in comparison. Not only Li Jing, but even the non-commissioned officers on the aircraft carrier were leisurely watching the 7 Snow Lotus Chickens flying around. He even took the initiative to throw the iron chain out. Give them something to bite. 2 Snow Lotus Chickens in front of the aircraft carrier. 2 Snow Lotus Chickens at the back. One on the left. One on the right. The leading Snow Lotus Chicken flew aside. Shouted to the chickens. Rise. At the command. The aircraft carrier actually rose slowly from the sea surface. After leaving the water, the leading Snow Lotus Chicken flew under the aircraft carrier, lifted it up, and the aircraft carrier took off. Fuck. A chicken against the sky. Everyone on the aircraft carrier was stunned. Li Jing opened his mouth wide when he saw this scene. He quickly took out his cell phone and took a few photos. Then he proudly sent it to the chat group of the Nanshiman project. Controlled nuclear fusion drive? Terracotta warriors pulling a boat. My evaluation is. How about the 7 fairies fully automatic chicken? Chapter 188. Thousands of birds come to pay homage, the golden winged Dapeng. In the Nanshiman chat group, everyone was shocked when they saw that the Dragon God aircraft carrier was actually lifted up by 7 chickens. Dragon Soul Yin Luo. What the hell? What kind of chicken is this? It's so powerful. Long Xiaodian, aboard the Dragon Roar. Recently, a group of giant birds have appeared in the waters off Somalia. They're incredibly annoying, even more annoying than pirates. They come up for no reason and demand food, and peck at you if you don't give them food. How did you tame these chickens? Li Jing on the Dragon God was very proud. This is a Snow Lotus Chicken from the Peach Garden of the Scientific Research Station. Under my wise and powerful teachings, it has naturally become tamed. At this time, Shuiyao was in the command room of Sister Li. She had completed the circumnavigation of Sri Lanka, waiting for further instructions. Seeing the 7 chickens pulling the boat in the chat group, she couldn't help but mutter, my husband's small fishing boat is pulled by the Terracotta Warriors, and the Dragon God is pulled by the 7 fairy-powered chickens. Does my Sister Li also need a brand new power plant? The staff officer next to him said with a smile. Commander, controlled nuclear fusion has been developed, so we can apply for the first batch of modifications. It's still early. Right now, controlled nuclear fusion is mainly used for domestic energy promotion. When everyone doesn't have to worry about electricity consumption when playing King of Glory, it won't be too late to improve it. Shuiyao shook her head. The sisterly had only been launched not long ago, so it was impossible for it to return to the port for renovation. Not to mention, at present, most of the domestic ports are under reconstruction, and controlled nuclear fusion will not be used on aircraft carriers for the time being. Zhujiang 888, requesting to board the ship. Just then, a signal came over the radio. The small fishing boat was hanging on the left side of the aircraft carrier. Jiang Chen jumped from the cockpit to the deck, carrying a lot of bags. Shui Yao walked out of the command room and saw Jiang Chen holding a large chair and landing on the deck. She couldn't help but wonder, "Where's my daughter?" Jiang Chen turned Bajinjiu around and said with a smile, "Here, this stroller is okay, right?" Shui Yao looked closely and saw that Jiang Qiuji was lying on a peach and eating it. She was only wearing a diaper, with a hairpin that looked like a pot lid covering her head. She asked with amusement, "What is this? Why does it look like a pot lid?" Said. She picked up the magical hairpin and put it on her head. She had thick hair, and the hairpin tied up her messy hair, making her look very beautiful. Shui Yao was very satisfied, so she said to her daughter, "Baby, I will keep this thing for you first. When you grow up, I will return it to you." The tone is like taking away a child's New Year's money during the Spring Festival and then saying, "I'll give it back to you when school starts." Jiang Qiuji knew that this was like throwing a meat bun at a dog, a one-way street. She pouted and whimpered. "Mom is the only good person in the world." Wow, burst into tears. "It's okay, baby. When our hair grows out, Daddy will definitely get the hairpin back for you." Jiang Chen comforted his daughter. Jiang Qiuji took a bite of the peach, spit it out, put it in the palm of his hand, and handed it to Jiang Chen. "Dad is still good to me. I choose to honor you." Jiang Chen brought large and small bags of peaches, Ganoderma lucidum, and mushrooms to Shui Yao. "I brought this back from the research station. It's a snack for today." Shui Yao leaned forward to take a look and found it was quite rich. She said to Jiang Chen, "Did you see the giant monkeys and snow lotus chickens appear at the research station?" Giant monkey? Snow lotus chicken? When Jiang Chen was driving the small fishing boat, he did not notice the Nanshaman chat group. After Shui Yao's reminder, he took a look at the group chat content, especially the photo of 7 snow lotus chickens lifting the dragon god. He looked at it over and over again, finally confirmed that this guy did not forge it. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and thought, could it be that the Gathering Immortals flag is working? It's been less than a day. When I left, it hadn't happened yet. What? Are you jealous? Want some snow lotus chickens too? Don't we have the terracotta army? Jiang Chen said. With the pulling force of the terracotta warriors, it is more than enough to pull a Li Jiahao. Yeah, an aircraft carrier flying into the sky. Isn't that equivalent to an aerospace carrier? There's no sign of the Luanio at Panga Base, and this dragon god has actually made its own aircraft carrier fly. This combat effectiveness has definitely increased a lot. Shui Yao said. The essence of an aircraft carrier is actually transportation. Deploy fighter jets to other sea areas for combat at long distances. If it can fly, the speed and long-range combat capability of the aircraft carrier will be greatly enhanced. This is also the reason why we need to develop aerospace carriers. An aircraft carrier that can fly can definitely deliver a more powerful attack than an aircraft carrier that cannot fly. Although the dragon god has only just begun to fly, there is no guarantee that it will be able to fly long distances in the future. That's pretty awesome. Originally, among the 4 major aircraft carriers, Sister Li's ship has the best and newest equipment, the most mechas, and should have the strongest combat power. But now facing the flying dragon god aircraft carrier, if the two sides really PK, the dragon god's long-range combat capability may have to be increased to air dominance. That makes sense. Jiang Chen listened to Shui Yao's analysis. I agree with you. The Luanio has not yet been built, but it will definitely not affect the 4 major aircraft carriers from looking for opportunities and flying. The terrifying pulling force of this snow lotus chicken can only be caused by absorbing a large amount of chi elements. I'm going out to sea tomorrow to have a look around and see if there are any similar birds. Jiang Chen pondered. Even if the golden dye bird is of the A series, it is impossible for it to fly with an aircraft carrier in its mouth. We can only look in the ocean to see if there are any birds that are comparable to or stronger than the S series. Jiang Chen and Shui Yao are talking. Suddenly, a radio call came from the control room. Reporting to the commander, this is the nursery. Haipeng is crying, requesting support. Shui Yao heard the news. He immediately took Jiang Chen to the nursery. At this time, Haipeng still didn't open his eyes. Although it was already the 6th day, he still didn't open his eyes. This made Shui Yao a little worried. Her eldest daughter opened her eyes so early and matured so quickly. But the youngest son, for some unknown reason, was reluctant to open his eyes. Hey, mommy's here. Shui Yao picked up Haipeng. He quickly coaxed her. You are my little duck and little apple. I can never love you enough. The last time Jiang Chen sang this song, Jiang Qiuji was so disgusted that he spoke directly. But Haiping didn't react at all and just kept crying. Are you hungry? Shui Yao wants to feed him. But he didn't drink. Continue crying. Just when the two were at their wits' end, there was a loud cry of birds outside. Is this the sound of a golden bird? Jiang Chen listened attentively, feeling somewhat surprised. He hadn't looked for the golden dye bird for a while. One reason is that I was busy giving birth to a child. Second, after the terracotta warriors came into being, his need for Ms. Jean decreased. After all, the terracotta warriors are more handsome than her. Jiang Chen walked to the deck. Outside, there were not only golden daisies, but also a large number of birds he had never seen before gathering, and they were chirping collectively. What the hell? What kind of bird is this? It's so huge. Jiang Chen looked from the deck and saw a black eagle as big as a fighter jet circling about a mile away. And there's more than one. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. More and more birds are gathering in the airspace around the sisterly aircraft carrier fleet. The air defense forces of the aircraft carrier fleet also sounded the alarm. Dozens of JF-17 Thunder and Zhuan fighter jets took off one after another, always ready to go into battle. What's going on? Jiang Chen watched as more and more birds gathered around him, blocking out the sky and almost turning the sea area within a radius of 10 nautical miles into a cloudy sky. He couldn't help but greet the golden dye bird. Bird, come. The golden dye bird landed next to Jiang Chen. What do you mean? You want to take revenge on me? Jiang Chen asked. He thought that this golden bird was looking for someone to beat him up, to avenge him for his previous exploitation and oppression of her. The golden dye bird rolled its eyes. We were drawn here by a mysterious energy. What mysterious energy? Jiang Chen asked. Golden dye bird, I don't know. I heard several birds discussing that your human Supreme Buddha has a relative who seems to have been reincarnated. Come over and absorb his energy. The Supreme Buddha of humanity? Tathagata. In mythology, isn't the most powerful and supreme Buddha Tathagata? His two-armed relative is about to be reincarnated. Why are they surrounding our aircraft carrier fleet? Jiang Chen was puzzled. He thought these birds were coming to attack humans. The golden dye bird said, I heard it was his uncle. His name was Golden-Winged Pung Bird. Chapter 189 Genius Daughter, Inferior Son. The birds come and go quickly. Jiang Chen did not see any golden-winged rock appear out of nowhere, and the group of birds left one after another. The golden dye bird was also confused. Just now, she could feel a mysterious energy gathering around her, but not long after, this mysterious energy dissipated again. Disperse, disperse. Those birds are probably just here for the flu. Jiang Chen waved his hand to let the soldiers and mechas watching the show on the deck disperse. Then it was back to the nursery. Haiping had stopped crying at this time. Is sleeping soundly. Did those strange birds fly away? Shui Yao asked. Although the staff in the command room had reported to her that Fei Qin had left, she was still a little surprised as to how he could suddenly appear and leave. She also planned to drive the Zhuan up there and give them an electric shock. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, except for some bird poop. There is nothing left. Shui Yao chuckled. Do you want them to leave something behind? Yeah. Aren't you envious of the dragon god having 7 fairies activating chickens? I was thinking that there are so many birds there. It would be great if we could trick them into doing the hard labor. Jiang Chen suddenly became a capitalist and started thinking about how to exploit this large and numerous group of birds. Haha. If those birds knew what you were thinking, they would peck you to death. Shui Yao laughed. The two of them were talking. Jiang Haiping, who was sleeping, pricked up his ears, and sound wave information entered his mind one by one. Finally, it comes together into a painting. 10,000 birds pulling the boat. For more days passed. On the 10th day after Jiang Haiping was born, he finally opened his eyes. Not only can he drink milk powder, but he can also speak some simple words. Yeah. Dad. Mother. Little gossip. The last one was what he said to Jiang Qiuji next to him. Jiang Qiuji sat on the Byron carriage. She no longer drank milk powder and only ate peaches. When she heard the greeting from Jiang Haiping, she rolled her eyes at her adopted brother. You hawking. Little gossip. Jiang Haiping bit his pacifier and glared at Jiang Qiuji. It was this little gossip who almost severed his umbilical cord. Fortunately, he slapped her with all his strength, otherwise he would have been born prematurely. But it was that slap that made him open his eyes today. You hawking. Jiang Qiuji ridiculed him. It's been 10 days, he still drinks milk powder and can't stand up. It seemed that the two were about to fight. Jiang Chen stood in the middle. Si Dao Pa. Snort. The two of them turned their heads to the side and concentrated on eating the peaches and biting the pacifier. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Qiuji and asked, Who taught you to use hawking as an insult? Because from what I know, his ability doesn't match his reputation. His actual contribution to the entire physics community is just that of an ordinary scientist. His greatest contribution is actually to popularize science. If we're talking about the greatest contribution of our time, Xiao Yang is still not as good as him. Jiang Chen put his hands on his hips and said with a righteous look on his face. During these 4 days, Jiang Chen had originally intended to teach her how to play King of Glory, but as she was doing so, she ended up reading the Dragon Academy journal. Jiang Chen didn't care much about it at first. He's only 10 days old. What can you tell? But now her words shocked Jiang Chen. He asked in confusion, Xiao Yang? Yes, Yang Jining. That little old man who's almost 100 years old. I think his contributions to particle physics and condensed matter are quite good. He's definitely worthy of my attention. Jiang Qiuji spoke eloquently about her understanding of condensed matter and its future development trends, and incidentally predicted the future application of matter-antimatter annihilation engines. Jiang Chen has some understanding of matter and antimatter condensed matter. That is, yin and yang matter will produce matter-antimatter condensate under the density of a white dwarf. This condensate will burst out huge power at the moment of formation. This power is called the matter-antimatter engine. He remembered that the Bajinjiu that Jiang Qiuji was sitting in was driven by the matter-antimatter annihilation engine. It's just that this condensed state cannot be formed now. The reason is simple. One is the lack of substances that can form this condensed state, namely yin and yang substances. The second is to compress the yin and yang matter to the density of a white dwarf. The density of a white dwarf is second only to that of a neutron star. To reach this density, extremely terrifying energy is required. As far as human-controlled nuclear fusion is concerned, it is still impossible to do so. We can only wait and see if some supernatural organism can create spiritual fusion. With spiritual fusion, one can naturally run to the middle of a neutron star and a black hole like the ancient Quafu, forge a divine hairpin, and even slap the sun away with a slap. 10 minutes. Jiang Qiuji finished speaking. Her mouth was dry, so she snatched Jiang Haipeng's bottle and started drinking it herself. Jiang Haipeng was also confused by what this sister said. What does this have to do with anything? Never mind. I'd rather be a salted fish. Well said, Dad really appreciates it. I support your research in this area and hope you can surpass Xiao Yang soon. Jiang Chen encouraged Jiang Qiuji. Although he didn't quite understand it, it didn't affect him at all. He helped his daughter put the content into words and then submitted it. At dinner time, Jiang Chen was still helping to type on the computer and write the manuscript. Shui Yao beside him asked in confusion, Honey, what new research have you been working on recently? You're already eating, but you're still reluctant to put it down. She thought he was doing some research for the Dragon Science Institute recently. Jiang Chen just clicked send and sent this article about matter-antimatter condensed matter and the future development of matter-antimatter annihilation engines to the top journal under the Longming Institute. He closed his notebook and let out a long sigh. Qiuji's. I posted the article for her. That's it. He looked at Jiang Qiuji expectantly. Qiu, you are so outstanding. My father was in his 20s before he published a journal for the Dragon Academy of Sciences, but you published it in just 10 days. It is true that the Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves forward. Waves behind, rush forward. Jiang Qiuji raised his little head and proudly lay on the peaches to eat them again. Shui Yao came closer in surprise. Is this true? You also understand condensed matter. When she saw Jiang Chen teaching her how to play King of Glory before, she thought it would be good enough if she could learn how to operate it. Unexpectedly, he actually studied condensed matter. Of course, I'm not like a certain bird that only drinks powdered milk. Jiang Qiuji looked very proud. I'd love to. Jiang Haipeng rolled his eyes. Not only did he drink the milk powder, he also drank it while lying down, with his 4 limbs facing the sky, just like a salted fish. Watching the two bickering, Jiang Chen and Shui Yao were both amused and confused. My genius daughter and incompetent son. Chapter 199 Purple Firelock. North Ridge City. After the seawater flowed back to the nearby area, it stopped moving forward. In addition, the magnetic field has been restored, so a new military port has begun to be rebuilt in the Biling City area. With the support of the infrastructure maniac and the multiple buffs of the military factory, this military port was rebuilt in just half a month. This port is mainly used as a naval base. At this moment, Tang Zhe, looking at this new marine base, felt a surge of emotion in his heart. From the design to the scale, and even the equipment and staffing, it is basically the same as the previous Pearl River military port. The only difference is the energy source. Previously, thermal power was the main source of electricity. Now we have fully utilized the new energy of controlled nuclear fusion. Currently, the country's first controlled nuclear fusion energy station is located in Zhongsha City. Because Zhongsha City is located in the inland core of the country and hosts a large number of coastal residents, its demand for energy has reached astronomical figures. Therefore, after the breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion, the country immediately built this energy station in Zhongsha City. This batch of energy in Bailing City came from Zhongsha City. According to the energy station's calculations, this batch of energy was transmitted across thousands of kilometers, with a transmission conversion rate of 90%. The only cost was actually the equipment transmission fee. As for energy itself, it is no longer valuable. After all, any substance below iron on the periodic table can be converted into terrifying levels of energy with a small amount of its mass. And such substances are everywhere. So energy is not valuable at all. As energy became worthless, the suppressed productivity of the entire society naturally began to explode. And because it was Longming that made the first breakthrough, global capital and talent began to pour in. The world has entered a new stage of development. Energy, technology, culture, middle-aged women. This is the great prosperity of the 3 yuans and 9 cycles. The I Ching is right. Tang Zhe felt emotional as he watched Bailing City become prosperous again after the port was opened. Although he was in his 50s, he was still quite fond of the Book of Changes, the first of the classics in the ancient culture of the Dragon Kingdom. However, many times, this ancient book is disparaged as unscientific. The subordinate beside him asked in confusion, "Commander Tang, what is the 3 yuans and 9 yuans?" Tang Zhe smiled slightly and told him something. The ancients considered 20 years as 1 cycle, and 3 20-year periods equaled 1 cycle. 9 cycles, that is, 180 years. The first 3 periods are called the Shangyuan period. The third period of the Chinese cycle is called Zhongyuan. The last 3 periods are the lower period. According to the above method, we can obtain the distribution of fortune in the last 180 years. Right now, first white luck, 1864 to 1883. The second black luck, 1884 to 1903. Sanbian, 1904 to 1923. 4 green movements, 1924 to 1943. 5 yellow luck. 6 white luck. 7 red luck. 8 white period, 2004 to 2023, earth. Jiuzi luck, 2024 to 2043, fire. And currently, we are in the 9th period of the lower 3 yuans, the 9 purple fire period. This is the greatest prosperity among the prosperous times. Tang Zhe explained. In the previous 8 cycles, the dominant element was earth, with large-scale construction, a surge in infrastructure, and a booming real estate market. Young, handsome men and fairies, as the embodiment of material desires, dominated the world. In the next 9 cycles, it will be an era dominated by fire, energy renewal, scientific and intelligent technology, cultural yearning, spiritual pursuit, and a very high rate of singleness. Big sisters with connotation, culture, knowledge, and good manners will still be popular. This is the middle-aged woman. Commander Tang, I didn't realize you also understand feng shui and destiny. The subordinate beside him complimented. Tang Zhe smiled calmly. In ancient times, there was the Imperial Astronomical Observatory, which specialized in observing the movement of stars and calculating the emperor's fortune. If they made a mistake, the dynasty would fall and the emperor would lose his head. Do you know who the last person who made a mistake was? Who? Qing. He calculated Mr. Sun's birthplace incorrectly. Later, all those people from the Imperial Observatory were beheaded. The subordinate was amazed. Can this be calculated? Tang Zhe gazed at the starry sky and nodded. When we insult someone, their emotions are affected. As one of the celestial bodies in the universe, how can our Earth not be affected by other celestial bodies? I won't talk about the Earth's magnetic field. I believe you have already felt it. Let's talk about national destiny. A country's destiny is also closely related to the movement of celestial bodies. Tang Zidao. The subordinate became interested. Then can you calculate the recent national destiny? It would be better to be more detailed. The most recent one? This is easy. Now the east wind is overwhelming the west wind, and the west wind is about to resist. Tang Zhe said. The subordinates were confused. The lighthouse has gone out. Western Europe has given up. Where is the west wind? I'm not talking about the obvious westerly winds. The great voyages of discovery we saw during the development of Mediterranean civilization were only superficial. Behind the scenes, there were powerful creatures driving them. Tang Zhe narrowed his eyes. Many countries know that there are alien life forms in the country of Xiete. However, few people know the ancient stories behind the Western European Mediterranean civilization. A supernatural organism. The subordinates seemed to understand something. Recently, the oceans have expanded, strange birds have been born, and giant deep space monkeys have appeared in Antarctica. As the birthplace of Western European civilization, it is normal for the Mediterranean to have supernatural organisms. Tangze nodded. Yes, this is also what I am worried about. I don't know how powerful those supernatural organisms are. Is he stronger than the one from the Dragon God Academy? The subordinate asked. The person with the highest rank in Dragon Country right now is the one who teaches at Dragon God Academy. If he can't handle it, then this east wind may stop at the Mediterranean. Tangze shook his head. I haven't fought against them, so it's unclear. The only thing I can be sure of is that there aren't many high-sequence organisms in our Dragon Country, but there are a lot of them in the Mediterranean. We are now in the 9 purple fire luck. They want to interrupt us, which is impossible, but they may hinder us from blowing the east wind over. Tangze knew. The luck in this world is like a lottery. If I win, you can never win. If the supernatural creatures in the Mediterranean area want to continue to survive, they will definitely build their own barriers to prevent the luck of the Dragon Kingdom from sweeping over. Hindered. I was just about to ask again. Just then, a subordinate who was monitoring the base rushed over. Commander Tang, the Dragon Cry has urgent intelligence to report. Dragon Roar? Isn't the Longming in the Somalia area? It should be the aircraft carrier closest to the Mediterranean Sea. The subordinate was shocked and looked at Tangze. Could it be that the obstacle was coming? Tangze smiled slightly, quickly followed his subordinates, and returned to the base. Satellite communications were connected. I am Tangze. Reporting to Commander Tang, our aircraft carrier fleet is en route from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea on a mission. However, the Suez Canal is blocked by an unidentified freighter, and there have been nighttime attacks by werewolves. Requesting support. Received. Your fleet retreats 50 miles and awaits support. Tangze had predicted this long ago, so he sent the Longming to the Mediterranean to conduct some exploration. Unexpectedly. Sure enough, there was an obstacle. It can be said that this is a warning from the supernatural creatures in the Mediterranean area to the Dragon Kingdom. Attack the Xiete aircraft carrier, yes. Occupy Antarctica, yes. Siphoning talent and funds from Western Europe is all possible. But if you want to enter the Mediterranean, you are absolutely not allowed. The Mediterranean Sea is equivalent to the dragon vein of the Dragon Kingdom and is a place of destiny. The polar bear went through untold hardships and finally found an entrance in the Mediterranean Sea. It can be said that that was the mouth of his destiny. Call Sisterly to command Qin Shuiyao. This is the Navy base. I order you to lead the Qiyao on a cruise to the Mediterranean. Duration, 10 days. Codename, 9 Purple Fire Luck. Chapter 191, Deep Space, Giant Monkey vs. Werewolf. The moment Shui Yao received the mission, she immediately began to direct her subordinates to prepare for departure. My dear, such a huge werewolf appeared in the Mediterranean Sea. What do you think? Shui Yao handed some information transmitted from the Marine Department base to Jiang Chen for review. Jiang Chen's small fishing boat, as a combat unit of the 4 major aircraft carrier fleets, can naturally share this information. There must be something fishy going on here. Jiang Chen replied. Seriously. Shui Yao rolled her eyes at him. This was her first time to go on a mission to the Mediterranean. If it were just her and Jiang Chen, that would be fine. But the problem is that he has his own son and daughter on the aircraft carrier. This cannot be taken lightly. Jiang Chen also became serious. He thought for a moment and said, Come to think of it, I've only read about the legend of werewolves in books. I used to think it was just a legend, but now I think it really does exist. Also, I suspect their appearance is related to the previous chaos in the Earth's magnetic field. Shui Yao said, So, the giant deep space monkey that appeared in Antarctica is also related to this werewolf. Giant monkey of deep space. Jiang Chen also remembered the deep space giant monkey that appeared at the scientific research station. He didn't know whether the two were related, but the time of their appearance was indeed very close. Maybe. They all appeared due to the chaos of the Earth's magnetic field. How about I go to the research station again? Jiang Chen suddenly spoke. Shui Yao wondered, What are you doing at the research station? She just felt that the werewolf and the deep space giant monkey appeared at very close times, and wondered if she could find a way to deal with them based on their common ground. Jiang Chen said, There's been no news from the research station yet about capturing the deep space giant monkey. If that's the case, I'll go and see if I can catch it. What are you grabbing it for? Shui Yao was puzzled. The Antarctic continent was so big. If that thing ran into the depths of the Antarctic continent, it would either freeze to death or survive. It must be very agile and would not be easily caught. Jiang Chen smiled and said, I think that since the giant monkey came out of the scientific expedition station, there's always a chance it can be tamed, right? Maybe after taming it, We can use it to fight those werewolves. That's a good idea. So how are you going to find the monkey? Xiao asked. The Antarctic continent is very large and the environment is very harsh. In addition, the polar night phenomenon is about to occur in Antarctica, making it even more difficult to find. Don't worry, I'll find a way. I plan to cooperate with one of Professor Shen's samples. Jiang Chen said. Xiao didn't understand what Professor Shen's sample was. She helped Jiang Chen tidy up his clothes and said, then go ahead. It will probably take several days for my aircraft carrier to reach the Mediterranean. By the way, leave the child with me. The words fell. Jiang Qiuji climbed out of the Bajinjiu, jumped onto Jiang Chen's shoulders, and grabbed his father's nostrils tightly. No, I want to follow Dad. Well, Jiang Chen grabbed her down, said to Xiao, then I will take Qiu there again. Okay, it's really your little cotton-padded jacket. Xiao said this sourly and glanced at Jiang Haiping, who was still lying on his back, drinking milk powder. He looked very comfortable and indifferent. He was not interested in deep space giant monkeys or the Antarctic continent. Then I won't send you off. After Xiao finished speaking, Jiang Chen took his daughter and her Bajinjiu and left Sister Li's house again. On the small fishing boat. This time, he went to Antarctica again and informed Shen Yu at the scientific research station in advance. Professor Shen, I'm Jiang Chen. I'm coming to the research station again soon. I have something to bring. Please prepare it. Shen Yu was conducting experiments in the laboratory at this time. When he heard the radio call from Jiang Chen, he responded in confusion. Academician Jiang, what is that? Is that Taishang Laojun still around? Jiang Chen asked. This thing seems to have powerful memory and deduction functions. In this case, letting him look for the deep space giant monkey will probably be of some help. Shen Yu was stunned for a moment. What was this supreme old fungus? Kai Minghui, who was standing next to him, reminded the teacher that it was the original bacterial colony. He finally realized what was going on and replied with a kind smile. Yes, it's still there. This thing will stay alive as long as there's a little bit of nutrient solution. This thing must have a very strong vitality. If it wasn't, it would have died in such a harsh environment in Antarctica long ago. Where else can it be excavated by humans? That's good. I'll be there soon, da. After Jiang Chen finished sending the radio message, he started the small fishing boat and entered the fastest speed in the universe. Target. Pointing directly to the scientific research station and the Great Wall. After about 1 hour and 30 minutes, Jiang Chen successfully arrived at the Great Wall station in his small fishing boat. Academician Jiang, your little fishing boat is really fast. It's been less than 2 hours, and you've already arrived? Only then did Shen Yu notice that Jiang Chen's aircraft seemed to be moving quite fast. Because according to his understanding, the fastest aircraft in the country is actually the Zhuan fighter. The peak speed is around Mach 10. That would require genetic warriors and mechas to withstand it. Ordinary drivers simply cannot withstand such tremendous pressure. But even at Mach 10, it is impossible to fly directly to the Great Wall Station in less than 2 hours. Jiang Chen had come before, but because Jiang Chen did not disclose the time, Shen Yu thought that the other party had flown for at least 4 or 5 hours. But now, because Jiang Chen had made a radio call before, he immediately realized that the speed of this small fishing boat was so fast that it seemed a bit alien. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously. My small fishing boat is equipped with the latest black technology. Most people really can't afford it. So, your sequence is higher than Lao Zhao's? Shen Yu couldn't help but ask. He was the former lord of the Dragon God Academy, but he was not a genetic warrior and did not have any special abilities. However, the current lord was rumored to be the strongest high-sequence expert in the Dragon Country. However, few people had seen that person and only knew that his surname was Xiao. Shen Yu had met Mansion Master Xiao before, but he was a low-key person who usually kept a low profile. He had never seen him take action. He only knew that many difficult and top-secret missions would be carried out for Mansion Master Xiao. Lao Xiao? Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I don't know him. There are quite a few people in the country with a sequence at present. The commanders of the 3 major aircraft carriers and even the Dragon Chief of the Dragon Group are all in a sequence. As for the S sequence, he only knew Shui Yao and himself. He has not met the current master of the Dragon God Academy yet. After all, the Dragon God Academy is in Kyoto, and he has never been there. Last time, when I received the national medal, it was Dean Xia who went on my behalf. Old Xiao is very good. I'll introduce you to him if I have the chance. Shen Yu mediated. By the way, I have already prepared the supreme old fungus you mentioned. What are you going to do? Shen Yu brought Jiang Chen to the laboratory. The colony was still in the frozen test box, with some nutrient solution next to it. Take it to find Monkey Brother. Jiang Chen said. Chapter 192, Catching Monkeys. Jiang Chen told Shen Wanyu about his plan. It is to use the sensitivity of the supreme old fungus to smell, to track the whereabouts of the deep space giant monkey. This supreme old fungus can find the nearby nutrient solution in the shortest route, so it should be able to easily find the whereabouts of the deep space giant monkey. After listening to Jiang Chen's plan, Shen Wanyu pondered for a moment and said, "We used food to test it before, but this time we're going to test it with the smell of a monkey. I wonder if it will work. You'll know if you try it." Jiang Chen said, "Okay, let's go to Pantao Garden first." Soon, a group of people, carrying the Taishang Lao Jun in the test box, came to Pantao Garden. This location is probably where the deep space giant monkey appeared. Shen Wanyu pointed to the original location of the Hericium arenaceus. But now, there are no Hericium arenaceus mushrooms in this place, and it has become an empty lot. Xiao Kai released the supreme old fungus. Under Shen Wanyu's command, Kai Minghui slowly opened the test box and allowed the Taishang Lao mushroom to absorb the surrounding scents. However, this old Taishang Jun seemed to be afraid of the cold. He actually huddled in the test box and refused to come out. "Are you so afraid of the cold?" Jiang Chen squatted down. "Pour some nutrient solution on the snow." The supreme old fungus could not help but spread out some slime mold, which ate up the nutrient solution and then shrank back. Obviously, this guy is really smart. He left after eating. Jiang Chen smiled and poured out more nutrient solution. Immediately, the supreme old fungus mobilized all the slime molds and began to feast on the solution. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately closed the test box. Let Kai Minghui put it away. After eating the nutrient solution in the snow, Taishang Lao Jun looked around for a test box. "Don't look for it anymore. I've been sitting in the lab waiting to die every day. It's time to get some work. Find the Hericium arenaceus at this location, and I'll give you more nutrient solution." Jiang Chen pointed to the place where the Hericium arenaceus disappeared. The slime mold of Taishang Lao Jun hovered towards the location of the Hericium arenaceus for a while. I don't know if it's extracting the flavor or finding the route. After a while, it began to crawl towards the depths of the peach garden, much faster than usual. Jiang Chen quickly followed it, and soon it climbed out of the peach garden and headed towards the steep mountain outside, its speed getting faster and faster. "Oh no, it's going to run away." Shen Wanyu was anxious and couldn't let Taishang Lao Jun run away. Jiang Chen comforted him. "It's okay, Professor Shen. This thing will come back for the nutrient solution." Said. He shouted to the sky. "Boat coming." The small fishing boat came over automatically. He jumped up and said to Shen Wanyu, "Professor Shen, you go back first. I will follow it." With a whoosh sound, the small fishing boat flew out of Pantao Garden. "Locate and track the supreme old fungus below." Jiang Chen asked the small fishing boat's intelligent positioning system to scan the rapidly spreading Taishang Lao fungus below. Just beginning, Jiang Chen's small fishing boat easily caught up with Taishang Lao Jun at a speed of Mach 1. Watch it spread across the valley and crawl across the mountain peaks at an extremely fast speed, just like a shadow. But later, Taishang Lao Jun was speeding up, and the small fishing boat had accelerated to Mach 3, but it was still a bit strenuous. "This is crazy. How can a slime mold be so fast?" Jiang Chen was surprised and immediately increased his speed to Mach 10. As we go deeper into the Antarctic continent, the surrounding environment becomes increasingly harsh, and even polar night occurs, with no sunlight at all. So he turned on the thermal imaging, closely following the supreme old Jun. Although this thing runs fast, it also has a certain amount of heat energy and can be tracked throughout the entire process. An hour later, the small fishing boat has followed Taishang Lao Jun to a dark frozen land. Taishang Lao Jun stopped where he was and did not move. Jiang Chen's small fishing boat also stopped and looked around, a little puzzled. "Strange, why doesn't it move?" The words fell. Not far behind where the small fishing boat was floating, a mountain was suddenly smashed open by something. A giant furry hand smashed towards the small fishing boat. "Woji!" Jiang Chen only felt a sudden cool breeze blowing across the top of his head. "Accelerate and leave the original floating place." Looking back, I saw the thermal image of a giant monkey several hundred meters tall, pounding the mountains and peaks like a gorilla and occasionally beating its chest. Because it was thermal imaging, even though Jiang Chen couldn't see the other person's face clearly, he could still see two huge balls of energy on the other person's chest. It seemed that some kind of energy conversion was taking place in its body. This energy conversion was so huge that in Jiang Chen's thermal imaging, the chest of the deep space giant monkey looked like a magma area, erupting huge energy. Could this be spiritual fusion? Jiang Chen subconsciously thought of the spiritual fusion of Kwafu in ancient times. Such a huge amount of energy gathered in a living organism is most likely spiritual fusion. After all, it is impossible for a normal person's vital signs to have so much energy. Dad, you're mistaken. The location of those two energy balls is the monkey's butt. At this time, Jiang Chen, who was standing next to him, pointed at the thermal imaging above the cockpit and explained to Jiang Chen. For some reason, this giant deep space monkey has a cold upper body and a hot lower body. The hottest part is at the buttocks, which looks like magma. Jiang Chen took a closer look and realized that the location of the two energy clusters was indeed a bit off. It didn't seem like they were on his chest. His old face flushed and he rubbed his eyes. "Oh, my old eyes are blurry, my old eyes are blurry," said. Jiang Chen finally realized that this giant deep space monkey was not just a few hundred meters tall, but its lower body alone was several hundred meters tall. If you add the upper body, wouldn't it be 1,000 meters tall? Oh shit. 1,000-meter-long deep space giant monkey. He remembered that in the Nanshiman chat group, Shunwan Yu mentioned that a monkey several dozen meters tall had left the Pantao garden. It's only been a short time. This monkey, which was tens of meters tall, suddenly became nearly 1,000 meters tall. Just when Jiang Chen was shocked, the small fishing boat system detected a giant tail swinging towards it again. Fortunately, the small fishing boat was very agile and easily avoided it. Roar, roar, roar. The deep space giant monkey looked a little annoyed. He was so angry that he wanted to fly over and smash the small fishing boat down. And at this time, Jiang Chen also opened the cockpit. It was freezing cold outside and pitch black. Without the aid of thermal imaging, he couldn't even see where the giant deep space monkey was. But just at this moment, Jiang Chen growled, "Use thunder to illuminate the South Pole." Countless flashes of lightning burst out from his body, falling into the sky and quickly illuminating the surroundings. It also illuminates the terracotta warriors. "Great General Meng Tian. Great General Bai Qi. It's time we personally lead the charge and conquer the monkeys." Jiang Chen took out the tiger talisman and gave orders to the terracotta warriors. "You little monkey, you're still running wild here." Bai Qi swung his sickle and put it on the monkey's head. The giant monkey in the deep space roared, "I was just jungling here. Where did this bastard come from?" He shook his monkey head and threw away the sickle. At the same time, the huge King Kong arm swung towards the terracotta warriors. Meng Tian suddenly jumped up with an ancient sword in his hand. The sword light turned into a sword wall, blocking the arms of the giant monkey in the deep space. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Chapter 193, Group Fight with Monkey Brother. Boom. The arm of the deep space giant monkey brought a shock wave of hundreds of tons, creating an astonishing arc on the sword wall. But fortunately, this sword wall was built by General Meng Tian. He managed to block the full force attack from the giant monkey in deep space. Bang, clang, roar. For a moment, Bai Qi's sickle, Meng Tian's sword wall, and the roar of the giant monkey in the deep space rose and fell in the mountains of Antarctica. Under the illumination of thunder, it seemed like a prehistoric war. Jiang Chen, who was standing next to him, was so excited that his blood boiled. He even couldn't help but hold a peach and bite it hard. "It's wonderful. Hit it. Hit it. Monkey, hit it." Jiang Chen waved his little fists with excitement on his face. It's really exciting to watch this fierce battle comparable to a Hollywood blockbuster at such a close distance. Jiang Chen glanced at her unhappily. "Where are you from?" "2 against 1. Of course I support the monkey." Jiang Chen grinned. She had already seen that this giant monkey was the same monkey that had fallen into the abyss during the battle in the right spiral arm of the Milky Way, but he was too weak now. Speaking of which, this monkey had once achieved fame in the South Heaven Gate. So she supports the monkey. "I see." Jiang Chen nodded as if he suddenly understood, then secretly drove the small fishing boat to the back of the deep space giant monkey. While it was fighting with the two terracotta warriors, a bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the darkness and struck the head of the giant monkey in deep space. Boom. The giant monkey in deep space was hit by a bolt of lightning. Its hair was singed and it felt dizzy. It turned its head angrily and glared at the small fishing boat hidden in the darkness. "Who?" Jiang Chen drove the small fishing boat over. He stood on the deck of the fishing boat and spoke in a loud voice. "I am an upright person. I will never change my name or surname. I am Jiang Chen." Snap. Jiang Chen fell off the peaches. She looked at her father in disbelief. "Dad, if you attack someone by surprise, just be the 6th one. Why are you still cheating your own daughter? I was just a small peach eater eating peaches nearby. How could you drag me into this mess? Jiang Chen, I will fight you to the death." The giant monkey from deep space rushed over to tear the small fishing boat in half. Jiang Chen was so frightened that he hid behind the peaches and shouted to his father, "Dad, shock him, shock him. This stupid monkey." Sizzle. Dozens of thunderbolts shot out from the darkness and struck the giant monkey in the deep space. At the same time, Bai Qi and Meng Tian also rode on terracotta horses, rushed forward, and beat the giant monkey in the deep space wildly. Oh! The deep space giant monkey was beaten and screamed in pain by the three people's combined attack. It even began to be unable to support such a huge body, and it shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it is already less than 2 meters high. Jiang Chen chopped at a rock, then raised the rock and smashed it on the monkey. The monkey howled, "Mercy! Mercy! Little monkey, you can't escape my 5-finger mountain." Jiang Chen put his hands on the rocks and laughed with his head tilted back. Deep space giant monkey. Little monkey, are you convinced? Jiang Chen looked down at the giant deep space monkey that was pinned down by the rocks. He subdued the monkey not only to capture it to fight the werewolf, but also because it seemed to have spiritual fusion in its body, which gave Jiang Chen a lot of ideas. The thunder in his body was a previous creation, a gift from heaven. It was not something he refined himself. Therefore, although his strength was at the S sequence when he debuted, there was basically no improvement. But this deep space giant monkey is different. It has spiritual fusion in its body, which can obviously enhance its strength. Now he could rely on the terracotta warriors to suppress the opponent. But in the future, if the opponent's spiritual fusion becomes stronger and stronger, or even becomes as strong as Kwafu, who can slap the sun away with one palm, then he would definitely not be the opponent's opponent. Really, the giant monkey in deep space was a little arrogant, and he said with a cold snort, "If you want to convince me, you have to show your strength." Strength? Jiang Chen scratched his head. If he confronted him directly, without the support of the terracotta warrior's high-energy particles, he might not be able to deal with this perverted monkey that was 1,000 meters tall and had spiritual fusion in its body. Think about it. He stood up. He looked at him coldly and said, "In that case, I'll show you some of my strength." The giant monkey in deep space held his head high stubbornly. "Come on, I won't give in." Jiang Chen summoned a small fishing boat down and threw the peaches and bananas that Jiang Chen had eaten in front of the monkey one by one. Then he smiled evilly and said, "This is my strength. As long as you surrender, I can give you free access to the entire peach garden. By the way, there are 7 fairies inside." Jiang Chen couldn't help but say in his heart, "Dad, your strength is so strong." The deep space giant monkey had consumed a lot of physical strength, and its body instinctively desired these foods. My saliva was all over the floor. No way, there's no way I can eat a single bite. Ugh. The deep space giant monkey was about to refuse. Jiang Chen had already thrown the peaches into its mouth, and it started eating them almost instinctively with a crunch. Despicable human beings. The giant monkey in deep space cursed as he started eating. The food was delicious. "Little monkey, to be honest, this is only 1/10 of my strength. You stayed in this Antarctic continent simply to absorb qi, but this qi is not pure enough and requires you to refine it in large quantities. It is better for you to follow me. I have abundant spiritual elements." Jiang Chen said as he took out the 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum. This 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum can produce an endless supply of the purest spiritual elements, most suitable for spiritual fusion and strengthening oneself. Although the Gathering Immortal flag can also attract the qi of the entire solar system, the qi of the solar system has too many impurities and is not pure enough. The spiritual elements produced by the 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum are most conducive to spiritual fusion. It can be absorbed and refined directly. There is no need to repeatedly refine qi that contains a large amount of impurities. Hey, this is the birth spirit grass. When the giant monkey in deep space saw the 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum, his eyes suddenly lit up. If the qi of Antarctica is rice mixed with soil, the spiritual element born from the 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum is the fragrant peach and plum bread. Who could refuse this? What do you want me to do? The deep space giant monkey looked up at Jiang Chen. This human boy could actually take out things from the Yaoqi pool of the Queen Mother's previous life. It seemed that this boy had some connection with the Queen Mother. Seeing that it was moved, Jiang Chen smiled slightly, helped to throw the rocks away, and combed its burnt hair. He said, "I heard that there is a group of werewolves in the Mediterranean region. They are as tall as mountains and are good at howling at the moon. With the blessing of moonlight, they may be comparable to S-sequence supernatural organisms. If there were only 1 or 2 werewolves, Jiang Chen and Shui Yao could easily deal with them alone, but if there were too many of them, it might be troublesome. The most important thing is, as of now, he doesn't know how many werewolves the other side has. In order to avoid the aircraft carrier fleet from suffering too much damage, the more helpers the better. Werewolf. After listening to Jiang Chen's description, the deep space giant monkey said, "Are you sure you're not talking about a husky?" Chapter 194, A Lot of Huskies. The deep space giant monkey finally chose to be adopted. Jiang Chen drove a small fishing boat and brought the monkey back to Pantao Garden. Academician Jiang, you're finally back. Did you find the monkey that stole food? Shen Wanyu had been waiting in Pantao Garden for a long time when he suddenly saw Jiang Chen coming back in a small fishing boat. He immediately went to meet him. Jiang Chen pointed at the giant space monkey on the nail plate and said, "That's it." Huh? How come it suddenly shrunk so much? Shen Wanyu was a little surprised. The deep space giant monkey in the surveillance video was extremely huge, with a step of hundreds of meters. Now it is only about the size of an ordinary person. The deep space giant monkey jumped out from the deck and landed on a peach tree. He threw peaches one by one onto the deck and said, "When I'm full, I can grow bigger. You naughty monkey. You've eaten so many of my peaches. Come down here." Shen Wanyu picked up a bamboo pole and was about to knock the giant monkey from deep space down. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly stopped Shen Wanyu and said with a smile, "Professor Shen, don't worry. This monkey just loves to eat peaches." But the mutant peaches in the peach garden were meant for experiments, and now they've all been eaten by it. How can we continue the experiments? Shen Wanyu looked anxious. Jiang Chen waved his hand and took out the Shenong spiritual plant compendium he had caught last time from his arms and handed it to him. "Professor Shen, it's time to expand this peach garden. We've been cultivating it for so long, and there are only so few peaches. Look, I wrote a book on how to cultivate genetically modified fruits. Take a look, I guarantee you will gain something." "Huh? You also know about GMOs." Shen Wanyu took the book in confusion. The name was quite impressive. He actually dared to call himself Shenong or some spiritual plant compendium. However, after flipping through it casually, I found that it did contain methods on how to grow peaches. There are many varieties of these peaches. There is a variety of peach called mica, which can actually extend one's life by 100 years. Although he didn't know whether the effect was real or not, the many contents recorded in it alone made Shen Wanyu amazed, incredible, and fascinated. "Professor Shen, go back and take a look at it slowly. There is plenty of time." Jiang Chen said. "Okay. By the way, where is Taishang Laojun?" Shen Wanyu suddenly looked around and did not see Taishang Laojun appear. Jiang Chen said, "Don't worry, that thing is very intelligent. When it gets hungry, it will naturally come back for the nutrient solution." The group left Pantao Garden. After a brief stay, Jiang Chen left the Antarctic continent with the deep space giant monkey, heading straight to the Mediterranean. At the same time, Somalia area. The Longming aircraft carrier fleet has withdrawn from the Red Sea. Stay where you are and wait for support from the sisterly aircraft carrier fleet. The sun sets. Just as the sun was about to disappear above the sea, two huge fleets suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. This is Commander Qin Shuiyao of Sisterly. Long Xiaodian soon received a radio call from Qin Shuiyao. After the handover between the two parties, the Longming left the team and let the Li Jie take over and head towards the Red Sea. "Commander Qin, be careful. As far as I know, there are a great number of werewolves near the Mediterranean Sea, and each one is extremely powerful. Ordinary missiles can neither lock onto them nor hit them. The only way to destroy them is with nuclear weapons. However, the Mediterranean Sea is densely populated, so nuclear weapons cannot be used." Long Xiaodian shared with Shui Yao some of the troubles he encountered after entering the Mediterranean. After listening carefully and checking the information and pictures he had transmitted, Shui Yao nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, I will proceed with caution." Under the watchful eye of the Longming, the sisterly aircraft carrier fleet officially entered. Long Xiaodian stood on the deck, looking at the back of Sisterly from afar, and murmured softly, "I hope everything is okay." The staff officer next to him also said with a worried look on his face, "Commander, there are too many werewolves in the Mediterranean. I'm afraid Commander Qin can't handle it alone. How about we ask the person from the Dragon God Academy to take action? Master Xiao, I don't know where he is now. He should have more important opponents to deal with." Long Xiaodian shook his head slightly. Although those werewolves were also S-series, their combat effectiveness was only average, mainly due to their large numbers. But vampires are different. There are not many of them, but they have the strongest combat power and are the kings among the S-sequence. Master Xiao from the Dragon God Academy is most likely keeping an eye on those extremely powerful vampires. "I've never seen a witch before," the staff officer said. They had seen the werewolves that entered the Mediterranean and bathed in the moonlight on the islands. They have also seen vampires climbing onto the fleet to cause damage. But the witch has never seen it. I don't know what they are capable of. Witches are mainly good at flying on broomsticks. They're fast, but their combat abilities are average. If you are hit by a missile, you will definitely die. Long Xiaodian analyzed. I see. The staff officer nodded suddenly. Night gradually fell. The sisterly was not sailing fast, but it soon arrived at the Suez Canal. At this time, there was a sideways cargo ship blocking the Suez Canal. Blocked the way forward. I'm sorry, Commander Li Jie, our Suez Canal has been temporarily blocked. Please withdraw your fleet. The port manager of the Suez Canal was a tall white man. He came over and gave Shuiyao the routine advice to leave. The previous Longming ship has left, and now there is another one called Li Jie. But no matter what aircraft carrier it is, it cannot enter the Mediterranean. What do you think is the best way for us to retreat? Qin Shuiyao looked down at the manager from above. Sisterly, there is no reason to retreat. Seeing Qin Shuiyao's resolute intention to enter the Mediterranean, the administrator shrugged and said, Madam Commander, things have been uneasy in Suez lately. Since you're willing to stay here, we won't stop you. Finished. He left as if on cue. Not peaceful. Isn't it just a werewolf? Shuiyao remained unmoved. She ordered the fleet to stop at the Suez Pass. Then everyone reaches the realm. The early warning aircraft was released. 20 JF-17 fighter jets are launched in shifts every hour. Zuinv also patrolled the surroundings from time to time, alert to any unusual phenomena. The mechas of the heavenly soldiers and generals are all around the deck, ready to go. There are also genetic warriors implanted with the N+ gene who dive directly into the water and become frogmen. Night is approaching. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, it was Shuiyao's turn to eat. She was eating. Suddenly, an emergency radio came from the control room. Commander Qin, emergency footage coming from AWACS number 5. As he spoke, messages were sent to the smart device in Shuiyao's hand. She quickly rushed to the command room. While looking down at the picture coming from the smart device, suddenly, a large number of werewolves rushed to the shore north of Suez. The target direction is exactly the Suez area. So many huskies. Shuiyao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chapter 195 Werewolf Attack, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Under the moonlight, at least hundreds of supernatural creatures with wolf bodies and human heads were rushing towards Sister Li's fleet. According to calculations, their speed is generally around Mach 1. Most of them are A-sequence. There are 11 silver-haired werewolves, S-sequence. But there are no werewolves with golden hair. Apparently, their wolf king is not among them. The early warning aircraft tracked the aircraft in the sky throughout the entire process. Not only the number and speed of the opponent, but even the hair color was analyzed. Speed Mach 1. Base A sequence. There are actually 11 S-series ones. So, their wolf king must be a super S-sequence. Shuiyao looked solemn. For those in the A sequence, the heavenly soldiers and generals on the hull are enough to deal with them. There were more than 200 heavenly soldiers and generals on Tsuehua's boat. So she quickly gave Tsuehua orders. Tsuehua, I am Qin Shuiyao. All the mechas on your ship, mobilize. The Qiyao was not far behind him and received the order in less than 3 seconds. The main compartment of the aircraft carrier is opened. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of heavenly soldiers and generals' mechas spread their wings, soared into the sky under the moonlight, and headed straight for the north side of Suez. The northeast side of Suez is mainly Saudi Arabia, and there are also residents near the shore. If the missile bombing is launched directly, the surrounding area will probably be turned into a sieve. Therefore, they did not launch a missile bombing immediately, but instead sent out a mecha formation. After such a long period of data integration, the combat effectiveness of this mecha formation has changed a lot. After all, the combat data and models they use are all from the first generation of Iron Pillars. And the Iron Pillar. He has learned to fly an aircraft carrier, worked as a spy, experienced magnetic field storms, and participated in shipwreck relief. He is very experienced. It is more than enough to fight a werewolf of sequence A. 5 minutes later, the mecha and the werewolf encountered each other near an oil base in Saudi Arabia. The heavenly soldiers and generals lined up in a row and hovered at low altitude. The werewolves were crawling on the ground, ready to pounce at any time. The two sides are in a standoff. A silver-haired werewolf growled softly. Human, get out of the way. Qiyao Tsuehua stepped forward, carrying the Barrett destruction on her shoulders, and responded with domineering attitude. Dragon Nation aircraft carrier ahead, werewolves prohibited. Roar. The werewolves roared angrily. Although this place was Saudi Arabia, they were rampant on a daily basis. Even if that kid Sarat came, he had to be served with beautiful women and good wine. This Dragon Country aircraft carrier actually drew a circle on the ground and prohibited werewolves from passing. It seemed that the werewolves could no longer hold back and were about to rush forward. Boom! A heavenly soldier released an electromagnetic cannon, bombarding the werewolf circle. The werewolf didn't dodge or evade, but directly used his body to withstand the electromagnetic cannon. Its hair was slightly singed, but after rolling on the ground, it roared again, bared its fangs, ran forward, and grabbed a low-flying heavenly soldier. Want the heavenly soldiers to pull it down. Kill without mercy. Suehua took out the Barrett destruction rifle and fired a heavy sniper rifle, directly blowing half of the werewolf's head open. Woo woo woo. Humans, you're done. Hundreds of werewolves swarmed forward. The heavenly soldiers and generals also quickly joined in, and the two sides started fighting. Just as the two sides were fighting, dozens of miles away, inside a luxury hotel, Oil Prince Sharat is currently using a telescope to observe the battle situation here. Oh my god, this is too exciting. On one side are ancient creatures from the Mediterranean, werewolves. On one side is the mecha formation from Dragon Country, the heavenly soldiers and generals. Dad, are you going to destroy our oil base? Sarat couldn't help but put down the telescope and looked at his father with a white cloth wrapped around his head behind him. The Oil King sighed. What can we do? When Xiete was here, we could still ask them for help. But now they've retreated to North America. Why would they care about us? I can only hope these two groups will be gentle and not destroy the entire oil base. The words haven't even finished yet. An electromagnetic cannon landed on a nearby oil base. Flames shot up into the sky. Oh no, my little money. Sarat looked distressed. Ever since Dragon Country developed controlled nuclear fusion, their country's oil prices have been falling. Certainly. They also know that oil will definitely be worthless in the future, but they still want to make a quick buck before controlled nuclear fusion is fully promoted. Otherwise, from now on, oil will be so valuable that even dogs won't want it. But now, alright, one wave of electromagnetic cannons and an oil base is gone. That may not be the case. Just then, the Oil King spoke slowly, as if thinking about something. Sarat looked at his father in confusion. Dad, what do you mean? In the past, the Xiete people occupied our place, firstly for the oil, and secondly for the geographical location. Oil is depreciating wildly now, but our geographical location is still very important. It is still the meeting place of Asia, Europe, and Africa, the three continents. Now the Dragon State aircraft carrier wants to enter the Mediterranean. Isn't it to expand its influence in Western Europe? Maybe. We can be like Sri Lanka. Oil King wrote. Sarat was shocked. Referendum? Dad, those people down there will tear us apart. No, we can give them the port and land. In exchange, we'll have them build their next controlled nuclear fusion energy station here. After all, our location is well connected, and it's the most convenient place to sell energy. If we build an energy transmission channel from Dragon Country, it's still too far away. The Oil King said thoughtfully. In his opinion, the lighthouse has gone out, and only a few remnants are still trying to survive. Regardless of whether this group of werewolves in Western Europe can be stopped, the influence of the Dragon Kingdom will definitely pass through them. It would be better to introduce Longwa's energy station as soon as possible and make some contribution to Longwa's global integration. Global integration? Dad, do you mean that Dragon Nation wants to unify the Earth? Sarat was stunned. He hasn't thought of that yet. But after his father reminded him, he suddenly felt that this was not impossible. Little Tet, the general trend of the Earth is that what is divided for a long time will eventually unite, and what is united for a long time will eventually divide. Since the birth of mankind, the Earth has been divided for a long time, and it's time to unite. The Oil King smiled slightly and spoke in a very cultured manner. Sarat said dazedly, after a long separation, there will be reunion, and after a long reunion, there will be separation. Dad, where did you hear that? This is the first sentence of the Dragon Kingdom's Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms is one of the Dragon Kingdom's famous works. Since the launch of Life Number 1 and controlled nuclear fusion, kings of all sizes have been studying Dragon Kingdom's traditional culture. Dad only knows a little bit. Said. The Oil King pulled out a translated Dragon Kingdom book. Sarat leaned forward to take a look and muttered, Jean Ping Mei? Huh. The Oil King's face flushed. He quickly put it away, then took out another one and said, Sorry, son, I got the wrong one. Sarat leaned forward again and read aloud. Young soldier? The Oil King's face flushed again. He threw the book away and began to search the bookshelf, cursing, Strange, where's my Romance of the Three Kingdoms? At this time, a servant came over and said, Your Majesty, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms has not been delivered yet. The oil king then picked up Bing and handed him to Sarat, saying earnestly, "Son, this is also the cultural essence of the dragon country. Learn it well." "Okay, Dad." Sarat took it quickly, and at this time, there were explosions and wolf howls in the distance, and it was obvious that the battle had reached its most intense moment. Sarat picked up the telescope again and began to look. Chapter 196, 100 million volts of electric shock therapy. At this time, the mechas and werewolves have already reached the vicinity of the oil base. The entire oil base was engulfed in flames, but they refused to give in and continued to fight each other in the firelight. Only, those mechas were very powerful and their defense was too abnormal. After hundreds of rounds of charging each other, many werewolves' claws were broken and bleeding, their teeth were cracked, and their hair was burnt. It seems that the werewolf is about to lose the upper hand. Just then, several silver-haired werewolves suddenly joined the battlefield. Their bodies were many times larger than those of ordinary werewolves, and they were 3 or 4 meters taller, like giants. With a single leap, they could reach hundreds of meters. As soon as they entered the field, they pulled a heavenly soldier down from a low altitude and threw him to the ground. The Tianbing's power system was severely damaged, and it could no longer fly. With the entry of the silver-haired werewolves from the S sequence, the situation began to reverse. More and more heavenly soldiers and generals who flew low or swooped in were pulled down. "It's my turn to enter." Xue Yao, who was watching the battle on the deck, saw this and immediately summoned Suihua over. She picked up an iron rod. "Take a leap." It fell on Suihua's back. Suihua spread her wings and headed straight for the oil base. At this time, a 5-meter-tall silver-haired werewolf was struggling with a heavenly general. At this moment, Suihua rushed past. The silver-haired werewolf noticed the supersonic flight and immediately let go of the heavenly general. He leaped to a height of nearly 100 meters, waving his wolf arms like King Kong, trying to use his body to intercept Suihua. Xue Yao smashed down with an iron rod, and at the same time, 1,000,000 volts of electricity flowed along the iron rod and hit the silver-haired werewolf. Sizzle! The terrifying ultra-high voltage fell on the silver-haired werewolf, and its muscles were immediately spasmed by the electricity. Like a giant, it crashed to the ground below with a loud bang. Whoa! The werewolf was electrocuted so badly that he could hardly stand up. Make a roar to call friends. Not far away, more and more silver-haired werewolves entered the scene. 10 silver-haired werewolves rushed over quickly, helped up the werewolf that was hit. "Third brother, are you okay?" The third brother said with trembling arms. "UHV, it's 1,000,000 volts." "UHV?" The other silver-haired werewolves frowned. "A 1,000,000-volt electric shock will not kill them, but it will cause their muscles to spasm, making them unable to hold on to things, and their combat effectiveness will be reduced by at least 30%. Ordinary missiles cannot penetrate their abnormal defensive skin and muscles. However, this conductive electric current will cause their muscles to twitch and spasm involuntarily. It's only 1,000,000 volts, you can't die. Let's bite the bullet. Pull that mech off." A silver-haired werewolf stared at Suihua, who was flying past. The moment Suihua flew past, she turned around and swooped down again. And the goal? It was this group of S-sequence silver-haired werewolves. "Get ready." Everyone rushed forward. The silver-haired werewolves seized the opportunity. When Suihua swooped down again, a werewolf was the first to eject. Xue Yao immediately swung the iron rod with 1,000,000 volts of current. The werewolf quickly grabbed the iron rod and gritted its teeth, trying to pull the man off. Not as expected. The other werewolf leaped forward and grabbed the hind legs of the werewolf in front. The two wolves worked together to try to pull the man down. Still not as expected. 3, 4, 10. There were 10 werewolves in total, arranged like a fried dough stick. 1,000,000 volts of electricity flowed through their bodies. I have to say, as the current passed through their bodies, when it reached the last werewolf, the current weakened and seemed to be much less powerful. Seeing that the other party's pulling force was getting stronger and stronger, Suihua's flying power was insufficient and she was almost thrown off. Xue Yao gritted her teeth and began to release a larger electric current. 10,000,000 volts. An electric current 10 times stronger than before spread along the iron rod. Even Suihua was affected by the conduction. Her face turned black and some circuits short-circuited and burned. Damn, why are they increasing the current? The werewolf in the front had his muscles spasmed and twisted by the electric shock, so that he couldn't let go. Whoa! The last werewolf's hair was all singed by the electric shock, and it became bald in an instant. It escaped in time, but fell from a height of several thousand meters and hit the rocks. It did not move for a long time. The other werewolves couldn't let go, and they didn't dare to let go either. Suehua didn't land on the shore until even her power system was electrified and was emitting flames. All of the werewolves fell to the ground at once, their bodies still surging with electricity and twitching from time to time. This is definitely not an ordinary S-sequence. The werewolves watched Qin Shuiyao walk up from the mecha and formed a defensive circle. They were all S-series, but this human could actually release such a huge current, which was definitely beyond the energy they could drive. Maybe. Only Lord Wolf King can subdue this human. Submit or not, huskies. Shuiyao held the iron rod and looked at them with a smile. The wolves were furious. What husky? They roared. Human woman, stop being so arrogant. If you have the guts, don't use the electric current. Let's fight each other with our physical strength. Am I sick enough to fight you? Shuiyao rolled her eyes. She said, you are talking nonsense. He must be addicted to the internet. Needs to be treated. The words fell. Shuiyao was instantly possessed by Yang Yongxin. Electric shock punishment. 1 million volts. 10 million volts. 100 million volts. The iron rod has broken into several sections. But under the adhesion of strong high-voltage current, it broke but did not fall off. Fuck. When the werewolves saw this scene, they were frightened and fled in all directions. However, the iron rod flew over, knocked down the werewolves one by one. Suehua walked forward, picked them up and threw them on the ground. Human, spare my life. The werewolves were electrocuted and lost their minds. Although a 100 million volt current could not kill these S-sequence supernatural organisms, their muscles had been spasmed to the point where they could not move, and even their consciousness was a little confused. Come, take this manual back and memorize it carefully. Shuiyao threw out a book. It says on it, Wolf. Chapter 1. Husky Training Manual. The wolves took one look and got furious. You are the husky. The electric current in Shuiyao's hand made a crackling sound. Tell me, what are you now? Wolf. Looking at each other's hands, which were sizzling with electricity, they quickly changed their words and said, we are huskies. Shout, and let me hear it. Woof woof. Shuiyao grinned, touched the dog's head, and then released 100 million volts of electricity. The wolf knight's eyes went dark. Someone, get on the carbon 9 dog ring. Shuiyao ordered. Chapter 197, The Powerful Wolf King. Just as Shuiyao was dealing with the werewolf in front of her, the aircraft carrier USS Li Jie issued a warning. A group of vampires from the southwest are rushing towards the aircraft carrier. Werewolf. The deck of the aircraft carrier is full of mecha men. How does it bite? Shuiyao responded. Let them all come up. The aircraft carrier's main defense system remained silent, pretending not to detect any unusual movements. Not long after, a vampire climbed onto the aircraft carrier first at an incredible speed. It looked around and saw a heavenly soldier not far away. He walked quietly behind the other party, grinning secretly. It seems that my speed is really fast, so fast that even the aircraft carrier's early warning system didn't detect it. As a Viscount vampire, this vampire is very proud of his speed and stealth ability. Especially at this moment, he actually came behind a guard. As long as you bite the opponent's combat effectiveness will be reduced by at least half. Think of this. He bared his long fangs. He bit the heavenly soldier hard. Then, his face froze. Click. The sound of teeth breaking could be heard. Blood gushed out from his gums. The tooth is broken. The vampire looked along the line of his bite marks. Only then did I see that beneath the silicone material of the heavenly soldier's skin were rows of machines. Impossible. Impossible. Even if it's a machine, I can easily bite and sleep. This Viscount vampire was both angry and unbelievable. The heavenly soldier then turned around and saw it sneering. He quickly extended a pair of pliers like machinery and clamped the opponent's teeth. Then pull it hard. I'll teach you how to bite people. Did you bite the carbon 9 molecule this time? Be careful in your next life and don't be like a dog, biting everything. Carbon 9 molecular material? What is the ceiling level material that humans have developed so far? Damn it. The poor Viscount vampire covered his mouth and tried to escape. But he found that a large number of heavenly soldiers and generals had appeared around him. Each of them had a pliers-like machine extending from their hands. Brother, I was wrong. The Viscount vampire's remaining fangs were trembling, and he quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. After these Viscount vampires, another group of Viscount vampires came up one after another, including 5 earls and 1 Marquis-level vampire. However, this Marquis-level vampire was the most powerful, and the pliers couldn't even twist off his teeth. This strength has clearly reached the S-sequence, and it is not an ordinary S-sequence. No choice. Shuiyao appears. The Marquis-level vampire still said arrogantly, "Where did you come from, little girl? Go home and get married." What little girl? I'm already a mother of 2 children. After Shui Yao answered, she immediately let it experience the joy of 100 million volts. This marquee-level vampire who had lived for hundreds of years was so shocked that he kept shouting, "Mom, Mom, help me. You've never experienced this before?" Shui Yao said as she put a large carbon-9 dog collar around the man's neck and tied it to the deck railing. As for the railing, it is also coated with carbon-9 molecules. The marquee-level vampire came back to his senses and shouted angrily, "Just wait. The Duke and the Wolf King will not let you go. You have trespassed into the Holy Land, and there will be no good end for you." The Duke and the Wolf King? Shui Yao was just about to torture the other party with electric current, but where were these 2 guys? Just then, the moonlight in the sky dimmed slightly. Then there was a burst of wolf howling. Everyone looked back. Only then did I see that in the northwest area of Egypt, on top of a tall pyramid, there was a huge golden-haired werewolf standing. The werewolf's body was so terrifying that it blocked out a lot of the moonlight on the shore. Hiss! It's the Wolf King. All the mechas gasped. This Wolf King was so big that it was probably as big as the tallest pyramid of Khufu. It was truly terrifying. The Wolf King howled as he stepped from near the pyramid, each step covering a distance of 1 mile. After a few steps, they arrived at the shore of the Red Sea. Looking at this huge Wolf King that was as big as a mountain, the mechas and fighter planes hanging in the air around it suddenly seemed as weak as flies. A large number of electromagnetic cannons, particle columns, lasers, and even missiles hit the golden-haired werewolf. But the fire only illuminated for a short while, and then the weapons and ammunition were destroyed one after another, as if they were swallowed up. Foolish human, the Wolf King is immortal. The blonde werewolf stood on the shore of the Red Sea, howling at the moon, and slapped the sea hard. The huge waves were like a raging storm, and even overturned the aircraft carrier. Shui Yao didn't believe it, so she directly released 100 million volts of voltage, which turned into a white light and rushed straight to the opponent's head. Clinker. The blonde werewolf's eyes actually released 2 beams of bright moonlight and 100 million volts of voltage, which met in midair and then exploded violently. The huge energy wave caused the entire aircraft carrier fleet to retreat half a mile. Several heavenly soldiers who had lost some parts before could not stand steadily and fell into the water. But the golden-haired werewolf only retreated a few hundred meters, shook his hair, and took another energetic step forward. It took off directly from the shore, stepped across a mile in the sea, and seemed to be trying to sink the sisterly with 1 foot. Woo woo woo. The vampires and werewolves who were captured not far away cheered. Wolf King is awesome. Werewolf Nanboan. Eliminate these ignorant humans who have entered the Holy Land. They roared loudly. Damn it. This Wolf King is too perverted. Seeing that a current of 100 million volts could not do anything to this supernatural organism, Shui Yao was a little overwhelmed for a moment. The amount of current she could naturally generate was only about 100 million volts. Any more, and her body wouldn't be able to handle it. Looking at the other person stepping towards him. This moment, Shui Yao suddenly felt a little hope that there was a peerless hero who could ride on the moonlight, descend from the sky, and save her. Only, is it true that a peerless hero would come to this place riding on the moonlight? Just as the golden-haired Wolf King, as big as a mountain, was about to knock over the sisterly aircraft carrier with 1 foot, a small black shadow rushed down rapidly from the direction of the moon. This black shadow was originally gliding across the night sky at the speed of the first universe. It looked like it was hanging under the moon, moving slowly. Just as the black shadow arrived near the Red Sea, it suddenly descended and headed straight for Sisterly. That's right. This black shadow is none other than Zhujiang number 888. At this moment, it turned into a cannonball and rushed towards the Wolf King. Brother monkey, there's a husky this big down there. Can you bear it? Jiang Chen asked the giant monkey in deep space. The deep space giant monkey glanced at the golden-haired werewolf who was acting arrogantly below, threw down the peaches in his hand, and snorted coldly. What this monkey hates most is anything bigger than this monkey. Cut it. I'll apply for you a position as deputy director of Pantao Garden later. Jiang Chen offered benefits. It's a deal. Let the monkey guard the peach garden. The giant monkey in the deep sky was ecstatic. The small fishing boat was still several thousand meters away from the Red Sea, and the deep space giant monkey jumped directly into the water. During the leap, the deep space giant monkey instantly grew larger, so large that it blocked out the sky and the sun, completely obstructing the 3 nautical mile moonlight above the entire aircraft carrier fleet. Shui Yao noticed the small fishing boat at the first moment, but at the moment the giant monkey appeared in the deep space. She was stunned for a moment. I thought it was Jiang Chen. Holy crap, Husband, why did you turn into a monkey? Chapter 198. Calling the wolf a dog, the witch poisons. Boom. When the Wolf King's giant claws were about to step on Sister Lee, the deep space giant monkey's tail swung over first. When the two met, there was a huge roar. What the hell? The Wolf King felt pain and quickly retracted his claws. Because it did not hit the aircraft carrier, it immediately fell on the Red Sea. However, it did not remain silent. Instead, it stood half of its body above the sea, glaring at the giant deep space monkey that fell from the sky. The deep space giant monkey rushed forward and started beating him up without saying a word. The two sides fought a fierce battle on the Red Sea. The sea water produced huge waves, and the wind speed increased into a storm. Amid the howling of wolves, the shouting of monkeys, and the sounds of bombardment, the Red Sea seemed to have transformed into the scene of King Kong 10. The situation is out of control. Even the aircraft carrier fleet had to retreat faster. Otherwise, a huge wave from the other side would overturn the warship. Jiang Chen drove the small fishing boat to the deck of Sister Lee's boat. Wife, are you okay? Well done, well done. Jiang Qiuji sat in his Bajinjiu stroller, chewing peaches and cheering. It was a live high-definition action movie, and it was free. It would be a shame not to watch it. Shui Yao finally realized that the monkey was the giant deep space monkey that Jiang Chen had captured. She rushed up in surprise and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. Hubby, I thought you had turned into a monkey. Huh? What are you thinking about? Jiang Chen touched her head. He noticed that there were many chained werewolves and vampires around the deck and couldn't help but ask, "Are these all the werewolves and vampires you caught?" "That's a husky," Shui Yao replied. "Are you sure? Why do I feel like a werewolf? Don't believe it? I'll let them bark a few times." Shui Yao looked at the werewolves. The wolves cried out in submission. Woof, woof, woof. Forehead. In ancient times, there was a story about Zhao Gao who called a deer a horse. Today, Shui Yao calls a wolf a dog. In the gap between the two people's conversation. Above the Red Sea, the battle between the deep space giant monkey and the golden-haired Wolf King has entered its final stage. This golden-haired Wolf King is no match for the deep space giant monkey at all. If the deep space giant monkey had not been beaten up by the 3 old sixes before, this golden-haired Wolf King would not have been able to last 3 rounds. But even though the deep space giant monkey only exerted 50% of its strength, it still grabbed the opponent's wolf head and smashed it hard to the bottom of the sea. Boom. A huge wave 1,000 meters high was smashed up. The golden-haired Wolf King could no longer maintain his balance. Even on this full moon night with bright moonlight, his violent 200% critical strike was still no match for the giant deep space monkey. No matter how violent he is, the spiritual fusion in the opponent's body can still produce endless energy. As the two sides fought, the golden-haired Wolf King was gradually suppressed and beaten. Kneel down for this monkey. The giant monkey's tail, as wide as a python with a diameter of half a meter, tightly wrapped around the Wolf King's head. With its thigh as thick as a house, it kicked the opponent in the abdomen. Oh, the golden Wolf King's head was locked and his lower abdomen was hit. He could no longer support his body. With a scream, he fell into the Red Sea with a bang. It only sank a dozen meters. The giant monkey from deep space reached into the water and pulled the golden-haired Wolf King out of the water. The opponent's body kept shrinking, and finally only a dozen meters long was left and was thrown onto the deck of the aircraft carrier. Wow. The water on the wolf's fur alone gave the deck a thorough cleaning. The other werewolves trembled when they saw this. Even the Wolf King was beaten to death. Then they, woof, woof, woof. The werewolves suddenly howled even louder. I heard that humans are very friendly to huskies, and as long as they play their roles as huskies well, they will definitely be treated kindly. Shui Yao was overjoyed to see the Wolf King being tamed, and immediately sent someone to get a largest-sized carbon-9 dog collar and put it around the wolf's neck. Dad, Mom, can this big dog be used as a stroller for me? At this moment, Jiang Haiping appeared out of nowhere. He was barefoot and wearing a diaper. He stuck his head out from the foot of a mecha and asked. Jiang Chen and Shui Yao turned around and looked down, only to see that their youngest son had learned to walk on his own without them even realizing it. Shui Yao was surprised and delighted, and dragged him out from under the mecha. Don't walk under other people's crotches, or you won't grow taller. This Wolf King still has fangs. It's very dangerous and needs to be submitted to the national government for research. Jiang Chen replied. Although it is equipped with a carbon-9 dog ring, it is not easy to tame it. Jiang Haiping looked aggrieved. That little gossip has a stroller, why don't I have one? You are the gossip. Jiang Qiuji rolled his eyes and crossed his legs while eating peaches. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, wait a little longer. Once the aircraft carrier passes the Mediterranean, I'll go to the Atlantic to look for a stroller that's suitable for you. Okay, there are still a lot of foggy areas on the Atlantic side. Maybe there is a stroller suitable for my youngest son. Oh, Zhang Haipeng was losing interest. After returning to the nursery, he decided to make a cooler stroller for himself. Boom. Shui Yao returned to the command room and gave an order on the spot to blast away the freighter that was blocking the road. Then have the mecha move the large debris away. The two large aircraft carrier fleets finally successfully entered the Mediterranean. My dear, be careful. According to these vampires, there seems to be a Duke-level vampire. Shui Yao reminded Jiang Chen. The Wolf King has been subdued, but there is still a Duke-level vampire. However, the other party has not appeared yet, and the aircraft carrier's early warning system has not responded at all, so Shui Yao did not dare to be careless and kept people on alert throughout the whole process. Just waiting for it. Jiang Chen didn't sleep all night, just to wait for the legendary Duke-level vampire. However, a night passed. There was no Duke or vampire. Instead, at dawn, some women riding brooms appeared on some islands in the Mediterranean. They wore black hats and black clothes, and they kept throwing bottles filled with highly corrosive and poisonous substances at the aircraft carrier while cursing. After these bottles were smashed, the liquid penetrated and bypassed the carbon-9 molecules on the surface and actually corroded the internal machinery of the heavenly soldiers and generals. There was a mechanical malfunction. The heavenly soldiers and generals went on strike one after another. These witches have average combat abilities, but they're very fast and can also concoct highly corrosive and toxic chemicals. Shui Yao quickly analyzed the chemical properties of these bottles, but there was no way to fix it quickly at the moment. After all, this was the first time I encountered such a highly corrosive chemical, which seemed to come from an ancient medieval potion. Let me go meet them. Jiang Chen drove a small fishing boat and chased after them. He did not attack the witches, but instead used his extremely fast speed to approach them and then pulled the brooms from under their crotches. Whoa, help, where's my broom? A witch was throwing a bottle of poison with great vigor. Suddenly, I felt a chill in my crotch. I looked down and found that the broom was gone. The whole person fell down very quickly. When the other witches saw this, they felt a chill down their spines and felt uneasy. Oh no, sisters, be careful, there's a sixth brother stealing the broom. As soon as the words fell, next second, an incredibly fast small fishing boat flew past them. It brought a gust of wind, but took away their brooms. Whoa, my broom. Damn old six. Without the power of their brooms, the witches fell into the water one after another. Fell into the sea. However, given their physical conditions, they did not die from the fall, but they all became drowned rats. The warships quickly surrounded them. Chapter 199, Witch Cleaning, Duke runs away. The witches who lost their brooms had their fighting power greatly reduced. They were soon all caught by the mecha men, but they were still stubborn and kept cursing. Just as the mechas were about to take the group of witches away, another witch rushed over from a distance. This witch was a little young, about 10 years old. She wore a tall black hat and had a bunch of poison bottles in her pockets. She shouted, "Ah, go. I, Elaine Mary Lou, am here." Everyone looked back in confusion. I saw a little witch rushing over. Jiang Chen grabbed the man and the broom together. Then he took all the poison bottles out of her pocket. At such a young age, you're carrying so many poison bottles. The little witch was grabbed by the neck and she yelled, "Let me go, bastard. I am the strongest witch in the future." Elaine Mary Lou. What? You are the most powerful witch in the future? This woman is so terrifying. It seems that she can't be kept alive. Jiang Chen spoke. The little witch got anxious when she heard this. I was wrong. I've only been a witch for 2.5 years. It's been 2.5 years, and her broom is still flying so slowly. She certainly doesn't look like the most powerful witch in the future. Ah, yes. So, from now on, you should take your broom and work as a cleaner on an aircraft carrier. Jiang Chen returned the broom to her, but had someone put a carbon-9 lock ring on it. This lock ring can not only be used for positioning, but also has a certain electric shock effect. If you escape, it will release a strong current. With this witch's physical condition, she definitely won't be able to escape. Working as a cleaner on an aircraft carrier? Oh no, I'm the future. When Elaine Mary Lou heard that she was going to be forced to work as a cleaner on an aircraft carrier, she was so anxious that she wanted to blow herself up. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at her. What are you? I'm a little witch who has been practicing on a broom for 2.5 years. Elaine Mary Lou hurriedly changed her words. Well, let's all go be cleaners. Jiang Chen had these witches captured and sent to work as cleaners on the aircraft carrier. As for the group of werewolves, there are quite a few of them, with a full 100 still alive and 30 vampires, who can be sent to Antarctica to do hard labor. Anyway, They are currently carrying out a large infrastructure project there, building the Panga base, and sending these strong and healthy ones over there would be just the right amount of labor. We work as cleaners on aircraft carriers. Do we get paid? Elaine Marilou asked unwillingly, holding a broom. My salary is used to provide you with food, clothing, housing, and transportation. But I can brew poisonous potions. Can that be counted as my salary? Poison potion? I'll send you to the research station. If you can mix a very strong poison potion, I'll help you remove this lock ring. Good. After dealing with these witches, the aircraft carrier fleet entered the Mediterranean Sea, and no other supernatural creatures came to interfere. On the contrary, many people from Western Europe were filled with emotion after seeing the sister Lee on the nearby coastline. Previously, it was the Xiete nation that freely sailed its aircraft carriers into our Mediterranean Sea, and now it's the Dragon nation. The EU didn't deploy warships. It's clear that other countries have given up. What else can we do if we don't give up? Dragon country has the most aircraft carriers right now, and they've even announced they've developed controlled nuclear fusion. If we don't give up, we might have to resort to an ancient energy source like oil. Would you be willing to do that? Well, just as everyone was sighing, a warship suddenly came towards them not far away. When everyone saw it, they were shocked. It turned out to be a warship belonging to the European Union, the EU god. Although this warship is very old, has outdated equipment, and almost no defense system, it represents the attitude of the European Union. Is the EU planning to use a single ship to counter two large aircraft carriers? The people of Western Europe were so moved that they were about to cry. The evil dragon country actually drove two aircraft carriers to bully old Europe. EU warships? Shui Yao also noticed the warship appearing ahead, and she was about to send a radio greeting. At this moment, the other party had already sent a radio message. Great Dragon aircraft carrier, I am the leader of the European Union, Mr. Gunness. On behalf of the European Union, I extend my warmest welcome to the Li Jie and Shi Yao. Welcome to the Mediterranean. An old and frail voice came from the radio. Gunness? Shui Yao asked the person next to her, and found out that this person was the current leader of the European Union. He has a strong influence in Western European countries. His family has aristocratic blood, and is considered a century-old family. His appearance basically represents the attitude of Western European countries. Seeing the other party being so polite, Shui Yao smiled slightly. This old man is quite tactful. I had originally thought that after the confrontation with the supernatural organisms, these old antiques would also resist, but unexpectedly, the other party directly raised the white flag. So he responded, Mr. Gunness, thank you for your welcome. You are welcome to come to my aircraft carrier for some consultation. Visit an aircraft carrier? Gunny shuddered. Could this be a Hongmin banquet from which there would be no return? However, at this time, the ocean had been surrounded by warships. It was in the innermost part, like a little chicken surrounded by a group of strong men. Helpless, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Commander Chen is so polite. Not long. Gunnies and his group of elderly Europeans boarded the deck of the aircraft carrier USS Sister Li one after another. As soon as they got on the deck, they saw many werewolves and vampires chained on the deck, and their old faces shuddered. Mr. Gunness, do you recognize these things? Qin Shuiyao asked with a smile. Gunnies shook his head like a dice and said, No. How could I know werewolves and vampires? Huh? Werewolves can see it, but how can you tell the vampire? Qin Shuiyao raised her eyebrows. Gunnies knew he had spoken out of turn, so he quickly smiled bitterly and said, Commander Qin, there have been a large number of vampires in Western Europe since ancient times. We, the century-old families, know a little about this, but that doesn't mean we can command them. Their actions are absolutely decided by themselves, and we have no say in them. Many times, ordinary people like us are also victims. Gunness complained bitterly. He is just an ordinary aristocrat from a century-old family. He has only known how to make money and acquire resources since he was a child. How could he know anything about vampires and werewolves? Well, in that case, I guess you should know the legendary Duke-level vampire, right? Qin Shuiyao asked. He called this old fox up, of course, because he wanted to find the strongest vampire. Only by completely eliminating that vampire can we travel freely in this Mediterranean. Are you talking about Lord Bruce? Asked Gunness. I don't know what he is. I just know there's a vampire as powerful as the Wolf King. The only one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Wolf King is Lord Bruce. But Lord Bruce, you may not find him in the Mediterranean. Gunness replied. What's the meaning? Because he ran away a long time ago. No way. He ran away just like that? After all, he's the legendary 1,000-year-old Duke vampire. Qin Shuiyao was a little surprised. She was ready to join forces with her husband to kill the 1,000-year-old vampire. She didn't expect him to run away. Gunis laughed and said, "It is precisely because he can run so fast that he has lived for 1,000 years." Chapter 200. The right path in the world is vicissitudes. Well, considering your honesty, on behalf of Dragon Country, I welcome you to visit. Come, let's take a photo together first. At Qin Shuiyao's suggestion, a group of people stood on the deck and took a group of photos. The photos include the locked wolf king, vampire, Qin Shuiyao, Gunis, and several tall mecha men. Qin Shuiyao had someone select a photo and then released it on global media. As soon as this photo was released, it caused a lot of discussion around the world. Isn't this the ancient leader? Why is he on the deck of the Dragon Nation aircraft carrier? He looks so bad, like a labor camp inmate. What kind of labor camp inmate? I feel like a suspect being arrested. Yeah, and those huskies next to them look as pale as the man who's been dead for days. What's going on? It seems like the legendary werewolves and vampires. I know the mecha man behind. What does this photo mean? Where is the Chinese class representative? I'm a master of the Chinese language test, and I'll explain. When the 8-Nation Alliance invaded China, they took a photo like this in the Forbidden City. They elevate the 8-Nation Alliance and belittle the Chinese people. So, the meaning of this photo is, China, revive. Some Western Europeans are dissatisfied. They are just upstarts, and they will fall sooner or later. What upstarts? We have been a world power since ancient times. Now we are just returning to our former position. The other party wanted to argue a few more words. Just then, another piece of news has made headlines in major media outlets. The Dragon Kingdom's Li Jie and Qi Yao encountered the Xiete Kingdom's Zi Ran and Xian Xian near the Mediterranean Sea's exit. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes before Zi Ran and Xian Xian sank one after another. As soon as this news came out, netizens in Longming laughed. Haha, the Shit Nation's last 3 aircraft carriers, and in less than 5 minutes, 2 more are gone. Sister Li is awesome. That's too much. I heard the Nature and Selection are 100,000-ton vessels, powered by nuclear power and equipped with the world's most advanced equipment. And they can't even hold out for 5 minutes. Even the legendary supernatural creature, the werewolf, was defeated, so a small aircraft carrier is certainly no problem. No, I always feel like Sister Li's account has some black technology that we don't know about. As 2 more aircraft carriers of the Xiete country in the Atlantic sank one after another, the group of stubborn dead ducks in Western Europe finally stopped talking. The Sister Li fought its way from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea, and then in the Atlantic Ocean, it easily eliminated 2 of the top 3 aircraft carriers of the Xiete Kingdom. You say that it has no unknown black technology. This is absolutely impossible. Actually, Sister Li's account did indeed use black technology. That is the black porcelain of the Tang dynasty. In Sister Li's warehouse, there are still more than 100 black porcelains that were caught in the Pacific Ocean last time. The surface of these black porcelains is absolutely smooth. Once the first cosmic velocity is reached, one can keep moving forward until it penetrates everything in this world, including carbon-9 molecular materials. Jiang Chen used a small fishing boat to carry 2 black porcelains. After reaching the first cosmic speed, he threw the black porcelains towards Nature and Selection. The target is directly aimed at their power cabin. The Nature and the Selection launched missiles and even nuclear weapons, but they were unable to stop the 2 black porcelains. As a result, their power systems were penetrated layer by layer. A huge explosion occurred on the spot. It can be said that 90% of the combat power of these 2 aircraft carriers was eliminated without any effort. All that's left is to clean up the battlefield. These 2 black porcelains pierced through the earth. Will anything happen? Shuiyao asked with some concern. At the location where the Nature and the Selection sank, magma appeared for half an hour. Although it solidified quickly, it was obvious that the 2 black porcelains were still continuing to penetrate. She was a little worried that if the other party penetrated through to the back, he would jump out from the land of Dragon Country. Jiang Chen shook his head. Don't worry, the other side of the Atlantic Ocean is the Pacific Ocean. Even if you penetrate it, you will come out of the Pacific Ocean and then, under the pull of gravity, return to the Atlantic Ocean. Then, you can penetrate 2 more locations and continue like this in a cycle. If you're really worried, I'll take a small fishing boat to the Pacific Ocean and wait there, then use my nets to retrieve the 2 black porcelain pieces. Jiang Chen said. Anyway, the speed does not exceed the first cosmic speed, and it is still revolving around the Earth. As long as the aircraft, satellites, etc. do not collide with each other, there is basically no problem. This is equivalent to an acupuncture needle inserted into Mother Earth. It is impossible for the person to die from blood loss. What material is your fishing net made of? How could it withstand being pierced by black porcelain? Shuiyao was a little curious. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I don't know what material it is, but it is definitely stronger than Carbon-9. Okay, let me ask the Marine base if it's time for us to return. Xu Yao calculated the time. It took him less than 5 days to connect the Mediterranean Sea, the Red Sea, and the Atlantic Ocean. From now on, other aircraft carriers can cruise here at will. No need to worry about being obstructed or disturbed anymore. But there were still 5 days left, and she didn't know what to do. Soon, the Ministry of Marine Base also responded. First-class merit for Sister Li. I've reported this to Kyoto. You'll be the top candidate for commander of the Luanio from now on. For the next period of time, you continue to head north. Cruising the Arctic Ocean. Codename, the righteous path of the world. The right path in the world? As soon as Xu Yao and Jiang Chen saw the codename, they immediately understood what Tangze meant. The ancients once wrote, millions of troops crossed the river, and the world was turned upside down. It is better to use the remaining courage to pursue the enemy rather than seek fame by imitating the tyrant. If the sky had feelings, it would also grow old. The right path in the world is full of vicissitudes. A desperate enemy. The last remaining aircraft carrier of the Xiete Kingdom is that poor enemy. Never let it go. And this aircraft carrier is in the Arctic Ocean. Although it has never been seen in public, it is hidden in the Arctic Circle and is Xiete's last trump card. Only by defeating it can the Anglo-German gangster civilization completely disappear. Only the righteous path that belongs to mankind can be truly promoted. Sister Li received, heading north to the Arctic Ocean. When the Sister Li was heading north, the dragon god, far away in Antarctica, also received an order to head to the Arctic Ocean. Dragon god received. Perfect time to try out the power of our 7 fairies chicken mobilization. Li Jing was eager to try. I heard that the Sister Li sailed freely in the Mediterranean and established the country's prestige. He has been guarding the Antarctic continent, and suddenly he wants to test the combat effectiveness of his fleet, which is at the half-step aerospace carrier level. Northern Alaska, near the Arctic Circle. A huge ship is slowly emerging from the glacier. It is shaped like a tower and is larger than an ordinary aircraft carrier. It is estimated to weigh at least 500,000 tons. The most important thing is that its bottom is more than 10 meters away from the sea surface. This is clearly an aerospace mothership with flying capabilities. Lighthouse. The strongest mothership built by the Xiete Kingdom in the Arctic Circle in collaboration with alien creatures.